001 woke up as a dog. Upon waking up, Wang Qianqian realized that he had turned into a dog. To be precise, he has the ability of a dog, running, jumping, as well as a strong sense of hearing and smell. When he first woke up, Wang Qianqian only felt that his surroundings were cluttered. The sound of the couple's quarrel next door and the sound of the renovation upstairs were several times louder than usual, and the smell of moldy wood emanating from the bedboards and cupboards was even stronger than usual. Then, he went to the bathroom in a daze, and the stench from the sewer almost made him faint. It's time to find someone to clear the sewers. Wang Qianqian murmured softly, skillfully unzipping his pants and naturally resting one leg on the water storage tank. Wait, what kind of posture is this? Wang Qianqian was startled, realizing that he was peeing like a dog. He hurriedly put his leg down, and then he completed the whole process in a normal position, and during this time, he found that his calves and arms were covered with bulging muscles, which was a phenomenon that he had never seen before. After going to the toilet, Wang Qianqian returned to the bed and sat down. By this time he had already woken up, and had already realized that his body was not quite right, and then began to recall all the things that had happened before. Wang Qianqian is a salesman of a company, last night with the manager to receive a certain customer. Before attending the dinner, Wang Qianqian deliberately told the manager that his body is not very comfortable, may not be able to drink much wine, can only serve tea and pour water work. The manager also swore to guarantee that he would not let him drink too much. As a result, the customer with the win like, must Wang Qianqian kill a bottle of erguotu, do not drink at all will not sign the bill. The manager who promised to protect Wang Qianqian before also went against the norm and pointed at Wang Qianqian's nose and said, "Do you drink? If you don't drink, get out of here, it's better to keep you than a dog." Wang Qianqian left the table in anger. He came to work, not to be insulted. When he went out, he ran into a white dog, showing his teeth and barking. "Other people bully me, you also bully me?" Wang Qianqian, who had just been scolded by the manager for being worse than a dog, was furious and kicked him directly, which resulted in the white dog biting him on the leg and then skipped away. At that time, Wang Qianqian already drank a little wine, brain dizzy, body is also a little uncomfortable, do not care to check the leg injury, drowsy taxi home, and then fell head first on the bed, and then woke up as now this ghost. Combined with what happened last night, Wang Qianqian realized that his state may be related to the white dog yesterday, quickly pulled up his trouser leg to check the place bitten by the dog, but found that the calf was flat and smooth, without any wounds or traces. At the same time, the smells and sounds from upstairs and downstairs were clearly transmitted to his nose and ears again. Wang Qianqian was very clear that his physical condition was definitely different from before. 2 hours later, Wang Qianqian walked out of the hospital with various test reports in his hands. His body didn't have any problems, instead it was stronger and healthier than before. When he asked the doctor if he needed a rabies vaccine, the doctor said, "You don't even have a wound, what rabies vaccine?" He also asked the doctor if there was anyone who gained the ability of a dog after being bitten by a dog. The doctor laughed out loud. "You think you're filming Spider-Man? If you have this fantasy, you can go out and turn left to the psychiatric department." Coming down from the upper floors of the hospital, Wang Qianqian was as if he was in a different world. He knew that his superb sense of smell and hearing was still there, at least the smells and sounds within 100 meters were clear. 20 meters away there was a pair of old couple over 60 years old who were worrying about the next medical expenses. 50 meters away there was a patient who was stuffing red envelopes into the doctor's pocket. 80 meters away there was a cab driver who was quarreling with a passenger over $10. Wang Qianqian stepped forward. Opposite the hospital is a stadium. It is the time of work and school. There are not many people in the stadium. Standing at the start of the 100-meter track, Wang Qianqian felt out his cell phone and called up the stopwatch. He wanted to try his physical function, then he got down on all fours on the ground. Wait, why is he in this dog position again? Wang Qianqian forced himself to stand up, breathed out and ran forward frantically. The sound of step-by-step rang out, and his 2 long legs swung rapidly. The moment the finish line arrived, Wang Qianqian pressed the pause button. 8 seconds 34. Wang Qianqian's heart almost jumped out of his chest. Everyone knows that the world record for 100 meters is 9 seconds 58 set by Bolt in 2006, and he easily broke this record. And he had a feeling that if he got down on all fours, he would be able to run even faster. Of course, there was no need to try this was enough for now. Although he didn't know what the hell was going on, he still thought of flowers, applause, glory, and countless amounts of money in the first place. If he could represent his country in the Olympics, then he would be the fastest runner in the world. Drip ring. Just then, his cell phone rang. Wang Qianqian touched his cell phone. It was the manager calling. Throughout the morning, the manager had made more than 10 calls, and because of this strange thing on his body, Wang Qianqian had not answered. "Hello?" Wang Qianqian finally picked up. "Do you still want to do it?" The moment the phone was picked up, the manager cursed. "You've been late for 3 whole hours, if you don't want to do it, get lost." "I'll be right there." Wang Qianqian hung up the phone, and after a long moment of silence, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. He knew that his life was going to start going against the grain. Go to the company, first give that asshole manager a full punch, and then slam the resignation letter into his face. 002 preparing to resign, something happened to the manager. Luda Trading Company, Limited operates a series of automotive products such as motor oil, lubricants, glass water, and so on. After graduating from university, Wang Qianchen worked in this company for less than a year, and his monthly salary was just $5,000, but every now and then he had to get drunk with his customers and pretend to be a grandson in front of everyone who could point at his nose and scold him. Half of his salary is used to pay rent, half to pay for his father's medical bills, and he has almost no savings at all. He lives a life worse than a dog's, and he doesn't dare to quit his job easily, because this job is his only hope. Now, he has the ability of a dog. Relying on his sprinting ability alone, he can be famous all over the world. Wang Qianchen walked into the company with big steps, first went to his workstation and drafted a resignation letter, then walked towards the sales manager's office. "You still know to come, I thought you were dead." Wang Qianchen just pushed open the door of the office. The manager wearing a suit stood up and pointed at his head and cursed. Wang Qianchen let out a disdainful sneer and walked quickly towards the manager's desk. The manager is called Zhao Mingquan. In the sales department is the famous Zhao Pickpocket. Withholding staff salary, unwarranted abuse of employees is a common occurrence. Everyone in private not less curse him to give birth to a child without an asshole. His hatred can be described as gnashing teeth, deep into the bone. Wang Qianchen came in front of the manager and was just about to punch him hard when Zhao Mingquan suddenly pulled open a drawer and touched out a pile of money and handed it over. "Ha!" Wang Qianchen froze. "What are you looking at? Take it." Zhao Mingquan cursed and said, "Went to the hospital again, didn't you? Knowing that your father is sick and financially tight, can't you take a vacation next time something happens, according to the usual practice, or deduct you $200? This money you first take, for your old man to buy medicine, count me borrow your remember to return me later." Wang Qianchen looked at Zhao Mingquan dumbfounded. "This isn't the same as the script, What are you staring at? Are you still angry from last night?" Zhao Mingquan huffed and said, "That's a big customer of our company, how can they get over it if I don't scold you? I don't know what he is crazy, good reason to let you blow the bottle, can't stop." "Okay, I've scolded you, don't be so careful. Do you expect me to apologize to you? Don't forget who pays your salary." Wang Qianchen was still staring blankly at Zhao Mingquan. "Get lost, remember to take a vacation next time or I'll still deduct your money." Zhao Mingquan shoved $5,000 into Wang Qianchen's arms, waved his hand impatiently, and sat down again to flip through the information. Wang Qianchen held the money in one hand and the resignation letter in the other, not knowing what to say. "Why, is there something else?" Zhao Mingquan raised his head. This is different from what Wang Qianchen thought. Zhao Pickpocket is still the same Zhao Pickpocket, but it seems that it is not so bad. There is still a little humane. Pinching a bunch of money, Wang Qianchen was definitely embarrassed to give Zhao Mingquan another full punch, but the resignation letter still had to be handed in. After all, he was no longer the same person he was in the past, and there were still flowers, applause, glory, and money waiting for him. "Your husband will be traveling in a while, we can make out in the office." "Hate." Just as Wang Qianchen was about to open his mouth, a voice as thin as a mosquito suddenly scurried into his ears. In fact, since Wang Qianchen had the ability of a dog, he could hear all the voices within 100 meters in a radius, but most of them were murmurs or boring conversations, which were automatically ignored, except for these two voices which seemed to be extremely special, which is why he stayed extra attentive. Because Wang Qianchen is very familiar with these two voices, one is the company's chairman Lu Feng, one is the accountant of the property Du Shui. And Du Shui was the wife of the manager Zhao Mingquan. Lu Feng and Du Shui's voices became more and more licentious, and they had obviously kissed. Wang Qianchen looked up at Lu Feng's office upstairs, but of course his head was separated by the ceiling, so he couldn't see anything. Then, Wang Qianchen looked at Zhao Mingquan, and suddenly felt that the top of his head was green, as if it had an azure green grassland. "What else do you have going on?" Zhao Mingquan asked with a frown. "Nothing," Wang Qianchen returned instinctively. "Nothing, I'll get ready to leave, I'm going on a business trip in a while, you also go back to the office quickly, remember to dock a client in the afternoon." Zhao Mingquan explained while packing up the things on the table. Manager Zhao. I just ran into Lu Dong, he asked you to go to the office, and also specifically explained that you don't need to knock on the door, just go in and find him directly." "Okay, I know." Zhao Mingquan didn't suspect anything and got up to walk outside the office. Looking at his back, a trace of sympathy arose in Wang Qianchen's heart. Put aside to the usual, he will not only not tube, will also happily watch the fun, and spread throughout the company. Zhao Pipey cuckold, absolutely worth the universal celebration, but Zhao Mingquan just gave him $5,000, the so-called eat people's mouths soft to take people's hands short. Then reminded, as for how the situation develops, it has nothing to do with him. On the road outside the company building, a middle-aged man with a face full of stubble sat on the teeth of the road. His clothes were tattered and torn, and there were quite a lot of bloodstains on his body, as if he had just gone through a vicious battle, and his entire demeanor appeared to be exhausted, except for a pair of eyes that were extremely bright. Buzz. Right at this moment, the golden bell on his waist suddenly trembled. Another demon has appeared. The middle-aged man glanced at the building across the street, picked up the wine gourd at his feet and poured a mouthful of it, then slowly pulled out a black steel blade strapped to his back. 003 Disease of Affluence. The middle-aged man's gaze was resolute, holding the black steel knife in his hand, striding towards the company building across the road. The breeze brushed by, gently blowing the hem of his coat. The sunlight sprinkled on his body. He looked like a peerless swordsman any way he looked at it. Agu. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly slipped, the whole person bam fell to the ground, the black knife in his hand also flew high, and then dang sound smashed in the top of his head, thanks to the hilt of the knife facing down. If it is the tip of the knife facing down, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Mother who was so unqualified. Middle-aged man while covering the ankle, while looking back at the banana peel on the ground, the whole face paying grimaces, straight inhale cold air. Demon, count your life as good, turn around and clean you up. The middle-aged man glanced at his swollen ankle and then looked up at the company building across the street. He could only sigh helplessly, reluctantly stood up, picked up the black knife and inserted it into his back and limped away. On the top floor of Luda Company, inside Chairman Lu Feng's office. Lu Feng pressed Du Shui on the desk. The two of them were kissing deeply together when the door of the office was suddenly pushed open. Zhao Mingquan walked in with a big stride. I really can't blame Lu Feng for not locking the door. Who in the whole company would dare to come in without knocking? Lu Dong, you're looking for me. Zhao Mingquan said in the middle of the sentence. A pair of eyes went wide. Mingquan, how did you come? Lu Feng panicked and climbed down from Du Shui. Du Shui was also surprised, hurriedly came down from the desk. Old wife. Zhao Mingquan looked at the unclothed Du Shui in a daze. I just drowned. Lu Dong is helping me do artificial respiration. Du Shui was in a hurry and said in a hurry, and in the meantime, she also organized her clothes. Right, your wife drowned, I was helping her with artificial respiration. Under the panic, Lu Feng's brain was obviously showy. Surprisingly, he also hurriedly agreed, while tying the waistband of his pants at the same time. So it's drowning, ha ha ha, I thought you two were cheating on each other. Zhao Mingquan laughed as he walked towards the two of them, copied a flower pot as he passed by the window sill, and then ruthlessly smashed it on Lu Feng's head. With a clatter, the flower pot shattered, and blood mixed with dirt slid down from the top of Lu Feng's head. You think I'm a stupid ex now? Zhao Mingquan roared, a pair of eyes are glowing red, and then copied from the desk all the things that can be copied to smash on Lu Feng's head. Sales manager Zhao Mingquan and chairman Lu Feng fought together. Hissing and cursing sounds spread throughout the corridor. The entire company was in chaos. Everyone put down their hands to see the action. Wang Xianqian, who also saw the scene, shook his head helplessly. He originally came to resign, inadvertently knew the secret of Lu Feng and Du Shui, and told Zhao Mingquan. Forget it, it's better to go back first. It's impossible to resign successfully today. It's better to go home and consider what exactly to do with his ability. At noon, Wang Qianqian first went to the hospital to give his father a meal. Father had a blood disease. This disease is known as the disease of the rich, cannot be cured, but also cannot die, need to constantly take the money to smash. Wang Qianqian nearly half of the salary every month are riding on this. This is still only dare to eat domestic drugs, do not dare to eat imported ones. Mother passed away early, and now the father and son depend on each other. The burden of life early fell on Wang Qianqian, a person's body. Why did you come half an hour early today? Father, lying on the bed, breathless, asked. Well, I'm fine today, I got off work early. Wang Qianqian replied casually, sitting on the edge of the bed and opening his lunchbox. You just make up nonsense. The father seemed to see that Wang Qianqian was lying, and shook his head. If you work for others, do it properly, don't touch the fish, don't exploit the loopholes, and don't make it difficult for that manager of yours. I tell you, that manager of yours is quite good, quietly came to see me several times, and also stuffed me with $3,000, but also do not let me tell you. Wang Xianqian froze. Combined with the events of the morning, it is not difficult to come to the conclusion that Zhao Mingquan outside cold inside hot, then nodded his head in gently a sound. After waiting for his father to finish eating, Wang Xianqian went to talk to the doctor to understand his father's recent physical condition, as well as the follow-up treatment and costs. Son, hard work for you. Looking at Wang Qianqian busy, the corners of his father's eyes shed turbid tears, sliding across his face that had long since turned pale due to the disease. It's okay, Dad, we're going to get better soon. Wang Qianqian's face was filled with blooming smiles. Having just tested his sprinting ability this morning, it was no problem to easily crush Bolt. Wang Qianqian planned to compete to get the prize money, but as time slowly passed, the calmer man began to think about the feasibility of this plan. He was already in his early 20s, and had never been an athlete before, suddenly running to the Olympic Games to crush Bolt. I'm afraid that the next second he would be carried by the Academy of Sciences to do research, right? His body is definitely not right, may have considerable scientific value, although Wang Qianqian also want to figure out what happened to him, but the premise is to earn money first, otherwise stay in the operating bed every day, that still earn a hair of money. Why don't you go to the city's sprint competition first, then the provinces, the countries, step by step, to create a heavenly reward feeling, can't come up to be found in the body's end. After making up his mind, Wang Qianqian said goodbye to his father, left the hospital, or to the company to go through the formal process of resignation, otherwise the previous salary will not get. At this stage he still need the money. The results to the company, only to realize that because the morning chairman was beaten into the hospital, the manager was also taken to the school child to go. Now the whole company simply no one can deal with his things. Wang Xianqian had to muddle through until the end of the day, and then go home. Returning to the rented silo, he saw a figure swaying in front of the unit door from afar. Manager Zhao? You're not in the police station, children. Wang Xianqian approached with a surprised face, recognizing that the person was the manager Zhao Mingquan. 00 for the smell of blood in the night. Don't call me Manager Zhao, I have resigned. Zhao Mingquan waved his hand, shook his head and said, I compensated Lu Feng that dog thing $100,000, reached a settlement in the Paishoer, and now has been released. Zhao Mingquan has always been suited and boisterous at the moment, his face is full of fatigue, as if he had just been castrated, the whole person's spirit is gone. Yes, who can remain calm after seeing his wife cheating on him? After a brief exchange between the two, Wang Xianqian led Zhao Mingquan home and took some beer and cooked meat from the refrigerator and set it on the table. You have long known about my wife and Lu Feng, right? Zhao Mingquan held a can of beer and stared at Wang Xianqian with lifeless eyes. Since Lu Feng was doing that kind of thing with my wife in the office, there's no way he would have let you notify me to push the door. So you knew about it a long time ago, and then were reminding me. Wang Xianqian was silent. Doesn't matter, Zhao Mingquan sighed and patted Wang Xianqian's shoulder again. Brother, thank you, otherwise I'm going to be a cuckold for the rest of my life. Wang Xianqian still didn't say anything, also really don't know what to say, but Zhao Mingquan's tone is very different from before, obviously because it's not in the manager's seat. Do you know why I came to find you? Zhao Mingquan suddenly asked. Wang Xianqian shook his head. I resigned, also divorced, but the company will continue to operate. Lu Feng, that person, although not good, but business is still a good hand, you continue to follow him to do no problem. Zhao Mingquan, silent for a while, continued to say, Wang although you come to the company less than a year, but you are down to earth and capable, people and smart, no surprise is certainly the next manager. I put my hands on a few big customers are given to you. As for the company's a few old sales, may not serve you, but it's okay, I'll teach you how to hold them back. Zhao Mingquan rambled about the weaknesses of several old sales in the company, as well as enough to let Wang Xianqian ride on their head handle, although Wang Xianqian's mind is not at all on this, but he still listened carefully. One is out of the instinctive gossip heart, usually see those old sales of one high and mighty, did not think that privately there is an unknown side, which makes Wang Xianqian have a kind of perverted thrill to spy on other people's secrets. The second is to know that Zhao Mingquan is very optimistic about the company, but I will teach you how to hold them back. Secondly, he knows that Zhao Mingquan is very optimistic about himself, and at the same time, he is also returning his own favor, so he definitely can't splash him with cool water. By the way, if you want to reuse someone, Songbo is a good choice. That kid is quite good enough for you. Your father's hospitalization is what he told me, often asking me to be more compassionate and understanding. Zhao Mingquan thought about it and added another sentence. Well, I know. Wang Xianqian nodded, a warm current surging in his heart. Song Bo was one of his few friends in the company. The two almost entered the company together, and in later days they supported and helped each other, and had accumulated a pretty deep friendship. Okay, there's nothing, I'll leave first. Zhao Mingquan stood up and said after a pause, tomorrow, I will divorce Du Shui and leave the city. Little Wang, if there's a chance in the future, we'll drink again. Definitely, I still owe you money nah. Wang Xianqian's nose was a bit sour. In fact, when he carefully recalled the past, although Zhao Mingquan was a bit harsh, he did take care of him quite well. No need to send, I'll go by myself. Zhao Mingquan waved his hand and went out the door alone, walking downstairs softly, not even startling the sound-controlled lights. In the darkness, his blurred figure grew farther and farther away, looking extremely forlorn and desolate. Wang Xianqian sighed softly, closed the door and returned to his room. The sounds and smells upstairs and downstairs were still clear, but he found that because of the floorboards and walls, the range of perception wasn't as strong as outside. The open area could spread at least 100 meters, while in complex buildings and structures, it could at most penetrate a distance of about 10 meters or 2 or 3 floors. But through the shallow glass, one could reach right into the open spaces inside the neighborhood. Regardless, this was already a remarkable ability, and Wang Xianqian decided that this was a gift from heaven. In the neighborhood, Zhao Mingquan's footsteps picked up, and he had already walked to the green square not far away. There were pavilions, vines, lawns and tall trees on the square, and just as Zhao Mingquan's footsteps were about to disappear, another voice suddenly sounded grimly. Zhao Mingquan, hitting me in front of so many people in the company, paying out $100,000, and you think it's okay? It was Chairman Lu Feng, who was ambushing the neighborhood. What do you want? Zhao Mingquan's voice was equally grim. What? I want your life. The sound of whistling wind rang out as Lu Feng rushed over. Ah! Zhao Mingquan seemed to see something unimaginable, his tone filled with shock, and then went silent. Something wasn't right. Wang Xianqian immediately rushed out of the door and rushed down the stairs as fast as he could, then ran towards Greenland Square. The smell of blood. The air was filled with a heavy smell of blood and the sound of loud chewing. Passing through the gazebo and crossing the green space, Wang Xianqian finally saw Lu Feng. Under the pale moonlight, on the cold land, Chairman Lu Feng, his mouth full of blood, was prostrate on the ground, chewing on a corpse on the ground. And although the face of that corpse was already fragmented, it could still be vaguely recognized as none other than Zhao Mingquan. 005 I am not a demon. Chairman Lu is eating Zhao Mingquan's corpse? Wang Qianqian's eyes widened. He had never seen such a horrible picture in his life. Little Wang ah. Lu Feng raised his head and similarly recognized this sales department employee. Really not coincidental actually called you met. No way, can only even kill you together. Under the pale moonlight, the corners of Lu Feng's mouth dripping with blood revealed a fierce smile, then stepped away from the two short legs and quickly pounced towards Wang Qianqian. Lu Feng's figure was described in 2 words as fat and short, which was quite in line with most of the middle-class bosses. Can you not be fat with big fish and meat and eating and drinking every day? His health has always been bad. More than one person in the company has seen him go up 3 floors are difficult, a little more walking or tired panting, sweating, even to go to the toilet hate to let the driver drive. But at this moment, his speed is surprisingly blocked, almost in the blink of an eye to the front of Wang Qianqian, and then opened his mouth full of blood, still emitting a putrid smell, a vicious bite towards Wang Qianqian's neck. Wang Qianqian instinctively turned around, sprinted, and frantically ran towards the cell gate. Tap tap tap. Wang Qianqian's pace was extremely fast, sprinting through the old and unoccupied neighborhood, a speed that even Bolt would find difficult to reach, yet surprisingly, Lu Feng was not much slower than him, always following closely behind. Just this morning, Wang Qianqian thought that he was the fastest runner in the world, but ended up punching his face in the evening. The two of them, one after the other, quickly went out of the neighborhood, then ran towards the opposite alley. Not long after the duo left, a middle-aged man with a black knife stuck in his back appeared under the gazebo in the neighborhood. He had appeared on the road opposite to Luda Company and had originally gone to kill the demon, but his plan was disrupted by a banana peel. Still a step too late? Looking at Zhao Mingquan's corpse, the middle-aged man fell into deep thought. At this time, he was no longer as tired as before, and his body was no longer injured, with a brand new black trench coat draped over his shoulders, and a large golden chop character attached to the back of the trench coat, making his entire body look mysterious and middle-aged at the same time, as if he was cozying up to some popular anime character. Zhao Mingquan's neck was still gushing out blood, and even made a gurgling sound. The middle-aged man squatted down to carefully observe the wound. Drip ring ring. Just then, his cell phone rang. Hey, Captain, the middle-aged man picked up the phone. Have you caught that demon yet? A cold voice came from the other side of the phone. No, came a step late, there's a victim at the scene, but the blood is still warm, it shouldn't have gone far. The middle-aged man immediately responded. Don't chase after them if they ran away, we are 3 short of 1 here, why don't you come? The captain asked tentatively. Captain, what time is it that you are still playing mahjong? We are demon choppers. The middle-aged man's tone was very helpless. No, the person is already dead, it's useless for you to chase, don't you know where his base camp is? Wait for him to go back tomorrow and then catch it. Come on, I'm wearing red pants today, and I've also burned 3 incense sticks for the god of wealth specifically, so I can surely kill you guys without leaving a single piece of armor. Captain, you guys play, I'll track down the demon again. The middle-aged man hung up the phone, then took off the golden bell on his waist and placed it on top of Zhao Mingquan's corpse. Bell 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 bell. The middle-aged man gently shook the bell while murmuring something softly under his breath. Zhao Mingquan's corpse instantly disappeared into thin air, even the bloodstains next to him were nowhere to be seen, and it was as if this tragic case had never existed. In the alley, Wang Qianqian madly darted forward, since having the characteristics of a dog, his night vision was also greatly improved, in the dark alley as if he was walking on the ground, and then Lu Feng was always like a shadow, but only 7 or 8 meters away from him. However, right at this moment, a wall suddenly appeared in front of him, at least 3 meters high. This was a dead end. Wang Qianqian could only stop and turn around in some panic. He can't run away, can you? Lu Feng also stood still, revealing a sinister smile, with blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. What the hell are you? Cold sweat dripped from Wang Qianqian's forehead. He suspected that Lu Feng wasn't even human, no one could run so fast. We are both demons, what are you pretending? Lu Feng raised the back of his hand and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. He also stuck his tongue out and licked his lips. The whole person looked even more bizarre. You are a demon? Wang Qianqian revealed an unbelievable look. Wasn't this thing only found in legends? How could it appear in real life? Still pretending? If you're not a demon, can you run so fast? Lu Feng reveals a playful smile. Xiao Wang, you have been working under me for so long, I really didn't think that we are of the same kind. Your kid is also quite capable of hiding According to reason, both of us are demons. It is not easy to live in this world, we should sympathize with each other. Unfortunately, you saw me killing people, then I can't keep you, because I still want to live well. I am not a demon. Wang Qianqian instinctively replied back. There are no outsiders here, so there's no need to be so careful. I think this place is quite good, the demon beheader can't come for a while, why don't we each reveal our true colors and have a battle? Lu Feng said, while prostrating himself on the ground. His head was raised high, and his face became hideous. 006 Demon Beheader appears. Reveal your true form? What did it mean? Just as Wang Qianqian was feeling puzzled, the prostrate Lu Feng suddenly changed, his already obese body bulging up in layers, like a leather ball that was being inflated, his body rapidly expanding by more than double. Ka 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 ka. The clothes on his body also crumbled inch by inch, with debris scattered on the ground. At the same time, his head, body, and limbs rapidly sprouted black and grimy bristles, and his face began to rapidly twist and distort, with two sharp fangs protruding from his mouth. Lu Feng, the chairman of Luda Company, had turned into a wild boar. It was surprising that demons really existed in this world. Still not showing your true colors, how can you fight me like this? The wild boar in front of him, which was like a small mountain, spat out human words, and it was the voice of Lu Feng, the chairman of Luda Company. What the hell ah? Wang Qianqian looked at the boar dumbfounded. This scene really shattered his worldview. Hee, I gave you a chance. Wild boar laughed, then opened four hooves toward Wang Qianqian rushed over. The ground flooded thud 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 sound, speed at least twice as fast as the previous humanoid time. It was too late to hide it this time. Wang Qianqian directly raised his arm, the muscles on his arm bulged high, and punched the boar's head. His body has changed since then, his physical ability is at least 2 or 3 times that of a normal person, and the force on his fist is also surprisingly large. However, the boar's head was only slightly deflected, and still slammed hard into Wang Qianqian's belly. There is a saying in the community, called 1 pig, 2 bears, and 3 tigers. The pig here is the wild boar, although the saying is not a ranking of combat power, but a ranking of the degree of harm to humans, but it can also be seen that the wild boar's combat power is how horrifying, especially its thick skin and flesh, as if it was covered with a layer of steel armor, the general force cannot break through its defense. This is also the reason why Lu Feng, knowing that the other party is also a demon, still dares to take the initiative to provoke an attack. He is extremely confident in his own strength. Bang! Wang Qianqian was directly knocked out, his spine smashed on the wall behind him. The solid wall bricks directly crumbled partially, rustling down the bricks and dust, but fortunately his body bones are strong enough. The pain is a little bit of pain, the bones do not have a big problem. The next second, the boar rushed over, 2 front hooves pressed on the chest of Wang Qianqian, and then opened his mouth full of tusks, ruthlessly gnawed at his neck. A fishy smell then came to the face. In the nick of time, Wang Qianqian's head instinctively arched forward and bit back on the boar's thick neck. The boar's skin was thick, but Wang Qianqian's teeth were exceptionally sharp, and his bite force was amazingly terrifying, quickly piercing its throat. A horrible blood hole appeared at first, and warm blood gushed out like a spring. Boar face shocked, a pair of eyes full of horror, obviously cannot believe that their tough as armor skin can be so easily bitten through. Even the fiercest Bengal tiger might not be able to do it. It wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Wang Qianqian did not dare to stop moving for fear that the other party would attack him again, still click madly biting, and in a moment, half of the boar's neck was gnawed away. Only when the boar was motionless and completely paralyzed on his body did he push the boar to the side. Wang Qianqian lay on his back, huffing and puffing, his face and body were covered with the boar's blood, sticky and almost covering half of his body. He looked up at the starry sky, his demeanor a bit dazed and hysterical, never able to believe what had just happened. I thought there was just one demon, but it turned out to be 2 ah. Right at this moment, a ghostly voice rang out. A middle-aged man with a black knife stuck in his back broke through the darkness and slowly walked from the alley. Swish! The middle-aged man drew his knife, his face cold. At his waist, a golden bell vibrated slightly. 2 demons? Where's another one? Hearing the sound, Wang Qianqian, who was covered in blood, stood up violently and looked around in shock. Having just experienced a life-and-death battle, he was extremely sensitive to the word demon. Besides you, is there anyone else? The middle-aged man smiled disdainfully, then turned his head to look at the boar next to him. The wild boar was already dead, with a large bloody hole in its throat, and the edges were full of irregular tines and wounds. I'm not a demon. Wang Qianqian reacted to the fact that the other party was talking about himself, and then voiced a retort. If you're not a demon, how would my demon-suppressing bell ring? If you're not a demon, you can bite such a big wild boar to death. No, even if you're a demon, you've just been able to change your human form, and in the complete absence of spiritual power, biting to death a wild boar is also not simple. Tell me, what is your true form, a lion, a tiger, or a bear? It can't be a dog, or a cat, right? The middle-aged man laughed mockingly, his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked straight at Wang Qianqian, as if he wanted to see through his true colors. I said, I'm not a demon. Wait, who are you? Wang Qianqian looked at the other party suspiciously. The middle-aged man's dress was really a bit strange. Either he didn't belong to this world, or he was a secondary character who was passionate about cos anime characters. Where would a normal person go out dressed up like this, not to mention appearing in this kind of place? I'm a demon chopper, specializing in killing demons like you. The middle-aged man laughed aloud, then he gripped the steel blade tightly and stomped on the ground with both feet. His entire body was like an arrow off the string, rushing up towards Wang Qianqian. 007 Captain, Zhao Jie. Demon Beheader? Wang Xianqian suddenly remembered that Chairman Lu had also said this word before, and it could be heard that he was quite afraid of the demon beheader. Demon beheader, just by listening to the name, it's not difficult to understand, it's the person who kills demons. Obviously, the demon beheader in front of him regarded him as a demon like Chairman Lu. Until now, Wang Xianqian didn't feel that he was a demon, although he had some characteristics of a dog, but he was bitten by a dog before. He has been a person for more than 20 years, how suddenly became a demon? Is Spider-Man also a demon? This is not reasonable. But it's useless to say anything now, the middle-aged man has already treated him as a demon, a blackened steel knife, flashing with a stern light in the night, wiped straight towards his neck. Previously, when he fought against the boar that Lu Feng had transformed into, Wang Xianqian still had the mind to resist, but when he faced this demon beheader, he instinctively felt that he was not an enemy. The other party's aura was too strong, and his killing aura was too heavy, and he didn't know how many demons had died under that blade. Escape, must escape. Wang Xianqian turned around and ran, and it was a run with all four limbs on the ground. This was his instinctive reaction under extreme danger, just like a real dog, scampering forward furiously. With all four limbs on the ground, it was true that he could run faster than 2 legs. His speed was increased by at least double. If he went to run 100 meters at this time, he was afraid that it would be done in about 4 seconds, which also exceeded the speed of any dog in the world. But in a matter of moments, he encountered that high wall in the cul-de-sac again. The high wall that blocked him before was at least more than 3 meters. In normal times, he wouldn't even try, nor could he try, but driven by his body's instincts, his limbs fiercely stomped on the ground, and his body leapt high. Surprisingly, he directly flipped over the high wall and leapt to the other side. Seeing Wang Xianqian disappearing in an instant under his own eyes, the middle-aged man first froze for a moment, and then grasped forward to chase a few steps, and then single foot pointing to the ground, thump sound, the body is a big bird, standing steadily on top of the high wall. The other side of the wall was a piece of wildland, a dark. Wang Xianqian had long disappeared. The demon-suppressing bell on the middle-aged man's waist also stopped ringing, indicating that the other party had already fled out of a certain range. A dog jumping over the wall. Can't really be a dog, right? Impossible, dogs don't have this ability. The middle-aged man frowned and murmured softly. Losing the trace of Wang Xianqian, the middle-aged man had to return, back in front of the boar, customarily took out the demon-suppressing bell, gently shook it above the corpse's head, murmured something under his breath, and the boar and the blood at the scene instantly disappeared. Half an hour later, the middle-aged man came to the north of the city in front of a bungalow called Zhezhe Car Wash. The front of Zhezhe Car Wash was extremely broken and small, the windows and door frames were covered in dust, there were still cobwebs vaguely visible in the corners, and there was a suspended sign posted on the front door. 2 cakes. Who? Car wash store lights. From time to time came the sound of rubbing mahjong. Middle-aged man pushed the door in, the center of the room set up an automatic mahjong table, southeast and northwest each sitting a person. Yo, old brotherly, you're back? The one who spoke was a young man, just in his early 20s, with a handsome look, extremely white complexion, and if anything, a smile on his face. His name was Zhao, and he was the captain of this demon beheading squad, while the middle-aged man was called Li Qianqiu, and he was already over 40 years old. Captain, a civilian died, and there's more than one demon. Li Qianqiu came to Zhao and quickly reported the situation tonight. Several other people also raised their heads to listen up. Hey, don't stop, keep fighting. Missy chicken. Zhao dangled and flung out a card. Captain, did you hear me? There's another demon that escaped. Li Qianqiu was a bit anxious. I hear you. Zhao crossed his legs and played out another card, seemingly not taking it seriously at all. We need to find out the identity of that demon as soon as possible. He doesn't have spiritual power, he's not even in the sand realm, yet he can easily bite a wild boar to death, and he's extremely fast. He's either a tiger or a cheetah. It's too dangerous to let such a demon loose in the metropolis. Dragging it out for a day is just one more day's danger. We can go check that surrounding surveillance, so as to lock his location and so on. Li Qianqiu quickly came up with an idea. AI, got it, you go back to rest first, I'll go do this tomorrow. Zhao nodded, but his eyes remained fixed on the mahjong tiles. Captain, Demon Beheader Code 1, deal with the demon at the first time you find it. 2, you must defend the safety of civilians with your life. I said tomorrow, didn't you hear me? Which one of us is the captain? Zhao raised his head and interrupted Li Qianqiu. Li Qianqiu was silent for a while, but eventually sighed and turned around to step towards the other room. Captain, you shouldn't do this to elder brotherly, a woman in a green-colored cheongsam said quietly. Yes. An old man and a young girl also looked at Zhao. He hasn't closed his eyes for 3 days, do you guys know? Zhao raised his head and said quietly, the day before yesterday, he went to kill a stone realm demon and messed himself up half to death, and today, after a hard time getting his strength back, he went to track down 2 other demons. A civilian's life is a life, but a demon beheader's life is not? Of course I know the duties of a demon beheader, but rules are rules, and favors are favors. I have to protect my own team members before I talk about the demons. Several people were silent. Everyone has been busy for several days, go back and rest. We'll talk about other things tomorrow. Zhao stood up. Several other people stood up and walked to their rooms separately. When the lights in several rooms went out and everyone went to sleep, Zhao Zhe glanced at the night outside the window, then put on the cloak with the word chop printed on it, picked up a pitch-black steel sword, and quietly ran out the door. 008 Chop up all the monsters in the world. The next day, before the morning sunshine had a chance to spill onto the earth, Li Qianqiu got up in bed and walked out of his room at the first opportunity, striding towards Zhao Zhe's door. But in that instant, he sensed someone in the living room and turned his head to see a young man with fair skin sitting on the sofa. "Captain, up so early?" Li Qianqiu said as he walked over towards Zhao Zhe. Just as Li Qianqiu walked over, Zhao Zhe stood up and pressed him down on the mahjong table, then reached out and lifted his clothes, even his hand probed in and caressed him. "Captain, what are you doing? I'm a man, and it's all over 40. Li Qianqiu was panicked and instinctively grabbed the waistband of his pants. "Not bad, the injuries are healed." Zhao Zhe lightly patted Li Qianqiu's bare spine and nodded in satisfaction. "That of course, there is Zhong Xian to heal my injuries well." Li Qianqiu exhaled. "The original is their own thinking too much," said the captain cannot have this fetish well. "Okay, eat." Zhao Zhe put down Li Qianqiu's clothes and pointed to the small dumplings and tofu brain on the coffee table next to him. "Captain, that demon yesterday." "You eat first." Zhao Zhe repeated. Li Qianqiu had no choice but to sit down, pick up a xiaolong bao and eat it. At the same time, Zhao Zhe began to recount what he had investigated last night. "So it's Wang Qianqian, working at Luda Company." Li Qianqiu nodded, memorizing the name. "Right, both of you are in the Qianqian generation." Zhao Zhe joked and continued speaking. "That kid is a bit odd, although he's not even in the sand realm, but being able to kill a wild boar is definitely not something to be underestimated. You mustn't take it lightly." "Don't worry, Captain, I'm at least in the Earth realm. That guy doesn't even have spiritual power. If I can him up, I won't be qualified to be a demon chopper." Li Qianqiu let out a laugh. "Are you sure he doesn't have spirit power?" "Sure, I detected it with my spiritual power at the beginning." "Alright then, go ahead, a few of us have to be busy with other things as well, so be careful yourself." Zhao Zhe gave another explanation. "Good." Li Qianqiu tugged a paper towel, wiped his oily hands, and turned towards the door. After another 10 minutes or so, the old man, the young girl, and the woman all got up, and the few people sat around the coffee table and ate breakfast. "Old man Li has already gone out?" the woman in the cheongsam asked. "Right." Zhao Zhe nodded. "Every time we kill a demon, elder brother Li is the most active," the young girl said with emotion. "Well, his entire family died at the hands of demons," the old man said slowly. The crowd fell silent. About 20 minutes later, the group had a good breakfast. "Okay, let's act, all pay attention to safety. Recently there are more and more demons, call the first time you run into danger." Zhao Zhe cleared the table and looked at the crowd with a grave expression. Several people nodded, then stepped out the door together, quickly scattering in all directions. The sun was rising, and the entire world was radiant with golden light. Luda Trading Company. It was the time to go to work, and the employees stepped through the gate in an organized manner. "Hey, that person, who are you?" The security guards in the booth rushed out, holding batons and aggressively blocking one person's way. "I'm here to work." Li Qianqiu, who had already changed into her work uniform, straightened up. "How come I've never seen you before? Show me your work license." The security guard remained unforgiving. Li Qianqiu froze. "I knew you were a fake, get out. Or else I'll beat you to death." The security guard waved his baton menacingly. Faced with the teeth and claws of the security guard, Li Qianqiu resisted the urge to pull out his knife and slipped away. Standing on the side of the road, the demon suppressor bell on Li Qianqiu's waist was still slightly trembling. "Don't you still have an old man in the hospital? I'll wait for you over there." Li Qianqiu glanced at the company building across the street, got into a 3 trampoline that happened to be passing by, and left with a thick cloud of smoke. At noon, the city hospital is full of people. The city hospital is full of people, and the smell of food is wafting out from the wards. In one ward, a young man was feeding an old man. "Song Bo, thank you, when Qianqian comes back, let him treat you to a nice meal." The old man smiled gratefully. "Uncle, you're welcome. As far as my relationship with Qianqian is concerned, you're no different from my own father. Isn't it right to be filial to you? Qianqian is traveling, I'll be the one to bring you food for the past few days." The youth also smiled. He is Song Bo, Wang Qianqian's best friend. The two entered the company together before, usually not a lot of help each other. Even Zhao Mingquan thinks that if Wang Qianqian becomes the manager, Song Bo will be his most capable assistant. After feeding the old man, Song Bo chatted with the doctor for a few moments, called in a pot full of hot water, and cleaned up the ward before turning to leave the hospital. But when he had just reached the corner of the stairs, a blackened steel knife was placed on his neck. "Who?" Song Bo looked horrified. "Where's Wang Qianqian?" Li Qianqiu's face was cold. "I don't know, he called me and asked me to come to deliver food to his father." Song Bo was obviously terrified, and said in a bamboo tube. "Call? He's not at the company?" Li Qianqiu frowned tightly. Before he eavesdropped at the entrance of the ward, he already knew that he and Wang Qianqian were colleagues. "Not in, he didn't come in the morning, called and told me that he was traveling." Song Bo's voice trembled. Did not come? Li Qianqiu's heart immediately thumped. Then why did the demon suppressor bell on his waist ring before at the company's entrance? A frightening thought came to Li Qianqiu's mind. 009 rats in the corner. Luzhou City, in an old bungalow. The doors and windows were closed, and Wang Qianqian cowered in the corner and received a call from Song Bo. I said you were traveling on business, and then he left. Downstairs in the hospital, Song Bo recounted what had just happened. He didn't give you a hard time, did he? Through Song Bo's description of his appearance, Wang Qianqian was already sure that it was the demon chopper who had chased after him last night. No. Well, then it's fine, you can go back to work first. As Wang Qianqian guessed, that seemingly mysterious and terrifying demon beheader had professional ethics and would not casually make things difficult for ordinary people, neither Song Bo nor his own father would be in trouble. Okay, I'll inform you when I have a situation. Song Bo. Ha! Thank you. Wang Qianqian said from the bottom of his heart. Last night he didn't dare to go back to his own home under extreme panic, but looked for Song Bo, who didn't have any hesitation and directly took him in. What are you polite for? We are friends. Song Bo laughed, sunny as always. After hanging up the phone, Song Bo rushed to Luda Company. Song Bo's family is average, from an ordinary background, and did not go to a good university. The company belongs to the kind of hardworking good old man, can never play with flowers. There is not much hope of promotion, but the team is an indispensable part of the team, like the sand monk on the road to fetch the scriptures, like the hardworking and complaining. To the company, Song Bo first to the personnel department to help Wang Qianqian asked for a vacation, and then put into the work. As a salesman, his main work is to call, ask customers have no intention of ordering products, and by the way, also help Wang Qianqian to complete some performance. Song Bo, come out here. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the office door. Song Bo looked up and realized that it was the company's boss's wife. Although the manager Zhao Mingquan and the chairman Lu Feng disappeared, the company did not stop running. The existence of the boss's wife could not be ignored. The boss's wife is called Jilan, is Lu Feng's wife, this year more than 30 years old, body, appearance are superior, mainly responsible for logistical work, usually seldom appear in the company, early this morning in the building around and around. Seeing Jilan, Song Bo was a little nervous, but still went out with a stiff upper lip. At the corner of the company's corridor, Jilan asked somewhat anxiously, Song Bo, where is Wang Qianqian? He took a vacation. Can you contact him? Jilan asked again. Boss lady, what happened? Song Bo asked cautiously. Yesterday, old Lu called me and said he was going to look for Zhao Mingquan, and after making a round of calls, I realized that Zhao Mingquan had gone to Wang Qianqian's house. Old Lu went over there later, but now there's no letter at all, so I want to ask Wang Qianqian what's going on. Jilan became more and more anxious. When Song Bo was hesitating, someone at the office door suddenly shouted, Xiao Song, there is a customer looking for you. Okay, right away. Song Bo turned around and answered, and then said to Jilan, boss lady, don't be anxious, I'll deal with the work first, and when I'm done, I'll call Wang Qianqian and ask him to contact you. Good. Jilan nodded. Song Bo turned around and went back to the office, and after taking care of the clients, he walked to the corner and made a call. Chen, just now the boss's wife looked for me. Song Bo spoke in a low voice about what had just happened. Wang Qianqian was silent. Chen, why don't you call the police? Song Bo said again. How to report? Wang Qianqian smiled bitterly, say that the chairman turned into a wild boar, then I bit him to death, then a middle-aged man who called himself the demon chopper appeared, chasing me with a pitch-black steel blade? Bo, if you were the police, would you believe me? This time it was Song Bo's turn to be speechless. In fact, when Wang Qianqian first said this matter last night, Song Bo's first reaction was also disbelief. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them had a good enough relationship, Song Bo would have already sent him to the mental hospital. Then what about the boss's wife here? She's still waiting for me to reply. Song Bo added. Did you just know what I was thinking? Wang Qianqian hesitated and said somberly, since the chairman of the board is a demon, could the boss's wife be a demon as well? Otherwise, how did the two of them become a couple? Both are demons? Song Bo was astonished. Just a guess. Wang Qianqian exhaled and continued, this company can't stay. No, it's the whole city that can't stay. I'm going to take my dad and leave. Song Bo, are you leaving? Go. Calling you that, I feel a little scary too. Song Bo was indeed frightened and couldn't wait to get out of here. Good, then let's go together. In half an hour, let's meet at the city temple, then we'll go to the hospital together to pick up my dad, and find a job in a different city afterward. Wang Qianqian quickly made arrangements. If Song Bo's place, Luda Company and the hospital were set up as 3 points, Luzhou City God Temple was located right in the middle, so meeting here was the most suitable. Okay. Song Bo dryly agreed. After hanging up the phone, Song Bo cautiously came to the office door and realized that Jilan had already disappeared, and only then was slightly relieved. But he didn't notice that in the corner of the water dispenser next to him, there was a small grayish-white mouse hiding, with a pair of eyes dripping around, filled with resentment and malice. 010 hundreds of dogs barking. In the bungalow in the old town. According to Song Bo's explanation, Wang Qianqian simply packed up some things, then went out and took a car to the city god temple. Every city has a city god temple, and Luzhou City is certainly no exception. Luzhou City Temple is located in the center of the city, in front of a large square, filled with restaurants, beauty salons, milk tea stores and a series of stores, as well as a variety of snacks. The open space of the square are people, men and women, old and young. Of course, there is no lack of dog walkers, Pomeranian, Teddy, Corgi, Golden Hair, Alaska. Have everything. The company's website is a great source of information about the company's products and services. And the moment Wang Qianqian stepped into the square, there was a strange feeling that arose. Distributed in various locations, different kinds of dogs unexpectedly raised their heads. Are they looking at me? Wang Qianqian was filled with suspicion. Feeling the gazes of those dogs, he only felt uncomfortable and uneasy. Woof. Woof woof woof. An Alaskan suddenly barked, followed by other dogs barking as well. For a while the square was filled with the sound of barking dogs one after another. Some dogs even broke away from their master's reins and ran towards Wang Qianqian's direction, then prostrated themselves on the ground and rubbed their heads against his legs. I'm sorry, a red-faced girl ran over, forcibly pulled the dog away, and the dog is not willing to go, always rushing Wang Qianqian woof woof barking. What made Wang Qianqian even more horrified was that the woof woof sound heard by ordinary people was automatically translated into human language in his ears. What loyalty and at your disposal. Where are we going now? My dog food is for you, and so on. As for the last dog that jumped to his side, it said, isn't my master beautiful? How about I give it to you? What a living hell. There were so many strange things that happened to Wang Qianqian these days, so he didn't pay much attention to these inexplicable dogs and ran towards the direction of the city temple. City god temple, the place where the city god is enshrined. Generally the city god is assumed by the late and meritorious ministers from all over the world. For example, the city god of Fuzhou was the imperial envoy Zhou Chao beside Liu Bang, the city god of Gusu was the Chunqianzhen Huangse who was meritorious in the resistance against Qin, and the city god of Hangzhou is the famous patriotic aspirant Wen Tianxiang. The city god of Luzhou City is named Zhou Junxian, and there is a stone tablet with modeled handwriting at the entrance, which records that he was a famous apricot doctor during the Tang dynasty, and healed thousands of patients in the city free of charge, so he was worshipped as the city god by the descendants, and the incense has been burnt continuously for thousands of years. Of course, everyone burns incense on New Year's Day. Usually there are not many people, and now it looks cold and quiet. Just walked to the door of the city god temple, is the corner sunbathing. A group of stray dogs suddenly rose. Woof woof woof. Most of these stray dogs are Chinese field dogs, standard folk common earth dogs, black, yellow, white, at this moment have barked furiously and rushed over in a swarm. Come again? Wang Qianqian had a headache and hurriedly waved his hand and said, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Don't come near me again. After dispersing the dogs, Wang Qianqian hurried into the city god temple. The city god temple in Luzhou City was quite large, a 3-entry courtyard, the whole body made of red bricks, with one temple after another on both sides. Just as he stepped through the door, a strong smell of blood wafted over. A bad premonition welled up in Wang Qianqian's heart, and he drew his steps forward and ran a few dozen meters, and as the smell of blood grew stronger and stronger, he saw the body of a young man hanging from a large acacia tree in the middle courtyard, which was gently swaying with the breeze. Song Bo! Wang Qianqian roared and immediately rushed up, carrying the youth's body down. Yes, the youth hanging from the tree was none other than Song Bo. His throat had been torn open and blood was flowing down his body. A small piece of the ground had been dyed red. Song Bo! Song Bo! Wang Qianqian was trembling and his eyes were glowing red. Tap tap. Just then, a sound of footsteps rang out, and a gentle-looking woman curled out. Luda Company's boss's wife, Jilan. You're the one who bit my husband to death? Jilan's gaze was icy cold. Did you kill Song Bo? Wang Qianqian squatted on the ground, holding Song Bo's corpse and looked up to ask. Well, he knows that I'm a demon, so he definitely can't keep it off. Jilan nodded with a calm face, as if killing a human life was as simple as eating and drinking water for her. Jilan really is a demon. Then I'll let you pay for your life. Wang Qianqian put down Song Bo and slowly stood up. His eyes became blood red, and his body was boiling with killing intent. Song Bo was his best friend in this city. When he was in trouble, the first thing he thought of was Song Bo. No matter if it was his father's affairs or the company's affairs, Song Bo was personally involved. However, Song Bo died. Or died because of him. Wang Qianqian, who had personally bitten a wild boar to death and was also chased by the demon chopper, was already less afraid of facing demons again, and at the moment, there was only a monstrous hatred in his heart, wanting to break the woman in front of him into pieces. Just by you? My husband and I are not the same. He does not have any spiritual power, but I am the earth realm. Said here, Jilan sighed softly. I told him long ago, turning into a human form also don't take it lightly. Diligently cultivate a bit is definitely right, but he relied on his original form as a boar, thought he was invincible in the city, and ended up in the gutter. I don't care what realm you are in, I only know that you are dead. Wang Qianqian grimaced, then slowly landed on all four limbs and took a fighting stance. Tiger? Leopard? No matter what you are, without spirit power, you are by no means my opponent. Jilan let out a light laugh, clearly not taking Wang Qianqian seriously at all. I want you to die. Wang Qianqian roared angrily and stormed up towards Jilan. His limbs were athletic and powerful, and with his sharp teeth showing, his body was filled with the beauty of strength and speed, and he really looked like a fierce tiger that had just descended from the mountain. Woof woof. At the same time, outside the city god temple, suddenly 100 dogs barked in unison, their hissing almost shaking the sky. 011 Qingming space. Outside the city god temple. At the vermilion round archway, almost all the dogs in the neighborhood had come, regardless of whether they were strays or owners, large dogs, medium-sized dogs, or small dogs, all of them were barking with their heads held high, all of them showing their teeth and ferocious looks, obviously ready to fight at any time. What's going on? I don't know. Cannot drag the dog, followed along with the owners cannot understand, guessing that there are strange things happening inside the city god temple, but no one dares to go in to see. Some people try to pull their own dog back, but met with strong struggling and resistance. Inside the city god temple. Listening to the barking of the dogs outside, Jilan first froze, and then looked at Wang Qianqian slyly. Could it be that you're a dog, inviting so many of your kind? That's not right, how could a dog kill my husband? Wang Qianqian didn't care about the barking outside, and was bent on tearing the woman in front of him to pieces. With all four limbs on the ground and a body like electricity, he rushed towards Jilan like the wind, his sharp teeth exposed. Bang! Jilan directly slammed his fist out, hitting Wang Qianqian squarely on the head, and the latter looked like he had been hit by a sledgehammer. His entire body tumbled backward and rolled several times. I told you that I'm in the earth realm, and you, who have no spiritual energy at all, cannot be my opponent. Jilan said, her hand slightly bent and her sharp nails suddenly popped out. She had long ago used her spiritual power to check Wang Qianqian's realm. Wang Qianqian climbed up from the ground, still on all fours, his eyes red as he stared at Jilan, a low growl coming from his throat. What's the use of calling those dogs? I'm a demon. I stomp my foot and scare them into pissing their pants on the spot. Jilan lightly laughed, his hands directly grabbed over, as if the sharp nails like a sword were about to pierce Wang Qianqian's neck. At the same time, Wang Qianqian leapt up and fiercely bit on Jilan's arm. Hiss. Jilan sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and his arm was already dripping with blood. Bastard! Jilan cursed and threw his arm fiercely. Wang Qianqian flew out again and smashed into the earth wall next to him with a bam sound. Cracks instantly flashed on the wall. Good sharp teeth, no wonder my husband died in your hands. Your true form, a tiger. Jilan glanced at his arm that was missing a large piece of flesh, the hatred in his gaze intensified, and he once again rushed towards Wang Qianqian. And Wang Qianqian quickly adjusted his posture, once again rising from the ground in preparation for an attack. Tap tap tap. The sound of horses galloping suddenly rang out. Jilan was surprised and looked out. He saw hundreds of different kinds of dogs running madly towards the courtyard, each with red eyes and teeth. The sound of woof 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 resonated throughout the entire city god temple. All of them, get out of here. Jilan fiercely stomped her foot, the aura of an earth realm demon emanating out, but those dogs still rushed forward and back, opening their sharp mouths and snarling as they tore towards her. Jilan was surprised in her heart. She didn't expect these dogs to be quite bold, but she didn't take it seriously. Her arms kept swinging, her breath flowed around her, and one by one, the dogs flew out. These dogs were either splattered with blood or died on the spot, but the rest of the dogs were still rushing up in waves. As a demon, Jilan also encountered this situation for the first time. The general animals see her have to retreat. These dogs seem to be crazy one by one. Although she cleaned up these dogs is not difficult, but also need a little bit of time, and this period of time has been enough for Wang Qianqian to run away. Thinking that she would have to spend another effort to find Wang Qianqian, Jilan couldn't help but feel a burst of annoyance in her heart, and her hands became more merciless. One dog was killed under her palm. All stop. Just then, a forceful cry suddenly came. As if they had been ordered, the dogs stopped moving and turned back to look at the youth who was on all fours. Of course Wang Qianqian could see that these dogs were all here to help him, but he also understood that these dogs were not even a match for Jilan, so what was the need to let them die for nothing? I can't believe you didn't take advantage of the opportunity to escape. Jilan narrowed his eyes at Wang Qianqian. I said I'm going to kill you. Wang Qianqian bared his teeth once again and charged towards Jilan for the third time. Behind him was Songbo's corpse. This good friend died because of him. Wang Qianqian couldn't possibly flee in disgrace, either kill Jilan or give Songbo a burial. Outside the city god temple. What the hell is going on? Should we go in and take a look? Some of the dog owners were already anxious, although they knew that there was definitely something untoward going on inside. The dogs were already like family to them, and they were ready to go in and find out even if they risked their lives. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man with a pitch-black steel blade stuck in his back quietly appeared. Clear space. Li Qianqiu took down the demon-suppressing bell that was hanging on his waist that kept on trembling slightly, raised it to his chest and gently shook it, and saw a slight flash of golden light, and an invisible barrier enveloped the sky above the city god temple. The crowd entered the city god temple, but found nothing. The dogs seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, and of course Wang Qianqian and Jilan could not be seen. Li Qianqiu, on the other hand, quietly walked into the barrier. 012 Demon Beheading. Inside the city god temple, Wang Xianqian launched several attacks. All were beaten back by Jilan, with multiple bruises and wounds all over his body, and starry bloodstains all over his body, but he still didn't give up, and still grimaced as he rushed upwards. The ferocity is indeed more than ordinary beasts. No wonder my husband will die in your hands. Are like this and still do not reveal their true colors. I am now more and more curious about what you are in the end, Jilan said while walking towards Wang Xianqian. Wang Xianqian's throat let out a roar. He had seen Lu Feng turn into a boar's appearance. The fighting strength really increased greatly, so Jilan was curious how he did not show his true colors, but he didn't know how to reveal it at all. It's not like he's a demon. Come on, it's just as well to kill you. Let me see what kind of thing you really are. Jilan shook his hands, his sharp nails emitting a cold light. The dozens of surrounding dogs barked furiously once again, but without Wang Xianqian's instructions, no one dared to rush forward. Die! Jilan snapped, his hands slashing downward. Wang Xianqian's feet violently stomped on the ground, and was about to dodge this fatal blow, when he suddenly heard a buzz sound. The sky seemed to tremble, nothing seemed to happen around him, and it seemed to have become somewhere different. Clear space? Jilan glanced at the sky in surprise and said in some panic, the demon chopper came so quickly? Swish! Jilan gave up on continuing to attack Wang Xianqian. His body swayed slightly and directly rushed towards a certain fence, then his body leaped up. His body was like a light butterfly, and he was about to flip over to the other side. Just at this moment, Jilan seemed to have hit some invisible barrier, and his entire body was bounced back, falling to the ground with a bam sound. Swish! Bam! Swish! Bam! Jilan leapt several times in a row, all ending in failure, clearly looking at nothing over the fence, but on the contrary, blocking her way again and again. Wang Xianqian didn't understand what was going on, and just stared blankly at Jilan, who was hitting the south wall over and over again. Let me out! Let me out! Jilan let out a miserable scream. His head had already been bashed against the wall, but he still couldn't get over the wall. You know you can't get out, why are you bothering? A middle-aged man with a pitch-black steel sword sticking out of his back walked into the courtyard, and a black cloak was draped over him, with a huge golden character chop clearly visible. Demon Beheader, Li Qianqiu. With a plop sound, Jilan directly fell to his knees and said shivering, let me go, let me go. Li Qianqiu walked into Jilan's body and slowly drew his sword. You shouldn't have come to the city. Li Qianqiu looked indifferent. Although I'm a demon, I've never harmed anyone. Jilan was trembling, tears and snot pouring out together. Swish! Li Qianqiu held the black knife in his hand. Jilan's head was directly chopped off, hot blood sprayed all over the place, while half of his body was constantly twisting on the ground, and in no time at all, wisps of black smoke even emerged, and his body kept shrinking, and finally transformed into a headless gray-furred mouse. Then look at the broken head next to it, also transformed into a small rat head. Seeing this scene, Wang Xianqian didn't find it strange at all, since he had seen the image of the chairman turning into a boar. Nothing that happened in this world seemed to be able to surprise him. Never harmed anyone? Li Qianqiu muttered, turning his head to look at Songbo's corpse and sighed softly. Earlier, he came out of the hospital and went straight to Luda Company, and managed to fool the security guards to blend into the factory building. Jilan had already left with Songbo, and when he followed the trail again and rushed to the city temple, he was still a step too late. Almost forgot, there's one more. Li Qianqiu held the black knife in his hand and walked towards Wang Xianqian again. Woof woof, the remaining dozens of dogs barked at Li Qianqiu. Do you believe me when I say I'm not a demon? Wang Xianqian gritted his teeth and stood up. His eyes looked straight at Li Qianqiu. After seeing Jilan's tragic situation, he had already given up the intention of escaping or resisting, and tried to reason and convince people. After all, he really wasn't a demon, he was just bitten by a dog. Oh, this is the first time I've seen a demon that doesn't recognize itself as a demon. In a matter of moments, Li Qianqiu arrived in front of Wang Xianqian and raised the pitch-black steel blade in his hand. Wang Xianqian's legs tensed. Things had come to this. No matter if he could escape or not, he always had to try. Oldly, he's not a demon. A gentle voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this voice, Li Qianqiu was first stunned, then he put down his steel sword, turned his body back towards the direction of the main hall and made a bow, respectfully saying, Master Zhou, how did I still startle you? Wang Xianqian also looked over in confusion. The sound of footsteps sounded, and a middle-aged man with the appearance of an ancient scholar walked out from the main hall, with a warm and genial smile on his face, giving people a feeling like a spring breeze. Seeing this person, Wang Xianqian was full of shock and incredibly glanced at the hall behind the scholar. There is a tall and majestic clay statue. It is the local city god Zhou Junxian who shelters a side of the city. Before he came over every year to worship an incense, so he was quite familiar with it. Walked out of this one Shang, and the statue looks exactly the same, features and appearance, dress, simply a mold carved out. 013 City God. You guys are messing up like this in my place, how can I not be alarmed? When Shang smiled bitterly and walked to the courtyard, first glancing at Songbo's corpse and then at the rat with a broken head, the moment he appeared, the dozens of dogs all prostrated themselves on the ground and fell silent. I'm really sorry, I also didn't expect these demons to dare to come to you to let loose. Li Qianqiu still bowed with both hands. His attitude was always humble and courteous. That can't be helped. Who made my spiritual power weak? Which demon put me in their eyes? Wensheng smiled to himself. Above, still no news? Li Qianqiu asked tentatively. No. Wensheng shook his head, a trace of helplessness surfacing on his face. With his ears listening to the conversation between the two, Wang Qianqian was already quite certain that this Wensheng in front of him was the local city god Zhou Junxian. The legendary character had appeared alive in front of him, and he had quickly regained his calmness and equanimity apart from being a bit stunned at first. Yes, there are demons in this world, and of course there are immortals. Countless thousands of strange things had happened in the past few days, and Wang Qianqian's acceptance ability was naturally getting stronger and stronger. Just why the city god who guarded a city had weak spiritual power and couldn't even handle an ordinary demon, and what was the above in Li Qianqiu's words, Wang Qianqian didn't understand. The two of them didn't continue this topic. Li Qianqiu said, Master Zhou, you just said that he is not a demon, what do you mean? As he spoke, he also reached out and pointed at Wang Qianqian. He is, indeed, not a demon. Zhou Junxian looked over with a deep gaze. At this moment, Wang Qianqian had a feeling of meeting a soulmate in a high mountain and flowing water, and could not wait to rush forward to hug Zhou Junxian and kiss him hard. Worthy of being the city god, he really has eyes of fire, and he really knows what's going on. But my demon suppressor bell is still trembling. Li Qianqiu pointed at Wang Qianqian and said, and his speed, strength, and posture are not like a normal person. Although I don't know what happened to him, he is indeed not a demon. Although my spiritual power is weak, these eyes still work. His true form is indeed a human being, not something else. Zhou Junxian walked up to Wang Qianqian's body and looked him up and down carefully. Wang Qianqian finally didn't hold back and hugged Zhou Junxian, fiercely kissing him on the face. Zhou Junxian. Li Qianqiu. I'm sorry, I'm too excited, finally someone has done me justice. Master Zhou, you are my reborn parent. It's not in vain that I come every year to burn incense for your old man. I'll come back next year, the year after that, 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 the year after that. I'll burn incense for you for the rest of my life. Wang Qianqian rubbed his hands together and looked at Zhou Junxian's fair face, feeling more and more affectionate and warm. Then why on earth did the demon-suppressing bell ring? Li Qianqiu also walked over, the golden bell on his waist still trembling. His original appearance is a human being, but he does have some demonic qi. On his body, Zhou Junxian looked at Wang Qianqian again. You first say, what happened to you? From when did you start to become like this now? Wang Qianqian then told his experience one by one. These things have been bottled up in his heart for a long time. Tell others will definitely not believe, but these two should believe. Bitten by a dog and became like this now? Master Zhou, has there ever been a precedent for this kind of thing? Li Qianqiu turned back to Zhou Junxian. No. Zhou Junxian thought carefully for a while and finally gave his answer. There's a Spider-Man in the country of M. The situation is exactly the same as mine. Wang Qianqian hurriedly interjected, afraid that he would be treated as an alien. Don't give examples from comics, that's all made up. Li Qianqiu waved his hand, obviously very disdainful. No matter what, he is indeed human. Zhou Junxian said emphatically. Wang Qianqian couldn't help but hug Zhou Junxian again, and the latter hurriedly took a step back, shielding his chest with both hands and said, please show some respect, I'm a god. Li Qianqiu stared at Wang Qianqian, his eyes questioning and with a hint of sternness, as if he wanted to pierce through everything about him. You can't even believe in God, right? Wang Qianqian asked with a very bottomless voice. Li Qianqiu grunted, turned his head to look at Zhou Junxian and said, is there a possibility that the demon that bit him is infectious, and even though his body is human, he has actually become part of the demon, like the foreign vampire or zombie kind? Don't give examples from comics, that's all made up. Wang Qianqian was a bit anxious. As far as I know, there is no kind of demon that still has this kind of ability. Zhou Junxian frowned. Li Qianqiu pondered for a while, and suddenly fished out a yellowish pamphlet from his bosom. This is the Demon Beheading Heart Sutra. Only humans can practice it. Demons practicing it will only have their qi and blood reverse and explode their bodies. If you're not a demon, try walking around in a circle according to the recipe above. Li Qianqiu flipped open the booklet and put it in front of Wang Qianqian's body, and smoothly pulled out the steel sword behind his back again. But whenever Wang Qianqian had any discomfort, Li Qianqiu would definitely slash down. 0:14 1 minute, into the sand realm. Although Wang Qianqian did not understand what is Demon Beheading Heart Sutra, but knew that it is closely related to his own life, hurriedly received the booklet to look carefully, see the title page written in 4 big words, attracting qi into the body, followed by a row of small words, sitting in a disc to tranquilize the mind, loose and quiet nature. Lips and teeth gently closed, breathing slowly Jin. Hands must be held firmly, eyes must be flat, collect God's light, reach the heart of the sky. These small words were half text and half white. At first glance they seemed a bit obscure, but they weren't particularly difficult to understand. Wang Qianqian only read them once, and then he understood them all, as if they were originally engraved in his genes and bloodline. According to the text, Wang Qianqian sat on the ground, 5 hearts facing the sky, and his eyes closed. A breath poured in from his nose, then passed through his limbs and bones, gradually sinking into his dantian. Aren't you making it a bit difficult for an ordinary person to practice this? Zhou Junxian next to him couldn't help but frown a little. I didn't ask him to practice it, I'm just looking to see if this breathing and exhaling method can work properly on him. If it's normal, it's a human being, so I should let him go. If it's not normal, it's a demon, then I definitely have to kill him. Besides, is he an ordinary man? Can an ordinary man bite a boar to death? Can he fight so many rounds with an Earth Realm rat demon? Li Qianqiu perked up, and with that, he released his spiritual power and probed directly into Wang Qianqian's body. As long as the breath is functioning normally, then he is a human being. Before the words were finished, Li Qianqiu's eyes suddenly widened, and a look of astonishment erupted from his gaze. What's wrong? Zhou Junxian hurriedly asked. This kid unexpectedly broke through to the Sand Realm. Li Qianqiu's face was filled with incredulity, and after probing several times in succession, he still came to this conclusion. Impossible, right, Sand Realm? Zhou Junxian was equally full of astonishment. In such a short period of time, it's not bad if he can find a sense of qi and run around for a circle. Even if it's a supreme genius, it would take about a year to break through to the Sand Realm. Are you sure you're not seeing it wrong? Didn't read it wrong, it is indeed the Sand Realm. Li Qianqiu's face was gloomy. At this moment, Wang Qianqian was fully immersed in his own world and didn't hear the conversation between Zhou Junxian and Li Qianqiu. He just felt warmth around his body as those gases condensed in his dantian, gradually forming entities the size of sand grains. Wake up! Li Qianqiu suddenly pushed Wang Qianqian violently. Ha! Wang Qianqian jolted awake and opened his eyes in confusion. What the hell are you? Have you practiced before and used tricks to shield your strength? Otherwise, how could you break through the Sand Realm within a minute? Li Qianqiu's eyes widened angrily and his hands tightly grabbed Wang Qianqian's collar. I can't understand what you're saying. Wang Qianqian also came to fire. The other party asked him to practice demon-slaying heart sutra. He obediently practiced and had just entered the state when the other party rudely interrupted him and said inexplicable words. Did they really think that he was made of clay? Screw you! Wang Qianqian stood up and pushed an equally vicious hand towards Li Qianqiu. Thump, thump. Li Qianqiu retreated several steps back in a row, his eyes looking at Wang Qianqian in astonishment, while Wang Qianqian himself was startled. His strength seemed to have increased again compared to before. You are definitely not human. Li Qianqiu raised his eyebrows and fiercely pulled out the pitch-black steel sword behind him. A murderous aura overflowed. Old Li, what are you doing? Zhou Junxian hastily pounced up and grabbed Li Qianqiu's wrist. Only humans can cultivate the demon-slaying heart sutra. Isn't that our consensus? No matter how fast his progress is flying, it at least means that the demon-slaying heart sutra is functioning smoothly in his body. That means he's not a demon, he's a human. As long as he's human, you can't kill him. Li Qianqiu was still staring straight at Wang Qianqian, but the killing intent in his eyes was slowly weakening. Swoosh! Eventually, the knife was withdrawn into its sheath. Good, I'll treat you as a person for now. Li Qianqiu said with an icy face, but you're definitely an extraordinary person. Since you have special abilities now, you'd better keep a low profile, don't do anything wrong, don't commit any crimes, or else I still won't let you go. Even if I don't kill you, I'll still send you to the bureau. Also, I advise you not to leave Luzhou City because you carry a demonic aura with you, and the demon suppressor bells do ring, and there's no Master Zhou to protect you elsewhere, and the demon chopper will kill you in minutes. These words actually had a subtext, which was to ask Wang Qianqian to stay in the local area so that it would be convenient for him to monitor and manage. Although Li Qianqiu didn't say it explicitly, Wang Qianqian also heard it. Master Zhou, I'll leave first. Li Qianqiu arched his hand at Zhou Junxian again. Hey, let's go, you calm down. I see that this kid is quite kind, won't do wrong or commit crimes. Before he obviously had the chance to escape, but still stayed to fight with that rat demon. Zhou Junxian was obviously treating Wang Qianqian very well, and helped him to put in a good word at every turn. Li Qianqiu nodded, not knowing whether he had listened to it or not, and walked straight to the corpse of that little mouse, took out the demon-suppressing bell to gently shake it, and recited something under his breath, and the little mouse with a severed head disappeared. Then, Li Qianqiu walked to Song Bo's corpse and took out the demon-suppressing bell and shook it above him as he did. What are you doing? Seeing this, Wang Qianqian didn't hold back and quickly jumped headfirst to protect Song Bo's corpse. 015 Strange World. What are you doing? Li Qianqiu raised his eyebrows and asked the same question in return. Then he was about to pull out the steel sword behind his back. Although both of them were of the Qin generation, they seemed to be incompatible with each other. AI, why are they fighting again? Zhou Junxian hurriedly ran over, interposing himself between the two to stop them from clashing. Master Zhou, he's going to make my friend disappear. Wang Qianqian's pupils were slightly reddened. He had always felt guilty for Song Bo's death. He always felt that he was the one who brought the calamity to the other party. Now Li Qianqiu didn't even spare the corpse. How could he accept it? Little Wang, I understand your feelings, but your friend was killed by a demon. His body is not suitable to be exposed to the public, much less examined and buried in the normal way. For the sake of social harmony and stability, his body must be handled by the demon beheader. Also, he died at the hands of a demon. The military will give his family a pension for other reasons, so the aftermath doesn't need you to worry about it either. Zhou Junxian patiently persuaded. The military? How is this matter still related to the military? Wang Qianqian was still puzzled. Because the Demon Slayers is an organization affiliated with the military, they maintain the security of the country on another level. Zhou Junxian was still explaining in a gentle manner, and he didn't know if he was this good to Wang Qianqian alone, or to everyone. But all people, especially those in Disxia, had a heartfelt admiration for soldiers who fought in blood and defended the motherland, so that we could have our years of peace and prosperity. After learning that the demon beheader was affiliated with the military, Wang Qianqian looked at Li Qianqiu a little differently. Although his heart was still a little annoyed, there was also a hint of more admiration. What will they do with my friend's body? Wang Qianqian asked again uneasily. Cremation, there is a special incinerator. Zhou Junxian replied again. After pondering for a while, Wang Qianqian still let go of Songbo's body, but his eyes were always fixed on his face. Songbo was lying on the ground, his throat completely slashed open, his blood had dried up and was sticking to his neck in a sticky mess, and his face still wore a look of shock that hadn't had time to dissipate. The Supreme Pardon Order, super thou lonely soul, ghosts and all, for lives stained with grace. Li Qianqiu murmured under his breath, took out the demon-suppressing bell and gently shook it. Songbo's body disappeared. In this moment, Wang Qianqian's tears spilled down, his best friend just passed away. Then, Li Qianqiu did the same thing, the dead dogs also superseded, and then rushed to Zhou Junxian, arched his hand, and left the city god temple. After he left, the clear space above the city god temple also failed, and those who were still looking for dogs in the city god temple finally saw the world that had been shielded before. Nyo, Mom finally found you. Where's my baby? Where is it? Fa. Flower. A burst of shouting voices rang out, which could be described as a few families rejoicing and a few families worrying, and before these people appeared, Zhou Junxian dragged Wang Qianqian to the main hall. I'm going back, is there anything else you want to ask me? Somewhere in the corner of the great hall, Zhou Junxian asked in a low voice. Wang Qianqian looked up at the clay statue next to him and asked with some uncertainty, are you really the city god? Yes. Zhou Junxian nodded, a hint of arrogance surfacing in his expression. Then you're quite weak, you can't even handle a demon. The corners of Zhou Junxian's mouth twitched slightly. No, I'm really quite curious, because in the legend, although the city god is not a particularly powerful god, it's still a big bull that can guard a city. That rat demon before shouldn't have been too powerful, right? Wang Qianqian wasn't disliking Zhou Junxian, but Li Qianqiu, a mortal, was able to finish off the rat demon, and a city god who truly possessed the divine position was unable to do anything about it. It was indeed a bit unacceptable. Zhou Junxian was silent for a while, and sighed long and hard before saying, first of all, I'm not a military general by birth, I was only a great doctor before I died, and was only ordained as a god after my death because I was admired by the people. Secondly, I don't have a substantial physical body, so I don't have the means to carry out regular cultivation, and I can only rely on the people's joss sticks and fire to be exchanged for merit in the heavenly realm first, and then converted into my spiritual power. That is to say, the more powerful the incense, the stronger my spiritual energy. You're quite prosperous with this incense. There are people coming to make offerings every New Year's festival. Don't be anxious, wait for me to finish. Zhou Junxian still patiently explained, but since 100 years ago, I suddenly lost contact with the heavenly realm, the incense can no longer be exchanged for merit, and I don't even talk about converting it into spiritual power, even my life is sustained by this, so I've been getting weaker and weaker and weaker. Now, as long as it's a demon, will be able to ride on my head recklessly. This city god of mine has long existed in name only. If it weren't for the existence of the demon chopper, the entire city of Luzhou would have to be in disarray. Out of touch? Why is it out of touch? Wang Qianqian suddenly realized that he was coming into contact with a completely unfamiliar world. 016 talented. In the face of Wang Qianqian's continuous questions, Zhou Junxian didn't feel annoyed. He just gave him a meaningful look before slowly saying, I'm not too clear about the specifics, I only know that the heavenly realm seems to have erupted in a divine war. Even those gods abroad are involved, but all those who have a little bit of force value on our side, no matter whether they are heavenly immortals or earthly immortals or those Yen Luo in the earthly mansion, all of us who have a little bit of force, no matter heavenly immortals or earthly immortals, or those Yen Luo and Injia in the hell, basically all participated in the battle, only leaving us the old and weak to guard the earth. The final result how I do not know, but since then the heavenly realm is lost, even the hell also has no trace. Instead, those demons are getting more and more, so it is really thanks to those who decapitate the demons, otherwise the earth will not be as peaceful as it is now. These words if put aside to 3 days ago, Wang Qianqian is absolutely will not believe, but 3 days to happen to him all sorts of bizarre events, has no longer by him do not believe, and think about it, nearly 100 years of those myths and legends are really a lot less. Perhaps it is because of the heavenly realm and the earthly realm is completely lost cause. Wang Qianqian slightly organized his thoughts before continuing to ask, what kind of organization is the demon chopper? Zhou Junxian was silent, seemingly organizing his language, and said in a way that could be accepted by Wang Qianqian, even if you've never come into contact with demons before this, through some legends and stories, you should know that there have been numerous demons since the ancient times, no matter whether it's an animal or a plant, a living or an inanimate, even if it's just a piece of slate. It absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, the spiritual chi of the heaven and earth, or undergoes certain opportunities. It's not just an organization. Or experiencing certain chances, it can become a monster. A brick can become a demon? Wang Qianqian was astonished. Yes, I've seen one with my own eyes. It was more than 300 years ago, just outside the gate of the city god temple. There is a highly respected monk passing by here. Was a jealous Taoist priest shot him in the head with a brick. The brick stained with the blood of the high priests. It became a demon, often fly up in the middle of the night to shoot the heads of many passers-by have suffered. I subdued it, and it's still in the water tank by the toilet in the backyard. Zhou Junxian smugly recounted this past event. You'd better continue to talk about the demon beheader. Wang Qianqian felt a bit off topic. Well, just because the number and types of demons and monsters were endless, and things that harmed the people happened from time to time, we immortals definitely couldn't manage it, so we recruited some mortals to help cut down the demons and get rid of the devils, and in exchange, they could acquire spiritual power and spells, and the best among them could even ascend to immortality, and that was the initial prototype of the demon beheaders. This organization, the Demon Slayers, has existed for thousands of years, and has always been managed by us immortals, but since that incident 100 years ago, we gods that remain in the mortal world have also become weaker and weaker, and we are unable to give them any more help, so they began to cooperate with the military of the Grand Xia, and have become a branch under the military, to work together to maintain the harmony of this society. So it's like this, Wang Qianqian couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Although he disliked Li Qianxiu, he had to admire his work. Most people didn't know about the existence of demons, they still had to be grateful for the silent guardianship of these demon choppers. You don't blame old Li, his whole family died in the hands of demons, he has a deep-seated hatred for demons. Knowing that you are not a demon, didn't he not kill you either? As if he could see what Wang Qianqian was thinking, Zhou Junxian directly opened his mouth and said, "The whole family died in the hands of the demon, Wang Qianqian was stunned. Well, Zhou Junxian clearly didn't want to say more about this. In the entire demon beheader squad in Luzhou City, he is definitely the one who works the most seriously and responsibly. Demon Slayer squad? How many demon slayers are there in Luzhou City? 5, 1 captain and 4 team members. They must be paid very well, right? Wang Qianqian suddenly thought of something and immediately asked. This? I haven't inquired about this, but it shouldn't be low. Killing demons, it must not be low. Zhou Junxian really hadn't cared about this, and he wasn't interested in money in the mortal world. Then what do I have to do to join the Demon Slayers? Wang Qianqian immediately asked with glowing eyes. He kinda needed money right now. After all, his old dad was still lying in the hospital. Previously, he had thought about making money by his special ability, such as being an athlete crushing bolt or something like that. The prize money and endorsements would surely come in handy, but now he realized that there were not a few people with special abilities, and since other people didn't go to this camp, they must have been cautious out of one aspect or another. Moreover, Li Qianxiu had also warned him to keep a low profile. Since other paths didn't work, joining the Demon Slayers to receive a high salary was obviously a solid choice as well. It's not easy to join the demon choppers. Generally speaking, there are 3 ways. One is ancestral. For example, if the father is a demon chopper, he can introduce his child to become a demon chopper. That is, what we commonly know as succession. One is from the famous sects of the demon choppers, for example, the Mashan Mountain, the Dragon and Tiger Mountain, the Putua Mountain and so on, which we are familiar with. These people have their own skills, and naturally, it's as easy as a slap in the face to want to join the demon choppers. There is another kind is gifted. Take the initiative to be absorbed by the demon beheader. Master Zhou, do you think I am considered gifted? Wang Qianqian rubbed his hands together and asked with anticipation. 017 Awareness of energy. Zhou Junxian glanced at him somewhat awkwardly and continued. The giftedness mentioned here mainly refers to those JUEs. JUEs? Yes, those who have suddenly awakened special abilities. Zhou Junxian patiently recounted. For example, I once saw a charcoal seller who worked hard to pull a cart of charcoal to sell at the bazaar, and those charcoal that the old man himself couldn't afford to burn were forcibly pulled by the palace eunuchs, and in the end, only a few feet of red damask was given. You can't be talking about the charcoal seller of poor body clothes or single, heart worried about the charcoal cheap wishing for the sky to be cold, right? Wang Qianqian asked incredulously. Yes, that's him. You've heard his story too? Zhou Junxian showed surprise on his face. Heard it, you continue. The old man was overly sad and has since awakened the ability to carbonize, turning his body into pitch-black coal. What is the use of this ability? It can burn fires. The old man spit out saliva, runny nose, grown hair, beard, nails, and even out, can all be turned into coal. It can be said to be inexhaustible, although the amount at a time is not too much, but the journey of 10,000 miles begins with a single step. All in all, the old man's old age life is not bad. Recalling the past, Zhou Junxian was overwhelmed with emotion. Wang Xianqian did not expect that the charcoal seller in the textbook ended up with this result, but also, it is not bad. But this ability is not enough to join the demon chopper, right? Wang Xianqian was still more concerned about this. Of course not, the ability to carbonize is not conducive to fighting, I told you at the beginning, just to give you an example of a jutsu energy person, so that you have a concept in mind. I've also seen a body that can turn into a flying sword. That was a sword maker in the Song dynasty. Because he failed to cast a satisfactory sword, he was disheartened and threw himself into the furnace, and since then he has the ability to turn into a flying sword, and can kill people from thousands of miles away. In those days, he was a famous demon slayer. There can also manipulate the wind, manipulate the fire, the body can grow spikes, hands can be turned into a knife. These things, although learning the corresponding spells can also be done, but these people in the absence of spiritual power before the awakening of special abilities, so we collectively referred to as the ability to realize the person, which is called the gift of the extraordinary. There aren't too many awakened energizers since ancient times, but they aren't rare either. If you want to be a demon chopper, 80% of you will be dealing with them. Zhou Junxian was worthy of being someone who had lived for 1,000 years, recounting these things with ease and gusto. Then is it possible for me to be a JUE energy person? I also somehow possessed a special ability. Wang Qianqian naturally associated it with himself. No, you're not. Zhou Junxian shook his head incomparably firmly. Because you carry a demonic aura on your body, it doesn't match the elements of a JUE energy person. Why you became like this is still a mystery to this day. There has never been a precedent of this kind. Seeing Wang Qianqian's face showing disappointment, Zhou Junxian hurriedly said again, but you are by no means a demon, your essence is a human, there is no doubt about that. Moreover, the fact that you were able to draw qi into your body and reach the sand realm within a minute is definitely considered to be an exceptional talent, which is something that even Li Qianqiu can't help but recognize. Because spiritual power is a very important thing, even those who are jutsu energy users can't play much of a role if they don't have the appropriate spiritual power to back them up. Wang Qianqian finally gained a little confidence again and asked again, by the way, what exactly is spiritual power, and what do those sand realms and earth realms mean? I've heard Li Qianqiu and those demons mention it more than once. Well, spiritual power, i.e. a person's origin. With spiritual power one can break through the boundaries of an ordinary person, strength grows, speed becomes faster, and one can learn and use some spells. In short, apart from JUEs, spiritual power is absolutely essential in order to obtain special instincts. As for the sand realm and earth realm, they are realm divisions based on the level of spiritual power. The higher the realm, the stronger the strength naturally. There's no need for me to tell you about this. If you actually join the demon choppers, Li Qianqiu and the others will naturally tell you. This was the first time that Zhou Junxian didn't answer Wang Qianqian's question positively, probably because he hadn't really touched that level yet. Then, do you think that I'm expected to join the demon slayers? Wang Qianqian asked again. I'm afraid it's a bit up in the air, because you do carry a demonic aura on your body. Li Qianqiu is more wary than trusting of you right now. It's probably not going to be easy to gain his approval. Zhou Junxian gently shook his head. A trace of gloom appeared on Wang Qianqian's complexion. It was so hard to find a way to make money, now it seemed to be slim again. I will try to help you. With me vouching for you, they should give me some face. Seeing that Wang Qianqian was not too happy, Zhou Junxian hurriedly added, but you also need to find a way to figure out what's going on with you. You said that you were bitten by a dog. Exactly what kind of dog bitten you? Can you still think of it? Can you still find it? Maybe this is a breakthrough. Well, I understand. Wang Qianqian nodded. Zhou Junxian stopped talking and just smiled faintly. One last question. Wang Qianqian looked at Zhou Junxian and said with a serious face, Master Zhou, why are you so kind to me? From the very beginning, you have protected me and answered all kinds of questions for me. Also, why is it that when I see you, I get a very familiar and affectionate feeling, as if we've known each other for a long, long time? 018 Old Mrs. Mouse, appearing. Zhou Junxian froze slightly, then said with a deep gaze, I am the city god of Luzhou City, and you are the people under my rule, so of course I have the obligation to protect you and treat you well. Also, you come to burn incense every year, and you see me at least once a year, so of course you feel that I am very familiar and friendly, so counting this way we would have known each other for a long time. This answer made sense. Although Wang Qianqian still had a little bit of a small doubt, he ultimately chose to believe this city god's claim. Any more questions? Zhou Junxian smiled gently. No more. After saying these words, Wang Qianqian directly fell to the ground and passed out. Wang Qianqian was really too tired. The previous battle with that rat demon had already overdrawn all of his physical strength, and then he messed around with Li Qianqiu for a while, bracing himself until now, figuring out some of the doubts in his heart, he finally felt relieved and boldly slept. Looking at Wang Qianqian lying on the ground huffing and puffing, Zhou Junxian also gently inhaled a breath. Long time no see. Welcome back. Rushing at Wang Qianqian's face, Zhou Junxian murmured softly, then with the light point of his toes, his entire body flew up lightly, and finally turned into a shadow, melting into that tall clay statue. Majestic, solemn, and unattainable, where was there any semblance of graciousness and gentleness? Zhou Wash. Li Qianqiu had just entered the store when he saw Captain Zhaozhe leaning on the sofa, his head tilted, apparently sleeping, his fair and handsome face written with exhaustion. Li Qianqiu had already tried to put his footsteps as lightly as possible, but Zhaozhe still woke up the first time. "How's it going?" Zhaozhe raised his head and asked. "It didn't go too well, another civilian died." Li Qianqiu walked over and whispered with his head down. "This is unavoidable, let's just do our best. Report it back to the military and let them be responsible for paying out pensions to the families." Zhaozhe quickly surveyed Li Qianqiu's body. "Are you alright?" "No, I'm fine, the other party is just an Earth Realm rat demon. Didn't fight for a few rounds, ah? You two are in the same realm." Zhaozhe smiled and stood up, gently patting Li Qianqiu's spine. "I have the demon suppressing bell, and the demon beheading sword. How many times did it have the guts to battle me? When it sees me, it just kneels down." Li Qianqiu looked proud. "That's good, I hope all of our future missions will be this smooth." Zhaozhe let out a breath and put his hand down from Li Qianqiu's shoulder. Just in the short span of 10 seconds or so, he had already determined that this teammate of his really had no injuries on his body. "But there is another weird thing," Li Qianqiu then told the whole process of the city god temple. "That Wang Qianqian isn't a demon, he's a human?" Zhaozhe was a bit surprised. "Well, that's what Master Zhou said, I do believe his eyes, he has lived for thousands of years and seen countless demons, he shouldn't be wrong. And I also let him practice the demon beheading heart sutra, also did not find any abnormal phenomena. Is that this kid advancement speed is too fast, also just less than a minute, unexpectedly break through the sand realm, put me and Master Zhou are startled." 1 minute to break through the sand realm? Are you sure?" Zhaozhe's face was stunned. "Sure, Master Zhou and I both saw it." "Then he's a genius." Zhaozhe stood up with an excited face and said, "Such a talent must be recruited into our squad. Hurry up, where is he?" Zhaozhe said while looking for clothes to wear, and yelled that he was going to buy some gifts. "Captain, don't get excited. First," Li Qianqiu said rather helplessly, "even if we want to recruit a new demon chopper, we still need to go through the higher-ups. That kid is carrying a demonic aura, what do you think the chances of passing are? It would be strange if the higher-ups don't slam the application in your face. Moreover, we don't know anything about his character or disposition, so it's a bit too risky to recruit him." Right, let's think long-term." Zhaozhe nodded, adopting Li Qianqiu's idea. Hundreds of miles away in a cave. Ki. A group of small gray-furred mice were playing and teasing recklessly in the cave, while on a dirt platform not far in front of them, there was a plump female mouse lying on the ground, with a body that was big enough to be comparable to that of a small wild boar, and even the tail behind its buttocks was more than a meter long. In the world of humans, one had never seen such a large rat before. Xiao air. The mother mouse that was sleeping suddenly woke up and spat out human words with a shocked face. "Mother, what's wrong? Mother, what's going on?" A group of mice ran over, all spitting out human words. "I had a nightmare, dreaming that little two died." The mother mouse's face was gloomy. "Second sister died? It can't be that she was killed by the demon chopper, right? I told second sister long ago, don't go to the human world to get together." A group of little mice chattered, some were shocked and angry, some were terrified, and some were sorry. "It's just a dream, it's not necessarily accurate. I'll go to explore the situation, I hope that little two is okay." The mother mouse's body shifted, and her body gradually swelled and became taller, and finally turned into a full head of white hair of an old lady, with a walking stick carved with a dragon head in her hand. "Mother, don't go, there's a demon chopper over there." One of the mice called out nervously. "Amir Luzhou City's demon beheaders, I don't put them in my eyes yet." The old lady's face was grim as she walked towards the outside of the cave step by step on her crutches. 019 Green Brick. City God Temple, in the main hall. Wang Qianqian slept drowsily this sleep, and didn't know how much time had passed. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Zhou Junxian sitting next to him, looking at himself with a loving face, always with a smile on his face, as if he was looking at his own dog. "You're awake?" Zhou Junxian lowered his head and dotingly touched Wang Qianqian's head. Wang Qianqian. It was really the first time Wang Qianqian had seen such a grounded god. Although he hadn't seen other gods before, he always felt that gods shouldn't be like this. How long have I been asleep? Wang Qianqian rolled over and sat up, rubbing his still aching head. "A long time, but it's not a problem, after all, it was your first vicious battle, it's normal to be a little off your feet." In Zhou Junxian's eyes, it seemed that whatever Wang Qianqian did was justifiable and deserved. "I said, why does my bladder look like it's about to explode? Where's the toilet?" "Backyard, turn left." Wang Qianqian stood up with a beard and rushed out of the hall towards the backyard. After going to the toilet, Wang Qianqian exhaled a big breath, then took another step towards the main hall. "Save me! Save me!" As he passed by an upside-down water tank, Wang Qianqian suddenly heard a faint cry for help. "Someone?" Wang Qianqian was taken aback and immediately reached out and patted the water tank. "Anyone? Is anyone in there?" Wang Qianqian asked while patting. "There is. Save me! Save me!" The sound continued. There really was someone. Wang Xianqian did not know how this person could run inside the water tank and was also pressed by the water tank, but it was important to save people, so he did not think too much and immediately reached out to move the black water tank that was more than one person high. It should be said that Wang Xianqian's current strength is quite large, especially after entering the sand realm. His strength has increased a lot. This water tank also do not know how many years, all black, do not know what material is made, at least there is more than 300 pounds. Hey! Yo! Wang Xianqian shouted twice in a row, his arms encircling the water tank, finally lifting this big guy more than half a meter high. Shoo! A black light flashed, and something unknown flew out from under the water tank. Fixing his eyes on it, it turned out to be a blackish slab. Crass, it's been hundreds of years, I finally came out. Wang Xianqian was still confused when the slate suddenly spoke, and it was still swearing. This time can be Wang Xianqian's shock not light, body back legs, water tank bam fell on the ground, he was under the feet of the stone tripped, bam fell over on the ground. His grandmothers can put the old man to suffocate, Zhou Junxian that old, even threw me into the water tank inside. Thanks to the old man did not give up, in hell also subconscious cultivation, today is finally able to get out of danger, the future sky is high to let the birds fly, the sea is broad by the fish leap, see who else can block me. I'm going. Slate spoke while flying up in the air, at least 5 feet above the ground. Kid, considering the fact that you saved my life, I won't shoot you today. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, kneel down and call Slate's grandfather 3 times, and I'll come to save you if I happen to be nearby. Slate nodded slightly at Wang Xianqian and flew towards the backyard with a swoosh. Wang Xianqian sat on the ground and froze for a long time, finally remembering the story Zhou Junxian had told him before. This was that Slate that had become a demon. It was surprisingly still alive. And by himself, he had released it. Master Zhou! Master Zhou! Wang Xianqian, who realized that he was in trouble, rolled and crawled towards the outside, shouting as he ran. Stop yelling, I'm here. Wang Xianqian had just run 2 steps when a pair of big hands suddenly reached out, covering his mouth with one hand and pulling him into the corner next to him. Wang Xianqian turned around and saw that it was none other than the city god Zhou Junxian. Wang Xianqian gestured the slate look and made a flying motion in the air with his hands. I know, I saw it. Zhou Junxian whispered and pointed in a certain direction in the middle courtyard. Wang Xianqian followed Zhou Junxian's finger and looked over, and saw that in a pool at the edge of the middle courtyard, the black and unruly slab was rolling and swimming recklessly in it, and the stains on its body came off layer by layer and eventually took on the color of azure, and the original face turned out to be a green brick. 020 The same boat. I had counted on it being able to speak today, so I've been in ambush here for a long time. Zhou Junxian put down his hand and said in a low voice. This can also be calculated? Well, this thing doesn't have a high IQ, and the original phase is a brick, and the cultivation speed can't be fast enough, plus that water tank is pressing down, a few hundred years is just enough for it to talk. Master Zhou's divine wisdom, go and subdue it. Wang Xianqian nodded, egging it on. I can't, my spiritual power is weak. Zhou Junxian sighed. You're so weak that you can't even pack a brick? Wang Xianqian was filled with speechlessness. Not just for this reason, back then I pressed it into the water tank, this thing hated me for hundreds of years, accumulated a bellyful of grievances, and had a mind to slap my head. Clatter. Zhou Junxian spoke at the same time, the slate had already risen from the pool and flew towards the main hall dripping wet. Zhou old dog, you old man, roll out and eat a brick from my old son. Slate cursed while flying, and sprinkled a lot of water on the ground along the way. It does quite hate you. Wang Xianqian smacked his lips and said. Quick, go fix it, this is your first step to becoming a demon chopper. Zhou Junxian pushed Wang Xianqian. Good. Hearing the words, demon beheader, Wang Xianqian immediately came energized, pulling his steps and rushing in the direction of the main hall. But just after running a few steps, Wang Xianqian suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask, can I beat it? That must be possible, you are already in the sand realm, it hasn't even cultivated a human form. You're just like an old lady blowing her nose and pinching it with her hand. Zhou Junxian waved his hand, urging Wang Xianqian to hurry over. Good. Only then did Wang Xianqian continue running in the direction of the Great Hall. In the Great Hall. Bam bam bam. The slate had already flown in, and it pranced to the top of Zhou Junxian's statue, slapping continuously towards the statue's head. Zhou old dog, get the hell out of here, aren't you very capable, didn't you throw me into the water tank, I'm going to dismantle you today, so that you can taste the flavor of the water tank as well. Unless you call me Grandpa Slate 3 times, then I'll let you go. The tall statue trembled slightly, and ash fell down. Demon, come out. At the same time, Wang Xianqian appeared at the entrance of the hall. Slate slightly stalled in the air, then turned to look at him. It's you kid, just now I've already mercifully spared you, Slate's voice was gloomy. Cut the crap and hurry up and come out for me. Wang Xianqian hooked his finger at it. Good, you don't want to die, then I'll fulfill you. With a swoosh, the brick flew straight towards Wang Xianqian. Not waiting for the slate to fly in front of his body, Wang Xianqian raised his leg and fiercely did a downward kick, directly stomping the slate under his foot. Grass, let go of me. Slate struggled desperately under Wang Qianqian's feet, but unfortunately, he couldn't break free. Sure enough, it was so weak. Master Zhou, I've taken care of it. Wang Qianqian shouted excitedly. Coming. A voice rang out. Zhou Junxian walked out slowly from the backyard with his hands behind his back and his 4 square steps. His look was majestic and solemn. Indeed, he had a bit of a city god's aura. Arriving in front of Wang Qianqian, Zhou Junxian's face sank like water. Zhou, old dog, you finally came out. I'll slap you to death. Slate gritted his teeth and continued his deadly struggle. With you still want to slap me? Zhou Junxian snorted coldly and viciously kicked at the brick under Wang Qianqian's feet. Agu. In the next second, Zhou Junxian screamed miserably, then sat down on his butt, violently pulling off his shoes. He saw that his big toe was already red. It hurts. Zhou Junxian clutched his toes, hissing and sucking in cool air. Ah, Zhou, old dog, you also have today, ah. Slate laughed so hard that he was about to crack. Wang Qianqian. Master Zhou, are you alright? Wang Qianqian asked with concern. It's fine, it's fine. Zhou Junxian waved his hand, rubbed his big toe, put his shoes back on, and stood up again. Master Zhou, what to do with this guy? Wang Qianqian asked again. Just throw it into the water tank again, bury it deeper this time. Against this type of low-level demon, this tactic is enough. Zhou Junxian snorted coldly. Don't! Thinking of those dark days, Slate wailed in agony. It's fine if you don't want to go back to the water tank. From now on, follow this little brother as a piece of weapon in his hand, fight side by side with him and be in the same boat. Zhou Junxian pointed at Wang Qianqian and said. Okay, I promise, I'll serve him. Slate immediately agreed. Wang Qianqian? Have you guys ever asked me? Who wants to fight side by side and share the same boat with a Slate, and it's still so weak? 021 soul contract. Good, from now on, he is your master. Zhou Junxian pointed at Wang Qianqian and said. Master, move your feet first and let me come out to worship you. Slate said curtly at Wang Qianqian's feet. No, Master Zhou, why would I need such a weak brick? Wang Qianqian asked in great confusion. Little bastard, who are you saying is weak? Believe it or not, the old man flies up and shoots you with a god's soul. Slate cursed and grumbled up. Listen to me, I naturally have a deep meaning for doing this. Zhou Junxian pulled Wang Qianqian aside, his voice getting lower and lower. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Slate quickly flew up and floated towards the outside of the gate. Wang Qianqian directly picked up another nearby tank used to store rainwater and threw it over with a swoosh sound, and the tank rolled on its back, just in time to crush the Slate underneath. Agu, it hurts, old me, quickly put old me out. Slate shouted under the water tank. You don't have a sense of pain, it hurts a hair off? Zhou Junxian impatiently scolded. Right-o, I have no sense of pain. Then also put the old man out, ah. Slate continued to curse. Zhou Junxian also ignored it and pulled Wang Qianqian and whispered, if you want to be a demon chopper, how can you do it without a handy weapon? This thing, although IQ is not high, cultivation is also low, but after all, as a demon that has become a spirit, the texture is quite hard. Knives and spears, water and fire do not invade, even if it cannot be compared to the divine weapon, but also much more powerful than the mortal weapon, is definitely a sneak attack to win the magic weapon. And it has lived long enough years, although most of the time stay under the water tank. Also from the mouth of many incoming and outgoing incense heard a lot of things, in the future, encountered strange, difficult to understand things. It will also be able to provide you with some advice. Even so, I still feel that taking a brick as a weapon is really a bit of a runt, ah. Wang Qianqian is still a bit hesitant, like Li Qianqiu holding a knife, how handsome, ah. Take a brick with a hooligan like, at a glance, no compulsion. No conflict, ah. You do the demon chopper, they will give you a knife. The demon chopper knife is used for frontal combat, the Slate is used for sneak attacks to shoot people. This thing will fly up by itself, ah. You say powerful or not? Moreover, it's not always this weak. When it was dipped into the blood of a high priest who had attained the way, it opened its 7 orifices and had a soul from then on, and when it is dipped into the blood of other strong people or demons in the future, it will continue to become stronger. Good, then I'll take it. Zhou Junxian chattered a whole lot, but not as crucial as the last few sentences. A single brick still left Wang Qianqian with little interest, but a brick that could become stronger and upgrade would be a different story. Well, to collect it, there are still a few points I have to explain to you. Zhou Junxian's voice is getting lower and lower. 10 minutes later, the two came together in front of the water tank. Master, you let me go, I'll follow you with my heart and soul in the future, I'll shoot whoever you tell me to. Seeing Wang Qianqian, Slate's voice quickly behaved itself. Are you really willing to follow me? Wang Qianqian squatted down and asked. Willing, absolutely willing. Good, then let's sign a soul contract. Soul contract? Slate's voice revealed a hint of surprise. What, you're not willing? Forget it then, I'll throw you into the water tank again. Wang Qianqian made a gesture to move the water tank. Don't, I'm willing to. Slate hurriedly begged for mercy. Good. Wang Qianqian moved the water tank up, then bit through his own finger and drenched the slate with blood. The bright red blood soaked into the azure-colored slate, emitting a zip, zip, zip sound. With my blood, bind your soul, the gods of the 8 directions are all witnesses. Wang Xianqian recited an ancient incantation, then placed his hand on the surface of the brick, and the spiritual energy in his body, which was like grains of sand, also vibrated. This was the incantation that Zhou Junxian had taught him, and in this way, he could control the soul of the slate, but of course, the premise was that both parties had to do so voluntarily. Once the contract was reached, the slate would have to swear to follow Wang Xianqian to the death, and once there was any disloyalty or disobedience, Wang Xianqian would have the right to shatter its soul. After the ceremony was completed, Wang Xianqian really felt that he could control the slate's soul. Master Slate called out respectfully, a far cry from its previous unruly attitude. Good, what will I call you from now on? Wang Xianqian nodded in satisfaction. Just call me, previously unprecedented and later unprecedented Ing Mingshan Wu World Invincible and Mighty Great Slab. Slate still replied respectfully. Okay, then I'll call you Brick from now on. Wang Xianqian let out a chortle, then picked up the slate and tucked it towards his backside. Okay, master. The slate didn't resist in any way, and its voice then disappeared. With it accompanying you, your future will definitely be great. Zhou Junxian smiled faintly and stood with his hands behind his back. Thank you Master Zhou for your auspicious words. One day in the future when I really excel, I will definitely come back to burn the thickest incense in the temple for you. Wang Xianqian arched his hand, then asked in disbelief, just how long have I slept? Just now I saw that my cell phone was dead. Not much, 3 days. 3 days? Wang Xianqian was taken aback, thinking that his father had been in the hospital for 3 days without even a person to pass water and food. His heart was immediately filled with repentance and remorse. Master Zhou, see you later, I'm going to the hospital first. Wang Xianqian once again arched his hand, then rushed out of the city god temple like the wind. 022 Little Mouse. Looted Trading Company. After the disappearance of Lu Feng and Jilan, a couple of monsters, the company was briefly thrown into chaos, but the arrival of a deputy director stabilized the situation. The deputy director's name is Especially, and Lu Feng is 7 or 8 years old acquaintances, the two together won the injection of capital to open the company, but has always been Lu Feng in charge of this, especially for the general will not show up, he has business elsewhere. The pillar of the couple did not shadow, Especially had to come back from the field, but also to find out Lu Feng before involved in a peach-color dispute, thought they are still dealing with conflicts between them, did not take it seriously, more did not go to the police, thought the two will be back after a while. This Lu Feng sooner or later ruined on women. The deputy director especially sighed for a sentence, then immediately put into the work, make the company as soon as possible to resume normal operation. During this period, the demon beheader Li Chenqiu had circled around Luda to make sure that there were no more demons hiding before he went to patrol other places. On this morning, Yue was dealing with official business in his office when the security minister suddenly called, saying that an old lady who claimed to be Lu Dong's mother-in-law had come. Please come in quickly. Yue said hurriedly. It was only like 10 minutes before an old lady with silver hair and a dragon head cane walked into the office. Hello, my name is Yu, a friend of Lu Feng and Jilan. Yue immediately stood up and took the initiative to extend his hand to help the old lady onto the sofa. Tell me about the two of them. The old lady gently uses her crutches to pestle the ground, her face sinking as she says. Although Yue and Lu Feng have been friends for 7 or 8 years, it's still the first time he's seen Jilan's mother. Seeing the other party's face and tone of indifference, it's estimated that she already knows about the two of them, so he didn't dare to hide it at that moment, so he had to give an account of the situation he's grasped. Old Lu, this person, usually still quite down to earth, reliable, should be that female financial deliberately seduced him, united with her that manage her husband to play fairy jump. Together, you for the efforts to help Lu Feng said words. Once the accident is pushed to the woman, this is your society? The old lady said coldly. Yue was slightly stunned. What's that manager's name? The old lady asked again. Called Zhao Mingquan. Realizing that the old lady was not to be messed with, Yue dared even more not to hide anything. After the two fought that day, they never came to work again. Jilan came the next day, but also quickly disappeared, and they disappeared with them. There are also 2 employees from the sales department, one is called Wang Qianqian, and the other one is called Song Bo, who is supposed to be dealing with this matter. Old lady, they are all adults, let them deal with it on their own, it's better to be an old man or not to intervene. The details of this Zhao Mingquan, Wang Qianqian, and Song Bo, give me the details. The old lady interrupted again. Oh, good. Yue knew that he couldn't stop it, so he had to ask the HR department to bring the trio's information. 10 minutes later, the old lady left the company. Old Lu, this time you seek your own good. Yue stood by the window and sighed as he looked at the old lady's departing back. There's also that Wang Qianqian, Zhao Mingquan had pushed for him to be the sales manager to the personnel department before he left the company. If he doesn't come back, I'll have to replace him. What's going on? Yue suddenly froze. Standing by the window, especially clearly see, the old lady out of the company did not leave, but stood on the side of the road and did not move, and muttered under his breath, the demeanor is very strange. Outside the company, on the side of the road, the mouth of the sewer. A small gray-haired mouse poked its head out and looked at the old lady in front of it. Zhao Mingquan, Wang Qianchen, Song Bo, memorize their information clearly, right? Go on, report to me after investigating clearly, be careful when you act, don't be targeted by the demon slayers, and if you accidentally meet them, quickly escape before they cast clear space. Me? Don't worry about me, I am the peak of the rock realm, that captain of theirs is only at the stone realm, the demon suppressor bell can't detect my breath. Go! Investigate clearly who is the murderer, I will personally take revenge. The old lady gave an order, a dozen rats quickly lowered their heads and disappeared along the sewers. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. City Hospital, a ward. Children not when the uncle said you disappeared for 3 days at once, playing your phone also cannot be reached, before also know to find a colleague to help you send food, this time directly no news. With your young people say, you can really filial death me. Old Chen you don't say, my son I understand, he is not a last resort, it is impossible to disappear until now. As soon as Wang Qianchen showed up, Uncle Chen in the next bed was chattering away, thanks to his father stopping him, otherwise he would have to talk until tomorrow morning. Dad, really sorry, I have encountered a lot of things in the past few days. Wang Qianchen stood in front of the bed and wanted to speak, the feeling of wanting to explain and having no way to explain is really hard to bear. It's really okay, Dad has nothing at all, you're safe and sound just fine. Father smiling, full of love. You kid Or properly thank Chi Yen little nurse it, you are not in these days, is Chi Yen help you take care of your father, 3 meals a day a meal have not fallen. Uncle Chen next to him interjected again. 023 underhanded plan. Chi Yen? Wang Qianchen's mind immediately recalled the young female nurse with a ponytail and big eyes. Chi Yen was the most popular nurse among the patients in the hematology department because she was patient, gentle, cute, pretty, and extremely conscientious and responsible in her work, and everyone liked her very much. Previously, there were times when Wang Qianchen couldn't make it over, and Song Bo was busy working outside, so he would ask Chi Yen to help take care of his father, and Chi Yen never excused herself, even if it wasn't her shift that day, she would still find a colleague to bring her father food. Thinking of Chi Yen, Wang Qianchen's heart surged with a warm feeling. In fact, he felt that he and Chi Yen had a good feeling about each other. During the time when his old man was sick, the two of them didn't have a lot of involvements and dealings, and jokes and jests were common, but because of his own work and his old man's sake, he never thought about it, and he didn't dare to think of it that way either. Well, I will definitely thank her properly. Wang Qianchen nodded. This little thing thank what you give me the meal money to settle, 3 days spent a total of $57, I give you to wipe a 0, you give me 60 on it. As he was talking, a nurse wearing white overalls pushed the door in. Chi Yen. Wang Qianchen turned back and smiled at the nurse. Busy, aren't you? When will you be promoted to manager? Chi Yen walked over and teased with a smile. When I get promoted to manager, I'll definitely treat you to dinner. Wang Qianchen said solemnly. He, then I'll be waiting. Chi Yen smiled once again, then turned her head. Uncle Wang, Uncle Chen, how are you feeling today? Taking advantage of this time, Wang Qianchen borrowed a charger and charged his cell phone, which had been turned off. Just as soon as it was turned on, a number of missed call alerts poured out, most of which were calls from the company, from the personnel department and also from colleagues in the sales department. Wang Qianchen first opened WeChat and transferred $60 to Chi Yen, then walked outside the hospital room and first returned a call to a colleague to find out about the company's situation, then called the personnel department. Wang Qianchen, why didn't you come to work for 3 days? The manager of the personnel department spoke in a gentle tone, probably because he knew that Wang Qianchen would be on par with himself in the near future. Sorry, busy with some personal matters. Oh, the matter between Lu Dong and Zhao Mingquan, right? When Zhao Mingquan used to be the manager, you were his favorite under him, it's normal to give it to you to do. The company is now Yu Dong is in charge, when will you come back? He wants you to go. I'll go back as soon as possible. Wang Qianchen expected what was going on before becoming a demon shopper. For the time being, there was no hope of becoming a manager to get through the immediate difficulties. After all, his father's medical expenses were a lot of expenses. After hanging up the phone, Wang Qianchen thought about it and then summoned up the courage to call Song Bo's mother. Song Bo's mother's health was also not very good. He and Song Bo were good friends and often walked around and helped each other. Auntie, after the phone was connected, Wang Qianchen immediately called out. Xiao Chen, you can sort of call back. Yesterday suddenly a military person came over, told me that they looked at Xiao Bo, want to call Xiao Bo into the army to go to the border, said that it is not possible to come back in the short term, and also gave me a considerable amount of money. What is going on, can you tell Auntie? Song Bo's mother sounded anxious. Wang Qianchen did not think that the military was notified in this way. Song Bo's mother quickly organized his thoughts and then said, Auntie, this matter I have also heard, Xiao Bo can be recruited into the army, that is his honor. I envy cannot wait. Xiao Bo short term indeed cannot return, said to carry out a pile of he said he was going on a secret mission and asked me to take care of you before he left. Auntie, if you have anything, just give me a call. Good, it's good that it's true, I thought he was cheated. Xiao Chen, Auntie has nothing to do, she can take care of herself, you take care of your dad's side on the line. Okay, Auntie, then I'll hang up first. Before the tears didn't well up and his voice didn't choke, Wang Qianqian hung up the phone in a panic, then both of his eyes quickly reddened and stared at the ceiling to start a daze. Recalling Song Bo's tragic situation, Wang Qianqian still felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Damn demon, why did he kill innocents indiscriminately? Did you hear, Shi Yan is going to raise the head nurse? Ah? On what grounds? She's just in her early 20s and hasn't been working for a few years, she has no qualifications and no background, why her? You still don't know, Shi Yan is very good at being a person, she's very clever and has a big mouth. Every month the department receives a lot of commendation letters from patients praising her. The patients like her, and the leadership likes her too. She's just a flirt, seducing people all over the place based on her beauty. I don't know which leader's thighs she's hugged. But she's going to be the head nurse, we'll have to listen to her from now on. What can you do about it? She wants to be the head nurse? It's not that easy. Isn't she going to give the patient in bed 3 an infusion later? I'll give her some other non-fatal but accident-causing drugs in advance. Haha, head nurse? Do her spring dream. Still you have a way. Right at this moment, a conversation between two women suddenly came from the nurse's station, and although their voices were very, very low, Wang Qianqian, who possessed a superb sense of hearing, was the first to hear it in his ears. Listening to the two nurses' underhanded plan, Wang Qianqian couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. 024 Li Qianqiu is here. At the same time, Shi Yan walked out of the hospital room. Hey, why did you really transfer my money? Just a few dozen dollars, not so much, not so much. Shi Yan waved her small hand, seemingly very disgusted. Then you transfer it back again. Wang Qianqian said with a smile. Good thinking. Shi Yan laughed in the same way, then turned around and headed for the nursing station. She still had a whole lot of things to do and didn't have time to chat too much with Wang Qianqian. Shi Yan. Wang Qianqian quickly called out. Ha? The young female nurse turned her head, her large eyes blinking. There is a thing to say. To you, Wang Qianqian's face was serious, and he told what he had just heard. Really? Really fake? Shi Yan was struck by lightning. 1,000 times true, be careful yourself. Wang Qianqian wasn't a hospital staff member and didn't know how to help her. Shi Yan was silent for a long time, her face was first puzzled and uncomprehending, then a ruthless and determined look came over her. I know, thanks. Shi Yan fished out her cell phone from the pocket of her white nurse's uniform, then turned to leave. Wang Qianqian should have left, but he was worried that something might happen to Shi Yan, so he stood still. If the two sides really clashed, then he definitely had to help Shi Yan. Shi Yan came to the door of the nursing station, but didn't go in, instead she stood sideways in the doorway, carefully observing. After a while, she was seen taking out her cell phone and quietly probing into the door to take pictures. Wang Qianqian instantly understood what she was trying to do. After filming, Shi Yan didn't enter the nursing station either, but directly left the hematology floor. After another 10 minutes or less, several nurses who looked significantly higher in rank came down to the nursing station under Shi Yan's leadership, and then a burst of screams and cries erupted from inside. I didn't, don't you guys frame me. Shi Yan, you even took a video, you're so underhanded and underhanded. I'm wrong, you guys spare me ah. A middle-aged female nurse in her 40s was dragged and pulled out. Shi Yan followed behind with a very cold face. Your behavior has been suspected of breaking the law and committing a crime, we're going to send you to the bureau. Several staff members from the nursing department forcefully dragged the middle-aged female nurse outside. Shi Yan, I'm wrong, please let me go, my son is about to go to college, I can't live without this job ah. The middle-aged female nurse suddenly broke free from her restraints and flung herself at Shi Yan's feet, bawling her eyes out. When you wanted to frame me, how come you didn't consider that I'm just a female college student who hasn't graduated for long, and I'm not much older than your son? Sister Zhao, I've never done anything wrong to you, but you treating me like this gives me the chills. Shi Yan was still very cold, not even looking at her. In the end, the middle-aged female nurse wailed and was forcefully dragged away. Shi Yan stood in the doorway of the nursing station, her face never changed. The patients went over to ask her what happened, she just smiled, nothing, a little conflict. When the crowd gradually dispersed, and only Shi Yan was left in the corridor, she seemed to finally be unable to hold herself together, her body was shaking, her hands covered her eyes, and her tears were falling. Wang Qianqian sighed and walked over silently. Are you alright? Wang Qianqian asked softly. Shi Yan seemed startled for a moment, turning her head to see that it was Wang Qianqian, before she was slightly relieved, and quickly wiped her tears again. It's fine. Xiao Chun, thank you just now, if I had a medical accident, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. Really okay? Wang Qianqian glanced at her suspiciously. It's really fine, what can I have, it's not all trivial, sister I have read the full set of Shen Huanzhuan. Shoulder lend you? Shi Yan was silent for a while, or slowly leaned over, then the tears rushed down, quickly soaked Wang Qianqian's shoulder. She was a young nurse who had joined the workforce for just over a year, or had she seen this kind of dirty, despicable workplace struggle, not only was she extremely disappointed inside, but she was also frightened. It's not your fault. Wang Qianqian gently patted her spine. Just then, there was a sudden sound of footsteps. Wang Xianqian did not take it seriously at first. Hospitals have footsteps can be too normal. How many people come and go every day? But when the footsteps are getting closer and closer to them, it seems that they are running towards them. Wang Xianqian finally a little bit of nonchalance. After all, it's not elegant to embrace in public, not to mention that Qi Yan is still a nurse. Qi Yan also heard the footsteps and hurriedly moved away from Wang Xianqian's shoulder. At the same time, a middle-aged man with a black knife stuck in his shoulder appeared in front of them. "It's you?" Li Qianqiu frowned at Wang Xianqian. "Why are you here?" Wang Xianqian was equally surprised. "I'll go back to the nursing station first." Seeing that the two recognized each other, Qi Yan fled the scene with a red face. "I was patrolling the neighborhood and detected a demonic aura here, so I came up to take a look. It turned out to be you, kid." Li Qianqiu grunted and turned around, ready to leave. In a certain ward, Wang Qianqian's father and Uncle Chen in the next bed were chatting when a pair of young men and women suddenly walked in. "Hello, are you Wang Qianqian's father?" The young man had a thieving look, two eyeballs dripping, his hair was a bit on the gray side, and he looked like a rat. 025 Dog Wazi and Dog Uz. Not only were the men unattractive, even the women were pretty much the same, and both of them had a dark, lewd aura that made people feel uncomfortable in their hearts when they looked at them. But since the other party mentioned Wang Qianqian, Wang De had to take it seriously. "I'm Xiao Chen's father, and you guys are?" Wang De endeavored to sit up from the bed and looked at the duo. Uncle Chen also sat up and looked at the duo. "We are Wang Qianqian's co-workers, my name is Dogwazi, her name is Deguzi." The man introduced himself and the woman next to him. "Wang Da. Uncle Chen. What's the problem?" Noticing that Wang Da's expression was not quite right, the man asked. In fact, cannot blame him for making the name so scribbled. They rats rarely have access to the big city. At most, they have turned around in a few villages at the foot of the mountain, and a large number of people over there are called by this name, so they casually used it. "No. Nothing." Wang De didn't think much about it, thought it was their nickname. "What do you guys want to find me?" "It's like this, Wang Qianqian has been missing for 3 days, we can't find him, everyone is very anxious, may I ask if you know where he is?" The man asked in a regimented manner. Even though it was a demon, it had to keep a low profile at all times because of the presence of the demon chopper. "Xiao Chen just now was here, don't know where to go." Wang De got up and was about to go look for it. "Seems to have gone to the company. I just went to the toilet and heard Xiao Chen calling his colleagues in the company." Uncle Chen next to him picked up the story. "Oh, already went to the company? This child did not used to be like this, and recently I do not know what happened. But there must be a reason, I hope the company will not blame him." Wang De eyed the young man and woman, obviously already put them as leaders. "Oh, people are fine, we are mainly worried about him." "Okay, then let's go to the company to find him." Dog Wazi laughed, then winked at Dog Uz, and the two of them walked together towards the outside of the ward. Just then, Qi Yan suddenly pushed the door in. "Hey, what are these two?" Qi Yan froze. "Ah, they are Xiao Chen's co-workers, looking for Xiao Chen for something, but Xiao Chen seems to have already returned to the company." Wang De hurriedly replied. "Xiao Chen didn't go back to the company, he was just outside, I'll take you guys there." Upon hearing this, Qi Yan hurriedly walked outside. Dog Wazi and Dog Uz looked at each other and immediately followed. The corner at the end of the corridor. Li Qianqiu, who had come to the hospital because he had detected the demonic aura, couldn't help but be a little disappointed when he realized that it was Wang Qianqian, and was about to turn around and leave, when Wang Qianqian hurriedly pulled him back. "Brother Li, let's discuss something?" "What is it?" Li Qianqiu turned back. "That, I want to join the demon chopper, do you think I meet the conditions?" Wang Qianqian asked quite sincerely, because as a manager's salary was just over 8,000, and as an athlete, he would definitely have to go to various places to participate in competitions, and his current status and condition didn't allow for that. It was still more appropriate for the demon slayers. Anymore, surely killing demons would earn more than a manager, right? "You want to be a demon chopper? Tell me first, why do you want to be a demon slayer?" Wang Qianqian's talent was truly extraordinary. 1 minute of channeling qi into the body to achieve the sand realm. This skill was enough to surpass everyone, plus the captain Zhao Zhe also had the intention of recruiting him before, so Li Qianqiu asked solemnly. "Because I want to make money." Wang Qianqian returned quite honestly. This was indeed his biggest problem at the moment. Li Qianqiu frowned slightly, obviously not satisfied with this answer, and immediately said somberly, "If you're only in it to make money, then I advise you not to enter this business, it's easy to lose your life." After saying this, Li Qianqiu turned around and left. "I'm not afraid of death, I just want to make money." Wang Qianqian immediately shouted, "What in this world is more terrible than being poor?" Li Qianqiu ignored him, his feet had already descended a few stairs. "What, do I have to be righteous and say that I'm doing this for the stability of this society and to protect the people from demons in order to meet your so-called requirements? My father is hospitalized and has to spend a lot of money on medical bills every month. What's wrong with me wanting to make money? If I can't even protect my family, who am I to protect others? You don't care what I'm doing it for, just being able to kill demons is fine." Wang Qianqian was a bit disgraced after being rejected and rushed downstairs and said loudly, Li Qianqiu still ignored him and took a step downstairs. What's the point of being godly? I'll go be my manager. Wang Qianqian muttered under his breath. Shoot him, shoot him. Wang Qianqian's backside shrugged as Slate gritted his teeth. Pull yourself together, people are demon choppers, they'll chop you up when they see you. Wang Qianqian laughed and teased, then said, but it's fine, you follow me, he can't detect you. And Master Zhou said, even if they recognize you, just report Master Zhou's name. I'm using him What's wrong with the demon chopper? If you piss me off, I'll just shoot him in the face and destroy his soul. Slate snorted coldly, his tone was quite big. Xiao Chen. Right at this moment, Shi Yan brought Dog Wazi and Dog Yuzi over. 026 Sure enough, it's a demon. Hey, Shi Yan. Wang Qianqian turned around and greeted. At the same time he also saw the two people behind him. A puzzled look appeared in his eyes, because the ward was a little far away and there were too many floorboards and walls. He didn't hear the conversation between his father and these two people. I wanted to say before, this girl is not bad, hurry up and take it. Slate said with a smirk. Shut up. Wang Qianqian scolded in a low voice. Slate immediately lost his voice. Two colleagues from your company just found their way to Uncle Wang's hospital room. Shi Yan walked closer and said. My co-workers? Wang Qianqian became more and more puzzled as he had never seen these two before. Oh, we are just joined. The dog Wazi reacted quite quickly and quickly returned. Just joined, which department Wang Qianqian asked in passing. Which department we are, you still don't know? The dog Wazi rarely came to the city, did not know what department, and could only throw the ball to Wang Qianqian. Personnel department? The reason why he asked this was because Wang Qianqian had just spoken to the personnel department manager not long ago. Yes, of the personnel department. Dog Wazi then sloped down. Ego, they all found their way here, it seems that my sales department manager is stable. Wang Qianqian inclined his head and rushed downstairs and said loudly, he knew that Li Qianqiu hadn't gone far yet, and was deliberately shouting to the other side. You can't see me, I still don't care now. Let's talk somewhere else. Seeing that the topic was getting farther and farther away, the dog boy hurriedly pulled back. Okay, there is a small square downstairs, let's go over there and talk. Wang Qianqian turned around and went downstairs, the dog Wazi and dog leftovers also followed. Shi Yan returned to the ward and gave Wang De and Uncle Chen fluids respectively. Uncle Wang, I have good news for you, your son is going to be promoted to sales manager. Shi Yan said while applying the tape to Wang De's hand. Really? Wang De's eyes widened. Of course it's true, those two people just now came to inform Xiao Chen, I heard them clearly from the side just now. Shi Yan smiled, like a flower. They have a manager I understand, it must be that manager Zhao has been promoted. Wang De rubbed his hands together excitedly, great, my son has finally gotten ahead. Old Wang, it's okay, we have a manager's son too. Uncle Chen laughed brightly, his face red. My son is your son, let him be filial to you in the future as well. The two old men had spent several years together in the ward, and their relationship was absolutely barren and hard. This is what you said. A mouthful of spittle is a nail. Looking at the two old kids, Shi Yan smiled and turned to leave. Right, Shi Yan. Uncle Chen suddenly called out to her. Hey! Shi Yan turned her head. In the past, I felt that you and Xiao Chen were quite compatible. First of all, both of you are college students, then your ages are similar. Xiao Chen's looks aren't bad either, you two are definitely golden boys and girls when you stand together. It's just that Xiao Chen did not have much success before, and I'm embarrassed to take the initiative to mention this matter. Uncle Chen said with great pride, now Xiao Chen is the manager, the future is also considered to be there, why don't you two try? Wang De was first stunned, and then quietly gave Uncle Chen a thumbs up. Sometimes you really need a straight-talking person around you. Uncle Chen, what are you talking about? Shi Yan blushes and heads out. Hey, why are you still shy? Uncle Chen scratched his head. Let you talk blindly. Wang De was also a bit anxious. Shi Yan walked to the door and suddenly turned back and whispered, then you guys instead let him ask me out. Fine, I'll let Xiao Chen ask you out. Uncle Chen grinned widely. Wang De once again gave Uncle Chen a thumbs up. Shi Yan fled with a red face and took the road. The small square under the hospital. It was surrounded by lush greenery, planted with all kinds of flowers and plants, and colorful fitness equipment, but it was now the time for lunch, and the surroundings were empty. Say, what's the matter? Wang Qianqian carried his hands behind his back and looked at the two of them. Dog Wazi took a step forward and spoke. Where did you go during these 3 days of disappearing? Took care of some personal matters. Lu Feng and Jilan, where did they go? Dog Wazi asked again. Come here, I'll tell you. Wang Qianqian looked around and hooked his hand at him. Dog Wazi then walked over to Wang Qianqian. At the same time, Wang Qianqian fiercely pulled out the slate on his back waist and ruthlessly slapped a brick on the dog Wazi's head. Bam, a heavy sound, the dog's cap of blood spattered, but the brick is intact, the texture is really hard enough. Ha, cool old me. Cricket's mouth uttered human words, sucking on the blood on his body to his heart's content. The dog growled, and with a head full of blood, the nails of his hands suddenly lengthened, violently slashing towards Wang Qianqian's neck. Wang Qianqian's figure flashed, dodging his attack, quickly circling around behind him, and holding another slate to slap down towards the back of Dog Wazi's head. Bam bam bam. 3 consecutive sounds, the dog directly skull cracked, the whole person papa planted on the ground, the body quickly emerged repeatedly black smoke, and eventually transformed into a small grey hair mouse. Wang Qianqian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Sure enough, it is a demon. 027 When in doubt, look for Master Zhou. 5 minutes ago. When Wang Qianqian was descending the stairs, Slate's voice suddenly came from his consciousness, "Be careful, those two are demons." Since both parties signed a soul contract, it was possible to talk in the soul as long as the distance was close enough. Really? Wang Qianqian was filled with shock, then he was about to turn back to look at those two. "Don't turn back, be careful of them," realizing the abnormality. Slate immediately reminded. Wang Qianqian then made an appearance as if nothing had happened and continued to step down. At first I felt something was wrong, these two looked too strange, as if they were not fully evolved, but I didn't dare to be sure. Just now, I saw the female's tail peeking out from the back of her pants. It's definitely a demon, right? Slate seriously analyzed. Li Qianqiu also don't know if he has gone far away. Wang Qianqian was a little nervous, his eyes couldn't help but look downstairs. What are you counting on him for? Don't you want to be a demon chopper, both of them, and count it as a feat? Slate egged on. Can you beat them? Wang Qianqian asked in a deep voice. No problem, both of them are not fully evolved, the realm is bound to be not high, besides there is Lao Zi. Has a little master to help you, what are you afraid of? Slate said with a big grin. Good, then let's do it. Wang Qianqian made up his mind. If you want to be a demon chopper, you have to come up with something. Seeing that the dog Wazi was killed and transformed into its original form, the dog leftovers instantly became anxious and similarly stretched out its long nails and charged towards Wang Qianqian. These two rat demons were both incompletely evolved, without any spiritual energy in their bodies, and had not even reached the sand realm, so they were naturally not Wang Qianqian's opponents. Wang Qianqian didn't do anything about it and directly copied the slate and slapped the dog to death as well. Repeated black smoke emerged, and the dog leftovers also transformed into the appearance of a rat. Ha ha, old me is so happy. The slate greedily sucked the blood of the rat demon, the bright red blood seeped in along the cracks of the bricks, and the entire slate seemed to be a little more ethereal in color. Wang Qianqian was also quite happy, since biting the pig demon, this was the first time he had killed two demons independently. Suddenly it felt as if demons were not so difficult to deal with, as long as there were skills and schemes, it was just as possible to finish them off. Wang Qianqian found a plastic bag and packed up the corpses of the two rat demons, ready to show off in front of Li Qianqiu, when he suddenly remembered that he didn't have his contact information at all, and didn't know where he lived. Wang Qianqian thought for a moment, then went out and hit a trike, heading in the direction of the city god temple. Zhou Junxian must know how to contact Li Qianqiu. South of the city, in a dilapidated bungalow. Song Bo went to join the army, and the military sent a large sum of money? Two ugly-looking men sat on the sofa and looked at each other. Although they were far away from the city, they had heard a lot of stories about demon beheaders and knew that once a civilian was killed by a demon, the military would cover it up with such a reason. Yes, at first I thought it was fake, but then I contacted Xiao Chen and realized it was true. Song Bo's mother gave an honest account. Xiao Chen? One of the men frowned. Yes, Wang Qianqian, aren't you co-workers? Song Bo's mother looked at them suspiciously. Oh, got it. Good, then we won't disturb your rest. The two men put down the teacups in their hands and stood up. Okay, steel pillar, iron egg, it's hard for you guys to make a trip. Song Bo's mother got up to see them off. This civilian area was quite large, but not many people lived there anymore. Steel pillar and iron egg stood side by side, walking on the rugged and dirty path. Song Bo is dead, Wang Qianqian is still alive, that kid probably knows the truth. Well, little 7 and little 8 went to look for him, there should be news soon. The two walked and talked at the same time. Clear space. Right at this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from behind them, followed by a slight tremor in the air above the civilian area. The demon slayers. It was still discovered by them. Steel pillar and iron egg were furious, then they frantically ran towards the front, they had to quickly escape before the clear space completely sealed this area. Run? Can you run? A woman who was about 30-something years old and wearing a white printed cheongsam first put away the black steel knife that she had already drawn, and then pulled out a short and compact Mauser pistol from each side of her thighs. Bang bang! With both guns in hand, the woman quickly pulled the trigger. Steel pillar and iron egg fell to the ground one after another, with blood oozing out from the back of their heads. Zi la la! A burst of black smoke rose, and two gray-furred rats were revealed. Rat demons? The woman walked over, her eyes narrowed. The square of the city god temple. This side was a pedestrian street and commercial area, cars couldn't get in, so Wang Qianqian could only dart all the way. Woof woof. The barking of the group of dogs rose and fell, scrambling to his side. Shut up! Wang Qianqian roared, and the square suddenly quieted down. The owners of the many pet dogs then fell into deep thought. Master Zhou! Master Zhou! Wang Qianqian ran into the city god temple and yelled. 028 You are Wang Qianqian. In a place like the city god temple, if it wasn't for the New Year's festivals, there were very few incense burners, and most of the time it was quite cold, so that's why Wang Qianqian was so bold to yell. But he yelled several times in a row and Zhou Junxian didn't have any response. Wang Qianqian ran into the hall, came to Zhou Junxian's statue in front. The statue was 5 or 6 meters tall, and Wang Qianqian stood next to it only up to Zhou Junxian's calf. Master Zhou, wake up, another demon has appeared. Wang Qianqian stretched out his hand and slapped the statue's calf vigorously. Zhou Junxian, however, never had any reaction. 80% pretending to be dead, let little master slap this dog's head to try. The slate was about to fly out immediately. You be quiet. Wang Qianqian roared. Seeing that the statue never reacted to anything, Wang Qianqian could only walk outside and circled around the city god temple again, just to see a man wearing a hat and mask walk in from the gate with a spotted kitten in his arms. Wang Qianqian recognized at a glance that this person was none other than Zhou Junxian. Of course, it was mainly by smell. The two had stayed together for a long time before, and he was already familiar with Zhou Junxian's scent. Master Zhou, where have you been? Wang Qianqian immediately greeted him. Ah, a citizen came to burn incense and said that the cat at home was lost. Let me help find it. I'm not going to look for it. Zhou Junxian held the cat in one hand and took his hat off with one hand. You a god, actually went to find the cat? Wang Qianqian was really a bit speechless. Alas, I am now spiritually weak. Big things cannot be done, small things cannot be done to do it. People are not easy to come to beg me right. By the way, why are you back again? What is the matter? Zhou Junxian put the cat down. The cat bared a drill into the hall. I found 2 more rat demons. Wang Qianqian immediately opened the plastic bag in his hand and told what happened before. Zhou Junxian's face immediately became grave. Both found their way to the hospital. It's definitely not a coincidence. They must be with that boss lady of yours. If there are 2 of them, there are 3, 4, or even a whole bunch. You hurry up and go to the north of the city. There's a Zhazha car wash over there. That's their demon chopper residence now. Good. Wang Qianqian turned around and left. North of the city, Zhazha car wash store. Boss, car wash. A Songhua river van drove in. No wash. Captain Zhaozha waved his hand. Why don't you wash it? The driver looked puzzled. No reason, just don't want to wash it. Zhaozha yawned with a tired face. Grass, then what kind of business are you doing? The driver backed the car out again. Washing cars? I'd starve to death if I had to live on that. Zhaozha lay down on the worn-out sofa, striking the most comfortable pose. He was the only one in the entire car wash. The other team members had gone to patrol everywhere. Each of the 4 team members had their own guarding area, which were the east of the city, the west of the city, the south of the city and the north of the city. Zhaozha was in charge of the center of the city, but he had always been lazy, and after a brief turnaround, he ran back early to rest. Alas, killing demons like this is actually something that comes with the territory, so what's the point of working so hard? Zhaozha yawned again, preparing to have a beautiful sleep. Right at this moment, the demon suppressor bell on his waist suddenly began to tremble. Ha! Zhaozha immediately sat up, and a pair of originally lazy eyes instantly flashed with a cold aura. How dare you come to the Demon Slayer S-base? Zhaozha quickly jumped up and swished the black cloak onto his body, then copied the black steel sword and rushed out. At the same time, a silhouette pushed the door and walked in. The demon-suppressing bell trembled more and more. Demon, you've run into a gun. Zhaozha's eyes narrowed and his black sword was instantly sheathed. My name is Wang Qianqian, Master Zhou asked me to come. The silhouette quickly shouted before the black blade cut off his neck. Zhaozha's knife stopped at the edge of Wang Qianqian's neck, and a fine layer of goosebumps sprang up on his neck. What a strong killing aura. Wang Qianqian's speed wasn't slow anymore, but he had a strong premonition that even if he used all of his skills, he still wouldn't be able to dodge this deadly knife. Zhaozha's eyes narrowed slightly, then the black blade gradually retracted. You're Wang Qianqian? I've heard of you. Zhaozha's face was gloomy as he put the black blade back into its sheath. Yes, I. Tell me quickly, how did you become like this? Why do you have a demonic aura on your body when you're a human? Why were you able to draw chi into your body and advance to the sand realm in a minute? Before Wang Qianqian could lift the plastic bag up, Zhaozha asked in a series of questions, and his hands kept rubbing together, and his eyes were filled with a blazing fire of gossip. Wang Qianqian. I heard that you were bitten by a dog? Can you still find that dog? Let it bite me too. Zhaozha's expression grew more and more excited. Actually, I came. Here. Drip bell. Before Wang Qianqian could finish, Zhaozha's cell phone suddenly rang. What is it, Long Qiu? Zhaozha immediately picked it up. After a few short seconds, Zhaozha's expression became solemn. 2 more rat demons were found in the south of the city? You've already killed them? Good, good, I know, it's definitely not a random phenomenon, 80% there are 3, 4, or even a whole bunch more. Good, I'll inform old Lee and the others. 029 Demon, certain death. After hanging up the phone, Zhao separately notified the other team members, asking them to be more vigilant and strengthen their patrols. When he was completely busy, Zhao said with a grave expression, Wang Qianqian, right? I'm sorry I can't entertain you, I have other things to do. This matter, right? Wang Qianqian directly opened the plastic bag in his hand and raised it to Zhao's chest. You killed 2 rat demons too? Seeing the contents of the plastic bag, Zhao's eyes changed. Right. Wang Qianqian finally had a chance to speak and told the complete story of what happened before. There really are more than 2. Zhao touched out the demon-suppressing bell and first superseded the 2 rats, then rushed at Wang Qianqian and said, Good, thank you for the report, now you can go back. I'm not going back, I want to kill the demons with you guys. Because of his super hearing, Wang Qianqian had already heard all the contents of the phone call and knew that the man in front of him was the captain of the Luzhou City Demon Slaying Squad, and he definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity where he could express himself. You want to kill demons too? Zhao looked at him with a surprised face. Yes, I want to be a demon slayer. Wang Qianqian felt that this captain was better to talk to than Li Qianxiu. Ha, that's great, I'm telling you, I've been wanting to recruit you for a long time, you're too handsome this minute into the sand realm. Zhao had an excited look on his face, but before he finished his words, he suddenly remembered something and shook his head again. No, joining the Demon Chopper requires a complete set of processes, and you haven't received any formal training, it's best not to come into contact with demons. What process is required? Wang Qianqian hurriedly asked. It's quite troublesome, first of all your identity is a problem, even though Master Zhou said you're not a demon, you do carry a demonic aura on your body, and you don't know if the top approves it yet. You first figure out what's going on with you, and then we'll talk about it in detail afterward. No more I have to hurry up and leave. Zhao pushed Wang Qianqian out of the door and then locked the door with a chain. I was bitten by a dog, how can I figure this out? Wang Qianqian was a bit anxious. Then find the dog first. Zhao wrapped his cloak around him, got into a black Santana parked in front of the door, hit the horn twice, and left with a boom 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 of gas. Surprisingly rejected again. Shoot him. Slate muttered from the back. Wang Qianqian stood in front of Zhezhe's car wash for a long time, but in the end, he could only sigh helplessly. There were so many dogs in Luzhou City, where to find that white dog? Come on, it's better to go back to being a manager first, and the Demon Chopper thing will be discussed in the long run. Half an hour later, Wang Qianqian arrived at Luda Trading Company. He first went to the personnel department to turn around, and then went to the chairman's office. Knock knock knock. Wang Qianqian knocked on the door. Enter. A voice came from inside. Wang Qianqian pushed the door and saw you behind the desk at a glance. He hadn't met with this Yudong, he only knew that this was the second largest shareholder of the company and had a very good relationship with the original chairman, Lu Feng. Yudong, how are you? I'm Wang Qianqian, I heard manager Ho say that you're looking for me. Wang Qianqian just opened his mouth and greeted him when he saw another person standing beside the desk, another employee of the sales department named Xing Chuan. Xing Chuan is already over 40 years old, is the sales department deservedly old employees, but also Wang Qianqian to the road to the manager of the biggest competitor. Just now when he was in the HR department, the HR manager Ho said to him, Xing Chuan is always looking for Yudong these days, you can be careful. Seeing Wang Qianqian come in, Xing Chuan's face also quickly collapsed. Oh, you're Wang Qianqian, sit, both of you sit. Yue was already in his 50s, but he was very well maintained, his face had almost no wrinkles, and he was full of redness, and his smile was extremely affable. Wang Qianqian and Xing Chuan both sat down on the sofa, but neither of them spoke to anyone, a contest was invisibly unfolding. Qianqian, are things finished? You asked with intent. Almost. Wang Qianqian knew what he was asking, but it was not good to answer positively, so he could only be vague. It's good when it's finished. Yue nodded with a smile, because Xing Chuan was still beside him, it wasn't convenient for him to ask too much, and to be honest, he really didn't want to get involved in that at Lu Feng's house. To him, there was nothing more important than making money. So he quickly got to the point. At the same time, Luzhou City's Demon Chopper Squad was frantically searching around for the whereabouts of other rat demons. They drove separately and carefully checked out various neighborhoods and streets, and once they found any abnormalities in the demon suppressor bell, they would definitely put in 200% of their energy to retrieve them. Inside a certain remote alley. Spare us, we haven't harmed anyone. 2 ugly-looking men knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. Li Qianxiu, who was holding a pitch-black steel sword, slowly walked over, his cloak hunting behind him. Demon, shall die. Li Qianxiu's hand raised his sword and 2 heads fell to the ground. The sound of zilala rang out, and as the black smoke gradually drifted out of the body, 2 gray-furred rats then appeared. 030 help me kill him. Inside the chairman's office of Luda Company. Yu carefully looked at the two files, then tapped his fingers on the desktop and said, Wang Qianqian, less than a year of work, but by the former manager of the importance of the former manager. Before leaving the special wrote a letter of recommendation, that you are young and energetic, acting decisively without procrastination. It is very suitable to be the next manager. Xing Chuan, 15 years of work, is a real old sales, for the company to take a lot of singles, many times to recommend themselves, but also to the company, and to the company to take a lot of money. Singles for the company, and has recommended himself many times, believing that he is the most suitable candidate to be the manager. Without waiting for Wang Qianqian to open his mouth to speak, Xing Chuan stood up and said with slight excitement, Yudong, this kid doesn't know what favor he gave to old Zhao to make old Zhao speak for him like this. In terms of seniority, in terms of age, in terms of merit, in terms of the number of customers in my hands. In any way, I am more suitable to be a manager than this kid. He is already over 40, with an old man and a young man. If he doesn't get on this time, I'm afraid he'll never get another chance. Well. You nodded slightly and looked at Wang Qianqian again. What about you? What do you have to say? Yudong, although I'm not very old and my work experience is shallow, but when manager Zhao was there, he didn't teach me hand in hand, took me to meet many customers, and also independently completed a few large orders. If you let me be the manager, I am confident to take the whole sales department to the next level. From now to the end of the year, the performance can be raised by at least 20 percentage points. Wang Qianqian didn't brag. Zhao Mingquan handed over all the big clients in his hand before he left, not only the companies, but also private ones, enough to fulfill his performance requirements for a few years. Well, to put it this way, both of you are quite advantageous. You fell into deep thought, looking down at the two files, apparently making a choice between the two. Little brat, compete with me, are you qualified? Xing Chuan viciously glared at Wang Qianqian and whispered. Older brother, it's just a manager, there's no need to get so angry. Wang Qianqian smiled and said in the same low voice, do you want me to tell you Dong about how you misappropriated a customer's deposit to buy a car 3 years ago, and you didn't hasten to fill it back in until people came to your door? Hearing this, Xing Chuan immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and immediately his voice trembled a bit. Don't. This matter let Yue know, not to mention being a manager, the current job cannot be kept. Then what to do? I believe you are already clear. Wang Qianqian smiled slightly. Zhao Mingquan had told him about a few old sales handles before, and this wasn't used now? Xing Chuan's face was ashen, his head leaning on the sofa, his eyes dull and lifeless. Well, let's put it this way. Behind the desk, Yue raised his head. Both of your advantages are quite sufficient, so I've decided to carry out an appraisal about performance between you. Whoever wins will be the manager of the sales department. Yudong. Without waiting for Yue to finish, Xing Chuan stood up. I'm withdrawing from the competition. Yue was slightly stunned. An hour later, Wang Qianqian and Xing Chuan walked out of the office together. The HR department then sent out a notice announcing that Wang Qianqian was the new sales manager. The entire sales department was in a state of jubilation. Congratulations were pouring in, and a date was made to have dinner together in the evening, with only Xing Chuan sitting dumbly in the corner without saying a word. Only everyone's attention is on Wang Qianqian, who would care about a disillusioned middle-aged man. Wang Qianqian himself was quite happy and called his father at the first opportunity to report the good news. You really became a manager? Son, congratulations. Wang smiled happily. Thanks, Dad. Wang Qianqian's heart was thrilled. He knew better than anyone else about the hardships of father and son over the years, and now it was finally going to get better. Right, son, let me tell you something else. Do you want to find Qi Yan as a daughter-in-law? What are you talking about, Dad? Wang Qianqian's face went a little red. I'm seriously asking you, this afternoon your Uncle Chen. Wang De quickly told the previous events. Really? Ah. Qi Yan let me take the initiative to ask her out? Wang Qianqian was a bit surprised. See what you say, I'm a father, can I still swindle you? Wang De smiled. Before this, Wang Qianqian had never considered the matter of falling in love. For one thing, he didn't have the time, and secondly, his previous income wasn't enough to support such an extravagant project. But in reality, he and Qi Yan had long had mutual feelings for each other, they just never dared to poke that window paper. Now that he had become a manager, he naturally had the confidence to do so. Okay, I'll ask her out. Wang Qianqian was the kind of character who did what he said and did what he set his mind to, and since he had made up his mind, he wouldn't drag his feet. A minute later, Wang Qianqian dialed Qi Yan's phone. Do you have time? Have a meal together. Wang Qianqian opened the door. Yo, you really asked me out? Qi Yan's giggling laughter came from the other side of the phone. Hey, is it okay? Wang Qianqian asked stiffly. It was his first time to ask a girl, a little nervous is inevitable. Yes, when? Qi Yan was still smiling. Tomorrow night, this evening I'm going to have a get-together with the department. Wang Qianqian thought about it and said, tomorrow afternoon, I'll send you the time and place. Okay, then I'll wait. Qi Yan also hung up the phone. Wang Qianqian let out a long breath, then a smile bloomed on his face. A double harvest of career and love in one day, life really seemed to be getting better and better. Sales department, on a certain workstation. Xing Chuan lowered his head, rubbing a small green jar in his hand. If one looked closely, one could find a black and white picture of a little boy plastered on top of the jar, and this jar was, in fact, an urn. Help me kill him. Kill him, Xing Chuan chanted with a dull expression. The green jar vibrated slightly, emitting a white light if anything. 031 Getting down to business. Luzhou City, on the outskirts of the city, on the edge of a certain sewer. Night had already fallen, and the whole world was silent, with only a faint cool breeze sweeping across the road. An old woman with a head full of silver hair and a crutch stared with a purple face at the few gray-furred rats that showed their heads in the sewer. Only a few of you are left? The old lady's figure shook slightly, as if she was a bit unable to bear such a blow. After a full 20 minutes or so, the old lady finally accepted this reality. You guys go back first, I'll do the rest myself, the old lady said in a deep voice. Several small gray-haired mice drilled into the sewers and quickly disappeared. Demon Chopper, I'm not done with you. In the boundless wilderness, the old lady shouted with her heart torn out. She was already certain that Jilan must have died at the hands of the Demon Chopper. Looted Trading Company. Yue, who had a busy day, finally got off work and drove his white Range Rover gradually out of the company gate. The business that Yue was responsible for was mainly out of town, but he was a local of Luzhou City and had a house in the neighborhood. Yue had just driven a few hundred meters when he suddenly noticed that something was not quite right behind him, and jerked his head back down, suddenly realizing that there was someone behind him. Squeak! Yue braked the car to the side of the road. Old lady, why are you in the car? Yue was shocked and asked nervously. I followed you when you got in the car. The old lady with a head full of silver hair has an icy face, and the dead air is not like a living person. Is there anything wrong? Yu wiped the cold sweat on his head. Where is Master Huang-san? Take me to see him. The old lady said coldly. Yue first froze, then stammered, What? What third Master Huang? I don't know what you mean by that. Don't pretend with me, you can make your business so big, isn't it that third Master Huang is helping you behind the scenes? How do you know Lu Feng and Jilan? Isn't it because third Master Huang introduced them to you? Don't worry, third Master Huang and I are old acquaintances, just feel free to take me to him. Good. Yue is finally sure that the old lady knows everything, then he doesn't dare to say more nonsense and continues to drive. Instead of going home, he headed towards a county under Luzhou City. North of the city, Zhezhe Car Wash. On the dining table, Captain Zhaozhe was sitting at the main seat, and the 4 members of the team were lined up in order on both sides. I killed 2, Long Qiu killed 2, Elder Brother Li killed 2, Elder Brother Zhou killed 1, and Zhong Xian killed 1. By the way, Wang Qianqian also killed 2, killing a total of 10 rat demons. He, we really had a good harvest today. Zhaozhe grinned, his eyes full of relief. However, none of the 4 team members showed any joy, instead, they were all worried. It was definitely not a good thing to have so many rat demons piling up in the world. The key was, after killing them, would there be more tomorrow? Moreover, these rat demons with low strength must have a main messenger behind them. It is impossible for them to be so organized alone. Who is this main messenger and what is his strength? These were all questions they had to consider now. Come on, tell us your opinions. After Zhaozhe complimented the crowd, he quickly got to the point. It's certain that these rats are coming for that Jilan from before. Long Kuai, who was wearing a white printed cheongsam, was the first to speak. The place where I found those 2 rat demons happened to be near Song Bo's home. The place where Elder Brotherly killed the rat demons was near Zhao Mingxuan's home, and there were also 2 rat demons that approached Wang Qianqian. The other parties seemed to be investigating about Jilan, trying to figure out how Jilan had died. After figuring it out, it's time to have grudges and revenge. Li Qianqiu hit the nail on the head. Sooner or later, they'll find us anyway. An old man with gray hair also spoke up. His name was Zhou Weigua. He had been a soldier when he was young, and was also the one with the longest seniority as a demon chopper in this squad. Then we'll just wait? Zhong Xian, a young girl who wasn't even 20 years old, blinked her big confused eyes. Definitely can't wait, we have to take the initiative. Zhaozhe rested his hands on the back of his head, thinking carefully about various methods. Wang Qianqian is the only survivor of that previous incident. The other party will continue to look for him if they want to figure out the whole thing. As long as we keep an eye on Wang Qianqian, we'll be able to catch the mastermind. He's on my turf, I'll keep an eye on him tomorrow. Li Qianqiu spoke up. No need, it's better for me to keep an eye on him. The 2 of us met in the afternoon and had a pretty pleasant chat. Zhaozhe directly took the matter onto himself. Tomorrow, you guys continue to patrol the rest of the place, and when you do, I'll turn on your military radios and report back the first time anything happens. Everyone knew that Zhaozhe was worried about the powerful strength of that mastermind behind the scenes. That's why he took the initiative to wrap up the past to avoid the others from being in danger. However, all 4 members of the team had no objections because Zhaozhe was the captain of the Luzhou City demon slaying team. Alright, all rest up and go, we'll start the operation tomorrow. Zhaozhe waved his hand and took the lead to walk towards his lounge. The others also went back to their rooms to sleep. 032 Master Huang-san. After leaving Luzhou City, heading west for more than 20 kilometers, there is a county called Tunliu. Tunlia County is Yahweh's hometown. His business is mainly here. Hundreds of acres of vegetable greenhouses, as well as steel mills, coal washing plants, coking plants, enough to make him become the richest man in the area, but also the local big man, big rich businessman. Black and white are very open. The reason why he is so developed is because of the Yellow Three Masters shelter. Yellow Three Masters, this is a weasel, more than 10 years ago by chance and soon collusion, stirred together. Through various means, Mr. Huang helped Yu Wei to make his business bigger and stronger. While Yu Wei regularly made offerings, Mr. Huang's cultivation requires him to eat the living, which is easy to be targeted by the demon chopper elsewhere. While Yu Wei's ability in Tunlia County is not small, and he is able to bury all the traces of Mr. Huang's evil deeds. The Range Rover passed through the busy county streets, and eventually came to the edge of a vast periphery of greenhouses. Hidden amongst the densely packed greenhouses was a small, inconspicuous two-story bungalow. Squeak! Yu Wei parked the car in front of the bungalow's door, then put out the lights and took the lead in stepping out of the car. Back so soon? Footsteps sounded. A middle-aged man with yellowish skin walked out from the house. His appearance was unremarkable, with small eyes, collapsed nose, and a small circle of mustache on his mouth, and creepily, he was carrying a bloody calf in his hand, and just gnawed on it while walking out. Because you would never bring outsiders to this place, that's why Third Master Huang was so reckless. Third Master Huang, there's an acquaintance of yours here, you said in a low voice. Acquaintance? Third Master Huang was slightly stunned. The back door of the Range Rover pushed open, and an old woman with a dragon head cane walked down. Egu, isn't this old lady Mouse? Why do you have the time to come to my place? Third Master Huang laughed, blood imprinted on the side of his mouth. You're finally here today. I just killed a young woman. The meat is so tender. You have a bite too? Third Master Huang handed over the bloody calf. I don't like eating this. Old Lady Mouse didn't even look at it and walked towards the interior of the bungalow. Master Huang-san, come over here. I have something to tell you. Okay. Third Master Huang carried his little legs and followed him in. Yu consciously guarded the doorway, his eyes vigilantly looking around. Under the starry night sky, it was impossible for any other living person to exist. Inside the house, on the sofa, old Mrs. Mouse and Master Huang-san sat opposite each other. Are you sure those two kids are dead? After listening to what old Lady Mouse said, Third Master Huang couldn't help but frown. When Lu Feng and Jilan insisted on going to the city to live a human life, he was the one who pulled the strings and asked Yu Wei to help take care of and support them. Of course, Yu Wei didn't know that Lu Feng and Jilan were demons, and only thought that they were two other mortals who also worshipped Third Master Huang. Now that he had heard that something had happened to these two children, Third Master Huang's heart didn't feel too good either. I'm not sure, but missing for several days, it's definitely 8 or 9 times better. And, just today, I have 10 heirs killed by the demon chopper. Old Lady Mouse gritted her teeth, and a color of resentment erupted from her gaze. Just tell me, what are you going to do? After finishing a calf, Third Master Huang picked up the white napkin next to him and carefully wiped the corners of his mouth, elegantly like an exotic gentleman. Revenge, of course. Old Mrs. Mouse gritted her teeth and said, I don't want to go against the demon chopper either, but I absolutely can't swallow this breath. Especially the one who killed Xiao'er. I want to make his life worse than death. Xiao'er, also known as Jilan, was Old Lady Mouse's favorite daughter, but the result of this favor, instead of putting her in harm's way, when she promised her to go to the city to live, it was Old Lady Mouse's biggest regret in her life. How do you want me to help? Third Master Huang asked directly. There are a total of 5 demon choppers in Luzhou City. No matter which one I'm up against, I'm sure I can deal with them, but if they're all together it'll be troublesome, so I want you to. Old Mrs. Mouse carefully spoke about her plan. Well, it can be. After hearing this, Third Master Huang nodded, counting it as a yes. If it's settled, I'll go back and prepare, and do it tomorrow night. I have no problem with that. Third Master Huang, thank you. Old Mrs. Mouse exhaled. You're welcome, we both belong to the 10,000 Demons Society, it's only right that we help each other out when we have a favor to do. Third Master Huang smiled and waved his hand. Third Master Huang is polite. To go by the status in the association, I can only be counted as your subordinate. Look, isn't it out of place to say this? By the way, how is Demon Ancestor, his old man, doing these days? Then you can think too highly of me. I'm just a small demon. How do I know about the Demon Ancestor? Mentioning the 10,000 demons, the two of them will have endless topics, froze with a candle to talk about the whole night. And poor Yu Wei, naturally, guarded the door for a night. It wasn't until the next afternoon that Yu Wei was woken up. Let's go. Back to the city. Old Mrs. Mouse leaned on her crutches and took the lead towards the Range Rover. Oh. Yu Wei hurriedly stood up and similarly got into the car. Go. Third Master Huang stood under the car and waved his hand. Only when the car rolled up a puff of smoke and gradually left his sight did Third Master Huang's face sink. Immediately afterward, he placed his finger in his mouth and whistled a sharp and loud whistle. Chill out. At least a dozen weasels scurried out from the surrounding barns. These weasels, collectively, had the Earth Realm. Go on, give Old Lady Rat a hand. With a command from Third Master Huang, these weasels quickly disappeared again. 033 Captain Zhao, who was secretly stalking. Luzhou City, Luda Trading Company. Today is the second day after Wang Qianqian became the manager of the sales department. He quickly put into normal work, first contacted a few of the company's major customers, door-to-door visit, but also sent a little gift, and then developed a new set of incentives within the department. As long as you can complete the performance, double the salary is not a dream. So the people's morale is greatly revitalized, dry that called a fervent work. In such a situation, Wang Qianqian naturally misses Song Bo even more. If Song Bo is still alive now, he must be living better than before. The only one who was unhappy is Xing Chuan, who was restless all day, shrinking in his workstation, not knowing what he is holding and muttering. His eyes are lax, his face is pale, and the whole person seems to be going out of his mind. Wang Qianqian knows that Xing Chuan's heart is not good, but there is no way. The workplace is so merciless, every step involves personal interests. It is impossible to give up the seat. He is not a mother of God. Wang Qianqian has the heart to find him to talk about, but do not feel the need. The other party is already more than 40 years old. What to talk about? If even this thing are not self-regulation, do not do this line of work before it is too late. Therefore, Wang Qianqian decided to give him 3 days' time. If 3 days later or so, then I'm sorry, it should go away. After working for a day, seeing that it was time to get off work, Wang Qianqian booked a restaurant and sent the time and location to Qi Yan. Roger that. Qi Yan returned a cute emoji. Although Qi Yan was generous and enthusiastic, Wang Qianqian knew that she never ate with boys. Before the hospital, several male doctors had asked her out. All were rejected by her. At that time, Wang Qianqian watched and joked with his own father. I don't know what kind of this little nurse really likes. So to put it simply, the fact that Qi Yan could promise Wang Qianqian to have dinner with her meant that this thing had basically succeeded by a large margin. After work, Wang Qianqian cleaned himself up very neatly, not only changed into a suit that he usually couldn't afford to wear, but also deliberately took care of his hair, so that he looked handsome and confident in the mirror. I have to say, the manager aura is still very useful. Even Wang Qianqian felt that he looked much more radiant. Men, either you have the power or the money, otherwise you can't hold your head up when you go out. As night falls, the lights come on. Wang Qianqian took a cab to a certain restaurant. Qi Yan hadn't come yet, so he stood at the door and waited. You seem to have forgotten to buy one thing. The slate on the backside suddenly spoke. What? Wang Qianqian held the rose and looked left and right. Condoms without this thing, how will you fight tonight? You roll the calf. Not, you a slate, how do you know everything Hey, really think that I have lived these hundreds of years for nothing? Although I was pressed under the water tank, I didn't listen to the gossip of you humans. You'd better listen to something useful. Wang Qianqian and Slate chatted one by one. Suddenly, Wang Qianqian frowned and sniffled again, then his eyes suspiciously looked at a cleaner not far away. It was an old man, full of wrinkles, hair and beard white, wearing a yellow vest, was holding a broom to clean up the leaves on the road, and next to it there was a cart for dumping garbage. Wang Qianqian walked towards him. Captain Zhao, what are you doing here? Wang Qianqian asked suspiciously. I'm disguised like this, my dad doesn't even necessarily recognize me here. How did you recognize me? Zhao Zhe was silent for a long time and couldn't help but burst out. I smelled it. Wang Qianqian pointed to his nose. As long as he had met him once, he would remember the smell from the other party. I blundered, forgetting that you're a dog demon. Next time I come out I should spray more perfume or eat a big bowl of snail powder and stinky tofu first. Zhao Zhe helplessly held his forehead. I'm not a dog demon, I'm a person. Wang Qianqian said a little sharply. Right, you're a person, so can you stop interfering with my work now? Zhao Zhe rolled his eyes. Work? You're working? Is there a demon nearby? Wang Qianqian looked around nervously. Well, there might be, I'm keeping watch over here. Zhao Zhe didn't want Wang Qianqian to feel too much pressure, so he didn't tell the truth. Do you need my help? Wang Qianqian immediately pushed up his sleeves. Xiao Chen. Just then, a clear voice suddenly came. Wang Qianqian turned around to see that it was Qi Yan who had arrived. Hey, coming. Wang Qianqian waved his hand, then turned back and said, Captain Zhao, I can't help you. Before he finished his words, he froze. Because Zhao Zhe had already disappeared. What a fast speed Wang Qianqian scratched his head and didn't take it seriously as he walked quickly towards Qi Yan. Knowing that there might be demons appearing in the neighborhood, Wang Qianqian didn't take it too much to heart because with Zhao Zhe here, he was kinda down to earth. 034 Tonight's date. On the avenue leading to Luzhou City, Yue drove the white Land Rover and sped along. In fact, he and Old Lady Mouse came out in the afternoon, but halfway through, they ate at a roadside stall, and Old Lady Mouse seemed to be deliberately waiting for it to get dark, and ate very slowly, so they dragged it out until now. In the car, the rat old lady did not say a word, seems to also do not want to talk more with Yue. But Yue still took the initiative to pick up the conversation. Old Lady, Lu Feng, and Ji Lan passed away? He already knew that the Old Lady Mouse was a demon, and last night outside the door of the room, he also heard some of the contents. Aha! The Old Lady Mouse answered coldly. Yue pondered for a long time and then asked, who did it? Don't know. Old Lady Mouse remained cold. There are 3 parties involved in this matter: Zhao Mingquan, Song Bo, and Wang Qianqian. The first 2 have no news until now, but Wang Qianqian has already returned.
Did you not ask him? Yu Wei said again. Wang Qianqian is back?
On the back seat of the car, the old lady mouse, who had been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes.
Yes, he came back yesterday. Is he still at the company?
Old Mrs. Mouse sat up straight.
Shouldn't be there at this hour. Yu Wei looked at the time. Make an appointment with him for me, I want to ask him something.
Old Mrs. Mouse thought for a moment, then added, don't say I'm Jilan's mother, just find any excuse.
Good. Yu Wei immediately nodded.
Yu Wei was well aware of the skills of these demons and knew that they could bring them huge wealth, so he did things for them willingly and diligently.
Luzhou City, in front of a restaurant.
Shi Yan was also specially dressed up today, with a cute little yellow duck hair card in her hair, and a white dress on her body. The whole person looked pure and beautiful.
You're so beautiful today. Wang Qianqian smiled slightly and handed over the roses.
How come I didn't know that you were oily and smooth before? You haven't fooled many little girls, right? Shi Yan's pretty face slightly reddened as she took the flowers over.
No, I didn't even talk much to girls before. Wang Qianqian scratched his head in embarrassment. Doesn't look like it to me.
Shi Yan chirped, then stepped into the restaurant with Wang Qianqian. In fact, like Wang Qianqian, Shi Yan has never considered the matter of romance before, and always felt that she just worked or put her career first. As a result, Uncle Chen said yesterday, which made some ripples in her heart, and when she thought about it, Wang Qianqian is also quite good, down-to-earth, dependable, and progressive, and now he's been promoted to the manager, which is definitely counted as a high-quality young man. Since both sides have a good feeling, it is worth trying.
The 2 of them chose a seat and sat down. Wang Qianqian politely asked Shi Yan to order first.
Shi Yan said while looking at the menu, say it in advance, this meal is on me.
Why? Wang Qianqian froze. I got promoted to head nurse today, just tell me, should I treat?
Shi Yan raised her head with a smile.
Ha, congratulations.
Wang Qianqian first froze, then laughed, but I was also promoted to manager.
You were promoted yesterday, I was promoted today. If we had dinner yesterday, it would have been your treat. Okay, then this meal is on you, and the next meal is on me.
Wang Qianqian smiled helplessly. In fact, he knew that Shi Yan was trying to ease the financial pressure on himself. After all, the old man's blood disease is the more money the further back. Such a good girl, really can't be found with a lantern. Wang Qianqian secretly swore in his heart that if he could really make it with Shi Yan, he must be good to her to death.
Early let you buy condoms, you do not buy, now late, right?
Slate's voice came from the consciousness.
Off. Wang Qianqian cursed without moving.
The 2 ordered 3 dishes and a soup, meat and vegetarian, not too much and not too little amount. Just about to start, Wang Qianqian's cell phone suddenly rang.
Hey, Dongyu. Wang Qianqian hurriedly picked up the phone. Where are you? Yu asked. I'm having dinner with a friend. Does Dongyu have anything? Which restaurant? I have something to ask you. Yu Dong, what is it? Ask directly.
Wang Qianqian suspected that it was about Lu Feng and Ji Lan and instinctively tried to be perfunctory. It's better to ask in person, I'll come to you, just a few words.
Yu Wei was very insistent. Bright Moon Restaurant.
The words had been said, and Wang Qianqian had no way to refuse.
Okay, see you in a while. Yu Wei hung up the phone. What's wrong? Shi Yan immediately asked. Our chairman is coming over, saying he has something to ask me.
A good date was disturbed. Wang Qianqian was a little annoyed in his heart.
Being promoted to manager is different, huh? You're still so busy after work, and you have to let the chairman personally come over to look for you? If it were our hospital, not to mention the president or the director of the nursing department, I would have to fly over there as fast as I could. Well, you don't have a bitter face, a night's time it.
Shi Yan is still as understanding as ever, but when she said later, she suddenly realized that there was ambiguity in the words, and couldn't help but blush a little. Wang Qianqian did not notice, because he was now distracted and did not know how to face especially for a while.
It was only after 10 minutes or so that Yu Wei called again.
I'm in the alley opposite the Bright Moon restaurant, come over.
Okay.
Wang Qianqian hung up the phone and spoke to Qi Yan, then turned around and went out.
035 Attack in the alley. On the side of the road. Zhao Zhe, who was dressed in yellow overalls and dressed like an old man, was sweeping up the fallen leaves while talking to the other members of the team and messaging each other. There's no abnormality here. No abnormalities here either. Li Chenqiu, Zhou Weiguo and the others reported back. The people had inspected within the boundaries of Luzhou City for a whole day and hadn't even seen the shadow of a rat, but this instead made them feel even more worried. Yesterday they had appeared in groups and today they had disappeared en masse. It wasn't normal in any way. The other party had either been scared off or was holding back a big move. Well, I'm not here either. Zhao Zhe hadn't finished speaking when his voice came to an abrupt end. Because he saw Wang Qianqian come out. Captain Zhao, what's wrong? The players asked in the channel. Nothing, Wang Qianqian blindly wandering. Although Zhao Zhe said so on his mouth, his eyes were still staring straight at Wang Qianqian. It must be wrong for a good date to suddenly run out. After Wang Qianqian came out, first looked around, and then took a step toward the opposite side of the alley. In the alley, there was an old woman with silver hair and a cane waiting for him. The bell on Zhao Zhe's waist trembled slightly, but he wasn't sure if it was related to the old lady because the demonic aura on Wang Qianqian's body could similarly trigger the demon-suppressing bell. But it was always a fact that someone had approached Wang Qianqian. Zhao Zhe swept away the fallen leaves while carefully observing the movements in the alley. Inside the alley, not seeing Yuez, only seeing an old lady, Wang Qianqian was full of doubts, turned around and took out his cell phone ready to make a call. Yu Dong went back first. It's me who is looking for you for something. The old lady mouse suddenly opened her mouth. You're looking for me? Wang Qianqian turned back and looked at her in confusion. Be careful, this old lady isn't right. Inside his consciousness, Slate's voice suddenly came. Is it a demon? Wang Qianqian quickly tensed up. Not sure, but from my experience, this old lady is definitely not right. Anyway, it's always okay for you to be careful. Slate continued. Thinking that Zhao Zhe was nearby, Wang Qianqian's expression became grave. Perhaps this was the demon that the demon chopper was rounding up. At the same time, old lady mouse spoke up. I am Jilan's mother. I heard that you were with them before. Do you know their current situation? The old lady mouse's tone was as gentle as possible. Being in the city, she didn't want to cause more trouble. Hearing the words, Jilan's mother, Wang Qianqian was completely sure that the other party was a demon. The mother of the rat was definitely still a rat. Can I her? Wang Qianqian immediately asked Slate in his consciousness. It's hard to say, the feeling this old lady gives off is completely different from the two rats in the hospital, so I don't recommend you to take the risk. It's better to leave it to the demon chopper outside. Just like what Zhou Junxian said, although Slate's IQ was not high, he had not lived for hundreds of years for nothing. At least he could afford the words knowledgeable. I'm asking you, didn't you hear me? Old lady mouse frowned. She noticed that Wang Qianqian seemed a bit off. Oh, I don't know, I wasn't with them, I went back home a few days ago. Listening to people and eating, Slate said that he couldn't beat them, so Wang Qianqian wouldn't act rashly. Going back to your hometown, your cell phone is not on at all, and the people in the company can't contact you? Old lady mouse narrowed her eyes, judging that Wang Qianqian was lying. My old home is rather remote, there's no cell phone signal. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Wang Qianqian turned around and headed out, intending to notify Zhao Zhe to come over. Don't go. Old lady mouse reached out and tugged on Wang Qianqian's collar. Don't go? Not leaving would be weird. Wang Qianqian directly flew up, and while running, he also called out, Captain Zhao. Captain Zhao. Zhao Zhe, who was only observing the situation nearby, heard the call and immediately ran towards the side, while removing the wig from his head, taking off the yellow overalls, the black cape with the word chop fluttered, and the black demon chopper was also held in his hand. Held in his hand. You called the demon chopper to ambush me? Old lady mouse was furious. Who? An air-breaking sound rang out as old lady mouse raised the walking stick in her hand and smashed it fiercely towards the back of Wang Qianqian's head. Wang Qianqian heard it, but it was too late for him to dodge as the other party's speed was far faster than his. Shoo! The slate flew out from his backside and blocked Wang Qianqian's head. Clang! With a heavy sound, the slate was slapped straight to the ground. Grass, it hurts old me to death. Oh no, I have no pain. The slate fell to the ground and quickly flew up again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Qianqian once again frantically ran forward, but the rat old lady's speed was obviously faster, and ruthlessly smacked a cane on Wang Qianqian's spine. Wow! Wang Qianqian spewed out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body flopped to the ground. The target has appeared. Wang Qianqian was attacked, in the alley opposite the Bright Moon restaurant in the north of the city. Zhao Zhe quickly reported his position through his headset. The four people who were in various places, Li Qianxiu, Zhou Weiguo, Long Kuai, and Zhou Ngexian, heard the sound and quickly drove towards Manhwa restaurant. Boom boom. The people each touched their police lights and placed them on the roof of the car, and pressed the gas pedal to the bottom with deadly force. Li Qianxiu was the most familiar with the roads in the north of the city, and his heart to kill the demon was the strongest, and his speed was also the fastest. But he had just driven a few hundred meters when several black shadows suddenly swept through the air and rushed towards the windshield in front of him in unison. Bang bang bang. A few heavy thuds followed one after another, and the windshield shattered and burst open. 036 Zhao Zhe vs Old Lady Rat. This side was a downtown area. Li Qianxiu stepped on the brakes sharply, then quickly steered towards the side of the road. Boom! The car crashed hard into the firebox on the side of the road, the hood lifting up completely, sending up gusts of white smoke. Thump thump. Several more shadows pounced on the car, and although they looked like a few people, their elongated fingernails, flashing harsh cold light, and exposed sharp teeth were enough to show that they were not human. They were demons. Li Qianxiu's head hit the steering wheel, blood flowed down the side of his head, but he did not care about wiping, directly kicked the car door, his body flung out, the whole person bone rolled under the car. Ka 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 ka. Several figures jumped out of the car, once again waving their nails towards him. What's going on? What's happening? The oncoming vehicles and pedestrians stopped and looked towards this side curiously. Clear space. Li Qianqiu touched a bell to shake with one hand and pulled out the demon chopper with the other, while softly chanting under his breath. The powerful steel blade swept towards the few people in front of him. Swoosh swoosh. Several silhouettes quickly retreated, while the sky above the street slightly shook, and a completely closed space appeared. And in the eyes of the surrounding passers-by, other than the crashed car that was still there, Li Qianqiu and the several silhouettes had completely disappeared. What happened? The crowd was all puzzled. The alley opposite the Bright Moon restaurant. Since possessing the characteristics of a dog and successfully entering the Sand Realm, Wang Qianqian's body was already very strong, but the old lady rat's staff still almost killed him. Wang Qianqian was lying on the ground, his spine seemed to have been hit by a sledgehammer, his bones were broken, and his brain was dazed. I X your mom. Seeing this scene, the brick was furious and flew towards the old lady mouse with a swoosh. Old lady mouse raised her walking stick with both hands and swung it out hard like a home run. Bam, a heavy sound, the slate again flew out backwards, click sound stuck in the brick cracks next to it, no matter how it shrugged cannot break free from, can only keep cursing, I X your mom. I X your mom. That bit of human foul language in its mouth can be described as the best performance. The hundreds of years of life in the city god's temple really did not go in vain. Brick demon, never seen it before. The rat old lady looked at the slate with interest. As for how it curses, the mouse old lady does not matter. For one thing, her mother died a long time ago, and secondly, the demons do not care about this. Between the animals X to go can be too normal, not like humans so grand and dignified, must be crowned with the name of love to do that kind of thing. What brick demon? My name is called, no one in the past and no one in the future, the world is invincible, the mighty big brick. Although Slate's combat power was low, his vitality was tenacious as hell, and unless his soul was directly slapped apart, his body couldn't die. You're also a demon, why are you selling your life to humans? Old Lady Rat continued to ask. It's none of your business, salty carrots, and lightheartedness, Slate still cursed. Clear space. At the same time, a low drink suddenly rang out, and the sky above the alleyway shook slightly, and a piece of fully enclosed space was revealed. Zhaozhe held a black sword in his hand and stepped in. Demon beheader, did my daughter die at your hands? Old Lady Mouse held her walking stick in her hand and said grimly. You're talking about that Jilan, right? Yes, she died in my hands. Zhaozhe gripped his sword with both hands and his spiritual power spread out. He wanted to probe old Lady Mouse's strength. There's no need to probe, peak rock realm, one major realm above you. The old lady rat directly diffused her aura. Zhaozhe's heart instantly sank. He was at the rock realm, and the rat old lady was at the rock realm, or the peak of the rock realm, so she was indeed much higher than him. There was a fight to be had in this fight. Luckily, Li Qianqiu and the others were on their way here, so everyone together should be able to finish her off. Hey, rock realm? Then did you know that killing demons across the ranks is our specialty as demon slayers? Zhaozhe forced himself to be calm, his gaze bland. General demons are scared to death when they see you guys, plus you have the demon suppressing bell, demon beheading knife and demon regenerating cloak, making you basically invincible against demons in the same realm, and you even have the power to fight against those of a higher order. Unfortunately, these are ineffective against me, because I'm not afraid of you at all. Right now, I only want to avenge my daughter. As the words fell, old lady rat swung her walking stick and attacked towards Zhaozhe like lightning. Zhaozhe raised his steel sword to respond and swung it over with the same ferocity. After the clang sound, Zhaozhe thumped back a few steps, while the old lady mouse stood firmly in place. Indeed powerful. Zhaozhe stood firm, smacked his lips and said, Old lady, things have the possibility of reconciliation? No. Old lady mouse snorted coldly and took a step forward. Old lady, reconsider, if you want to kill us, you won't be better off. The demon slayers above us will surely hunt you down at any cost. But you let us go, this matter is over, and in the future, well water does not offend river water. Zhaozhe sincerely persuaded. Oh, kill you guys, I casually find a ravine to hide, where do your people go to chase and kill me? Before the words were finished, the rat old lady suddenly thought of something, followed by a cold smile. You were stalling for time, waiting for your team members to come over, right? I'm sorry to tell you that they won't be able to come. 037 Lightning Attracting Technique. In the middle of the city, a certain downtown area. Li Qianqiu's smashed car was still on the side of the road, but since it didn't affect the traffic, after someone at the scene had reported to the police, normal order was quickly restored, and at most, some people were still taking pictures of the scene. And in a space that the crowd could not see, a fierce battle had just begun. The four demons in front of them had already revealed their true colors, which turned out to be four weasels, and one by one, they prostrated themselves on the ground and showed their teeth at Li Qianqiu. Surprisingly, they are all Earth Realm. Li Qianqiu gripped the demon beheading blade tightly and gradually twisted into lumps between his eyebrows. If it was just one Earth Realm, or two Earth Realms, Li Qianqiu would be more than enough to clean them up, but 3 or 4 would obviously be a lot of work. Even if he didn't die, it wouldn't be that easy to finish them off. Moreover, other monsters of the same level tend to panic when they see him, and shy away from the battle, but these weasels are fearless, and it is obvious that there is someone behind the command. No matter what, it would be impossible to rush over to help Zhao Zhe in a short period of time. Captain, I've been attacked, 4 Earth Realm weasels. With no choice but to report this news at the first opportunity, Li Chenxiu could only do so. I was also attacked, 3 Earth Realm weasels. Same, 4 on my side. 2 on my side. Zhou Weiguo, Long Kuai, and Zhong Xian also reported. That's right, everyone had encountered different numbers of weasel attacks. In the alley, listening to the dynamics of all the team members, Zhao Zhe couldn't help but smack his lips. It was obvious that this was a long-planned roundup plan. It's fine, I can handle it here, you guys protect yourselves, if you can't, run, your own lives are the most important. Especially Zhong Xian, your fighting strength is the weakest, don't get attached to the battle. Zhao Zhe pulled down his headset and said solemnly. Captain, are you really okay with this? Li Qianqiu asked. It's no big deal. Zhao Zhe said in a pretense of relaxation. You hang in there, I'll take care of them as soon as possible to support you. Li Qianqiu gritted his teeth and said, he knew Zhao Zhe's temperament, the more relaxed it was meant to be the bigger the matter. It's really fine, you guys are fine. Zhao Zhe turned off the intercom system and looked at Old Lady Mouse with a grave expression. I just wonder, how can you, a rat, still command a weasel? Zhao Zhe was puzzled, even if they were the same demon, it was impossible to be so united, not grabbing territory from each other was already a good demon with high morals. He. The old rat lady didn't answer, just grimly smiled. Could it be that you're from the 10,000 Demons Association? Zhao Zhe suddenly thought of something and immediately asked. You know too much. The rat old lady once again walked towards Zhao Zhe. Zhao Zhe's heart sank once again, he didn't think that he could attract the guys from the 10,000 Demon Society in a small 4th-tier city. This time it was really troublesome. Had to use some means. Zhao Zhe's gaze condensed, and he suddenly stabbed his sword into the sky, and then coldly drank, drawing thunder art. Rumble. At the same time, there was a sudden explosion in the sky, and then a blue thunderbolt descended from the sky, splitting straight towards where Old Lady Mouse was. Old Mrs. Mouse's face stared, and her body flashed violently, managing to dodge this lightning. Ka-ching! The blue lightning blasted into the ground, and a deep pit appeared where the Old Lady Mouse was originally standing. I almost forgot, after the demon chopper reaches the stone realm, he will be able to learn the lightning drawing technique in the immortal laws. Old Lady Mouse stood next to the deep pit, her face slightly whitened. Even if it was her that was hit by this lightning strike, if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. But using the lightning attraction technique once, your spiritual energy also has quite a bit of loss, right? Old Lady Mouse raised her head and looked at Zhao Zhe with a smile. Surprisingly, it didn't hit you, what a pity. Zhao Zhe smacked his lips, cold sweat soaking out of his forehead. You will surely die. The old rat woman's body was like the wind, and she ran towards Zhao Zhe with quick steps. Zhao Zhe stood still and didn't move, only his eyes narrowed slightly. Ka. The ground in the middle of the alley suddenly cracked one after another, and several branches as thick as an arm poked out, then quickly probed towards Old Lady Mouse's body and climbed up her calves and arms, tying her up in knots. Awareness energy person? Old Mrs. Mouse's face sank. He, that's right, Zhao Zhe once again raised his demon chopper into the air. My ability is called Frowny Face Tree Spirit. Wang Xianchen was lying on the ground, and although his sanity was still a bit unclear, he still saw the scene clearly. He remembered that Zhou Junxian had introduced the Zhu energy person, i.e. a person who could use certain special abilities without having to learn the relevant spells. At that time, Zhou Junxian had said that if he decided to become a demon chopper, he would inevitably come across JUEs in the future. I didn't expect to meet one so soon, but the leader of the Luzhou City Demon Beheading Squad was a JUE enlightened being. Cool, too cool. Wang Qianshen's eyes looked towards Zhao Zhe, and a wave of envy couldn't help but well up in his heart. Such a strong guy, the top must have given him a lot of money, right? Lead Thunder Art. Taking advantage of the fact that the old rat lady couldn't move, Zhao Zhe once again chanted in a low voice. Rumble. The sky shook as a blue thunderbolt swiftly struck down towards the old rat lady. 038 He is back. However, just as this lightning was about to strike Old Lady Mouse, the latter's body suddenly struggled vigorously, and the branches wrapped around her body crumbled inch by inch, scattering to the ground like broken ropes. The Old Lady Mouse's figure flickered once again. Ka-ching! The lightning created another deep pit on the ground, but failed to injure Old Lady Mouse in the slightest. At the same time, the Old Lady Rat's figure scurried away, arriving in front of Zhao Zhe in an instant. Zhao Zhe wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. He had used the lightning attraction technique twice in a row, and he had also used his special ability once. There was not much spiritual energy left in his body, and there was no way to support him to make lightning-fast movements anymore. Bang! The walking stick in Old Lady Mouse's hand swung hard on Zhao Zhe's stomach. Whoa! Zhao Zhe spewed out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards, rolling over twice before landing right next to Wang Qianshen. The two of them looked at each other with 4 eyes. Wang Qianshen. Zhao Zhe. If your realm had been raised by one more rank and the power of the tree spirit had been stronger, you would have been able to bind me just now. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in the world. Old Lady Mouse said coldly and once again walked towards Zhaozhe with her walking stick in hand. See, I'm going to die. Zhaozhe smacked his lips and said, still want to be a demon chopper now? Wang Qianqian was speechless. Grass, what kind of broken demon chopper, can't even beat a rat demon, still the captain of the demon chopper squad nah, also don't A&G mind the shame, ba 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 ba. Slate, who was still stuck in the middle of the brick crack, cursed. Although I don't know where you little demon came from, with the remaining residual power I have left now, I can still slap your soul, believe it or not? Zhaozhe held his head high and showed his teeth. First of all, I'm not a little demon, I'm a formerly unprecedented and later uncommon Ming Shenwu world invincible and mighty big slab. Secondly, you can't ing beat the rat demon, so you're throwing your temper on me, still a little bit stiff? Slate was hard all over except for his soul, which was not hard, and that also included that non-existent mouth. Thump, thump. At this moment, footsteps sounded again, followed by a zip sound, which was the sound of a corner of the clear space being torn apart. Someone is coming. Several people have turned back to see a middle-aged man holding a black sword, panting, hurriedly ran over. It was none other than Demon Slayer, Li Qianxiu. Li Qianxiu was the first of the 14 members to arrive at the scene. However, Li Qianxiu's condition was not too good, his body was covered in blood, his face, arms, and chest covered in scratches. Captain, how are you? Seeing Zhaozhe lying on the ground, Li Qianxiu ran over at the first opportunity. So soon? Zhaozhe was surprised. Well, I took out those 4 demons. Li Qianxiu said somberly. Not bad, worthy of being the second combatant on our team. The corners of Zhaozhe's mouth rose, obviously very proud of Li Qianxiu. But your side doesn't seem to be going too well. Li Qianxiu turned back and saw the 2 deep pits on the ground, as well as the scattered tree branches, and had an idea in his heart. Well, the old demon is at the peak of the rock realm, it's really not easy to deal with. Under Li Qianxiu's support, Zhaozhe slowly stood up, only his face was still pale, the staff just now had injured him quite a bit. Quite good, taking out 2 demon slayers in one go, one of them is still the captain, my daughter's revenge is half avenged. Old Mrs. Mouse looked greedily at the 2 people in front of her. Old demon, I want your life. Even though she was already bruised and battered, Li Qianxiu was the first to stand in front of Zhaozhe. Don't fight, we can't beat you, let's run. Zhaozhe pressed down on Li Qianxiu's shoulders. In his heyday, Zhaozhe wasn't even a match for Old Lady Mouse, and now that he was severely injured and had very little spiritual energy left, plus an equally severely injured Li Qianxiu, it would be a hell of a thing to beat them. Run? Li Qianxiu was slightly stunned. Well, there's no need to worry about firewood when you've got a green mountain to burn, isn't that what we've done in the past? Zhaozhe patted Li Qianxiu's shoulder once again. Alright, let's go. Li Qianxiu gritted his teeth and reached out to grab Wang Qianqian. Grass, don't forget about Lousy. Slate shouted. However, Li Qianxiu continuously yanked twice, but he couldn't lift Wang Qianqian up. The injuries he had sustained were just too heavy, and it was good enough for him to take care of himself. Zhaozhe was the same, it was difficult to stand up after being seriously injured, trying to bring Wang Qianqian up again was tantamount to a fool's errand. Forget about him, let's go. Seeing that the old rat lady was about to rush over, Zhaozhe pulled Li Qianxiu and ran outside. Wang Qianqian. This is abandoning me? A series of expletives accumulated in his throat, and he was about to burst out, but in the end, he was silent. In the end, he was not familiar with the person, so why should he ask them to pay the price of their lives to save him? How can we not care about him? The second rule of the Demon Beheaders Code, we have to defend the safety of civilians with our lives, Li Qianxiu said sharply. Is he a civilian? He's already in the Sand Realm, he definitely doesn't count as a civilian. Also, even if he's a civilian, it's not as important as the lives of us demon slayers, we live to create greater value. Zhaozhe forcefully dragged Li Qianxiu. If you want to go, you go, I'm not leaving. Li Qianxiu reddened her eyes. I am now ordering you as a captain to leave here immediately. Are you not putting me as a captain in your eyes? Zhaozhe roared hoarsely. Li Qianxiu stomped her foot and could only run outside. The 2 of them rushed out of the clearing space one after the other, respectively. I can't run away. Old Lady Mouse gritted her teeth and cursed angrily, following the duo closely. However, she soon encountered the barrier of the clear space at the entrance of the alley, and after consecutively bumping into it a few times but failing to knock it away, she could only pick up her walking stick and ruthlessly smash it. Bam! 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 After 7 or 8 times, the clear space finally had a crack, cracked a small corner. Old Lady Mouse drilled out and looked at the streets where people were coming and going, where were Zhaozhe and Li Qianxiu's silhouettes. The old rat lady cursed viciously and could only return to the alley. Look, this is you humans. One more than the other has no con, one more than the other has no balls, you can leave your kind behind, you're so damn hopeless. The slate set in the brick cracks cursed. Wang Qianqian lay on the ground, remaining silent. Thump. Footsteps sounded as Old Lady Mouse arrived in front of Wang Qianqian and raised the dragon head walking stick in her hand high. Grass, finally tricked that guy away, otherwise how else will it be my turn to play handsome next?
At the same time, a lazy voice rang out, a silhouette yawned and walked into the alley. It was Zhaozhe, who had already fled and returned. 039 Back to life pill. 5 minutes ago. Zhaozhe and Li Qianqiu ran out of the alley together, running wildly forward for at least a few hundred meters. I'll go left, you go right, don't get targeted by the old demon, let's meet up at Zhuzhe's car wash. As he passed an intersection, Zhaozhe shouted. Good. Although leaving Wang Qianqian behind made Li Qianqiu feel ashamed in his heart, there was no way to disobey this captain's order. Thump, thump. Seeing Li Qianqiu running farther and farther away, Zhaozhe stood still and let out a long breath, then turned around and ran towards the alley again. Meanwhile, Qi Yan, who had already waited for half a day at the Bright Moon restaurant, took her cell phone and walked to the entrance of the restaurant to look left and right, searching for the figure of Wang Qianqian, who had suddenly disappeared. You're waiting for Wang Qianqian, right? He won't be able to come back for a while, you go home first. A gust of wind suddenly swept past Qi Yan. Ha! Qi Yan looked to her left and right and didn't find any silhouettes, but she was sure she heard a voice. Then I'll go first. Qi Yan rushed into the air and spoke, not knowing if the other party had heard her. Qi Yan stood at the entrance of the restaurant for a long time, but she still didn't see Wang Qianqian's shadow, and there wasn't any response to her phone call, so a touch of disappointment surfaced in her eyes. The first date ended in failure, not even a complete meal. The key is the other party did not greet directly disappeared, for a longing for love of the little girl is quite a blow. Forget it, who doesn't have some urgent matters? Qi Yan consoled herself and reached out to stop a cab to leave. In the alley. Seeing Zhaozhe go and return, Old Lady Mouse and Wang Qianqian were both stunned. TSK, this is like a person well, at least called the spirit of all things, the shape of all the demons and monsters are desperately trying to repair into. Always have to come up with something different, is not it? Still stuck in the brick cracks of the slate lamented. You even dare to come back, really let me not think. The old rat woman turned around and grimly faced Zhaozhe. Wang Qianqian, who was still lying on the ground, was also confused. He couldn't figure out why Zhaozhe still came back. He couldn't fight again. What was the point of playing handsome? Demon Chopper's Code, Article 2, you must defend the safety of civilians with your life. Although Zhaozhe tried to make a relaxed appearance, he still couldn't hide his injured state. His face was pale, and he coughed twice every now and then, and in the end, he really couldn't walk any further, so he could only use his hands to brace himself against the. In the end, he couldn't walk anymore and could only use his hands to support himself on the wall, desperately trying to make a handsome pose. Do you think it's just a casual remark? This is the mission of our Demon Chopper. Do you have no qualms about giving your life? The old rat lady walked towards Zhaozhe, the walking stick in her hand trembling slightly, ready to launch an attack at any time. Of course, this is our duty. Zhaozhe smiled ruefully and suddenly fished out a light green colored pill from his pocket. Rejuvenation pill? Old Lady Mouse's eyelids jumped slightly. If I don't trick that guy away, how could he let me eat this thing? Zhaozhe didn't seem to hear Old Lady Mouse's words, always with his eyelids lowered and muttering, seeing that I'm going to eat this thing, he'll definitely eat it together, and when the time comes, he have to die together. And against you, I'm enough alone. What is the rejuvenation pill? Wang Qianqian raised his head and looked at the slate stuck in the brick cracks. Life-returning pill, forcibly raising a realm at the cost of life. Every demon chopper is equipped with one of these to facilitate them to make a last-ditch effort at the most dangerous moment, and then die with dignity, decency, honor, and radiance. Slate said in a grave tone. Wang Qianqian looked at Zhaozhe with a stunned expression. At the same time, Zhaozhe had already stuffed the rejuvenation pill into his mouth. In this instant, the injuries in his body were rapidly repaired, and his aura filled up at an extremely fast speed, including his own realm breaking through in an instant. Rock realm. You're ing crazy. Old Lady Mouse roared, then quickly turned around and ran towards the other side of the alley. She really couldn't figure out how anyone could be so stupid as this. Obviously, they had already run away, but they had to return again, even taking the rejuvenation pill, just to save a so-called civilian. Are all demon slayers crazy? What on earth do they figure? You a demon, of course you can't figure it out. We human beings, the reason why we can become the spirit of all living things, the reason why we can inherit for tens of thousands of years without becoming extinct, is because every time we come to this kind of critical moment, there will always be such a group of heroes who dares to sacrifice themselves to come forward. Zhaozhe smiled faintly, his dark eyes shining brightly, and his entire aura was different from before. Strong aura flowed around him, and reckless killing aura flowed through his fingertips. Tree spirit. Zhaozhe's eyes narrowed slightly, and a clack-clack-clack sound rang out as the damp ground cracked at first, and dark tree branches as thick as buckets sprang out, slithering across the ground like a python, quickly wrapping themselves around Old Lady Mouse's calves, abdomen, chest, and arms. Let go of me. Let go of me. Old Lady Mouse shouted with a torn heart, but this time, no matter how much she struggled, she was unable to break the bonds on her body. Lead Thunder Art. Zhaozhe's demon slasher was raised high into the sky. Rumble. A thunderbolt even brighter and more powerful than before roared down. 040 It's really cool. Tap tap tap. On the crisscrossing road, Li Qianqiu kept darting forward. It wasn't like he couldn't take a taxi, but he was worried that the old rat lady would follow him and hurt other civilians, that's why he chose to run. In the headset, the voices of the other team members were heard. I killed a weasel. I escaped. How's the captain doing? Still in the alley across from the Bright Moon restaurant? Not anymore. It's an old demon, the captain, and I couldn't beat it. We ran out and are preparing to go back to the base. Li Qianqiu replied, while telling what had just happened. It's fine to run away, there's no need to worry about firewood, we'll live to finish off that old demon sooner or later. The young girl Zhong Xian said as she clenched her fists. The blood stains from the battle still remained on her body. Captain, why aren't you saying anything? Long Kuai suddenly asked. It was only then that the few people realized that while everyone was exchanging words, Zhao Zhe hadn't said a word, as if he had disappeared from the channel. Old Li, are you two still together? Zhou Weiguo suddenly asked. Not in, we ran separately, said to meet at the base. Li Qianqiu's words halfway through suddenly froze, and his feet stood still, as if he thought of something. He must have gone back. Zhou Weiguo sharply shouted, everyone, go to the alley opposite the Bright Moon restaurant. The alley. No. Old Mrs. Ma shouted hysterically, a wrinkled old face covered with a scowl. The spiritual energy of the rock realm flowed around her. She had already exerted all her strength. The tree branches on her body faintly showed signs of breaking. But it was already too late. Ka-ching! Deafening lightning bombarded the old lady mouse's body, and after a thick wave of black smoke and electricity, the old lady mouse was scorched black and bloodied all over her body, but she was surprisingly still able to move and speak. Let go of me. Let go of me. The rat old lady was dying, still making efforts to break free from the tree branch. Surprisingly, she hasn't died yet. Then let's do it again. Zhao Zhe's face was pale as he once again raised the demon-slaying blade high into the air. Lead, thunder, jutsu. Zhao Zhe's hands trembled and his voice was sluggish as he shouted out 3 words. Rumble. Dark clouds tumbled in the night sky, and a bright and powerful thunderbolt once again struck down towards Old Lady Mouse. Ka-ching! After another thick wave of black smoke and electricity, the old rat lady completely collapsed to the ground, with repeated black smoke coming out of her body, gradually transforming into a big fat rat, as big as a small boar. Having finished off a peak rock realm demon, those guys will definitely be proud of me, right, and then communicate with the demon choppers in other cities. They will definitely have to take me to blow my awesome. Unfortunately, can't hear it anymore. Zhao Zhe's face grew paler and paler, staggering towards the big rat. Collect you. Zhao Zhe reached out to touch the demon-suppressing bell at his waist, but unfortunately he didn't have the strength to take it off no matter how he tossed it. The effects of the rejuvenation pill were gradually receding, his realm descended back, and his injuries became heavier and heavier. Zhao Zhe muttered and cursed, then turned his head towards Wang Qianqian. Are you okay? Standing in front of Wang Qianqian, Zhao Zhe asked softly. I am. Wow. Wang Qianqian had just said one word when Zhao Zhe suddenly sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. The warm blood dripped onto Wang Qianqian's face and body. Wang Qianqian stared blankly at Zhao Zhe as the blood covered his eyelids, causing all of his vision to blur. No. Sorry. Didn't control it. This is not a handsome look. If that group of guys saw it, they would definitely laugh at it. Zhao Zhe gasped for air. Blood still continued to gush out from his mouth, some dripping onto his chest, some splashing directly onto the ground. Zhao Zhe finally couldn't stand anymore. He slowly sat down, then lay down beside Wang Qianqian again. Tilting his head, the dark night sky was strewn with starlight. Elder Brotherly told me that you want to join the Demon Slayers. I'll tell you our wages are really not low, but if you want to make money, it's better not to come in this business. Really, it will be life-threatening. Zhao Zhe lay on the ground and said in a broken voice. Unless, you're really ready. To guard this world, to guard this city, and to be ready to sacrifice yourself. For the harmony and stability of this society. Sounds pretty silly, doesn't it? But it's really cool. Think about it, the well-organized streets, the people who live and work in peace, the schools that read loudly, and the playgrounds that burst with laughter. All have a part of your strength. Isn't that cool? Zhao Zhe's voice became lower and lower and lower, and eventually completely ran out of breath, and his eyes gradually closed. Dad, I want to eat cotton candy. Fine, go to the intersection in front of you, Dad will buy you a big cotton candy. Outside the alley, a father walked by holding his daughter's hand. On the opposite side of the road, a handsome boy holding roses is preparing to confess his love to the girl he loves, next to his good buddies who are coaxing, applauding, and laughing. At the entrance of Manhwa restaurant, the manager praised a few waitresses for picking up money and promised to give them a pay rise next month. At the intersection, a group of high school students who had just finished their night study were laughing and joking. No one knows that in the dark alley, a demon chopper died. 041 This is troublesome. Captain Zhao. Wang Qianqian screamed with trembling, warm tears welling up from his eyes. He didn't expect it to be like this, he didn't expect it. He desperately wanted to turn around, wanted to push Zhao Zhe and tell the other party not to sleep. The demon is dead, we can go back.
But he couldn't do it. His injuries were so severe that he didn't know how many bones he had broken, and he didn't even have the strength to turn over. He was like a dying dog, unable to do anything but wail twice. Cool, really cool, no wonder all beings want to be human. Except for humans, there really isn't any kind of demon that can do this, said Slate, who was still stuck in the cracks of the bricks and couldn't move, with emotion. Shut up. Wang Xianchen tilted his head back and shouted with tears in his eyes. Hey, what kind of attitude is this, before I also saved your life now? Tap tap tap. Just then, messy footsteps sounded. Captain! Captain! Several demon slayers rushed over, and when they saw the scene, they knew what had happened, and one by one, they jumped on Zhao Zhe. Tears fell like rain. Captain, hold on, ah. The young girl Zhong Xian cried as she placed her hand on Zhao Zhe's chest, and a faint white light flowed in her palm. But no matter how hard she tried, it was impossible for Zhao Zhe to wake up. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for saving you, our captain wouldn't have died. After a moment of strife, Li Qianxiu, with red eyes, grabbed Wang Qianchen's collar with a hideous look that seemed to want to kill. Wang Qianchen was speechless. Old Li, calm down, this has nothing to do with him. Zhou Weiguo tugged on Li Qianxiu's arm. Li Qianxiu let go of Wang Qianchen and reached out to cover her eyes, desperately trying not to let her tears slip. Take the captain back. Long Qiu wiped her tears, stood up and said. The crowd went about their duties, some collected the body of the old rat lady, some carried Zhao Zhe's body. The whole process was incredibly silent, with only the sound of sobbing ringing out from time to time. What about him? It wasn't until the end that the young girl Zhong Xian pointed at Wang Qianchen with red eyes. Take him back together. There are still things to ask him. Zhou Weiguo sighed softly. Zhong Xian lifted Wang Qianchen up with one hand, looking soft and weak. She did this surprisingly effortlessly. There's still me, don't forget me. Slate suddenly shouted. There were still demons. The several demon slayers were all surprised and drew their demon slayers to aim at Slate. Hey, no, you guys know Zhou Junxian? No, that's a buddy I've known for hundreds of years, Slate said in incomparable panic. Don. Kill it. Wang Qianchen also strained to say. After saying these words, Wang Qianchen, who had been in a roller coaster like mood all night, finally couldn't hold on and completely passed out. In Tunliu County, under the jurisdiction of Luzhou City, in a bungalow in the middle of a large shed on the outskirts of the city. Old Mrs. Mouse is dead? Hearing this news, Master Huang San's face was incredibly surprised, and a human leg in his hand was instantly unscented. Oh, a few remaining weasels prostrated themselves on the ground. This is troublesome. Master Huang put the human leg down and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Logically speaking, I'm just doing a favor. Whether she dies or not has nothing to do with me, but she entered the 10,000 Demons Association or I introduced. Forget it, I'd better tell the Cave Master about this situation. Let the Cave Master decide. The Cave Master is going to be powerful. These demon chopper people have to die. Anyway, I don't care about it, I just want to be at peace. Cultivation. After saying this, Master Huang San raised the leg in his hand again. The next morning. Luda Trading Company Limited, in the conference room. Every morning the company's senior management met. It was already the consensus of all department managers, even the chairman of the board in particular was there, only Wang Qianchen hadn't come yet. This manager Wang, he just took office the day before yesterday, and he's late today? Another manager shook his head slightly. There might be something delayed, let's have a meeting first. Yue didn't put it on his mind, thinking that the matter of the old rat lady was not yet finished. Time slowly moved on, gradually reaching noon. Wang Qianchen still did not come to work. Yue finally felt that something was wrong and gave him a call. But did not get through. Until then, Yue vaguely felt that something could be wrong. City Hospital. Lunchtime arrived. Looking at the other patients began to eat. Wang closed his eyes. This is called out of sight, out of mind. Hey, old Wang, your son won't be missing again, right? Uncle Chen next to him teased as he ate his mapo tofu covered rice. It has nothing to do with you. Wang snorted coldly. Ha ha ha, arrogant again, aren't you? The day before yesterday you said your son is my son, today it has nothing to do with me? Come, no, I'll share some with you, don't ever be polite with me, At the same time, the door of the ward was pushed open, and Nurse Chi Yan walked in carrying a covered dish of rice. Uncle Wang, Xiao Chen didn't come, right? You eat this first. Shi Yan had just observed for half a day to make sure that Wang Qianchen hadn't come to deliver the meal before she went to the cafeteria and played the meal to send it over. Yo, this daughter-in-law is really filial. The Uncle Chen next to him gave a thumbs up. 042 application, decapitate the demon man. Don't talk nonsense, Anon. Wang glared fiercely at Uncle Chen, but on his face he couldn't hide the smile, reached out to take the covered rice in Chi Yan's hand, and said smilingly, thank you Chi Yan, turn around and let Xiao Chen transfer the money to you, huh? Well, it's okay, there's no rush. Shi Yan shook her head and smiled bitterly. She waited from yesterday until today, and didn't wait for Wang Qianchen's call. This guy, even if he was busy at work, shouldn't he apologize? What's wrong? Wang didn't feel quite right. By the way, didn't you and Xiao Chen have a date last night? How did it end up? Well, pretty good. Uncle Wang, you eat, I'll get busy first. Shi Yan did not intend to ramble on about such trivial matters and directly got up to leave. Wang De and Uncle Chen looked at each other. Zhe car wash. Wang Xianqian woke up leisurely and realized that he was lying in a rather simple house with only a bed, a chair, and a desk. Turning his head, on the simple bedside table, there was a picture frame of Zhao Zhe. In the photo he had fair skin, handsome appearance, with a faint smile on his face, sunny and bright. This is Zhao Zhe's room. The events of last night flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. At the same time, there were also some sounds drilling into his ears. With a miso sound, Wang Qianqian jumped up, then hurriedly ran to the hall outside the house. Several demon slayers were busy here, some of them were arranging the wreaths, some were organizing the paper money, their arms were uniformly wearing black sarongs, and the atmosphere in the whole house was incredibly solemn. He stood frozen in place, finally sure that last night's events were all true. Zhao Zhe really died. Several people also saw him and turned their heads, each with a complex expression. You can finally wake up, quickly let them release me. Bundled me all night fast, pain died. Oh no, I have no pain. In the corner of the house, the slate was tied to a small stool, the twine wrapped around it at least 7 or 8 times. You can stand up already? Zhou Weiguo walked over and looked at Wang Qianqian with a surprised expression. It's... Wang Qianqian looked down at his body. He remembered that he had broken several bones, and that he had recovered as good as new after one night. Even he felt incredible. Zhong Xian, your medical level has grown again. Zhou Weiguo turned his head to look at a young girl next to him. Zhong Xian walked over and examined Wang Qianqian's body. Her face was first puzzled, then relieved, and she truthfully explained, although my ability is able to heal external injuries, I am after all only in the earth realm, and it's okay to deal with some simple injuries. There's no way to make his bones return to their original state overnight. I've at most only played a quarter of the role, the other 3/4 was his own recovery. You kid, you're really good enough. No wonder the captain wanted to recruit you before. Zhou Weiguo looked at Wang Qianqian again, a hint of appreciation surfacing in his eyes. Come on, tell us what happened last night. Wang Qianqian organized his thoughts, so he told the original story of last night's events. Several members of the team listened quietly, not being surprised, not cursing angrily, not getting excited in the process, because they probably figured out what was going on. Trickingly Qianqiu away, going back alone to face old lady Rat, and then taking the rejuvenation pill to save the day was indeed something Zhao Zhe could do. Yes. Sorry. Wang Qianqian lowered his head, his inner heart filled with guilt. Zhao Zhe had died to save him after all. There's nothing to be sorry for, this is the mission of our demon slayers. If it was anyone else, he would have done the same. Zhou Weiguo patted Wang Qianqian's shoulder, and his eyes couldn't help but redden slightly again. Although the other few people didn't say anything, they were all thinking the same thing. No matter what, Wang Qianqian could not be blamed. Right, what's wrong with it? It's a demon, why is it with you? Zhou Weiguo pointed at the slate next to him again. Calling who a demon? This grandpa's name is called, no one in the past and no one in the future. Ming Shen Wu, the world is invincible and mighty great slate. Slate said aggressively. But no one paid attention to it. Wang Qianqian told the story of what happened in the city god temple before. Master Zhou made it your weapon? A slate? Zhou Weiguo was astonished. I said my name is. Shut up. Wang Qianqian glared at the slate, then nodded at Zhou Weiguo. Yes. Well, since it was handpicked by Master Zhou, let's let it go. Zhou Weiguo walked over and untied the hemp rope on slate. What Master Zhou, old dog is more like it, don't let me see him, or else it will be a brick destroyer. Slate brick regained its freedom, first smugly spun around in the air a few times, before swoosh a sound drilled into Wang Qianqian's back waist. Well, there's nothing to do, you go back first. Zhou Weiguo added. Where are you going? Wang Qianqian couldn't help but ask, noticing that several people seemed to be preparing to go out. To bury the captain, Zhou Weiguo said somberly. Outside the door of the car wash, a blackened coffin was indeed placed. I'll go too. Wang Qianqian immediately said. You're not a demon chopper, you can't go. Zhou Weiguo shook his head and said by turn toward the door. Several other people carrying various wreaths and paper money also followed. Watching the crowd about to leave, Wang Qianqian finally didn't hold back and took a step forward shouting, I'm now applying to join the demon choppers. 043 Captain Zhao, can be resurrected? There was a silence in the car wash, and several people who had already walked to the door turned back to look at Wang Qianqian with a surprised face. And Wang Qianqian's eyes were firm. Unprecedented firmness. In fact, I've always wondered why you want to join the demon chopper. Join for what? Chopping me? I'm also a demon. In the consciousness, came the voice of the slate. Wang Qianqian ignored it and still looked at Zhou Weiguo and the others. You wanted to join the demon chopper before, this I know. Zhou Weiguo said somberly, but you also saw last night, being a demon chopper will die at any time. If you just want to make money, it is better to change your line of work. Right, I wanted to make money before, but I've changed my mind now. Changed what idea? I want to guard this city. Why? Wang Xianqian pondered for a long time, as if he had made up his mind about something, and finally spoke, although if it had been anyone else last night, Captain Zhao would have died in order to save him. But that person happened to be me. Captain Zhao died to save me. He guarded me, and I want to guard others as well. I think that for the heavens to have given me such an ability, and for me to know you all, it definitely can't be a coincidence. Perhaps it is guiding me in the underworld, allowing me to carry on Captain Zhao's legacy, allowing me to continue to guard this city on his behalf. What kind of thing are you that you're qualified to inherit Captain Zhao's legacy? Li Qianqiu, who hadn't said anything all this time, finally couldn't help himself and was cursing the moment he opened his mouth. Maybe you think it's bull, but that's what I think. This idea seems to have existed in my mind originally. It was only last night that it was completely galvanized. Wang Qianqian's tone was still very firm. You. Li Qianqiu wanted to curse again, but Zhou Weiguo stopped him. Qianqian, I understand what you mean. But I'm sorry, your reasons haven't been able to convince us. Of course, the most crucial thing is still because you are carrying a demonic aura. If you don't have the means to figure out what's going on with you, we can't accept you, and we don't know you well enough yet to let you casually become a member of our team. After saying these words, Zhou Weiguo and the others once again took a step and walked outside. Go. Wang Xianqian could only stand in place, staring blankly at the few of them. Li Qianqiu, Zhou Weiguo, Long Qiu, and Zhong Xian came to the open space outside the car wash store and combined their efforts to put Zhao Zhi's coffin onto a van, and then they were all ready to get into the car. Right at this moment, a silhouette suddenly ran over in a hurry. Don't go, all of you, come down and listen to me for a few words. The silhouette stopped in front of the car and waved his hand at the several people. Master Zhou? Several people were surprised when they heard the voice. The person who came was none other than Zhou Junxian, who had changed into ordinary people's clothes, and also wore a hat and mask, and first looked at Wang Qianqian in the store to make sure that the other party didn't notice him before waving his hand and letting the several people from the demon beheading team come to the corner next to the car wash. Master Zhou, you are not in the city god temple, why did you come here? Li Qianqiu asked strangely. The others also had unbelievable looks. Zhou Junxian, as a god in the city god temple, usually does not easily leave the base. There are not many people burning incense today, so I came out to run. Zhao Zhi sacrificed? Zhou Junxian glanced at the coffin on the van. Well, Li Qianqiu's voice lowered, and the others were also filled with sadness. I ask you all, do you still want him to live? Zhou Junxian said in a low voice. Master Zhou, is there a way to bring the captain back to life? Li Qianqiu immediately became excited. The other few people were also filled with anticipation. Although Zhou Junxian's spiritual power was low, he was a god in the end, so maybe there really was a way. Keep your voice down. Zhou Junxian hushed a sound, and then whispered, put aside to the previous, I really have no way, although I am a city god, but the hell has been 100 years no news. Yanwang that guy also lost track of. But now, maybe there really is a save. How? Li Qianqiu once again asked excitedly. Zhou Junxian once again made a silent gesture, and then said, if you want Captain Zhao to come back to life, Wang Qianqian is the key. Why him? Everyone was filled with doubt. Heaven's secrets can't be revealed. But you guys trust me. Let Wang Qianqian join the Demon Slayers, and one day he will be able to revive Captain Zhou. Zhou Junxian said in a low voice once again. Several people still had a puzzled look on their faces, unable to figure out what Wang Qianqian was capable of and why he could resurrect a dead person. No matter what, we have to try. Master Zhou won't swindle us. Li Qianqiu said through clenched teeth. If they could resurrect Zhao Zhi, of course they were willing to try anything. Even if Zhou Junxian asked a few people to run around naked on the street, they would not hesitate to take off their clothes. Why am I swindling you guys? I'm at least a god. Zhou Junxian helplessly held his forehead. But this matter, you guys have to keep it a secret from Wang Qianqian. Don't put too much pressure on him, and everything has to be natural. But I heard it. Footsteps sounded. Wang Qianqian walked over with a helpless face. It really wasn't that he intentionally eavesdropped. Who let him have super hearing? Old dog Zhou, you still dare to show up. It seems that you don't put this great master in your eyes. With a swoosh sound, the slate flew out from behind Wang Qianqian's waist and slapped straight towards Zhou Junxian's head. 044 Master Zhou, off duty. Bang! Wang Qianqian made a direct downward chop, stepping hard on the slate under his feet before saying, Master Zhou, you continue to speak. Zhou Junxian, who had already turned around and fled a dozen meters or so, turned back and slowly came to Wang Qianqian's body, gently kicked the slate with his foot, and said in a domineering manner, Demon, do you really think that this master is afraid of you? That's because I'm not willing to bother with you. Li Qianqiu and the others. Master Zhou, can Captain Zhao really be resurrected? Wang Qianqian asked again, no less excited than the other demon slayers when he learned of this news. If it was 100 years ago, with my friendship with Master Yan, it wouldn't be a problem to add another 10 or 20 years to Zhao Zhi's lifespan. Now, it's really going to be difficult. Zhou Junxian looked at Wang Qianqian meaningfully, wanting to speak. You just said that I am the key to resurrecting Captain Zhao? What exactly does that mean? Wang Qianqian got to the bottom of it. Li Qianqiu and the others also looked at Zhou Junxian with anticipation. Zhou Junxian turned his head to look at the crowd and could only sigh helplessly in the end. I'm not at liberty to disclose the specifics, but I can assure you that if there is someone in this world who can resurrect Zhaozhe, that person must be Wang Qianqian. Of course, the first and foremost prerequisite is to get him to join the organization, Demon Slayers. Li Qianqiu and the others looked at each other, obviously discussing with their eyes. Master Zhou, we definitely trust you. In the end, Li Qianqiu took the initiative to speak. If we can resurrect Captain Zhao, we are definitely willing to cooperate. But he carries a demonic aura and his identity is unknown, the higher-ups may not agree. Don't worry about this, you guys go ahead and write an application, I will also write a letter of recommendation. In addition, Zhaozhe's body should be preserved. I'm also using a soul-locking lamp here to lock his 3 souls and 7 spirits. After Zhou Junxian finished speaking, he jumped onto the van and pushed the coffin lid open with force, then he felt out a tiny oil lamp and shook it a few times above Zhaozhe's corpse, and softly muttered a few incantations of some kind under his breath. In just a dozen seconds, there was indeed a wisp of breath drilling into the oil lamp, and then a small cluster of yellow flames lit up on the oil lamp. That's enough, find a place to preserve Zhaozhe's body. Zhou Junxian carefully put away the soul-locking lamp and jumped down from the car again. Master Zhou, thank you. Li Qianqiu and the others were all excited. You're welcome. Zhou Junxian waved his hand and rushed Wang Qianqian again. Come back to the city god temple with me, I have something to say to you. Good. Without any hesitation, Wang Qianqian directly picked up the slate and stowed it in his back waist. You guys should go about your business, I'll take him first. Zhou Junxian pulled Wang Qianqian's arm and quickly left Zhaozhe car wash. On the road, Zhou Junxian and Wang Qianqian trotted all the way. Master Zhou, why are we running? Wang Qianqian asked in disbelief. Didn't we say we were going back to the city temple? Zhou Junxian was panting with exhaustion, his forehead dripping with sweat. Then why don't we take a taxi? Wang Qianqian was actually a bit better, didn't feel much tired, just looking at Zhou Junxian was a bit of a strain. I don't have the money you have in the mortal world. Zhou Junxian shook his head and continued to fling himself forward. I have Wang Qianqian stood helplessly. 5 minutes later, the duo managed to stop a cab. You have money, you didn't say so earlier. Sitting in the cab, Zhou Junxian was still panting, a face as red as if he had been slapped several times. You didn't ask me either. Wang Qianqian helplessly held his forehead. After another 20 minutes, the two finally arrived at the city god temple. Coincidentally, there happened to be people burning incense in the temple, and a woman knelt in front of the statue and prayed silently. Master Zhou, let my husband come back to his heart, he was mesmerized by that vixen. Sorry, Master Zhou is off duty today. Zhou Junxian rubbed his hands on the side and said. Nuts, your Master Zhou? The woman rolled her eyes and got up to pack up her things and left. Zhou Junxian took his hat and mask off, casually took a few loaves of bread from the offering table, sat down on the floor and took a big bite. Master Zhou, seriously, you have really subverted my imagination of God. Wang Qianqian smiled bitterly and also sat on the ground. What do you think a god should be like, lofty and unsympathetic? It's all pretend, God is also a human being, it's human beings who have 7 emotions and 6 desires, greed, anger, dementia, love, hate, evil, and lust are all quite a lot. In a short while, Zhou Junxian finished a few loaves of bread. Master Zhou, how exactly do we resurrect Captain Zhao? Wang Qianqian asked again. Join the demon chopper and time will tell you the answer. Zhou Junxian said with a deep gaze. Really? Wang Qianqian was a bit puzzled, reasonably speaking he shouldn't doubt a god, but Zhou Junxian the god was really a bit not too reliable. Really can. Zhou Junxian nodded his head with certainty. Then if I can resurrect Captain Zhao, is it also possible to resurrect Zhao Mingquan and Song Bo? Wang Qianqian asked again. The death of these two people was also a lingering wound in his heart. 045 Big Busy Man. Can't. Zhou Junxian shook his head. Zhaozhe can be resurrected because he didn't deserve to die in the first place, his lifespan hasn't expired yet, and last night was a complete accident. Also, as a demon slayer of the stone realm, even if Zhaozhe dies, his 3 souls and 7 spirits can remain in his body for a period of time, which is the key to him being able to stay alive. Whereas those 2 friends of yours are both mortals, the moment they died, their 3 souls and 7 spirits dissipated. Wang Qianqian lowered his head and stopped speaking. Don't worry, they are all good people, and have not done any evil. Reincarnation will only be better than this life. The 6 paths of reincarnation, good will be rewarded, is not just a casual remark, although there is no news from hell, but the reincarnation path is still functioning normally. Some evil people don't look at this life as a life of splendor, in their next life they will either be a pig or a dog. Zhou Junxian said quietly. With these words from Zhou Junxian, Wang Qianqian felt better. Master Zhou, you actually know what's going on with me, right? Wang Qianqian asked coldly, and his eyes stared straight at Zhou Junxian. From the time he knew Zhou Junxian had been very kind to him, which was too strange to be fooled by a "you are all my people." Moreover, the more he looked at Zhou Junxian, the more familiar he felt. It was as if the two had known each other for years. Go look for the dog that bit you, maybe you'll find something.
Zhou Junxian didn't beat a dead horse anymore, but patted Wang Qianshan's shoulder, then stood up and with a light footstep, his body slowly transformed into a shadow and melted into that tall statue. This was something that Zhou Junxian had told Wang Qianshan before, but he really didn't know where to look for it, so he didn't implement it. Since Zhou Junxian had said it over and over again, it seemed that if he wanted to solve the riddle on himself, he had to go find that dog. Wang Qianshan glanced at the tall statue and turned around to leave the city god temple. Standing at the gate of the city god temple, the dogs around him looked towards him. Wang Qianshan pondered for a long time, then put 2 fingers in his mouth and blew a sharp and loud whistle. In this instant, regardless of whether there was an owner or not, all sorts of dogs scurried towards him frantically, and in just 10 seconds or so, at least hundreds of different kinds of dogs gathered around him. The first time he came to the city temple, Wang Qianshan realized that he could communicate with them. "Help me find a dog." Wang Qianshan squatted down and tried to recall the scene that night, then spoke. "It's white, somewhat slender in stature, and it appeared in the area of the Purple Square Village Food Market." The crowd of dogs got the order and immediately dispersed. Drip bell. At the same time, Wang Qianshan's cell phone rang. "Hey, Dad." Wang Qianshan immediately picked it up. "You're really filial to me. Come, explain to me, where have you been again?" Wang De's voice filled with anger came out. "I'm sorry, Dad, I'm just too busy here, I'll go and bring you dinner now." Wang Qianshan said full of guilt. "Son, it doesn't really matter if you bring food to Dad or not, Dad is a big living man and can't starve. But what did you do yesterday? Why is Qi Yan moping all day today?" Wang Qianshan then remembered his date with Qi Yan last night. "No more, Dad, I'll give Qi Yan a call." Wang Qianshan immediately hung up his cell phone and called Qi Yan. "Yo, busy man, finally thought of calling me?" When the phone was connected, Qi Yan said in a gloomy manner. "I'm sorry, Qi Yan, last night was a bit of an emergency." Wang Qianshan said stiffly. It's okay, who hasn't been busy?" Qi Yan originally held a belly full of anger, all wanted to think of how to scold Wang Qianshan, but once Wang Qianshan's phone call came, her little bit of anger evaporated again. "Qi Yan, when I'm done with this bout of work, let's have a nice dinner again, do you think it's okay?" Wang Qianshan said with incomparable sincerity. "Okay, you get busy, I'm quite busy here too." The two simply chatted for a few sentences, then hung up the phone. Until then, Wang Qianshan had the time to look at his cell phone and found that his colleagues in the department had not called him less, and the chairman of the board of directors, Yue, had also given him one. Wang Qianshan immediately called one for Yu Dong. Wang Qianshan made this call with a somewhat complicated mood, because the rat old lady was lured over by Yue, making him suspicious of Yue's identity as well. "Well, Manager Wang, are things finished?" Yue asked directly. "No." Wang Qianshan didn't know what to say. "Well, then continue to deal with." Lu Dong and Jilan disappeared into thin air. Jilan, her mother, is now quite anxious. "You want to know what to tell people, know it? Shift will temporarily do not come on, I find someone to take over your work." Yu said seriously. "Good." Wang Qianshan hung up the phone and felt that he might have overthought it, although Jilan's mother was a demon, but people came to the door. As the chairman of the board, Yue couldn't possibly not receive them. Moreover, Li Qianqiu had been to Luda before and made sure that there were no more demons in the company. On the other side, after Yue hung up the phone, he called his secretary over. When Wang Qianshan couldn't come for the time being, someone had to temporarily take over his job, and Xing Chuan, who had competed for manager before, was clearly capable of doing so. 046 The white dog shows up. The secretary, surnamed Zhang, had previously served Lu Feng, but now he was the only one who looked up to him. Although it is said that one day, but Yue did not replace Secretary Zhang, Secretary Zhang is also loyal to him. After receiving the instruction, Secretary Zhang came to the sales department. The sales department is cold and quiet, most of the employees are outside to run business, only a few keep the phone constantly playing. As soon as Secretary Zhang entered, he saw Xing Chuan in the corner. Xing Chuan was sitting on the workstation, his head hanging low, holding something in his arms, and muttering under his breath. Feeling that Xing Chuan was a bit off, Secretary Zhang didn't go over directly, but asked an employee next to him, "What is he doing?" "Nothing, after failing to compete for the manager, he became like this now. We spoke to him and he scolded us instead. Manager Wang said to give him 3 days, if he's still like this, tell him to get lost and go home." The employee rolled his eyes, clearly looking down on Xing Chuan. Secretary Zhang frowned slightly. "This can't be good, at least you're an old employee, how can you not even stand this blow?" Secretary Zhang walked over and gently patted Xing Chuan's shoulder. "Old Xing ah." Secretary Jiang had wanted to comfort him for a few moments, but Xing Chuan turned back violently, revealing a withered face, his eye sockets deeply sunken, and his eyeballs filled with red bloodshot eyes, living like an evil ghost that had just crawled out of hell. "Egu." Secretary Jiang was so scared that he took a few steps back and sat down on his butt. "Secretary Jiang, are you alright?" Xing Chuan hurriedly reached out to assist him. "What is this?" Secretary Jiang caught a glimpse of the green jar in Xing Chuan's arms with a black and white picture of a little boy on it. "No, it's nothing." Xing Chuan hurriedly covered it up.
Old Xing, how could you bring the urn to the company? Secretary Jiang was chilled all over and asked with shivering words. It's not an urn. Xing Chuan held the green jar tightly. Old Xing, go home and rest for a few days, come back to the company when you have recovered. Secretary Jiang stood up and took a few steps back. No, I'm not resting, I've worked for the company for more than 10 years, you can't just fire me. Xing Chuan's voice suddenly shrilled, drawing the other sales to look this way as well. Old Xing, I'm not firing you, I want you to go home and rest for a few days. Secretary Jiang waved his hand, signaling the other sales to come over and pacify Xing Chuan, while he himself took the opportunity to hurriedly slip out of the sales department. In the chairman's office. Bringing an urn to work? Problems with his mental state as well? This won't work, he must be sent home. Yu Wei said with a frown. Well, I'll go do this, old Xing can't be stimulated right now, I'll think of a way to get his family to come over. Secretary Jiang quickly calculates in his head. Leaving Yu Wei's office, Secretary Jiang stood in the corridor and first called Xing Chuan's wife, politely talking about Xing Chuan's current state, hoping that she could come over as soon as possible to take him back. Only after doing this did Secretary Jiang breathe a sigh of relief and turn towards the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, Secretary Jiang had just unzipped her pants when the door opened and Xing Chuan walked in holding the green jar. Why did you kick me out? Xing Chuan's eyes were glazed over, his face covered in a scowl. Old Xing, listen to me. Secretary Jiang held his pants in one hand and blocked Xing Chuan's direction with the other, afraid that the other party would do something impulsive. Dang! An odd sound suddenly rang out, the green jar shrugged, then the lid suddenly flew up, and a little boy's silhouette then floated out. The little boy was naked and white, the only thing that looked incomparably terrifying were the black circles around his eyes and the red lips. This is? Secretary Jiang stared blankly. Shoo! The little boy's virtual shadow lunged towards Secretary Jiang. Secretary Jiang desperately used his hands to hit it, but it couldn't hit it at all, the other party didn't have any entity at all. The little boy pounced on Secretary Jiang's head and bit down hard on his forehead. There was no injury, no blood, but Secretary Jiang's eyes were quickly disoriented, as if his soul had been emptied, and then he fell to the ground with a bang. The little boy returned to the jar in Xing Chuan's arms with a swoosh. Wang Qianqian, I want your life. Xing Chuan hugged the jar and let out a gust of laughter. South of the city, near the mechanic shop. Found that white dog? Wang Qianqian squatted on the ground and looked at the several stray dogs in front of him with surprise. Throughout the afternoon, almost the entire city's dogs had acted to help Wang Qianqian search for the slender white dog. Woof woof! Several dirty stray dogs barked. Go, take me! Wang Qianqian was instantly energized. The several stray dogs immediately ran towards the gate of the mechanic factory, and Wang Qianqian quickly followed. This was a long-abandoned mechanic factory, with rusty large machinery piled up all around, as well as dilapidated factory buildings with mottled bricks and the word demolition written on the walls, which seemed to tell of the splendor and prosperity of this place back in the day. Wang Qianqian followed a few stray dogs and ran through half of the factory, and suddenly saw a slender white dog flashing past at the corner in front of him. Because of the drinking and fever that night, Wang Qianqian didn't really have much memory left, but just seeing the shadow of that white dog, he had a strong feeling it must be it. It was it that bit himself. 047 Dark Space. Looted Trading Company. Secretary Jiang died, someone found him in the toilet, colleagues first called an ambulance, the doctor came and found that the heartbeat and breath are gone, but there is not a trace of injuries all over the body, it is not a heart attack or a brain hemorrhage, the cause of death is unknown, we can only wait for the forensic pathologist to further autopsy. Xing Chuan, however, took advantage of the chaos to leave the company. He had just gone downstairs when he collided with a woman. Shin, what brings you here? Seeing her, Xing Chuan's demeanor was a bit flustered. I came to pick you up and take you home. Go back and rest for a few days. The woman glanced at the jar in Xing Chuan's arms and said without moving. It's Secretary Jiang who asked you to come, right? I'm fine, nothing at all, leave me alone. Xing Chuan wrapped his arms around the jar and bypassed the woman about to leave. Xing Chuan, wake up, Xiao Zhang is dead, our son is dead. The woman tugged on Xing Chuan's arm. You're bolting. Xiao Zhang isn't dead, he's still alive. Xing Chuan roared, shaking off the woman as he hugged the jar and quickly walked away. Forensic Identification Section. This isn't a human injury, call the group of demon choppers. After examining Secretary Jiang's body, the middle-aged forensic doctor in a white coat pushed up his glasses and instructed the several young assistants around him. The existence of demons in this world was not a secret in a certain small circle, it was only for fear of causing panic in society and the public that efforts were made to keep it within a specific range. Ordinary bad guys were handed over to the police, and demons were to be handed over to the demon slayers. Because Luda Trading Company was in the north of the city, Li Qianqiu received this case. Luda again? Li Qianqiu frowned slightly. The recent incidents were all in Luda, and it had become Li Qianqiu's focus of observation. He had to go over and turn around a few times if nothing else, and the demon suppressor bell hadn't rung, so how could there be another incident of a demon hurting someone?
Half an hour later, accompanied by a few Xingqin, Li Qianxiu, who had changed into civilian clothes, arrived at Luda Trading Company. Yue personally receives him. For one thing, he is the chairman of the board of directors, and for another, he is Secretary Zhang's superior, so no matter what, he has to appear in person. While the police and Yue were in contact, Li Qianxiu walked around the building, and the demon suppressor bell never rang. But this does not mean that there are no demons. There are demons that are good at hiding their breath. The higher the realm, the more they will hide. It is also possible to escape the detection of the demon suppressor bell, so this thing can only be used as a reference, and cannot be relied on 100%. Back in Yue's office, the police's questioning also happened to come to an end. Show us the surveillance in the corridor. After Secretary Zhang went into the bathroom, did anyone else go in? A Xingqin said. Yes, let's go. Yue got up. South of the city, the mechanic factory. Wang Qianqian's speed was already very fast, especially after advancing to the sand realm. It was a notch faster than before, but he couldn't catch up with the white dog. The white dog shuttled between the various machines and plants in the factory area, so fast that only a white shadow could be seen, and Wang Qianqian had to land on all fours in order to barely keep up with it. Wang Qianqian couldn't even catch up, let alone the other dogs, so gradually, only one person and one dog were left still chasing. Stand still! Stop! Wang Qianqian yelled, but the white dog was oblivious, not listening to any of his commands. All the dogs in the whole city listened to Wang Qianqian, but only this white dog treated him as heir, which also emphasized the white dog's difference. Shoo! The white dog was as fast as lightning and quickly arrived at the back door of the mechanic shop. Wang Qianqian was still in hot pursuit. Come on! Go for it! Slate shouted excitedly. The entire mechanic shop was in a state of abandonment. No one even came to the main entrance, let alone the back door. The back door was a scene of decay, piles of garbage and waste soil everywhere, and a tall iron gate blocked white dog's way. Ha, you can't run away this time. Wang Qianqian's figure was like the wind, and he directly pounced on him. The white dog glanced back at him and seemed to let out a disdainful sneer, then its limbs sprang up, unexpectedly directly flipping over the iron gate that was at least 3 meters high. Dry! Wang Qianqian was dumbfounded, but without any hesitation, he followed with all 4 limbs pointing to the ground and leapt over with a swoosh sound. Ka! At the moment of leaping over the iron door, the sky suddenly swirled in front of Wang Qianqian's eyes, and what was originally a green sky became pitch black. Dang! Wang Qianqian sat on the ground, and saw that he could not see or touch anything around him, as if he was in another space. You finally came. Just then, a low voice rang out. Who? Wang Qianqian looked up in shock, but could not find the source of the voice. At the same time, an extremely heavy pressure covered over, as if 1,000 pounds of weight covered Wang Qianqian's body. You, who the hell are you? Wang Qianqian gasped for air, his heart was a bit unable to bear it. The slate that liked to chatter twice at any time was silent. Go on, go and fulfill your mission. The voice sounded again, followed by the sound of whistling wind, and it seemed that something was rushing towards Wang Qianqian. 04872 changes. Luda Trading Company Limited, in the monitoring room. Yue, Li Qianxiu, and a few Xingqin clearly saw that shortly after Secretary Zhang entered the bathroom, a middle-aged man followed him in. Who is he? One Xingqin pointed at the middle-aged man and said. His name is Xing Chuan, he's an old employee of the sales department. Yue immediately gave an explanation and said what Secretary Zhang had investigated earlier as well. Carrying an urn to work? Mental state is not too good? Xingqin frowned slightly. Yes, Secretary Zhang notified his family, but it didn't take long before he encountered something like this. Yue also felt that this was related to Xing Chuan now, and likewise frowned slightly. Rewind the video, I'll take another look. Li Qianxiu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. The technician rewound the video and fixed it at the moment Xing Chuan entered the bathroom. Right here, don't move. Li Qianxiu squinted her eyes and looked closely at the green jar in Xing Chuan's arms. Has he always been like this, or did he just become like this recently? Li Qianxiu, who already had a number in mind, spoke again and asked. It's only recently that he became like this. Someone is competing with him for the position of the sales department manager. Yue very cooperatively told the previous events. Wang Qianqian? Li Qianxiu's eyes widened when she heard this name. Yes, you know him? Yue asked, tentatively. He is most likely Xing Chuan's next target. Are these two in the company? Li Qianxiu asked, and a few Xingqin immediately stood up as well. Wang Qianqian isn't here, he had something to do and didn't come to work. Xing Chuan also just left the company. You sent someone to look for Xing Chuan just now. Is there Wang Qianqian's phone number? Yes. Li Qianxiu and Wang Qianqian had known each other for many days, but had never left contact information with each other. It wasn't until now that he asked you for Wang Qianqian's cell phone number, but when he called, it showed that it wasn't in the service area. Where did this guy go? Li Qianxiu muttered, and asked Yue again, can you contact Xing Chuan, and try to find a way to trick him into coming back to the company? I'll try. Yue dialed Xing Chuan's cell phone number, but it also showed that it couldn't be reached. Li Qianxiu cursed and turned his head to a few Xingqin, contact the information section and track these two. The demon slayers were under the management of the military and had a lot of power in certain aspects, especially when it came to solving cases. They could demand unconditional cooperation from the local police. A dark space. With a cool breeze on his face, a huge amount of information poured into Wang Qianqian's mind. Passing through the darkness, driving away the gods, carrying mountains, forbidding water, borrowing wind, laying fog, praying for sunshine, praying for rain, sitting on fire. Densely packed terms swirled and twisted in Wang Qianqian's mind. This is what? Wang Qianqian covered his head. The amount of information was too overwhelming for its own sake, making every inch of his brain incomparably raw and painful. Don't mention today's events to anyone. Go on, be the demon chopper. One day, you'll know all the truth. Who? The gust of wind once again lashed out, and Wang Qianqian's entire body flew up. The sky swirled and the black and white turned upside down. Bang! Wang Qianqian sat down on his butt and found himself back at the back door of the machine shop. The pitch black space disappeared and the clear sky appeared in front of him once again. Everything just now seemed like a dream. But those dense nouns were still imprinted in Wang Qianqian's mind. Are you all right? Slate, who had been silent before, suddenly spoke. What was that place just now? Who was that person? Wang Qianqian rubbed his still aching head. I don't know, your body just rolled over, my soul was imprisoned, and a powerful divine might deaden me. Bringing up what happened just now, Slate also had palpitations. Divine might? That's a god? Definitely a god, and a very powerful one at that, not a half-assed god like old dog Joe. But he seems to have suffered a serious injury, so much so that his main body is not completely. Even so, his divine might is powerful enough, pinching us both to death is still very easy. By the way, what did he tell you? Slate asked curiously. Wang Qianqian then told what had just happened. As soon as he finished speaking, he remembered that the god had warned him not to mention today's events to anyone. It was just a matter of time. Slate was also a party to the incident, so just don't tell anyone about it in the future. Pass through the ghost, drive away the god, take the mountain, forbid the water, borrow the wind. Slate's voice filled with astonishment. Boy, this is the 72 changes. He even passed on the 72 changes to you? 72 changes? Wang Qianqian was confused. He was not unfamiliar with this term, but anyone who had read Journey to the West knew that this was the Monkey King's specialty. It's the 72 changes. He's definitely a super powerful god. Haha, you're rich this time. I didn't follow the wrong master. Slate became more and more excited, and even broke out into open laughter. This is 72 changes? Wang Qianqian is still a bit confused. How is it not quite the same as in his impression? Isn't the 72 changes able to change in 1,000 ways, such as being able to turn into an elephant or a small bird or something? What the hell is the Tongi, the exorcising god, and the carrying mountain? My goodness, you really don't know anything. 72 changes is not 1,000 changes. It refers to 72 divine abilities. For example, passing through the underworld means that you can freely enter and exit the underworld. Of course, now that the underworld has been out of contact for 100 years, you can't go there even if you have learned it, so this can be omitted then. For example, exorcising the gods means that you can exorcise the gods. Of course, now that the heavenly realm is also out of contact, and the few gods that remain are super weak, so there's not much point in exorcising them or not, so this is omitted. Carrying the mountain is awesome. It means that you can carry the weight of the mountain. 049 Nightmare Child. Slate one by one, he introduced Wang Qianqian to the functions of the 72 transformations. Although some of the functions could not be used due to the loss of connection between the heavenly realm and the earthly realm, most of them were still usable, and could be used to exert a considerable amount of power, whether it was in combat or in life. The stronger your spiritual power and the higher your realm, the stronger the power of the 72 transformations will be. Take the fixation skill for example. When faced with a realm that is much lower than yours, you will be able to directly fix him. What are those JUEs? You have 72 changes. Wherever you go, still not hang them. Slate said, more and more excited, as if he had gotten the inheritance of 72 changes. It better really be as powerful as you say. Wang Qianqian rubbed his head and stood up. The massive amount of information still gave him a bit of a headache. Look at what you're saying. If 72 changes wasn't strong, would Qi Tian de Shang, his old man, be able to learn it? If you don't believe me, try it now. See, there's a paper shell over there. Try using the recruitment skill. Slate, who had always been a loud-mouthed person who didn't care about anyone, was respectful when he mentioned the words great sage of Qi Tian. Wang Qianqian turned his head to see that there was indeed a paper shell not far away, recalled the method of using recruitment in his mind, and then pointed his hand in that direction while murmuring in the air, recruitment. The paper shell moved slightly, not even an inch above the ground, and fell to the ground with a snap. Wang Qianqian. Ahem, it's because your realm is too low right now. You really can't play much of a role. When you rise a few more realms, you'll be able to realize the wonders of the 72 changes. Slate desperately salvaged honor for himself. Okay, trust you for now. Wang Qianqian suddenly thought of something and muttered, but I still don't know how to resurrect Captain Zhao. You know the 72 changes. Are you still worried that you can't resurrect Captain Zhao?
What did Chi Tian Desheng, his old man, do back then? He directly rushed to the hell and beat up Yama. Of course, now the hell lost contact, this law temporarily does not work. But inside that god is not that you still have a mission unfinished, let you join the demon chopper. You just do what he said, someday we'll be able to. Slate gave Wang Qianchen a pep talk. Good, let's do it. Wang Qianchen also made up his mind. In fact, just like he himself said before, the words, demon slayers, seemed to be guiding him in the underworld. Where to now? Slate asked quite happily. Let's go home first, I need to digest the information in my head. Wang Qianchen exhaled a large breath and turned towards the door of the mechanic shop. Wang Qianchen wasn't actually from Luzhou City, he originally lived in the countryside and came to the city to rent a house and find a job here in order to make it easier for his father to see a doctor. He doesn't have much money, and he doesn't live very well. It's an old-fashioned neighborhood, there's not even a security guard at the door, and it's full of old people and old women, who are generally not very convenient, and seldom go downstairs for a walk. So when it gets dark, the neighborhood is silent, and there are many trees around, walking in it is like a cemetery. As Wang Qianchen walked, he suddenly smelled a familiar odor. Old Xing? Why are you here? Wang Qianchen looked towards a certain large tree. In the next second, Xing Chuan, who was holding a green jar, walked out. Why did you take my manager's position? Xing Chuan spoke eerily, his two eye sockets sunken, looking like a ghost. Old Xing, the matter of work, wait until you go to the unit afterwards. Wang Qianchen frowned slightly, he didn't expect Xing Chuan to find his house because of this. Why did you steal my manager's position? Xing Chuan suddenly hissed, his shrill voice even shook the sound-activated lights in the nearby hallway. There's something wrong with you. Wang Qianchen was too lazy to talk to him anymore. In fact, he was ready to quit his job to become a demon chopper, but Xing Chuan's mental state was really not suitable to be a manager either. I want you to die. Xing Chuan let out a fierce laugh. Wang Qianchen was about to leave when he heard a dang sound, the jar in Xing Chuan's hand suddenly shook, then the lid flew up and the silhouette of a little boy floated out of it. The little boy, who was all white, flew straight toward Wang Qianchen, instantly fell on his head, and bit down hard. Nightmare boy? A puzzled voice of the young girl Zhong Xian came from the intercom system. Right, after a child under the age of 10 dies, a special method is used to seal the soul and refine it for 99 to 81 days before it can become a nightmare child, possessing the ability to suck other people's souls, but the price is that the child can't be reincarnated and completely become a puppet in the hands of others. Because the body is a human being, it cannot be considered a demon, so the demon-suppressing bell cannot be effective. Li Qianqiu patiently explained while driving. To go as far as refining a child into a nightmare child, it's just too vicious, Long Qiu muttered, so you feel that Xing Chuan's next target is Wang Qianchen? It's definitely Wang Qianchen, Xing Chuan even killed Secretary Jiang, isn't Wang Qianchen the nail in the coffin? I just inquired about Wang Qianchen's address, I'm heading in the direction of his house, I hope I can make it in time. Li Qianqiu's face was grave. Zhou Junxian said that Wang Qianchen was the key to resurrecting Zhaozhe, so he didn't want anything to happen to Wang Qianchen more than ever. Listening to you, this nightmare child isn't that powerful. Wang Qianchen at least has the sand realm, so he shouldn't have any problem cleaning it up, right? Zhong Xian asked again. No. Zhou Weigui interjected, the nightmare child's biggest characteristic is that it doesn't have a solid body, and it's only our demon slashers that can work against it. Wang Qianchen doesn't have the means to restrain the nightmare child, and he will surely die when he touches that kind of thing. The intercom system was silent. If Wang Qianchen died, then Zhaozhe. I won't let anything happen to him. Li Qianqiu gritted his teeth and completely pressed the gas pedal to death. 050 Sun. In the old-fashioned neighborhood. When the little boy jumped on top of Wang Qianchen's head, the latter was first startled, and then quickly used his hand to dial, but the result was a lonely dial, because the other party was just a shadow, no entity at all. When Wang Qianchen reacted, it was already a bit late, the nightmare boy was sucking his soul crazily, if not for the fact that he had a sand realm and his soul was slightly stronger, he would have already collapsed on the ground at this moment. Even so, Wang Qianchen felt dizzy and his body was planted and shaky. What's going on? Slate flew out and immediately went to shoot the little boy, but the same shot only. I don't know. Wang Qianchen was still trying to rattle his head, but no matter what he did, it didn't help. It's Nightmare Boy. He's a shadow without a body, conventional means won't work on him, you have to use the demon chopper's demon chopper. The knowledgeable Slate immediately roared out. Then how? What to do? Wang Qianchen only felt his consciousness getting blurred, his soul seemed to be emptied. Use the demon beheading skill. The demon beheading from the 72 changes. Slate shouted again. Wang Qianchen immediately remembered the demon beheading. In 72 changes, some ghosts and monsters did not have a solid body, so it was necessary to use the demon beheading in order to injure the opponent. Wang Qianchen quickly mobilized the spiritual energy in his body to perform the skill of demon beheading. His palm then flashed with golden light, while grabbing Slate and ruthlessly slapping it towards the little boy on top of his head. Bang! This worked, the little boy was directly slapped down, and the lost souls quickly returned to Wang Qianchen's body. The little boy fell to the ground, a look of pain appeared on his face. Wang Qianqian did not do anything and continued to slap down towards him with the slate in hand. The little boy had almost no combat power other than being able to suck souls, and was slapped by Wang Qianqian as he rolled around on the ground, emitting mournful wails and screams. As the golden light on the slate continued to flash, the little boy's body emitted a zilala sound, and his silhouette was gradually dissipating. Xiao Zhang! Xing Chuan roared and quickly pounced over, lying on top of the little boy's body. The little boy shivered and hid in Xing Chuan's arms, fear written in his two empty eyes. Old Xing, how could you raise such a horrible thing? Wang Qianqian held a slate and stared coldly at Xing Chuan. This is not a horrible thing, this is my son. Xing Chuan hissed, his eyes glowing red. Wang Qianqian froze. Just now, he had heard Slate say the origin of the nightmare child, and this was actually Xing Chuan's son? How could Xing Chuan make his son look like this? Tap tap tap. Right at this moment, there were footsteps again, and it was Li Qianxiu, who was holding the demon slasher, who arrived. Are you alright? Li Qianxiu was the first to arrive at Wang Qianqian's side. Elder brother Li, I'm fine. Why did you come? Wang Qianqian was a bit surprised. I'm looking for this guy. Li Qianxiu pointed at Xing Chuan with his chin, then slowly pulled out the demon beheading blade and aimed it at the little boy on the ground. Seeing the demon beheading blade, the little boy immediately shivered even more. No one is allowed to hurt my son. No one is allowed to hurt my son. Xing Chuan roared hysterically, his entire body pouncing on the little boy's body. Hearing this, Li Qianxiu was also slightly stunned. Nightmare child was actually not uncommon. There were always people with bad intentions refining this kind of monster, but there were really not many who refined their son like this. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the little boy again swooshed into the green jar. Xing Chuan picked up the green jar and was about to leave. How could Li Qianxiu let him go? Immediately hit the back of Xing Chuan's head with a fierce hand knife. With a bang, Xing Chuan fell to the ground, but he was still holding the green jar. Li Qianxiu could kill any monster he wanted, but an ordinary person like Xing Chuan should be handed over to the Luzhou City Police. That night, the police arrested Xing Chuan, and also summoned Xing Chuan's wife, Xiaozhen, to finally figure out all the circumstances of the matter. A year ago, Xing Chuan's 6-year-old son Xiaozheng died in a car accident, but Xing Chuan could not accept the result, refused to bury his son, holding his dead son all day long to seek medical treatment, and then I do not know where to find a charlatan. The other side said that it is possible to maintain Xiaozheng's life in this way. The average person encountered this kind of thing will certainly scoff, but Xing Chuan is convinced, and paid a large sum of money for this. If this money is only once, also even if the key wants to continue to maintain this state, but also a steady stream of money to the charlatan, Xing Chuan will sell all the family property is not enough to promote the manager is his only hope, but the results also failed, so it has become the current situation. In the interrogation room, Xiaozhen covered her face and cried, wailing for a long time. A good family, this completely broken. What awaited Xing Chuan was naturally legal sanction, while Xiaozheng, who had been transformed into a nightmare child, was to be beheaded and then transcended. This thing was done by Li Qianxiu, and Wang Qianqian did not witness it. 051 Mr. Red Mansion. Although this matter came to an end, it wasn't completely over, and the Jianghu magician who refined Xiaozheng into a nightmare child had to be apprehended and brought to justice. After Xiaozheng's transcendence, Xing Chuan's spirit was completely out of whack, and he couldn't ask anything from him, and Xiaozhen didn't know much about this incident, but she only vaguely heard Xing Chuan mention that the person was called Mr. Red Mansion, and that he was at the modern times in the modern times. He only vaguely heard Xing Chuan mention that the man was called Mr. Red House and lived in the Modern Times apartment building. The Modern Times apartment building is located in a busy business district in the city, and the people living in it are quite complicated. There are at least thousands of households, and most of them are tenants, and there are all sorts of things, so trying to find Mr. Red Mansion from it is just like looking for a needle in a haystack. After hearing this news, Wang Qianqian immediately told Li Qianxiu, I'll go with you. It's still unclear whether Mr. Red Mansion is a human or a demon, and you haven't joined the Demon Slayers yet, so it's better if you don't go and go home to rest. Li Qianxiu directly rejected his proposal. Seeing Wang Qianqian showing a disappointed expression, Li Qianxiu added, We've already submitted your application today, and it's no surprise that we'll get a reply tomorrow. It was only after this that Wang Qianqian smiled. Good, I'll be waiting then. After Wang Qianqian went home, Li Qianxiu rushed to the Modern Times apartment building overnight. The city was Zhao Zhe's area of responsibility. After Zhao Zhe died, the workaholic Li Qianxiu took over. Killing demons was a kind of enjoyment for him, and he never felt tired or burdened. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Li Qianxiu arrived at the Modern Times apartment building. He looked at the demon suppressor bell on his waist and saw nothing unusual, but still walked in. Although Li Qianxiu's dress was very strange, the security guard at the entrance just gave him a lazy glance and didn't do anything to stop him, because there were a lot of neo-humans and second generation living in the building, and all of them were dressed in strange and bizarre costumes, such as Sun Wuhan, who had a blown-up head, Sun Wuhan, who wore golden wings, and Sun Gohan, who had a golden face. Sun Gohan, we with golden wings of the blazing angel, tied with a red cloud cloak of the members of the Dawn organization abound, have long been accustomed to, not strange. Li Qianqiu walked directly towards him and asked, "Do you know Mr. Red House? 17th floor, room 1702.
The security guard yawned and said casually with his nostrils buttoned. Li Qianqiu didn't expect this mission to go so smoothly. He just came and asked. He quickly said thank you, turned around and walked towards the elevator.
Such a big person still playing secondary, it's not too embarrassing. Oh.
Looking at Li Qianqiu's back, the security guard muttered, casually wiping his booger on the door next to him. 2 minutes later, Li Qianqiu came to the door of room 1702, and instantly understood why the security guard knew Mr. Red Mansion. There was a couplet hanging on the door. The first couplet was, to criticize yin and yang, to break the 5 elements, to see the sun and the moon in the palm of your hand. The second couplet was, to measure feng shui, to grasp the 6 elements, to grasp the qiankuan in your sleeve.
Crossword, Mr. Red Mansion. So bright and open, security cannot know? The mouth is not small. After reading the couplet, Li Qianqiu first grunted, this kind of cheating Jianghu magician can be too much, and then lowered his head and glanced at the waist of the demon suppression bell, still quiet without any movement. Of course, still the same sentence, this thing can only be a reference, the specific situation is still to see to believe.
Knock knock knock.
Li Qianqiu gently knocked on the door. Who is it?
A young man's voice came from inside.
The one who asks for the trigrams.
Wait, I'll open the door for you. Li Qianqiu held his breath and quietly touched the demon-slaying knife out, while placing his hand on the demon-suppressing bell, ready to set up the clearing space. But he stood for more than a minute. The house froze a little reaction, and then seemed to think of something, looked up sharply to the banner Mr. Red Mansion above, where there is an extremely inconspicuous nail, but slightly flashing bright light, obviously a pinhole camera.
Grass.
Li Qianqiu cursed, then viciously kicked the door open.
Bam!
The anti-theft door should crack. The door lock directly popped open. Li Qianqiu rushed in, and saw that the house was already empty, while the window was wide open. Li Qianqiu immediately ran to the window. The outside was empty, nothing could be seen. Such a high floor, to be able to escape from here, it must be a demon without a doubt, and it was also a demon that was very good at hiding its breath. Another demon has appeared, room 1702 of the Modern Times apartment building, nicknamed Mr. Red House. His true identity is unknown, he is good at hiding his breath, he has already escaped.
Li Qianqiu quickly reported the situation on the intercom system.
Immediately afterward, Li Qianqiu conducted some searches inside the house. However, there was no more valuable information found in here other than a large number of ancient books and books.
Unless you never come to Luzhou City again, I will definitely kill you. Li Qianqiu stared at the empty window with a cold snort, then turned around and left.
The house was empty, and because the windows and the door were open, the cool wind from the night sky continuously poured in, blowing the books on the tables and shelves clattering. Until more than 10 minutes later, a yellow leather dream of red mansions on the bookshelf faintly flickered with white light, and then gradually transformed into a young man with a miserable white complexion. Mama, scared me to death. How to attract the demon chopper? Thanks to the fact that I'm a book demon, and I've read 10,000 books, and my body exudes the aroma of the book, which has long since covered up my demonic aura, or else this time it will be finished. No, I have to change a place, this apartment is really not safe. The young man patted his own chest. It was called a palpitating heart and a shocked soul.
052 application passed. The next morning, Wang Qianqian woke up and went to work first as usual.
Although Li Qianqiu said that there would be news today, he was not sure whether he could join Demon Chopper or not, so Wang Qianqian was not in a hurry to quit his job, in case it didn't work out on that side, and then quit on this side. It would be a lot of fun. After the morning meeting, Yue called Wang Qianqian to his office.
Have you finished handling things? Yue asked meaningfully. Finished. Wang Qianqian nodded. Ji Lan's mother went back? Went back. The more Yue asked this, the more Wang Qianqian felt that he wasn't a demon, otherwise how could he not know what happened to old lady Rat?
Just finish, go back to work, the company has more things going on lately, it's time for you to devote yourself to your work. Yue exhaled. Other than making regular offerings to Master Huang-san, he actually didn't really like dealing with those demons.
Wang Qianqian returned to the sales department and started his day's work while waiting for news from Li Qianqiu. Tunliu County, in a small 2-story building in a large shed on the outskirts.
Third Master Huang, dressed in a Taoist robe, was sitting in front of the door meditating under the sun when a mountain eagle suddenly came whistling with its wings flapping. Hearing the sound, Master Huang opened his eyes and immediately stood up. With a swoosh, the mountain eagle landed on the ground and transformed into the appearance of a middle-aged man.
Yo, Brother Sean is here, how is Cave Master his old man doing these days? Third Master Huang asked smilingly.
The Cave Master is fine, don't worry about it, this is a letter from the Cave Master to you.
Sean handed Third Master Huang a bamboo tube.
Hey, in fact, if you want me to say the human cell phone is quite good, and the signal range is very wide, in addition to really cannot go to the deep mountains and old forests, everywhere is there signal towers, the Cave Master, his old man can try it. Huang-san Master said while opening the bamboo tube, and from it, he took out a note. After reading it, Third Master Huang was slightly stunned. There was just one sentence on it, avenge old Mrs. Mouse.
No, how can I avenge old Lady Mouse? The demon slayer who killed her is already dead. Third Master Huang was somewhat speechless as he pinched the note. Mouse old lady is a part of our 10,000 Demons Association's Takesing Cave. She can't just die for no reason. How can we hang only one demon beheader? Where is the face of our 10,000 Demons Association? All the demon slayers in Luzhou City must die. Brother Shan said in an icy tone. Kill all the demon slayers in Luzhou City? Master Huang San almost cursed out the street. Old Lady Mouse is from the 10,000 Demons Association, so the demon slayers don't have any background? Really kill them all, their superiors will not be willing to rest. The mouthpiece of a close, let yourself go out to die, dare to do it is not their chanting. This, I am afraid it is a little difficult, they are several people. Huang Sanjun rubbed his hands, showing a sarcastic smile. Where is it difficult? Their captain is already dead, the rest is a group of Earth Realm, you want to pack them is not as easy as a slap. Huang San, you will not want to disobey the order of the cave master, right? Shan narrowed his eyes and said. No, absolutely not. Huang San immediately said with a firm face, then smiled sarcastically and said, but Brother Shan, you also know that the demon chopper cannot be dealt with, even if they only have the Earth Realm. The combat power is not to be underestimated, and once they join hands they are also strong. I'm afraid that I'm a little bit difficult to be alone or not to talk to the cave master is I'm afraid it's a bit difficult for me alone. Why don't you apply to the cave master and his old man and give me a few more helpers? Even if it is dead, also have to pull a few cushions, a person to do this fact in 2 stupid X, more call a few helpers can also make the risk minimization. The cave master let you go alone, that is, considering your strength is no problem. Shan glanced at him before faintly saying, don't worry, if you really perish unfortunately, the cave master, his old man will avenge you. After saying these words, Brother Shan reverted back to being a mountain eagle and flew straight up into the sky with a shock of his wings. Dry. Only after watching Shan fly away, Third Master Huang cursed fiercely. But the order had been given, Master Huang San had to obey. Compared to the demon chopper, Third Master Huang was undoubtedly more afraid of the cave master. Forget it, kill the weakest demon chopper, just consider it as coping with this errand. Master Huang San made up his mind, then raised his hand into the air and snapped his fingers. Several weasels immediately gathered from the surrounding barns. Just a few of you? Looking at them, Third Master Huang let out a bitter smile, before in order to help the old lady rat, his side was almost half damaged. These weasels were also his bloodline relatives, it was impossible not to be heartbroken. Forget it, you guys don't go, call that who? Master Huang San thought for half a day, then said, by the way, Mr. Hong Lu, isn't that kid able to hide demonic chi? Let him kill the weakest demon chopper for me and hand it over. Meanwhile, Luda Trading Company. Wang Qianchen received a call from Li Qianxiu. Your application is passed, you can become a demon slayer. Li Qianxiu's voice was tinged with excitement as it was related to Zhao Zhe's resurrection, so he was very, very happy. That's great. Wang Qianchen was also excited, finally getting what he wanted. But, Li Qianxiu wanted to say something. 053 Excellent Demon Chopper. What's wrong? Wang Qianchen asked suspiciously. No more, come to Zhao Zhe car wash. After saying this, Li Qianxiu hung up the phone. Wang Qianchen could not understand, originally heard the news that his application was approved and was quite happy, were ready to go to find especially resigned, but the result was such a mess, so he did not dare to act rashly again. Although it is not yet time to leave work, but the sales department has a lot of freedom, we are often outside the business, entertaining customers, so it is not a big deal to leave early. Because it was almost noon, Wang Qianchen was worried that there were too many things to do on the demon chopper side to deliver food to his father, so he asked an employee of the sales department to do it for him. He couldn't just bother Qi Yan every time, but the head nurse was also very busy at work. After arranging everything, Wang Qianchen left the company. Zhao Zhe car wash. Li Qianxiu, Zhou Weiguo, Long Kuai and Zhou Ngexian, the 4 demon choppers were sitting straight on the sofa like elementary school students, not even daring to utter a single breath, because right across from them sat a middle-aged man with a no-nonsense, majestic face. This man came from Shanjing, and was the chief commander of the organization, Demon Slayers, as well as one of the 7 strongest humans in Xia at this stage. Because of a letter of application from Li Qianxiu, as well as a letter of recommendation personally written by Zhou Junxian, he came to the small, 4th-tier city of Luzhou City on a plane by himself. This was a treatment that no demon chopper had ever received, not to mention that Wang Qianchen hadn't precisely joined the demon choppers. Why on earth? What was so special about Wang Qianchen? First, Zhou Junxian said he could resurrect Zhao Zhe, and then the commander-in-chief personally came to Luzhou City, so he doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Now that this chief commander was sitting in Zhe Zhe's car wash store, the powerful aura emanating from him alone was enough to press Li Qianxiu and the others so hard that they didn't dare to raise their heads. Commander Song, are you pumping? Li Qianxiu really couldn't stand this depressing atmosphere anymore, and stiffly stood up and touched a box of Zuanheman. What is said? Zhou Weiguai head is big, gently pulled a hand Li Qianxiu. Oh, do you drink cigarettes? Li Qianxiu hurriedly poured a cup of water. Long Kwai and Zhong Xian both lowered their heads, generically feeling that this old brotherly was a bit humiliated. I don't smoke or drink water. Song Chongjian lifted his wrist and looked at his watch, then asked, when will Wang Qianqian come? I called him, he should be here soon. Li Qianqiu said in a regimented manner. Well, let's have a chat while he's not here. Song Chongjian nodded and said, it's not very clear in the application and recommendation letter. Tell us again what's going on with Wang Qianqian, who was the first to recognize him and contact him. It was me. Li Qianqiu answered and then told the whole process. Captain Zhao took the rejuvenation pill, forcefully beheaded the old rat lady, and defended the lives of civilians. His spirit is commendable, we won't treat him poorly, and he won't be short of the merit and pension he deserves. Song Chongjian spoke in a low tone and mourned for a few seconds before continuing. Then the next day, the local city god, Master Zhou, found you guys and said that Wang Qianqian was the key to resurrecting Captain Zhao? Right. Li Qianqiu nodded. I'm really getting curious about him now and can't wait to meet him. After Song Chongjian was silent for a while, he let out a long breath. Li Qianqiu took out his cell phone and prepared to make another call to Wang Qianqian. Li Qianqiu, right, a soldier from the 38th session of the Demon Beheader Initial Training Camp. Song Chongjian suddenly spoke. Yes, I didn't expect you to remember me. Li Qianqiu froze, then returned. Of course I remember, in that class of newcomers, although you weren't the best, you were the one who trained the hardest. Song Chongjian said slowly. Hard work is of no use, I really don't have much talent, still in Earthrealm after so many years, Li Qianqiu said with his head lowered. Zhou Weiguo next to him couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, quite a feeling of lying down and also getting shot. Regardless of the realm, those who won't back down in the face of demons, who are brave enough to fight, and who always put the lives of their people first, are the best demon slayers of our Grand Xia. Song Chongjian's face was sincere and his tone resonant, clearly not a crown of polite words, but truly thinking so. Thank you. Li Qianqiu's gaze was red, and Zhou Weiguo and the others also looked excited. As I recall, your entire family died at the hands of a demon, right? Song Chongjian suddenly asked softly. Yes. Li Qianqiu lowered his head. The cave master of the 10,000 Demon Society's Taxing Cave, the old bastard who called himself the Eight Princes? Yes. At the mention of this name, Li Qianqiu's fists clenched slightly. That guy is very strong and his whereabouts are uncertain, so he's not too good for you to deal with, Song Chongjian sighed softly. No matter how strong he is, I will find him out and break him into pieces and dismantle him. Li Qianqiu's eyes flushed red, and his voice was filled with resentment. I'm here, if I happen to have news of him, I'll go along and help you chop him up. Song Chongjian said softly. I'll do it myself. Li Qianqiu gritted his teeth and said. When you find him, ask your superiors for help, don't do it alone. Song Chongjian knew that he couldn't stop him and could only remind him softly. 054 I am a book. Aha! Li Qianqiu once again softly answered. Song Chongjian was about to say something else when the demon-suppressing bell on his waist suddenly trembled slightly, and the demon-suppressing bells of Li Qianqiu and the others also made the same movement. There are demons. Song Chongjian's brows wrinkled, his hand grasped in the void, and a pitch-black steel blade appeared in his palm, his body instantly erupting with a stern and powerful killing aura. At the same time, the door of Zhizh's car wash was pushed open, and a young man with a clean face walked in with big strides. He's Wang Qianqian. Li Qianqiu immediately spoke up. Song Chongjian was slightly stunned, then looked Wang Qianqian up and down. Elder brotherly. Wang Qianqian called out first, then greeted Zhou Weiguo and the others before finally looking at Song Chongjian, and this is? This is the Supreme Officer of Xia, Demon Slayers, Chief Commander Song Chongjian Song, who came here specifically from Shangjing. Li Qianqiu immediately introduced with a serious expression. Oh, Commander Song, hello there. Wang Qianqian took the initiative to extend his hand. Seeing this, Li Qianqiu and the others all had a expression on their faces. This was the chief commander of the Demon Slayers, one of the 7 strongest humans in Xia. How many people would never see him in their entire lives? And Wang Qianqian was shaking his hand so casually, and with a disinterested expression. What's wrong? Wang Qianqian also noticed that Li Qianqiu and the others' expressions weren't quite right. He really didn't take Song Chongjian seriously, thinking that the Demon Slayers' chief commander showing up was a process that every newcomer had to go through. To put it bluntly, isn't it just an interview? If Demon Slayers is a company, the other party is equivalent to the chairman of the board, one is already very polite as to make such a fuss? It's fine, Song Chongjian smiled. The demon beheader then disappeared and held Wang Qianqian's outstretched hand. Specialized in coming from Shangjing? The journey is quite tiring, right? Smoke a cigarette, old brother. Wang Qianqian touched out a box of yellow Crane Tower 1916. In fact, he himself does not smoke. This is prepared for the customer. This is old brother? The expression on Li Qianqiu's and other people's faces became more and more messy. Hee, I don't smoke. Song Chongjian was still smiling. Not smoking is good for your body. Turn around and I'll take you to eat Luzhou City's local specialty donkey meat dump cake, as well as Yincheng pig soup, both of which are resounding delicacies.
Wang Qianqian often see customers. This piece of soup words can be too good at saying, quickly close the distance between people, would have been their salesman's specialty.
Good, I'll definitely try it when I have the chance. Song Chongjin smiled, then greeted Wang Qianqian and sat down.
Aha! After Wang Qianqian sat down, he opened the king's wife selling melon mode by himself. Commander Song, I think I'm quite suitable to be a demon chopper. Before you came here, Captain Zhao and Master Zhou were optimistic about me. Not only did I advance to the Sand Realm for a minute, but I've also killed a couple of demons on my own.
City Hospital.
In the nurse's station of the hematology department, Shi Yan, who had been promoted to head nurse, was making patient records while observing the ward diagonally across the street where Wang Di and Uncle Chen were, until she saw that it wasn't Wang Qianqian who had come to bring Wang Di his food, and then she sighed helplessly, a hint of disappointment sweeping through her eyes. Sometimes people are like this, do not fall in love when you do not think of anything. In the past, Shi Yan and Wang Qianqian is at most the relationship of good friends, once began to develop in that direction, unconsciously began to think wildly, full of that person in the head. After Wang De finished his meal, Shi Yan walked in under the name of inspecting the wards.
Uncle Wang, Xiao Chen didn't come again?
Shi Yan smiled, trying to make it look like a casual question. Yes, after that kid got promoted to manager, his work seems to be getting busier and busier.
Wang De also sighed helplessly. Shi Yan Xiao Chen later about you did not? No he is not quite busy. There's no rush, just take your time.
Shi Yan took the initiative to help Wang De clean up the dishes. Alas, this kid, I have to talk to him later. No matter how busy you are at work, you can't delay the big things in life. Wang De first scolded twice, and then helplessly said, Shi Yan, if you're free, you can also take the initiative to ask him out. This kid, because of my disease, work up always do not want to die, you have to let him combine labor and leisure well.
Aga, you're already treating Shi Yan as your daughter-in-law? Uncle Chen next to him laughed and teased. Originally as my daughter-in-law, how, you are not convinced? Wang De blew his beard and glared. Convinced. Uncle Chen arched his hand and begged for forgiveness.
Shi Yan left the ward with a red face, but Wang De's words were memorized in her heart. Shi Yan wasn't a squirmy character, she was cheerful, generous, optimistic, and confident, and since she decided to take the initiative, she definitely wasn't nagging.
An underground rental house in Luzhou City. What, let me go kill the demon chopper.
The young man almost jumped up from the sofa when he heard such words. No, I'm just a book. It's fine for me to recite poems and read fortunes and tell fortunes. How can I have the ability to kill any demon beheader?
Are you going against Master Huang San's orders?
A yellow-faced youth on the opposite side said in a deep voice.
055 that day, will it come? No, I really don't have the ability to do this.
At the mention of Third Master Huang, Mr. Red Mansion lowered his head in frustration. Ever since he was terminated by Li Qianxiu's lair, Mr. Red Mansion hid in the east and the west, and finally chose to stay in this basement, and as a result, before his but was even warmed up, a weasel came to his door. Mr. Red Mansion was not a member of the 10,000 Demon Society, yet he was also under the jurisdiction of Master Huang San. To put it simply, it was precisely because Master Huang San was a member of the 10,000 Demons Society that the demons operating in the city of Luzhou and even in the vicinity had to be subjected to his command. After all, no one could afford to offend that powerful demon organization that was the only one that could arm wrestle with Demon Beheader.
I told you, letting you pick the weakest demon chopper to kill, is it hard for you, huh?
The yellow-faced youth squinted at him, his sharp nails had secretly elongated, looking extremely harsh under the light. Good, I kill, Mr. Redhouse a shiver hastily agreed.
That's right, hurry up I'll wait for your news.
The yellow-faced youth nodded in satisfaction, before turning around and walking out.
How can you bully a scholar? Really, despondent east wind nowhere to say, do not teach idle land to write spring hua.
Mr. Honglu clenched his fists, wanting to cry without tears.
Zhe car wash store.
Wang Qianqian has been talking loudly for half an hour, except for the experience of getting the inheritance of 72 changes, that he didn't say that God warned that he couldn't mention this to anyone all the others have been told, and he described himself as invincible and resourceful, and he described himself as a god. Li Qianqiu and the others felt in a trance that all the monsters in the entire city of Luzhou throughout the ages seemed to have been killed by him, and that the few of them were just like salted fish waiting for death every day, relying on Wang Qianqian to survive to this day. Good guy, you can blow more powerful than me, came Slate's incomparably shocked exclamation from the consciousness.
What do you know? This is called experience. Understand. How many times have I interviewed? How many jobs have I looked for? The key does not lie in how much you do not know how to sell yourself is never a good employee. Wang Qianqian looked arrogant. Quite good. Song Chongjin nodded without moving. In fact, even if Wang Qianqian didn't say this, with that letter of recommendation from Zhou Junxian, it was enough for him to join the demon chopper. But the demonic aura on your body is a nuisance. As soon as you show up, the demon suppressor bell rings. How can you identify other demons in the future? That's okay, I have it. This guy is experienced, he has lived for hundreds of years, he has truly eaten and seen, he doesn't need the demon suppressing bell, it can also help me identify demons. Wang Qianqian directly touched the slate out. Hello? No one in the past and no one in the future. Ming Shenwu, the world is invincible and mighty big Slate. Slate shyly greeted. Under Wang Qianqian's many days of tutelage, Slate was now also very polite. There are demons again. Song Chongjian was taken aback as he once again reached out and grabbed in the air, a pitch-black steel blade appearing in his palm. Commander Song, don't be nervous, he's a demon handpicked by Master Zhou, and now he's a weapon I carry with me. Wang Qianqian hurriedly explained. Li Qianqiu and the others also vouched and testified for the matter, and only then did Song Chongjian put his sword back. Using demons as weapons, or mounts or guards, was actually not rare. In the past, those immortals did not do these things too often, such as Tai Shan Lao Jun's Mount Qing Niu Jing, Guanyin Bodhisattva's side guard Black Bear Jing, Erlangshan's hands three-pointed, two-bladed halberd, and so on, including nowadays. There were some demon decimators doing this. Of course, the premise was that these demons hadn't done too much evil, or else it wasn't too good to cause public anger. Since it was handpicked by Master Zhou, then I have nothing to say. Song Chongjian tried to hold back the haha slate as a weapon is also too runt, right spit back into his stomach, and said somberly, you can join the demon choppers, but you have to find a way to hide the demonic aura on your body, otherwise it's quite troublesome for your teammates too. Understood. Wang Qianqian nodded heavily. It was fine for him to be alone. If he walked with his teammates, the demon suppressor bell would ring non-stop. It was indeed a bit troublesome. Although he didn't know how to do it, he still agreed first. Alright, then I'll leave first, looking forward to your future development. Song Chongjian patted Wang Qianqian's shoulder and stood up. Leaving now? You're not going to eat donkey meat pancakes? Not drinking Yinshan pig soup? Wang Qianqian was slightly stunned. Next time, I still have things to do, I have to go back as soon as possible. Song Chongjian smiled faintly. Don't worry Commander Song, I'm sure I won't let you down. Come, I'll send you. Song Commander, you left too early, I still want to take you to the Diamond nightclub to have some fun, the princesses over there are more watery than one. Wang Qianqian took the initiative to hold Song Chongjian's arm and walked out, his mouth still. Wang Qianqian took the initiative to take Song Chongjian's arm and walked outside, muttering some whispers under his breath, and those who didn't know saw this scene and thought that the two were good buddies. Li Qianqiu and the others followed behind, still with a messy expression on their faces. That Song Chongjian what did he say? To take Commander Song to a nightclub? This guy is designated as having a social awesome disorder. Several people mumbled their way to the door, and Wang Qianqian had already sent Song Chongjian to a military vehicle. Commander Song, take your time, come back next time to eat dump cake. Wang Qianqian waved his hand and stood at the entrance of Zhezhe's car wash, watching Song Chongjian's car leave with Li Qianqiu and the others. The military car. Song Chongjian held the steering wheel in his hands and muttered as he drove, will the day when the heavenly realm reappears, the earth is reborn, and the gods are welcomed back. Will that day really come? 056 Demon Beheader Initial Training Camp. Zhezhe Car Wash. A few people also returned to the car wash after sending Song Chongjian. What was the situation just now? How did he have a sword with a vein grab? Wang Qianqian couldn't wait to ask, just now didn't ask because he didn't want to act like a turd. The most taboo thing about interviews is to ask questions, and pretend to be knowledgeable and comfortable, even if he turns back to mend his knowledge. There should be some kind of spiritual weapon that can store things. Li Qianqiu said with less certainty. After all, with his current status, he couldn't access too many things. Spiritual artifact? Wang Qianqian was a bit puzzled. Well, there are many kinds of spirit weapons, each with different functions. There are attack type, defense type, and auxiliary type. It's similar to the magic treasures in the hands of those ancient gods? Right, Commander Song is after all the highest officer of the Demon Slayers. It's not strange to have auxiliary type spirit weapons that can store things. Li Qianqiu nodded. This thing is good, just grab whatever you want in the void. Wang Qianqian revealed a look of longing. It's not rare, there's a Qianquan bag over at Old Dog Joe's side that can also hold all sorts of things in it. Afterward you go and ask him for it. Consciously, Slate suddenly interjected. That dares to be good. Wang Qianqian was happy. Spiritual weapons are actually nothing, as long as they are demon choppers, everyone has them. Li Qianqiu said, unclasping the demon beheading knife, demon suppressing bell, and demon taking cloak on the table, and introduced the functions of these things to Wang Qianqian one by one. Demon slaying knife, black in color, a powerful weapon to kill demons. I don't know what material it's made of, but it's hard to break or roll the blade, and it can cut down ghosts and monsters that don't have a solid body. With this thing, you won't need to use the demon slaying in the 72 transformations. Jin Demon Bell can be monitored within a certain range of the demon's breath, generally effective within 100 meters, but it is not everything. Some demons are good at hiding their breath. The higher the realm the more they will hide, so it can only be used as a reference, cannot be completely relied upon. In addition to this, the demon suppressing bell also has the effect of creating clear space, as well as overcoming the dead, and temporary storage of corpses. The demon regent's cloak, which could resist a certain level of damage, including physical and spell damage, but again, it wasn't foolproof. For example, spiritual damage couldn't be resisted. These three items could all be considered as spiritual weapons, and would be issued to anyone who officially joined the Demon Slayers. Quite practical and overbearing. After listening to Li Qianqiu's narration, Wang Qianqian rubbed his hands together and said, "It's just that carrying these things all day long is a bit middle-aged, and it's easy to be looked at as a deviant, right? 10 years ago, yes, as long as we go out, we will surely attract a lot of different eyes, so we try to hide it by putting other clothes on the outside, and only reveal it when fighting, but in the last 10 years there is no such trouble. With the rise in popularity of secondary, wearing a cape and carrying a steel sword going out can be too normal. People will at most say that they are so old and still play this." Li Qianqiu laughingly explained. "I haven't encountered this kind of comment?" The young girl Zhong Xian said doubtfully. "Neither have I." Long Kuai also chimed in. Only Zhou Weiguo's mouth twitched a bit, again having a feeling of lying down and getting shot. Li Qianqiu was over 40, and Zhou Weiguo was over 60, and only when the two of them went out in this kind of attire would they be pointed at, and there were even mouth breathers who said that the two of them were old and immodest and disrespectful for the elderly. Quite good. Quite good. Wang Qianqian nodded and said, "When will my demon beheading sword, demon suppressing bell, and demon regenerating cloak be distributed?" He couldn't wait. "Not now, you haven't officially become a member of the Demon Slayers." Li Qianqiu shook his head. "Why isn't it official yet? Commander Song has said that I can." Wang Qianqian was a bit anxious. "Your application was passed, but you still have to go to the Demon Beheader Initial Training Camp to receive training, and you can truly become a Demon Beheader only after you pass the graduation exam. This is the path that Demon Slayers must go through. You have to learn all kinds of theories and techniques to kill demons, otherwise how can you go to the battlefield holding a brick and slapping it? Right now, you can only be considered as a temporary team member, and can barely be called half a Demon Slayer." Since learning that Wang Qianqian could resurrect Zhaozhe, Li Qianqiu's attitude towards him was obviously a lot more patient, and could basically answer any questions and solve any confusion. "Hey, watch what you say, what do you mean by holding a brick? This grandpa is unprecedented." "Shut up." Wang Qianqian drank the interruption of the brick. Demon Beheader Initial Training Camp? He had heard Song Chongjin mention before that Li Qianqiu was a soldier in the 38th session of the Demon Slayer training camp. Although he hadn't entered the car wash at that time, he had already heard about it through his superhuman sense of hearing. "Then when will I go?" Wang Qianqian asked. "The Demon Chopper training camp is held once a year, and this year there's still a month left before the class is due to start, during which we'll first train you briefly, and even take you to kill some low-realm demons, lest you go over there and don't know anything," Li Qianqiu said seriously. "Good." Wang Qianqian nodded. "Any more questions?" Li Qianqiu asked again. Can I ask if I have a subsidy as a temporary team member now?" Wang Qianqian rubbed his hands and asked with some embarrassment. 057 based on the ground. Wang Qianqian's goal of joining Demon Slayers was not for the money anymore, firstly, because of Zhaozhe, and secondly, because of the guidance from the underworld, but money was really a problem he had to face. After all, he still had an old man who was living in a hospital room. It's not something he's ashamed to talk about, but whoever lives in this world doesn't need money? To kill demons based on love and faith alone, maybe some could do it, but Wang Qianqian couldn't. Temporary team members are not subsidized. Li Qianqiu shook his head, "But the salary will be higher after you turn regular. I'm not at liberty to disclose the exact figure right now, but it will definitely allow you to live a life of food and clothing, and you don't have to worry about your father's illness. The demon-slaying man will be fully responsible for it, so you won't have to worry about it." "My father's illness is also managed?" Wang Qianqian instantly became excited. The benefits of Demon Slayer were also too good. "Of course, when we kill demons and monsters outside, we are also considered to have our heads tied to our pants belts, contributing to the stability of society, and of course the country will not treat us poorly," Li Qianqiu said solemnly. Good ah. Wang Qianqian rubbed his hands excitedly, because his father's this disease, the further the more money he burns, that's why it's called a rich disease. If there can be a country to cover the bottom, it can be too cost-effective. Whoever stops Wang Qianqian from joining the Demon Chopper, he will fight with whoever. But before officially joining the Demon Slayers, it seems that he can't quit his job as the sales department manager. Well, now let me tell you about our team members. Li Qianqiu pointed to several others and introduced them one by one. Long Kuai, 33 years old, Middle-earth realm, divorced young woman, joined Demon Chopper for 4 years. Zhong Xian, 17 years old, early earth realm, still a high school student, unintentionally awakened the skill of medical trauma, the legendary awareness, joined Demon Beheader less than a year ago, and is now attending school while carrying out Demon Beheader's missions. Zhou Weiguo, 66 years old, peak of the earth realm, was once a veteran and received a second-class merit, was absorbed because of his outstanding hands, and had already joined the Demon Slayers for 20 years. Lastly, it's me. Li Qianqiu pointed at himself and said, 42 years old, peak of the earth realm, joined the Demon Slayers for 10 years, and is now the acting captain of the Luzhou City Demon Slayers. Wang Qianqian greeted several people one by one, and then introduced himself as well. Wang Qianqian, 22 years old, Sand Realm, temporary team member of Demon Beheader, now the manager of the sales department of Luda Trading Company Limited. I hope to be able to fight side by side with all of you in the days to come. Wang Qianqian bowed deeply at the few people. Hello? Hello? Several people looked at Wang Qianqian with smiling faces, and the dilapidated car wash overflowed with warmth. This car wash is our base, we can live here or elsewhere, but for ease of movement, it's better to live together. Li Qianqiu continued to patiently introduce. Why choose this place? Wang Qianqian looked around strangely. There was really nothing surprising about this car wash. Captain Zhao was the owner of this car wash before he joined the Demon Slayers, and then he used this place as a base. Li Qianqiu said somberly. Understood. Wang Qianqian nodded. Any more questions? Yes. Wang Qianqian said, I've been trying to figure out what the so-called Sand Realm and Earth Realm actually mean. Well, it's a grade based on the realm of spiritual energy. From low to high it's the Sand Realm, Earth Realm, Stone Realm, Rock Realm, Wall Realm, Peak Realm, Mountain Realm, Upside Down Realm, and Transcendent Dust Realm. Spiritual power is very important and determines your combat power. The higher the realm the easier it is to kill demons. Of course, each of these realms is an insurmountable chasm. I'm still only in Earth Realm after 10 years. I'm considered to be poorly talented. Li Qianqiu sighed softly. Oldly, I've been putting up with you for half a day. Zhou Weiguo finally didn't hold back, getting shot every time he lay down. Long Kuai and Zhong Xian couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. The highest is the Transcendent Dust Realm? Wang Qianqian asked again. No, at this stage, the Upside Down Realm is the highest. The Ultra Dust Realm is the realm of those gods now. Ultra Dust is the meaning of transcending the mortal dust and ascending to immortality. But the heavenly realm and the earthly realm are out of touch, and those legendary gods have disappeared, and since then no one has been able to transcend the mortal dust and ascended to immortality. The subversive realm is said to be not far from the gods, so it's also called the half-step beyond the dust realm or half-step divine realm. Speaking here, Li Qianqiu suddenly remembered something and added, of course, the gods here are those very powerful gods. The implication was that it meant that weak gods like Zhou Junxian didn't count. Are there any humans in the Upside Down Realm now? Wang Qianqian asked again. Of course, the chief commander of the Demon Slayers, Song Chongjian, is in the Bump Realm, so he's one of the 7 strongest humans in Dixia. It's said that and I haven't seen it with my own eyes, that Commander Song can move mountains and seas, and soar through clouds and mist. That's the idol of all of us Demon Slayers. Li Qianqiu revealed a look of yearning. He's that powerful? Wang Qianqian was astonished. Several people looked at him with a what did you think expression, and when they thought of Wang Qianqian getting close to Song Chongjin earlier and saying that he would take Song Chongjin to the clubhouse to play, each of them almost vomited blood. Then why did he drive away? Wouldn't it have been easier to just fly away? Wang Qianqian couldn't help but ask again. Worried about causing panic among the public, even including us, we can't just casually display our skills in front of mortals. We can't let everyone know that there are still demons in this world, so the clear space is very necessary. Li Qianqiu said somberly. Can people really fly in the sky? Wang Qianqian rubbed his hands together and said incredulously. What's so difficult about that? I can even fly, it's so simple. In your 72 changes, there is the skill, Royal Wind. When you have a high realm in the future, you can fly just the same. Slate said with a smile in his consciousness. Then I'll have to try it out later. Wang Qianqian said with the same smile. You want to try? Li Qianqiu and the others all looked at him with surprised faces. 058 plans in mind. No, I mean in the future when my realm is high I must try it. Wang Qianqian hurriedly explained, forgetting that Slate was talking to him in his consciousness. In fact, a high realm is not necessarily okay. Li Qianqiu shook his head and said, unless one is an energy-aware person and happens to have awakened the flight type of instincts, or else a high realm can only fight on the ground, and at most, it's just a little bit higher than an ordinary person. Jumping higher and bouncing farther. Commander Song is also an awakened energizer? Of course, almost everyone in the top echelons of the Demon Slayers are JUEs. Because JUEs have special abilities, they are considered the lucky ones chosen by the heavens, and they all cultivate much faster than ordinary Demon Slayers. In other words, only JUE energizers can have a broader future in this line of work, and ordinary Demon Slayers like us may only be able to stay inside a 4th-tier city for the rest of our lives. Li Qianqiu sighed helplessly. What kind of lucky person is a jutsu energy practitioner? Can they still be as powerful as you who have inherited the 72 changes? Slate interjected again in the consciousness. Wang Qianqian learned his lesson this time and didn't pick up on it. Our Zhong Xian is a jutsu energy practitioner. She can utilize her spiritual power to heal traumatic injuries. Her future is unlimited. Long Qiu smilingly put her arm around Zhong Xian's shoulder. I don't care about the future. I won't separate from you guys for the rest of my life. Zhong Xian immediately pouted and said. Everyone laughed, although Zhong Xian's words were very warm, but as she grew stronger in the future, the higher-ups of the Demon Slayers wanted to transfer her away from Luzhou City. Could she still disobey the order? Isn't it true that Demon Slayers can learn spells when they reach a certain realm, and there isn't one of them that can fly? Wang Xianchen asked strangely. He remembered that Zhao Zhe had used the lightning attraction technique when he fought against Old Lady Mouse. That kind of means that could attract lightning from the sky should be a kind of spell, and Old Lady Mouse had specifically said that it was something that only demon beheaders in the stone realm could learn. It can be, but there aren't many kinds, because the heavenly realm and the earthly realm have lost their connection, and numerous gods have disappeared along with them. The spells that have been passed down to the demon slayers have become fewer and fewer over the centuries. Of course, those great sects of demon slayers such as Maoshan, Longhushan, and Puchuoshan still hold some of them, and it's even more so for those of us that the ordinary demon choppers can touch. Li Qianqiu laughed bitterly. Obviously there also existed a gateway view among the demon beheaders. All of them hid their own spells and refused to publicize them to the public or widely accept disciples. So that's how it is. Wang Qianchen nodded. You're also quite powerful. Li Qianqiu continued, you have superb hearing and sense of smell, and you also drew qi into your body for a minute to advance to the sand realm. If it wasn't for the demonic aura on your body, I would have suspected that you're also a jutsu energy practitioner. Of course, with Master Zhou and Commander Song both being so optimistic about you, your future must be unlimited as well. Borrowing your good advice, I hope so. Wang Xianchen smiled, then added, right, there's still a month to go before the Demon Beheader initial training camp opens, right? How do you guys plan to train me in this month? First of all, you have to continue studying the Demon Slaying Heart Sutra. One of the mandatory standards for the graduation exam of the Demon Slayer's initial training camp is to reach the Earth Realm, so you have to train for as long as possible, lest you won't be able to keep up with the others at that time, and won't be in trouble if you can't finish your studies. Secondly, I'll teach you a set of Demon Slayer's blade technique that Demon Slayers must learn. Demon beheading blade technique that you must learn. Old brother Zhou will teach you boxing and kicking, Long Kuai will teach you marksmanship, and Zhong Xian will teach you how to bandage and deal with injuries in the future. If you want to kill demons and monsters, all of these are essential means. And marksmanship? Wang Qianchen was astonished. Yes, against low-level demons, a pistol is also a very effective means. No, I mean we can use guns too? As we all know, Daxiao's management of guns is very strict, and other than special professions, no one else is allowed to use them. Of course, we are the special profession, the above is allowed for us to use it. Of course, the rules are the same as other professions, every bullet fired out has to be reported in detail. Li Qianqiu said with a serious face. It was obvious that even if the demon chopper could use a gun, it was still subject to some restrictions. Understood. Wang Qianchen nodded once again. Good, then from today onwards, move with us if you have nothing to do. As the acting captain, Li Qianqiu took out his due momentum and majesty, and rushed at several people. This Mr. Honglu, I've been investigating from yesterday to today, the next target in mission is him. This kid is very cunning and good at hiding his demonic aura. In the corner outside Zhuzh's car wash, a thick copy of Dream of the Red Chamber lay quietly. It turns out that Wang Qianchen is a newcomer, and is still just a sand realm. He should be the weakest demon chopper in Luzhou City at this stage. Mr. Honglu secretly pondered. Readers, you have to fight wisely, not martial arts. Mr. Red Mansion smiled, already having some plans in his mind. 059 The final decision. In Zhuzh's car wash store. Drip bell. A few people were listening to Li Qianqiu talking about Mr. Red Mansion when Wang Qianchen's phone suddenly rang. Sorry, Wang Qianchen thought it was the company calling, but he took out his cell phone to see that it was Qi Yan. Wang Qianchen immediately walked to the door to answer the phone. Busy man, Manager Wang, is it so busy that you don't come to deliver food to Uncle Wang? Qi Yan said smilingly. It's really quite busy. Is there something wrong, Nurse Manager Qi? Hearing Qi Yan's voice, Wang Qianchen felt warm in his heart, especially after both of them had the mind to develop in that direction. What, I can't call you if there's nothing wrong? I'm asking you, do you have something to do tonight? Qi Yan said graciously. No. Wang Qianchen pondered that the demon chopper's side of things should be over. If there's nothing, let's have dinner together tonight. Qi Yan took the initiative to invite. She never twisted her arms when doing things. Okay, or the Bright Moon restaurant, I have to treat you tonight. Thinking about what happened before, Wang Qianchen still felt guilty. Then it's settled, you don't have to come from work, I'll go over after I directly call Uncle Wang for dinner. Okay, thank you. The two chatted easily and freely, just like an old married couple, seeming to have taken each other as male and female friends. It was the 21st century, men and women looked at each other in the right way, wouldn't that progress be fast? Hanging up the phone, Wang Qianchen turned to walk towards the store, and suddenly he let out a sound. Why is there a book here? Wang Qianchen walked to the corner next to the door, leaned over and picked up a heavy Dream of Red Mansions. The cover, paper materials are quite solid, color is also quite new, exudes a faint aroma of books. Wang Qianchen didn't take it seriously, thinking that it was thrown here unintentionally by someone, so he entered the door and casually put it on the windowsill. Looking at a room full of demon choppers, Mr. Red Mansion was scared to pee on the spot. Some liquid gradually seeped out along the book cover, and then dripped down along the wall. It's a good thing that no one noticed this anomaly. However, Mr. Honlu is still a bit of wisdom, immediately converge breath, close the 7 orifices, the whole world is dark, cannot hear or see, fully committed to the role of the book. I am the book. I am the book. I am the book. I am a book, I am also a book when the King of Heaven comes. The Son said, do not see, do not hear, do not be rude. The gentleman is a metaphor for righteousness, the small man is a metaphor for profit. The sure cannot not hongi, a heavy load and a long way to go. Mr. Honglu recited the words of the sage and gradually fell asleep. Wang Qianqian returned to the sofa and found that Li Qianqiu and the others were looking at him with a complicated look. What's wrong? Wang Qianqian was confused. The one who called you just now, is that your girlfriend? The one I saw last time at the hospital? Li Qianqiu tried to ask. Yes, that's her, not a girlfriend yet, but it should be soon la. Wang Qianqian scratched his head in embarrassment, he was the same as Qi Yan, it was fine if he didn't fall in love, but once there was that seedling, he started to fill his head with that person. So, this is really a beautiful love that runs in both directions. Several people were silent after hearing this, and no one spoke for a while. What's going on? Wang Qianqian felt more and more that something was wrong. Xiao Chen. Since he was sure that Wang Qianqian would be his team member, Li Qianqiu's name for him changed. Do you genuinely want to join, Demon Chopper? Of course. Wang Qianqian puffed out his chest, no one could change his will anymore. Then you had better not fall in love, Li Qianqiu said in a deep voice. Why? Wang Qianqian was stunned, was there any conflict between falling in love and beheading demonic people? Li Qianqiu was silent for a long time, but finally opened his mouth and said, demons and monsters, such things, most of them are wild beasts, grasses and trees that change, believing in the weak are strong and the strong are strong, that set of things, and they generally don't have any morals or concepts of the rule of law, and those dogmas of human beings are useless to them. Once they start fighting, they will do absolutely nothing, not only will they hurt you, they will also hurt your friends, family, and those around you. Wang Qianqian froze, remembering his good friend Song Bo. Song Bo hadn't done anything wrong, yet he was still killed by Jilan, his throat completely torn out and his body still hanging from a tree. I don't need to say. Zhou Mexian, Long Kuai, and Zhou Leoj, since they started working as demon choppers, their families were sent out of the country, and they don't contact each other even once a year. Especially Long Kuai, she even divorced her marriage for this reason. See Wang Qianqian's stunned expression, Li Qianqiu continued, so I told you at the beginning, if it is just for the money, or do not do the demon chopper, not only their own life will be in danger, the family will also be in danger of life. At the beginning, I thought that you only have a father, sent to an out-of-town hospital treatment can, I did not expect that you also have a girlfriend. Once you are targeted by the demon, the first to bear the brunt is her. Therefore, I still hope that you can consider clearly, after all, you have not formally joined the demon chopper, it is not too late to regret. Wang Qianqian lowered his head and was silent for a long time. Li Qianqiu and the others didn't say anything either, just quietly looking at him, waiting for him to make a final decision. 060 readers. Tomorrow, I will divorce Du Shui and leave this city. Little Wang, in the future, when there is a chance, we will drink again. This was the last thing Zhao Mingquan said before he left. Go! Calling you that, I feel a little scary too. This was the last call Song Bo made to Wang Qianqian. Think about it, isn't it cool that the well-organized streets, the people living peacefully, the schools with the sound of reading, and the playgrounds with the sound of laughter, all have a part of you. When Zhao Zhe said this, he was lying on the ground, looking up at the starry sky, but with a smile on his face. One by one, the silhouette swept through Wang Qianqian's mind like a torrent. Having reached this point, was it possible to retreat any further? I have no regrets. I'm in. Wang Qianqian raised his head and said with his eyes a little reddened. Are you sure? Li Qianqiu asked again. Sure. Wang Qianqian's tone was resounding and his eyes were firm. Good. Li Qianqiu nodded and didn't ask how he would handle Qi Yan's matter. They were all adults, some things didn't need to be taught. Of course, a demon chopper doesn't have to end up alone. Only then did Li Qianqiu pat Wang Qianqian on the shoulder. When you feel you're strong enough to protect those around you one day, you can fall in love and get married and have children up. Take Commander Song for example, I heard that he has a happy and fulfilling family. Of course, I'm just using him as an example, I'm not saying that you have to be as strong as him to be. As strong as him, it's really difficult. I understand. Wang Qianqian nodded again. Well, then let's continue to talk about Mr. Red Mansion. Li Qianqiu exhaled, then touched out a photo of a young man with a fair complexion, with glasses on the bridge of his nose, looking well-mannered, with a bookish air. In that area of the Modern Times apartment building, he's quite famous, many people look for him to tell fortunes, and the property has registered information on the residents, so it's not difficult to get his photo. Everyone remember him, if you see him, report it the first time, this demon's strength is unknown, his true form is unknown, and he is very good at hiding his aura, it's not likely that he's a very strong opponent, it's better for everyone to surround him. Several people are looking carefully at the picture of Mr. Red House, deeply remembered in their minds. Alright, today's meeting ends here. Xiao-chun, contact us when you're free. If we're not doing anything, we'll teach you various skills. Li Qianqiu said again. Okay.
Wang Xianqian took down the cell phone numbers of several people one by one and received a walkie-talkie and headset from Li Qianqiu. This walkie-talkie was military and had a coverage of up to tens of kilometers, so except for some side zones, several people could basically communicate instantly in the city. After Li Qianqiu said a few more words, several people dispersed and went to their respective territories to patrol, and Wang Xianqian also went back to the company to deal with some things. It wasn't until Zhezhe car wash was empty and no longer had any sound that the book on the windowsill flashed with white light and slowly transformed into a young man wearing glasses. My mother scared me to death. Mr. Red Mansion patted his chest, his legs were still shaking slightly, his already white face looked even more miserable, so close to a group of demon shoppers, or something that had never happened before. By the way, that weakest demon shopper, it seems like he's going on a date with Nurse Chi tonight.
Right, Manhwa restaurant.
The later content of the meeting, Mr. Red Mansion didn't hear because he had closed his 7 orifices, but remembered that Wang Qianqian had made a phone call.
Well, let's start with that head Nurse Chi.
Mr. Red Mansion carefully observed the entrance of the car wash for a while to make sure no one was there before quietly leaving the door. It was still dark, so Mr. Red Mansion first went back to his rented basement to pack up some things. It hadn't been more than a few minutes when there was a sudden knock on the door outside. Who is it? Mr. Red House asked in a frightened and trembling voice.
Me, the landlord.
An old woman's voice came from outside. Mr. Red House breathed a sigh of relief, which opened the door.
When will you pay the rent?
When the old lady came in, she first looked around the room and then said to Mr. Red House through her nostrils.
I've only lived here for a day, can you not be so hasty?
Mr. Red House was somewhat speechless.
But you haven't paid rent for a day. It's only $1,000 a month, do you have to drag it out?
The old lady was overbearing.
Don't worry, I'm a scholar, I won't owe you money. Mr. Red House was a little annoyed.
You say you're a young man with arms and legs, and you don't go out to work, and you're bored in the house all day. I really don't believe you can afford to pay the rent.
If you can't pay it, move out, you hear me?
The old lady looked quite old, but her temper was quite hard, while saying that she also poked Mr. Red House's chest.
I said I'm a reader, readers are the most reasonable. I said I won't owe you rent, I won't owe you rent.
Also, it's not that I don't have money, all my money is used to buy books, Confucius said. The skinny Mr. Honlu was poked by her and fell back, even nearly planted on the ground, but he still couldn't speak back in anger.
Kong your grandmother's mouth. Kong again, I'll break your legs. You're a bull scholar, what's the use of reading this every day? If you don't pay your rent tomorrow, move out, I'm not a charity organization.
The old lady cursed fiercely and turned to leave.
What kind of world is this? The readers can't even get along anymore. Who would have guessed in this life? The heart is in Tianshan, the body is old in Luzhou.
Standing in the small room, looking around at the wide array of books that had been carried over from the modern times apartment with great difficulty, Mr. Honlu let out a long and full of helpless sighs.
061 Mr. Red Mansion, appearing. The city hospital.
It was nearly dusk, and the light of the afterglow came in, making the entire hospitalization department covered with a layer of golden light.
Shi Yan gathers up the medical record books while humming softly.
Head Nurse Chi, you seem to be very happy today.
Oh, which handsome guy are you going on a date with tonight?
The small nurse next to her asked with a smile.
Which one? Oh. Shi Yan's small face blushed.
Ha, I won't tease you anymore, I'll get off work first. After the little nurse finished handing over her work, she greeted Chi Yan and changed into civilian clothes and left. After Chi Yan finished her work, she went to the cafeteria to get another meal to send over to Wang De.
Chi Yan, if Xiao Chen makes another mess tonight, you tell me, I'll clean him up.
Wang De said smilingly, he already knew about the two going on a date.
Right, go ahead and tell me, we'll both clean him up together.
Uncle Chen laughed cheerfully.
All right, Uncle Wang, Uncle Chen.
With these two backing her up, Shi Yan felt a lot stiffer, and after casually saying a few words, she left the ward and returned to the nurse's station. In the nurse's station, Shi Yan first changed into civilian clothes, and then gave herself a light makeup, sprayed her body with some of the chopper perfume recommended by her colleagues, before stepping on her high heels and leaving the hospital with a thump, thump, thump. The hospital from the Bright Moon restaurant some distance, Shi Yan in waiting for the bus, and then to the side of the clothing store shopping. Clothing stores have men's and women's clothing. There are also selling shoes. Shi Yan shopped around, saw a pair of very handsome men's black leather shoes.
Last time you gave me a bouquet of roses, let this be a return gift. Shi Yan smiled slightly and called the salesman. Looted Trading Company.
After finishing the work at hand, Wang Qianqian was also ready to leave work. But he and Shi Yan are not quite the same. Shi Yan is happy to get off work, but he is full of gloomy face, a stranger do not enter look. The sales department colleagues do not dare to talk to him.
Really want to break up with that niece?
I think she is quite good, very suitable for a wife.
Alas.
Standing on the side of the road waiting for a cab, Slate suddenly said.
We have never been together, talk about what to break up? Wang Qianqian lowered his head and spoke in a low tone.
You two like this, and together there is no difference, right, just short of piercing the layer of window paper. Slabs, who witnessed the whole love path of the two of them, felt sorry from the bottom of his heart. There is no way. I want to do the demon shopper. Good, and our feelings have not yet begun. Both sides will not be too sad, but also counted in time to stop the loss of it. I hope I can become strong earlier, strong enough to protect the people around me. I don't know if Wang Qianqian was talking to Slate or comforting himself. What if by the time you're strong that day, Shi Yan already has a boyfriend or has gotten married and had children? Slate asked softly. Wang Qianqian lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. That also can't be helped. I don't know how long it took before Wang Qianqian said softly. I hope you become strong earlier. Slate was silent for a long time and returned. The night descended. The darkness of the night was like ink splashed on the earth. The streets and alleys were all lit up, couples walked by arm in arm, and there was a scene of harmony and joy everywhere. Bright Moon Restaurant. Shi Yan came first, and since she was the one who made the appointment with Wang Qianqian, the seat was naturally booked by her. Sitting on the seat by the window, Shi Yan ruffled the hair behind her ear, elegantly holding the menu and scrutinizing it. The waiter in a tuxedo stood to the side waiting quietly. Hello, may I ask if you're head nurse Qi? Just then, a well-mannered voice suddenly rang out. Shi Yan raised her head and realized that it was a young man with glasses and fair skin. His age was just in his early to mid-20s, and he looked very refined. It was that he was dressed a bit shabbily, obviously very old white shirt and whitewashed jeans, but it was better than being clean, and it didn't make people hate him. It's me, you are. Shi Yan looked at him with some doubt. Well, it's good that it's you. I have something that I need to talk to you. I don't know if it's convenient. The young man smiled slightly and asked politely. He had already done some research before and was sure that the girl in front of him was Wang Qianqian's date. Ah, yes, please sit down. Shi Yan thought that it was the family member of some patient who wanted to consult about his hospital, so he hurriedly invited the other party to sit down. Thanks. The young man sat down and looked up again to the waiter next to him. Excuse me, can we order later? Yes. The waiter collected his menu and turned to leave. What do you have to tell me? Shi Yan asked seriously, ready to listen. Matron Shi, have you ever heard of a poem called The Sun Sinks into the Pavilion at the Beginning of the Stream Clouds, and the Mountain Rains Come to Fill the Building? The young man said with a slight smile. Shi Yan was confused. Meanwhile, outside the door of the Bright Moon Restaurant, a cab stopped and Wang Qianqian pushed open the door and walked down. As soon as he came down, he saw Shi Yan sitting by the window, as well as the young man sitting opposite Shi Yan. Isn't that Mr. Hong Lu? Slate directly called out, and it had glanced at the photo when Li Qianxiu put it up at Zhizhi's car wash earlier. 062. Are we familiar? That's right. Wang Qianqian also recognized that the young man sitting across from Qi Yan was Mr. Honglu, and Li Qianxiu had just shown his picture to everyone at Zhizhi car wash this afternoon. Li Qianxiu just said this afternoon, most of those monsters are beasts, grass and trees change, absolutely believe in the law of the jungle that the weak are the strongest, without the slightest moral and legal concepts, to do unscrupulous, no scruples, may hurt innocent people, did not expect to now on the target Qi Yan. Seeing this, Wang Qianqian only felt a wave of cool air spreading from his head to his heels. Qi Yan was in danger. Before Wang Qianqian could make any moves, the slate had already flown out from behind his waist. Damn it X, still close to my master's girl, I'm going to slap his soul into oblivion right now. Slate said, about to fly into the restaurant. Calm down. Wang Qianqian grabbed the slate and tucked it back into his back waist, then his figure flashed and hid behind the door of the Bright Moon Restaurant. What are you waiting for? Slate said sharply. Mr. Red Mansion was found, at the Bright Moon Restaurant on the north side of the city. Wang Qianqian didn't pay attention to Slate, but directly pulled up his headset to report. Okay, I'll be there in 20 minutes. I'll be there in half an hour. Keep an eye on him, don't act rashly, I'll be there in these 15 minutes. Li Qianxiu and the others spoke over the intercom system. From this stage, Mr. Red Mansion has no intention of harming Qi Yan for the time being. But since he is staring at Qi Yan, it means that he already knows me, so to just rush in like this will instead cause him to scare the snakes, and Qi Yan's situation will instead be even more dangerous. After all, he is sitting right across from Qi Yan. Only after reporting the situation did Wang Qianqian calmly analyze the current situation while observing the scene inside the door. Wang Qianqian had been working for less than a year before he was spotted by Zhao Mingquan and elected as the new manager of the sales department, so of course he still had a couple of skills. So what should we do now? Just wait around. Mr. Red Mansion could launch an attack on Qi Yan at any time. Do we really have to wait for 15 or 20 minutes? Qi Yan was in danger. Slate seemed to be more anxious than Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian watched carefully for a while longer and found that Mr. Red Mansion didn't know what he was talking about, while Qi Yan's expression was getting more and more grave, and panic even flashed in her eyes. Because the distance is a little far away, and separated by glass, walls and door panels, coupled with the other guests' and waiters' voices are relatively noisy, Wang Qianqian can only vaguely hear words such as must die, cannot die again, and so on. This was already a naked threat. He couldn't wait any longer. Can you tell the strength of that demon? Wang Qianqian asked in a low voice.
Can't tell, for one thing, the distance is a bit far, and for another, that guy is really quite good at hiding his breath. Slate's tone was all grueling.
Wang Qianqian clenched his teeth and finally came up with an idea, then he took a big step into the middle of the restaurant.
Inside the restaurant. "Hello sir, do you have a reservation?" The waiter at the door immediately greeted him. "Yes." Wang Qianqian dropped a single word and walked quickly towards Qi Yan and Mr. Honglu's side.
Xiao Chen, Qi Yan's position was directly opposite the entrance, and she saw the incoming Wang Qianqian at a glance, then stood up with a complicated face to greet him. Mr. Red Mansion also saw Wang Qianqian, a face instantly turned pale, his body also slightly trembled, then began to silently move towards the window. Wang Qianqian did not even look at him, walked straight to Qi Yan, said with an icy face, "What are you asking me for?"
"Ah."
Qi Yan froze and looked at him in confusion.
"Why did you ask me out? Are we familiar? We haven't even spoken a few times, please don't pester me in the future, I don't have any feelings for you know?"
Wang Qianqian continued to speak coldly. Since these demons would target the people around him, all he had to do now was to quickly clear his relationship with Qi Yan, letting the other party know that hurting Qi Yan wouldn't play any role for him. Qi Yan was dumbfounded. How could she have thought that Wang Qianqian would say that? Her eyes blinked and big tears trickled down. Seeing this, of course Wang Qianqian felt guilty and heartbroken, but in front of Mr. Honglu, it was impossible for him to show any appearance of emotion. His eyes glanced slightly and saw a gift box placed on the dining table by Qi Yan's hand, with a beautiful bow tied with a purple gauze scarf. If there was no mistake, this was a gift from Qi Yan to herself. With a cruel heart, Wang Qianqian fiercely reached out and flicked the gift box, slamming it down hard.
"What is this thing? Who asked you to give me a gift? If you were to send me a gold mountain or a silver mountain, I wouldn't even look at you squarely. If you have the self-knowledge, get lost right now."
Wang Qianqian cursed viciously, causing the other guests in the restaurant to turn their heads and look. The gift box fell over on the ground, the purple sarong spread out, and a pair of handsome black leather shoes fell to the side.
063 Stalking.
The entire restaurant was silent, and everyone looked over in surprise. Qi Yan's eyes were filled with tears and her body was slightly trembling.
When had she ever been wronged like this? What's more, such malicious insults came from Wang Qianqian.
With a miso sound, Qi Yan stood up, carrying her bag and quickly ran outside, tears falling all the way, snapping on the ground.
"You are really ruthless ah."
In the consciousness, came the slight sigh. Wang Qianqian's heart was like a knife, but he had to do it. He had already thought of cutting off contact with Qi Yan in a peaceful tone, such as, "Too busy at work to fall in love," or, "My father is sick, and it's better to take care of him now," or something like that, but because of Mr. Honglu's existence, he had to change his strategy and solve this matter in an almost cruel and vicious way. Footsteps sounded softly, and Mr. Red Mansion carefully moved his feet outside. Taking advantage of Wang Qianqian's lack of attention, he ran outside in a flash. Wang Qianqian pretended not to see it until Mr. Red Mansion was out of the restaurant before he pronged his eyes and quickly followed. It was so hard to see this demon, so he definitely couldn't lose him. What's more, he was close to Qi Yan, and there was no way Wang Qianqian would let him go. After leaving the restaurant, Wang Qianqian saw Mr. Red Mansion sneakily running towards the opposite alley.
Mr. Red Mansion escaped and is heading towards the alley opposite the Bright Moon restaurant. It's the same alley where Captain Zhao fought against Old Lady Mouse before. Wang Qianqian whispered into his earpiece. "Okay, I still have 20 minutes to arrive. I have 10 minutes left. Keep an eye on him, don't do anything rash." The voices of Li Qianqiu and the others came quickly.
Wang Qianqian stared straight at Mr. Red Mansion and ran towards the alley with the same quick steps. However, Wang Qianqian had not been professionally trained, and his tracking skills were just really not good, plus Mr. Red Mansion was very cautious and looked back while walking, so it was easy to spot him.
"Damn!" Mr. Red Mansion cursed, then ran into the dark alley at a fast pace.
Seeing Mr. Red Mansion start to run, Wang Qianqian also accelerated his pace and plunged headlong into the alley. On the road opposite the Bright Moon restaurant, Qi Yan was crying her eyes out. The makeup she had put on her face was all blown out. She really couldn't understand why Wang Qianqian was like this. She was reaching out to stop a cab when she suddenly saw Mr. Red Mansion and Wang Qianqian exiting the restaurant one by one and then running into the dark alley across the street. Qi Yan froze slightly, then remembered what Mr. Red Mansion had said before. She suddenly felt that things were not that simple. "I'm afraid." Calming down, she began to recall everything that had happened before. Wang Qianqian's every word and action was just too strange. The time she had known Wang Qianqian wasn't too short. This young man had always been gentle, dependable, down-to-earth and progressive. Even if he really didn't intend to fall in love with her, it was absolutely impossible for him to humiliate himself in such an extreme way. This was not in line with Wang Qianqian's usual persona and style. There must be a demon when things go wrong. She hadn't quite believed in Mr. Red Mansion's words, but now it seemed. Thinking that Wang Qianqian might be in danger, Qi Yan felt out her cell phone to call the police while carefully leaning towards the alley side. The middle of the alley. The alley was too dark. Even with the faint moonlight overhead, it was still almost impossible to reach out.
Since Wang Qianqian possessed the characteristics of a dog, his night vision was quite good, but as soon as he came in, he still found that he had lost Mr. Red Mansion, and that well-mannered male youth had lost his shadow, as if he had suddenly disappeared in the darkness, and even the sound of his footsteps were completely hidden in the pitch-black night. It was good that Wang Qianqian still had a superb sense of smell. When he was at the Bright Moon restaurant before, he remembered the smell of Mr. Red Mansion's body. It was the refreshing aroma of books. Although there was only a faint wisp of it, he still quickly locked the direction. In the dark alley, Wang Qianqian followed the smell and quickly moved forward as if he were a ghost. Soon, he found the source of the smell, a dumpster that emitted a foul smell. A book of new-colored Dream of the Red Chamber was placed in it. This book, Dream of the Red Chamber, looked familiar, and had been seen before at the entrance of Zhezhe's car wash store, when Wang Qianqian thought that it was unintentionally thrown away by someone, and casually placed it on the windowsill of the store. The aroma of the book on Mr. Red Mansion is emanating from the cover of this book. Strange, where did the person go? Wang Qianqian pretended not to notice this anomaly, and his body continued to walk forward, his eyes looking left and right, while keeping a close eye on the dumpster with his afterglow. At the same time, he pulled down his earphone and said in a very low voice, "Mr. Red Chamber's original book is a book, it's in the alley across from the Bright Moon restaurant, and there's a dumpster 100 meters ahead." Slate can become a demon. It is certainly not surprising that a book can become a demon. Book demon? We'll be right there. Keep an eye on him, don't act rashly. Li Qianqiu and the others' voices immediately came from the walkie-talkie, and there was also the sound of running, which was obviously very close. Suddenly, the spring breeze comes in the night, and thousands of pear blossoms bloom. 064 Dangshan. Just at this time, a very powerful voice suddenly rang, then the lid of the dumpster as if by something impacted open, and then a wind sound swept through, messy garbage from the dumpster flying out, as if the sky girl scattered flowers generally splashed along the surrounding grass. What things? Wang Qianqian instinctively used his hand to block a bit. Then, a copy of A Dream of Red Mansions rushed up to the sky and flew at least 2 or 3 meters high with the help of this inexplicable and strange wind, then it wobbled and drifted towards the other side of the alley. "Damn it X, you want to run, did you ask this master?" A scolding voice then sounded. The brick flew out from Wang Qianqian's back waist, and slapped straight toward the book Dream of Red Mansions. Bam! A heavy sound, Dream of the Red Chamber, was directly slapped to the ground. "Demon, where are you running to?" Slate laughed fiercely and slammed over towards the Dream of the Red Chamber once again. "Speak as if you're not a demon." Mr. Red Mansion let out an equally loud roar, then his body flew up with a swoosh and slammed head-on against Slate. "Ha ha ha, to collide with this grandpa, is your brain strong enough?" In terms of hardness, Slate really didn't scare anyone. It was comparable to a weapon made of the demon chopper's kind of material. Slate confidently crashed through, as if he had already seen the scene of Mr. Red Mansion kneeling down and begging for mercy. It's the time when the sky is green and cloudy, and the force is brave and running sudden. Just then, Mr. Red Mansion let out another soft chant, and then the entire book rapidly expanded, quickly growing to the size of a dumpster. What kind of demonic art is this? Slate was dumbfounded. Already small in size, the Dream of the Red Chamber in its eyes almost covered the sky. "I don't compare hardness with you, I compare size and strength with you." Mr. Red Mansion sneered all over, directly flipped over in the air, fiercely slapped the slate on the ground, and then pressed up again. "Aya aya aya aya." Slate struggled hard, but unfortunately in as big as the size of a dumpster, Mr. Red House could not move at all. "You're dead." Mr. Red House gritted his teeth. "If you have the ability to let the master out." Slate shouted hoarsely. Step-by-step footsteps sounded. It was Wang Qianqian ran over, both hands grabbed the corner of the Dream of Red Mansions, and then hey sound force upward. Bam dang dang, as if the garbage can is as big as a Dream of Red Mansions, was lifted and flipped several times, fell to the side. "Quick, take me in with it." The slate broke away from the cage, leapt up, and instantly flew into Wang Qianqian's hands. Holding the slate in his hand, Wang Qianqian quickly ran towards Dream of the Red Chamber, stepping on the edge of this big book with one foot, then swinging up the brick and smashing it down hard. Bam bam bam. Wang Qianqian swung it several times in a row, and Mr. Red Mansion followed with several screams, followed by blood oozing out from the cover of Dream of the Red Mansion. During this period, Dream of the Red Chamber struggled vigorously. The force was really not small. Fortunately, Wang Qianqian's strength was also quite large, the body's sand realm of the spiritual energy surging, stomping on this big book. Powerful and powerful. Right at this moment, Mr. Red Mansion let out another roar, only with some hoarseness in his voice, seemingly at the end of his strength. Even so, Dream of the Red Mansion is still rapid expansion, and eventually became the size of a car. This time Wang Qianqian cannot press it. See, it swoosh flew into the air, and then ruthlessly towards the Wang Qianqian pressed down. Holla holla, the sound of the roaring wind. Dream of the Red Chamber is really like a car general toward Wang Qianqian ruthlessly hit over. Wang Qianqian had a strong premonition that if he was hit by it, he would definitely either die or be crippled. "I don't want to kill, why are you forcing me?" Mr. Red Mansion roared, carrying an unrelenting aura. Wang Qianqian pointed his toes and quickly avoided the book, which was as big as a car. "Mr. Red Mansion. Bam! Mr. Red Mansion smashed heavily on the ground, and the concrete pavement was actually smashed out a deep pit. Why are you forcing me? Why force me? I'm a scholar, I've always used my mouth but not my hands, why does everyone force me? Mr. Red Mansion roared hysterically, and once again flew up and swatted towards Wang Qianqian, and the whistling sound of the wind once again resounded. And Wang Qianqian also quickly realized that although this dream of red mansions was big enough and strong enough, its flexibility was not too good. In a short period of time, Wang Qianqian quickly formulated a tactic, intending to use his sensitive speed to check the enemy. Ta! Right at this moment, a light sound burst out. Wang Qianqian's heel touched the wall, causing his figure to be unable to leap up in a short period of time. Looking back, it was actually a wall. This alley was a dead end, and Wang Qianqian had unknowingly retreated to the corner. Put aside in normal times, it would not be a problem for him to leap over this high wall. But now it is too late. Whistling wind sound, like a car the size of the dream of the Red Chamber, dumped over. The paths in front, back, left and right were all blocked, and there was no way to avoid it. Just at the moment when Wang Qianqian was about to be crushed into mush, the slate in his hand roared loudly, quickly used the skill of Tanshan in 72 changes. 065 Don't kill me. In a few days, Wang Qianqian had already mastered the skills in 72 changes, but his experience against the enemy was not rich after all, and there were too many of those densely packed terms to be able to apply them perfectly in battle. It was Slate who reminded him at the critical moment. Tan Mountain. Seeing that the dream of red mansions, which was the size of a car, was about to be tipped over, Wang Qianqian let out a soft cry from his mouth, and then with a flash of golden light on his body, which seemed to possess infinite strength, steadily set up this large book. The so-called mountain is to be able to bear the weight of the mountain. Think of the year Qi Tiandesheng, his old man was pressed under the 5 elements of the mountain and not die, is to use this skill, and later in Silver Horn Great King Sansumuro Mountain, Ame Mountain, and Taishan Mountain pressed in the Monkey King, Qi Tiandesheng this felt a little bit of strain, and hastily asked the god of the mountain to transport away. With Wang Qianqian's current strength of Sand Realm, of course, it was not enough to bear the weight of a mountain, not to mention a whole mountain. Even a small mountain peak could easily crush him, but to bear the car-sized dream of red mansions was not a problem. Ha! Seeing Wang Qianqian, who was crushed underneath him and still acting as if nothing had happened, Mr. Red Chamber let out a voice of surprise. With a swoosh sound, Wang Qianqian drilled out from the gap next to him, then leapt high up with a slate in his hand. The demon-slaying skill was then executed, slapping the cover of Dream of Red Mansions again and again. More and more blood slowly flowed down the cover. Mr. Red Chamber let out a mournful scream. The body of Mr. Red Chamber shrunk a bit with each tap by Wang Qianqian, and after a dozen or so taps in a row, Mr. Red Chamber shrunk to its original size, and the cover was drenched in blood and bloodstains. Situation belongs to the high wind at night. Yellow leaves fly in the mountains and hills. Mr. Red Mansion let out a soft chant breathlessly, and then his body flew in another direction with a swoosh. Oh no, this guy is going to run. Can you still hold out? Slate asked anxiously, knowing that Wang Qianqian had used 2 skills from the 72 transformations in a row after a fierce battle. He was afraid that there was not much spiritual energy left in his body. Spit flame! Wang Qianqian suddenly let out a soft cry, then his mouth opened, a cluster of fire quickly gushed out, the dark alley was instantly illuminated a bit, then the fire sprinted forward, hitting right on the body of that dream of red mansions. I.O. Mr. Red Mansion let out a miserable scream, then the cover of Dream of Red Mansions was burned through a hole, and a burning smell quickly filled the air. Bam! The dream of the red chamber fell heavily to the ground. Slate was first stunned, then laughed. This spit flame skill is well used. How did you think of it? It just came to me all of a sudden. What is this thing called a book most afraid of? Isn't it fire and water immersion? This is its fatal weakness. Wang Qianqian gasped gently, using 3 skills from 72 changes in a row. This time there was literally not a single drop of spiritual energy left in his body. However, he still pretended as if nothing had happened, and walked towards the dream of the red chamber step by step as if he was strolling idly. Had I known that this method works, how good would it have been to burn it earlier with the spit flame skill? Would it have been its turn to be arrogant for so long? Slate laughed joyfully. That was called a frown even though it didn't have any eyes or eyebrows at all. Combat experience is still insufficient, otherwise it should have thought of it. The next time, we'll know. Wang Qianqian's face was gloomy, still walking step by step towards the dream of the red chamber. The great rock rises with the wind in one day. Fu shakes and rises 90,000 miles. Mr. Red Mansion shouted in a breathless voice, then the dream of the red mansion shrugged again and seemed to be about to fly up. If you leave again, do you believe I'll burn you to death immediately? In fact, Wang Qianqian no longer had the spare capacity to perform the second spit flame, but he put on a look of ease and calmness. To pretend, one must also pretend to be a king. The dream of the red chamber really didn't dare to move a muscle. Wang Qianqian walked over, stepped on the bloodstained and burned through a hole in the cover, and said coldly, "Demon, suffer death." No. Don't kill me. I've never done anything bad, I've never hurt anyone, I'm just a harmless reader. Mr. Redhouse wailed. Oh, every demon says this before dying, do you think I will believe it? Before in the city temple, Jilan had said so to Li Qianxiu. Obviously Songbo's body is still next to her, she is also really good. Even if you want to kill me, you still want to go and kill Qi Yan, I'll definitely make you lose your soul. Thinking of Qi Yan, Wang Qianshen would have even less mercy and directly raised the slab in his hand. I didn't kill Qi Yan, I just went to remind her that someone was going to be unfavorable to Wang Qianshen, so you told Wang Qianshen to hurry and run. Really, don't believe you asked Qi Yan, I'm a scholar, I've read the holy books too, I really don't have a bad heart. Mr. Red House shivered and pleaded. A demon is a demon, still full of lies when you're dying. Wang Qianshen snorted coldly and directly copied the slate and smashed it down. Just at this time, he suddenly felt that something was not quite right behind him and fiercely turned around to see that in the dark alley, Qi Yan was standing not far away and was looking at this side with a face full of horror. 066 Xiao Chun, you do not fight. Qi Yan, why are you here? Wang Qianshen was dumbfounded, and the slate in his hand did not smash down again. Logically speaking, Qi Yan, a big living person, walked into the alley. Wang Qianshen with his superb sense of hearing and smell could not possibly not know, but he was fully engaged in the battle with Mr. Red House before, he really did not notice that someone walked in. Unbeknownst to him, Qi Yan was the one who was even more dumbfounded. She was worried about what trouble Wang Qianshen had, reported to the police and rushed to follow the alley, and as a result, she saw the battle between Wang Qianshen and Mr. Red Mansion, saw the dream of the Red Mansion that would change into a big flyer, saw the same slate that would fly and still be full of profanity, and saw Wang Qianshen spit out a tuft of fire. What kind of a sight is this? Qi Yan didn't go insane and didn't faint on the spot, her mental quality was already very strong. However, she was still shocked and looked at Wang Qianshen dumbfounded, she simply did not and could not say anything back. It's over, this niece must have taken the two of us as demons. Before Wang Qianshen could speak, Slate said with incomparable chagrin that, Qi Yan, listen to us make it up for you no, listen to us explain to you Swoosh a sound, the dream of red mansions on the ground flashed a white light, instantly transformed into a human form. It was the same well-mannered young man from before. Only now his appearance miserable, not only covered with bloodstains, the chest was also burned a black hole, glasses have long been knocked away, looking at that called a poor, wretched. Even so, Wang Qianshen still stepped on his chest tightly. Nurse Qi, help me explain I didn't try to kill Wang Qianshen, did I go and tell you to remind Wang Qianshen that someone was trying to kill him, so that he would hurry up and run away, or else he would be too dead to die? Mr. Honglu struggled to turn his face sideways and wailed in Qi Yan's direction, his head was covered in blood and his body was dirty, as if he had just crawled out of the dirt. It was only at this point that Qi Yan reacted a little, perhaps out of the instincts of a nurse as a white angel, after seeing the bruised and pitiful Mr. Honglu. No matter how absurd the previous scene was, she immediately opened her mouth and said, yes, Xiao Chun, he told me that someone is going to kill you, and told you to hurry and run away. Far away. The person who wants to kill me is him. Wang Qianshen glared viciously at Mr. Honglu. I'm a scholar, not a lack of heart. If I want to kill you, might I run to remind your girlfriend, Run through it yourself, does this logic make sense or not? You look like a cultured person, why are you so disruptive? Mr. Honglu said angrily, his face turning even more pale with anger. Hearing the words girlfriend, Qi Yan's face slightly reddened. You didn't kill me? You just turned into a truck that big, didn't you want to kill me, Wang Qianshen said in a cold voice and kicked Mr. Honglu in the ribs. Mr. Honglu screamed again, Io. You do not kill me, I may kill you, that is for self-preservation, okay? Still hard mouth? Wang Qianshen kicked him several more times severely. Him to death, him to death. Slabs flew in the air, more excited than Wang Qianshen. Mr. Red Mansion's miserable screams were even more piercing in this dark alley. Xiao Chen, you don't fight. As a girl and as a nurse Qi Yan which can see this scene, just now or the book is not to say, now as a living person Wang Qianshen is still quite give Qi Yan face, immediately moved his feet away, but still copied the brick aimed at him. You really have so kind? Really, don't believe me, asked Qi Yan. Mr. Honglu was on the verge of crying out. Wang Qianshen looked up at Qi Yan again. Well, Qi Yan nodded hesitantly, she still couldn't quite accept the scene in front of her, but she had to be honest in this situation. He found me at first and asked me if I was nurse manager Qi, and then recited 2 lines of poetry, something like, the mountain rain wants to be full of wind. I asked him what he meant, and he said that he was leaving Luzhou City, and also said that someone was going to hunt you down, and told you to hurry and run. It was impossible for Qi Yan to lie. Wang Qianshen looked down at Mr. Honglu and said with a frown, who was going to kill me? Why are you reminding me? Mr. Honglu was about to speak when he heard the sound of crackling footsteps. First Li Qianxiu arrived, followed by Zhou Weiguo, Long Kuai, Zhong Exayan. Several demon choppers arrived one after another, each of them wore a cape with the word chopper printed on it, and held a black steel sword in their hands, and a Jintian sword on their waists. They all wore cloaks with the word chop printed on them, and held black steel swords in their hands, and the demon suppressor bells on their waists were vibrating in unison, and their auras were all different after they appeared. Qi Yan's mouth was once again wide open when he saw this scene. What's going on? Seeing the scene, Li Qianxiu, who was the acting captain, was the first to frown and ask. Wang Xianqian then roughly told the previous situation, of course omitting the experience of performing the 72 transformations, and only saying that he and Slate had combined their efforts to finish off this Mr. Red House. Li Qianqiu faintly swept over the burnt hole on Mr. Red House's chest, then asked nothing, just nodded and said, okay, I know, we'll ask him next, you go do your own thing. 067 Really troublesome. Li Qianqiu, of course, also saw Qi Yan next to her, and when she thought that there would be another person in this world who knew about the existence of demons, and that she might have nightmares night after night in the future, or even become psychotic, and that even if she confided in them, no one would believe her, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Wang Qianqian nodded, tucked the slate into his back and walked towards Qi Yan. Let's go outside. Wang Qianqian said softly. Qi Yan nodded, and the two of them walked out of the alley together, one after the other. At the same time, the patrol car with flashing police lights came. A few civil servants quickly jumped out of the car and ran into the alley, but Wang Qianqian didn't pay any attention to it. He knew that Li Qianqiu and the others would take care of it. Sure enough, in less than a moment, the patrol car left. Standing on the traffic line street, the whole world looked as peaceful as ever, old people walking the streets, loving couples, and families full of smiles, and it was as if everything that had just happened was just a nightmare. Qi Yan, listen to my explanation. We really are not demons, said the slate that was stuffed into the back waist impatiently. Shut up, Wang Qianqian softly scolded. The scene was quiet once again. Both of them were silent, and no one knew what to say. Little brother, said Miss Sister arose, you two are so talented and look so good together. Right at this moment, a little girl suddenly walked over with a basket of roses. In normal times, Wang Qianqian would have bought them without hesitation, but now, he was no longer planning to fall in love with Qi Yan, so did he still need to send them? What did it mean if he sent it? What, now you're not even willing to send me a flower? Qi Yan said quietly. Ah, of course not. Wang Qianqian hurriedly said, get me a branch, how much is it? 20. The little girl replied crisply. So expensive? Wang Qianqian, who had already put his hand into his pocket and was ready to pull out money, was astonished. A branch of roses actually cost 20, it would be better to go and rob it, before buying a whole bunch for only $100. Little brother, love is priceless, Miss looks so beautiful, is it not even worth $20? Although the little girl is not very old, a clever mouth as the tongue is a lotus flower, obviously is also well versed in this way of the master. That's right, am I not even worth $20? Qi Yan purposely boarded up her face. Well, have a branch of. Riding a tiger, two-sided attack, Wang Qianqian did not have any retreat, so he had to fill out $20 in cash, exchanged for a red-colored rose, and then turned around and handed it over to Qi Yan's hand. I wish little brother and little sister to fly together and grow old together. The little girl left with a playful smile. It smells so good. Qi Yan lowered his head and took a deep sniff of the roses, then revealed a satisfied and happy smile, his handsome face reflected in the fiery red roses. The flowers were beautiful, and the person was even more beautiful. Wang Qianqian looked a little dumbfounded. Before, I'm sorry. Thinking of how he treated Qi Yan in the restaurant with such a bad attitude, Wang Qianqian felt very guilty in his heart. I was waiting for you to explain it. Qi Yan lowered her head and said, thanks to me knowing you, I know that you're not that kind of person, or else I would have already pulled you into my blacklist at this moment. Wang Qianqian several times wanted to speak, wanted to explain but did not know how to explain. Because of those demons? Qi Yan asked with some uncertainty. Well, Wang Qianqian could only nod. It's indeed a world that I can't comprehend and wouldn't believe if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Qi Yan sighed softly. There are indeed demons in this world, but don't worry, just now those people are demon choppers. Wang Qianqian finally spoke. Are you also a demon beheader? Qi Yan looked back, her eyes flickering. Half of it haven't officially joined yet. Wang Qianqian was honest. Qi Yan inhaled, then exhaled again and smiled faintly. It's kinda cool. Wang Qianqian didn't say anything. Next, it won't be like in the movie, because you have to guard the world or something in case the demons will come after me, so you can't fall in love with me, right? Qi Yan said flirtatiously. Wang Qianqian lowered his head. Still true, huh? Qi Yan smiled bitterly, tilting her head to the dark sky, gazing at the twinkling stars in the sky. What a trouble, the first time in life that I moved my heart, it ended in such a way. Wang Qianqian really didn't know what to say, his heart was really sour and bitter. How could he not have moved his heart for the first time in his life? Hey, let me say. Qi Yan suddenly turned her head and asked suspiciously, could it be that none of the demon choppers fall in love? Are they one by one prepared to be single until old age? Not really, they say it's fine to be strong enough to protect the people around them. Good. I'll wait for you. Without waiting for Wang Qianqian to finish, Qi Yan returned. Wang Qianqian raised his head and looked at her in surprise. But it's best to be quicker. Qi Yan smiled sweetly, her gaze was like there were stars in her eyes. I'm 22 this year, I can still wait for you for a few years, and if I'm getting older and older, I might have to get married. Even if I don't intend to marry, my dad and my mom won't agree. 068 He has no realm.
Wang Qianshen looked at Qi Yan dumbfounded, almost forgetting how to speak for a moment. Although he and Qi Yan's contact in the last few days, but in fact has long been mutual good feeling, Wang De hospitalized due to illness, Wang Qianshen not less to run to the hospital, not to mention less in Qi Yan exchange, 1 to 2 to be familiar with, but also young men and women, there are common topics, naturally, sparks. Just Wang Qianshen before living a bit confined, their own work is not good, the father is also sick, which have the mood to fall in love, until the promotion of the manager's mind to live. But Qi Yan said such words, or let him surprised. Because Qi Yan's conditions are too good, regular brand name medical university graduates, or the city hospital hematology head nurse, alone he knows there are 3 male doctors in pursuit of her. But she was even willing to wait for him. Say no need? After all, he did not know when he could become stronger. But looking at her sincere eyes, how could he bear it? Good. Wang Qianshen smiled gently, the corners of his mouth curving into a crescent moon. Aha! Qi Yan also smiled, nodded, and said, the great hero who guards the world, then I'll leave first, you also hurry up and get busy. Looking forward to. See you in the future. Well, see you in the future. Wang Qianshen continued to smile. Qi Yan waved her hand, and was about to turn around and leave, when she suddenly remembered something as if she had said wait to Wang Qianshen, and then jogged all the way to the opposite side of the road, and then entered the Bright Moon restaurant. After about 5 minutes, Qi Yan returned, still holding the previous gift box in her hand, the beautiful purple bow had been retied. Here, bought it for you, it's a shame to throw it away. Thanks. Wang Qianshen took the gift box, saw the expensive brand logo on it, his heart was a little bit bad, remembering that he hesitated before because of all the roses of $20, he could not wait to raise his hand and slap himself hard with 2 big slaps. A big man, not as generous as a girl. Let's go. Qi Yan waved her hand again, before turning around and stopping a cab to leave. Watching that cab fade away, Wang Qianshen stood for a long, long time. Alas, you hurry to become strong, how I look at this girl how to look at, I have been under the water tank pressure for hundreds of years, I have never seen a few better than her. In the future, if you don't marry her home, I'll risk the destruction of my soul to slap you with a Buddha's death and a Buddha's ascension to heaven. Brick said as he ground his teeth, although he didn't have any teeth at all, he still made a cackling sound. I hope so. Wang Qianshen turned back and walked directly towards the entrance of the alley. Li Qianqiu stood there, his figure hidden in the darkness. How's it going? Wang Qianshen had long since sensed his presence and walked straight over to ask. This phase is indeed a book. Li Qianqiu did not ask about Qi Yan's matter, he believed that Wang Qianshen could handle it, and directly talked about Mr. Honglu. At the earliest time, there was a teenager who bought it at a bookstore, and then this teenager shaved his hair and became a monk, and took it to Wutai Mountain, where he listened to a group of monks reciting sutras day after day, and gradually opened up the 7 orifices and became a demon, and then descended from the mountain after it cultivated into a human form. But it boasts that it is a scholar and loves to read the most in his life, and it really hasn't done anything bad. Someone asked him to kill you, and he was reluctant and inconvenient to remind you face to face, so he went to Qi Yan. He said that after doing this, he was going to leave Luzhou City, and as a result, he was targeted by you. Who wants to kill me? Wang Qianshen asked with a frown. Master Huang San, this minister is Weasel, a member of the 10,000 Demons Society, and he was the one who asked Mr. Honglu to kill you. Weasel? Naturally, Wang Qianshen remembered those weasels that surrounded and held Li Qianqiu and the others during the previous battle between Zhao Zhu and Old Lady Rat. The culprit behind that incident with the old rat lady is obviously this third Master Huang. The 10,000 Demons Society is also involved. Things are a bit troublesome, Li Qianqiu continued, but a hint of gloom flashed in his gaze. Why does third Master Huang want to kill me? Wang Qianshen was puzzled, he had never heard of the name third Master Huang. As for the 10,000 Demons Association, Wang Qianshen had heard Zhao Zhu mention it before, guessing that it was a demon alliance or some other organization, from the name to see it. It's not that I want to kill you by name, but Mr. Huang said to Mr. Honglu that he wants to kill the weakest demon chopper in Luzhou City. It just so happens that you've joined Demon Chopper. At this time, if you weren't there, the target would probably be Zhong Xin. Li Qianqiu meticulously reasoned. Why kill the weakest demon slayer in Luzhou City? Wang Qianshen was even more puzzled. I don't know, Mr. Honglu isn't sure either. The one who contacted him was a weasel from the Earth Realm under Master Huang San, and he didn't say the exact reason, he was just told to carry it out, so we are planning to lay eyes on him and capture that weasel first, and then we'll follow the trail and find Master Huang San. Li Qianqiu spoke of his plan. It can be done. Wang Qianshen nodded. As the captain, Li Qianqiu was indeed more comprehensive in considering things. You've made a merit today, this demon was killed by you, I'll truthfully report it to the top, there should be a hefty bonus. Li Qianqiu patted Wang Qianshen's shoulder. Now go back and rest, let's do the rest. Tomorrow morning first come to the car wash to report, there will be a task will be arranged for you again. Good. Wang Qianshen rubbed his hands and asked again with some excitement, what realm is that, Mr. Red House? He felt that Mr. Red Mansion was quite strong, and if he could kill him as a sand realm, wasn't he also quite strong?
He doesn't have a realm, he hasn't practiced since he changed into a human. He said he doesn't like those things, he just likes to read books, reading all kinds of books. Li Qianqiu said truthfully. No realm? Wang Xianqian was astonished, then how did he perform those demonic arts, and at one point he even became as big as a truck. 069 Believe in science, don't be superstitious. He claimed that he was enlightened from the books of the sages, and that he could briefly gain transcendent power by reading the verses made by the sages. For example, if he reads, "Suddenly the spring wind comes in the night, and thousands of pear blossoms bloom in 1,000 trees," he can gain the power of the wind, and walk on the wind. And another example is that if he reads, "Powerful mountain chi covering the world," one's body size can become bigger and one's strength can grow with it. He said that even though he hadn't practiced, the more books he read, the more powerful he became. What an amazing ability! Wang Xianqian froze for a long time before speaking with emotion. Miraculous what? It's just a sideway, this kind of demon can't become an immortal in his life. Consciously, Slate snorted coldly. You're just jealous. Wang Qianqian similarly returned in his consciousness. It's unbelievable, it's also the first time I've heard of this matter. But in the world of demons, nothing is impossible. Li Qianqiu was calm, obviously having seen many strange stories. It's also true that there are demons and immortals in this world, what else is impossible? Alright, go back and rest, we're also ready to take Mr. Honglu back. After saying that, Li Qianqiu turned around and walked towards the alley. After taking 2 steps, Li Qianqiu suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right and turned back to see Wang Qianqian still standing in the same place. Is there still something wrong? Li Qianqiu asked. I'll stay with you guys. Wang Qianqian said, my dad is hospitalized, and it's no fun for me to be home alone. Good. Li Qianqiu smiled. This was the first time Wang Qianqian had seen Li Qianqiu smile, so it turned out that this middle-aged uncle with a cold appearance could also smile. 3 minutes later, the two came together in the alley. Mr. Red Mansion was lying on the ground, and Zhong Xian was healing his wounds since he was planning to use him to lure out that weasel and then follow the trail to find Master Huang San. He definitely couldn't be allowed to die. Seeing Wang Qianqian come in, Mr. Honglu shivered and his body instinctively shrank, obviously afraid of him. How's it going? Li Qianqiu asked. It's almost done, it's all superficial wounds, it's still good to recover, tomorrow morning should be almost done. Zhong Xian's hand was placed on Mr. Honglu's chest, emitting a soft white glow. Mr. Red Mansion was indeed much better, the blood had stopped, the wounds had scabbed over, and his face had regained some redness. Come back to fight with Grandpa again? The brick flew out with a swoosh and stood above Mr. Honglu in a show of force. Wang Qianqian yanked it down and stuffed it back into his back. The son does not teach, the father's fault, sorry. Wang Qianqian rushed to a few people arching his hand. Who is the son and who is the father? I am a few hundred years old, when your grandpa are. Ouch. Ears listening to the slate rambled on and on, Wang Qianqian immediately on it to exert a little soul pressure. This means as Zhou Junxian taught before, he has never used. This is a means that Zhou Junxian had taught him before, and he had never used it before. This really worked, and the brick first screamed miserably, and then fell silent. If you don't restrain it for a while, it will really be lawless. Did you understand the plan I just told you? Li Qianqiu squatted down and asked at Mr. Honglu. Hear and understand, Mr. Red Mansion shivered and nodded his head. Are there any other questions? There. Mr. Red Mansion swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said somewhat nervously, after I help you guys draw out the weasel, can you let me live? No, I really haven't harmed anyone, I'm just a reader. You haven't harmed anyone? Old Xing's son, you didn't help make him a nightmare child? Wang Qianqian didn't hold back for a moment and directly cursed. Who is old Xing? Mr. Honglu looked confused. Are you still pretending? Xing Chuan, in his 40s, his son had a car accident. Wang Qianqian briefly told the previous events, thinking that Xing Chuan's family was separated and torn apart by this. As a colleague, he actually had a hard time in his heart. So it's him. Mr. Honglu seemed to have finally remembered and said with an incredulous face, oh my god, he actually succeeded? Before he found me and begged me to save his son's life, as you all know, I'm quite famous over at the Modern Times Apartments, but I had no way at all at that time. How can a person come back to life after death? But he kept begging me, a snot and a tear. Alas, I am a scholar. You also know that the reader is the most soft-hearted. I told him a method. This method, as I read in the ancient books, said that can make the dead child come back to life. Honestly, I do not believe in these things, all superstitious. We have to believe in science, believe in modern medical treatment, do not believe in those who believe in science, believe in modern medical treatment, do not believe in those who believe in science, believe in modern medical treatment, do not believe in those who believe in science, believe in modern medical treatment. We have to believe in science, believe in modern medicine, do not believe in those gods and goddesses. Then told him that this law is to let him have a support in his heart, by the way, and then change some money to buy books. I did not think it really came true, it really let a person surprised. Well, don't say it. Li Qianqiu finally found out that Mr. Honglu is a demon that can nag more than a slate, for he who has always been accustomed to silence really can't accept it. Directly a hand will lift Mr. Honglu's body, stride towards the alley outside. Wang Xianxian, Zhou Weiguo, Long Kuai, Zhong Xian followed him and similarly left 070 grains and cereals. As a demon beheader in Luzhou City, Li Qianqiu and the others are all equipped with cars, although the cars all look unremarkable: Honda Fit, Santana, Jetta, Wuling Jiguang. But in reality, they are all secretly transformed, and the horsepower is definitely enough. It is to fight with the demons often, so the car is also often crashed to pieces, to be sent to the repair shop to repair for 3 or 5 days, so usually take a taxi, take the bus, take the triple jumpers is not strange. When leaving the alley, the young girl Zhong Xian deliberately called Wang Qianqian to his car. Wang Qianqian thought she had something, obediently got into the car. Wait until after the car started, Zhong Xian while driving a serious face and said, Xiao-chun, I understand your mood, but you must not be sad, as soon as possible to become strong, sooner or later you can get Qi Yan back. Wang Qianqian couldn't help but smile, so this little girl is here to comfort herself. How old is she? What can she understand? But he couldn't possibly splash people with cold water, so he nodded and said, I know, thanks. A few people drove the car and returned to Tetsu's car wash. Mr. Red Mansion's injuries had recovered a small amount, and he was tied up with a rope and thrown to his room by Li Qianqiu. Then he arranged for Wang Qianqian to stay in Zhao's room. Long Kuai and Zhong Xian helped Wang Qianqian clean up his bed, while Li Qianqiu and Zhou Weiguo helped him with hot water, making Wang Qianqian embarrassed, rubbing his hands and saying, Thank you everyone. Don't be polite, we are all teammates, there are many more days to fight side by side together in the future. Zhou Weiguo held a dry cigarette, smilingly patted Wang Qianqian's shoulder. Zhou Weiguo was over 60 years old, but his body was hard and strong, and he spoke in a rough voice, worthy of having been a soldier in his youth. Xiao Chen, you rest early. Xiao Chun, tell us if you need anything. Everyone spoke to Wang Qianqian cordially, although they hadn't known each other for long. As long as he joined this team, they treated him as family. Wang Qianqian did feel the warmth and affection from this. He said thank you to everyone. The only one who rushed at Zhong Xian and said with dissatisfaction, It's even if they call me Xiao Chun, how can you also call me Xiao Chun? You're only 17 years old. You should call me Brother Chen. It's not easy to make me call my brother, you have to come up with the proper skills. Zhong Xian was smiling, and could tell that she was a very cheerful girl. I single-handedly killed that Mr. Red Mansion today, isn't that still called having the ability? Wang Qianqian said with a straight face. That Mr. Red Mansion is weak, I can finish him off with a single slash. Zhong Xian said disdainfully. I don't believe it. Let's go, let's open your eyes. People have already tied their hands, what are you asking me to open my eyes for? The two were not too far apart in age, and they also had quite a common topic, and the room was suddenly filled with joyful laughter. Well, let Xiao Chen rest early, he is also tired from a vicious battle tonight. At the critical moment, Li Qianqiu stopped this harmless little strife. Xiao Chen, good night. Little Chen, go to sleep. Call me Brother Chen. Wang Qianqian waved his fist at Zhong Xian's back. When several people had left the room, Li Qianqiu seemed to remember something and walked to the bedside table, ready to put away Zhao's photo frame. Keep it. Wang Qianqian suddenly said. Li Qianqiu was stunned and looked back at Wang Qianqian, then she said nothing and turned around to leave the room. After Wang Qianqian had washed up, he lay down on the bed, except for the bedding which was newly changed. He did not intend to move a single thing in this room. I hope. I am really able to resurrect you, right? Wang Qianqian turned his head to look at Zhao's photo frame. The photo of him was handsome, gentle, showing a faint smile, making one's heart very. The photo of him was handsome, gentle, and showed a faint smile, which made people's hearts very solid and comfortable. With a snap, Wang Qianqian turned off the light. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, Wang Qianqian walked out of the room and came to the living room, seeing that Li Qianqiu and the others had already gotten up, and there were all kinds of breakfasts on the table, donuts, small dumplings, scallion pancakes, and so on. Come over and eat, Demon Chopper. In addition to the normal payroll, there is also a meal allowance, the amount of $100 per person per day. Although you haven't officially joined yet, we can't eat it all. Li Qianqiu waved at him. What a great benefit. Wang Qianqian smiled, then he didn't be polite and sat down to eat with everyone else. That's for sure, working for the country. Zhou Weiguo smiled and picked up his dry cigarette again. Li Qianqiu, in addition to eating himself, also went to the room to give some to Mr. Honglu. Readers, as long as there are books to read, it doesn't really matter. If you eat or not, said Mr. Honglu leisurely in the room, as if those injuries have been healed through. Don't eat, pull down. Li Qianqiu turned around and was ready to go. Hey, I'm polite and courteous with you, how come you still really won't let me eat it? Mr. Red Mansion was instantly anxious. Then do you eat it or not? Eat, eat. Readers also need to eat grains and cereals. After eating, Li Qianqiu wiped his hands and took out a yellowed pamphlet from his pocket. Wang Qianqian had seen this before in the city temple and knew that this was the demon-slaying heart sutra, which only humans could practice. You're already in the sand realm now, you should be heading towards the earth realm now, don't wait until you get to the demon beheader initial training camp to improvise. Li Qianqiu handed over the Demon Slayer Heart Sutra. Good. Wang Xianqian also wiped his hands and took over the Demon Beheading Heart Sutra. He had already read the previous page, introducing qi into the body. He directly turned to the next page and saw that it was clearly written, enter the mud pill and descend to the qi point. If you keep it, you can use it diligently. Dantian qi warms the kidneys as if they were fried in soup. Qi travels to the belt vein, refining one's work in its entirety. These words were even more obscure than the previous ones, and it was already hard to read and understand them without a special person to explain them, but Wang Qianqian didn't know what was going on. It seemed as if he was born to understand these things, and immediately sat down on the ground, and with his 5 hearts facing the sky, he began to follow the tutorials above and run them. I don't know how long. Wang Qianqian opened his eyes and found that Li Qianqiu and the others were looking straight at him. How? What happened? Wang Qianqian was startled. Before you entered the sand realm for a minute, now we want to see you enter the earth realm for a few minutes. Li Qianqiu said with a face full of nervousness, and Zhou Weiguo, Long Qiu, and Zhou Nexayan also had faces of anticipation. 071 put up with you a few times. It doesn't seem to have. Wang Xianqian touched his head in embarrassment. Although running his breath was quite smooth this time, it really didn't have the same warm and fuzzy feeling as when he had just entered the sand realm. After saying this, several people revealed somewhat disappointed expressions. Li Qianqiu probed with his spiritual power to make sure that he really didn't advance to the earth realm, and could only sigh slightly. It seemed that the miracle wasn't able to be repeated. What was that just now? Wang Xianqian asked as he felt something sweep through his body. It's spiritual power. Li Qianqiu said, spiritual power and spiritual power complement each other. The stronger the spiritual power, the stronger the spiritual power. Of course it's not absolute, some people specialize in spiritual power. You can sense it, it's in your head, released through your eyes. The role of spiritual power is not small, it can make your 5 senses sharper, concentration more focused. Those guys with strong spiritual power can even use it to hurt people. Of course, in a small city like ours, a 4th-tier city, there are usually no such people. Wang Xianqian tried to sense it, and indeed detected a trace of not quite the same power, spread it out, and was also able to see clearly the realm of Li Qianqiu and the others. It's a bit interesting. Wang Qianqian nodded. When your spiritual power is strong, you can use the marrying dreams skill from 72 changes. It's a kind of illusion, guaranteed to make your enemies want to die. Slate spoke excitedly in his consciousness. It's fine, take your time, we all believe in you. It's relatively easy to go from the sand realm to the earth realm. As long as you keep practicing the Demon Slaying Heart Sutra, you'll definitely be able to break through. Li Qianqiu comforted. Good. Wang Qianqian nodded. However, it's difficult to go further up the earth realm. Like me, it's been several years now. I've been delayed in breaking through, and I feel like I'm about to be wasted. Li Qianqiu sighed again. The corner of Zhou Weiguo's mouth next to him twitched slightly. It's alright, old brotherly, aren't you already at the peak of the earth realm? I believe that you can break through soon as well. Zhong Xian followed with another comforting sentence. I've been at the peak of the earth realm for several years now. I really don't know when I'll break through. There's a possibility that this life will be like this, forever a bottom-tier demon chopper in a 4th-tier city. Li Qianqiu sighed once again. Enough, oldly, I can tolerate you a few times, you can't take me to task every time, right? Zhou Weiguo finally couldn't hold back a bit. He had been at the peak of the earth realm for over 10 years. When did I talk about you? Wasn't I talking about myself? Li Qianqiu was confused. The crowd burst into laughter. Time quietly slipped through the cracks. Seeing that it was almost 7 o'clock, Li Qianqiu finished arranging today's work and said, everyone go out, remember to report immediately if there's a situation, and if the walkie-talkies aren't working, call immediately. Good. The crowd agreed. Xiao Chen, are you free today? Li Qianqiu asked again. I'll go to the company and turn around, there shouldn't be anything else, our department has more freedom. Wang Xianqian was now the manager of the sales department. As long as there were no problems with performance, there was even less people to control him. Okay, then if you're free, then go to Zhong Xian afterwards and let her teach you how to deal with various injuries. We demon killers, the first thing we need to do is to protect ourselves. Only when we are healthy and safe can we exert more power to protect this city. These latter words, which Zhao Zhe had often hung onto in his lifetime, were now carried over as is by Li Qianqiu. Good. Wang Qianqian nodded. His heart was a little disappointed that he couldn't learn sword and fist techniques first, but Li Qianqiu was right. If his own body wasn't protected, what was there to talk about killing demons? That's it then, everyone disperse. Li Qianqiu walked into the room and lifted Mr. Hong Lu out. He would mainly just guard Mr. Red Mansion for the next few days until that weasel appeared. Several people all left Zheji Car Wash and drove off in their own cars. Li Qianqiu threw Mr. Red Mansion into a Santana, then threw Wang Qianqian a car key. That car is yours to drive. Li Qianqiu pointed at the white Jetta next to him and said. Good. Wang Qianqian took the car key and went straight to the Jetta. This was the car that Zhao Zhe drove before he was born. The car was cleaned up, everywhere was spotless, there was also some faint aroma, the storage compartment was also neat and tidy. It could be seen that he was a person with a cleanliness fetish. It hasn't been long since I met you, and I haven't had time to get to know you before saying goodbye. I hope it's not goodbye forever, and I hope we can meet again in the future. Wang Qianqian murmured softly and drove away from Zhezhi Car Wash. City Hospital. After Qi Yan got on duty, the first time she inspected the wards, asking each patient one by one if there was any abnormality. When they inspected Wang Di and Uncle Chen's wards, the two of them couldn't wait to ask, Qi Yan, how was yesterday's appointment? Quite good, quite smooth. Qi Yan smiled and said, the two of us talked for a long time, and we both think that it's too early to talk about relationships. We're both still young, we should work on our careers first, and talk about relationships later. 072 Scarier than a demon. Ah? We'll talk about love later? Wang De was astonished. Right, Uncle Wang, you know how much pressure we young people are under now. It's not like your time, there's a 3-piece suit and you can get married, we need a house and a car, it's not that simple. Oh. Qi Yan still said with a smile. That's true, young people nowadays, one is more tired of living than the other. Uncle Chen also sighed. Right, don't worry Uncle Wang, Uncle Chen, Xiao Chen and I talk very well, even if we don't fall in love now, we are still very good friends. When the conditions are right in the future, it won't be too late for us to get together. Qi Yan's compact mouth convinced the two uncles in 3 words. At the same time, Wang Qianqian also arrived at the company. Because there was still a month to go to the Demon Chopper initial training camp, Wang Qianqian wasn't interested in his current job, plus Zhao Mingquan's previous paving the way, there was definitely no problem with a month's worth of performance, so he simply dealt with some documents before quietly slipping away under the pretext of meeting a client. Leaving the company, he called Zhong Xin. Xiao Chen, do you have time? Zhong Xin said smilingly. I said, call me Brother Chen. Being called Xiao Chen by a high school girl who was several years younger than him, it was indeed a bit too much for his face. Okay, Brother Tatsu. If you're free, come to the city's second high school, I'll wait for you at the school entrance. Can. Wang Qianqian hung up the phone and drove the white Jetta to city number 2 middle school. In the middle of the city, inside an underground rental house. Li Qianqiu carried the skinny Mr. Red mansion into the room and saw the shelves on both sides filled with all kinds of books. She froze for a moment, then asked in surprise, you moved all the books from the Modern Times apartment here? Yes, these are my lifeblood, I can't leave them behind even if I leave anything behind. Seeing these books, Mr. Red House revealed an obsessed expression. So many books, it has to cost a lot of money, right? Li Qianqiu said with emotion. Yes, I cheated too. Oh no, I rely on fortune-telling divination to the savings, all spent on this. Of course, knowledge is priceless, spend how much money I also think it is worth. The book is the life of our readers. Mr. Red Mansion straightened up and said proudly, it seems that the injury is completely healed. When will that weasel probably come? As soon as he heard Mr. Red Mansion talking about books, Li Qianqiu felt his head getting big and hurriedly changed the topic. I don't know, he told me to kill the weakest demon chopper as soon as possible, I guess it should come over in 3 to 5 days. Alas, I'm just a scholar, how can I be allowed to kill people? Mr. Red Mansion sighed again. Okay, then I'll be here with you waiting for him in the next few days, you'd better not play tricks with me, or I definitely can't spare you. Bang bang bang. Right at this moment, a rough knocking sound suddenly rang out. Coming. Mr. Red Mansion had a panicked face, his body was like a speedy wind, and he violently drilled under the bed. What is coming? The demon-suppressing bell did not ring, it should not be a demon. Li Qianqiu glanced down at the bell that did not move at his waist. If the other party is just a weasel in the earth realm, it certainly does not have the ability to conceal the demonic qi. No, she's scarier than a demon. Mr. Honglu hid under the bed, shivering and covering his head. More terrifying than a demon? Li Qianqiu frowned and quickly pulled out the steel sword behind his back, then carefully opened the door to the room. An aggressive old woman walked in. Who are you and where is that young man? The old lady looked Li Qianqiu up and down. Ah. He went out. Li Qianqiu was very puzzled, how the other party looked just an ordinary old lady, where exactly was it scary? I don't care where he went, you were sharing the rent with him, right? Then hurry up and pay the rent, quickly. Pay it or get out. Who are you scaring with a fake sword and a cloak? You're an old man and still learning from the young people to play second nature, disgraceful or not. The old lady said while poking Li Qianqiu's chest fiercely. 10 minutes later. Li Qianqiu sat on the ground with a pale face. How's that? It's horrible, isn't it? Mr. Red House shivered and crawled out from under the bed. Well, it's scary. Thinking back to the scene just now, Li Qianqiu still felt his heart palpitating. Just now he was severely humiliated by that old lady, and he, a big man who had neither the means to return the favor nor the possibility to return the favor, froze and was scolded by others. No matter what, thank you for helping me pay the rent, I have nothing to return the favor, but only a deep salute. Mr. Red House made a bow with both hands, and bowed deeply at Li Qianqiu. Less of this hurry up and return the money. Li Qianqiu jumped up from the ground. Where do I have the money? Mr. Red Mansion wailed. City second middle school. Squeak. A white Jetta pulled up and Wang Qianqian stepped down from the car. Brother Chen. Zhang Xian, with a ponytail tied behind her head and wearing a blue and white school uniform, smiled and waved at Wang Qianqian. 073 Infirmary. I remember you're only in your second year of high school, don't you need to go to school?
Arriving in front of Zhong Xian, Wang Qianqian glanced at the campus of the city's second middle school, and the sound of reading aloud could still be faintly heard from the school building. After I joined Demon Chopper, the higher-ups helped me get guaranteed admission to a famous university. It doesn't matter if I go to school or not, the teachers won't care about me.
Zhong Xian said with a smile. Oh, Demon Chopper's benefits are really good. Wang Qianqian lamented.
That's for sure, killing demons is not something that ordinary people can do. Every demon beheader is a meat and potatoes for the country. Of course the benefits are good, as long as you join the demon beheaders. Basically you don't have to worry about living, dying, or getting sick. The top will help us take care of it. Of course, my own grades are also good, even if the normal exams as well as to go to a famous university. My first year of high school when the self-study finished all the courses.
Can't see that you're still a schoolmaster. The two chatted while walking towards the infirmary across the road. Zhong Xian had explained on the phone before that she was going to teach Wang Qianqian bandaging and wound treatment techniques in an infirmary.
This infirmary serves the surrounding schools and neighborhoods, and is usually quite busy. Zhong Xian will come over to help when she is not doing anything, and is just like a little doctor over here.
Walking to the door of the infirmary, Zhong Xian suddenly said, Brother Chen, do you see anything strange in this neighborhood? Strange?
Wang Qianqian looked towards the infirmary. It was a standard 3-story small building, but there was nothing wrong with it from the outside. Then he cast his eyes to the two sides. There were some trees planted on both sides of the infirmary. A few of the acacia trees were so thick and strong that two people couldn't even hug them, and the leaves were lush, at least a few decades old.
It seems like there is one less big acacia tree,
said Wang Qianqian, not quite sure. The position of these trees complement each other, obviously after careful planning. It should be 2 on the left, 2 on the right, and now there is one less on the right.
It always feels weird. Right answer.
Brother Chen's observation is not bad. Oh, as a demon chopper, it's also important to have a keen sense of observation. Zhong Xian cleared her throat and said as if she was a small adult, a big acacia tree on the right became a demon. At that time, I had just joined the demon beheader and discovered its existence, so I fought with it, and that was the first time I fought in my life. Unfortunately, my force is not a strong point, coupled with not much experience against the enemy. In the end, I still let it run away. Later on, Captain Zhao led us to look for it everywhere, and almost rummaged through the entire city of Luzhou, and didn't find that guy's silhouette.
So that's how it is.
Wang Qianqian nodded. It seems that in places that many people don't know, the demon slayers have had many battles and protected the city many times.
But I'm also much stronger now, so if it appears again, I'll definitely kill it without leaving a single piece of armor.
That guy's human form is about 70 years old or so, calls himself Old Man Sephora, has a thick head of white hair, and a faint smell of Sephora. If Brother Chen sees him, he must be careful and tell us in time. We'll go deal with him. Zhong Xian carried her hands behind her back, like a Jianghu warrior, and floated into the infirmary. Good guy, acting like a big sister in front of me.
Wang Qianqian rubbed his head and followed Zhong Xian inside.
Not long after the duo went in, dozens of meters away behind a telephone pole, an old man with a head full of thick white hair that looked at least 70 years old walked out.
Little girl, it's hard for you to remember me. Oh, your strength has increased greatly. Is my strength set in stone?
I came back this time. Not only do I want to avenge my previous revenge, but I also want to make your life worse than death, and taste all the pain in the human world.
Old man Samuel snorted coldly, turned around, and walked towards the basketball court on the opposite side. Inside the infirmary.
Hey, as soon as you appeared, this demon suppressor bell of mine kept ringing. Brother Chen, you should think of a way to cover up the demonic aura on your body.
Zhong Xian prepared bandages and iodine for bandaging while wrapping the demon suppressor bell tightly in gauze to save it from constantly trembling. I don't have much of a good solution, Wang Qianqian was also quite helpless. This demonic aura was indeed a trouble.
Alright, let's get ready to start. Zhong Xian put on her gloves and began to explain to Wang Qianqian the various means of treating wounds. This infirmary hosted several schools and neighborhoods. There were quite a few people who were accidentally injured. Zhong Xian was able to give Wang Qianqian theoretical knowledge while still allowing him to personally practice, so Wang Qianqian's progress was also very fast. No surprise that he would be able to finish today, and tomorrow he would be able to learn the rest.
Humans can be so brittle, they can't move without getting injured, and they still claim to be the spirit of all things. Wang Qianqian was treating the wounds of a person with a ruptured shoulder when Slate spoke disdainfully in his consciousness. Do you want to taste the taste of your soul being suppressed again? Wang Qianqian said back in his consciousness. Slate was immediately as quiet as a chicken. Just then, crackling footsteps sounded, and a group of tall teenagers walked in carrying an injured man. Zhong Xian turned back and saw the injured man and couldn't help but freeze. 074 Wicked Woman. Doctor, someone has a sprained foot. Come help and take a look. By Xian, hold on, we're at the infirmary. I have to say that the children's nutrition nowadays is good. This group of teenagers is only 16 or 17 years old, but all of them are tall and big. They are all above 1 meter 8, and all of them are wearing basketball uniforms, and they seem to belong to the same basketball team.
They carried the injured man is also 16 or 17 years old, a head of Flo Sichuan maple like flowing hair, even looks a bit like Flo Sichuan maple, white, thin, sunshine, is a very good looking boy, no matter in which school at least is the existence of class grass, handsome boys scarce situation can even compete for a little school grass. His foot was injured, a large bag bulged at his ankle, purple in the bruise and a few strands of blood, looking quite horrible. Agu, how did you get it like this? A doctor immediately walked over. Just now playing basketball, I don't know where a branch came out of nowhere and tripped me into this. Bai Xian gritted his teeth, cold sweat dipping out from his forehead, but anyone who has twisted his foot knows how much it hurts, and he was able to hold on without screaming out already quite manly. Alas, in the future to play basketball pay attention to it. You can't get off the ground without a week, and it hurts so much that you can't eat or sleep well, and it will take at least a month to fully recover. The doctor sighed, and then turned around and said, Zhong Xian, come and help him, there's another patient I'm dealing with over there. Oh. Zhong Xian had a complicated look on her face as she got up and walked slowly towards Bai Xian. Wang Xianqian felt strange in his heart, how did Zhong Xian, who had previously been gentle with any patient, instead slow down when faced with this injured person alone? The group of teenagers also froze when they saw Zhong Xian, and all of them looked odd. Can someone else handle this for me? Seeing that it was her, Bai Xian turned back and shouted at the doctor. What's the point of changing? It's all injured like this and you're still picking someone. Zhong Xian isn't very old, but she's very experienced, so just put 100 hearts into it. The doctor didn't even return his head for a moment, continuing to deal with the patient in his hands. Bai Xian had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. Carry him to the bed. Zhong Xian stuck her hands in the pockets of her white coat and turned towards the hospital bed. The few teenagers looked at me, seemingly a bit undecided, and eventually all looked at Bai Xian. The latter was silent for a while and slowly nodded before everyone carried him towards the hospital bed. As soon as he saw this scene, Wang Xianqian realized in his heart that Zhong Xian and Bai Xian seemed to know each other, and that there was still bad blood between them. However, he felt that it was not quite right, although he had not been in contact with Zhong Xian for a long time, but this girl seemed to be a kind and cheerful type, how could she have a grudge against a boy? However, a healer's heart, Zhong Xian wouldn't be so bad as to not heal someone because of this small matter. Seeing that she had already prepared all kinds of tools and utensils, Wang Xianqian also walked over and stood next to her, ready to observe. Bai Xian was carried to the hospital bed. Zhong Xian first carefully observed his injuries, then sprayed some medicine to reduce swelling, and then used a towel with ice on it. Throughout the process, Bai Xian's face was twisted to the side, refusing to make any eye contact with Zhong Xian, just grimacing non-stop, obviously already in pain, while the other teenagers were looking left and right with awkward expressions, and no one refused to say a word to Zhong Xian. The conflict between the students, Wang Xianqian definitely wasn't interested in meddling with it, and there was no need for that, so he stood to the side and watched Zhong Xian heal her wounds. Right at this moment, Zhong Xian unexpectedly placed her hand on Bai Xian's ankle, and then an imperceptible ray of faint white light lit up with it. Medical. This was Zhong Xian's ability as a JUE, and although her realm wasn't quite high, she still had no problem dealing with this minor injury. Everyone didn't see it, but Wang Xianqian was the only one who noticed it. Wang Xianqian was surprised in his heart. Wasn't there a beef between the two? Why was Zhong Xian willing to use her ability for him? This certainly cannot be explained solely by the healer's benevolence, because a dozen injured in the morning, Zhong Xian once the ability did not use, all in accordance with the ordinary method of treatment. This thing originally cannot be used casually, once the identity of their own consciousness of the ability to expose, but also very easy to be targeted by monsters or let the people feel panic. But now, Zhong Xian even used her ability for a boy who was not even willing to look at her? However, Wang Xianqian didn't say much and remained standing quietly by the side. In just over 10 minutes, the injury on Bai Xian's ankle had gotten much better, and his face and expression weren't so painful. Zhong Xian's healing also came to an end. She couldn't continue healing, or else she would have to wear out her face. Alright, go back and rest, ice compress for the first few days, after a few days you can apply heat. Zhong Xian said expressionlessly, then turned her head to pack up her things. Thanks. Bai Xian said softly, then limped towards the outside of the infirmary under the support of the crowd. When he came, he had to be carried by a few people, but when he left, he was already able to get off the ground. Bai Xian didn't know the wonders of this, and thought that it was the potions and ice packs that did the trick, and if he let the doctor from before see it, he would have to be shocked to see his jaws fall off the shell. How come it's Zhong Xian on the other hand? Yeah, I was surprised to see her too. In the past, Bai Xian was so nice to her, but she was so disgusting to Bai Xian. This woman is simply vicious. A few teenagers exited the medical room, and then they talked about it. 075 life is like sugar, sweet to fly. You guys don't talk about Zhong Xian like that. I always feel that she has a bitter reason for doing that. Bai Xian's voice rang out. Bai Xian, don't speak for her. How you treat her and how she treats you, everyone can see it, all have grown eyes. That's right, I get angry when I talk about her. Being able to hold back from punching her is already meaningful enough. Anyway, I don't want to say a word to her. The voices of several teenagers faded away. In the infirmary. Wang Xianchen sat on the row chair, his brows slightly furrowed. You heard everything, right? Zhang Xian, who was sitting next to her, had a low voice and her head was slightly hanging down, so she couldn't see her face, but she could feel that she was sad. Wang Xianchen couldn't deny it. Everyone in the demon beheading team knew that he had a superb sense of smell and hearing, and Zhang Xian, because of her spiritual power, her 5 senses were more sensitive than the average person, and she had also heard those vicious words. If you want to say something, just say it, I can listen. Wang Xianchen wasn't a person who liked to listen to other people's gossip, but he could see that Zhang Xian needed to talk, needed to be relieved, and he was happy to be the emotional trash can. What they said was that the team members were family now. How could a family member's story not be heard? Zhang Xian was silent for a full minute or so, and seemed to have finally made up her mind before she slowly opened her mouth. We've known each other since we were children. Zhang Xian's voice was low, and in the busy infirmary, with doctors and patients coming in and out, and the old fan squeaking and spinning, only Wang Xianchen could hear her narration. Zhang Xian and Bai Xian live in a neighborhood. The mothers of the two families also know each other, often played together as children, can be considered as serious childhood sweethearts. The only difference is that Zhang Xian is a scum, while Bai Xian is a bully, the former often in the class tail, while the latter basically in the grade first position never wavered. Since junior high school, Bai Xian has been going to Zhang Xian's house every day after finishing his homework, tutoring her like a little teacher. Zhang Xian's mom would cut up fruits and watch the two little people discussing their problems with a smile on her face. Sometimes when it was too late, Zhang Xian's mom would even let Bai Xian stay over, so that Zhang Xian had a special room for Bai Xian in her house and vice versa. Bai Xian had Zhang Xian's room in his house as well. Bai Xian is really great. Not only does he study well, but he is also very good at teaching in-depth courses, but also for Zhang Xian to develop a learning program that belongs exclusively to her. Under Bai Xian's efforts, Zhang Xian's grades skyrocketed in just 1 semester's time, also sprinting into the top 10 of the grade, although still not as good as Bai Xian, but not far off. In addition, Bai Xian was also the captain of the school's basketball team, often leading his players to tyrannize other high schools, while Zhang Xian was the captain of the cheerleading team, leading her sisters to cheer for Bai Xian every time. On the campus of the city's second middle school, as long as Bai Xian and Zhang Xian appeared together, everyone would strange shouts, coaxing, and the two have never shied away from these things, and will even look at each other sweetly smile. They are truly a golden couple and a perfect match. Mischievous kisses, huh? Hearing this, Wang Xianchen couldn't help but let out a laugh because the plot was just too much like that Ben Idol drama. Right. At that time, the classmates around us also said that the two of us were a replica of Mischievous Kiss. He was Jiang Jishu, I was Xiang Qin. I also felt as if at that time, there aren't too many people who can live their lives as an idol drama. Speaking of which, Zhang Xian smiled sweetly, obviously still felt very sweet when recalling that past. At that time, the whole school teachers and students knew that although Zhang Xian and Bai Xian are not in love now, but in the future they will be able to walk into the sacred wedding hall hand in hand, just like every romance novels and idol dramas depicted the same, can be said to be a match made in heaven. The prince and the princess will eventually live together in the castle. Even the teacher, when she finds that the other students are too close to each other, has to use the two of them to say something. Do you think you are Zhang Xian and Bai Xian? If you can get into the top 10 of the grade like the two of them, I won't object to you, and I'll even transfer you to the same table. What? You're two guys who can't fall in love? What's wrong with being two guys? Just pretend I haven't read any delayed beauty articles. Although I and Bai Xian who did not poke through that layer of window paper, but both of us who know that the other is the only one in this life. That was the best part of my life. We go to school together every day, together after school, even eat together to the cafeteria. During that period my QQ signature are, life is like sugar, sweet to fly, said Zhang Xian, the corner of her eyes slightly flashing tears. But it is from here that the plot of the idol began to change. Zhang Xian awakened her ability. 076 disgusted at the sight of you. On that day, Zhang Xian went to do some errands outside the school alone, and unintentionally encountered a car accident at the intersection. The injured was a girl of her age, who was hit by a big truck and flew more than 10 meters. Her head and abdomen were seriously injured, and the blood kept flowing out along the road surface. The people at the scene immediately called the police and ambulance. Zhang Xian was also the first to go over to help. She was usually quite interested in medical care and often volunteered at the infirmary across the street from the school, so when she swooped down in front of the girl, she knew that the girl wouldn't be able to hold out for the ambulance to come. An eye-popping crack appeared on her stomach, blood was gushing out like a spring. She was going to lose her life in a few more minutes at most. Human beings, especially girls among human beings, they are the group of animals that are most prone to empathy. Seeing this girl of the same age as herself, Zhang Xian's eyes were blown away by tears, and she pressed her hands against the girl's stomach, trying desperately to stop the blood from gushing out, but to no avail, as the blood stained both her hands and a small piece of the asphalt pavement. The girl's face was pale and her breath was getting weaker. Sue, tell my mom. I'm sorry. I love her. The girl said breathlessly. You hold on, the ambulance is coming.
Jong Xian cried. She didn't want to hear the girl's last words, she just wanted the girl to be healthy and come back to life.
Just then, a miracle happened. A faint soft light surged from her hands, and the wound on the girl's stomach gradually healed, even the speed at which the blood flowed slowed down.
This is...
Jong Xian was shocked and delighted. Although she didn't know what was happening, she still used this skill to help the girl. 10 minutes later, the ambulance finally came and the girl was saved safely. No one could see a problem afterward, as the girl's wounds were natural, as if she hadn't hit much of a crack to begin with. Jong Xian, on the other hand, knew that something was definitely wrong, and later she tested it on a few more injured people and realized that she could really heal others, so she didn't hesitate to tell the local police. While Wang Xianxian is worried about being dragged to the lab after possessing the characteristics of a dog, Jong Xian wants to use her abilities to help more people. Soon after, the executives of Demon Chopper approached her, saying that they saw her abilities and wanted her to join. It was from then that Jong Xian officially began to come into contact with the Demon Slayers organization. Like Wang Qianqian, she joined Demon Chopper before realizing that it would bring trouble to those around her, so she used Demon Chopper's connections to send her parents out of the country. But that still wasn't enough. Everyone in the city's second middle school knew that she and Bai Xian were born to be together. After careful consideration, she decided to separate from Bai Xian for the time being and wait until she became powerful in the future to talk about this matter. She has already thought about how to say to Bai Xian, recently the academic performance of some decline, hope to be able to be alone for a period of time. She believed that Bai Xian would be able to accept it. That day in the cafeteria, she and Bai Xian sat opposite each other. Just as she was about to say these words, Bai Xian's hand suddenly lifted up and gently stroked her head. Stained with acacia flowers la. So cute. Bai Xian smiled gently, he looked ever so gentle. Jong Xian was a bit dazed for a moment, and when she thought that she was going to lose this gentle boy for a while, crystal tears gushed out of her eyes uncontrollably.
What's wrong with you? Bai Xian was taken aback and asked in a hurry. Jong Xian didn't say anything, just silently shedding tears. What's wrong?
Bai Xian became even more nervous and hurriedly went to wipe her tears, and his other hand reached over to caress her cheeks. His hand, so gentle, so warm, like a small fireplace.
Jong Xian couldn't bear to part with him, she wanted to be with him forever and ever.
Just then, the demon suppressor bell on her waist suddenly rang.
Jong Xian was jolted into a cold war.
At that time, she had not long joined the Demon Slayers and had just experienced a vicious battle with Old Man Samuel, and the entire Demon Slayers team was searching for his whereabouts all over the city, so Jong Xian suspected that it was Old Man Samuel who had come to seek revenge on her. If Old Man Samuel saw this scene, Bai Xian's life would definitely be in danger. Without any hesitation, Jong Xian directly copied the dinner plate in front of her and ruthlessly snapped it on Bai Xian's head. An entire plate of Kung Pao chicken poured down, the chicken and carrots hanging over Bai Xian's head, the murky juice dripping down his hair and head, sliding over his eyes that were full of surprise and incomprehension. Bai Xian froze, and everyone around him looked over. No one knew what had happened to the recognized divine couple in City 2.
What are you pestering me for every day? Are you tired of it? I get sick of seeing you, you know?
Jong Xian growled at Bai Xian, no tears in her eyes, replaced by disgust and malice. Bai Xian was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded.
Get lost, as far away as you can.
Jong Xian even pocketed down the dining table together, then quickly turned around and ran towards the outside of the cafeteria, while quickly using the walkie-talkie to report on the current situation. Captain Zhao, I'm in the cafeteria of the city's second middle school. The demon suppressor bell has suddenly had a strange movement, and I suspect that it might be the Old Man Samuel who disappeared a few days ago.
077 Old Man Samuel. A few dozen meters away on the road. You guys go back to school first, I'll sit here for a while.
Bai Xian suddenly said.
You're not going back? Are you okay alone?
The other teenagers asked.
Yes, my feet are already better. It's fine, I'll go back.
Bai Xian smiled at them, as sunny as ever. The teenagers looked at each other in disbelief, but eventually left in silence. As soon as the crowd left, Bai Xian stopped smiling and a hint of sadness surfaced on his face.
He gasped softly and sat on the side of the road.
Seeing Jong Xian again just now made him recall many past events, the sweet and happy ones, as well as the unpleasant and humiliating ones.
He was really so fond of Jong Xian, in addition to being with Jong Xian every day, and had already thought about the future path, going to a certain famous university together, then working together in a research institute, then getting married, having children, and living happily for the rest of his life. In order to this goal, he made a lot of efforts in advance, not only to help Jong Xian improve her grades, but also, as the most famous school bully in this school, when a university throws olive branches to him in advance, promising that he will definitely be guaranteed a place in the future, he will put forward a condition, bring Jong Xian with him. He was really so serious about planning the future of the two of them, and every day was lived in a practical and energetic way. But everything was shattered after the incident in the cafeteria. Overnight, he was reduced to everyone's joke. That high and mighty school bully and basketball captain turned out to be wishful thinking all along. Jong Xian simply can't see him. The only ones who are willing to fight for him are his group of brothers, who are furious and want to go to Zhong Xian to ask her why she did this to you when Bai Xian is so good to you. But Bai Xian stops them. Bai Xian said, "This is not the Zhong Xian I know, I'm sure she must have a hard time, I'm waiting for her to explain." Bai Xian stubbornly believed that Zhong Xian couldn't be like this for no reason, but he was also a proud boy, and he couldn't possibly lower his head until the other party had explained herself. So from then on, the two never crossed paths or communicated again. Thinking back to the past, Bai Xian only felt bitter in his heart. No matter what kind of bitterness Zhong Xian had in the end, that incident had already passed for more than half a year, so why hadn't he exchanged a word of explanation by now? Just then, he suddenly felt some itchiness on the top of his head. Reaching out and touching it, it was actually an acacia flower. An acacia flower? How could there be an acacia flower here? Feeling a bit strange, Bai Xian looked up and indeed didn't find any acacia trees nearby. Just when he felt puzzled, the grass behind him suddenly came rustling sound. He turned around fiercely, and saw two dark branches poking over like snakes. What is this thing? Surprised, Bai Xian leapt up and quickly fled the place. But it was already too late. Swoosh! Two branches sped out and fiercely wrapped around Bai Xian's 2 feet, then quickly dragged him towards the wildland not far away. Help! Bai Xian had just cried out when a large handful of acacia flowers flew over again and stuffed as much as they could into his mouth. Oh, 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 oh. Bai Xian's throat let out a string of slurred sounds. In the infirmary. I later realized that it wasn't Elder Samuel, but a rabbit demon that had inadvertently broken into the school, and was taken care of by me in a matter of 3 strokes. Zhong Xian said with her head lowered. Since then, Bai Xian and I haven't been in contact with each other since then. I also wanted to go over to him to explain clearly, but then I realized that this kind of thing can't be explained at all. Any reason pales in front of him. He's so smart and wise, how could I possibly fool him? So, I simply do not look for him. Take this opportunity to completely cut off contact is also good, in the future, if there is a chance. Speaking here, Zhong Xian quieted down, her head slightly lowered, obviously still feeling sad at the memory of the past. It turned out that this outwardly cheerful girl still hid so many things in her heart. Wang Qianqian sighed softly. Zhong Xian's experience with him was really similar. The only difference was that Qi Yan later knew the truth and was willing to wait for him, which was considered to be a drop better than Zhong Xian's outcome. He finally understood why Zhong Xian had come to specifically comfort herself that day when he and Qi Yan separated, saying that she could understand him. It turned out that she had a similar experience. Wang Qianqian didn't comfort Zhong Xian, just like Li Qianqiu wouldn't comfort him. Since he decided to be a demon chopper, he had to sacrifice something, give up something. There was no such thing as having the best of both worlds. Moreover, Zhong Xian handled it quite well on her own, and didn't need any consolation. And he also believed that what Zhong Xian needed right now wasn't comfort, but companionship. Sitting next to her side was enough. But just then, Wang Qianqian's eyes suddenly widened. What's wrong? Zhong Xian immediately noticed his strange appearance. Bai Xian seems to have been captured by something, and just now cried out for help, followed by a few ohs and ahs. Wang Qianqian leapt up and ran directly towards the door. The door panel of the infirmary wasn't thick, so Wang Qianqian was able to hear the sounds dozens of meters away. Zhong Xian also followed closely behind. 078 What happens if you offend me? Wang Qianqian and Zhong Xian dashed all the way towards where Bai Xian was just now. The two of them arrived in a matter of moments. Bai Xian had indeed disappeared, and there were still some traces of struggle and tumbling in the grass behind the road. This way, it's nearby. Wang Qianqian sniffed the odor and quickly ran towards the nearby wildland again. Not far away, leaping over another fence, was an uninhabited wilderness, and although he hadn't heard any sounds for the time being, he could definitely find it by following the scent all the way. The smell of blood. And the smell of acacia flowers. Wang Qianqian frowned. He did smell a strong smell of blood, and there is no more big acacia tree here, but there is still a faint smell of acacia flowers, who the murderer seems to have called out. Obviously long ago no contact. Why the old man acacia still staring at him? Elder Brotherly found the trail of the old man locust in the city of the second middle school opposite the south door. The specific location is still unclear. Zhong Xian quickly with the intercom to do a report. The voice is still smooth and calm, but there is also a trace of trembling. The face also began to become pale. After all, the other party is her most caring Bai Xian, even if it has been more than half a year without contact, but is still the most caring person in her heart. Zhong Xian pulled open her school uniform, revealing the black cloak behind her, and pulled out the pitch-black demon chopper as well, while Wang Qianqian copied the slate in his hand, and the two of them were extremely fast like the wind, quickly rushing forward. Shocking thunder sky collapse purple gold hammer, purple electricity Xianjin flame 9 heavenly Xian sword shocking heavenly transformation. Slate excitedly shouted the earth high shouting that he didn't know where he heard it from. In the middle of the city, in a basement rental house. Li Qianqiu face lazy, wearing big pants lying on the narrow bed, Mr. Honglu bareback, beside the respectful waiting for him, a moment to pass the grapes, a moment to pass the water, and occasionally also to carry on the fastboard to play 2 paragraphs of the commentary, Dong Lia Dang, when a Dong Lia Dang, gossip do not speak, the table of the good man Wu Erlang. This place is really hot, how even an air conditioner is not. Li Qianqiu sweating, while fanning the wind with his hand, the basement is not ventilated, it is really hard to bear. Li old brother, it means that your heart is not quiet. We readers' hearts are quiet and naturally cool. Said Mr. Red Mansion while wiping his sweat, his body was like he had just steamed in a sauna. Li old brother, read a section of the Clear Heart Sutra with me, the effect might be a little better. Did I let you recite a sutra? Li Qianqiu raised his hand and hit. Old brotherly, I've thought of a better way. Mr. Honglu covered his head and immediately softly chanted, the crystal curtains move and the breeze rises, the shelves full of roses and a yard of fragrance. As soon as the words fell, a breeze came up, and the entire rental house cooled down quite a bit. Hey, this skill of yours is good, continue, don't stop. Li Qianqiu lay down comfortably. Unfortunately, Mr. Red Mansion's realm was low and his means couldn't last long, so he could only keep chanting softly. East of the river in front of the Yellow Master's pagoda, the spring light is lazy and sleepy leaning on the breeze. The fine grass on the breezy shore, the dangerous mast is alone in the night boat. Fish come out in the rain, swallows slant in the breeze. Right at this moment, Zhong Xian's voice suddenly came from the headset, elder brotherly. With a miso sound, Li Qianqiu leapt up and fiercely pulled out the demon chopper, and the harsh cold light flashed inside the rental house. Elder brotherly, what have I done wrong? Mr. Red Mansion fell to his knees with a poo-thunk and shivered. Cut the crap, change back to your true form. Li Qianqiu slapped the back of Mr. Honglu's head. With a swoosh, Mr. Red Mansion's body flashed with a white light and gradually changed into a thick hardcover copy of Dream of the Red Mansion. Li Qianqiu grabbed the Dream of Red Mansions and tucked it in his back waist, and hurriedly ran out the door. At the same time, Long Kuai and Zhou Weiguo also rushed to the city's second middle school from different directions. 5 minutes ago. The south gate of the city's second middle school, across the field. 2 dark branches bound Bai Xian's waist and held him high in the air. Bai Xian looked at the scene in front of him in horror. A large acacia tree with many branches and leaves stood in front of him, and at the top of the thick trunk hung a white-haired old man's head, while the old man was looking at him and smiling at the same time. Originally, I wanted to find the parents of that little ninny first, but it turned out that she lived alone in this city. After asking around, I realized that you and her had been in love, but unfortunately, you two broke up more than half a year ago. And only killed that little ninny. It is really too unenjoyable, and cannot solve the hate. So I tried, you and her heart in the end there is no wait? I deliberately tripped you kid on the basketball court, the result really did not let me down. She risked exposing the identity of the Jew energy person, but also want to heal your injuries, really still have you and her heart off. Killing you, that little ninny must be very sad, right? Elder Samuel said while grinning fiercely, no, it's too unenjoyable to kill you directly. I'm going to slowly torment you, disassemble you, then disassemble your body and throw it piece by piece in front of that little ninny, so that she will know what happens when she offends me. 079 Decapitating the Demon Man, Wang Qianqian. After saying that, Old Man Samuel poked out 2 more dark branches and stabbed Bai Xian's 2 shoulders with a whoosh sound. A mournful scream rang out, 2 holes pierced through Bai Xian's 2 shoulders, and bright red blood immediately dripped down his chest. Scream louder, isn't there demon choppers hearing good? I'm going to make that little ninny taste the greatest pain in the human world. Waiting for her to come, I happen to torture you enough to kill you in front of her. Ha, that little girl should be very painful, right? Elder Samuel laughed recklessly, his eyes also flashed with unprecedented excitement. The resentment that had accumulated for many days was finally released a little at this moment. Hearing such words, Bai Xian, on the contrary, did not say anything, his face although still very painful, but a mouth is tightly closed, always refused to issue a little sound. Although the scene in front of him feel very afraid, Samuel old man also did not say that little girl in the end who, but he knew that person must be Zhong Xian. If his own screams would cause Zhong Xian pain, then he definitely chose to be silent. Scream, why don't you scream? Elder Samuel asked sullenly. Just this pain, it's like scratching an itch. Bai Xian gritted his teeth and sneered, the corner of his mouth curving up into an arc. Humans really please hypocrisy, obviously like but say do not like, obviously very painful but say does not hurt. It doesn't hurt does it, then let's try this again. Old Man Samuel roared, and 2 more dark branches poked out, ruthlessly stabbing into Bai Xian's 2 thighs. PFFFF 2 sounds, 2 blood holes appeared at first, and bright red blood flowed down again, dripping down Bai Xian's calves. Bai Xian was in pain with cold sweat and a pale face, but he still clenched his teeth and didn't say a word. At the same time, he was even thinking of ways to deal with the old man Samuel. He was a school bully, not that this identity is how high-end, but that this kind of people encountered problems good at thinking. Logical thinking ability is also much stronger than the average person. The monster in front of him has the head of a human, but has the body of an acacia tree, and the branches of the tree can be stretched out at will. Against this kind of monster can be cut with a knife, burned with fire, or even use an axe or a chainsaw, but he doesn't have any of these things. Good, it's really quite hard, then let's try again. Old Man Samuel became infuriated and once again probed out 2 dark branches towards Bai Xian's belly. Thump, thump. Right at this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly rang out. "Aha, little girl, you're finally here." The old man's head hidden between the trees suddenly laughed out loud. Bai Xian's heart went cold as he turned around fiercely, and sure enough, he saw a silhouette running rapidly. "Little girl, seeing me injure your beloved like this, is your heart very sad? You quickly cry. Quickly kneel down and beg me, maybe I'll have a kind heart and set him free." The old man of the acacia laughed even more cheerfully. "Don't come over," Bai Xian then hissed loudly. But as the silhouette got closer and closer, both Old Man Samuel and Bai Xian were stunned. The person coming was not Zhong Xian, but a tall and thin male youth with a Zhanqing-colored slate in his hand. "Who are you?" Old Man Samuel frowned slightly, releasing his spiritual power to probe. "Demon Beheader, Wang Qianqian." The tall and thin youth's face was icy cold as he ran closer and drank in a cold voice. "No one in the past and no one in the future has ever come before you, wise and godly. The world is invincible and mighty, a big slate." The slate in Wang Qianqian's hand also bellowed. "A demon chopper who is only in the sand realm, a slate that hasn't even cultivated its human form, also dares to act recklessly in front of my elder Samuel at the peak of the earth realm?" The old man's head in the center of the treetop sneered, then quickly probed out a few branches. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, several dark branches were like pythons, flying and circling in the air, emitting bursts of airborne explosions as they swept towards Wang Qianqian and Slate. Wang Qianqian's body quickly flickered, nimbly dodging these sharp branches. "Ha, want to run? Is it that easy?" Old Man Samuel's branches quickly reversed their direction and once again chased towards Wang Qianqian. And while Wang Qianqian dodged away, a silhouette unexpectedly appeared behind him. It was none other than Zhong Xian. Before this, no matter whether it was Bai Xian or the Old Man Samuel, no one had discovered Zhong Xian's existence, and this was exactly the tactic of Wang Qianqian and Zhong Xian, with Wang Qianqian attracting the Old Man Samuel's attention at the front, and Zhong Xian closely following his spine all the way to wait for an opportunity to move. Zhong Xian with a ponytail on the back of her head was holding the demon slasher in her hand, and her school uniform had long been thrown halfway down the road, revealing the cape with the word slasher printed on the back in gold color. This young high school girl looked cool and valiant. Taking advantage of those branches chasing after Wang Qianqian, Zhong Xian leapt up, and the demon slasher in her hand slashed down fiercely. Swish swish swish. A few branches snapped in response, and there was crimson blood oozing out from them. Old Man Samuel screamed miserably, his wrinkled face filled with pain. 080 Tacit understanding. Taking advantage of Old Man Samuel's wailing and screaming, Zhong Xian stomped her legs and her figure leapt up high once again. In fact, at the moment Zhong Xian appeared, Bai Xian instinctively wanted to let her run, but in the end, when he saw how brave Zhong Xian was, he immediately closed his mouth, and then his face was full of complicated expressions. Swoosh! Bai Xian fell from the air. Zhong Xian immediately held him at the waist, and after landing on the ground, she also spun around a few times to unload her strength. The scene was like a classic episode of an idol drama, only the roles of men and women had been swapped. After landing, Zhong Xian hugged Bai Xian and frantically ran to the outside of the field. She was a girl of 80 to 90 pounds, holding Bai Xian who was at least 120 pounds was effortless, and her gait was light and fast as the wind, causing Bai Xian's face to become more and more complicated. "You can't run away!" Old Man Samuel roared, directly probing out dozens of blackened branches, quickly chasing after Zhong Xian's back towards him. He was really too angry. He had just come up and was chopped off a few branches. A demon slayer who was only at the early stage of the earth realm and a demon slayer who had just entered the sand realm had injured him like this. It was intolerable. Dozens of branches crawled in the air or on the ground like pythons, quickly catching up with Zhong Xian's footsteps. Then like an upright javelin, they ruthlessly stabbed towards her spine and head. Chi! At the critical moment, the demon region cloak behind Zhong Xian's back was windless, as if it was pulled by some kind of strange force, quickly rising up and opening into a large fan shape. Clang clang clang. Tree branches as sharp as javelins struck the cloak in turn, but issued a sound like the clash of gold and gold. The seemingly soft cloak had an extraordinary defense, directly helping Zhong Xian block most of the attacks. The demon region cloak, one of the standard equipment of the demon chopper, could resist certain physical attacks and spell attacks, which led to the demon chopper being basically invincible when facing demons in the same realm. The lower the realm of the demon, the more extraordinary the effect could be. However, there were still some branches that struck Zhong Xian through the gaps next to the cloak. Whoa! Zhong Xian's figure stumbled, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth as well, nearly falling to the ground. "Ah, I want you to die." Old Man Samuel, who already possessed the peak strength of the earth realm, was full of sardonic laughter as he once again maneuvered the many branches of the trees to bypass the range that could be covered by the demon region cloak. Zhong Xian was holding Bai Xian with both hands, and simply didn't have the extra strength to fight back. "Put me down," Bai Xian said breathlessly with a pale face. He could already see that he was Zhong Xian's burden. "It's okay, I have arrangements," Zhong Xian said softly, while her body dodged and pranced, trying to avoid the branches that seemed to be everywhere.
Right at this moment, old man Samuel suddenly erupted into a scream. It turned out that Wang Qianqian had circled around behind him at some point. While he was fully focused on attacking Zhong Xian, Wang Qianqian then directly leapt on top of the tree trunk, copying the slate and ruthlessly smashing old man Samuel's head. In the beginning, it was Wang Qianqian attracting attention and Zhong Xian waiting for the opportunity to move. Now it was Zhong Xian attracting attention and Wang Qianqian waiting for the opportunity to move. Although the two had never worked together before, they had discussed this set of tactics in a short period of time, which could be considered quite a tacit understanding. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The big slate bricks were just like no money. Wang Qianqian smashed 7 or 8 times in one breath, directly smashing old man Samuel's head. His white-haired head was quickly dyed crimson with blood. If it was the kind of Mr. Red mansion that didn't have a realm at all, it would have long been slapped back to its original form by Wang Qianqian. While old man Samuel was worthy of being a peak Earth realm demon, although he was also injured, he still had enough strength to resist. Being beaten like this by a sand realm demon chopper, old man Samuel was so angry that his entire head shivered, and if it wasn't for the fact that his head couldn't detach from his own body, he would have had to fly up and bite him hard. Swoosh! At least half of the branches scurried back, winding towards Wang Qianqian's body. Spit flame! Wang Qianqian let out a soft cry and spat out a cluster of fire directly from his mouth, but unfortunately, the power of this cluster of fire was too weak, and it only burned 2 or 3 branches, and there were still a dozen more branches that whistled and broke the wind. Old man Samuel screamed several times again. The air smelled like burning firewood, and this made him even more angry and annoyed. His mind had already thought of how to ruthlessly torture Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian simply could not fight with a peak Earth realm demon. Seeing Zhong Xian holding Bai Xian gradually far away, already out of the range of the old man Acacia can attack, directly leaped down the tall tree trunk, then ran in another direction on all fours. Because of the characteristics of the dog, even if only the sand realm of Wang Qianqian can still burst out not inferior to the speed of the Earth realm, coupled with the old man Acacia is not to use the body to chase, but to probe a dozen or so cut off the branches of the tree. These branches are not infinitely extendable, but also has a certain range and constraints. 081 Want to run, too late. On the other side, determining that old man Samuel's branches wouldn't come after him again, Zhong Xian immediately placed Bai Xian on the ground, her eyes quickly sweeping over the latter's body, and after determining a few locations where the bleeding was more severe, she quickly placed her hands on them. Medical. Zhong Xian gulped out, a faint soft light flickered in her palm. At this time she couldn't care less about the risk of exposing her identity as a JUE, and since Bai Xian had seen her fight with the demon, there was still no point in hiding this? Under Zhong Xian's ability, Bai Xian's wounds gradually coagulated, and blood stopped pouring out. Watching this scene, Bai Xian's expression became more and more complicated. If Zhong Xian could sit down realistically and help him heal his wounds, recovering a large portion would still not be a problem, but just as soon as Bai Xian's few wounds stopped bleeding, Zhong Xian immediately withdrew her hand. Can't die for now, call an ambulance yourself first, I still have to go kill that demon. Zhong Xian didn't say a word of unnecessary nonsense. After quickly explaining, she got up with a resolute face and ran towards the previous field, still holding her blackened demon slasher in her hand. Looking at Zhong Xian's cool and valiant back, Bai Xian froze for a long time before he said with incomparable emotion, "My future fiancé is so powerful." In the middle of the wilderness. Seeing the two demon choppers getting farther and farther away, the old man Samuel was so angry that his entire tree body was shivering, and the branches and leaves of the tree were clattering and trembling, and it was not easy to draw Zhong Xian over, but in the end it was such a result. Looking at his own loss of more than a dozen branches, the old man Acacia both body pain and heartache, both angry and annoyed. Chase it, cannot be, because they must have notified the other demon chopper, and then Chase will certainly be caught in the middle of the siege, and then it is he who will die. Although he was a demon, he was not without a brain. It's just, a gentleman's revenge is not too late for 10 years, when I recover then I will look for this little ninja to take revenge. The old man Acacia's figure shivered, and the huge tree trunk gradually transformed into the image of a white-haired old man. That is, there is still quite a lot of blood on his head, and his fingers are also broken twice, and there are also burned traces of. And that Sand Realm's demon chopper. In the future there will be an opportunity to definitely kill him as well. Elder Samuel snorted coldly, and with a fling of his robe, he prepared to leave this place. Right at this moment, the sky above the wildlands suddenly trembled slightly, and the surroundings seemed to have become different from just a moment ago. Clear space? Old man Samuel looked up at the sky, his eyes surprised. Is it too late to run at this time? A cold voice rang out, and the figure of a youthful young girl gradually appeared. It was precisely the demon slayer Zhong Xian who had gone and returned. Right, if you want to run at this time, what did you do earlier? A young man's voice also rang out. Half-demon beheader Wang Qianqian also returned. The duo, one in front of the other, blocked old man Samuel's path. Wang Qianqian shouted excitedly with the slate in his hand. Hee, I didn't think you guys would dare to come back. Old man Samuel had a delighted face, his eyes flashing with an excited light. Although with my current strength, it's not difficult to break through this, clearing space, but since the two of you have come back I can't let you guys down.
Old Man Samuel looked up at the sun and muttered, "From the time they discovered me to the time they notified the other demon slayers, it was less than 10 minutes. The other demon slayers are all in other urban areas, and it will take at least half an hour for them to come over, which means that I still have 20 minutes. Well, 20 minutes, it's enough to solve 2 demon slayers whose realms are far below mine." After finishing his calculation, the white light on Old Man Samuel's body flashed, and his body swelled and changed once again, eventually forming a tall large Samuel tree, which still had many branches and leaves and moved with the wind. Only this time, he didn't keep his head anymore, obviously guarding against Wang Qianqian's hand. After all, no one could stand being slapped by a brick a few times. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Old Man Samuel once again probed out dozens of dark branches, heading towards Zhong Xian and Wang Qianqian respectively. Old Man Samuel screamed again in pain, and his attacks became even more frantic and rapid. "You really think that I haven't done anything in the past half a year or so? I've also been training every day, day after day, night after night." Zhong Xian's figure dodged and moved, constantly weaving between the dense branches. Occasionally the blade light flashed, always cutting down a branch. On the other side, after using the spit flame skill 2 more times, Wang Qianqian similarly burned off 6 or 7 branches of Old Man Samuel's tree, but unfortunately, he ran out of spiritual energy by this time, so he had no choice but to land on all fours, quickly dodging these branches, while recognizing the opportunity to fiercely slap down a brick. Although the brick is not as sharp as the demon chopper, but a brick can also break a branch. In general, the power is quite good. 082 Then do it. But Wang Qianqian's realm was too low after all. Although he could avoid many branches with his agile body, there were always 1 or 2 missed shots that hit his body, resulting in a few more bloody holes in his body as well. Although it was not a fatal injury, he could also withstand it, and his complexion was still a little pale up. "Brother Chen, you exit, I can clean it up by myself," Zhong Xian shouted as she chopped the branches. "No need, I'm fine with it." Wang Qianqian knew that what he lacked the most right now was experience against the enemy, so he refused to let go of any fighting opportunity, and this was exactly the original purpose of Li Qianqiu arranging for him to follow each and every one of them to learn their skills. Wang Qianqian wasn't reckless. He was sure that his body could still hold up. If it really came to that situation where he was seriously injured, he wouldn't need Zhong Xian to remind him to quit. "Alright then, the demon region cloak is for you, take care of yourself." Zhong Xian jumped up and down, dodging a god-awful branch, quickly coming to Wang Qianqian's body, unclipping the cloak and throwing it to him. "Okay, thanks." Wang Qianqian had seen Zhong Xian's valor and knew that there was no major problem on her side, so he didn't be polite and took the cloak and tied it around himself. With a brick in his hand and a black cape with the word chop printed on it in gold, Wang Qianqian really looked like a demon chopper this time. When Wang Qianqian returned to the battle, the cloak helped him block most of the attacks, while he himself also relied on his dexterity to scurry between the mysterious tree branches, and from time to time, he would smash a branch. This. Slate drooled and couldn't wait to suck the blood of an Earth Realm demon. On the other side, Zhong Xian continued to perform her blade technique, once again chopping down a branch. Although the Old Man Samuel was covered in branches and leaves, there were only a few dozen branches that had any fighting power, and after the duo frantically gave a brutal beating, they had already managed to take out a large portion of them. According to this, a few more minutes will be able to finish the old man. Old Man Samuel was furious. He also saw this trend. If he only dealt with one of them, he had enough certainty to tyrannize the other, but the duo teamed up, and it really distracted quite a bit of his combat power. However, as a peak Earth Realm demon, he was not completely without a killer weapon. "Do you really think that I don't have some semblance of reliance if I dare to come to you?" Elder Samuel roared, and the entire body of the great Samuel tree suddenly fell backwards, smashing heavily on the ground with a boom, and then the land underneath it also crumbled inch by inch, as if seaweed-like densely packed roots appeared at first glance. These roots were either long or short, thick or thin, flickering rapidly in the breeze, and their sensitivity seemed to be even better than those branches before. "This is its source of life, chop these off and it will be lifeless." Seeing the old man locust light up the tree roots, Zhong Xian's eyes lit up. She still remembered more than half a year ago, when she first fought with the old man locust. At that time, the old man locust's realm was still very low, and the two sides fought to a standstill, but in the end, they still let it get away. Later Zhao Zhe rushed here, after listening to Zhong Xian, only to tell her that to deal with this kind of plant into a demon, you have to cut off its roots to work, otherwise it is to kill more roots and leaves will not help, at most, it is to make it seriously injured, cannot take its life. The fact that Old Man Samuel was able to expose his life source was enough to show that it had been pushed to a point where it was at its wit's end. Good, then it. Wang Qianqian copied the slate and rushed towards Old Man Samuel's massive roots. Zhong Xian did the same, quickly moving forward with her demon slasher in hand. Those roots of varying lengths and thicknesses quickly probed over like swimming snakes, emitting a crackling violent sound in the air, which was densely packed and covered the sky. Swish, swish, swish. Zhong Xian wielded the demon slasher and frantically slashed those tree roots, and as the roots fell from the air one by one, large swaths of blood filled the wildland. Wang Qianqian, on the other hand, continued to hold the slate, jumping up and down, flying from side to side, also slapping and shattering quite a number of tree roots. His hands were also more agile than before. Obviously, this kind of real combat was very useful for his personal improvement. Ahaha, this. Slate shouted excitedly, looking at the demon blood all over the ground. Its saliva constantly overflowed, making Wang Qianqian's hands sticky. Can you have some ing control? Wang Qianqian said impatiently. Bastard, an early earth realm and an early sand realm, do you really want to finish me off? Old Man Samuel hissed as the leaves of his body rustled, and two of the thickest and largest tree roots swept towards the two. These two tree roots had been curled up underneath the big acacia tree until this moment when they finally probed over, clearly the last resort of the old man acacia. The two tree roots were like two thick pythons, rushing through the air. Zhong Xian held a sword, Wang Qianqian held a brick, one ruthlessly chopped down, one ruthlessly slapped down. Swish! Bam! The two thick tree roots, however, did not see the slightest injury and quickly wrapped around the two people's bodies. 083 The brain of a schoolmaster. Because of the three spiritual weapons, the demon beheading knife, the demon suppressing bell, and the demon taking cloak, it made the demon beheading man basically invincible in the face of demons in the same realm, and the lower the realm the more pronounced this effect was, so these three spiritual weapons were also known as the three major magic treasures of the demon beheading man of the lower realm. But the gap between Zhong Xian and the old man Samuel was just too great. One was at the early stage of the earth realm, one was at the peak of the earth realm, with the middle and late stage in between. Even though Zhong Xian had already used all her strengths, she still couldn't break free of the thick tree roots. As for Wang Qianqian, there was even less to say. He had only entered the sand realm not long ago. If he faced the old man Samuel alone, he would surely die. Even with the 72 transformations, enchantment, he couldn't play much of a role. Even so, the two people who did not give up, still one holding a sword wildly chopping, one holding a brick wildly slapping, in their joint efforts, the two thick tree roots finally have some cracks. There are crimson blood from the cracks gradually seeped out. The old man acacia wailed and screamed in pain. These two thick tree roots are its most important source of life. It is also its most combatant killer mace. The pain is also 1,000 times more painful than the other parts of the pain. If it can't take advantage of the opportunity to finish off the two people, then if it can't take advantage of the opportunity to kill the two, then it will definitely die. For more than half a year, it had Zhong Xian's hatred on its mind all the time, and it was also fortunate enough to receive the help of a great demon, which is why it was able to grow up quickly, and had today's peak realm of the earth realm, and that is why it came back to Zhong Xian recklessly to seek revenge. It would be a real disgrace if he planted himself here. I'm going to kill you all. Kill you all. The more painful it was, the crazier old man Samuel became, using all his strength to strangle the two people. Zhong Xian and Wang Qianqian were each strangled by a thick tree root. Both of them were pale, and the sense of suffocation was getting heavier and heavier, and it seemed as if all the bones in their bodies were going to break, but no one uttered a word. There was no wailing or screaming. It was just that each of them utilized the weapons in their hands, and frantically chopped and slapped them. Swish swish swish. Bam bam bam. Violent sounds continued to resound, and the cracks in the roots of the trees grew bigger and deeper, and both sides were clearly at the edge of their lives. And from the situation on the scene, the two sides were evenly matched and not on par. Whoever could last longer would be the final victor. The air echoed with the heartbreaking screams of the old man acacia, but it did not give up or retreat, stubbornly wanting to kill the two, while Zhong Xian and Wang Qianqian were the same, never putting down their hands until the last moment. The ever-talkative, nonsense-ridden slate also stopped talking. It also knew that it had reached a critical moment of life and death, holding its breath as it fought along with Wang Qianqian. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate and began to compete for endurance, thump 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 footsteps suddenly sounded. Wang Qianqian and Zhong Xian both looked happy, thinking that it was Li Qianqiu and the others who had arrived. If it was them who had arrived, it would be as easy as a slap in the face to finish off old man Samuel. However, when the two of them turned around to look, they were disappointed to the extreme, because the person who came was Bai Xian. Immediately afterward, they also felt quite strange. With the clear space, shroud, Bai Xian, as an ordinary person, should not be able to enter this space. It was just that in this situation, they couldn't afford to think about those questions. What are you doing over here? Go away! Zhong Xian roared. Bai Xian, however, didn't listen to her and was still running this way on his own. His injuries hadn't fully recovered and he was still limping as he ran. As his figure got closer and closer, he realized that he was carrying two things in his hand, a portable chainsaw that didn't need to be plugged in, and a gas bottle that emitted an eerie blue light. The portable chainsaw was borrowed from a nearby worker, while the gas bottle was taken from the restaurant across the street from the school. Bai Xian rushed over, first put the gas bottle under the thick tree roots that bound Wang Qianqian, then unscrewed the gas, lit the fire. Under the impact of gas, the fire is very strong, bubbling, quickly roasted the thick tree roots. The smell of burnt wood quickly spread out. Then, he rushed to Zhong Xian's side, turned on the switch of the portable chainsaw, with the buzzing sound, directly towards the thick roots of the tree bound Zhong Xian saw down. For a moment, wood shavings splattered in all directions, cracks rapidly widened, and a large amount of blood spilled out.
As the weapon of a demon slayer, although the demon slasher was also sharp and the material was hard enough, the most important function was still demon slasher, and it was obvious that it was still faster to chainsaw when it came to things like cutting down trees. This method is good. Slate exclaimed excitedly. Wang Xianchen and Zhong Xian were already on the verge of suffocating and couldn't speak at all, but they still threw approving looks at him. Worthy of being a school bully, his brain was just enough, and he was also very bold. And then how can I help? Bai Xian asked anxiously. Although his brain was flexible, he had never fought a demon before. When Bai Xian was captured earlier, he was thinking in his head about how to deal with this kind of monster, and had already thought of several ways at that time, being helpless because he had no tools. Bai Xian was already out of danger. It was reasonable to say that he didn't need to come back in, going to the hospital or back to school was fine, but he really couldn't rest assured that Zhong Xian, but as an ordinary person he couldn't help much, so he had to hurriedly go and borrow these two things to rush over. Originally at the end of its strength, the old man acacia once again screamed out in pain. Before it was fully focused on fighting for its life with Wang Qianchen and Zhong Xian, it completely failed to notice that Bai Xian had come, until the pain in the roots suddenly intensified. Only then did it open its eyes and look over. 084 blessed with a mouthful. The old man saw, as soon as he opened his eyes, its two most important, most powerful, called the source of life of the thick roots. One is being burned by the fire, and one is being mercilessly sawed by a chainsaw. These are the two things it is most afraid of in its life. Immediately afterward, it saw Bai Xian's figure again, not expecting that the last person to bring it trouble would be this kid. It really should have killed him a little more decisively before. The old man Samuel wailed again, only this wail had a few more points of anger, and then quickly maneuvered a few branches, swoosh, 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 toward Bai Xian stabbed over. Quickly! Go! Zhong Xian's face was pale and she spat out two words indistinctly. I'm not leaving. Bai Xian glanced back at the branches that came hurtling towards him, gritted his teeth, still sawing at the roots with a resolute face, and even blocked Zhong Xian's direction with his body, worrying that those branches would hurt her. Loosen some. Right at this moment, Wang Qianchen suddenly roared. Zhong Xian froze. She did feel that the force of the tree roots had weakened a bit, and this was the reason why she was able to speak out just now, obviously because old man Samuel had been seriously injured and was distracted from manipulating the other branches. Wang Qianchen and Zhong Xian simultaneously struggled hard and finally broke away from the two thick tree roots. The moment Zhong Xian landed on the ground, she recovered most of her strength and quickly leapt up, waving her demon slasher up and down, and with a few swishes, she cut off the branches that were rushing towards Bai Xian. On the other side, after Wang Qianchen regained his freedom, his imprisoned strength was completely released, and he once again held a brick and fiercely slapped it down towards the tree root that had previously bound him. Wang Qianchen had almost shot it before, plus Bai Xian's gas stove burned, the lower part had already become a fragile carbon. By his ruthless shot, the thick tree root immediately clicked a sound crack. Ah! The old man Samuel instantly burst out into the sky wailing. With the source of life broken, it lost at least half of its vitality, the whole tree trembled, the leaves are wilted off a lot. Zhong Xian also quickly returned to her original position, and with all her strength, she chopped down towards the tree root that had previously bound her. Bai Xian, get out of the way! Zhong Xian shouted. Bai Xian immediately dodged to the side with a chainsaw in hand. With a ka-ching sound, Zhong Xian chopped right at the crack of the tree root. Still, Zhong Xian had already chopped almost as much as she could, and with Bai Xian's previous godly maneuver, this slash directly chopped off another source of life for Old Man Samuel. Wow! Old Man Samuel's vitality was completely depleted, and the leaves all over his body were rapidly withering and drying up. Even the bark of the tree was rapidly aging and drying up, and he eventually collapsed on the ground and didn't move a muscle. Only when the breeze blew by did those leaves emit some rattles. Ha ha, old me is blessed with a mouthful. Slate shouted excitedly and flew directly out of Wang Qianchen's hands, pouncing straight on top of the ground and sucking up the blood left behind by Elder Samuel in a big gulp. Are you alright? Zhong Xian quickly looked over towards Wang Qianchen. It's fine. Wang Qianchen answered. His body had some injuries but they weren't in the way. I'm sorry, on the first day of following me, you experienced such a nasty battle and almost died here. Zhong Xian exuded some chagrin, originally wanting to act as a big sister in front of Wang Qianchen, but ended up nearly dragging him to die with her. It's okay, you've done a good job. Wang Qianchen said with a smile. Moreover, we can't die, Elder Brother Li and the others have actually arrived a long time ago, otherwise how do you think Bai Xian came in? He hadn't noticed it just now when he was fighting with all his heart, until after finishing off Old Man Samuel, Wang Qianchen immediately smelled the scent of a few people. Zhong Xian immediately looked towards the surroundings. Sure enough, there were footsteps ringing out, and it was Li Chenxiu, Zhou Weiguo, and Long Kuai who walked out from the surrounding weeds. Since they were here, then Wang Qianchen and Zhong Xian definitely wouldn't die, and the other demon slayers would definitely show up to help at the critical moment. It's not exactly a long time ago, just came a while ago.
Li Qianqiu said with a gloomy face, I just want to see how long you guys can actually last under a peak Earth Realm demon. It is only under extreme battles that extreme potential can be erupted. Zhong Xian, your overall performance is good, but there are still shortcomings, and your realm is too low. As a gifted JUE practitioner, your cultivation speed should be faster. After today, it's better for you to strengthen your cultivation some. As for Wang Qianchen, Li Qianqiu didn't comment on it, because no matter which way you looked at it, as a newcomer, his performance today was beyond reproach, and there were even quite a few redeeming features. However, Li Qianqiu wasn't good at praising people, so he just skipped over it. Okay, got it. Zhang Xian nodded with a serious face. If it was Zhao Zhi here, he would have comforted the two first, then praised them before finally pointing out the shortcomings, but she also knew that Li Qianqiu was cold on the outside and hot on the inside, and was doing it for her own good, so she didn't resent it. As for that kid, Li Qianqiu looked at Bai Shen again and said in a slow and deep tone, I didn't want to let him in, but I saw that he was really too anxious, and the way he thought of it was also quite good, so I let him enter into this piece of space. 085 There's no end to it. Li Qianqiu made things clear in a few words, although it seemed a bit heartless for them to hide in the shadows and refuse to make a move, as the two weakest people in the demon beheading team, fighting to the death with a peak Earth Realm demon, the experience gained against the enemy during the process wasn't something that could be exchanged for money. They could save it this time, but what about the next time? How could a fledgling bird metamorphose into an eagle without seeing the wind and rain? Having said that, it was not unusual for Bai Shen to think of gas bottles and chainsaw methods, but the guts and boldness he showed during this period were not comparable to ordinary people. It was already not easy for an ordinary person. Even Li Qianqiu was green-eyed towards him, and his eyes were full of admiration. Zhang Xian walked towards Bai Shen. Thank you. Zhang Xian said quite sincerely, but there was some hidden concern on her face, worrying that after Bai Shen knew about the existence of demons, it would have some negative impact on his future. It's fine, it should be. Bai Shen's face was filled with calm. I'm happy to be able to help you. Zhong Xian's heart warmed. Bai Shen was always like this, giving to her regardless of the return. Even if she had once done something very bad, he had never complained or hated it. When Zhong Xian was in trouble, Bai Shen still chose to stand up for her. With this, he was a resounding man. How are the injuries? Zhong Xian looked at the wounds on his body again, which seemed to have disintegrated quite a bit more during the fierce battle just now, and blood flowed down his lapel. Fortunately, no big deal. Bai Shen smiled gently. Besides, aren't you able to heal your wounds? And now that the demon has been killed, why don't you continue to help me out a bit? Can. Zhang Xian nodded and turned her head again. Elder brotherly, I'll send him out. Good. Li Qianqiu agreed. Zhang Xian and Bai Shen walked side by side towards the outside of the wilderness. The sunlight sprinkled on them as if it was gilded with a layer of warm golden light, just like the many days in the past. Little Chen, you need to strengthen your cultivation as well. Seeing the duo walking away, Li Qianqiu immediately spoke. Elder brotherly, Xiao Chen performed very well today, yeah, can't you make an exception and praise him? Long Kuai couldn't even look at him a little bit anymore. Well, good performance, but strengthen your cultivation. Li Qianqiu was silent for a long time and finally opened his mouth. It was too difficult to let him praise someone. Good. Wang Qianchen smiled. Well, how did you learn from Zhong Xian today? Li Qianqiu asked again. Pretty good, taught me a lot of wand dressings and treatments, basically learned it all. Wang Qianchen answered truthfully. Yes, starting tomorrow, follow old brother Zhou to learn boxing and kicking. Sometimes it will be inconvenient to use a sword, or if a weapon is knocked down or broken, boxing and kicking will come in handy. This is a slow and careful craft, there is no rush, you need to take your time. Li Qianqiu spoke patiently, he rarely said so many words in one breath. Understood. Wang Qianchen nodded his head once again, then arched his hand at Zhou Weigua. Elder brother Zhou, I'll be troubling you from now on. It's no big deal. Zhou Weigua smiled as he smoked his dry cigarette. Well, then the next. Your ing finished. Li Qianqiu did not finish. Wang Qianchen suddenly cursed angrily, then thump towards the other side of the run, and then in a few people jaw-dropping onlookers, ruthlessly kicked up the still on the ground sucking blood-sucking a never-ending slate, looking at the same as a leech, really a little bit disgusting. However, the brick has no sense of pain, how to beat it does not matter, until Wang Qianchen cast a little soul pressure, the brick only swoosh sound back to his waist. In fact, sucking a mouthful is enough, but I haven't seen so much blood for a long time, I'm really craving for it, master just forgive me. The brick's voice was getting smaller and smaller, but it showed a considerable amount of satisfaction. Seeing this, Li Qianqiu helplessly let out a bitter smile, so he had to take out the demon-suppressing bell himself, and cleaned up the scene of the old man Samuel's body, as well as all those severed limbs and bloodstains. Outside the wilderness. This was a green belt dominated by grass, and it was only a dozen meters away from the road. Bai Shen was lying on the ground, Zhong Xian's hands were roaming over his body, faint white light sweeping over every one of his wounds, and those wounds slowly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's really powerful, Bai Shen said with emotion after staring for half a day. Don't tell anyone else about what happened today. Zhong Xian said softly with her head bowed as she continued to help him medically treat his wounds. I understand.
Bai Xian was very smart, and quickly realized that these things really couldn't be spoken of indiscriminately, and that he would either be treated as a psychopath by others, or cause panic in the community.
After he was silent for a while, he then asked, "Is that why you stayed away from me and even humiliated me in public?" Well, Zhong Xian answered, "At this moment, it was impossible to hide it.
We were just once very good, and that big acacia tree sought me out. If we are also very good now, we will surely become the target and object of many demons and monsters to hunt down and kill. Well, it's understandable." Bai Xian's mind spun rapidly, quickly doing conventional logic and reasoning.
086 Entangled Demon Aura.
Zhong Xian didn't say anything. She knew that she couldn't hide it from Bai Xian, so she simply gave up trying to make up those messy lies.
Can I also become like this?
Bai Xian gazed at Zhong Xian's hands. The wounds were slowly recovering under that soft white light enveloping them.
Although Bai Xian didn't say it explicitly, Zhong Xian understood what he meant. He also wanted to join this demon slayer squad so that he could be with her all the time. Can't. Zhong Xian shook her head. I'm a great learner.
Bai Xian couldn't help but say that no matter his IQ or athletic ability, he exceeded ordinary people by a large margin and learned everything very quickly.
This has nothing to do with learning ability. This ability is something I awakened unintentionally. Zhong Xian lowered her head and continued to heal him. Awakening? Aha!
Zhong Xian didn't explain too much, and there was no need for that at all. It was too difficult for an ordinary person to join Demon Slayer. Bai Xian was silent for a long time before he nodded and said, "I understand."
Then is it still possible for us to be together in the future? I don't know. Zhong Xian didn't dare to make a promise. She was worried that Bai Xian would wait endlessly for her. After all, she didn't know when she would become stronger. And being a demon chopper, one's life could be in jeopardy at any time. That means there's a chance.
Bai Xian smiled, as if he was a natural optimist. "It's okay, I'll wait for you. I want to devote myself to my studies anyway, first college, then graduate school, and PhD, postdoctorate, or whatever, so I can stay unmarried for years and years and years."
Zhong Xian fell completely silent, crystalline tears flashing out of the corners of her eyes.
Bai Xian reached out his hand and gently wiped her tears, his smile as warm as ever, just like many days and nights in the past. 10 minutes later, Bai Xian left and Zhong Xian returned to the team. "Finishing off Old Man Samuel, it also clears a wish of ours. At least we don't have to worry about it coming to sneak up on us in the future." Li Qianxiu remained the same, and did not ask about Zhong Xian's personal matters, believing that she could handle it. Everyone returned to their positions, continue to act according to the previous arrangement, and I'll continue to keep an eye on this brat as well. Li Qianxiu touched behind his waist and took out the dream of the Red Chamber. A white light flashed and Mr. Red Chamber appeared.
The process just now, Mr. Red Mansion also saw. He made a bow at several people, then said with admiration, "Everyone is really brave. I'm not talented. I made a poem, The Fierce God Samuel Old Man, can't beat Zhong Xian Wang Qianshan, to ask who is the strongest in the Daxia, but also belongs to Luzhou Demon Beheading Man." As soon as Mr. Honlu came out, he chattered endlessly. Li Qianxiu listened to his head and slapped him on the back of his head. "Change back for me." Mr. Red Mansion flashed with white light and shrunk back into a thick copy of Dream of Red Mansions. Li Qianxiu tucked it back into his back, and the group dispersed. Wang Qianshan followed Zhong Xian back to the infirmary and continued to learn various means of healing. During this time, he also took the time to make a trip to the company and the hospital to take care of some official business and bring lunch to his father. Wang De knew that he and Qi Yan had already agreed to prioritize their careers, so he couldn't harp on this matter, and could only keep sighing, saying that he was a mallet, and that he didn't hurry to take down a good woman, but waited for the future, and that he would regret it in the future when there were variables. Wang Qianshan didn't say anything, silently doing his own thing. Qi Yan knew that Wang Qianshan was in the ward, so she wouldn't go over, lest Wang De and Uncle Chen see that something was wrong. Even when the two met outside the ward, they didn't even look at each other, as if they were strangers. However, after the two of them brushed past each other, they would both quietly turn their heads to look up at each other, their eyes full of reluctance, adoration, and missing. After a whole day had passed, Wang Qianshan returned to Zhezhe Car Wash. In addition to Li Qianxiu, who was still staring at Mr. Red House in the rental house, all the other demon choppers were back. The store was bustling with activity. After everyone had eaten, some watched TV, some played with their cell phones, and there were also flings to play mahjong or fight the landlord. After a busy day, it's really time to take a break. More than 11 o'clock in the evening, Li Qianxiu returned with Mr. Red Mansion. Today his side, although no harvest, but also expected. The original plan was to see that weasel only in 3 or 5 days. Although the weasel moves frequently at night, but not so much as to go to Mr. Honlu in the middle of the night, so the next day to continue to keep an eye on it. Li Qianxiu first tied up Mr. Honlu and threw him into the room, and after washing himself, he sat on the bed and cultivated. Seeing this scene, the group, hacking a few people are full of shame, have returned to their own rooms to start meditating and cultivating. Until 12 o'clock at night, a few people have turned off the lights and went to sleep. The whole Zhezhe Car Wash is dark. After everyone was asleep, a strange aura drifted out from Wang Qianshan's body, and then gradually spread to the entire car wash, and then covered everyone's body. If Zhou Junxian was here, his pair of divine eyes would be able to see that this was the demonic aura attached to Wang Qianqian's body. This demonic aura wrapped around everyone's body for about an hour before it gradually returned to Wang Qianqian's body. Another few hours passed, and the sky brightened slightly. 087 Both Creation and Havoc. 6 o'clock in the morning. Wang Qianqian got up and soon realized the changes in his body. He excitedly put on his clothes and rushed out of his room into the hall. At the same time, Li Qianqiu and the others also came out from their respective rooms, and all of them looked ecstatic, as if they had won the 5 million lottery jackpot. I broke through the Earth realm. Wang Qianqian shouted happily. He didn't notice the expressions of the others and couldn't wait to announce the good news. Before he entered the Sand realm in a minute, now he entered the Earth realm in a day. How could he be considered gifted? After he announced this news, several spiritual forces instantly probed him. It's true, little Chen has really broken through the Earth realm. Great, brother Chen really isn't an ordinary person. Breaking through the Earth realm is one of the mandatory standards for the graduation assessment of the Demon Beheader initial training camp, and I didn't expect that little Chen had reached it ahead of time. It's really congratulatory. We've given birth to another top-tier genius in Luzhou City after Captain Zhao. A few people were talking, all of them were joyful. The atmosphere was as if it was the new year. Everyone was happy for Wang Qianqian from the bottom of their hearts. I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight. Wang Qianqian rubbed his hands together. He had long felt that he was suitable to be a demon chopper, and now he saw that it was true. He was born for demon chopper. Dinner is fine, but it should be my treat. Li Qianqiu touched his head for a moment, then cleared his throat again and said, I also broke through the stone realm after waking up. Several spiritual forces probed over again. Elder Brother Li has really broken through the stone realm. Congratulations, old brother Li. The atmosphere of the entire car wash was once again like New Year's Eve. Everyone was happy and cheerful. After all, everyone knew that Li Qianqiu had been stuck in this realm for several years, always stopping at the peak of the Earth realm and unable to rise, and as the acting captain of Luzhou City, not having the stone realm was actually unreasonable. Well, I'll treat you tonight. Li Qianqiu is quite calm on the surface, but in fact, he is already ecstatic inside. No one knows how painful his life has been in the past few years, and his enemy, the 8th Prince is his enemy. The 8th Prince is one of the cave masters of the 10,000 Demons Association, and his strength is very strong. Although he still can't get rid of him even though he has been promoted to the stone realm, he has taken a big step forward, and is one step closer to his goal. If it wasn't for the fact that his team members were all here and he had regard for the majesty of the captain, he would have already let out a loud laugh. Ha, that I won't hide it. In fact, I also broke through the stone realm, and it only happened this morning. Zhou Weiguo smoked a dry cigarette and looked at the crowd with a smile. He had been stuck at the peak of the Earth realm for even longer. It had been more than 10 years. He had been numb, and didn't hold any hope, and was ready to guard this realm until he died, but as a result, the heavens had given him a big surprise, so the happiest person amongst so many people was actually him. If it wasn't for not wanting to refute Li Qianqiu's face, he would be the one to open tonight's dinner. Elder brother Zhou actually made a breakthrough as well? My goodness, I was just about to say that I broke through to the late stage of the Earth realm, Long Kuai said with her jaw dropping. She hadn't joined the demon slaying team for a long time, and her upgrading speed had always been on track. This morning's breakthrough was indeed an accident for her, and she originally wanted to share it with everyone first, but it turned out the good news turned out to be one after another. Me. I broke through to the middle stage of the Earth realm. The young girl Zhong Xian immediately raised her small hand and said, as if she was answering a question in class, Li Qianqiu had told her to strengthen her cultivation yesterday, but as a result, she had broken through today, smiling so much that her mouth grinned, and her eyebrows even curved into a crescent moon. Her fair little face was filled with happiness and fulfillment. When everyone had finished reporting, everyone's collective jaws dropped. Luzhou City's demon beheading squad had collectively broken through a small realm overnight? Li Qianqiu and Zhou Weiguo had broken through from the peak of the Earth realm to the stone realm. Long Qiu and Zhong Xian had each risen by one minor realm, and the most outrageous of all was Wang Qianqian, who had directly skipped over the early, middle, late and peak stages of the sand realm and had been promoted to the Earth realm. Could it be that this Shizhe car wash is some legendary feng shui treasure? The crowd, you look at me, I look at you, all a little overwhelmed, delighted, and a little confused. If two people at the same time to break through, there is still a possibility. It may be that the time is right, but a group of people at the same time to break through, probabilistic basically zero. There must be some kind of mystery in this. City God Temple, in the main hall. The tall clay statue is still majestic and solemn. It has been standing there for thousands of years, watching the incomers coming and going. Early in the morning, the City God Temple was silent. No one would come to worship so early. But it was at this moment that the eyes of the clay statue suddenly opened slowly. Meeting Wang Qianqian is both your fortune and your calamity. Zhou Junxian sighed softly, then slowly closed his eyes again. Zhe car wash store. Whatever the reason, it's a good thing that we were able to break through. Maybe it's because Captain Zhao is taking care of us in the sky? Zhou Weiguo said smilingly as he smoked a dry cigarette. He had lived for more than 60 years and had seen all the weird and wacky things, so no matter how outrageous it was, he didn't take it to heart. Right, it's good that we can break through. Long Kuai and Zhong Xian both laughed as well. I hope everyone can break through another small realm after tonight. Wang Qianqian rubbed his hands together and said, he hadn't experienced the pain of years of hard cultivation and not being able to advance. He always felt that this thing was just too easy, either sit for a while and upgrade, or sleep and upgrade. Indeed, it's a good thing, and I think we should report it to the higher-ups. Maybe they can study some kind of law from it, and then promote it within the entire Demon Slayers. All the Demon Slayers will collectively go up to the next level in terms of strength, and won't it be more convenient to kill the demons in the future? Li Qianqiu was worthy of being the acting captain, and his ideological awareness was higher than the average team member. He quickly thought that this could be a great thing for the benefit of the country and the people, and immediately sat down in front of the computer to compose an email. By the time Li Qianqiu finished writing the email, everyone had also finished breakfast, so they sat down for the usual morning meeting. Let's first review the battle between Zhong Xian and Wang Qianqian yesterday. Li Qianqiu held a black notebook. His voice was low and slow as he narrated. When they went before, it was already the second half of the battle, so the content in front of them was dictated by Wang Qianqian. At that time, Zhong Xian was still healing by Shen's wounds. Zhong Xian just heard half of it and immediately said, "No, something is missing." Shen spat fire several times in a row and burned off several branches of the old man acacia. Why wasn't this thing said? 088 The demon is coming. Spit fire? Wang Qianqian can still spit fire? Long Kuai and Zhou Weiguo both looked at Wang Qianqian in surprise. They really didn't know about this, and Wang Qianqian hadn't said anything about it before. Li Qianqiu, on the other hand, had a calm face, as if she had known about this for a long time. Ah, yes, I forgot to say it. I don't know how it happened. At that time, there were a few branches that couldn't be avoided, and when I was in a hurry, there was fire coming out of my mouth. Wang Qianqian tried to make up lies. He really didn't dare to go against the warning of that god in the dark space. Wow, then you're also a JUE energy user. I've long felt that Brother Chen isn't an ordinary person. Zhong Xian waved her arms happily. We have another JUE energy user in Luzhou City. Elder Brother Li, quickly tell the top about this. Long Kuai and Zhou Weiguo also spoke. I don't think it's stable yet. Then I tried a few more times and realized that I couldn't spit out the fire. Wang Qianqian knew that he wasn't a JUE energy person at all, and that reporting it up would be more trouble instead. It's okay, Chen, when JUEs first start to awaken their abilities, it's true that they work sometimes and sometimes they don't. I've had this process too. Someone at the top will come to train you, teach you how to control this ability. Well, Spitfire, hey, this is an attack type ability. It's also an absolute C position when fighting, and you upgrade it in so fast. In the future, you will definitely be able to make a name for yourself in the history of the Demon Chopper. Zhong Xian danced with her hands, happier than Wang Qianqian himself. Really don't. Wang Qianqian's brain was a mess. He really didn't know how to make it up. Well, since Xiaoqin doesn't want to, then we'll talk about this later. Well, everyone is busy with their own business. I'm also taking Mr. Honglu with me. Li Qianqiu, who had always been disciplined and rigorous in his work and had to report when there was a breeze, surprisingly chose to hide this matter for Wang Qianqian this time. Xiaoqin, when you're done with your company's business, go to find old brother Zhou and let him teach you boxing and kung fu. Good. Wang Qianqian nodded and was relieved in his heart. At the same time, he secretly decided that in the future, he would try not to show his 72 changes ability in front of other people. Half an hour later, Wang Qianqian came out of the company and contacted Zhou Weiguo at the first opportunity. Zhou Weiguo was responsible for the area in the east of the city, and when Wang Qianqian contacted him, he had already inspected the area and determined that there were no problems, so he made an appointment with Wang Qianqian at an abandoned factory. The eastern part of the city is an old city, full of potholes, dilapidated old buildings and abandoned factories. In Zhou Weiguo's words, demons don't even care to come to this place. So being in the east of the city, Zhou Weiguo has always been the most idle, often 3 to 5 months without seeing the traces of demons. Of course, he also knew that this was Zhao Zhe's way of taking care of him, an old man over 60, so he had arranged for him to be here. Even if he had ambitions, even if he had the peak of the Earth realm before, his energy and stamina were indeed a bit less than that of a young man. But then again, it was still more than enough to be a teacher. In the abandoned factory building, in the empty courtyard, surrounded by weeds, Zhou Weiguo stood straight, indeed with a military demeanor. Wang Qianqian, on the other hand, watched him attentively from the side. Watch this, I never teach losers, so I'll only fight once. How much you can learn depends on your own skills. Zhou Weiguo said with a serious look on his face. In fact, how could he only play once? Saying so was just to give Wang Qianqian a little pressure. Good. Wang Qianqian's face became grave as his eyes stared straight at Zhou Weiguo's limbs. Zhou Weiguo first took a common attack posture of a soldier, one fist protecting his face, one fist raised to the front, and then he punched, straight fist, swinging fist, left hook, right hook, and then the leg, upward kick, downward kick, side kick, and later on, it was even the use of both fists and feet. A cracking sound sounded, so fast that there were almost only shadows left. The shadow was left behind. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Qianqian possessed the characteristics of a dog, as well as the spiritual power of the Earth realm level, it would have been difficult to observe the trajectory of his punches and kicks clearly. In fact, Zhou Weiguo's fist and leg paths were very simple, without any fancy or complicated moves. Each strike had only one purpose: to finish off his opponents and enemies. He was a special ex-soldier, and it was because of his outstanding performance that he was absorbed by the Demon Chopper organization, so he was able to play this with ease, right? In the middle of the city, in a certain basement rental room, Li Qianqiu was lying on the bed in his beach pants, while Mr. Red Mansion stood on the side topless, respectfully and carefully fanning himself. You say you're also too useless, you've only been blowing the wind for a while and you've lost your strength. Li Qianqiu snorted coldly. I still read too few books. My strength, all of them are obtained from books. Mr. Red Mansion was also a little chagrined. If it was not because of being too weak, it would not have fallen into the demon chopper's hands. Li Qianqiu wanted to say something more. The demon suppressor bell on his waist suddenly trembled slightly. It was coming. With a sound, Li Qianqiu immediately jumped up from the bed and held the demon suppressor bell in his hand, just in case the other party heard the sound and escaped. 089. Quite simple. Knock, knock, knock. It wasn't long before the door of the rented house knocked. Li Qianqiu looked at Mr. Red Mansion and signaled with his eyes for him to open the door. Who is it? Mr. Red Mansion exhaled and walked towards the door as he spoke. Me. The person outside replied coldly, listening to the voice of a young man. Li Qianqiu still held the demon-suppressing bell in his hand, not allowing it to make the slightest sound, while at the same time pulling out the demon chopper as well. Ka ka ka. Mr. Red Mansion opened the shabby wooden door, and there was indeed a yellow-faced youth with a bratty face standing outside. How's the matter that third master Huang asked you to do? The yellow-faced youth said in a cold voice, walking in with his hands behind his back. He had always been so proud in front of little demons like Mr. Red House. Then, he saw Li Qianqiu, who was tying a black cloak and holding a demon-slaying sword. In the next second, the yellow-faced youth's face was stunned, then he turned around and ran outside. Clear space. Li Qianqiu let out a soft shout, the demon suppressor bell in his hand gently shook, and the sky above the rented house slightly trembled, and a piece of invisible space instantly appeared. Bam! The yellow-faced youth crashed into the invisible barrier. He only had the strength of the early stage of the Earth realm. He couldn't break through the space at all, and instead, he crashed himself into a bloody head. Bam bam bam! The yellow-faced youth bumped several times in a row, still to no avail, but instead, the blood flowed more and more. Knowing that you can't run away, why bother with the effort? Li Qianqiu said in a cold voice, holding the demon-beheading sword in his hand towards the yellow-faced youth, while releasing his aura of the early stone realm. The yellow-faced youth was desolate inside. He knew that he would definitely die. You dare to betray me. Third Master Huang won't let you go. The yellow-faced youth roared, and immediately probed his long nails and lunged towards Mr. Red Mansion. Suddenly the spring breeze comes on the night, and 1,000 trees bloom with pear blossoms. Mr. Red Mansion let out a soft chant, and a cool breeze immediately rose within the rented room, followed by his body rapidly drifting backwards. With Li Qianqiu here, the yellow-faced youth definitely couldn't toss out any waves, but Mr. Red Mansion still protected himself at the first opportunity. The yellow-faced youth was going to lunge towards Mr. Red Mansion again when a blackened steel blade was already on his neck. Move and it will take your life. Li Qianqiu said coldly. The yellow-faced youth didn't even dare to move. Please, let me go, I've never harmed anyone. The yellow-faced youth shivered and said, if Li Qianqiu hadn't prevented him from moving, he would have already knelt down. Hee, how come every demon says that? Never harmed anyone? How dare you? Who surrounded us that time, old rat lady? Li Qianqiu sneered. The yellow-faced youth immediately had nothing to say. Thinking of the past, Li Qianqiu still gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for that group of weasels blocking them, they would have been in time to support Zhaozhe, and Zhaozhe wouldn't have to die. If it wasn't for the fact that keeping the yellow-faced youth was still useful, Li Qianqiu really wanted to chop off his head immediately. Say, where is Third Master Huang? Li Qianqiu asked in a cold voice. I don't know. What Third Master Huang? I've never heard of it. He heard Third Master Huang name. The yellow-faced youth gave a cold shiver. Never heard of it? You just came in and asked what happened to the things Third Master Huang asked you to do. Speak quickly, or I'll take your life immediately. Li Qianqiu moved the demon-beheading blade slightly, and the harsh blade instantly cut through the yellow-faced youth's skin, a bead of blood flowing down his neck. Getting me to betray Third Master Huang, that will never be possible. Demon beheader, you'll have to die sooner or later. Third Master Huang won't let you go. The yellow-faced youth suddenly roared, and his entire neck violently slammed into the demon chopper. It was too late for Li Qianqiu to retract the blade. Stab la. The harsh blade cut through the skin. The yellow-faced youth's neck was completely cut open. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splashing on the wall and the ground next to him, and then his entire body fell to the ground with a bam sound. Then, his body emitted wisps of black smoke and eventually changed into a weasel. Amitba Buddha, this is really cruel. Why can't there be only love in the world? Mr. Honglu, who had a bare back, closed his eyes, folded his hands together and recited the Buddha's name, obviously unable to watch this kind of scene. Staring at the corpse of the weasel, Li Qianqiu frowned and fell into deep thought.
In the middle of the abandoned factory building. Who? Zhou Weiguo let out a long breath, retrieved his fists and feet, then looked at Wang Qianqian next to him. Killing demons does not need much complicated path, just now taught you all the killing moves, in the absence of the demon chopper, as well as can take out the demons. How much have you learned? Almost all learned it, said Wang Qianqian, not too sure. What, all learned? Zhou Weiguo stared in disbelief. In his imagination, even if it was a gifted wizard, it would be good to learn 30 or 40%. Wang Qianqian even claimed that he had learned it all? Come, let me see if you play it again. Zhou Weiguo pointed at the empty space a bit irritably. Even though we were all teammates, if anyone had a problem with blowing their power, they still had to point it out unceremoniously. I'm not sure, but I feel as if it's quite simple. If there's anything wrong, I hope old brother Zhou points it out. Wang Qianqian said as he walked over to the open space where Zhou Weiguo had practiced boxing before. 090, don't let him float. Quite simple. Come on, you try. Zhou Weiguo were angry and laughed. His fist and leg path looked simple, but without 3 to 5 years of immersion simply cannot practice this effect. Just so a moment's work can remember the movements is good. As for whether the posture is standard, whether the power is strong, are only later to consider the matter. As a teammate, Zhou Weiguo heartily hoped that Wang Qianqian can grow up quickly, but he knows that this is impossible. Wang Qianqian 80% is the eyes will see, a hands on the timid. Also, take this opportunity to knock this kid. Let him know what is called outside the sky, outside the people, what is called the pestle and mortar into a needle, only to show the depth of kung fu, what is called the sword from the sharpening of the plum blossom fragrance from the bitter cold, what is called the mountain of books for the path of diligence. The sea of learning is not the end of the world, bitter as a boat. Who? Wang Qianqian followed Zhou Weiguo's example, protecting his face with one fist and raising one fist to the front, then recalling his movements in his mind. Who? Wang Qianqian began to punch, straight fist, swinging fist, left hook, right hook, followed by kicks, upward kick, downward kick, side kick, then punches and kicks. The speed became faster and faster, so fast that in the end there was only a residual shadow. Before this, he has never learned this kind of thing. At most when he went to school, he did radio gymnastics, and after he went to work, he net accompanied his clients to drink, but he himself did not know why. When he watched Zhou Weiguo practicing punches and kicks, it was just very simple, as if these things were in his blood, flesh and bones, and after Zhou Weiguo's stimulation, he finally awakened the memory of his past life. These things were handy and easy for him. Wang Qianqian fought faster and faster and faster, his fists and legs cutting through the air with a burst of airborne explosions. Still, if Zhou Junxian was here, he would definitely be able to see that the demonic aura was traveling above Wang Qianqian's limbs. Who? At the end of the fight, Wang Qianqian let out a long breath, then turned back to Zhou Weiguo. Elder brother Zhou, how was it? Was it okay? Wang Qianqian smiled, genuinely feeling that he had fought well. Zhou Weiguo, however, had a dazed, jaw-dropped look. Old brother Zhou? Wang Qianqian called out again. Ha! Zhou Weiguo finally reacted. How was the fight? Wang Qianqian touched his head, thinking that he had not fought well, and finally got a little weak. Still. Okay it. Is that some of the movements are not too standard? If the full 10 points, Zhou Weiguo could give Wang Qianqian 12 points, those actions of the old, mature, the line of clouds and water, even a veteran of his own cannot be compared, but he still instinctively criticized a couple of sentences, when his old squad leader was like this, playing even better, but also have to pick you out a little bit of faults, to avoid you to be complacent and forgetful. Ha! Not standard? Wang Qianqian violently threw a straight punch. Straight as a green pine, as fast as lightning, and accompanied by a powerful sound of air explosion. Not standard? Wang Qianqian asked again, then his right leg violently threw a side kick. It moved like a rabbit and was as fierce as thunder, even curling up Zhou Weiguo's bald head that had no more than a few hairs left on it. Zhou Weiguo. In the beginning, he had practiced for how many years before he finally got to where he was now, and Wang Qianqian had easily surpassed him. If the two of them were to fight each other right now, Zhou Weiguo could crush him with the strength of the stone realm, but in terms of the degree of skillful mastery of this set of punches and kicks alone, it was really Wang Qianqian who was better. Why in the world is this? Could this be the legendary genius? Substandard is substandard, and the power is far worse. Keep practicing again, practice hard. Zhou Weiguo said viciously, putting on a soldier's stance, cross-eyed and frosty. Yes. Wang Qianqian really thought that he had done wrong, and immediately did not dare to talk nonsense, and immediately practiced in place, with his fists and feet, whirring sound of the wind ceaselessly. Zhou Weiguo turned around a few times in the same place, and pretended to patrol the neighborhood, slowly out of the factory gate. He knew that Wang Qianqian's hearing was good, so he tried to walk as far away as possible to make sure that Wang Qianqian couldn't hear it before taking out his cell phone to make a call to Li Qianqiu. Hey, old Lia. Zhou Weiguo quickly recounted what had just happened. Played better than you? How is that possible? Li Qianqiu was in disbelief. Really he just watched it once, and he fought better than me. Old Li, in fact, for so many years, I have never been convinced of anyone, what Ju energy person and so on, is nothing more than the lucky ones favored by the heavens. In terms of diligence alone, can anyone compare to the two of us?
But after I have seen Wang Qianqian, I am really convinced through our Luzhou City Demon Beheader Squad, this is to pick up the treasure. Although Zhou Weiguo's heart was sour, he was also happy for his team. With a wizard like Wang Qianqian joining the team, the future mission would be smoother. Well, even so, you can't overpraise him, try to pick on him a little more, beware of this kid drifting off, got it? Li Qianqiu said somberly. Well, I think the same as you. Zhou Weiguo agreed. 091 not going to kill him. On the empty lot of the abandoned factory building. Hoo. Wang Qianqian was still practicing non-stop, hitting the punches and kicks that Zhou Weiguo had taught him over and over again. Stop practicing. Slate suddenly shouted twice. Do what? Wang Qianqian stopped moving. Don't listen to that old thing fooling around, you're fighting much better than him, you can leave the school. Slate said with a big grin. Get the hell out of here, old brother Joe said I can't, who are you to judge? Wang Qianqian didn't even bother with it. Master, just believe me, you really played better than him. Off. What a fool, if you are not my master, I will shoot you to death. Slate muttered. Fortunately Wang Qianqian was focused on practicing his fists and did not pay attention to hear his voice, otherwise he would not have been able to exert a little bit of soul pressure on him. About a few minutes later, Zhou Weiguo walked back with a dry cigarette in his mouth, strolling idly. Well, it's a little better than just now, but it's still not enough, you need to intensify and strengthen your practice. Like you, such a waste of students, I still see for the first time, put aside the troops are beaten 300 times. Zhou Weiguo said in a stern voice with his hands behind his back. Yes. Wang Qianqian's voice resounded. This day was still the same, other than taking time to go back to the company to deal with problems, as well as going to the hospital to bring food to his father. Wang Qianqian would spend the rest of the time practicing boxing in this abandoned factory building. The whole day passed quickly, and as the sun gradually set in the west, the entire city of Luzhou was gilded with a layer of golden light, so Zhou Weiguo returned to Zhezhi Car Wash with Wang Qianqian. Long Kuai and Zhong Xian had also returned, and to everyone's surprise, Li Qianxiu, who tended to come back only at 10 or 11 in the evening, had also come back very early today and sat on the sofa with everyone else. As for Mr. Red Mansion, he was again tied up with a rope and left in the room inside. Old Li, coming back so early today? Is it because you're quite happy to have advanced to the Stone Realm, and you've specially come back to treat us to dinner? Zhou Weiguo held a dry cigarette and asked smilingly. Yes and no, everyone sit over, I have something to say. Li Qianxiu had a serious face. Everyone immediately sat down. Li Qianxiu then told the events of today. The weasel that was so hard to lure over, died? The people were all astonished. Yes, I'm also quite surprised. Generally speaking, demons won't be so righteous, most of them are animals or plants changed over, their need for feelings and empathy won't be that strong. Either Master Huang San is a very scary demon, so that it doesn't dare to have a heart of betrayal, or it is Master Huang San's bloodline closest relative, and would rather die than betray its family. Other than these two, there is basically no other possibility. Li Qianxiu analyzed sensibly, but he did not mention Weasel's statement that Master Huang San would seek revenge on him, mainly because he did not want to make everyone worry. Then once this clue is broken, it will be difficult for us to find Master Huang San again, right? Zhou Weiguo frowned slightly. Well, once the weasel is dead, the yellow third master's side will definitely be able to get the news, and it's not likely that he will take the initiative to find our head. In these days, everyone be careful, this yellow third master may not be simple, it's not likely that it's a level of demonic monster with the rat old lady. Once there is something wrong to report in time, everyone in the fastest time to converge to come together. Li Qianxiu said cautiously, even if he knew that Master Huang San might come, it was impossible for everyone to get together all the time, because the entire city of Luzhou needed the demon beheader to guard it. Good. The crowd nodded, but a layer of haze could not help but be cast over their hearts, before, as a Stone Realm Jue, Captain Jiaja had to take the rejuvenation pill to finish off the rat old lady, if Master Huang San was really on the same level as the rat old lady. Luckily, we collectively ascended a small realm this morning, old brother Joe and I broke through the Stone Realm, and Xiao Chen also broke through the Earth Realm. When we meet Third Master Huang, we'll definitely be able to have a fighting chance. Li Qianxiu knew what everyone was thinking and promptly relieved them. This was the captain, who should always play the role of the backbone, setting the goal and calming the heart of the army. Next, the people began to discuss the strategy to deal with Master Huang San. Since we know that the other party's true nature is a weasel, we should prepare a little bit of things that can restrain it in advance. After the discussion, the people were ready to take a rest. Zhou Weiguo suddenly said, right, that weasel is dead, is Mr. Honglu useless, we can kill him, right, he is also a demon. Wang Qianqian and the others nodded their heads, recognizing this proposal from Zhou Weiguo. Don't kill me, I'm just a scholar, why do you guys have to get on with a scholar? Mr. Red Mansion wailed uncontrollably when he heard voices in the inner room. He had served Li Qianqiu dutifully in the past few days, and after finishing off Old Man Samuel also wrote everyone. After finishing off Old Man Samuel, he even wrote a poem for everyone, just to deepen their feelings for each other, but as a result, this day still came. Li Qianqiu was silent for a while and then said, actually, I'm not going to kill him. 092 collect, Mr. Red Mansion. The people were all surprised to look at Li Qianqiu, not understanding why he made such a decision, knowing that the one who hated demons the most in this group was him. If it wasn't for the fact that the slate had been recognized by Zhou Junxian and had become Wang Qianqian's weapon, the soul would have been scattered a long time ago. Ha, or Li old brother is good, not in vain I serve you. Naked every day, Mr. Red House shouted excitedly in the inner room. Everyone looked at Li Qianqiu with odd expressions. It's too hot in that basement of his. Li Qianqiu just said, suddenly felt that there was no need to explain this, and spoke directly. In the last few days, Mr. Red Mansion has been begging me to let him go, saying that Slate can live, so why he can't live? Grass, I am a brick in the master's hand, where the need where to move, followed by the master to go through the fire, the courage to break through the sky. What is he also qualified to compare with me? Slate immediately cursed with displeasure, and even wanted to fly out to slap Mr. Red Mansion a little, but was yanked back by Wang Qianqian. Although Slate's words were vulgar, they were reasonable. People Slate at least is a weapon. What can he do? Hot blowing a wind. Then what do you need an air conditioner for? Yes, that's what I told him, but he said that he could cover up the demonic aura on Wang Qianqian's body, Li Qianqiu said slowly. As soon as this sentence was uttered, the whole room was quiet. Wang Qianqian himself froze. The demonic aura on his body is indeed a trouble. It's fine if everyone is not together, but if they are together, the demon-suppressing bell will ring endlessly. Whether it's noisy or not is secondary, the key is that it affects the detection of the other demons. If Mr. Red Mansion could really cover up the demonic aura on him, it would indeed be a pretty powerful assistant. Of course, this is what he said himself. I don't know if it's spiritual or not, Li Qianqiu said, got up and walked to the inner room, and called out on the back of Mr. Honglu's head with a slap, it's time for you to perform. Watch and see you will. A white light flashed on Mr. Red Mansion, gradually changing into a thick copy of Dream of Red Mansions. Li Qianqiu grabbed the Dream of Red Mansions and returned to hand it over to Wang Qianqian. And at the same time that Wang Qianqian grabbed this Dream of Red Mansions, a faint aroma of a book covered him, and the demon-suppressing bells on the waists of Li Qianqiu and the others really didn't ring anymore. It worked, it really worked. I draw power beyond nature and law from the books of the saints, thus masking my demonic aura, so I never think of myself as a demon, I'm just a reader under the saints. Worshipping any god or sacrificing to any immortal, the saints are the YYDS. Mr. Honglu said proudly. Great, Brother Chen won't have to be treated as a demon in the future. The young girl Zhang Xian danced with joy. Not bad indeed. Zhou Weigua smoked a dry cigarette and nodded with a smile. In this way, Xiao Chen will be more able to act with us. Long Kuai was also quite happy. Although Li Qianqiu didn't say anything, the corners of his eyebrows revealed smiles, obviously satisfied with this scene as well. Since that's the case, let's leave it behind. In addition to masking the demonic aura, it can also serve you tea and blow on you and whatnot. I will definitely not dishonor my mission, Mr. Honglu assured in a resounding tone. Grass, this is leading the wolf into the house. Slade was still cursing, but there was already a smile in his tone. Being able to mask the demonic aura on it and Wang Qianqian, it was quite happy. At least it didn't have to be chased by the demon chopper. The room was quite festive. Only Wang Qianqian was silent. He was staring at the Dream of Red Mansions in his hand. His face was gloomy. He didn't know what he was thinking. What's wrong, Xiao Chen? Li Qianqiu asked softly. Nothing, it's just that when I think of how it once harmed old Xing's family like that, I'm still a little bit not too pained. Wang Qianqian said in a low voice. Although his relationship with Xing Chuan wasn't good, at least he was a colleague, and he also spent so much time together night and day. I have said, that has nothing to do with me. I don't even know that he can really succeed. Mr. Red House said anxiously, it is not afraid of death, but the thought of never being able to read a book again in the future, not being able to swim in the ocean of knowledge, not being able to pursue the truth of science and the end of science again, really more difficult than killing it. It is indeed an unintentional mistake and not guilty to death, and after cleaning it up for a few days, it is also considered to have been punished. Now in this situation, it is still more important to conceal the demonic qi on your body. Li Qianqiu gently patted Wang Qianqian's shoulder. Indeed, the most troublesome thing for Wang Qianqian right now was a demonic aura, not only affecting himself, but also dragging everyone down. He couldn't affect the whole demon beheading team just because of his own mood. Fine, it's fine to let me take you in. Wang Qianqian seemed to have finally made up his mind, patting the Dream of Red Mansions in his hand and said, you have to sign a soul contract with me, and if you have any crooked thoughts in the future, I'll let your soul fly away. Good, good. Mr. Red Mansion hastily agreed, as long as it doesn't have to go to death, let it do whatever it wants. Ha ha ha, another unlucky egg. Slate laughed so hard that he was about to crack. Only after deep thought did Wang Qianqian exhale and bite his finger in front of the crowd, then smeared the blood on top of the waist cover of Dream of the Red Chamber, then muttered under his breath, with my blood, bind your soul, the gods of the 8 directions, all are witnesses. A few moments later, Wang Qianqian felt a slight tremor in his brain, which was considered to be a resonance with Mr. Red Chamber's soul. Soul contract, reached. 093 Cultivate in peace. After collecting Mr. Red Mansion, Wang Qianqian did not let it return to its human form, but directly tucked it into his backside and placed it side by side with the slate. Hello? In the hem of Wang Qianqian's dark shirt, Mr. Red House shyly greeted. Hee hee, no need to be polite, we are also considered to be not fighting. In the future, just call me Big Brother Slate, I'll call you Little Red Mansion. In the future, I let you go east, you cannot go west, I let you chase the dog, you cannot whisk the chicken. Hear it? Slate said with bravado. Then, do I listen to you, or do I listen to my master? Mr. Red House looked confused, although he had no face at all now. Of course you listen to the master. But when the master isn't giving you orders, you have to listen to me, or I'll slap you to death. Slate cursed. Okay, I know. Mr. Red Mansion was not very convinced, thinking that the last time we fought, you were still my defeated. What kind of big brother is he acting in front of me? But in the way of Slate with Wang Qianqian longer, Mr. Red House had to swallow this breath. A mouthful of it. Slate Big Brother called up. Really obedient, come and tell me a commentary to listen to. Brother Slate, which part do you want to hear? Simon Ching molested Pan Jinlian. Well, said in Xinghe County, Shandong Province, there is such a Simon the Great official, his most famous treasure is Pan S. Deng Xiaoyao. After all the business was taken care of, Luzhou City's demon beheading squad finally started their own celebration banquet. This morning, everyone had risen a small realm together, although the process was a bit unbelievable, and they still didn't understand what was going on, but in Zhou Weiguo's words, as long as they could upgrade, it was a good thing, so who cares how they got their level up? This matter has been reported to the higher-ups, so there is no pressure. In Zhazha car wash store 8 hot pot, all kinds of beef and mutton to the pot, and then stirred with sesame sauce so, suddenly fragrant straight to let people drool. Come on, congratulations, we have risen a small realm together. At the same time, welcome Wang Qianqian's joining. I hope that he will keep up the good work in the days to come, and strive to pass the Demon Beheader initial training camp examination, and formally become one of us. Li Qianqiu raised a cup of white wine, telling of the present and looking to the future. Cheers! Drink up! Wang Qianqian and the others all raised their cups as well, and the dense mist wafted around the tiny room, reflecting the happy smiling faces of the crowd. In the inner room, Zhaozha's picture frame was placed on the bedside table, and in the picture, he had a smile in his eyes, as if he had also seen this scene. That night, everyone drank a lot of wine and went to bed early. But by the next morning, everyone still woke up at 6 and sat on the sofa in unison. Li Qianqiu was holding a black notebook, customarily arranging the day's work, and the crowd was listening carefully when the demon suppressor bells in his waistband suddenly rang together. A few people were taken aback and drew their demon choppers, ready to meet the unknown enemy. Only Li Qianqiu remained still. Excuse me, it's me. Mr. Hongluo's voice came out from the back waist of Wang Qianqian's shirt. I can mask the demonic aura with the book fragrance, but this thing also takes energy, so I have to rest for a few minutes every 12 hours. A few minutes, it won't get in the way. Li Qianqiu waved his hand. He and Mr. Hongluo had been together for several days and had already known this secret. 5 minutes later, the crowd's demon-suppressing bells really stopped trembling. After the customary morning meeting and breakfast, several people went their separate ways to the areas they were responsible for. In Shangjing City, in an imposing courtyard, a middle-aged man in a robe was sitting in front of a computer, scrutinizing the email that Li Qianqiu had sent last night. He was long-browed and unruffled, as if he was born with a strong aura. He was the commander-in-chief of the Demon Slayers, Song Chongjian, and one of the 7 strongest people of Dixia, who was a prominent presence in terms of status, identity, and power. This kind of mail from a 4th-tier city's demon chopper would not have required him to go through it, but since it involved Wang Qianqian, he took it very seriously and told his subordinates early on that the mail from Luzhou City must be forwarded to him. Overnight, rising a small realm together? It's a bit interesting, Looks like Master Zhou didn't lie to me. Song Chongjian smiled faintly, then gently typed a few words. Small matter, don't worry about it. Then clicked send. Tunliu County, in the hundreds of acres of greenhouses on the outskirts, on the open space in front of the door of a small 2-story building. A Taoist-robed Master Huang San sat here, looking at the several weasels prostrate on the ground in front of him. She didn't come back all night, it seems to have been poisoned. Master Huang San was full of frustration and sighed softly. Several weasels gritted their teeth and chirped. Revenge? Don't be naive, that's a demon beheader. Yes, my strength is strong, it's not a problem to clean them up. But demon beheaders also have superiors. Once I exterminate them, I'll be hunted down by other demon beheaders again. I just want to cultivate in peace. Master Huang San shook his head and vetoed the proposal of the several weasels. 0945 Flavorman. Yesterday, before that weasel died, it gnashed its teeth and said to Li Qianqiu that 3rd Master Huang would definitely avenge it, so if it was still alive now and heard 3rd Master Huang's current words, there was no telling if its heart would be cold? Master Huang San insisted on not going. The other weasels had no choice but to each bow their heads and sigh. That's all, it's better to cultivate, only strong enough to survive in this world. Master Huang San sat up straight, ready to start meditating. Drip ring ring. Just then, his cell phone rang. Master Huang San's cell phone had some other demon calls stored in it besides Contact You, but he took it out and realized it was an unfamiliar number. Master Huang San wasn't afraid that it was a call from a demon chopper. With Yue's help, his cell phone was set up with an anti-location device, so he answered it with confidence and boldness. Hello? Master Huang San shook his head, looking like a human. Hello, hello? The signal on the other side didn't seem to be too good, and his voice was raspy and broken. Who is it? Third Master Huang frowned. I am 8. 8. The opposite side is still vague. 8 your head in the end which is it, and then do not speak old me can hang As a member of the 10,000 Demons Association, Master Huang San has absolute dominance in this part of Luzhou City, so he doesn't give a damn about the other side. I'm the 8th prince. The opposite party seemed to have changed places, and the signal finally became clear. The 8th prince? How come it's your old man, Igu, you finally have a cell phone? Yes. Hey, you do not say, this thing is really quite good, so far away can also talk. Human beings over the years, in addition to the destruction of the environment, the world is still some effect. The 8th prince said cheerfully, before because of the bad signal, he did not hear those disobedient words of Huang San Master. 8 kings, even through the phone, I can't stop my reverence for you. My admiration for you is truly as monstrous as the waters of the Yellow River, and as continuous as the Lushan waterfalls. I'm kowtowing to your old man, so listen carefully. Huang Third Master raised the cell phone, toward the end of the phone slapped 3 times, hit that call a hard just like smoking their own son. 8th prince, do you hear me? I kowtow to you 3 times, knocked my forehead or broken, Agu. Huang Three Masters straight inhaled cool air. Oh, I heard you, your kid has filial piety, I like it. The 8th prince nodded with satisfaction. He was the cave master of the 10,000 Demons Association's Taihang Cave, and also Huang Sanjuan's top boss, who had killed Li Qianqiu's entire family. 8th prince, what is it that you are looking for me for? Third Master Huang asked with a sarcastic smile. It's the same thing as last time. Let you kill all the demon choppers in Luzhou City to avenge old Lady Rat. How did you do? I've already sent someone to do it. Third Master Huang said stiffly. Well, the rat old lady is very strong. If not just joined the 10,000 Demons Association, the status may be higher than your kid. Alas, it's a pity, early to lead the poop. I really can't swallow this breath. You hurry to kill them all, grow my 10,000 Demon Association's prestige? No. No. Third Master Huang cursed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it. Well, then I'll wait for your good news. Only then did the 8th prince hang up the phone. Third Master Huang cursed fiercely a few more times, even stomping his feet towards the ground in anger, but he still slowly quieted down and sat on the ground with a frustrated face. He simply didn't have the courage to disobey the 8th prince's order. C is dead. Mr. Hong Lu must have suffered as well. Alas, that book is just useless. Master Huang San muttered, turning his head to look at the few remaining weasels around him. No matter what, even if it's to fool the 8th prince, we have to kill the weakest demon chopper. In Luzhou City, are there any other demons that can hide their scent? Something a little more powerful, not a punk like Mr. Red Mansion. A few weasels chirped. The 5 flavors man. Right. Why did I forget about him? That guy can also hide his aura, and also has the strength of the peak of the Earth realm nowadays. Killing one of the weakest demon slayers in Luzhou City will definitely not be a problem. Third Master Huang nodded, then took out his cell phone and made a call. East of the city, in the compound of an abandoned factory building. Swoosh. A residual shadow quickly wandered around, occasionally hitting the sound of an air explosion. It was precisely Wang Qianqian practicing his punches and kicks. Master can really use his energy. He has already fought so well, but he still practiced diligently every day. If I had this perseverance, I would have read twice as many books than I do now. Mr. Red House sighed softly. Bull, is Zhou Weiguo that old thing fooled our master? Master's boxing and kicking kung fu, not dare to say the peak, at least is also outstanding level. Simply do not need to be so honed every day. That old thing non saying that the fight cannot be. Slate directly yuck, a mouthful, a yellow phlegm flew in the dream of red mansions on top of the waist cover. 095 help me, I'll never forget it. Mr. Red Mansion was so angry that he was shivering, but he didn't dare to speak out, and could only endure the humiliation in silence. Can you show some respect to old brother Zhou? Don't bite an old thing, people are over 60. Wang Qianqian could of course hear the voice of the second monster and said with a frown. Hee, master, guess how old I am? Slate smiled back. Wang Qianqian was speechless. Master, I really didn't lie to you. Zhou Weiguo is fooling you. Although Slate was much older, he had to give face to Wang Qianqian, and no longer took a bite out of an old thing. If both of you don't use spiritual energy now, he's definitely not your opponent. Don't be ridiculous. Can you still know more about boxing than old brother Zhou? He is from the Special X soldiers. He has killed hundreds of demons like you. Although Wang Qianqian said this on his lips, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, because he also felt that he fought well. To say where he fought incorrectly, where exactly was the difference? What are you waiting for? Why don't you stop practicing again? Do you know that practicing this kind of thing is better than hard work and less than fun? I really don't see many lazy and greedy losers like you in a year. Practice 100 more times, and don't stop until I say so. At some point, Zhou Weiguo appeared in the factory compound again and viciously reprimanded Wang Qianqian. Yes. Wang Qianqian made an upright posture, and then punched with a swoosh 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 swoosh. That's more like it, you kid is still far from being a master. Joe Wegwa snorted coldly and turned around with his hands behind his back, while his face quickly fell in this instant. Reprimanding one who was a better boxer than himself was simply all heartbreaking. Old brother Zhou. Wang Qianchen suddenly shouted. What else? Joe Wegwa turned back, his face changing to a frosty countenance again. I really don't know where I'm poor. If you don't play it again, I'll take another look. Wang Qianchen said stiffly. Oh, yesterday also said that he had memorized it all, today let me play it again? Wang Qianchen, your kid is not very old, bragging skills are not small. Then watch carefully, I'll only play the last time. Good. Wang Qianchen immediately glared, refusing to miss any of the details. Who? After taking his stance, Joe Wegwa threw a straight punch, his arm as straight as a green pine, slicing out a violent sound in the air. Who? Wang Qianchen followed and threw a straight punch, also making violent sounds in the air. What are you doing? Joe Wegwa froze for a moment. Learning from you. Wang Qianchen said doubtfully, where exactly is the difference? I don't see it. Joe old brother, you solved the confusion. Looking at the arm that was straighter than him, Joe Wegwa really couldn't make up a blind story, and could only say stiffly, there's nothing wrong with the movement anymore, but your force is still a short board, watch it. After saying this, Joe Wegwa suddenly raised his leg and sent a vicious sidekick flying out. With a ka-ching sound, Joe Wegwa directly kicked off a bucket-thick tree next to him, and in an instant, wood shavings flew, the brakes jagged. Good, I'll try it too. Wang Qianchen followed with a sidekick, the same click sound, kicked off a bucket-thick tree next to him, but the fracture was very flat, wood chips did not splash out. Joe Wegwa. The corner of Joe Wegwa's mouth twitched slightly. Could it be that kicking out wood chips is still a good leg technique? Wang Qianchen rubbed his head with a puzzled expression. Ha ha ha, see your shortcomings? If you're told to practice, you practice, where's all the nonsense? Joe Wegwa burst into a maniacal laughter, a face that was almost twisted, trying to hide the heartfelt weakness that was almost overflowing. Yes. Wang Qianchen was in high spirits and once again threw himself into practicing. Joe Wegwa carried his hands behind his back and left the abandoned factory compound, only taking out his cell phone to make a call after he had walked far away. Oldly I really can't carry it that kid really played better than me, if it goes on like this I'm going to have a schizophrenic. Joe Wegwa almost cried out, even if he had lived for more than 60 years and seen countless strange and bizarre things, it was not as outrageous and absurd as this time, absurd. Let him practice for one more day, and tomorrow he'll go learn marksmanship from Long Kwai. Li Qianqiu gritted his teeth and said. Good. Joe Wegwa was finally relieved. Tunliu County, in a large shed on the outskirts, in front of the door of a small two-story building. Third Master Huan was meditating when a middle-aged Taoist with a duster, thieving eyebrows, and a mustache on his mouth suddenly walked over. Third Master Huan, you're looking for me? The Taoist smilingly made a bow. Fifth flavor man, how am I usually treating you? Third Master Huang did not get up to greet him, sitting on the ground and saying in a flat tone. Third Master Huang, you have a great favor for me, if not for your promotion in the beginning, where is the present me? The Five Flavors man lifted his duster and once again bowed at Third Master Huang. When he was captured by another demon, it was Third Master Huang who came to his rescue. It's good that you still remember. Third Master Huang nodded slightly. Of course I remember, the kindness of saving my life is unforgettable. Third Master Huang, if you have anything to say, just go ahead and say it, even if it means going up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire, breaking through the heavens and stepping on the earth, I won't blink an eye. The Five Flavors man's face was serious, a wave of great righteousness. It was evident that he was a man of courage and knowledge, extremely righteous. I want you to kill a demon chopper. Thump thump thump. Before Master Huang San's words were finished, the Five Flavors man turned and ran, rolling up a puff of smoke and dust along the way, and was gone in an instant. 096 his comrades in arms. Hey! AI! Third Master Huang called out twice in a row, and the Five Flavors froze their heads. Hundreds of meters away. The Five Flavor people threw off their arms and ran forward frantically. Killing the demon chopper? That's ing crazy, why don't you tell me to kill the Jade Emperor? I should have known that I shouldn't have come. The Five Flavors man cursed and swore while charging forward furiously, but as he charged, he stood still again. Third Master Huang was standing not far away, holding his arms and looking at him coldly. Hey, Third Master, why are you here now? The Five Flavors man rubbed his hands and showed a fawning smile. The words are not finished, what are you running for? Third Master Huang walked over and patted Man of Five Flavors on the head. Man of Five Flavors was dressed as a typical Taoist priest and had his hair in a bun on top of his head, which was scattered down as much as possible by Master Huang San's slap. I suddenly remembered that the family smothered a pot of rice. Do not hurry to unplug the power to be burned. Five Flavor man made up, found really cannot make up, had to say with a bitter face, Huang San Master, you can spare me, I only how much Taoist behavior which can kill the demon chopper. Didn't you just say that you are willing to go to the mountain of swords and the sea of fire for me? It's no problem to go to the mountain of swords and the sea of fire. But the demon beheader is much more terrifying than a mountain of swords and a sea of fire. You also said you were willing to break into heaven and step on earth for me. Master Huang-san, if you tell me where the heavenly court and the earthly palace are, I'll immediately go and break into them and step on them right now. Bumping into such a scoundrel, Third Master Huang was really at his wit's end, and could only sigh and say, Fifth Flavor Man, when you were captured by the scorpion demon, wasn't it me who pleaded to save you back? Yes. Bringing up the past, the Five Flavors Man could only say stiffly, Master Huang-san, I owe you a favor, which I know in my heart. I can do whatever you want me to do, just don't kill the demon choppers, I'm no match for them. Don't worry, since I'm letting you do it, it must be because you have the strength. Just kill the weakest demon beheader, called Wang Qianqian. He's a recent addition, rumored to only be in the Sand Realm. He doesn't even have a demon beheading sword, demon suppressing bell, or demon regenerating cloak. Just kill this one and bring back his head. The previous investigation done by Mr. Red Mansion, Third Master Huang already knew all about it. Third Master Huang, since you're the one who said it, there must be no problem. Isn't it just a demon chopper? I'll definitely go kill him. Not to mention a Sand Realm, even an Earth Realm or Stone Realm, I'll kill him as well. I'll go to the Mountain of Swords, the Sea of Fire, the Heavenly Court, the Hell, without blinking an eye. Based on our relationship, shouldn't we work for you? Just wait for the good news, I'm going. Upon hearing that it was a Sand Realm demon chopper, the Five Flavors Man instantly had a bottom line and blew another burst of power. Then with a heroic shake of his hand, he left this area of hundreds of acres of greenhouses with a big stride. With him out of the way, there shouldn't be any problem. Looking at his back, Master Huang-san muttered. In the compound of the abandoned factory building. Swoosh. A residual shadow kept weaving. Wang Qianqian was still practicing his punches and kicks, and he was soaked to the skin as he watched the sun gradually set in the west. Master's brain might not be very good, he has told him that he doesn't need to practice, but he still practiced endlessly, alas. Slate sighed softly. I don't think it's like that, Master naturally has his deep meaning in doing so, besides, if you practice well, you don't need to practice anymore? Kong Saint said, learn from the past and know the new, can be a teacher carry on. Said your grandmother a mouth. Hey, how do you curse Mr. Red House anxious head white face. Who? Wang Qianqian practiced a whole 100 times, finally stopped, the two demons then also no sound. Wiping the sweat from his head and looking at the setting sun that was about to fall, Wang Qianqian walked over towards Zhou Weiguo. Elder brother Zhou. Zhou Weiguo was sitting on the grass at the edge of the factory, looking down at a photo in his money clip. When he heard the voice he was startled, Egu, the money clip fell to the ground. It's me, old brother Zhou. Wang Qianqian smiled, picked up the money clip, then glanced at the photo, and found that it was an old man about the same age as Zhou Weiguo, wearing a military uniform, although gray hair, but a trace of ferociousness could still be seen between his eyebrows, obviously an iron-blooded veteran who had actually gone to war. It's my comrade in arms, called Sun Yukai. I call him Xiao Kai Zi, he calls me Xiao Wei Zi. The two of us have participated in the border defense war together, that has been 30 or 40 years ago. Looking at the old man in the photo, Zhou Weiguo smiled and said, the two of us were discharged from the army together, joined the work together. It is a real iron relationship, the kind that can give their lives to each other. Oh, quite good. Wang Qianqian nodded, and in his heart, he couldn't help but think, Zhou Weiguo doesn't put photos of his family, but puts a photo of a comrade in arms? My family members are all living quite well now. As if seeing Wang Qianqian's doubts, Zhou Weiguo continued, they have their own families, plus they can't see me for a long time, they have gradually forgotten me. But it doesn't matter, they are living well on the line. Only Xiao Kai Zi, from time to time, talk to me, ask me how I am recently and how well I am doing. He is in Luzhou City, but unfortunately because of my profession, I can't meet him often. This photo is still sent by him from the internet. 097 Thank you, Master. When mentioning Sun Yukai, Zhou Weiguo's face was filled with a warm smile, but Wang Qianqian still felt desolation from it. A demon chopper who was over 60 years old was gradually forgotten by his own family, and the only people who could remember him were his comrades who had carried a gun together, but could not meet because of the special nature of their profession, and could only keep in touch through the internet or by phone. It's nothing, this is the destiny of our demon chopper. Zhou Weiguo smiled, put away the money clip, then said aloud, Wang Qianqian, your performance is very good, you can graduate from me, and start going to Long Kwai to learn marksmanship tomorrow. Wang Qianqian was slightly stunned, then said with a straight posture, yes. Since he knew Wang Qianqian's name, it wouldn't be difficult to find him. Outside the gate of the abandoned factory building, 5 flavors of people furtively probed and looked inside. They saw an old man and a young man talking inside, one emitting the aura of the stone realm and the other emitting the aura of the earth realm. Damn it, didn't they say sand realm, how come it's earth realm? Luckily I'm at the peak of the earth realm, it wouldn't be hard to clean up that Wang Qianqian. But that stone realm old man next to me is a bit tricky, what's the best way to transfer him? The 5 flavors man muttered, mulling over ideas in his head. Soon, he came up with an idea and proceeded to leave this abandoned factory building with quick steps. Inside the compound. After announcing that Wang Qianqian could finish his studies, Zhou Weiguo also smiled and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Xiao Chen, you're really great. I'm really optimistic about you. Maybe you're really the one who can resurrect Captain Zhao." "Well, I also hope that I can resurrect Captain Zhao." Wang Qianqian smiled back. The two chatted while walking towards the outside of the plant, the setting sun casting long shadows behind them. After going out, the two drove a car each and headed towards Zhuzh's car wash. "Master, can I tell you something? In the car, Mr. Redhouse's voice suddenly sounded weakly. "Say it." Wang Qianqian said back. "There are still a few books in my rental house, I want to take them back. But don't worry, I'll wait for you guys to fall asleep before I read them." Mr. Red Mansion promised with conviction. "It's fine, as long as there's nothing going on, you can read even if we don't fall asleep." Wang Qianqian knew that Mr. Red Mansion's greatest hobby was reading, and the more he read, the stronger his power would be, which would be beneficial to himself, so he naturally agreed to his request. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. I wish Master a long life and great fortune," Mr. Hong Lu said excitedly. "Horse's ass." Slate yucked. "What, do you want your master to die at birth and then have little fortune for the rest of his life?" After a whole day of getting along, Mr. Red Mansion had already discovered that Slate's status here in Wang Qianqian was actually not very high, and was even often abused and beaten by Wang Qianqian. His bottom line was suddenly much stronger, and now at least he dared to talk back. "Hey, I didn't say that. You don't blind JB wrongly accused people. I can't wait for the master to live 10,000 years. Slate was anxious, but he said a couple of swear words are okay. The single theory of the fight is really said, but Mr. Hong Lu. Wang Qianqian just smiled, and did not take care of the two demons. Half an hour later. Under the instructions of Mr. Red Mansion, Wang Qianqian turned around in an old building and finally arrived in the basement that he had rented before. As soon as he entered the door, Wang Qianqian was confused, and in the room that was only 20 square meters, the entire four walls were all books, a forest of books, all kinds of books. "How many books do you call this?" Wang Qianqian was dumbfounded. "It's true that it's not much, compared to this world, my book collection is still far from enough." Swoosh, a white light flashed, and Dream of Red Mansions transformed into a person, wandering before the various bookshelves, tenderly caressing those books, even kissing and touching them, as if they were all his lovers. Blah blah blah, sour showman, disgusting. The slate also flew out and swam around the room. Wang Qianqian suddenly remembered something and directly asked, "Right, Brick, when will you be able to cultivate into human form?" "I don't know, I'm just a brick, I can't cultivate that fast." Slate sighed softly, then gritted his teeth and said, "But after I cultivate into a human, I'm definitely more handsome than that kid." Mr. Red Mansion was still caressing those books and did not hear Slate's provocation. "Alright, pick some books at random and go," Wang Qianqian urged. "No way, master, every book here is my lifelong love, which one can't be put down." When Mr. Red Mansion heard this, he immediately turned his head sharply with a white face. "Grass, so many books, you want to tire out the master? Slate cursed again. "I don't mean that." Mr. Red Mansion looked gloomy, "But I really can't give them up. Wang Qianqian also fell into contemplation, thinking that if he really couldn't call a cargo puller, these books should be able to be pulled through in one car. "Master, I do have a good idea." Slate he laughed. "Joe, old dog, there is a Qiankuan bag, can hold a lot of things, you can ask over 098 the young man with a wide mouth. Shenkuan bag, Wang Qianqian had heard Slate mention it before. At that time, the Demon Chopper, Commander-in-Chief Song Chongjian had just shown a Demon Chopper blade grasping in the void ability, which surprised him. Slate said that this was not unusual. Zhou Junxian also had a similar spiritual weapon. If there was such a contraption, it would be quite convenient to live, travel, and fight. "Can people give it to me?" Wang Qianqian was a bit hesitant. That old thing snubbed you to be a Demon Chopper, how can you get by without taking some treasure out? Just go ahead, he'll definitely give it to you," Slate said with conviction. "Alright, then go and give it a try." Wang Qianqian agreed in one bite, then he went out of the basement and went straight to the city god temple. In the middle of the city, on the pedestrian street, in a barber store. This barber store was not big or small, the facade was a bit shabby, at least 20 years old, there were only 3 masters cutting hair, there were quite a lot of customers, there were 6 or 7 who were lining up, and apart from the ones who were cutting their hair, the others were sitting on sofas and chairs and chatting. Small store is very cozy, the price is not expensive, come our old customers, everyone is old acquaintances with each other. As the crowd was talking, the glass door was suddenly pushed open, and a youth dressed in ordinary clothes walked in. This youth's appearance is ordinary, only a mouth up and down are open, look a little hideous, horrible, seems to be born this way, everyone only swept a glance, will continue to chat up the day, do not stare at people's defects have been looking at as a kind of basic morality and politeness. "Cutting hair, huh?" One of the oldest masters asked with a smile. Just looking." The youth answered, his eyes sweeping over the floor full of broken hair, his throat gulping softly, then he wandered around the store. Seeing that he had no intention of cutting his hair, the master didn't bother with him anymore, and continued to busy himself with the work at hand, while still joking with the customers around him. Have you seen the national soccer team? Lost again. Oh, I don't watch it, it's too infuriating. The youth walked through the store and suddenly pointed at the door and shouted, "Look, there's a flying saucer." Customers and masters looked towards the outside of the store. The road was crowded and the atmosphere was harmonious. Where was there any flying saucer? When the crowd turned back, they saw a shocking scene. The open-mouthed youth from before was actually lying on the ground, sticking out his tongue and sucking madly between those broken hairs. Where did the pervert come from? The crowd were all surprised, thought they had run into a psychopath, and got up and ran out. Only a few masters holding scissors, shivering, said, "What are you doing?" Open-mouthed youth ignored them, just lying on the ground like a bulldozer in the broken hair between the constant wandering. After about a few minutes, he stood up, wiped his mouth full of broken hair, a face of contentment, said with a grin, "Nothing, I see that your ground is dirty, so help to clean up a little." "Oh, I'm really sorry for disturbing you all." The open-mouthed youth bowed politely, then turned and walked out the door. A room of masters looked at each other. No one had ever seen such a strange person. On the pedestrian street. "We are pests, we are pests." The open-mouthed youth was in a happy mood, humming a little song from a comic opera while striding down the bustling road, and when he passed the mouth of a deep alley, a pair of large hands suddenly reached out and dragged him toward the inside of the alley. I'm wrong, I've never killed anyone, please let me go." The open-mouthed youth was scared enough, instinctively turned around and kneeled on the ground, dun, vigorously kowtowed so hard that his head bled and still didn't stop. "Don't scream, it's me." The five-flavored man in a Taoist robe shushed him. "Grass, how is it you? Scared me to death, thought it was a demon chopper." The open-mouthed youth stood up and vigorously patted his chest, his face had gone white. "Oh, went to eat scalp again?" The five flavors man said with a smiling face. "Not really, in fact, my favorite thing to drink is blood, especially the blood of the spirit of all living things, that stuff is really great tonic But there is no way, there are demon chopper, it used to drink a few times, and the result was targeted, now I can only eat a little bit of their scalp." The open-mouthed youth sighed, obviously feeling sorry for himself. "What about you, why did you come here?" He, "There's a matter to ask for your help, when it's done, I'll treat you to human blood." The five flavors man rubbed his hands, his small eyes flashing. "Based on our relationship, what else can we say about help? You can say, no matter whether it's on the mountain of knives or in the sea of fire, if I frown, I will tell my whole family to die." Upon hearing someone drinking blood, the eyes of the open-mouthed youth were glowing, and he hurriedly uttered the most commonly used betting curse in the human world. "Come with me to kill a demon chopper." Shoo! Before the five flavors man could finish his words, the open-mouthed youth violently stomped his two legs and his body had already leaped high, seeing that he was about to jump out of this alley. Fortunately, the five flavors man had prepared for this and grabbed his legs, yanking his entire body back again. "Oh, playing this with me, I am your ancestor," the five flavors man said cheerfully. "You can do a good job, kill the demon chopper, how many lives do you have?" The open-mouthed youth wailed. "It is I kill, not you kill, you only need to help my favor, after the completion of the matter, let you drink a full blood." Five taste people grabbed the ears of the open-mouthed youth to softly explain up. "Then you have to say so, I have a bottom in my heart." The open-mouthed youth nodded while listening. 099 Shinkuan bag. Zhezhe car wash store. Other than Li Chenxiu and Wang Qianqian, all the other demon choppers had returned and had already used dinner and started watching TV and playing with their cell phones. "Hey, old brother Zhou, where's Xiao Chen? He didn't come back with you." Long Kuai was lying on the sofa chatting on WeChat, her two big white legs resting on the armrests and swaying around. Li Qianqiu was a workaholic, often returning late at night, so Long Kuai pressed the question. "I don't know he just gave me a call, said there is something to go do." Zhou Weigui yawned, getting older is indeed not as energetic as young people, if not for the fact that the time was still early, he would have already gone to bed. "Don't get into any trouble before," Long Kuai frowned slightly, she had already received instructions to teach Wang Qianqian marksmanship tomorrow. "It's fine, he has a walkie-talkie, he will notify us first if there is a situation." Zhou Weigui yawned again, then fished out his cell phone and sent a WeChat to his old comrade Sun Yukai. "Teasy, what have you been busy with lately?" But Sun Yukai didn't reply. The city god temple at night is silent, quietly situated in the dark ink-like night, as if nothing has changed for thousands of years, silently watching over this Luzhou city. Wang Qianqian pushed the door and walked in, then went straight to the main hall, came in front of the tall clay statue, and gently patted Zhou Junshan's calf. "Master Zhou, is it here?" "Zhou old dog, don't pretend to be dead believe it or not lousy pat you Before the words were finished, Wang Qianqian sent a soul pressure, and the slate's voice immediately disappeared without a trace. At the same time, a shadow floated out from the statue, and then gradually condensed into a solid, smilingly stood in front of Wang Qianqian. "What's the matter?" Zhou Junxian asked smilingly, seemingly always so gentle. "That, I heard that you have a Qinkuan bag here. Take it." After all, he had come to ask for something. Wang Qianqian had been a little embarrassed, but as a result, before the words were finished, Zhou Junxian directly unclasped a brocade pouch on his waist and handed it over. This brocade pouch was just as big as a keychain. Not knowing what material it was made of, it had some complicated patterns carved on it, and it also gave off a little bit of fragrance.
This is the Qianquan bag? Wang Qianchen was elated.
Yes, it can hold quite a few things, definitely a great tool for home and traveling.
Zhou Junxian smilingly shoved the Qianquan bag into Wang Qianchen's hand. This is given to me? Wang Qianchen scratched his head, still a little embarrassed. Well, as long as you want it, as long as I have it, the stars in the sky, I'll find a way to pick them for you too. Zhou Junxian said softly and patted Wang Qianchen's shoulder again. Good guy, this domineering president's paradigm. Loved.
Since Zhou Junxian was so generous, Wang Qianchen was no longer polite, and after asking for instructions on how to use it, he said his goodbyes again and left the city temple. Watching Wang Qianchen leave, Zhou Junxian smiled, his body turned into a shadow and returned to the tall statue.
Abandoned factory building, gate entrance. Two sneaky silhouettes were looking around the place. Where are those two demon choppers? The open-mouthed youth asked in a low voice. They were here an hour ago. The five-flavor man was also full of doubts. Grass, an hour ago?
The open-mouthed youth said breathlessly, now it's dark, big brother, people have long gone home, right?
Let's go to their quarters and take a look.
The five flavors clenched their teeth. If Wang Qianchen had really gone back, then they could only act tomorrow.
Resident? Are you crazy? Do you really think you have 9 lives?
The open-mouthed youth once again stomped on both legs, and then he was about to jump away. The five flavors man was still prepared and grabbed his legs, saying in a low voice, don't worry, I can mask the demonic aura on your body, so we can explore the situation without God knowing what's going on.
In the middle of the city, inside the basement rental house.
Looking around at the wide array of books, Wang Qianchen first cleaned up the original stuff in his Qianquan bag and ended up dumping out a bunch of bedding, shoes, toothbrushes, wash basins, and drying racks. In the small brocade bag, it was really able to fit so many things.
Master Zhou was really grounded. Wang Qianchen cried and laughed. Poor.
The city god has been a god for so many years, but he doesn't even have a single gold, silver, treasure, jade or agate.
Slate disdainfully bah.
After emptying his Qianquan bag, Mr. Honglu joyfully moved his books, but it was too much effort for him to do it alone. He could only take 2 or 3 books at a time. How long would it take to move them?
Invoke. Wang Qianchen tried the skill in 72 changes again.
Remembering that before when he only had the sand realm, he couldn't even beckon a paper shell. Now that he had the earth realm, he could finally lift a book, so those books were teleported one by one into the Qianquan bag under Wang Qianchen's control. Although the speed was still slow, it was much better than before.
Wow, Master is so powerful, he even knows this hand, it's really a great magic power.
Mr. Red Mansion instantly glowed with both eyes, as if he had already taken Wang Qianchen as his idol.
Bah, horse's ass. What is this?
Slate instinctively wanted to disparage a few sentences, suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly changed his words. The master is powerful in many ways.
Zheji car wash store. Playing wild. Play the wild. Don't let them steal the big dragon. Them.
Zhou Weiguo lay on the sofa and squinted for a while before he was suddenly woken up by the sound of Long Kui and Zhong Xan hacking, and in a daze, he picked up his cell phone and glanced at it, realizing that his comrade Sun Yukai still hadn't replied to his messages.
Nothing could have happened, right?
Zhou Weiguo was a little worried, but he didn't call over to ask. As a demon chopper, it was kind of a basic code of conduct to not actively contact friends outside the circle.
100 military spikes, sharp.
Outside the window, a stainless steel spatula hovers silently. No one notices its existence. Even if they did, no one would care about a spatula. A moment later, the spatula floated away until it flew out more than 100 meters away before it drilled into an alley, and then with a flash of white light, the spatula transformed into a Taoist-like person again.
How's it going?
The open-mouthed youth immediately greeted him and asked.
Wang Qianchen isn't here, he shouldn't be back yet.
The five flavors man whispered.
What then?
The open-mouthed youth asked again. The five flavor man looked around and observed the terrain, and after contemplating for a while, he raised his head and said, to go back to Zheji car wash, there is only this road, let's go a little further and try to get as far away as possible from the demon beheading man's compound.
And then intercept Wang Qianchen on the way. Good.
The open-mouthed youth nodded.
In the middle of the city, inside the basement rental house.
After some busy work, Mr. Red Mansion's thousands of books were finally packed up, and the Qianquan bag was surprisingly still in its original form, not looking the slightest bit changed.
What a magical thing, Wang Qianchen lamented.
That's for sure, in the end it's a god with a spiritual weapon. Slate said proudly.
Master, can I also go into the Qianquan bag,
said Mr. Honglu shyly.
You want to go in too?
Wang Qianchen looked surprised.
I want to read a book.
And if I'm inside, I can just as well help you cover your demonic aura, and if you want something to happen, just call me out. Mr. Red Mansion hurriedly explained.
No, I mean you can go inside here even as a big living person? Wang Qianchen was a bit incredulous.
Can, although there is no air in here, but my original form is a book and I don't need to breathe. It's not the same as other demons. Mr. Red Mansion explained in a regular manner. So it's like this, ah. Wang Qianchen nodded, then you come in. He happened to still feel that stuffing a book and a slate in his back was a bit cumbersome. Wang Qianchen propped open the Qiankuan bag. Mr. Red Mansion threw himself inside and his body turned into a stream of light and drilled in. Are you going in? Wang Qianchen asked Slate again. With this Qiankuan bag, as long as he reached out and made a move, Slate would be able to appear again. I'm not going in, there's a sour showman inside, and a bunch of sour and smelly books. Slate yuck. Wang Qianchen didn't force it and stuffed the slate back into his back again, leaving the rented room. In the east of the city, in a certain urban village, on top of a piece of rubble. Several excavators with headlights on, illuminating the scene with a snowy white, diesel engine buzzing ringing, in this deserted area as if a roaring steel monster. After the excavator, there are dozens of hooligans with knives and sticks. Not far away, an old man with gray hair, dressed in military attire, his chest covered with badges, holding a short military splinter in his hand, his figure like a pine standing in front of a small two-story building. The insignia flashed, and the military spur was sharp. Behind him, there was also a brightly colored red flag. As the cool wind blew past, the red flag fluttered, and the hem of the old man's military uniform hunted. The two sides had been facing each other for hours, from afternoon to dusk, and then from dusk to night. At the very back of the crowd was a white Toyota cooler. In the car, sat a plump middle-aged man, wearing a gold chain as thick as his thumb on his chest, and holding a thick cigar that gave off an aroma in his hand. Looking at the old man in military attire not far away, the middle-aged man sighed softly and took out his flip phone to make a call. Xin Gongzi, ah, this is the last house. Is not that I do not demolish, ah, there is an old man blocking there. Yes, the old man is good to deal with, but he is not an ordinary old man, ah, he is wearing a military uniform, and he has a badge on his chest. At a glance, it is a veteran, or the kind of veteran who has been on the battlefield. Yes, I know that I have a lot of people, but if I really get him, there won't be any trouble, right? The middle-aged man was a bit hesitant. You do it despite, no matter what happens, there are me to cover for you. On the other side of the phone, there was Duke Xian's cold voice, and with it, there was also the sound of dong 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 music and laughter, obviously drinking and having fun. Hey, you say, I understand. Well, Lu Xian Gongzi, you busy, the rest I will do. The middle-aged man had a bottom in his heart and then hung up the phone. The middle-aged man did not rush to get off the car, but the first hand of the cigar finished and then touched out the paper towel, carefully wiped his hands, and even the dirt and the fingernails have not let go. Only after fixing all this did the middle-aged man push open the car door and walk down. Crunch crunch. The middle-aged man walked on the ruins filled with bricks and cement, and soon came to several excavators, the snow-white headlights illuminating his figure. Old man, I admire your courage. Can I ask, what is your name? The middle-aged man asked smilingly. Sun Yu Kai. The military old man's face did not change, and he said with a majestic air. The middle-aged man carefully recalled that there was no big shot surnamed Sun in Luzhou City before he waved his hand and said to the people behind him. Go on. 101 attacked. Wow. A group of small hooligans rushed up with knives and clubs in hand, and the shouting and killing sounds appeared extremely majestic on top of these ruins. Looking at a large group of people running like wild beasts, Sun Yotsai's face did not have any fear, but gently sighed, then lowered his head and took out his cell phone, sending out a WeChat. I'm fine, pretty good. When he put his cell phone back and raised his head again, a fierce aura emerged on his face. He tightly gripped the military spikes in his hand, and the hot blood gradually boiled up in his body, as if he had returned to the battlefield where the sound of artillery fire was continuous. Zhezhe Car Wash Store. See Sun Yotsai's WeChat. Zhou Weigua bared to sit up. Looking at this ordinary WeChat, he did not know how. There is always a not good feeling. In the past, Sun Yukai, in addition to return to his microblogging, but also to ask him what he has been busy recently, two lonely old man mutual comfort, care, has been the biggest tacit understanding between them. Zhou Weigua immediately returned the call, but Sun Yukai did not pick up. It must be something happened, Zhou Weigua muttered, then stood up. I'll go out. Okay. Long Kuai and Zhong Xian were busy hacking and didn't ask anything more, casually responding. Zhou Weigua went out the door and drove his own Wuling Jiguan, quickly driving in the direction of the eastern part of the city. At the same time, a white Jetta was speeding down the avenue. Although I opened my 7 orifices not long before I was pressed under the water tank by old dog Zhou, but I didn't run around much when I was free. I've seen a lot of things, a lot of people, and the main thing is that my brain is very good at using it. I think that at the beginning of the 10,000 Demons Association's old ancestor asked me to be a military advisor, but I refused it, even though I'm a brick. I also have a life of debauchery and love of freedom. Just blow it off. Wang Qianchen drove while chatting one by one with Slate, who could act as a relief from boredom despite his profanity and lack of culture. It is also Mr. Honglu drilled into the Qiankuan bag, otherwise one person and 2 demons chatting more interesting. There are also fast boards and commentary to listen to.
Seeing only a few kilometers away from Zhezha car wash store, the roadside suddenly sprang out a black shadow, straight towards the car door this side crashed over. Grass, what the hell? Wang Xianchen was taken aback and immediately stepped on the brakes sharply while quickly hitting the steering wheel to the side. But it was still a step too late. Bang! A silhouette flashed by, followed by two long legs viciously kicking on the glass of the car door. Bam bam bam. Those two long legs were extremely powerful. Surprisingly, Wang Qianchen's car was kicked over several times before it finally crashed hard into a roadside pole. The door, chassis, and glass all suffered serious damage. As for Wang Qianchen, before the car rolled out, he jumped out of the car as quickly as he could, his toes gently pointing to the ground, standing firmly on the road. It's a demon! The slate roared and immediately flew out from his backside, instantly reaching Wang Qianchen's hand. Under the dim streetlight, the entire road was silent and deserted. This road usually didn't have many cars. Holding the slate in his hand, Wang Qianchen cautiously looked around while lifting the miniature earphone on his collar, ready to tell Li Qianxiu and the others the news. Swish! Right at this moment, a figure flashed by at a rapid pace. Behind them, Wang Qianchen instinctively shrank his neck as a harsh blade light flashed by, and the tips of his hair by his ears were instantly cut down by a few. Pretty fast reaction. Well, more than 10 meters away, a Taoist man stood there with a smile, still holding Wang Qianchen's miniature earphone in his hand. It seemed that this time he couldn't ask for help, either run or fight. Peak Earth Realm, Slate said through gritted teeth. In fact, even if Slate didn't say it, Wang Qianchen sensed it because the other party was recklessly releasing his aura. It was both threatening and intimidating, as well as unconcealed confidence. Try it? Wang Qianchen asked softly as he held the slate. The old man Samuel before was the peak of the Earth Realm, and at that time, Wang Qianchen was only a Sand Realm, but he could barely fight for a few rounds, and now that he had been promoted to the Earth Realm, he was of course even more confident. The early stage of the Earth Realm and the peak of the Earth Realm were far from each other, but Wang Qianchen's speed after landing on all fours was no less impressive, and there were also slates in the 72 transformations, which made him a bit eager to try. Just try it, anyway, the other party is just one person. Slate hemmed and hawed. It itself is a nature that is not afraid of the sky and the earth, and occasionally begs for mercy in order to paralyze the enemy and wait for an opportunity to escape. Not one, but two. Wang Qianchen corrected it, following which he turned his head to look in another direction. Under the dim streetlight, there was also a youth with an open mouth standing. Hey, you guys fight, I won't intervene. When you guys are done fighting, I'll suck your blood. The open-mouthed youth waved his hand and smiled heatedly. He was the one who kicked over Wang Qianchen's car just now. His legwork must be very good. This one is a little better, the early stage of the Earth Realm. But if the two join forces, then you will definitely die. Slate said softly. I hope he is really not going to intervene. Wang Qianchen turned his gaze back to the Taoist in front of him. 102 just want my home. East of the city, on the ruins of an urban village. This old man can really fight. Yes, even injured more than a dozen of us. Thanks to his mercy, did not greet our fatal place, otherwise now must be dead a few. A group of small hooligans holding knives and sticks, muttering, of which there are a dozen injured, either covering the arm, either covering the leg, blood continues to trickle down. And in the middle of them, the dying Sun Yukai was lying on the ground, his head was green and purple, his body was covered with bruises and footprints, blood dripped through his long-washed white military uniform, the shiny badge on his chest lost at least half of it, and the shortcut of the military spikes hung powerlessly in his hand. You say you, what? Is the figure the obese middle-aged man came over and squatted on the ground to look helplessly at Sun Yukai. This is my home. Who? No one can step forward again. Sun Yukai said breathlessly. Didn't I tell you, I will compensate you for 2 big houses? The middle-aged man sighed softly. I don't want a big house. I want my home. This is my last memories. Sun Yukai, because of his injuries and illness, not only remained unmarried for the rest of his life, but also had no heir on his knees, and this old house was the only thing that could remind him of the scenes when his parents and relatives were still around. Plutonic. Middle-aged man touched out a handkerchief, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and then waved his hand and said, drag him to the side, and then send him to a big hospital for proper treatment. Because he couldn't figure out the identity of the other party, the middle-aged man never dared to lay down a hard hand, and this time, with Duke Xian's assurance, he made up his mind. A group of small hooligans surged up and lifted Sun Yukai with 7 hands and 8 feet. Push it. The middle-aged man turned back and waved his hand at several excavators. Boom 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 sounds rang out, and the tracks of several excavators ran over the road and pushed towards Sun Yotsai's small 2-story building. I'll fight you. Right at this moment, Sun Yukai suddenly let out a roar, like a returning lion, and violently leapt up, breaking free from the restraints around him, and pounced towards the middle-aged man with his military spikes in hand. Cord. The military spike flashed a cold light in the air, stabbing towards the middle-aged man's shoulder. Yes, up until this point, Sun Yukai didn't want to kill him, he just hoped that he could scare him off just fine.
But the middle-aged man misunderstood. After all, the shoulder and neck area was very close. The middle-aged man let out a scolding sound, fiercely fished out a gun from his waist, and hit it with a bang, hitting Sun Yat-sen's chest. This old man who went to war 30 years ago, and fought with M Country and Cherry Blossom Country with bayonets, did not fall in the hands of the enemy, but fell under the bullets of his own people. The bulldozer stopped, and everyone was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Sun Yat-sen on the ground. Who? The middle-aged man gasped for air, wiping the sweat on his head with the back of his hand, also looking at Sun Yat-sen on the ground with an anxious face. Damn, what a back! The middle-aged man cursed, then commanded the crowd, quick, carry it to my car. Little Kai Z. Right at this moment, a bellowing voice rang out, and an old man who was also over 60 years old ran over, only that he was dressed very strangely. Behind him was a cloak with the word chop printed in gold, and on his shoulder was a blackened steel blade. Little talent. Joe Wagwa ran over like the wind and jumped in front of Sun Yat-sen. On the road several kilometers away from George's car wash. Since he decided to put up a fight, then Wang Qianqian would not hesitate. His body gradually bent down, and then his limbs landed on the ground, his eyes staring straight at the 5 flavors of people. You are also a demon? Seeing this scene, the 5 flavors man slightly frowned. After all, a demon slayer wouldn't fight in this position, and coupled with the talking slate in his hand, it wasn't strange for him to have this doubt. Talkative. Wang Qianqian's back leg stomped, and his figure pounced like electricity, arriving in front of the 5 flavors man in the blink of an eye, followed by a vicious brick slap towards his head. What a fast speed! The 5 flavors were startled. The other party was only an early stage of the Earth realm. How is the speed completely inferior to their own appearance? Just that the slate was about to slap his head, the 5 flavors man couldn't think about that much. First he dodged to avoid it, then his hand was in the shape of a knife, and he slashed towards Wang Qianqian's neck, and the vague light of the knife could still be seen in a trance. Slap his hand! Slate bellowed. Wang Qianqian held the slate and slammed it down hard towards the 5 flavor man's hand. Clank, clank, clank! The two swung each of them several times, and the hand blade and the slate clashed together, scraping out starry sparks. What kind of demon is this, with such sharp hands? Wang Qianqian was astonished. I don't know, knife? Sword? None of them look like Slate was also quite puzzled. If set aside 2 days ago, even if Wang Qianqian possessed speed not inferior to the 5 flavors of people, it would be difficult to beat the other party in combat, but after he learned boxing and kicking from Joe Wagwa, he did master quite a few means of responding to the enemy, and was already able to make a fight with the 5 flavors of people. 103 today, make an exception. Of course, just being on par was not enough. Fortunately, Wang Qianqian had other means. The sound of clank 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 continued to resound as Wang Qianqian dealt with the 5 flavor man's hand sword attacks with his slate, while suddenly opening his mouth, a scorching flame roared out. Spit flame. One of the skills in 72 changes, and the one that Wang Qianqian was using the most now, came in handy against Old Man Samuel. The Sand Realm was still only able to spit out a small cluster of flames, and now the flames of the Earth Realm were already significantly thicker compared to before. Hoo! While the 5 flavors man was still dealing with Wang Qianqian's slate with all his might, a flame instantly engulfed his head, burning the hair on his head in an instant and filling the air with a burning smell. Ha, beautiful. This one will burn him half to death even if he doesn't die. Slate spoke cheerfully. Miso. The 5 flavors man retreated several steps in a row and quickly patted his head, waiting until the flames were all burned out, revealing a bare head, yet surprisingly, his face was nothing but a little red. Wang Qianqian and Slate were both astonished. What a surprise to me, you can still spit fire. The 5 flavors man gently touched his face, then laughed sardonically. Unfortunately, I've seen more fire in my life than you've ever eaten. It seems that it is either a sword or a knife, and this thing is indeed not afraid of fire. Slate cautiously speculated. Wang Qianqian's face became grave. Since fire couldn't clean up the other party, what else in the 72 changes skills could deal with him? You kid, you are indeed surprisingly strong. I was a bit blinded before, thinking that I would be able to finish you off soon. Now it seems that I have to take out something real. Just as Wang Qianqian was still pondering, the 5 flavors man suddenly raised his hands and shook them in the air. Reversal of the heaven and earth. The man of 5 flavors let out a soft cry. At the same time, the space around the road suddenly became distorted. The sky and the earth seemed to turn around, and it kept tumbling and churning, as if the road was not a road, but a high-speed roller coaster, going up and down, the sky and the earth spinning. In such a space, Wang Qianqian could not even stand up, not to mention attacking, and could not recognize the direction, and fell to the ground with a bang, and then rolled around on the road. What to do? Wang Qianqian yelled at Slate, hasn't this guy always been knowledgeable? Wow! Slate didn't reply back as it directly threw up. Yes, it was also spun around and spat out a bunch of slimy stuff. The hands of the 5 flavors man stirred while pouncing towards Wang Qianqian, his harsh hand knife raised high and about to slice through his neck. East of the city, above the ruins. Little talent! Little talent! Joe Wagwa shivered and screamed, his hands trembling as he held Sun Yat-sen's head. Little Wazy. You've come. I'm really sorry. For letting you see me in such a sorry state. Sun Yukai was dying, blood continuously gushing out from his chest, but, I didn't admit defeat. When we were surrounded by dozens of enemies. I didn't admit defeat. Either. After saying these words, Sun Yotsai's head was tilted, as if he had already died. Little Kai Z. Zhou Weigui tore his heart and lungs and roared, 2 tears crossed his aged cheeks. His family had forgotten him, and his best friend in the world had left him. Sadness, grief, irritation, anger. Multiple emotions were intertwined in his heart. Really troublesome. The middle-aged man next to him sighed softly. In fact, he did not want to kill people. After all, this is a society of the rule of law. Anyone who kills someone will have to pay a price. But things have come to this point, there is no room for redemption. Their own people are okay, use money to block their mouths on the line, but in front of this old man, it is better to kill it. Subsequently, then spend money to find an unlucky person to top the tank. The obese middle-aged man raised his gun again and aimed it at Zhou Weigui's head. He has been in the Jianghu for decades. What should be done and what should not be done, his heart is very clear, and he will never be merciful. Bang! The middle-aged man decisively pulled the trigger. But the next second, he froze in place. Where is everyone? The middle-aged man rubbed his eyes and still didn't see another old man, only the already dead Sun Yukai lay on top of the ruins. Big brother, behind. A youth suddenly called out. The middle-aged man jerked his head back and saw that the old man who had been by Sun Yotsai's side just a moment ago had somehow managed to stand a dozen meters away. What's going on? The middle-aged man thought that he had blurred his eyes. How could someone be able to instantly move? Well, it must have been I blurred, either that or he was too tired. After this matter is dealt with, let's first find a bath center to scrub, and then find 2 more girls to have fun with. Well, it's settled. The middle-aged man raised his gun again, aiming at Zhou Weigui's chest. Is it people like you that were fighting so hard outside to protect? Decades ago, the gun in my hand only hit the enemy. Decades later, the sword in my hand only kills demons. But today, I'm going to make an exception. Zhou Weigui murmured softly, smoothly unclasping the demon region cloak, neatly folding it and placing it to the side. The demon beheading knife and demon suppressing bell were also taken down and placed squarely on top of the cloak. Little talent, wait, I'm coming to accompany you. Zhou Weigui raised his head, and 2 biting cold auras flashed by. At this moment, Zhou Weigui had all the thoughts in the world, and only cold killing intent remained in his heart. 104 losing his mind. On the road 2 kilometers outside Zhezhe's car wash. The space around him was still spinning, and Wang Xianqian was lying on the concrete road, his body rolling around, unable to stand up at all. Seeing that the 5 flavored people's palms that were as sharp as blades had already clipped over, Wang Xianqian's mind was flooded with the densely packed nouns in 72 changes. Which skill could be used at this critical moment? He was only at the Earth realm, most of his skills could not be used yet, or if he used them, the deterrent would not be able to achieve the effect of checking the enemy. Right at this moment, Wang Xianqian suddenly noticed that the entire space was suddenly chaotic, as if it was a roller coaster rolling back and forth or even churning without any rules, but in reality, the entire road was unchanged, still flat, ironed, steady and solid. Penetrating stone. Earthbound. Wang Xianqian lightly murmured the names of 2 skills in a row, and then his entire body disappeared. Hey! The 5 flavor people stood in place, the entire group looking a bit confused. Where was the person? Here. Right at this moment, on the road behind the 5 flavors man, 2 hands unexpectedly stretched out of thin air, fiercely grabbing his legs, and then fiercely yanking. Bang! The 5 flavors directly fell into a dog's mouth, his teeth knocked on the hard cement road, directly crumbling too. His face also scraped a lot of traces, although there was no blood, but there was also a crack. At the same time, Wang Xianqian also drilled out from the concrete, taking advantage of the 5 flavors of the man did not perform the demonic method of reversing heaven and earth. The whole person quickly pounced on his body, copying the slate towards his head and ruthlessly smashed. Demon beheading. Bang bang bang. Golden light flowed in Wang Qianqian's hand, and the big slate smashed on the 5 flavored man's head as if it was moneyless, and within a few times, his bare head was smashed to the point that his head was broken and bleeding. Master is really good at this, the skill is being used more and more skillfully. Slate roared with excitement, while at the same time vomiting non-stop. Sticky liquid continuously sprayed out from its body. The 5 flavors man screamed miserably twice, then his hands stirred madly, and the space around him once again spun around. With a plop sound, Wang Qianqian fell off his spine. The 5 flavor man roared and lunged towards Wang Qianqian with a sword-like hand. And Wang Qianqian disappeared again in this instant. Damn, where did it go? The 5 flavorful people stood up, panting as they looked to the left and right, their eyes filled with confusion. Wow, can you do it? I'm still waiting to drink human blood. Not far away under the streetlight, the open-mouthed youth called out with some dissatisfaction. If you have the effort to taunt me, why don't you help find where that kid went? The 5 flavors man said irritably. I don't know where he went, but I just saw his hand come out of the ground, it should have drilled into the ground. The open-mouthed youth said with certainty. Underground? The five flavored people looked towards underneath them, looking at the hard and sturdy concrete pavement. How can that be? As soon as the words fell, a pair of hands once again probed out from the ground, grabbing the five flavors' legs and yanking them hard. The five flavors man's center of gravity was unsteady, and he once again fell hard. East of the city, on the ruins, dozens of small hooligans were lying on the ground wailing. Each of them had either dislocated their arms or misplaced their calves. Joe Wegwa's foot stepped on the obese man's head, his eyes cold as stars. The obese man struggled hard, but his body couldn't move half a point. The gun in his hand was still smoking. In the time just now, he had already shot out all the bullets, but he didn't injure a single hair on Joe Wegwa's head. During the whole process, Joe Wegwa didn't use his demon beheading knife, and even the demon suppressing bell and demon taking cloak were put aside. 1. These guys were not worthy, and 2. He knew the consequences of what he had done, and he didn't want to get involved with the Luzhou City demon beheading team. You dared to kill Shao Kai-zi. Do you know how many feats he has accomplished? Do you know how much blood he has spilled for this land? The reason why you can still drive your broken Koluxer in a good manner, flaunting your arms and scenery in these ruins, is because of his hard work and dedication. People like you don't deserve to live and enjoy the peace and stability he contributed to. Joe Wegwa's voice sobbed with blood, one foot stomped down hard, and the sound of click 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 came from the bones on the middle-aged man's cheeks were breaking, and in a few seconds, his entire head would be crushed. Yes, Joe Wegwa was ready to kill him. In order to avenge Sun Yukai, he had already disregarded everything. It's Duke Xin who told me to do this. At the critical moment, the middle-aged man squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Firstly, to shirk his responsibility, and secondly, he wanted to use Duke Xin's name to scare Joe Wegwa. I'm Duke Xin's man, you'd better think about it before you kill someone. Is Duke Xin? Where is he? Joe Wegwa narrowed his eyes and asked in a cold voice. Chow Chow Bar. I have his phone number, I'll call him. The middle-aged man strained to feel out his cell phone, wanting to ask for help. No need, I'll go directly to him. After Joe Wegwa finished speaking, his foot pushed hard, and the middle-aged man's head completely shattered. Yes, on this cool and breezy night, Joe Wegwa, a veteran who had gunned down countless enemies and killed countless demons, completely lost his mind because of the death of his comrade. 105 The battle. Some may ask, even if Joe Wegwa lost his mind, wasn't it enough to kill the middle-aged man? Why did he still hold on to Duke Xin? This matter should be from 3 levels. The first is certainly Joe Wegwa and Sun Yotsai's relationship here, as a few decades ago with the same life and death, after decades of snuggling comrades, Joe Wegwa certainly cannot accept Sun Yotsai's death, for which the storm, crazy is justified. Secondly, the mastermind of this matter, since it is the Xin Gongzi, then Joe Wegwa will not let go of him. Thirdly, is the most critical, Joe Wegwa has already killed. Joe Wegwa had already killed one person, and the death sentence was a foregone conclusion, so he might as well kill another person. 1 for 2, it was worth it. Whether it was killing enemies on the battlefield or killing demons in the city, Joe Wegwa never did anything to lose money. With tears in his eyes, Joe Wegwa lifted Sun Yotsai's body onto the car and carefully stuffed the demon beheading knife, demon suppressing bell, and demon regenerating cloak into his arms, drove his Wuling Zhiliang, and quickly left the ruins and rushed towards the Tide Bar. Along the way, his mind was full of images of himself and Sun Yukai fighting side by side on the battlefield. The two had sworn brotherhood, made a vow of do not want to be born in the same year and month on the same day, but wish to die in the same year and month on the same day. Now, it is time to fulfill this promise. Earthwalking, one of the skills of 72 transformations, that is, you can travel freely in the earth. Penetrating stone, one of the skills of 72 transformations, i.e. one can pass through stones. If it was in ancient times, when those gods and demons were fighting, they had to drill into the earth, earthwalking would be enough, but in the modern metropolis, it also has to be combined with penetrating stone to be able to use it, because there are concrete roads everywhere. Since the 5 flavors man's reversal of heaven was ineffective against the ground, drilling into the earth to fight became the only way to break it. When Wang Xianqian was still a sand realm, he could only drill in half of his body, but now he could drill all the way in. Although he couldn't drill a little deeper yet, it was enough to cope with the 5 flavors man's tactics. After Wang Xianqian yanked the 5 flavors man to the ground for the second time, he once again pounced on him and frantically slapped down on his head. Him to death. Slade was still a little dizzy and shouted while vomiting. Something slimy sprayed on the 5 flavors man's head, and blood mixed with a non-lethal liquid ran down his cheeks, flowing down. Whoa, blood! Vomit! Slade shouted excitedly, vomiting uncontrollably while sucking greedily. The scene was very bizarre. Wang Xianqian continuously slapped more than 10 times, the 5 flavors man was almost half dead, his brain was a bit unconscious, the reversal of heaven skill couldn't be used anymore. He tremblingly stretched out a hand and rushed in the direction of the road and shouted, "Save! Save me!" Damn, said I don't need to intervene, but in the end, I still have to clean up the mess. The open-mouthed youth poo-pooed. His mission was originally to transfer Joe Wegwa. Since Joe Wegwa was not there, then he just stood on the side and watched the show, waiting to suck Wang Qianqian's blood. But in the end, he never thought that the 5 flavors man, who possessed the peak strength of the Earth realm, was actually done in this way by a demon beheading man at the early stage of the Earth realm. Thump. With a soft sound, the open-mouthed youth's legs stomped on the ground, and his body was like a stringed arrow rushing towards Wang Qianqian. In fact, when the Five Flavors man asked for help, Wang Qianqian had already prepared for a fight. He could even clean up the peak of the Earth Realm, what was a mere early stage of the Earth Realm. However, he simply did not expect that the speed of the open-mouthed youth was this fast. Wang Qianqian and the Five Flavors were fighting on the road, at least 30 meters away from the street lampside, and the open-mouthed youth just lightly thumped and instantly arrived in front of Wang Qianqian. Before Wang Qianqian could react, the other party's leg had already kicked him hard on his body. Bang! Wang Qianqian's body tumbled at least a dozen meters away, his chest seemed to have been hit by a Dongfeng truck, and the open-mouthed youth didn't know what kind of demon he was, his leg skill was so good. Shoo! The open-mouthed youth stomped on the ground, his figure was like a cannonball, kicking towards Wang Qianqian again. This time Wang Qianqian was prepared, limbs on the ground chow a flash to avoid, and open-mouthed youth's action is also extremely light, back and forth to change the direction of several times, always biting Wang Qianqian not to let go. However, Wang Qianqian also quickly found that the other party, in addition to the legwork, jump high, jump far, legs extremely powerful, the other does not seem to have anything special, continuous dodge a few times quickly adjusted the strategy, while the open-mouthed young man once again rushed towards himself, the mouth gently, a spit flame, a flash to avoid, and the movement is extremely light. Spit flame! A flame roared out, instantly sweeping the entire body of the open-mouthed youth. This move really worked. Although the Five Flavor people were not afraid of fire, the open-mouthed youth was too afraid to do so, and instantly lit up all over his body, snapped and fell to the ground, rolling back and forth in an attempt to extinguish the flames. I'm coming! Just as Wang Qianqian was about to make his next move, a loud shout suddenly rang out, and it was the Five Flavors man who climbed up from the ground. His head was full of blood and sticky stuff, but after a bout of rest just now, he had already eased up a bit. 106 Old Acquaintance. There was no one in the Chiu Chiu bar who didn't recognize Duke Xin. This young man, who was only in his early 20s, was a big name in this bar, including the neighborhood, and even the entire city of Luzhou, as his father was one of the most powerful people in the city. In a certain luxury card seat, Duke Xin was lazily half lying on the sofa, with a revealingly dressed girl on his left and right sides. One was responsible for feeding fruits into his mouth, and the other was responsible for holding his wine glass for him, handing it over to feed him a sip from time to time. Behind him, there stood 4 cold-faced bodyguards, with a ferocious look on their faces, not ordinary characters at a glance. Under the psychedelic music and lights, Duke Xin wrapped his arms around the shoulders of the 2 young girls, contentedly enjoying the group of demons dancing on the stage. He had done it all: the red lights, the drunkenness, the money, the nightly spring night. People, born unequal, and Duke Xin was definitely in the tier of successful people. Right at this moment, a figure gradually walked up to Duke Xin's body. He had a head full of white hair and a vicissitude of face, and his eyes were full of depth and hatred. Wow, now old men come to bars too. It's really the 21st century, society is getting more and more open. Bang! Before Duke Xin had time to finish lamenting, Zhou Weiguo slammed his fist fiercely. Duke Xin's entire body tumbled out backwards, rolling from the front of the sofa to the back of the sofa. The 4 bodyguards were startled, 2 of them rushed to protect Mr. Xin, while the other 2 rushed towards Zhou Weiguo. At the same time, the entire bar was in chaos. The 2 girls screamed and ran to the side. More and more people looked this way, and consciously made a small circle. With 2 bangs, Zhou Weiguo sent the 2 bodyguards flying and once again ran over in the direction of Mr. Xin. You take Duke Xin first. One of the bodyguards drew his knife and rushed up towards Zhou Weiguo, while the other bodyguard held Duke Xin and hurriedly ran in the direction of the back door. Bang! With a wave of his arm, Zhou Weiguo knocked the knife-wielding bodyguard away and continued to chase after Duke Xin like no one else was watching, his feet stepping over the wine table and sofa, arriving in a matter of moments. Seeing this, the last bodyguard could only place Duke Xin on the ground, then turned back to Zhou Weiguo while his eyes narrowed slightly. Shoo shoo shoo. More than a dozen wine glasses flew up from various places, and then disintegrated into countless fragments. The fragments flashed with sharp and cold aura in the air, and all of them were aimed at Zhou Weiguo. Awareness energy user? Zhou Weiguo looked at the last bodyguard with a deep gaze. On the other side. Reversal of heaven. The Five Flavors man, who had recovered a little bit, once again used his means. The space around him once again twisted and stirred up. Wang Qianqian's figure was unsteady and once again fell to the ground, and Slate also vomited. Quickly kill him! The Five Flavor man shouted at the open-mouthed youth. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? The open-mouthed youth, who had also fallen to the ground, roared, I'm also in this space, and I can't stand up even if you use this tactic, so kill a JB hair? Oh, I forgot. The Five Flavor people hurriedly stopped their hands, and the surrounding space only then returned to tranquility. Then together, powerfully destroy him. The 5 flavorful people once again lit up their hand blades and rushed towards Wang Qianqian with hatred. The peak of the Earth Realm was forced into this by an early Earth Realm. Where was their face and status? The open-mouthed youth also stomped on the ground with both legs, like a cannonball rushing towards Wang Qianqian. 2 people together, you're no match. Slate shouted anxiously. Penetrating stone. Earthbound. Without the need for Slate to remind him, Wang Qianqian knew that he couldn't possibly win under the joint attack of the two demons, and immediately cast the skills in 72 changes, again and drilled into the earth. Previously, when he was in the sand realm, he used the skill 3 or 4 times at most, and there was not much spiritual energy left in his body. Now that he had been promoted to the earth realm, he had used the skill 7 or 8 times in a row and had not yet seen it depleted. The only pity was that in the end, the realm was too low, and he couldn't stay in the land for too long, and he had to drill out in a dozen or so seconds. And as long as he showed his head, the 5 flavors man and the open-mouthed youth would attack together, making it so that he didn't even have a chance to fight back. What to do? After drilling the ground 2 or 3 times in a row, Wang Qianqian felt that it wasn't too good anymore. His spiritual energy was vaguely showing signs of running out. At this rate, not to mention being unable to fight, he couldn't even run away. They are 2 people, we also have 3 people. Slate reminded. Yeah, almost forgot about him. Wang Qianqian woke up as if from a dream, and quickly reached out his hand. A stream of light surged out from the Qiankuan bag, and then a silhouette appeared at first, sitting down on the ground with a bang. What is the situation? Wearing a pair of glasses, Mr. Honglu sat on the ground, still holding a thickened copy of Golden Vase Plum in his hand, looking around with a confused face, and then his gaze quickly collided with a person. Mr. Red Mansion? 5 Flavor Man? The 2 of them looked at each other in disbelief, so it turned out that they were still old acquaintances. 107 Another awareness energy person. Tide Bar. Among the demon shoppers, there were many JUEs, but JUEs were not all demon shoppers. Some JUEs would be recruited by certain rich and powerful people, while some JUEs would embark on the path of greed and crime. The former were better, at least they didn't do anything harmful to the society, while the latter often caused serious consequences, and removing them was the same as the scope of duties of the demon shoppers. In other words, the demon beheader not only beheads demons, but also gets rid of some harmful JUEs. It was just that the number of JUEs was too few and far between in this 4th-tier town in Luzhou City, so over the past few decades, Zhou Weiguo had only killed demons, not JUEs. This Jew energy person in front of him clearly had the ability to manipulate glass. These JUE energy users who haven't received professional training really aren't afraid of ordinary people seeing them at all. No way, still have to restore the identity of the demon beheader. Zhou Weiguo sighed softly, then reached out and touched the demon suppressor bell from his pocket, raising it to his chest and gently shaking it. Clear space. The sky above the bar shook slightly, and a piece of invisible space was derived, and although the surroundings hadn't changed much, the sofa was still a sofa, and the wine table was still a wine table, but the guests in the bar could no longer see the duo at all. Hey, where is everyone? The many patrons looked left and right in confusion. An emergency, we've already called the police, everyone please evacuate this place as soon as possible. Seeing this, the bar manager hurriedly shouted. In another space. Get out of the way. Looking at the JUEs in front of him, Zhou Weiguo said in a cold voice, other than the middle-aged man and Duke Xian from before, he didn't want to indiscriminately kill innocents. Duke Xian gave me money, so I have to protect his safety. The bodyguard didn't give him the slightest bit, and the glass slag around him shook slightly. Get out of the way. Zhou Weiguo once again droned in a cold voice, radiating the aura of his own body. Stone Realm? The bodyguard frowned slightly. At first he hadn't put Zhou Weiguo in his eyes, thinking that it was just an ordinary expert amongst humans. He didn't expect the other party to be a cultivator as well, and immediately similarly exuded his own realm in the middle stage of the Earth realm. Your realm is higher than mine, but don't forget that I'm a JUE, possessing means beyond the ordinary. Even if you are also a cultivator, you can't escape my abilities. The bodyguard had no fear on his face, and immediately reached out and squeezed his hand in the air, and messy glass slag shot towards Zhou Weiguo. With a flash, Zhou Weiguo's figure disappeared. Ka-ching-ching. The glass crumbs collided together, emitting a clanking sound, and some of them directly shattered into powder and fell to the ground. In the next second, Zhou Weiguo appeared in front of the bodyguard and ruthlessly punched him with an old fist towards his face. Bang! The bodyguard was sent tumbling several times and crashed onto a wine table with a bang. I understand your work. But you'd better not influence me. JUEs are quite powerful, but there are some gaps that can't be made up by any special ability. Zhou Weiguo walked expressionlessly towards Duke Xian, who had just received a punch from him, and his entire body had fallen into unconsciousness. Really? Then try this. The bodyguard reared up, then raised his hands to his chest as the spiritual energy in his body surged madly. Ka. All the bottles and glasses in the bar, including the glass on the surrounding windows, all split into pieces in this instant, each flashing with a stern sharpness, and were aimed at Zhou Weiguo in unison. Because all of these objects were used in the clear space, nothing had changed in the real environment, and the bottles, glasses, and windows were all in good shape. This was the awesome thing about the clear space. No matter what happened in it, it didn't affect the real world. In the end, these things were all simulated by the clear space to prevent large-scale injuries from occurring in the outside world, and no one could say how it worked because it was developed by the scientific research department of the higher-ups of the Demon Slayers. The bodyguard manipulated thousands of glass shards, but his face was slightly white, and his breathing was a bit out of breath. Obviously, with his current realm, it was a bit difficult to forcefully control so much glass. But for the sake of Duke Xin, he had already given up. With so many shards of glass, even if Zhou Weiguo's speed was fast, it was impossible to avoid it. It's really troublesome. Just killing a person, why are each and every one of them blocking me? Zhou Weiguo gently sighed, looking around the dense glass shards. Want to borrow the speed of the stone realm again to dodge away is obviously no longer possible. In this small piece of clear space, there is simply nothing to hide. Controlling so many glass shards, it should be quite difficult for you at this realm, right? It doesn't matter, let me help you out of your predicament. Zhou Weiguo opened the bosom of his coat and touched the demon-slaying sword out, then held it tightly and raised it above his head. The moment he saw the demon-slaying knife appear, the pupils of the energy-awakening person bodyguard quickly contracted. I'm not some ordinary cultivator. I'm a demon slayer. Thunder drawing technique. Yes, Zhou Weiguo was already able to learn this spell that only demon slayers could master since he had advanced to the stone realm. Rumble. A clap of thunder rumbled in the sky above the bar, followed by a harsh bolt of lightning that struck down, even directly piercing a hole through the bar's ceiling since it was in the clear space. The ceiling in the real world was actually unharmed and then fiercely heading towards the bouncer's head. No, the bodyguard screamed miserably and hastily stretched out his hands to block it. The glass shards lost control and fell to the ground with a tinkling sound. With a loud click, the bodyguard fell to the ground with a blackened body. He did not die. Zhou Weiguo was still merciful, because there was no deep hatred between the two. Zhou Weiguo once again took out the demon-suppressing bell and shook it gently. This temporarily created clear space disappeared, and his figure reappeared in the real bar. 108 Master, I'm just kidding. On the other side, on the road. You two, no. Each other, Wang Xianxian, who had already been entangled with the two demons for half a day, also froze, looking at Mr. Red Mansion, and then looking at the Five Tastes man. Ah, no. Mr. Red Mansion stood up, pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, his name is Five Flavors Man. He was previously a spatula in the kitchen of a certain Taoist temple, and every day he listened to the Taoist priests preaching and saying, and over time he opened the 7 orifices, and became what he is now. The so-called 5 flavors are the 5 flavors in the seasoning: sour, bitter, sweet, pungent and salty, and it did taste a lot, and it came out of the Taoist temple, so it called itself the 5 Flavors Man. After I cultivated my human form, there was a period of time when I was interested in Buddhism and Taoism, and I used to lurk in that Taoist temple for a period of time, so I got to know him. The original phase was actually a spatula? Wang Xianxian was surprised, and then understand why he is not afraid of fire. Also understand the reversal of the universe is how it is. That is not the action when frying vegetables. Spatula dance around in the pot, the dishes in the pot on the sky, up and down dance. It seems that different monsters have different skills, and they are often related to their own fields. We both have another thing in common. Mr. Red Mansion pushed up his glasses again and continued like an old pedant. We both can conceal our demonic aura. I got my power from books, while he was imbued with Taoism. This was something that Wang Xianxian had heard Li Qianqiu say. Demons that came out of temples and Taoist temples in these places did have a high probability of being able to conceal the demonic aura on their bodies. Why did you reveal all my old secrets? The 5 Flavors Man looked at Mr. Red Mansion with some grumbling. The top of his head was still bloodstained and laced with something slimy. While he said that, he also wiped the top of his head with his hand. When he saw the blood, he wasn't surprised. When he saw those slimy things, he suddenly felt very puzzled. What is this thing? Then also put it under his nose and smelled it. Grass, it stinks. The 5 flavored people hastily shook off their hands. Ha, this master's vomit, who let you turn my old man like that? Slade laughed triumphantly. This is my master. What he asked, I must answer. Mr. Red House explained seriously. Your master? The 5 Flavors Man's eyes widened. How did you recognize him as your master? I thought you were an ironclad bookworm. Of course I'm an ironclad bookworm, but he placed a soul contract on me, so I have to listen to him as well. By the way, how did you fight with my master? Mr. Red Mansion asked again. I just simply look at him not happy. The 5 Flavors Man slowly looked at Wang Xianxian, his mind already thinking about the way to lift the soul contract. It's Master Huang-san who asked you to come, right? Hearing that the 5 flavors of the man could also conceal the demonic aura, Wang Xianxian's heart was already clear. This is not the same as Mr. Red Mansion, when he was also sent here by Master Huang-san. Don't talk nonsense, it has nothing to do with Third Master Huang at all. The 5 Flavors Man snorted coldly. Yo, still not admitting it, are you afraid of Third Master Huang, or are you being righteous? Wang Xianxian smiled and teased. Of course I am righteousness. The 5 flavors of people a chest, was about to put on a righteous look, suddenly thought that this is equal to the words do not hit the self, and gently slapped his face. Oops, this brain of mine is really no, the spatula cultivating adults is really a bit defective. Fortunately, the salt I have eaten is more than the rice you have eaten. The 5 Flavors Man gritted his teeth and rushed at Mr. Red Mansion again. How can I break the soul contract? You tell me, I'll help you.
If you want to lift the soul contract, you must either give up on the owner's side voluntarily, or the owner's side loses his life. Mr. Red Mansion was worthy of reading through 10,000 scrolls, and spoke of these things with a clear head. Hey, it's okay if he's dead? Then you didn't say earlier, I even protected him several times before. Alas, if I had known I would not have interfered. Once this kid died, I would have been free. Agu agu. Slade had not finished speaking, the depths of his soul were subjected to a burst of suppression, and he hurriedly changed his words. Master. Master. I'm just kidding, how can I hope you die? You were so capable, follow you certainly have a future. Before saving you was also out of willingness. Really, you do not believe me. You look at my heart, and red and sincere, a heart only for you. Good, then I will kill him to help you lift the soul contract. The five-flavored man stared at Wang Qianqian hatefully, obviously really righteous. Those who have been cultivated by Taoism are different, and those wild demons are completely two species. That's not necessary, this master is quite good, the key is that he is willing to let me read the book. 5 flavors of people, it's Master Huang San who let you come, right, before he also let me do this. You'd better back off, you're not his opponent. Mr. Redhouse sincerely persuaded. That won't do, promised third Master Huang, how can I go back on my word? Besides, how come I'm not his opponent? I'll kill him now and help you break the soul contract. The 5 flavors man raised his hand blade again and sprinted towards Wang Qianqian. 109 This kid has a bad heart. Tied bar. With the lifting of the clear space, Zhou Weiguo reappeared in the real bar, with the bottles and glasses around him, the windows around him, and the ceiling above his head still intact. The bouncer was lying on the ground, half dead. Customers were evacuating in an orderly manner, while the bar's security guards were preparing to carry Mr. Xin away. Without saying a word, Zhou Weiguo's toes violently pointed to the ground, and with a huli, his body appeared in front of the security guards. A few security guards were startled, their hands were released at the same time, and Mr. Xin fell to the ground with a bang. Without any hesitation, Zhou Weiguo immediately stomped down on his head. He had already killed one person, he was already qualified to be sentenced to death, and he didn't care about killing one more person, not to mention that this person was also the culprit behind Sun Yotsai's death. With a boom, Duke Xian, who had always prided himself on being a man of honor, was killed on the spot, and his death was even more miserable than most of the lowly people he couldn't stand. At the same time, sirens sounded outside the bar, the manager had called the police earlier. One by one, the police officers fishtailed in with pistols. Zhou Weiguo did not escape, putting away the demon beheading knife and demon suppressing bell, then raised his hands high. Xiao Kai Zi, I will avenge you. Wait for me, then I will go down to accompany you, and we will continue to be brothers. Zhou Weiguo murmured in a low voice, and the corners of his eyes were filled with muddy tears. A group of police officers rushed up and held Zhou Weiguo down with 7 hands and 8 feet. On the other side, on the road. Since the 5 flavors of people take the initiative to attack, Wang Qianqian of course, no nonsense, immediately holding a brick to meet up, the two again clanking to fight together during the period of time and scraped out countless sparks. But in the end, the 5 flavors are injured, even if they have recovered a little, but also cannot be compared to the still unharmed Wang Qianqian. So in so many hits, he was beaten back and his face took on the color of stainless steel, and he was about to be slapped out of his true form by Wang Qianqian. Don't come and give me a hand yet. The 5 flavors man yelled at the open-mouthed youth who was still dazed next to him. Oh! The open-mouthed youth woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly rushed towards Wang Qianqian with his legs stomping on the ground. Don't fight! Don't fight! 5 flavor man, this is my master. Master, this is my friend. Mr. Red Mansion was so anxious that he stopped his feet, but unfortunately no one listened to him, and the two continued to fight. Cut the ing crap, come give us a hand. Master, this kid has a rebellious heart, give him soul suppression. Slate waved up and down in Wang Qianqian's hand. Hearing Mr. Hongluo's incessant chatter, he cursed impatiently. Who said I won't fight? Seeing the open-mouthed youth rushing towards Wang Qianqian, Mr. Red Mansion immediately turned into a thick copy of the Dream of Red Mansions. Powerful and powerful. Mr. Red Mansion let out a soft chant, and the Dream of the Red Mansion quickly swelled and expanded, turning into a shape as big as a truck, and then crashed to the ground with a rumble, blocking in front of Wang Qianqian's body. Bam! The open-mouthed young man's legs came out, originally aiming at Wang Qianqian, but ended up kicking on the Dream of Red Mansions that was as big as a truck. The legs of the open-mouthed youth were indeed excellent, but the Dream of the Red Mansion was only slightly trembling in shape, and still steadily protected Wang Qianqian. Although Mr. Red Mansion didn't have a realm, he didn't need a realm either, because his power was obtained from the book, and wasn't subject to the constraints and influence of a realm, plus he had read a lot of books in the past few days, and the power of his poetry of glorious poetry had been strengthened by a lot of power, so he could barely cope with the earth realm. Bam bam bam. The open-mouthed youth kicked several more times consecutively, and not only did the Dream of Red Mansions not do anything at all, it instead floated and smashed towards him. Open-mouthed youth suddenly extremely annoyed, 2 legs violently stomped on the ground, the whole person will be high up, directly jumped to the top of the Dream of Red Mansions, both hands grasping the book cover ruthlessly bit down. His mouth open, inside was filled with fangs, horrible and sharp. Click 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 a few times will bite down a lot of book debris, a touch of blood flowing down the book cover. Ha, cool. The open-mouthed youth sucked the blood in a big gulp, surprisingly a hobby with Slate. Mr. Redhouse screamed miserably. Suddenly the spring breeze comes, and 1,000 trees bloom with pear blossoms. Mr. Red Mansion once again let out a soft chant, and a gust of wind suddenly swept up from its surroundings, directly blowing the open-mouthed youth out. Hiss, it hurts. Mr. Red Mansion sucked in cool air. The huge book cover had already been gnawed off a small half. Pay attention, don't lay your hands on my friend. Look at what Mr. Red Mansion has been bitten into. Respect the readers, don't you know? The Five Flavors man who was fighting against Wang Qianqian cursed at the open-mouthed youth who was blown into the air by the wind. In the sound of the wind, the open-mouthed youth was rolling in the air, and when he heard the sound and looked down, he saw that Wang Qianqian was riding on the Five Flavors man, grabbing his collar with one hand, and grabbing the slate with the other hand, and fiercely slapping at his head. 110 Master, how nice. The Five Flavors man was already half dead, with a head full of blood, but he was still tilting his head and shouting, "Don't hit my friend that hard. He's your friend, but I'm not your friend?" Just now, when he turned into a truck that big and almost slapped me to death, did you ever stop him for a single word? Lao Dao, you said you wanted to kill the demon chopper, so I came with you. I count that as righteousness, right? If you want to do things like this, then I'm sorry, I have to go. The open-mouthed youth was so angry that he almost fainted, and after landing on the ground with a bam sound, his legs violently stomped again, and jumped out towards the farther distance. Old Tao, every year today, I will burn incense for you. The open-mouthed youth leaped out dozens of meters away in an instant. A husband jumped on the golden steps, slanting half a shoulder to want to be ashamed of each other. Mr. Red Mansion let out a soft chant, and the large Red Mansion dream leaped out in a flash, his speed unexpectedly not much slower than the open-mouthed youth. Surprised, the open-mouthed youth stomped on the streetlight with his legs once again, and his entire figure rushed into the dark alley like an arrow off the string. Hong Lu, don't chase after him. That's my friend. The Five Flavor man wailed again. Mr. Red Mansion hesitated slightly. The open-mouthed youth had already lost his shadow, and when he looked back again, the head of the Five Flavors man was already almost slapped into the ground, and his voice was if anything, breathless, while Wang Qianqian was still slapping vigorously, obviously not stopping until he was slapped to death. Without any hesitation, Mr. Red Mansion quickly transformed into human form with a swoosh, and then came to Wang Qianqian's body with a quick step. Master, please let him go, he really hasn't harmed anyone. Mr. Hong Lu said anxiously. Good, I knew that you are an insider eater, Master. I'm going to clear the sight of the king today. The slate flew out from Wang Qianqian's hand and slapped straight towards Mr. Red Mansion's head. With a bam sound, Mr. Red Mansion's brain was smashed out of a big bag. Why don't you? You dodge? Slate froze. Master, you can punish me any way you want, just don't kill him. Mr. Red Mansion ignored Slate and lowered his head and said in a deep voice. Wang Qianqian stepped on the Five Flavors man's head with his foot, his eyes staring straight at Mr. Red House. Do you know the duties of a demon chopper? Mr. Hong Lu lowered his head and didn't say anything, but his eyes were red. Luckily, I'm not an official demon beheader right now, Wang Qianqian said while putting his foot back. Mr. Red Mansion raised his head and looked at Wang Qianqian with a surprised face, and the Five Flavors man also turned his head, his face full of incredulity. Go! Before I backtrack. Don't come back in the future, or I definitely won't let you go. Wang Qianqian kicked the man of Five Flavors and put on a fierce expression. The man of Five Flavors froze for a long time, finally sure that Wang Qianqian was really willing to let himself go, before he strenuously climbed up from the ground, looked at Mr. Red Mansion and then Wang Qianqian, then arched his hand and turned around, ready to leave. Wait! Right at this moment, Slate suddenly let out a loud shout. Brick, what are you doing? The master has said to let him go. Mr. Red House was instantly anxious. First of all, I'm not called Brick, I'm called Forever Unknown. Forget it, there's no time to talk nonsense with you, let me suck 2 more mouths of blood off. Brick swoosh flew to the Five Flavors of people blood-stained head, a big mouthful of blood, while sucking also said, cool Only after Slate had drunk his fill, the Five Flavors were able to leave, their figures limping and disappearing into the dark alley. Wang Qianqian really did not go after him, but walked to his car. The white Jetta rolled over twice before, and crashed into the lamp post on the roadside, the hood, and both sides of the door all dented, sent to the repair shop at least a week to recover. What kind of demon is that guy in the end? The legwork is outstanding recalled the open-mouthed youth, Wang Qianqian muttered. This phase is a flea, I've seen him before beside the Five Flavors man. Although I'm not familiar with him, I know that he hasn't killed anyone either, and at most, he goes to the barber store to eat scalps. Mr. Red Mansion, who had followed him over, hurriedly explained. Well, Wang Qianqian didn't say anything else, still checking around the car's condition and preparing to call the repair store. Master. Thank you. Mr. Red House held back half a day and finally squeezed out a few words. It's okay, your friend, always give a few points of face. Wang Xianqian did not take it seriously. Make 72 changes in the powerful skills will be 4 feet skyward white Jetta lifted over and fill out the cell phone to often in Zhejiang car wash store cooperation repair store call. Looking at Wang Xianqian, who was busy working non-stop, a warm current surged in the heart of Mr. Honglu. Although he was put under a sole contract, but he had to say that this master was really good. Hey, does it hurt anymore? Slate fluttered and flew in front of Mr. Red Mansion. Ah, it's fine. Mr. Red Mansion touched the bag on his head. Compared to his friend being safe and sound, what is this injury? 111 The Chosen One. You say you are also stupid, why do not you know to hide? Said Slate slyly. Because I was afraid that my master would be displeased. Said Mr. Red House, with his head bowed. He won't be upset. Looking at Wang Xianqian, who was still communicating with the repair store, Slate smiled. Why? Mr. Red Mansion asked. Because he, like you, is a very sentimental guy. You kid, very much to his taste. Slate said mysteriously, but did not mention much about the past. After all, that was a wound that could never be erased for Wang Xianqian. To have such a master, my heart is also in the right place. Mr. Red Mansion turned his head to look at Wang Xianqian, his gaze becoming much softer. What, you're still angry? The master treats you like this, and you're still angry? Are you a white-eyed wolf? Slate suddenly cursed. I don't talk to uneducated people. Grass, that brick just now was a really light slap. In the dark alley, the 5 flavors man was limping along when a figure suddenly blocked his way. Hey, you're not dead? The open-mouthed youth was very surprised. Well, Red Mansion helped me plead for mercy, and that demon beheader spared me. The 5-flavored man said with a somewhat complicated expression. It's also okay, it's not in vain that you've been facing him before. What do you plan to do next? Find another helper to deal with Wang Xianqian? The open-mouthed youth asked again. People have spared me, it's not appropriate to hold on to it, right? The 5-flavored man frowned. That's not killing? Then how are you going to explain to Master Huang-san? Tell the truth. The 5 flavors man's eyes were firm, as if he had made up his mind. If you're not prepared to kill, just run away before it's too late and be done with it. What else to say to Third Master Huang? He'll kill you. The open-mouthed youth immediately shook his head. No, others can run, I can't. Third Master Huang saved my life. Running away like this is not in line with the rules of the Jianghu. The 5 flavors man said somberly. Big brother, you are a demon. What Jianghu rules do demons still talk about? The open-mouthed youth was very speechless. What's wrong with demons? Demons can also read holy books. Demons can also live like a person. The 5 flavors man puffed out his chest and strutted forward. Come on, completely stupid, brainwashed by that human thing. Guess it's the last time to see you. Seek your own happiness. Looking at the back of the 5 flavor people, the open-mouthed youth sighed softly, and his figure similarly disappeared in the darkness. On the side of the road, the people from the repair store finally arrived and towed away Wang Xianqian's white Jetta. Since it wasn't far from the car wash, Wang Xianqian walked straight back, thinking about tonight's events as he walked, needing to make up a plausible story to fool everyone. The walkie-talkie was broken, the car had crashed and flipped over, and such things as fighting with a demon definitely couldn't be hidden from the other demon choppers. A spatula at the peak of the Earth realm and a flea at the beginning of the Earth realm, it was normal to not be able to beat them, and it would be good to escape. Well, let's just say that one was good enough to escape. Meanwhile, Slate and Mr. Red House were chatting. The master knows so many spells, spitting flames, carrying mountains, vigorously, penetrating stones, and earthbound. How do I look at it as a bit like 72 transformations? Mr. Honglu was not too sure and asked. Journey to the West was a book he finished reading a long time ago. Don't talk nonsense, which has what 72 changes, the master is just ordinary Jew energy person. Slate tried hard to make a cover-up, that god in the dark space definitely possessed the power to kill them in seconds with a wave of his hand. Ordinary JUE energy person? Then the master's awakened skills are also too much. This is called a gifted wizard and a chosen son. It didn't take long for Wang Xianqian to arrive at the entrance of Zhejiang's car wash. I'll go back first, yell at me again if something happens. Mr. Red Mansion was anxious to read his book and turned into a stream of light and drilled into his Qiankuan bag. Wang Xianqian exhaled and took a step towards the entrance of Zhejiang's car wash. Just then, the sound of hasty footsteps suddenly rang out as Zhong Xian and Long Kuai rushed out with anxious faces. Zhong Xian, Sister Long, where are you going? Wang Xianqian was a little vain, thinking that they had discovered the demon's traces. Xiao Chun, you're back just in time. Something happened to old brother Zhou. He's at the station at this moment. Wang Xianqian froze on the spot. 20 minutes later, in the city bureau office. Li Qianxiu, Wang Xianqian, Long Kuai, and Zhong Xian were sitting here, listening to one of the leaders talk about Zhou Weiguo's situation. The organization, Demon Chopper, often needed to cooperate with the local police because of the special nature of its occupation, so the two sides weren't strangers anymore, so there wasn't any politeness and they went straight to the point. Killed 2 people? Li Qianxiu frowned slightly. Even more stupid people know that Zhou Weiguo is in big trouble this time. Yes, and still two big names. A nickname called Fatty Ding is a famous big brother of the Jianghu, rich and powerful with brothers. In fact, killing him is not a big deal. After all, he shot Zhou Weiguo first, but also to self-defense on the lean, but the other one is in trouble. The leader's tone lowered. 112 A night of sleeplessness. The other one was known as Duke Xin, and his father, Xin Wuwei, was one of the most powerful people in the city. According to Zhou Weiguo account, it is because Xin Gongzi ordered to kill Sun Yukai, so he was angry to do this case. Both Eunuch Xin and Fatty Ding were dead, and no one knew if Eunuch Xin had given such an order or not, but even if he did, he was not qualified to lay his hands on Zhou Weiguo and kill him when Eunuch Xin had not posed any threat to Zhou Weiguo's life. So Zhou Weiguo being sentenced to death was the nail in the coffin. Because this matter involves the demon chopper, so I should go through the process on my side to go through the process, and you should report on your side to report on your side, the leader said as he gazed at Li Qianqiu. Good. Li Qianqiu said softly, a pair of fists secretly clenched, but in the end, powerlessly loosened. Well, that's it then. The leader gathered his notebook. Bureau Zhu, can I see him once? Li Qianqiu asked with red eyes. Yes. Bureau Zhu nodded. 10 minutes later, Li Qianqiu and the others met Zhou Weiguo in one of the interrogation rooms. As a demon chopper, Zhou Weiguo's treatment was still good, with only a pair of light handcuffs on his hands. This side had done their best to take care of him. I'm fine, really fine. Zhou Weiguo stood up and looked at the crowd with a smile on his face. Except for Li Qianqiu and Wang Qianqian who were just stony-faced, Long Qiu and Zhong Xian's eyes were a little red. Regret? Li Qianqiu asked the first sentence. No regrets. Zhou Weiguo was still smiling. It's good if you don't regret it. When you're gone, a pension will be issued from above, and I'll hand it over to your family. Although Zhou Weiguo was not sacrificed in the line of duty, as long as he was a demon chopper, as long as he died, a sum of money would also be issued to thank him for the contributions he had made. Okay, trouble. Zhou Weiguo wasn't polite, there was no need to be polite when it was this time. Good, then we'll leave first, come back when the court is in session. Li Qianqiu turned to leave, and several others looked at Zhou Weiguo reluctantly. Elder brother Zhou, we're leaving. Old brother Zhou. It's fine, let's go, I'm old, I've lived long enough. Zhou Weiguo revealed a naive smile, not at all able to see that he was a murderer who had killed two people in a row. Morgue. Duke Xian's body was placed on the bed, his head had been completely shattered, and the professional mortician was unable to repair it. Xin Wuwei stood next to him, a face of silence and grief. Even though his heart had turned over, his face did not show any abnormalities. Why did our son die, why? A woman grabbed Xin Wuwei's collar, crying at the top of her lungs. Calm down, the person is already gone, and the murderer has fallen into the net. Xin Wuwei forced the grief in his heart. Woe, the woman flopped down on Duke Xian's body, bawling her eyes out. Xin Wuwei turned his head away as 2 lines of muddy tears fell. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't find out anything about Zhou Weiguo's family at all, at this moment, Zhou Weiguo's family would have been broken and his wife separated. 11 o'clock at night. The atmosphere in Zhezhe's car wash store was extremely depressing. Wang Qianqian, Zhong Xian, and Long Kuai were sitting on the sofa, each of them silent. Li Qianqiu sat in front of the computer, typing the email word by word, carefully using the wording. He tried to put all the blame on Fatty Ding and Eunuch Xian, describing them as evil, underhanded, and aggressive, and that Zhou Weiguo was forced to fight back. But no matter how it was written, Li Qianqiu knew that it was futile, with all the human and physical evidence, not to mention the fact that Duke Xian's father was still Xin Wuwei, it was simply impossible to overturn the case. But he still holds hope, even if there is only a sliver of. Zhaozhe had already left, he really didn't want Zhou Weiguo to go too off. In this situation, Wang Qianqian definitely couldn't say anything more about the demon. It was inappropriate and there was no chance. He waited for Li Qianqiu to finish writing the email before he stood up and rushed to the several people, go to sleep. A few people lowered their heads and went into their houses. Wang Qianqian had a sleepless night. However, who could really sleep? At 6 o'clock the next morning, several people got up as usual and sat down for the morning meeting as usual. Li Qianqiu didn't mention Zhou Weiguo's matter, but just talked about yesterday's situation and arranged for today's work. Xiao Chen, from today onwards, you'll follow Long Qiu to learn marksmanship. Good. Wang Qianqian nodded. With elder brother Zhou out of the picture, the eastern part of the city will be handed over to me, Li Qianqiu continued. Elder brother Li, leave the city east to me. Long Kuai interjected. Okay. Li Qianqiu didn't push back, he himself was in charge of the center and north of the city, adding another city east was indeed a bit overwhelming. That's it then, everyone start moving. Li Qianqiu stood up. Elder brother Li, I still have one more thing. Wang Qianqian finally spoke. Then, he talked about what happened last night, only slightly altering the end, not saying that he took the initiative to let go of the 5 flavors, but saying that he ran away himself. 113 will undoubtedly die. Wang Qianqian was only an early stage of the Earth realm, facing a peak Earth realm and an early stage of the Earth realm. It was already very good to be able to come back alive.
Of course, Li Qianqiu wouldn't suspect anything. Instead, he said with palpitations in his heart, I really didn't expect you to encounter such a thing. Xiao Chen, I'm sorry, yesterday we were only worried about old brother Zhou. It's fine, Wang Qianchen immediately shook his head. A spatula demon and a flea demon, it seems like there are really a lot of demons ambushed in Luzhou City. But this Master Huang San is strange, why must he stare at Xiao Chen? Li Qianqiu was puzzled. Wang Qianchen was also curious about this issue, but Mr. Red Mansion didn't know, and neither did the Five Flavors man. It's still necessary to find a way to figure out where this third Master Huang is. Alright, everyone go and get busy, I'll think of something too. Li Qianqiu tried to walk away from the matter of Zhou Weiguo. After all, everyone still had their own duties to attend to. The crowd left Zhezhi Car Wash. Wang Qianchen's Jetta was sent for repair. He first took a taxi to the company, and after dealing with some official business, he made a trip to Digital City to rewire the intercom with a headset. Only then did he call Long Kuai. Tunliu County, in front of the door of a small 2-story building in 100 acres of greenhouses. Master Huang San was sitting on the ground and was absorbing the aura of heaven and earth. Although the cultivation methods of human beings and demons are different, but in general the same way, both are to become more powerful, and even obtain the ability of longevity, immortality, and so on. Just then, a figure gradually approached. Master Huang San opened his eyes and tried to recognize it for half a day before he said in surprise, How did you become like this? Where did your hair go? The Five Flavors man touched his own bare head, sighed and said, Master Huang San, this is a long story to tell. Immediately after, the Five Flavors man told the events of last night. After listening, Third Master Huang fell silent. Third Master Huang, I'm really sorry, Mr. Honglu was my good friend, and Wang Qianchen spared my life, so it's impossible for me to lay my hands on him again. The man of Five Flavors lowered his head, already prepared to bear all the punishment. Oh, it's nothing. Third Master Huang patted his shoulder and comforted him. Third Master Huang, you're not angry with me? The Five Flavors man raised his head and looked at him in surprise. Why would I be angry with you? You are righteous and know right from wrong, that's good. As expected from a Taoist temple, you just understand things better than other demons. There aren't many demons as disciplined as you are in the entire natural world. Third Master Huang smiled slightly, his eyes filled with admiration. Third Master Huang, it's still you who understands me. The Five Flavors man's face was filled with excitement, and he couldn't wait to kiss him. We are brothers, who understands you if I don't? Third Master Huang patted his shoulder again and said smilingly, You cannot kill Wang Qianchen, but to kill one other demon chopper, this is always no problem, right? Other demon chopper Five Flavor man's face collapsed again. What, unwilling? It's okay if you don't want to, I'll look for other demons. Master Huang San made a gesture to take out his cell phone. Master Huang San, I'll go. The Five Flavor man stopped Third Master Huang's hand. Oh, good. Third Master Huang smiled and nodded. Well, I'll go study it. The Five Flavors man turned around and left, striding out of the area. As soon as his figure disappeared, Third Master Huang's eyes immediately went cold. A few weasels burrowed out, chirping in front of him. Kill him? There's no hurry, this kind of guy is still useful. Against different demons, have different means, he is not like to play the human righteousness of that set, then I will play righteousness with him. Wait for him to complete the task. Master Huang San closed his eyes and began to cultivate once again. Shangjing, in a certain courtyard. Song Chongjian, the chief commander of Demon Chopper, sat in front of his computer, looking at the email sent by Li Qianqiu with a grave expression on his face. Zhou Weiguo had committed a case that would surely lead to death. But he was a member of Wang Qianchen's team. It's not easy to grind up, and then you have to change again. Regardless of the state of mind or emotions, it's definitely unfavorable to that kid's growth. Right now all of Daxiao's affairs combined are not as that kid's growth is important. For this reason, it's fine to use a little bit of tactics, and Duke Xian isn't a good person anyway, but how are we going to help Zhou Weiguo get off the hook? Song Chongjian fell into deep thought, sometimes rising, sometimes sitting in silence. In the end, Song Chongjian picked up his cell phone. Luzhou City, City God Temple. Zhou Junxian woke up early and yawned as he walked towards the faucet at the side of the main hall. Wow! He unscrewed the faucet, then reached out and made a move. There was no reaction, then another move, still no reaction. Forgot, gave the Qiankuan bag to that kid. Zhou Junxian shook his head helplessly, no way, go buy a new toothbrush again. In the south of the city, it was the area that Long Kuai was in charge of. After Wang Qianchen met with Long Kuai brought him to a remodeled shooting room. This shooting room was on the ground floor of a certain vegetable market, possessing very good soundproofing, and it had guns, bullets, targets, as well as a lounge and an audio-visual room, everything that should be there, and it was one of the places where demon choppers usually trained. Because of Zhou Weiguo's matter, Long Kuai wasn't in a very good mood, but she still taught Wang Qianchen very carefully, from the principles of firearms to disassembling and assembling them, as well as some elements of shooting and so on, all of which were clearly explained. 114 The Flowers of the Motherland. After explaining clearly, Long Kwai then said to Wang Qianqian, the targets are 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, and 50 meters. You take your time to practice, I'm going to go on my rounds. Good. Wang Qianqian knew that Long Qiu was in a bad mood and didn't pester her too much. He put the soundproof headphones on himself and stood in front of the 10-meter target with his gun. After Long Kwai left, Wang Qianqian also exhaled and aimed at the red heart target 10 meters away. In his unseen line of sight, a strand of demonic qi twisted above his gun-wielding arm. Bang! Wang Qianqian fired. Off target. Bang! Another shot, off target again. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Qianqian fired several shots, not to mention hitting the red center. He didn't even hit the target. Strange, whether it's practicing the demon beheading heart sutra or practicing healing, punching, and kicking, I feel like I'm good at it, as if I knew it in my past life, so how come I'm completely ineffective when it comes to this part of firearms? Wang Qianqian was at a loss. If the demonic qi could talk, it must be very speechless at this moment, because it had never touched this stuff at all. Looks like this stuff can't rely on instinct anymore, I have to learn from scratch. Wang Qianqian exhaled, then held the gun with both hands and aimed at the target again. Stability and concentration. Wang Qianqian recalled Long Aoi's teachings from before and stared wholeheartedly at the target 10 meters away. Bang! Wang Qianqian fired again, and although he still didn't hit the red center, he had already hit the middle of the 7th and 8th rings. Not bad, progress. Wang Qianqian smiled. Possessing the characteristics of a dog and the strength of the earth realm, stability and concentration were not a problem in itself for him. At the same time, west of the city's second middle school. It was class time, the corridors were empty, and the sound of loud reading came from the classroom. A stainless steel spatula cruised along the wall, gradually coming to a certain classroom window. Because of the investigation done in advance, the 5 flavors saw Zhong Xian at a glance. Apart from Wang Qianqian, Zhong Xian was the weakest one in the Luzhou City Demon Slayer squad, and the 5 flavor people naturally put their target on her. At this moment, Zhong Xian was wearing her school uniform, sitting in the middle of a group of students. She was listening to the lecture and taking notes carefully. Although she had finished her 3 years of high school knowledge, it didn't affect her ability to learn from the past and learn from the new. It was just that as she listened, a touch of sadness would pass through her eyes, and that was because she was reminded of Zhou Weiguo. After watching for a while, the 5 flavors fluttered away. In the monitoring room, a security guard was high on melon seeds while observing the movements on campus. What's that, a spatula? How can a spatula fly? The security guard instantly sat up straight, his eyes staring straight at the image in the monitor. But in the next second, the spatula disappeared. It should be eye blurred, how can a spatula fly? The security guard exhaled and lay down again to get high on melon seeds. Outside the school's fence against the south side was a small forest. The 5 flavors flew out and quickly changed into human form. How's it going? The open-mouthed youth immediately scurried out from behind a large tree. Last night he thought that the 5 flavors were dead, but he didn't expect a new mission today. Can't lay a hand on her. The man of 5 flavors shook his head. Why, can't fight? The open-mouthed youth asked suspiciously. It's not that we can't beat her, she's still a student, the future flower of the motherland. I really can't lay my heart on this. The 5 flavor man rubbed his hands. We demons also have a motherland? The open-mouthed youth became more and more puzzled. Isn't that nonsense? Without a country there is no home, and without a home where are we demons? Alright, let's go find Long Kwai. Other than Wang Qianqian and Zhong Xian, the most suitable one left to start is her. The 5 flavored people took big strides and walked towards the outside of the woods, their entire backs filled with light. The open-mouthed youth had no choice but to follow. In the shooting room, Wang Qianqian had practiced for a whole morning and could already hit the red heart of the target from 30 meters away. As long as one understood the principles of firearms, coupled with superb eyesight, concentration and stability, it wasn't really difficult to do this. Bam, the door was pushed open, and Long Aoi walked in with a sullen face. Sister Long. Wang Qianqian immediately turned around and greeted. Humph. Long Kwai nodded, a face devoid of any expression, although she didn't want to be like this, but because her heart was set on Zhou Weiguo's matter, she couldn't really smile either. Although Wang Qianqian's feelings with Zhou Weiguo were not as deep as Long Qiu's with him, he was able to empathize, so he didn't have any complaints either. After looking at Wang Qianqian's training results from the morning, Long Kwai nodded and said, pretty good, keep practicing, next up is 50 meters and 100 meters. Good. Wang Qianqian said, Sister Long, it's getting late, why don't we go and have a meal first? You go ahead, I don't have an appetite. Long Kwai lowered her head. Sister Long, you still need to eat, otherwise how can you have the strength to kill demons? Wang Qianqian said softly. News just came in, because it involves Duke Xian, his father, Xian Wuwei, requested that the entire case be handled quickly, expeditiously, and rigorously, and elder brother Zhou may have to complete the trial and execution in 2 or 3 days. Long Kwai raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears. So fast? Wang Qianqian's heart clenched. Outside the window of the shooting room, The 5 flavors held the hand of the open-mouth youth. Old brother. What are you doing? A heart of the open-mouth youth thumped, and his face reddened up. 115 The feeling of the heartbeat. Just for a moment, in the mind of the open-mouthed youth, the two people's children would be playing soy sauce. Help you cover the demonic aura. We are so close to the shooting room. What if Long Kwai's demon-suppressing bell reacts? 5 flavors of people lying in the ears of the youth of the open mouth whispered. Oh, scared me. The open-mouthed youth let out a long breath. What's wrong with you? Blushing like a roasted eggplant? The 5 flavors man had a puzzled look on his face and even touched his forehead with his hand. Nothing. The open-mouthed youth turned his head away. The 5 tastes man was puzzled and continued to look inside the window. In the shooting room, Long Kwai and Wang Qianqian discussed Zhou Weigui's case, but no matter which direction they went, it was impossible for Zhou Weigui to live again. With old brother Zhou's means, he could actually finish off Duke Xian without moving, and he wouldn't have to be subjected to any tracking or scrutiny afterward. Wang Qianqian sighed softly. That's not old brother Zhou's style of doing things. Long Kwai shook his head. Killing people to pay for their lives, heaven and earth. He was a former soldier, his ideological awareness is higher than all of us. He will kill with honor and integrity, and he will openly accept the legal sanction afterward. That's why yesterday he said that he has no regrets, because he does have a clear conscience, and can stand up to his own identity, and also can stand up to this country. Wang Qianqian was silent. Just these 2 days, let's go to the court to wait for the verdict. And then send old brother Zhou on his last journey. Long Kwai lowered her head and said. Aha! Wang Qianqian answered softly. Long Kwai was not in the mood to eat, and he was not in the mood to eat either. Sister Long, you sit down first, I'll go out to buy a bottle of water. Wang Qianqian turned around and left the shooting room. Long Kwai sat on the chair next to her and looked up at the ceiling above her head in a daze. Outside the window of the shooting room. This Zhou Weigui is really a man. To put it in a word that may be overstated, only humans can do this in the entire natural world. After listening to Long Aoi and Wang Qianqian, the 5 flavors revealed a look of infinite yearning. How do I think it's stupidity? Putting aside the other things, even if he was caught, he could still use means to escape. None of those police officers should be able to stop him. The open-mouthed young man was puzzled. Alas, you will never understand. The 5 flavor man shook his head. Who says I don't understand? Although I am a flea, I also know that people should be righteous. The open-mouthed youth said righteously. Then let me ask you, if I am killed one day, will you avenge me like this? The 5-flavored man grabbed the hands of the open-mouthed youth and looked at him with hot eyes. Old brother. Don't be like this. The open-mouthed youth's face reddened again. Wang Qianqian has come out. The 5 flavors man suddenly whispered, and then a hand pulled the open-mouthed youth into the corner where the garbage was piled up next to him, and the two of them clung tightly to each other, not daring to utter a single breath. In the narrow corner, the open-mouthed youth gently leaned his head on the 5 flavors man's shoulder. What are you doing? The 5 flavors man had a confused look on his face. Nothing. The open-mouthed youth raised his head, itching to slap himself twice. Damn it, what's with this feeling of heartbeat? Wang Qianqian is going to buy water, we will be a while. The 5-flavor man whispered the plan. Why are you two here? Just then, Wang Qianqian appeared in front of the two demons. The 5 flavors man and the open-mouthed youth sat on the ground and looked at him dumbfounded, not knowing how he appeared here. Obviously his breath was already well concealed. In fact, because the shooting room was too large, can a 100-meter target not be too large? Wang Qianqian didn't find them at first, and it was only after he went out of the door of the shooting room that he heard the duo's voices and smelled the duo's scent. Say, why are you guys here? Wang Qianqian's face sank, directly copied the slate. Yesterday, for the sake of Mr. Honglu's face, had already spared their lives. If they still had evil intentions, then they would not be polite. It just so happens that Long Kwai is also here. The two of them join hands. It is more than enough to clean them up. I came to thank you for not killing yesterday. The 5-flavors man was in a hurry. He quickly reached into his arms and took out the leftover buns from the morning. The 2 buns had been flattened, and the egg vermicelli was exposed, emitting a sour odor. Yes, thank you for not killing me. The open-mouthed youth followed suit and also pulled out a large messy scalp from his arms. What messy stuff? Wang Qianqian frowned. If you guys really want to thank me, just don't do bad things in the future, and don't come to the city. Find a place to purify yourselves. Just because I don't kill you guys doesn't mean that other demon beheaders won't kill you. Saying this, Wang Qianqian also turned his head to look at Long Kwai in the shooting room through the window. Long Kwai was sitting on a chair, and her entire body looked dull. Hurry up and leave, don't disturb my dragon sister. Wang Qianqian said with annoyance. Good. The two turned to leave, their figures quickly disappearing. Wang Qianqian turned around left and right, sure that the 2 demons were indeed gone, before going to buy water from the kiosk across the street. 116 You go back. Seeing Wang Qianqian enter the kiosk, the 5-flavors man and the open-mouthed youth returned and quietly approached the shooting room. Wang Qianqian isn't here, let's grab and finish off Long Kwai. The open-mouthed youth rubbed his fists and did warm-up maneuvers, preparing for a big battle. No way, Wang Qianqian just said that he wouldn't let us disturb Long Oi. The Five Flavors man said while looking in through the window. What then? The open-mouthed youth froze. Zhong Xin can't be killed, and Long Kuai can't be killed, so there's only one left. The Five Flavor man's eyes flashed. Li Qianqiu? The open-mouthed youth asked suspiciously. Right. The Five Flavors man nodded. Open-mouthed youth. Man of Five Flavors? The two demons both looked frustrated because they knew they couldn't beat Li Qianqiu at all. What should we do, old brother? The open-mouthed youth asked with a sigh. Let's go first and think of other ways. The Five Flavors clenched their teeth and the two demons left this vegetable market together. Having gone out on a limb and repeatedly bumped into walls, the two demons were not in a good mood and walked aimlessly along the streets. Said to invite me to drink blood, but as a result, I haven't drank a single hair until now. Starving me, I have to find a place to eat my scalp. The open-mouthed youth looked left and right, looking for a barber store. Don't you still have some stock? The Five Flavors man asked. Just now he saw the open-mouthed youth touch a large scalp to Wang Qianqian. You said it's stock, if there's fresh ones, who eats that stuff? The open-mouthed youth's eyes lit up and realized that there was a newly opened barber store across the road. Older brother, I'll go eat a couple bites, you wait here for me. The open-mouthed youth hurriedly ran towards the opposite side of the road. The Five Flavors man had to stand still, fished out a cigarette from his pocket, and smoked it while thinking about his next countermeasures. In the barber shop. Everyone pay attention, there's a recent rumor in the industry that there's a pervert who goes around eating hair. If you run into him, kick him out at the first opportunity, don't scare the customers. A slightly older barber held the pushers and said while shaving the guests' heads. Okay. Got it. The two pithy young apprentices responded. Haha, eating hair? There's such a pervert, I'd really like to open my eyes. The guest laughed with interest. Just then, the door of the barbershop was pushed open, and a youth with a clearly open lip walked in. The older barber was slightly stunned, then he made a wink at the apprentice next to him, because this person's features were exactly the same as the pervert in the legend, and the two sturdily built apprentices immediately understood, quietly moved to the edge of the sofa, and drew out baseball bats from underneath. The open-mouthed youth walked around the store and suddenly pointed at the door and shouted, "Look, there's a flying saucer." The crowd looked towards the door, and the open-mouthed youth took advantage of this opportunity and immediately arched headfirst onto the floor like a revved-up bulldozer, his flexible tongue sticking out and frantically nudging between his shredded hair. Sure enough, it's that pervert, hit me. The slightly older barber was the first to look back and noticed the bizarre behavior of the open-mouthed youth. The two apprentices, armed with baseball bats, immediately rushed towards the open-mouthed youth. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The baseball bats fell like rain on the head and body of the open-mouthed youth. A series of screams then erupted, while the guests next to them clapped their hands and laughed. There really are perverts who eat hair. This is the kind of drama that you can't even see for the money you spend. The open-mouthed youth was beaten to the point that he rolled on the ground repeatedly wanting to fight back but not daring to do so. If he did, he would be targeted by the demon chopper as soon as people reported him. He didn't even dare to exert his abilities. I was wrong. I was wrong. Let me go. The open-mouthed youth covered his head and begged for mercy. What's going on? The door of the barbershop was pushed open, and the Five Flavors rushed in. Seeing the open-mouthed youth being brutally beaten, the five flavorful people didn't hesitate, stepping forward and pulling his arm as they hurriedly ran outside. So there are still accomplices. Them to death. The older barber also joined the fight. 3 baseball bats struck together, beating the 2 men to hold their heads. It was not easy to leave the barbershop. Dare to come again, I'll beat you to death. 20 years ago, I was also a bully on this street. The barber held a baseball bat in his hand and flaunted his power. In the alley. The faces of the 5 flavored people and the open-mouthed youth were bruised and purple, and the cool wind brushed their cheeks, shivering at the same time. But even if it was cooler, it couldn't cool their hearts. How did the 2 demons of the hall get mixed up to this point now? You go back. The 5 flavors man gasped twice and straightened up, saying, What do you mean? The open-mouthed youth looked confused. Nothing, you go back, did not ask you to drink into blood. Later have the opportunity to say it, this time I am sorry. Looking at the injuries on the body of the open-mouthed youth, the 5 flavors of the man's heart was difficult, gently sighed, turned around and walked towards the other side of the alley. Looking at his back, the open-mouthed youth froze slightly, then made up his mind in general, still followed. Why are you still following me? I told you to go back. The 5 flavors man suddenly turned back and rushed at the open-mouthed youth with a roar. 117 Ridiculous Demon. In the shooting room. Wang Qianqian and Long Qiu simply ate some bread and drank some water, and then plunged back into the firearms training. Because of his superb eyesight, Wang Qianqian's progress was fast, and in just an hour or two, he took down another 50-meter target. Next, he was going to start challenging the 100 meters. There's no rush, let's train again tomorrow, follow me outside for a round. Long Qiu stood up. Good. Wang Qianqian obediently put down his firearm. He knew that Long Qiu was in a bad mood, and it was fine to accompany her for a break. The two of them went out of the shooting room together, first making a round in the south of the city, then going to the east of the city. Tunliu County, in a large shed on the outskirts, in front of the door of a small two-story building. Back so soon? Seeing the Five Flavors man empty-handed, and his face was still green and purple, Third Master Huang knew that he hadn't accomplished his mission, but he still tried to make a kind face. Master Huang-san, I'm sorry. Five Flavors man walked over and lowered his head with a dejected face. What's wrong again? Third Master Huang sat cross-legged on the ground, his face still smiling. The Five Flavors man then told the situation this morning. Zhongxian is the flower of the motherland, so you can't kill it. Wang Qianqian won't let you disturb Long Kuai, so you can't kill it either. As for Li Qianqiu, you can't beat it. Is that what you mean? Third Master Huang shook his head with a bitter smile. Yes. The Five Flavors man still lowered his head. Then what do you mean? Third Master Huang asked again. Third Master, you give me a different mission. I really can't do this thing of killing demon beheaders. The Five Flavors man sighed long and hard. But this is the only thing I have right now. The Five Flavors man pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Forget it, you go, I'll think of something else. Third Master Huang waved his hand helplessly. Well, Third Master, if you have anything else, feel free to greet me anytime. The Five Flavors man was relieved and made a bow at Third Master Huang, then turned around and walked towards the outside of the shed. At the same time, Third Master Huang suddenly stormed up, his harsh nails instantly extended, ruthlessly stabbing towards the back of the Five Flavors man's heart. But, blood dripping, Master Huang-san's hand probed out from the front chest of the Five Flavors man, still holding a bright red, quivering heart in his hand. The Five Flavors man lowered his head in surprise, looking incredulously at the large hole in his chest. Three masters, the voice of the Five Flavors man trembled. Can't do this or that, what use do I have for you? If I let you go just like that, who will listen to me in the future for the demons in Luzhou City? Third Master Huang sneered and slowly retracted his hand. With a poof, the Five Flavors man fell to the ground, both eyes still wide open. Immediately afterward, repeated black smoke emerged from his figure, eventually becoming a stainless steel spatula, with only the upper left part missing a piece. Not far away behind the big tree. The open-mouthed youth shivered as he watched the scene, his face already pale. He couldn't rest assured about the Five Flavors of people, and eventually quietly followed over, but he still saw this tragic scene. If I am killed one day, will you also avenge me like this? Recalling the words of the Five Flavors man in his mind, the body of the open-mouthed youth slowly turned around and slid down against the thick tree. Yes. Sorry, I don't dare. The open-mouthed youth's face was pale, and his body was trembling. I really don't dare. Really don't dare. The eyes of the open-mouthed youth filled with tears. What do you not dare? Right at this moment, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded from above the open-mouthed youth. The open-mouthed youth looked up sharply and realized that at some point, Third Master Huang was already standing in front of him. Third Master. The body of the open-mouthed youth trembled even more. It's little flea, you came with the Five Flavor people? Third Master Huang smiled kindly, blood dripping from his right hand. Yes. It is. We came together. The open-mouthed youth shivered so much that he could not speak. Lao Dao, this person, we're all good, strong, good ability, is a little mother of God, a moment of heavy love, a moment of the motherland's flowers, we are a demon, eat people without blinking, a demon, he even said these, do you say laughable, not laughable? Huang Third Master finished, he himself first laughed, cackle laugh at the open-mouthed youth all over the body is hairy. Can. Laughable. Hey, ridiculous is right, like that kind of stupid demon, 1,000 years cannot come out, Master Huang-san said while patting the shoulders of the open-mouthed youth, little flea, this matter will be handed over to you. How? But I cannot beat it. The open-mouthed youth is still shaking. Hey, just kill the weakest one, isn't that Wang Qianqian only at the early stage of the Earth Realm? You are also at the early stage of the Earth Realm, he is also at the early stage of the Earth Realm, what can't be beaten? Besides, don't you have a lot of friends, ask them for help. You try your best is fine, cannot be completed is also fine, do not be like the Five Flavor people that stupid X, not even fight and say cannot be. Huang Third Master kindly smiled, and patted the open-mouthed youth's shoulders again. 118 play to do enough. East of the city, hydraulic manufacturers belong to the neighborhood. This district has at least 30 years, just so 6 or 7 buildings, the highest is also 6 layers, the outer wall is also ragged, the yard is very little green, the concrete floor is full of a variety of cars, mostly below 100,000 yuan, Shuani, Rangi, Hover H6, Wuling Jiguang, Jili Dihao. Most of the people living in this neighborhood are the workers and families of the hydraulic plant, and this is the time to get off work, with people coming and going, crowds of people weaving together, a bustling scene. Big Sister Yang, going out to buy food? Sister Yang, why don't you come to my house later? Sister Yang, my son is getting married tomorrow, so be sure to come and support him. Good.
A 60-something-year-old, kind-eyed big mom, carrying an empty vegetable basket in her hand, greeted her all the way. Her popularity is obviously quite good, but wherever she is obviously quite popular, but anyone who passes by has to have a word with her. Sister Yang, the original hydraulic plant workshop director, not only their own technical excellence, but also very good people, not only work to take care of everyone who has a family thing, she is also the first time to help, so everyone likes her very much. Sister Yang worked hard all her life, family conditions are good, not to say rich, at least in this fourth-tier city is also the middle class. Her two children, after graduation, both went to live in big cities. But after she retired, she and her husband still live in this neighborhood, mainly because they are used to living here and don't want to change the place, and here are old friends and colleagues, and the two of them can't leave here, so no matter how much the two children invite them, they are also indifferent, not moving like a mountain. Yang big sister out of the neighborhood, and did not go to the market, but to take the bus to the city god temple. Into the main hall of the city god temple, Sister Yang look around no one, directly but to sit down on the ground, and will be on the table of fruits, pastries to the vegetable basket or rake. Hey, leave me some a look at this scene. Jo Junxian instantly anxious, a shadow then floated out, gradually transformed into a solid body to the body of Yang big sister. Look at you gouging, as far as that goes? Big sister Yang bristled, still nonchalantly finished scavenging the things on the offering table, obviously an old acquaintance and old friend with Jo Junxian after a long time. Come on, there's still someone else to give it to me anyway. Looking at the empty offering table, Jo Junxian's heart was like a knife, but in the face of the strong big sister Yang, he could only helplessly shake his head. Not only that, he was even a little timid and cautious in front of big sister Yang. Without any surprises, it's time for those little things in my house to appear today. Big sister Yang sat on the ground and tore open a loaf of bread and ate it. Well, let's hope that they can gain Wang Qianqian's approval. The future can depend on these few little guys. Jo Junxian leaned on the toes of his statue, his eyes leisurely looking at the sky outside the main hall. It was blue, pure, and white clouds drifted. The drama has to be sufficient, and you'll have to make an appearance once more in a while. Big sister Yang continued, quickly finishing a loaf of bread. That's no problem, acting I'm a professional, it's the sudden appearance of a few little ones that happen to be able to fit in the Qiankuan bag. I wonder if he'll get suspicious? Whether he'll get suspicious or not depends on the extent of your acting. Big sister Yang glanced at him. Right, your family's old Lu still doesn't know anything, ah? Jo Junxian had to change the topic. Well, he doesn't know anything, he's still addicted to that bumblebee now every day. Yang big sister shook her head with a bitter smile. The old Lu is her husband, originally the director of the hydraulic plant, busy as a gyroscope every day. It is not easy to survive to retirement, recently began to fly self, bought a Chevrolet Bumblebee, nothing to drive out to walk, no less than Yang big sister said. But the old Lu vibration, I have worked hard for decades, but cannot enjoy it? Yang's sister cannot help him at all. It's good to know nothing, lest you exhaust yourself every day like us. Jo Junxian gave a bitter laugh. Is it really Wang Qianqian? Big sister Yang asked again. Can't be wrong, recently he even learned the 72 changes? That god must be in Luzhou City, just not convenient to meet with us now. Jo Junxian said with certainty, then looked at big sister Yang again, a few more points of respect in his gaze. Good, then I'm relieved. Big sister Yang stood up, wiped her hands and said, I'll go back first. They should be fighting soon. Well, you go back first, I'll clean up here and prepare to go over as well. Jo Junxian straightened his crown, and touched his hat and mask to put them on. Hydraulic factory neighborhood, Yang big sister lived in this unit in the basement. The three youths stood in the darkened space. Flea, what did you call us out for? The one who spoke was an explosive-headed youth with a head of disheveled hair that stood on end. Yeah, we were fine at home, why did you call us out? Hurry up and say it, big sister Yang is going home soon, we have to hurry back as well, or else she'll find out what's going on. The other youth was covered in white bandages, as if he was seriously injured, but his voice was full of energy, and he didn't look like he was injured. I want to find you guys, accompany me to kill a demon chopper, said the open-mouthed youth in a deep tone. Swoosh! The two youths scattered their legs and ran, scurrying faster than a rabbit. 119 Bumblebee. The open-mouthed youth was obviously prepared for this, and with a fierce stomp of his legs, his body flew out like an arrow off the string, and his figure quickly surpassed the two, stopping in front of the two youths. Can you have some morality? Can't you be a little moral? Open-mouthed youth exasperatedly said, we are a nest out of the demon, now let you help a favor, why is it so difficult, there is no point brotherhood. No, Flea, if you let us sweep the floor and do housekeeping, we can do anything. You let us go to kill people, killing or demon beheading people. We simply can't do it. I'm just a broom. The explosive head youth had a helpless face. Yeah, I'm just a dateline, you let us go kill the demon chopper. Is also too much to look down on us, right brother? The bandaged youth was on the verge of crying out. Anyway, I'm in trouble now, so you guys just say whether to help me or not. The open-mouthed youth told his own experience in the past few days. After the explosive head youth and the bandaged youth heard it, they all fell silent.
If I don't kill one of the weakest demon shopper, Master Huang-san will definitely not let me go. You guys are not seeing the misery of the 5 flavors people. I'm going to die. You guys really tolerate it? The open-mouthed youth looked at the other two tearfully, obviously playing the emotional card. Little flea, we definitely don't want you to die, but don't worry, there's no need for you guys to kill anyone. You guys just help me out, leave the killing to me. Open-mouthed youths have said words like this, the other two youths can't push back anymore, after a while of silence, before slowly saying, okay, we can help you, but we have to say it in advance. We will never kill someone with our hands. No problem. Thank you two brothers. The open-mouthed youth was excited. When are we going to leave? The explosive head youth asked. Let's wait a little longer, wait for the cart to come back. Still waiting for the cart? Well, the other party's realm is not high, but it is really not easy to deal with. The open-mouthed youth remembered that he and the 5 flavors of the people all joined hands and still failed to win over Wang Qianqian, and became more cautious. East of the city, on a certain bustling street, Wang Qianqian and Long Kuai were cruising along the established route when a sound of bells slightly trembling suddenly rang out. There's a demon! Long Kuai glanced down at the demon-suppressing bell at her waist and her expression quickly became grave. Wang Qianqian also quickly looked towards the left and right, but there were too many people around to see who the demon was at all. Brick, take a quick look. Wang Qianqian copied slate into his hands. At the same time, Long Qiu also walked along the surrounding area to see in which direction the demon-suppressing bell vibrated the most strongly. This way. Long Kuai immediately pointed in a direction, and Wang Qianqian also quickly looked over. But there were also many people in that direction. Not only were there many people, there were also many cars. Approach that way first. Long Kuai decisively walked towards the front. The more the demon-suppressing bell trembled, the closer the target was. At the same time, she also spread her spiritual power out to see if there was any aura of the realm. Elder brotherly, a demon has been found on Qinghua Street in the east of the city, but the target hasn't been identified yet. Sister Long and I are searching. Wang Qianqian followed suit while pulling up his headset to quickly report. Good, you guys identify the target first. If we can beat it, we won't go. Li Qianqiu also quickly made a response. It was impossible to go over as soon as there was a demon. If the other party wasn't too strong, there was no need to raise a crowd. After all, other places also needed to patrol. Moreover, this was also a good opportunity to exercise Wang Qianqian. That car isn't right. At the same time, Long Kuai and Slate called out together. It was a Chevrolet Bumblebee, and its yellow body was extremely eye-catching in the sunlight, attracting many passers-by to look at it sideways. In the animated movie Transformers, Bumblebee was a typical popular character, and thus drove a lot of sales and was loved by many young people. Mid-Earth Realm. Long Aoi's spiritual power swept over the car and quickly concluded, Elder brotherly, you guys don't have to come, Xiao Chen and I are enough to deal with him. Good, then take care of yourselves. Li Qianqiu was relieved as he withdrew his voice. Long Qiu was in the late Earth realm and Wang Qianqian was in the early Earth realm. It was easy to pack up a mid-Earth realm demon. Long Kuai approached towards the car and touched the demon-suppressing bell, preparing to set up the clearing space. At the same time, that hornet slowly started. Buzz buzz buzz, the bumblebee started off very fast and rushed out dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Damn, it's too late, let's catch up. Long Kuai ran in the other direction, her Honda Fit parked on the side of the road. Wang Qianqian got into the car with her and quickly chased after it towards the bumblebee. It's an old man in the car. Through the windshield of the Honda Fit, Wang Qianqian tried to squint his eyes. Old demon, don't know what the original phase is, find a deserted place and then stop him. Long Kuai snorted coldly and followed the hornet closely. The speed of the Hornet was certainly not slow, but the modified Honda Fit was not far behind. The two cars drove away from this busy street, one after the other. 120 muscle man. Ha, that was awesome. In the Hornet, after driving away from the busy area, old Lu completely let himself go, madly stepped on the gas, the engine issued a buzz roar, the speed instantly soared to more than 100, in the urban area can still run to this speed, showing that he is really old heart not old. I've been honest all my life, can't I have some fun after retirement? Except for the traffic police, no one can control me. Old Lu skimmed his mouth, it was a smugness. Inside the Honda Fit. Did the old monster find us? Why is it suddenly racing up? Looking at the speeding Hornet, Wang Qianqian couldn't help but frown. In terms of speed, I really don't give a damn about him. Long Kuai also stepped on the gas, the modified engine roared, but with the two cars speeding madly, it wasn't that simple to stop the bumblebee. Luckily, the bumblebee didn't drive for long before it slowly drove into an old neighborhood. Wang Qianqian looked up at the name, Hydraulic Factory Family Area. The old demon lives here, it's really a big hideaway in the city. Wang Qianqian hummed, Hydraulic Factory is the old state-owned factory in Luzhou City, although it is now a bit down and out, back then, it was also scenic. At the same time, Long Kuai also drove the Honda Fit in. It was getting late, there were not many people in the neighborhood, only a few passers-by passed by sporadically.
The neighborhood was full of parked cars. The bumblebee wandered around for half a day before stopping at a certain corner, then the door was pushed open and an old man walked down. Although the old man was old, he was very neatly dressed, and the whole person was very stylish, walking with the demeanor of a leader.
Old Lu back? Old Lu went out again with the big hornet.
Although there were only a few sporadic passers-by, everyone still greeted him.
What big hornet? That's called a bumblebee. Aya, you bunch of bumpkins, can't understand even if I talk to you.
Old Lu helplessly held his forehead, step by step toward the door of his home unit. At the same time, Long Qiu also parked the car, and Wang Qianqian together toward the old Lu. Long Qiu's footsteps were getting faster and faster, and she was still holding the demon-suppressing bell in her hand, ready to cast clear space. At the entrance of the basement, the three demons looked out through the doors and windows. Old Lu is back, and so is the cart. The explosive head youth whispered.
Let's go, let's get ready to find the cart.
The bandaged youth prepared to push the door. Wait. The open-mouthed youth was shaking.
What's wrong?
The explosive head youth and the bandaged youth both looked at him.
Chop. Chop demon man. Or two.
The open-mouthed youth shivered and pointed at Long Qiu and Wang Qianqian behind old Lu.
Mom.
Exploded head youth and bandaged youth turned around and ran to the basement. They often stayed at home, basically never went out of the house, for the demon beheader only heard and never saw.
Hearing that the demon beheader had come to their door, each of them were scared out of their wits. Not right.
Long Kuai suddenly stood still.
What's wrong? Wang Qianqian held the slate with a puzzled face. The demon-suppressing bell is trembling weaker and weaker.
Long Kuai looked down at the bell in her hand, and then looked up at old Lu, who was not far in front of her.
What's going on?
Wang Qianqian was puzzled and quickly released his spiritual power, but realized that old Lu did not have any realm aura.
He's not a demon.
Wang Qianqian's jaw dropped, and then as if he thought of something, he quickly turned back to look at the bumblebee parked in the parking space.
That's it.
Long Kuai quickly turned around and sprinted towards the bumblebee, and in the process, she also pulled out the demon chopper on her shoulder.
Damn, it's actually a car demon. Wang Qianqian copied the slate and immediately followed.
The bumblebee parked in the corner obviously also sensed the danger, and immediately started up with a buzz, and was about to leave the neighborhood.
Clear space.
Not waiting for the bumblebee to flee the scene, Long Kuai quickly shook the demon-suppressing bell, and with a slight tremor over the entire neighborhood, a piece of parallel space was created. The cars were still the same, the buildings were still the same, but the others couldn't see Long Kuai, Wang Qianqian, and the bumblebee anymore.
Buzz buzz.
Bumblebee started off at a fast pace, but crashed hard into the invisible barrier and bounced back with a bam sound. The body was actually intact.
Demon, you still want to run?
Long Ai's figure jumped up high, and the black demon slasher in her hand slashed straight at the hornet's hood. Swoosh, a white light flashed. The bumblebee transformed into a human, a 1 meter 8 tall muscular man wearing a yellow jacket.
I haven't harmed anyone, why are you staring at me?
The muscular man shouted in horror, using all his strength to avoid this knife of Long Kuai. Swish swish swish. Long Ai continued to swing the knife. A few consecutive knives went down. The muscle man finally did not avoid. A knife was hit on his spine. The yellow jacket was chopped through. Blood seeped out from it. The muscular man erupted into a miserable scream.
Quickly, quickly, master on. Seeing the fresh blood, Slate drooled again and kept urging Wang Qianqian.
121 tigers and fish.
Shoo.
Wang Qianqian quickly flashed behind the muscular man, copied the slate and slapped down hard on his big head.
Bang bang bang.
In conjunction with the demon beheading skill, a golden light appeared on Wang Qianqian's hand and he slapped it 3 times in a row, using all his strength for each stroke.
Ha ha, I want to draw blood.
Slate took the opportunity to lie on the muscular man's head and sucked hard. Blah blah blah, a smell of motor oil. Slate was directly smoked and flew back, only to realize that there was nothing at all wrong with the muscular man's head, not to mention bleeding, not even a mouth.
Master, did you not eat in the morning? Slate exclaimed in anger. It's his defense that's strong.
Wang Qianqian once again held the slate and slapped it down towards the muscular man's head. Just now he realized that although Long Kuai's knife chopped through him, it only left a shallow wound, that is, not much blood flowed. Considering that he is a car changed, everything is also good to explain. In the end, is the body made of steel, hardness must be stronger than the 5 flavors of people. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Qianqian continuously slapped several more times, although the muscle man's head was still fine, but the whole person was already a bit unsteady on his feet. Obviously these few times kind of knocked him out. Swish, swish, swish. Long Kuai also chopped several times consecutively. A few more wounds appeared on the muscular man's body, but it was obviously not fatal, and it didn't cause much damage to him. You! The muscular man suddenly lowered his head and slammed it fiercely, directly sending both Long Qiu and Wang Qianqian flying out. Then, he quickly ran towards the edge of the clearing space, and a faint roar could still be heard between his 2 long legs leaping. Bam! The muscular man slammed into the barrier, and a faint click sound came from it, as if it was really going to be broken by him.
Can't let him get away. Longmao shouted, her toes pointed with force, her body scurried over with a swoosh sound, ruthlessly chopping down towards the muscular man's head. Bam! The sound of gold and iron clashing rang out, a blood scar appeared on the muscular man's neck, but there was obviously still a lot of distance to go before it was completely broken. At the same time, Wang Xianxian also rushed over, once again holding a brick and slapping down hard towards the muscular man's head. The two of them chopped and slapped each other. The muscle man's defense was even stronger, but he couldn't withstand such a crazy ravaging by two Earth-realm demon slayers. At the entrance of the basement, the cart was locked into the clear space by them. The open-mouthed youth shouted anxiously. He had at least fought with the demon slayers, so he wasn't as timid as the other two demons. What, the cart is being targeted? The explosive head youth and the bandaged youth immediately rushed back, their eyes looking towards the window. The compound of the neighborhood was silent, but the hornet and the two demon choppers were indeed both gone. I saw it clearly, the cart disappeared with them, it just went into the clear space. You guys say what to do, should we save it? The open-mouthed youth turned his head to look at the other two demons. The explosive head youth and the bandaged youth looked at each other. You looked at me and I looked at you, no one took a stance. Although their relationship with Bumblebee is very good, but to go and fight with the demon chopper is equivalent to taking food from a tiger's mouth. Xiao Che only has the strength of the Middle Earth realm, and the other two demon beheaders are both Earth realms, so they will definitely die against them. But we still have 3 people here. The open-mouthed youth gritted his teeth and said, I think that even if we are demons, we should speak some moral justice at this time. The small car usually not a lot to carry us around, if you just watch, a little bit cannot be said. The explosive head youth and the bandaged youth pursed their lips, still no one said anything. You guys don't go, I'll go. The open-mouthed youth gritted his teeth and immediately ran towards the basement door. The open-mouthed youth also didn't know when he became like this. In the past, when he encountered things, he was faster than anyone who slipped away. He is just a flea. Just a little bit big, similar to a sesame seed grain, anyone can pinch him to death. Maybe he was infected by the 5 flavors of people. Even if it is a demon, it also has a heart to be a human being. The open-mouthed youth clenched his teeth and ran through the compound of the neighborhood, passing through a green field and cluttered cars, and soon came to the edge of the clear space. Ordinary people couldn't feel the clearing space, but demons could. Bam bam bam. The open-mouthed youth raised his leg and kicked the corner of the clearing space frantically. Cart, hold on, I'm coming to save you. The open-mouthed youth shouted. At the same time, footsteps sounded behind them, and the other two youths unexpectedly arrived. You guys? The open-mouthed youth looked at them in surprise. You're right, even if we are demons, we should still be a little moral. Demons are real, but our feelings are also real. The explosive head youth flung his hair, and the gusts of wind fanned out towards a corner of the clear space. Them demon chopper. Che, hang in there, we're coming. The bandaged youth struck out his fists with force, and the invisible barrier emitted the sound of ka-ching breaking. 122 tried and true. Inside the clear space, Wang Xianxian and Long Qiu's joint strike had already beaten the muscular man to the point where he was almost unconscious, and no matter how strong his defense was, he couldn't carry the violent attacks of the two demon slayers. The muscular man was lying on the ground, and his body had gradually revealed some steel colors and shapes, and he was about to be shot out of his bumblebee form. Small car. Hang in there. We're coming to save you. The demon-suppressing bell at Long Kuai's waist shook sharply. 3 more demons have come, all of them are in the Earth realm. Wang Xianxian said with a grave expression. This one to death first. Long Qiu was incomparably calm as she continued to swing her sword towards the muscular man and chopped at him. Wang Xianxian also once again slapped the brick. Put aside to the normal Earth realm demon, it would have been beaten out of its original form by the duo, and the muscle man was able to last until now was already quite impressive. And when he heard the voices of the 3 demons outside, he actually shook and regained a bit of strength. His body leapt up violently, and 2 white lights suddenly flashed out of his eyes. Goo! Wang Xianxian and Long Qiu were simultaneously stunned to the point that their eyes hurt, and their feet staggered backward. What is it? Wang Xianxian rubbed his eyes, and his brain was also a bit dizzy. It's his headlights, or high beams. Don't open your eyes, listen to the sound, he's dying, it's the end of his strength. Long Kuai was experienced, although she had never seen a car demon, she could probably analyze what tactics the other party had used, and immediately swung her knife towards the muscular man again with her eyes closed. In terms of hearing voices, no one was better than Wang Xianxian as his sense of hearing was almost invincible, but he preferred not to do so. Instead, he looked towards the muscle man with wide eyes. When the muscular man saw this, his heart was overjoyed, and his 2 eyes blinked once again as 2 more blinding white lights shot out. Born light. Wang Xianxian murmured in a low voice, his eyes instantly releasing 2 strong lights. Raw light was also one of the skills in 72 changes. Even if it didn't have much lethality right now, it wasn't something that could be compared to ordinary headlights. These 2 strong lights shot out, ouch sound again, but this time replaced by the muscle man. See him cover his eyes backward again and again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Qianqian jumped up, once again holding a brick towards his head to slap down. After a couple of blows, the muscular man directly fell to the ground and lost consciousness. A few more slaps would have killed him. Hearing the sound, Long Qiu opened her eyes. She didn't see Wang Qianqian perform BioLite. She thought that he purely relied on listening to the sound to finish off the muscular man, and immediately gave a thumbs up. Xiao Chun, well done. Ka Qing. At the same time, under the efforts of the three demons, a corner of the clear space was finally torn apart, and the open-mouthed youth, bandaged youth, and explosive head youth rushed in. He's the flea. Wang Qianqian shouted as he pointed at the open-mouthed youth. Leave him to you, and leave the remaining two to me. Long Kuai quickly assigned the task and rushed towards the bandaged youth and the explosive head youth with the demon slasher in hand. Wang Qianqian also had the same intention. No matter the realm or experience in dealing with the enemy, he and Long Kuai had a certain gap, and he had already let go of the five flavors man and the open-mouthed youth twice, and the other party dared to come to the door, so he couldn't be blamed for being nonchalant. However, for the time being, he didn't see the five flavors man. Maybe that guy was hiding nearby? Wang Qianqian didn't dare to take it lightly, and took the lead in rushing towards the open-mouthed youth, and the other party also used his skill once again, his body rushing like an arrow off the string. Spit Flame. This skill, Wang Qianqian had already used it with ease, and since all the demon slayers in Luzhou City knew that he could do this, he didn't have to worry about causing a fuss from Long Qiu. Hoo hoo. A flame sprang out and quickly covered the entire body of the open-mouthed youth. After a miserable scream, the open-mouthed youth crashed to the ground covered in charcoal. Well, using this skill to deal with the flea demon was really tried and true. On the other side, the youth with the exploding head frantically threw his hair, and the wind whistled towards Long Qiu, who was caught off guard and was violently blown over a dozen meters away. At the same time, the bandaged youth waved his hands. A white bandage danced all over the sky, like a flexible snake, wrapping up towards Long Kuai's body. Swish swish swish. Lan Aoi quickly stood up and chopped the white bandages around her while facing the gusty wind. It looked like even if she was able to finish off the two demons, it would still take a certain amount of time. Since she had temporarily finished off the open-mouthed youth, Wang Qianqian definitely had to go and give Long Kuai a hand. Spit Flame. Wang Qianqian murmured softly and used this skill again. A flame went towards those bandages that were flying in the sky. A burning smell immediately filled the air and several bandages crashed to the ground. The bandaged youth screamed miserably and took several steps back. His face was in great pain, obviously seriously injured. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Long Kuai toppled against the gale. Her body quickly moved forward and ruthlessly chopped towards the explosive head youth. 123 Unusual Origin. Swish. Long Kuai against the gusts of wind, a knife chopped in front of the chest of the explosion head youth. The latter thump 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 retreated a few steps, his body filled with blood. Don't get entangled with them. Hurry to save the cart. Just at this time, the open-mouthed youth strenuously from the ground climbed up. His body was still scorched black, and there were many carbonized ashes rustling down. The explosive head youth and the bandaged youth gave up their resistance and ran together towards the unconscious muscular man. Wang Qianqian, on the other hand, quickly ran to the back of the bandaged youth with a flash step, and ruthlessly slapped a brick towards the back of his head. Wang Qianqian had already seen that this bandaged youth, in addition to being able to pester people, his attack power and defense power were not high, so it was definitely right to go after him. With a bang, the bandaged youth fell straight to the ground. On the other side, Long Qiu also stopped in front of the explosive head youth, and once again ruthlessly slashed down. The explosive head youth couldn't dodge anymore, and could only turn around and shouted at the open-mouthed youth, "You quickly leave, don't care about us." "I'm not leaving. I'm just going to die, and I'm going to die with you guys." With tears in his eyes, the open-mouthed youth rushed towards the explosive head youth. He was the one who got everyone involved in this matter. Anyone could leave, he couldn't. Go, go. The explosive head youth let out a roar and madly rushed at the open-mouthed youth, flinging his hair. Hoo! A gust of wind suddenly came out. The original form of the open-mouthed youth was a flea, and his figure was already light. This time, he was directly fanned out of the clearing space, and flew out at least hundreds of meters away. Immediately after, the explosive head youth turned around again and fiercely fanned towards Long Aoi. Hoo! A gust of wind swept up, and Long Kuai was blown back a dozen steps, obviously buying time for the open-mouthed youth to escape. Wang Qianqian wasn't worried about Long Kuai, knowing that she would definitely be able to finish off the explosive head youth, so he directly rushed towards the open-mouthed youth. However, right at this moment, the bandaged youth that he had knocked to the ground suddenly climbed up and waved his hands in the air. White bandages swept out, instantly wrapping Wang Qianqian like a dumpling. Spit Flame. Wang Qianqian lowered his head, yellow flames whistled out, the smell of burning once again filled the air, and those bandages quickly curled, carbonized, and fell off on the ground. The bandaged youth's face was pained. These bandages were obviously his origin. If they were depleted he would surely die as well, but he still unceasingly released the bandages. Layer after layer rolled towards Wang Qianqian. Can't let you go after little flea. The bandaged youth gritted his teeth, his face was already pale, and his eyes went a little bit into a trance. If this went on, the bandaged youth would definitely die, but the slit youth would also completely escape. Is there an end to this? Slab suddenly flew out of Wang Qianqian's hand, straight toward the bandaged youth. Head slap, bang 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 several times, blood dripped from his head, body also shaky, but he still dead trapped Wang Qianqian. Little flea. Live well. Don't avenge us. The consciousness of the bandaged youth was becoming more and more blurred. Mr. Red House, come out. Wang Qianqian reached out and a stream of light flew out from the Qiankuan bag, and Mr. Honglu sat on his butt and fell to the ground, still holding a copy of the Zijitong Jin in his hand. What's the situation? Mr. Honglu looked left and right in confusion. What else is going on? Come help me him. Slate shouted as he slapped the bandaged youth's head. Without saying a word, Mr. Red Mansion immediately shook himself and a thick copy of Dream of the Red Mansion was revealed. Powerful and powerful. Mr. Red Mansion let out a soft chant, and the entire book quickly turned into the size of a truck and then who pressed down towards the bandaged youth. Bam! The bandaged youth was crushed underneath the huge Dream of the Red Chamber, and his hands lost their strength. Wang Qianqian finally got out of the trap and violently broke away from the bandages on his body, and copied the slate in the air with one hand. Mr. Red Mansion, you can get out of the way. With a swoosh sound, Mr. Red Mansion turned back into his human form, while Wang Qianqian slammed down hard towards the bandaged youth with the slate in hand. On the other side, Long Kuai also rushed to the front of the explosion head youth against the gusty wind, and after a few consecutive slashes, the explosion head youth planted himself on the ground and had lost his ability to resist. Only one last slash was missing to kill him. Stop! Stop! Right at this moment, a blistering cry suddenly rang out, and Zhou Junxian unexpectedly ran over out of breath. Master Zhou, what brings you here? Wang Qianqian and Long Qiu stopped their hands together and turned around to look at him in surprise. Just in case the slate was causing trouble, Wang Qianqian directly tucked it into his back. Oops, came in time right. Zhou Junxian wiped the sweat from his head, pacing his feet around, looking at the muscular man, looking at the explosion head youth, and looking at the bandaged youth. After determining that several demons were not dead, Zhou Junxian turned back and said with a serious face, "You can't kill them." Why? Wang Qianqian and Long Qiu both looked puzzled. They come from an extraordinary background. Zhou Junxian pointed at a few demons and said, 124 The 10 Worlds of Goodness. Wang Qianqian and Long Qiu looked at each other, waiting for Zhou Junxian to continue. Have you guys heard of the 10 good people? Zhou Junxian suddenly spoke mysteriously. No. The two shook their heads together. It's fine if you haven't heard of it, then I can continue to make up. Oh no, go on. Zhou Junxian cleared his throat and continued to speak. The so-called 10 worlds of good people is to do 10 lifetimes of good people, 10 reincarnations of the world for the good and virtuous people. The heavens will bless its evils do not invade, in the event of evil, but because of its special destiny, a certain thing if you use it for a long time. These things may be endowed with the spirituality of the opening of the 7 orifices, casting the human form, that is, we are commonly known as the monsters. Are you saying that these demons all came from the 10 good people? Wang Qianqian said with a little understanding, pointing at the bandaged youth and the others. Right, it's still you who's smart ah. Zhou Junxian nodded and looked at him with a face full of appreciation. Lan Naoi and the others were all confused. What's so smart about this? Isn't it something that anyone with a brain can think of? Is this also worth praising? 10 good people use things for a long time. These things may turn into demons. Then is this good person doing good things, or doing bad things? Wang Qianqian asked point blank. Good deeds. Zhou Junxian continued, the demons that come out of the 10 good people's homes, because of the influence of their hearts, most of their characters are also simple and kind, they won't do bad things, and there is also a high chance that they will achieve immortality. So it's like this Wang Qianqian nodded, recalling in his mind the previous scene of several demons helping each other. It was indeed more conscientious than those wild demons, and it really didn't look like sinister and cunning people. And thinking that a few demons might become immortals in the future, Wang Qianqian looked at them a little differently. Outside the fence of the neighborhood, the open-mouthed youth strenuously climbed up. He originally wanted to return to go, but thought that even if he went back, it would be impossible for him to save the explosive head youth in them. He could only bite his teeth, stomped his legs, and leaped out towards a further distance. Wait. I will go to move help. And will definitely avenge you guys. When revenge is taken, I will die with you guys. 2 lines of tears slid down the cheeks of the open-mouthed youth, trickling across his gaping mouth. Inside the clear space. But they are still demons after all, and are not suitable to stay in the human world. Zhou Junxian's eyes were deep, staring at Wang Qianqian. So, you take them in, and let them stay by your side to serve. Wang Qianqian? Didn't he say 10 good people? Didn't he say demons? Why did he bring it back to himself? Besides, he already has Slate in Mr. Red Mansion. If he has to collect a few more demons, what has he become here? A demon shelter? A demon chopper with a large group of demons by his side. It doesn't seem like a good idea at all, does it? They don't have anywhere else to go. They definitely can't stay in the city. They can't survive in the wild, and they're too kind. They'll be eaten by other demons. Only your place is suitable. It can still help you. As if he could see what Wang Qianqian was thinking, Zhou Junxian anxiously walked to the muscular man's body, patted his thick spine and said, "This guy is a bumblebee changed. In the future it will be your transportation, is not stronger than your previous Jetta. Even if you are injured, it can be repaired by itself, and in the future, you no longer need to go to the repair store." Then, walked to the explosion head youth, grabbed his head of messy hair and said, "This guy, this phase is a broom, can fan out the wind, the future is definitely your enemy's sharp weapon." Finally, walked to the bandage youth, playing with the broken bandage on his body. "This guy, this phase is a data line, binding people, winding people is definitely a good hand, each has a great use. I tell you, where on the body is very convenient, these demons of the original phase are not living things, do not need to breathe, so can be put into the Qiankuan bag." Zhou Junxian introduced the instance and functions of these demons one by one, as if he was afraid that Wang Qianqian would not be willing to accept them. Wang Qianqian was speechless for a while. He also believed that all these demons were useful, but he always felt as if something wasn't quite right. Zhou Junxian seemed to be too anxious to stuff these demons to him. Everything seemed to be arranged in design, even where to put them was well thought out. "Master Zhou, why are you here?" Wang Qianqian suddenly asked with a puzzled expression. I was skulking around the neighborhood, and I just recently took on a job where a citizen begged me to unclog the sewers. Isn't that a job that property owners and municipalities should do? Wang Qianqian still looked at him in disbelief. "Oops, the property doesn't care, the municipal government doesn't care, that's why people beg me." "Well, these things have nothing to do with you. Anyway, these few demons, you have to give it away," Zhou Junxian said righteously. Wang Qianqian turned his head to look at Long Kuei. He is a temporary member of the Demon Chopper Squad. If he carries too many demons on his body, he always has to go through the organization's approval, right? Master Zhou's approval is fine. Long Kuei smiled slightly. She could also see that this was all arranged by Zhou Junxian. 125 failed again. Zhou Junxian repeatedly asked for it, so Wang Qianqian had no choice but to bow his head and go from one to another to ask those demons if they were willing to follow him, and if they were willing, they would have to sign a soul contract. A few monsters originally thought that they were bound to die, but in the end, there was still a way to live, so of course they were all willing. Wang Qianqian then signed soul contracts with them one by one and asked for their names, which were Xiao Che, Xiao Broom, and Xiao Line. Wang Qianqian felt that it wasn't very catchy, so he renamed them. The muscular man would be called Bumblebee, the explosive head youth was called Punching Broom, and the bandaged youth was called Noodle. "Why am I the only one with the worst name?" The bandaged youth looked confused. "I can't think of a good sounding one for now, let's talk about it later." Wang Qianqian waved his hand in embarrassment. After fixing everything, Wang Qianqian put them away in his Qiankuan bag. "There's nothing, I'll leave first. Promise people to help unclog the sewers." Zhou Junxian put on his hat and mask and hurriedly left this neighborhood. "Master Zhou is really good to you." Long Kuai's mouth corners rose slightly. "Good JB, this is pushing my master into the fire pit." Slate flew out, gritting his teeth. "What do you mean?" Wang Qianqian asked. "At the beginning, I felt that these guys were not right, not at all like a mortal demon, and the original phase is not at all a broom, a data cable and a car. Forget it, I can't figure it out too well, you will definitely know later, I won't talk too much." Slate and shoe sound drilled into the back waist of Wang Qianqian. "Speak halfway, go out and car crash." Wang Qianqian viciously cursed, but also did not pursue. He believed that Zhou Junxian so arranged. Naturally, there is the reasoning of this city god. As for whether the future would be a blessing or a curse, he couldn't think about it that much for the time being. It was already late in the day. Wang Qianqian and Long Kuai, who had just experienced a big battle, drove back to Zhezhe Car Wash. In the store, Zhong Xian had already returned first. The little girl was sitting dejectedly on the sofa, still unhappy about Zhou Weiguo. Wang Qianqian and Long Kuai didn't talk much. They casually ate something, and then watched TV while waiting for Li Qianqiu to come back. More than 10 o'clock in the evening, Li Qianqiu came back. His face was written with fatigue, but still the first time to ask Wang Qianqian and Long Qiu about what happened before. Wang Qianqian then told everything, and also recruited Bumblebee, Punching Broom and Noodle. The three demons stood shivering in the store, nervously looking around at the demon chopper. "Since it was licensed by Master Zhou, then you can keep it." Li Qianqiu waved his hand. Because of Zhou Weiguo's matter, he didn't have much heart to worry about these demons. With a wave of Wang Qianqian's hand, the three demons burrowed into the Qiankuan bag. That night, Wang Qianqian was lying on his bed and clearly heard Li Qianqiu and the others not sleeping for a long time, tossing and turning and sighing long and hard. Because of Zhou Weiguo's matter, everyone's heart was heavy. Wang Qianqian even wanted to utilize his ability to save Zhou Weiguo, but he knew that Zhou Weiguo wouldn't agree, and neither would the other demon slayers. They were originally under the military's command, so if they didn't abide by the law themselves, how could they get others to do so? So this matter was basically insoluble. The next morning, hydraulic factory family area. Old Lu cleaned himself up to a board, walked downstairs with big steps, and then launched into a daze. "Where's my bumblebee? Where is my big bumblebee?" Old Lu turned around the entire district, also did not find their own bumblebee, then a little anxious, fill out the phone to call the police. What are you shouting for? When did you have a bumblebee? At some point, Big Sister Yang appeared behind him and stretched out her finger to lightly point on the back of his head. Old Lu's eyes flashed through a trance, then turned back and said, "Right-o, I don't have a bumblebee." "Well, go buy food, let's eat stewed noodles for lunch." "Okay." Old Lu touched his head, always felt that something was wrong, but couldn't think of where it was wrong, and could only turn around and walk in the direction of the food market. Big Sister Yang looked at his back, sighed softly, and also went home. Tunlio County, in the shed. Failed again? Third Master Huang sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the open-mouthed youth in front of him who was burnt like charcoal with a speechless face. Yes, and planted 3 friends. The open-mouthed youth said with red eyes, "Third Master, you find me some helpers, I must take down Wang Xianxian. If I'm the one looking for people, then there's no use in having you." Third Master Huang stood up and said slowly, "What do you mean?" The open-mouthed youth nervously took a few steps back. "What do you mean? Just a broken, decapitated demonic man, you guys can't kill it 3 times, what's the use of having you guys in the end?" Third Master Huang's patience level had finally reached its limit. After all, there was also a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. If he dragged on like this, he was going to be finished. With a belly full of anger and nowhere to vent it, Third Master Huang violently stretched out his hand, his sharp nails probing out, easily piercing through the heart of the open-mouthed youth. The same position, the same direction, the same angle. The old way. "I came to accompany you." The open-mouthed youth looked down at the bloody hole in his chest, and his figure slowly collapsed, then repeated black smoke rose, and finally shrunk into a sesame seed-size flea. "Really annoying, the demons outside really can't be relied on, in the end, we still need a few of you to appear." Huang Sanjun crushed a foot on the flea. Several weasels silently appeared around him. 126 quickly and strictly dealt with. In the next 2 days, Wang Xianxian still followed Longqiu to learn marksmanship, and gradually he was able to master the distance of 100 meters. When he was idle, he would also exchange feelings with Bumblebee, Punching Broom and Noodle. Together with Slab and Mr. Red House, Wang Xianxian with 5 demons could be described as a hot mess. For example, on this day, Long Kuai had gone out on patrol again, so Wang Xianxian summoned several demons in the shooting room to chat. From their mouths, Wang Xianxian learned that Third Master Huang was the strongest demon in the vicinity of Luzhou City. Not only was he strong, but he also had a high status. He was also a member of the 10,000 Demons Association, and there was no demon in the entire city of Luzhou that didn't listen to him. This Third Master Huang had repeatedly sent people to kill himself, so Wang Xianxian had to pay more attention to him, and also learn something about the 10,000 Demons Society. 10,000 Demons Association, i.e. a demon organization in the territory of Dixia. The threshold for joining the association had to be at least the rock realm, and these small demons of theirs were not qualified to join. The 10,000 Demons Association was established a long time ago, and it is said that it is on par with the Demon Slayers, and the 2 organizations have been in a state of hostility for thousands of years. Just before, there are those immortals to help from time to time. Demon Slayers is generally speaking the upper hand, but in the past 100 years, the Heavenly Court and the Earth's government have lost contact one after another, and those immortals also do not know where to go. The 10,000 Demons Association gradually gained the upper hand, and if not for those strong human beings to support, the city would have long been encroached upon. The 10,000 Demon Society, besides the ordinary members, there are also Cave Lords, Ridge Lords, Demon Kings and Demon Emperors above them, and the most powerful one is naturally the Demon Ancestor, the leader of the entire 10,000 Demon Society, which is said to be an old demon who has lived for thousands of years. No one knows what his true form is, but if he strikes, it is said that even the strongest of the humans will need to join hands in order to deal with him. These words are coming from your demon group, right? I don't think so necessarily. How could the strongest human beings be inferior to the strongest demons? It's just that demon ancestor boasting about himself. What demon ancestor? Shi Tian Dishang, his old man didn't call himself ancestor. I think he should be called demon grandson, demon calves. As a member of the human race, Wang Xianxian definitely did not agree with this statement and instinctively refuted it. Right, master is right. How could a few demons dare to refute Wang Xianxian? Naturally, whatever he said, everyone agreed. Oh, demon ancestor, I know, back then he even wanted to ask me to be a military advisor, but I ruthlessly refused. Slate levitated in the air and said disdainfully. This cowhide, Wang Xianxian has already listened to the second time, last time also scolded it, this time even do not want to scold, directly did not take care of him. It was just that the demon ancestor, demon emperor and whatnot were too far away from Wang Xianxian, so it would be better to focus on Third Master Huang. Meaning that there are still cave lords above Third Master Huang? Wang Xianxian asked again. Yes, the Cave Lord of Taihang Cave, the 8th Prince. The original phase is a 300 years old royal octopus. The Dao is quite high now. Your provincial capital's demon beheading team is out to fight. It is estimated that they can only fight against him. Mr. Honglo's own combat power is not strong. Mentioning this is as good as it gets. The 8th Prince, Wang Xianxian was sure he had heard of this name, Demon Beheader. Chief Commander Song Chongjian had mentioned it when he came here. He was the one who killed Li Chenxiu's entire family. If they caught third Master Huang, they might be able to find the eighth prince along the way. I want to find third Master Huang, do you have any leads? Wang Qianqian asked again. Little Flea knows where he lives. The explosive head youth punching broom immediately said. Just that open-mouthed youth? Wang Qianqian remembered him. Yes, he is our good buddy. As long as we can find him, we will know where Master Huang-san lives. Master, Little Flea is also very good. When the time comes, even he will be collected together. Right, even collect him together. Bumblebee, Punching Broom, and Noodle shouted one after another, obviously very much looking forward to this scene. Yeah, if he's willing. Wang Qianqian smiled. He's definitely willing, he likes being with us. A few demons rejoiced. At this time they didn't know that the open-mouthed youth was already dead, or killed by Master Huang-san. Instead of waiting for the open-mouthed youth, Wang Qianqian was informed that Zhou Weiguo's case was going to court. Because of Duke Xian's father, Xian Wuwei, the case had to be fast, strict and quick, so on the fourth day of Zhou Weiguo's arrest, he was brought to the court by the bailiffs. That morning, Li Qianqiu brought Wang Qianqian, Long Qiu, and Zhong Xian to the courtroom to participate in the sentencing of this case. Everyone was not in a good mood, every single face was covered in gloom, knowing that Zhou Weiguo would surely die, yet they still had to witness this process, their hearts couldn't be any harder. Of course, Xian Wuwei's family was not in a good mood either. Even if Zhou Weiguo died 10,000 times, it would not be able to replace their son's life. As one of the most powerful people in Luzhou City, Xian Wuwei had long known about Zhou Weiguo's identity, as well as the fact that Li Qianqiu and the others all belonged to the Demon Slayers. In the past, he would have greeted Li Qianqiu and the others politely, but now, there was only resentment in his eyes. 127 upside down black and white. Although Xian Wuwei wasn't so far gone as to vent a bellyful of resentment on the Demon Slayers, it was also impossible for him to have a good face towards them. Truth be told, if it weren't for the Demon Chopper, with the JUE he had placed by his son's side, it would have been enough to deal with most of the unsuspecting attackers. It was a Demon Chopper on the contrary. Xian Wuwei was able to maintain his composure in the courtroom, treating the Demon Chopper as heir, and his connoisseurship was already very good. However, when Zhou Weiguo was brought up by the bailiffs, Xian Wuwei still couldn't control himself a bit, and he glared viciously at Zhou Weiguo, itching to dig out his heart and pierce his intestines. Zhou Weiguo was at least a Stone Realm Demon Chopper, could he still not detect Xian Wuwei's hostility towards him? You are Duke Xian's father, aren't you? Zhou Weiguo, who was wearing a yellow prison uniform and had his hair shaved short, stood in the defendant's seat where his freedom was restricted, and he was calm at the moment when he should have a sad face. It's me. Xian Wuwei did not want to talk to him much. Oh, you raised a scum son. I don't regret killing him at all. The corner of Zhou Weiguo's mouth skimmed up with a smile, he knew that he wouldn't survive, he spoke recklessly instead. Crunch! Xian Wuwei clenched his palms, his eyes almost spitting fire. Zhou Weiguo turned his head to look at Li Qianqiu and the others. It's alright, I'll accept it openly, no matter what the outcome is, I'm mentally prepared. Zhou Weiguo smiled at a few people. Everyone, however, couldn't smile, each looking at him with silent faces. Hey, don't be like this, make it look like I'm going to have a funeral now. I'll talk to you guys, when I die, the remains of the body to the state, the organ should be donated to donate, and don't leave anything for me. All these years I have done nothing but have a good body. I was trained by the country, I should return it to the country. Clang clang clang. The president banged the gavel, signaling everyone to be quiet. Zhou Weiguo stopped talking and turned his head to look at the solemn national emblem. Zhou Weiguo murder case, the trial will now begin. The president first spoke roughly about the process of the crime, and then the prosecution brought the case. The public prosecution was certainly very professional, they clearly stated that when Zhou Weiguo killed the first person, it could still be considered self-defense, but when he killed the second person, it already belonged to malignant homicide, and there was no room for any good offices. I go out to a trip. Here, Li Qianqiu cannot listen to it, red with a pair of eyes to get up and go out. I do have a different view. I think that these two murder cases are justified defense. Just at this time, a ghostly voice rang out, it is Zhou Weiguo's defense lawyer spoke. Li Qianqiu snapped back, eyes staring straight at him, originally already disheartened, because of these two words, the heart rekindled a trace of hope. Long Kuai, Zhong Xian, and Wang Qianqian also stared at that lawyer nervously. Shangjing City, a certain courtyard. Song Chongjian, the chief commander of Demon Chopper, was sitting in front of an LCD computer, using the internet to watch the courtroom live. I'm considered to be using my power for personal gain. Forget it, who made Wang Qianqian's matter bigger than the sky? His temporary teammate, naturally, is also bigger than the sky. Zhou Weiguo, be glad that you are Wang Qianqian's teammate. Song Chongjian let out a bitter laugh. Luzhou City, Court. Because of Zhou Weiguo's identity, the defense lawyer was arranged by the Demon Chopper side. This defense lawyer was around 40 years old or so, wearing a straight suit, with his hair combed meticulously and a pair of glittering eyes, looking like a shrewd and capable person. Seeing him sitting on the defense seat, he said quietly, as far as I know, my client, that is, Mr. Zhou Weiguo, he didn't go to the Tide Bar in order to kill someone, but to ask Duke Xian something. And Duke Xian didn't pay any attention to him at all. Instead, he even asked the bodyguards around him to kill him, and Zhou Weiguo was forced to return the favor. After taking care of a few bodyguards, Duke Xian also gave orders to the security guards in the bar to kill Zhou Weiguo, and Zhou Weiguo was forced to kill him in order to protect himself. Nonsense, what evidence do you have to say so? At that time my son was already unconscious, it was impossible to go and give that order. Xian Wuwei couldn't listen anymore and directly stood in the audience and roared. Quiet. Please listen to the defendant's defense attorney finish. The president swept him a glance, signaling the middle-aged man to continue speaking. Xian Wuwei had no choice but to be quiet, but he was still so angry that his cheeks were a little red. The left one was forced, the right one was forced. He had never seen a lawyer who reversed black and white so much. The middle-aged man coughed lightly twice and continued, under the circumstances, my client, Zhou Weiguo, had to kill Mr. Xian in order to save his own life. To sum up, the case of eunuch Xian should also be self-defense, and my client should also be acquitted. My statement is finished, thank you all. The middle-aged man bowed at the president and sat down. Is it like this? Li Qianqiu was all confused, looking back at Wang Qianqian and the others, with an expression on his face that was as bewildered as it could be. Long Kuai and Zhong Xian were also confused. This was not at all the same as what they had learned before. I don't think it should be like this, Wang Qianqian whispered as he clearly saw that Zhou Weiguo was also looking at the middle-aged man with a jaw-dropped look on his face, clearly unable to comprehend why his own defense attorney was telling such a big lie. Yes, even Zhou Weiguo himself was confused. It was simply impossible to muddle through surveillance, witnesses, everything. Do you really think that people Xian Wuwei, the public prosecution and the court president are for nothing? 128 Fortune in the midst of misfortune. Defense counsel for the defendant, do you have any evidence to support your claim? As expected, the court president began to ask questions. Li Qianqiu, Wang Qianqian and the others had their hearts in their throats, wanting to see how this lawyer would end up in the end. If you talk nonsense in court and have no evidence, you will have to pay the legal responsibility. Of course, I now apply for the witness to appear. The lawyer stood up and said in a gentle manner, looking confident. Good. The court president nodded in agreement. Not long after, the side door of the courtroom opened, and under the leadership of several bailiffs, 3 middle-aged men walked in, precisely the bodyguards beside Prince Xian. That night there were a total of 4 bodyguards, and that Jue was hit by the lightning attraction, and is still in a coma, recuperating from his injuries, so only 3 of them appeared. How did you come here? Xian Wuwei was surprised, obviously this scene was something he hadn't expected. The 3 bodyguards didn't ignore him and walked to the witness stand with their heads lowered, elaborating on what happened that night one by one. They had obviously matched their confessions, and together they put the blame on Duke Xian, claiming that Duke Xian had indeed ordered them to kill Zhou Weiguo. You guys are talking nonsense. Who told you to say that? Xian Wuwei was so furious that the veins on his neck were showing and his body was shaking. Quiet. The court president banged the gavel, then asked the 3 bodyguards, can you be legally responsible for what you say? Can. One of the bodyguards nodded and said, Duke Xian pretended to be unconscious at that time, but in fact, he was still awake and quietly encouraged us to go over and kill people, only that Zhou Weiguo was too strong, and we all lost in his hands. The other 2 bodyguards also chimed in. Immediately after that, a few more young men made their appearance. They were the security guards in the Chow Chow bar. A few of them similarly testified against Lord Xian, saying that Lord Xian had pretended to be unconscious at the time, but had actually secretly instructed them to kill Zhou Weiguo, and also said that they would be able to cover whatever happened. When questioned by the court president, they likewise promised that they could be held legally responsible for the above words. The court president even pulled up the surveillance video in court, and on the spot, he asked the information section to make an appraisal, but because the environment in the bar was too noisy and dim, it was impossible to determine whether Duke Xian was pretending to be unconscious. In such a situation, it is obvious that the statements of the witnesses will have to be adopted. They were bought and paid for. I demand a thorough re-investigation of this matter. Xian Wuwei became agitated, his cheeks trembling. Mr. Xian, please pay attention to your wording, and please trust our professionalism and judgment. The court president tapped the gavel and glanced at him lightly. Xian Wuwei froze on the spot. As one of the most powerful people in this city, he and this court president in front of him were actually old acquaintances, and the 2 of them hadn't met and dined in private much, and their relationship was definitely familiar, to the point of being called buddies. But now, he only felt that this court president was strange and distant. Behind this, as if there is a big hand he cannot see and touch in the manipulation of all this, and with his current status and position is absolutely unable to resist in disobedience. But Zhou Weiguo was clearly an ordinary demon chopper. Even if the organization, Demon Chopper, was subordinate to the military, the upper echelons couldn't possibly be sheltered to this extent because of him. In the end, which part of the process has gone wrong?
Not to mention he couldn't figure it out, even Wang Qianqian and the others couldn't figure it out. In this 4th tier small city, Xian Wuwei definitely called his hand over the sky. Those bodyguards and security guards were all his people to a certain extent, who was so capable that he could make them betray their old patron at the same time. Next, in a tug of war and war of words, both sides had a back-and-forth quarrel for more than an hour. The court president finally adopted the witness's side of the testimony, declared Zhou Weiguo not guilty, and released in court. Yay! Wang Qianqian, Long Jiu, and Zhong Xian directly cheered as they clapped their hands and laughed, their excitement overflowing. Although Li Qianqiu wasn't as crazy as them, he was also thrilled inside. The corners of his mouth kept rising, and although he tried to restrain himself, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. As for Zhou Weiguo, he was first stunned, confused, then incredulous, and then let out a long breath. For a moment, he too began to suspect that all of this was true, and that Duke Xian had really faked unconsciousness and ordered him to be killed earlier. He turned his head and met Li Qianqiu's eyes, and the two of them laughed out together. Although they didn't know what was going on, it was already a blessing and misfortune to have escaped. But upon hearing the final result, Xian Wuwei directly sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, and his body fell straight toward the front. Mr. Xian! Mr. Xian! Several staff members immediately assisted him. The scene was chaotic. Some people called for an ambulance, some people directly on the spot began to rescue, and next to the jubilant contrast, it can be said that several families are happy and several families are sad. The court president glanced at Xian Wuwei, gently sighed, got up and walked towards the direction of the side door. Mr. Xian, you've offended someone who shouldn't have been offended. The court president muttered as his figure disappeared into thin air. 129 Welcome back to the team. Lawyer Song, thank you so much indeed. At the entrance of the courtroom, Li Qianqiu, Wang Qianqian, Zhong Xian, Long Kuai, and Zhou Weiguo, who had just been released and had changed into civilian clothes, surrounded Lawyer Song and kept saying words of thanks. You're welcome, this is all what I should do. Lawyer Song pushed the gold glasses on the bridge of his nose and said with a smile. Lawyer Song, did Duke Xian really pretend to be faint and ordered those people to kill me? Until now, Zhou Weiguo still felt a bit unbelievable, always feeling that everything was so dreamy. Of course it's true, otherwise why would those witnesses talk back? Lawyer Song smiled slightly and patted Zhou Weiguo's shoulder and said, as the lawyer of the demon beheader, it is what I should do to seek justice for you guys. You guys fought bravely to kill the demons and serve the country and the people, and I will take care of the latter. Alright, all of you go back, I have to rush to the next city as well. There is a demon beheader who committed a similar crime as you, I'm going to do my best to help him. After saying that, Lawyer Song said goodbye to the crowd and stopped a cab to leave. On the road outside the courtroom, under the bright sunlight, every single person was smiling. No one had expected this final result, so much so that they had arranged nothing and didn't know where to go next. So everyone looked at Li Qianqiu, waiting for this acting captain to arrange the next step. Screw it, no more work today, let's go eat hot pot. Li Qianqiu waved his hand and made a rare foul-mouthed outburst. Yay! Everyone shouted happily. City Hospital. Lying on the hospital bed, Xian Wuwei slowly opened his eyes. Why is this happening? Why? A woman jumped onto his body and howled. What's behind this is no longer something I can manipulate. There's obviously someone with more power than me protecting Zhou Weiguo. Xian Wuwei sighed long and hard, reaching out to gently stroke the woman's hair. Immersed in the power field for many years, he was well aware of how powerless this was. That Zhou Weiguo, what exactly is his background? The woman wasn't just crying, she had followed Xian Wuwei for so many years. Of course she was clear about the cattiness and ends of this. I don't know, in my previous inquiries, he is an ordinary demon shopper. There shouldn't and can't be a big person protecting him. Of course, it could also be that my ability is not enough to find out the real one behind him. Xian Wuwei gritted his teeth, his gaze red. Then what do we do? Just endure it. The woman was trembling, her son had died and the real culprit had escaped. There was nothing more unbearable than this. In this small 4th-tier city, no one had ever been able to make them so suffocated. Of course it's impossible to hold back. Xian Wuwei exhaled, holding the woman's hand and said in a deep voice, we only have this one son, even if we do nothing for the rest of our lives, we have to avenge his death. If the bright ones don't work, then come to the dark ones, come to the dark ones. But they are demon beheaders. The woman bit her lip. What's wrong with demon slayers? There's nothing in this world that's more powerful than a demon slayer. The corner of Xian Wuwei's mouth skimmed over a cold smile. On the pedestrian street, in a certain hot pot restaurant. Cheers! Above the steaming, aromatic hot pot, several demon slayers held up their juices and clinked together. It was already treasonous to come out to eat during working hours, so they coincidentally didn't drink, staying sober at all times in order to deal with all sorts of unforeseen situations. Welcome back, old brother Zhou. Warm welcome. Since it was juice, there was no need for everyone to be restrained, clinking glass after glass. It was a happy occasion. Hey, I didn't think I could come back either. I'll have to seriously kill a few demons in the future, or else I'll really be sorry for the Demon Slayers organization. Zhou Weiguo laughingly rubbed his head. What do you mean? Could it be that you haven't killed seriously before?
Li Qianqiu looked at him incredulously. Hey, I didn't say that. Zhou Weiguo hurriedly changed his words. The crowd burst into laughter. After having fun, workaholic Li Qianqiu still steered the topic to demons, and it just so happened that Zhou Weiguo was also away for the past few days, so by the way, he could get to know everyone's recent situation. Learning that Wang Qianqian had collected a few more demons, Zhou Weiguo cried and laughed and said, "Good lord, aren't we beheading demons? How come it seems like we become demon collectors? This is really not a good thing to say, even if there are other places that do this, at most 1 or 2 demons will be collected, like Wang Qianqian who collected 5 in one breath. It is really unheard of and unheard of." But because it was Zhou Juinxian's handpick, everyone couldn't say anything. The trickier one lately is still Master Huang San. Li Qianqiu continued, "I don't know what kind of madness he's been smoking, he must be at odds with Xiao Chun, and has already sneaked up on him several times. Recently I visited a few informant demons and got a bit of information, he may be in Tunliu County." Although Li Qianqiu was a demon-killing maniac, and even swore to kill all the demons in the world, he didn't just do it brute force and blindly, just like those police officers cultivating undercover agents, he also cultivated a few informants among the demons. In order for a demon to become an informant, it must first fulfill a few conditions. Firstly, it has not done anything too evil. Secondly, its own strength is low so that it is easy to control. And thirdly, the most important point, its identity has never been exposed. In other words, the other demon choppers didn't even know of his existence. 130 Little Tree. In order to protect the privacy of these informants, Li Qianqiu and them never had a single line of contact. Zhou Weiguo and the others didn't know what kind of demons they were, which also maximized their safety. Tunliu County? Wang Qianqian frowned slightly. What's wrong? Li Qianqiu immediately looked at him keenly. Our chairman seems to be the of Tunliu County, Wang Qianqian said with less certainty. He wasn't familiar with Yue and had only overheard his co-workers say a word about it. There are more people from Tunliu County, but it doesn't mean anything. Li Qianqiu paused for a moment before continuing, "But I seem to remember that when Old Lady Mouse approached you, it was your chairman who pulled the strings?" "Yes, but again, that doesn't mean anything. Old Lady Rat is Jilan's mother, so if she found our chairman, then it's only normal for him to step in and receive her." Wang Qianqian said again. "Indeed, I've seen that new chairman of yours, he's a human, not a demon." Li Qianqiu narrowed his eyes and said somberly, "But he's friends with Lu Feng and Jilan, he can start a company together, he's known them for at least 7 or 8 years, also helped the Old Lady Mouse to ask you out, plus he is Tunliu County." Multiple coincidences linked together at least indicates that this person has a high degree of suspicion. Before we are not sure if he and Master Huang San really know each other, don't scare the snakes, you can secretly keep an eye on them. Good. I'll be responsible for keeping an eye on him. Wang Qianqian was the sales manager of Luda Company, and the roof of the building was the chairman's office, so it could be too easy to monitor him. Next, Li Qianqiu inquired about Wang Qianqian's recent progress in learning the art, and learned that he had almost honed his gun skills, so he said, "Tomorrow, you will study with Long Kuai for 1 more day, and then you can focus on you, and I can teach you the sword skills later." Can. Wang Qianqian nodded. After things were arranged, the crowd returned to Zhuzha's car wash. The next day, everyone went about their business. Zhou Weiguo was back, and the eastern part of the city didn't need Long Kuai to help patrol anymore, so she was able to free up a lot of time to accompany Wang Qianqian to practice her gun. Wang Qianqian also lived up to the expectations, his gun skills were getting better and better, and indeed he would be ready to leave the army after 1 more day of practicing. Because Zhou Weiguo safely returned to the team, everyone has swept away the previous haze. Long Kuai is also quite happy. Taking advantage of Wang Qianqian's gun practice, she also secretly slipped to the corner of the ex-husband to make a phone call. When Long Kuai joined Demon Chopper 4 years ago, she divorced her ex-husband in order to protect the safety of her family. This divorce was of course a fake divorce, and both parties could accept it because her ex-husband was also a Demon Chopper. Long Kuai's ex-husband's name was Jiang Jishue, and he was the captain of the Demon Chopper team in another 4th-tier city. The couple hadn't seen each other for several years, and at most, they just secretly made a phone call. "Old Jiang, how have you been?" Knowing that Wang Qianqian's hearing was good, Long Qiu endeavored to walk farther away and lower her voice. "I'm pretty good, I just killed a Stone Realm demon recently, how's it going on your side? How many demons did you kill?" Jiang Jishue replied calmly and spoke with a single voice, not hearing the slightest hint of conjugal love. Instead, it was as if he was reporting on his work. "I'm pretty good here too." Long Aoi roughly spoke about her current situation, as well as some recent events. After both sides had finished, the atmosphere began to fall silent. It wasn't that there were no more words. If they really wanted to talk, they could talk for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping their mouths. It was just that they both remembered someone at the moment. "Have you secretly gone to see Little Tree recently?" In the end, it was Long Aoi who broke the silence and took the initiative to ask about the person they were attached to. "No, if I go to see him, I am harming him." Jiang Jishue gently clenched his teeth. Long Kuai stopped speaking, her nose slightly sour. Little Tree was their child, only in second grade when they parted 4 years ago, and because of the work of the demon chopper, they had no choice but to send Little Tree to the home of a distant relative, so far away that the demon could never possibly find out where he was. But that was their child after all, it was false to say that they didn't miss it. 6th grade, 13 years old, should have grown very tall, Long Aoi murmured. Well, kids nowadays are well nourished, how can they be 1 meter 4, 1 meter 5? Jiang Jishue smiled, try to become strong, one day, we can pick up Little Tree. Good. Long Kwai exhaled, burying that thought deep in her heart. Bam 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 bam. A ticket inspector was struggling to walk through the crowded crowd on a green train heading to Luzhou City. Everyone take out your tickets. The ticket inspector waved his hand. A young boy of about 13 years old saw this and immediately sneaked to the restroom unnoticed. Only when the ticket inspector left this carriage did the little boy breathe a sigh of relief, walk out of the toilet, and sit down in a corner piled with traveling gifts. Mom, I'm going to see you soon. The little boy caressed a photo in his hand, a happy smile rippling across his face. 131 killing move. South of the city, at the gate of a vegetable market. It was close to noon, crowded with people, grandparents carrying baskets of vegetables in and out. The whole market was filled with hustle and bustle, but it was the most ordinary human fireworks in this world. Long Kwai and Wang Qianqian are in that shooting room? Can't be wrong, the shooting room is right below the vegetable market. I watched them both go in with my own eyes. 5 youths with different looks, the common point was that their faces were a bit yellowish, furtively gathered together to discuss. They were the only few bloodline relatives left to Master Huang San. Because of the successive defeats of Mr. Red Mansion, the 5 flavors man and the youth with the open mouth, Master Huang San had completely lost confidence in the demons in Luzhou City, and had no choice but to send out his most capable and beloved generals. These weasels all had the strength of the Earth realm, with realms ranging from the early stage to the peak, but all of them were shrewd and strong, and were not of the same species as those loose demons. They followed Wang Qianqian from afar for a few days, and finally grasped his whereabouts. They had experienced many things, and were quite experienced in combat and against the enemy, and one of their most obvious characteristics was that they were not afraid of demon choppers. Our target is Wang Qianqian, not Long Kwai. The one who spoke was called Ada, ranking as the eldest in this group of weasels. Then let's wait for Long Kwai to leave, then we'll enter the shooting room. Sooner or later she'll have to go out on her rounds. At that time, we'll surround Wang Qianqian, quickly take him down, and then leave. Air said somberly. This plan can work, but there is a problem. What if Long Aoi returns? Even if the chance is small, we have to be on guard. Ada said cautiously. Like this, later on, after Long Aoi leaves, you 4 go into the shooting room, while I continue to keep an eye on Long Aoi. Once there is anything unusual, I will call you guys at the first time. In this group of weasels, Air has always acted as the military advisor. Good, but you must be careful. Try to stay away from Long Kwai, don't let her demon suppressor bell ring. We don't have the ability to hide our demonic aura. Don't worry, it's not the first time. The plan was finalized, and the 5 weasels went their own way, quickly disappearing into the corners of the food market. Train station. A green train slowly came to a halt, and along with the crowded crowd, a young boy walked out. Luzhou City, here I am again. The little boy smiled softly and looked up at the azure sky, then breezed outside the station as if he was returning to his home, pulling open the door of a cab with his hand. South of the city, Reggie's food market. The little boy leaned back in his seat and once again touched the photo and caressed it. The photo was of a young woman, long-haired, pretty, and full of smiles. Buzz. The cab started and quickly left the train station. South of the city, Ruiji food market, in the underground shooting room. Little Tatsu, keep practicing, I'm going out for a spin. Oh, good. Wang Qianqian took off his soundproof earpiece and turned his head to look at Long Qiu, whose eyes were still a little red and swollen. Zhou Weiguo had obviously returned safely to the team, and Long Qiu was still particularly happy in the morning, so why did she cry again just now? Wang Qianqian didn't ask, who doesn't have some secrets of his own? If Long Kwai did not want to say, he would not take the initiative to mention it. Long Kwai turned around and left the shooting room. Wang Qianqian also continued to put on the headset and practice the gun. The entrance to the food market. The crowd was still crowded, the grandparents were full of vegetables, their baskets were filled with all kinds of vegetables, all of them were joyful and smiling. Long Kwai mingled among them, walking towards the outside of the vegetable market. The yellow-faced youth named Air followed from afar. Keeping a distance, not allowing the demon-suppressing bell to move, and at the same time keeping an eye on Long Kwai's movements, this was definitely a skillful job for a demon. At the same time, the other 4 yellow-faced youths scurried out from different directions, feeling their way silently towards the entrance of the underground shooting room. The shooting room. Wang Qianqian, wearing soundproof headphones, standing at the 100-meter target, is bang 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 firing the gun, although it cannot do the gun 10 rings, but every time to hit 8 or 9 rings has been quite good. After all, he has only been practicing for 3 or 4 days only. Feeling bored, Slate flew out from his waist and scurried around in the sky above the shooting room. Why aren't there any demons coming to the door lately? I want to suck blood so bad. Slade was screaming strangely when the door to the shooting room was suddenly slammed open, followed by 4 lightning-fast yellow figures sprinting in.
Say demon arrives, this mouth of mine is considered to have been enlightened. Master! Slate snapped back and yelled. In fact, without Slate's reminder, Wang Xianxian also noticed that someone had come in.
Although he was wearing a soundproof earpiece, but his nose was not blocked, for similar sense scurried in. If he was not at all alert, the previous period of time could really be in vain. Wang Xianxian pulled down his headset, then quickly turned around, for figures hurriedly scurried over, each extending their sharp nails, attacking him from different directions.
Yes, there is no nonsense, do not make any stop, come up to kill. 132 kill them all.
Of course, Wang Xianxian didn't have any hesitation. He happened to have a gun in his hand, and immediately shot out bang 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 at the 4 figures. Although the gun used training bullets, it wasn't without any lethality, not to mention that the other party didn't know about this situation, and when they saw Wang Xianxian's sudden shooting, they were so shocked that they scattered in all directions. The first wave of attacks dodged.
Thump, thump.
The 4 yellow-faced youths stood in different directions, their gazes staring straight at Wang Xianxian before slowly landing on all fours in an attacking stance, their stern nails emitting a ghostly light. 1 peak Earth Realm, 1 mid-Earth Realm, and 2 early Earth Realm.
Are a bit troublesome.
Wang Xianxian held his gun in both hands, feeling the different realm auras of the 4 people.
His gun has no deterrent effect, it's all training bullets.
The weasel named Ade observed the previous bullet marks and realized that it only left shallow traces around.
So he quickly made a conclusion and arrangement, get ready to go on, quick battle. For demons together, you definitely can't beat them. The slate wobbled and flew into Wang Xianxian's hand. So what now, call someone?
Wang Xianxian laughed playfully, dropping the gun in his hand and steadily grasping the slate in his hand.
Don't be paranoid, the other demon slayers can only come over in at least half an hour, even if Long Kwai comes back it will take 10 minutes. And with a few of us together, we can tear you apart in a minute.
Da's palms rubbed the ground, his nails scraping against the concrete, making a harsh tingling sound.
He, who said I'm going to call the other demon choppers?
Wang Xianxian reached out and waved his hand, and 4 silhouettes appeared out of thin air, standing firmly in front of him. Muscleman Bumblebee, Bandaged Youth Noodle, Exploding Head Youth Punching Broom, plus a Mr. Red House holding capitalism in his hand.
5 against 4. Wang Xianxian gently licked his lips. 6 against 4. You forgot to count me. Slate shouted with bravado.
The faces of the several yellow-faced youths sank. Before they had the advantage, now it seemed like the situation had switched.
Mr. Red Mansion, are you going to make an enemy of us?
Ade spoke somberly. As one of the fierce generals under Master Huang San, he certainly knew these demons in Luzhou City.
However, he really didn't expect that these demons were now following Wang Xianxian's orders.
It's not that I'm going to make an enemy of you guys, it's that I've signed a soul contract with him. Mr. Honglu scratched his head. Good, then you stand down. When we kill him, the soul contract will automatically be lifted. Ade said somberly. As long as he persuaded Mr. Red Mansion to back off, the other few demons wouldn't be a problem.
That won't do.
Mr. Red Mansion continued scratching his head.
What? Dan narrowed his eyes. In the past, I guess, I did listen to him because of the soul contract. But now, I think he's quite good and I'm willing to stay by his side, so I have to help him this time. Mr. Honglu carefully placed capitalism on the table next to him, afraid of accidentally dirtying it. You're not afraid of Mr. Huang San? Ade continued to threaten.
Afraid? Mr. Red Mansion raised his head and narrowed his eyes, but I prefer him to die.
Little red building is good. Rare for you to be tough. Slade laughed triumphantly. Ade gritted his teeth and looked at Bumblebee and the others again. You guys are also planning to betray Third Master Huang? Yellow your grandmother's mouth, I was never his person, what's the point of betraying or not betraying?
Muscleman Bumblebee did warm-up movements, flinging his arms and legs, obviously ready to get on. To tell you a news, the 5 Flavor Man and the Little Flea were all killed by Master Huang San, and their hearts were all dug out, Ade said grimly.
What, Little Flea is dead? I'll ing fight you guys.
Ade's intention was to threaten and intimidate a few people, but it backfired. Punching Broom and Noodle were still a bit hesitant because they were honestly quite afraid of Third Master Huang. Once they heard that Little Flea was dead, they all went berserk.
Damn weasels, I'm not done with you.
The Punching Broom flung its hair wildly, and a gale of wind whistled out. Pay for Flea's life. Noodle was furious, his hand swung violently, a bandage stretching out.
Them, avenge Little Flea.
Wang Xianxian was still planning to put away the open-mouthed youth, but once he heard this, he was also enraged, and immediately rushed to the front ahead of the others. Muscleman Bumblebee took big steps, bam 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 bam, stepping on the concrete floor, closely following behind Wang Xianxian.
Power to the mountains.
Hearing that the 5 Flavors Man was dead, Mr. Red Mansion, a bookworm, couldn't control himself and shook his body. A dream of red mansions as big as a truck then flew over. His feelings with the 5 Flavors Man were definitely described as a high mountain and flowing water meeting a soulmate. A confidant dying like this was never going to end well. Them to death. Slate shouted excitedly.
Ade, what should we do? Looking at the raging crowd, another yellow-faced youth asked anxiously.
133. Don't move my mom. Fight with them. Don't look at the number of them, they're all small demons, and they don't have as much experience against the enemy as we do.
Ada gritted his teeth, thinking of what happened to the Five Flavors man and the open-mouthed youth. He reckoned that he wouldn't have any good fruit to eat if he went back, so he might as well put up a fight here. It might have a miraculous effect.
Good, then let's go.
The other few yellow-faced youths rushed up together.
Bam bam bam. Bam bam bam.
Chop chop. An incomparably chaotic battle unfolded frantically in the underground shooting room.
Meanwhile, at the entrance of the food market,
the yellow-faced youth, Air, had just followed him for a few dozen meters when he suddenly realized that Long Kwai had disappeared from his line of sight.
Weird, where is everyone?
Air frowned and hurriedly ran a few steps forward, still not seeing Long Kwai's figure.
Gone so fast?
Air looked around, always feeling that something wasn't quite right. Oops. A bad idea came to life in Air's mind. Long Kwai couldn't have disappeared for no reason, so that could only mean one thing: he was exposed and was being counterstalked. Although he didn't know exactly where Long Chiu was, he knew that the other party must be secretly staring at him and might have already prepared to use the demon-suppressing bell to cast clear space. If he didn't run, he was afraid that it would be too late. Air's reaction is extremely fast. Just thought of this point, then casually choose a direction, open two long legs, quickly scurry out. Outside the food market, behind a certain phone booth.
Alertness is still quite high. Seeing this scene, Long Kwai's heart quickly sank.
Although Air hadn't triggered the demon-suppressing bell since the beginning, as an experienced and qualified demon chopper, it would be too wasteful if she only needed the demon-suppressing bell to recognize the enemy. As soon as Long Kwai left the food market, she was vaguely aware that someone was staring at her. While walking out as if nothing had happened, she slightly tilted her head sideways and observed the rear with the corner of her eye, spending about 2 minutes to lock onto Air. She had fought with the weasels under Master Huang San before, and knew that even if they took human form, they had the characteristic of having yellowed faces. After roughly surmising the identity of the other party, Long Kwai silently hid behind a certain phone booth, ready to cast clear space once the other party was close to a certain range. But the fact that the other party was so vigilant was really something she didn't expect. Demons nowadays, their spiritual intelligence is really getting higher and higher. Long Kwai sighed, and immediately drew her demon slasher to chase after her in the direction of Air. At the same time, she also held the demon-suppressing bell in her hand, and as long as she was close to a certain range, the clear space was going to be cast.
One person and one demon, chasing back and forth like this.
At this time near noon, the crowd in the vegetable market is getting more and more surging. There is also one vegetable stall after another on the ground. The speed of one person and one demon is extremely fast. In the eyes of outsiders is just a gust of wind swept through, simply cannot react to what exactly happened next to it. With the spiritual power of the late Earth realm, Long Kwai's running speed was no worse than that of Air, and even vaguely had the intention of surpassing the other party. However, Long Kwai didn't dare to chase too closely, because there were too many civilians over here, and if she wasn't careful, she could cause harm to anyone. The best thing to do was to chase them to some place where no one was around before casting other means. But this thought of hers was likewise insight by Air. After all, it wasn't the first time that Air had fought a demon chopper. Seeing that he was already out of the food market, and there weren't many people further ahead, thinking that he was about to fall into the net of the law, Air's heart crossed, and casually grabbed a little boy next to him, then quickly turned back around, and choked the little boy's throat, saying, "If you keep chasing after me, I'm going to kill someone." Long Kwai's heart sank. The most unwanted scene still happened. Clear space. Taking advantage of the fact that the surrounding crowd hadn't turned their heads to look, Long Kwai gently shook the demon-suppressing bell in her hand, and the sky above the vegetable market slightly shook, and a piece of parallel space was then created. The market was still the same, but the people around it completely disappeared. Only Long Chiu, Air, and that poor little boy remained. "I can let you go, but you have to let the little boy go," Long Kwai said calmly while looking down towards the little boy, thinking that he must have been scared and had to be consoled for a couple of moments before he could do so. With just this glance, Long Kwai's gaze shook slightly. Little tree?" Long Kwai shouted out in surprise. "Mom!" The little boy was caught in Air's hands, sharp nails piercing his throat. His face was a little white, and his forehead was sweating coldly, but he still tried to keep his composure. "You? How did you come here?" Long Kwai's voice trembled. The distant relative's home that she and her husband had arranged for was at least several hundred kilometers away from Luzhou City. That's right, the little boy who was caught in Air's hands was Long Kwai and Jiang Jishua's son, Xiaoshu. "Mom, I came to see you." Little Tree was strangled by Air a little bit and instinctively put his hand on his wrist. "Ha ha 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 ha. One of the people I casually grabbed is actually your son?" Air laughed madly, realizing that he had stepped on and could use this little boy to threaten Long Kwai to do more. Long Kwai didn't dare to move a muscle, his hands trembled slightly. "Uncle, what are you laughing at?" Little Tree suddenly raised his head and looked at Air. "Because your mom is dying." Aji smiled. "If you dare to touch my mom, I won't let you go."
Little Tree seemed to slowly calm down from her initial panic, her tone becoming calm and deep, and her gaze slightly sharp. 134 Little Tree, close your eyes. Inside the shooting room. A melee was still continuing. Wang Qianqian naturally faced the peak Earth realm of one person, and one demon had already fought for several rounds, one skillful in mastering the 72 transformations, although only a small portion of it could be brought into play, spitting out a tuft of fire from time to time, and also drilling into the ground for sneak attacks, and intermittently using the powerful strength skill. It was enough for Ada to get burnt out. However, Ada was indeed not easy to deal with. As one of the fierce generals under Master Huang San, his experience against the enemy and level of fighting was very good, and utilizing his own characteristics of being as fast as lightning and having sharp claws, it was not something that could be compared to those ordinary small demons, and it also caused quite a lot of trouble for Wang Qianqian. While the one man and one demon fought back and forth, panting, the other few demons were quickly divided into winners and losers. In addition to Ada, the other three yellow-faced youths were not too high in realm, and could only be arrogant for a while because of their combat experience, but Bumblebee, Punching Broom and Noodle were often mixed together, and there was no need to talk about their tacit understanding with each other, and even if they suffered a little bit of a loss at the beginning, they adapted to it right away later on, and together with Mr. Red Mansion's constant help, they soon finished off these three weasels on the basis of a 4-3 fight. Noodle tied one with a bandage, Mr. Red Mansion pressed one with his original phase, and the sky-charging broom blew one's eyes open, and Bumblebee took advantage of this opportunity to madly and violently beat up the three of them, and soon beat them to the point that they were covered in smoke, and restored them to their original phases as weasels. Dare to kill Flea, I'm not done with you. Bumblebee pounded his sturdy chest, as if Tarzan of the Apes was possessed. Seeing that his brothers were dead, Ada's heart sank to the bottom, and he had no heart to fight at that moment, scattering his legs and running towards the door of the shooting room. Come, rely on you guys, don't let him escape. Wang Qianqian waved his hand and floated backward with a point of his toes, crossing his legs and sitting on the sofa, and picking up a cup of steaming tea in his hand. Wang Qianqian and Ah had fought a lot, both sides had lost a lot of spiritual energy and physical strength, and figured that Bumblebee and the others could finish him off, and by the way, they could also sharpen everyone's fighting strength, so they sat down with peace of mind. In front of the food market, inside the clear space. Seeing her son in the hands of air, Long Aoi's heart was like a knife. Just as she was desperately trying to calm herself down and prepare to use a plan to deal with this scene, Xiao Shu's words made her stare. If you dare to touch my mom, I won't let you go. Oh. There was no doubt that all sons under the sky would protect their mothers. Even the great traitors could not see their mothers being bullied. But Little Tree said these words too calm and cool, and even mixed with a few deep meaning, as if cleaning up air is easy as pie. Not to mention Long Kwai, even Ah air froze. What did you say? You won't let me go? Ah air froze at first, then the corners of his mouth grinned. Little brat, tell me, how do you plan to not let me go? While saying that, Ah air pinched Xiao Shu's chin, and gradually exerted force and pressure. You let go of him. Long Aoi roared out of control, but she really didn't dare to move. He, your son's mouth is crazy, it looks like he's spoiled, I'll help you teach him a lesson. Before Ah air finished his words, Xiao Shu, who was staring straight at him, suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly. In that instant, the Little Tree in Ah air's eyes suddenly shifted into the appearance of Master Huang San. Moreover, it was looking at him fiercely and viciously. Third Master. Why are you here? Ah air was so shocked that his feet were back-legged and his knees were about to fall to the ground. But soon, he reacted that something was wrong. Wasn't he pinching Little Tree? How did he suddenly become Third Master Huang? Moreover, how could Third Master Huang appear here? Third Master Huang didn't want to provoke the demon chopper and never came to the city easily. This is all an illusion, this is a spiritual attack. Ah air's expression flinched as he violently raised his palm and stabbed himself hard on his shoulder, his sharp nails instantly cutting a bloody hole and crimson blood murmured out. He was using the pain to force himself out of the illusion. As expected, after he used this move, the Third Master Huang in front of him disappeared and turned back into that lowly little boy. Bastard, go to hell. Air was burning with rage, his nails raked viciously at Little Tree's neck. But it was already too late. A pitch-black demon chopper slashed through the air and went straight for his head. Little Tree, close your eyes. Long Kwai let out a loud shout. Little Tree immediately obediently closed his eyes, and even twisted his body over as well. Ka-ching! Blood spurted out, Ah air's head fell down, his body planted on the ground with a bam sound, and then zip black smoke, eventually transforming into a weasel without a head. Long Kwai touch out the town demon Beltu, in the weasel's body above gently shake, mouth gently murmured a few incantations, the scene of the wreckage will be disappeared. Only after doing all this did Long Kwai pounce on the little boy. Little Tree. Long Aoi hugged the little boy tightly, tears rustling down at the same time, until now her body was still trembling. 135 Manhood. Inside the shooting room. Slab, Noodle, Bumblebee, Punching Broom, and Mr. Red Mansion all rushed up to the 5 demons to fight against Ada, bang bang bang, hoo, and chill, no matter which direction Ada wanted to escape from. Ada wanted to escape from whichever direction, there was always someone blocking his way. Not bad, not bad.
Wang Xianxian sat on the sofa with a cup of hot tea in his hand, watching this scene with great satisfaction. In order to deal with these few demons, Da's chi was almost exhausted, and now he only wanted to escape, regardless of everything. Ada dodged and moved, dodging several attacks in succession, and chose a random direction to scurry out.
Unevenly, it happened to be rushing towards Bumblebee.
The Bumblebee transformed itself into a yellow car, and the sound of the engine buzzing rose up, and crashed fiercely towards Ada. A big toe point, the body will jump up in the air, ready to swipe away from the top of the impact of the Bumblebee. But just at this moment, the Hornet's headlights suddenly flashed, and 2 streaks of blinding white light rushed straight into Ada's eyes. Agoo! Ada instinctively covered his eyes. Hoo-hoo! As big as a truck, the dream of the red chamber rushed up into the sky and violently slapped the airborne Ada down. Swoosh!
Several bandages swept out, binding Ada in a knot. Hoo!
The punching broom frantically flung its hair, and Ada's body then flew towards Wang Xianxian.
Bang bang! In the process, Slate also kept slapping Ada's head. Want to escape from our hands, is it that easy? If you don't take a brick from Big, are you not honest? Slate cursed as he slapped and sucked the blood from Ada's head. With a bang, Ada finally fell at Wang Xianxian's feet. The current Ada was in a sorry state, his head was full of blood, and his body was still bound to death, but there was no flavor of submission in his eyes. Instead, he glared viciously at Wang Xianxian. What, not convinced? Wang Xianxian stood up and stomped on Da's head. Bullying the few with the many, could I possibly be convinced? Ada said grimly, if you have the ability, let's practice alone. Hee, you brought 3 people to encircle me, and were instead encircled by my people, saying that I'm bullying the few with the many? Don't you feel ashamed of yourself when you say that?
Wang Xianxian scolded while kicking Da's head hard. Outside the food market, inside the clear space.
Mom, don't cry, I'm fine, nothing at all.
Little Tree opened his eyes and stretched out his small hand to wipe the tears on Long Chio's face. In fact, the hand was not too small. He was in the 6th grade of elementary school. Nowadays children are well nourished. Standing only 1 head lower than Long Aoi, he did look like a tiny man. Little Tree, why are you here? Recalling the danger just now, Long Aoi still felt her heart palpitating, and her voice was trembling as she spoke.
Mom, I came to see you.
Little Tree smiled softly and reached out to hug her mother's shoulders.
How did you know I was here? Long Aoi looked confused.
Mom, before you and Dad divorced and discussed what to do next, you guys thought I was asleep, but actually I didn't.
Tell you, I know everything. Oh.
Little Tree is still smiling, his expression is a little childish, but he is trying to penetrate the maturity.
What do you know? Long Aoi looked at him incredulously. I know that you guys are demon choppers. The kind that specializes in killing demons. And I also know that Dad is a JUE. Little Tree whispered.
Long Aoi was surprised to look at Little Tree, and only in the 6th grade. 4 years ago when she divorced her husband, she was only in the 2nd grade, but she knew everything?
Mom, I know you guys are busy, don't worry about me.
Little Tree waved her hand like a little adult and said proudly with her hand behind her back again, my mom and dad are protecting the world, this secret can't be told to anyone else, not even my best friend.
Don't worry, I know all about it, it's our secret.
Sometimes when they say that their parents are entrepreneurs and big bosses, I'll just chortle and think to myself that that's nothing, my mom and dad are demon choppers. Speaking of this, Little Tree's complexion dimmed a bit again, it's just that sometimes I miss you guys too much, so I'll secretly take the train to see you. I know where Dad's quarters are, and I also know where Mom often trains. But I just sneak a glance at you guys, never talk to you guys much, and then go back to my aunt's house. Little Tree has always been a very good and well-behaved looking at obviously very small but trying to make a look of an adult, obviously very childish but still pretending to be mature son, Long Aoi again a little taut, tears rustling down.
Mom, why are you crying again?
Little Tree was shocked and hastily reached out his hand to wipe it.
Little Tree. Dad and Mom
are sorry for you. Long Aoi hugged Little Tree, red eyes, and buried her head in his not quite broad but warm shoulders. She and Jiang Jishua owed their son too much, so much that I'm afraid that they can't pay it back in this lifetime. Mom, it's really okay, although you and Dad didn't accompany me, but I'm happy every day.
Auntie is nice to me, my teachers are nice to me, and my classmates are nice to me.
Little Tree smiled, gently patted Long Aoi's back, and stood up for himself like a man.
136 I love you. The shooting room. Wang Xianxian did not hesitate to reject Da's request for a one-on-one and kicked him half to death. Kill.
Kill me, said Ada as he lay on the ground drenched in blood, breathless.
Oh, wada daya, not so easy.
Wang Xianxian snorted coldly, fished out his cell phone and prepared to call Long Kuai. The other weasels are dead, this Ada must be kept, maybe he can dig out the location of Huang San Master from him. This matter, it's better to be reported by Long Kuai, so he called the first time, instead of using the walkie-talkie to inform. Bumblebee and the others surrounded Ada, watching out for any movement on his part. In front of the food market, inside the clear space. After the mother and son duo hugged for a while, Long Kuai suddenly remembered something and immediately asked, Little Tree, what did you do to that uncle before? Why did he suddenly look at you in horror and call you third master?
He's not an uncle, he's a demon. Although he didn't see the process of Long Qiu killing the demon, Xiaoshu obviously knew it in his heart. Mom, when you and Dad first got divorced, I drew your portraits in my book because I missed you guys too much and was seen by a classmate who laughed at me for being an orphan. At that time, I was very angry, so I glared at him fiercely. As a result, he was scared to death at that time and even called me Teacher Lu and said he would never dare to do so again. Mr. Lu is my current homeroom teacher. Later I tried a few more times and found that when I glared at others, I would become the one they were most afraid of in their hearts, but each time it didn't last long. It was just a few minutes, and every time I used it, I felt so tired and exhausted that I had to have a good night's sleep before I could. Until the last 1 or 2 years it was a little better, and I used it 2 or 3 times a day and it doesn't make me tired. Lan Maoi looked at Little Tree dumbfounded, seemed to understand what came over, and asked again, this matter, did you still talk to others about it? No. This is my secret, it won't work if I say it, and they won't be afraid of me in the future. Xiaoshu smiled smugly, a hint of cunning light flashed in her simple eyes. Lan Maoi wanted to say something else, but her cell phone suddenly rang. Xiao Chen? Lan Maoi took a look at the name on the cell phone screen. Her heart quickly understood what had happened. This demon had no intention of attacking her from beginning to end, but only secretly stalking, so the intention was obvious. Their real goal was Wang Qianqian. Long Kuai quickly picked up the phone. Good. I know. I'll go over right away. After listening to Wang Qianqian's report, Long Kuai was finally relieved. He didn't expect that 4 yellow-faced youths had gone to attack him. Fortunately, there were quite a few demons on his side to help him. Long Kuai suddenly understood why Zhou Junxian was racking his brain to plant demons around Wang Qianqian. These demon choppers of their own, because they still had their own jobs to attend to, really couldn't be able to guard Wang Qianqian's side all the time. Little Tree, Mom is still a bit of a thing right now. Long Aoi looked back to her son. It's okay, Mom, I'm already satisfied to be able to see you. I'm also ready to go back. I only took a day off, I'll go back just in time. Little Tree said understandingly. No, Mom, find someone to take you back. Although Little Tree looked mature, but after all, he was a 13-year-old child. Long Aoi was really uneasy about him going back alone, but he couldn't personally go to send him, so the trouble would be even bigger instead. Little Tree pursed his lips and did not speak. Little Tree, when Mommy evacuates this space, she is going to pretend that she doesn't recognize you. Can you do that? Lan Aoi wasn't sure if there were any other demons around, so it had to be done. Okay. Little Tree obediently nodded. Lan Aoi exhaled and hugged Little Tree hard, then touched the demon-suppressing bell and prepared to withdraw from the clear space. Mom! Little Tree suddenly called out softly. Lan Aoi turned her head. It's okay. Little Tree smiled, her eyebrows gently rising. Lan Aoi gently shook the demon-suppressing bell, and the clear space quickly receded like a tidal wave, and the surrounding area returned to a bustling scene. In this moment, Little Tree put on an appearance of being frightened, and even deliberately kept a few moments' distance from Long Kuai. And with an icy face, Long Aoi felt out her cell phone and called a familiar police officer of hers. Yes, Ruiji Vegetable Market, there is a lost little boy, seems to be from out of town, please send a trip. 10 minutes later, a patrol car drove over. The Little Tree got into the car and waved his hand at Long Kuai. Thank you, Auntie, goodbye. Be careful in the future, little kids are so troublesome. Long Kuai glared at him and turned towards the interior of the food market. Where does the family live? The police officer asked while driving. Shuazhou. Xiaoshu said softly. So far away, ah. How did you run over here? The constable had a surprised look on his face. Little Tree didn't answer, but turned her head out the window, looking at Long Aoi's fading back, and muttered a word under her breath that she hadn't said just now. Mom, I love you. 137 Good, a man of honor. The entrance of the food market. It was only until the patrol car left completely that Long Kuai turned back and looked at the direction where the patrol car had already disappeared. Little Tree, Mommy loves you, Long Aoi murmured softly. But soon, Long Aoi's expression became cold and stern again. As she walked in the direction of the shooting room, she fished out her cell phone and called her ex-husband Jiang Jishue. Old Jiang, just now Xiaoshu came to find me. Long Kuai quickly told what happened just now. The whole process, listening to Jiang Jishue was thrilling, before finally saying incredulously, just glaring at that demon scared him into calling up Little Tree Third Master? Right. Long Qiu affirmed. This is an illusion-type spiritual attack. Jiang Jishue muttered, if Little Tree hasn't learned the relevant spells, then he's a Ju energy person. It's impossible for him to have learned the relevant spells, he must be a Jue energy person, and still have the same ability as you. Long Aoi said softly. This stuff can also be inherited Jiang Jishue sighed softly. Yes, after learning that Xiaoshu was a Jue energy user, the couple didn't feel happy, because with the current state of the two families, Xiaoshu would also follow this path in the future. It was destined to be a path full of loneliness and cruelty Since God has given him such an ability, we can't just let it go or turn a blind eye. Jiang Jishue was silent for a long time before he gently sighed and said, report to the top, see what they mean, and try to let Little Tree to go to school for a few more years. Good. Long Kuai softly answered and agreed. When Long Kwai came to the shooting room, Mr. Red Mansion and other demons had already returned to the Qiankuan bag, only the slate brick was still swimming in the air. As soon as he saw Long Kwai come in, the slate brick immediately flew up. Sister Long Kwai, you didn't see, I just now can be heroic, a brick power battle for demons. Ouch. The slate that was subjected to soul pressure immediately grayed out and scurried back behind Wang Qianqian's waist. Sister Long, left one alive. Wang Qianqian kicked the dying death. Wang Qianqian had already replaced the hemp rope binding Ada and strangled him to death. Even if he regained his true form, he would not be able to break free from his bonds. Well done. Long Kwai first complimented, then used the demon-suppressing bell to collect the corpses of the other weasels before finally coming to Ada's body and scrutinizing the yellow-faced youth. He is the head of this group of weasels. Wang Qianqian said, Peak of the Earth Realm, quite strong, surely he knows where Master Huang-san is. Well, bring him back to the compound first. Long Kwai narrowed her eyes and looked at Ada for a while, feeling that this demon didn't seem to be too easy to deal with. Half an hour later, Zhezhe car wash. Li Qianqiu and the others had arrived, and the crowd surrounded Ada, all with cold faces. Wanna get information about the third master out of my mouth, don't dream. Might as well kill me in pain. Ada was lying on the ground, covered in bloodstains, a fierce smile on his face. Are you so afraid of third master Huan that you don't dare to divulge his location? Li Qianqiu squatted on the ground. This time he didn't put his knife on Ada's neck. He had already suffered a loss once before at Mr. Red House's residence. These guys really dared to commit suicide. It's impossible to talk about being afraid. Because of Master Huang-san's existence, our group of weasels have been able to gain a foothold in the vicinity of Luzhou City, so we are absolutely loyal to him. Even if you use more tactics, you won't be able to get a single word out of my mouth. Ada narrowed his eyes with a very bratty look. Demons that are as righteous as you are not rare, Li Qianqiu sighed softly, but it doesn't matter, let's take our time, let's see how much torture you can stand. Li Qianqiu copied the demon chopper and ruthlessly chopped down towards one of Ada's hands. Bear. Blood spattered as Ada's severed hand quickly transformed into one of the weasel's claws. Even after using such a cruel means, Ada froze and didn't even cry out, only clenching his teeth tightly, his eyes showing a vicious ferocious light. Good, you are a man. Let's take our time, we can't torture you to death in one go. Li Qianqiu snorted coldly and gave Zhong Xian a wink. Zhong Xian walked over and casually sprinkled some white medicinal powder onto Ada's severed hand, to prevent him from dying due to blood loss, yet to keep him in maximum pain. Although Zhong Xian was only a high school student, and had joined Demon Chopper for less than a year, she was familiar with doing this. Because of the pain, Da's eyes were filled with red blood color, but he still didn't say a word and just sucked in a few breaths of cool air. Li Qianqiu no longer cared about him, but greeted the people to sit down and arrange the next work. Huang-san master is still a key point, Ada is even more important, so when everyone is out on patrol, someone needs to stay behind to guard Ada, and by the way, do something to torture him? From tomorrow, first dig his eyes, then cut his hands and feet, followed by the nose, mouth, intestines, liver, lungs. As long as you don't kill him, all means can be used. Li Qianqiu spoke slowly and methodically. 138 really hungry. The means Li Qianqiu said were extremely cruel, and if they were placed on a person, it would be unimaginable, but if they were placed on a demon, everything became reasonable. These demons had harmed more than one person. Ada lay on the ground and winced with excitement, but he still clenched his teeth without any intention of giving in, and was ready to be tortured. Alright, leave him alone, let's eat first. After setting up the work, Li Qianqiu ordered takeout and also bought watermelon from outside. Everyone feasted, even Mr. Red Mansion and the others came out for a meal. Of course, Ada had no share, and could only shrink to the side to endure his hunger and gulp. Until the evening, everyone returned to their respective places, while Li Qianqiu carried Ada into his room and personally guarded him. Li Qianqiu unclipped the demon beheading knife, demon suppressing bell, and demon regenerating cloak, folded them up and placed them on the nightstand, then practiced the demon beheading heart sutra for a while before picking up his cell phone and reading it. Even for him, he also needs to understand some news and internet hotspots, and he can't just have demon slaying in his life. During this period, Ada lying on the ground motionless, do not know whether it is asleep or fainted. His broken hand no longer bleeds, the whole person looks vicissitude and unbearable. Li Qianqiu swiped the news for a while, then silently jumped to the WeChat group, first ate the crowd, then said, I'm afraid it won't be possible to deal with this demon by conventional means. He's very loyal to Master Huang-san, so we'll have to come up with another strange plan. The crowd asked, what then? This way, Li Qianqiu typed in the WeChat group. 2 o'clock in the morning. The sound of snoring rose and fell in Zhezhe's car wash, and the crowd was apparently asleep. In the darkness, Ada, who was bound by the hemp rope, gently moved his fingers, then his calves, and then the whole person, like a cicada chrysalis, silently arched forward. His speed is very slow, so slow that there is not a single sound, a full 10 minutes before arching a meter away. It was only after a full hour that Ada arrived under Li Qianqiu's nightstand. Li Qianqiu was asleep right next to him, snoring loudly. The demon beheading sword, pressed underneath the demon regent's cloak and demon suppressing bell, its stern blade flashed with an eerie cold light in the darkness. Because Ada was a demon, before Li Qianqiu went to bed, he wrapped the demon-suppressing bell with a thin thread to prevent it from ringing non-stop all night. Ada gently inhaled, then raised his hands up and approached the demon chopper to gently slash it. The twine on his hands was cut, followed by his body and feet. Throughout the entire process, Ada was careful and did not make a single sound, nor did he startle Li Qianqiu in the slightest. Until all the bindings on his body were lifted, a white light flashed on Ada's body, and he reverted into a weasel, only without a front paw. Then it used its 3 paws and quietly, silently crawled outside. After leaving Li Qianqiu's house, it came to the lobby. The hall of Zhezhe's car wash store was lined with windows on both sides, and the faint moonlight swept in, covering the whole house with a white veil. A weasel without one front paw, quietly walking in it, it reminded it of when it went to the village to steal chickens when it was a child. At that time it practiced a ghostly pace, not to mention the people, even the dogs would not be alarmed. Ah! Just then, a green brick yawned while floating out from Wang Qianqian's house. Grandma, really hungry, where to get some blood to drink in the middle of the night? Before Slate could finish, he froze. In the hall, a brick, a weasel, one in the air, one on the ground. Face to face. Grass, escaped. The brick let out a heartbreaking roar, and then slapped towards the weasel with a swoosh. You! Weasel cursed and slapped Slate to the ground, then swept frantically towards the window with 3 claws. What's going on? What's going on? Wang Qianqian and the others ran out from their respective rooms. Ka-ching! The weasel smashed a piece of glass and scurried outside the door of the car wash with a lightning-like figure, then scattered and ran wildly on the road. That way! That way! Slate followed and flew out, yelling at the direction the weasel fled. Wang Qianqian, Li Qianqiu, and the others also ran out, but only saw a little shadow of the weasel, which had quickly scurried into the opposite alley and disappeared. Chase after it, chase after it! Slate shouted anxiously, a brick dancing up and down in the air. How can this catch up? Wang Qianqian shrugged. How did you become this captain? The demon is in your room, how can you still run away? It's not even as good as a brick for me. How about you don't change my master to be, my master is smart and clever, wise and brave. Slate furiously flew to Li Qianqiu's front to curse, and in the meantime patted Wang Qianqian's ass. Wang Qianqian reached out and grabbed the slate and shoved it into his backside. Elder brotherly, sorry, Wang Qianqian scratched his head. It's fine, can you track its odor? Li Qianqiu asked without a ripple on his face. Can. Wang Qianqian smiled back. Good. Li Qianqiu turned back to the other demon choppers, prepare to get ready, Master Huang-san before dawn. Yes. Zhou Weiguo and the others were spirited, all of them were wearing demon beheading cloaks and had demon beheading knives on their shoulders. It turned out that they had long been prepared. 139 difficult demon. That's right, all of this was arranged by Li Qianqiu. Letting Ada go and then using Wang Qianqian's sensitive sense of smell to track the scent, the next step would be to logically find Master Huang-san. Although there was an interlude in the middle with Slate, it didn't affect the whole plan, instead it seemed that this exodus was more realistic. In the 10 minutes after Ada left, Wang Qianqian and his group followed the weasel scent through the night and headed towards the edge of Luzhou City. So it's me who wronged old brotherly, help me say sorry to him. Inside the consciousness, came Slate's voice. No need, he doesn't take you seriously at all. Wang Qianqian said back. Slate. Serves you right, touch the nail, really think you are the smartest in the whole world, ah? In Wang Qianqian's consciousness, another voice came. Mr. Honglu was in the Qiankuan bag and didn't know what was happening. As soon as he heard Slate apologizing, he immediately gloated. Little red floor, you want to die, right? Slate grinding his teeth. Under the hazy night color. The weasel with only 3 paws was extremely fast, and soon reached the edge of Luzhou City, and headed towards Tunliu County along the wildland next to the National Highway. It was a small 20 kilometers to Tunliu County, but it wasn't a problem for an Earthrealm weasel, and in just over an hour, it arrived at the small 2-story building hidden in the middle of the shed. Third Master. Third Master. Ada gently tapped on the door panel. Creak. The door opened and the cloaked Third Master Huan walked out. Ada, what's going on with you? Looking at Ada's bruised and battered appearance, with a broken hand, Third Master Huan was surprised. Third Master, we are all wiped out. Ada forced his grief and told all of his previous experiences. All are dead. Huang Third Master's figure shook, almost planted on the ground. A few bloodline relatives have no news for a whole day. In fact, he has long had a vague premonition, but till this moment really came, it was still hard to accept in his heart. Yes, I'm the only one who came back. Tears welled up in Ada's eyes. Third Master, you make a move, you are the Rock Realm. If you make a move, they will only die. Third Master Huang lowered his head and didn't say anything, not knowing what he was thinking. Third Master, Ada called out again. You just said, how did you escape? Third Master Huang raised his head and did not pick up on Ada's question, but asked a strange question. I waited for Li Qianqiu to fall asleep and quietly used his demon chopper to cut the rope. Impossible. Master Huang-san interrupted him and said somberly, although I've never had positive contact with several of Luzhou City's demon choppers, I've never failed to learn about each of them, and this Li Qianxiu, whose entire family died at the hands of the 8 kings, is a notorious workaholic plus demon killer, and even if he's sleeping, he's unlikely to undo the demon chopper knife, demon suppressing bell, and demon regenerating cloak. And you, a demon, have already fallen into the hands of the demon chopper. It's simply as hard as heaven to escape again. What you mean is, Ada was a bit stunned. They let you go on purpose. Master Huang-san said word for word, they've already set their sights on you, and they're about to find their way here. Impossible. Ada immediately shook his head. I've constantly looked back when I was escaping, and I didn't even realize that they were catching up. I don't know what means they used to track you. Human technology is always ever changing and endless. What kind of radar, GPS, tracker? But you were definitely targeted, there's no doubt about that. Huang Sanjie stared tightly at Ada, with an irrefutable flavor in his tone. Then, what about it? Although Ada was a little less convinced of Third Master Huang's speculation, but still catered to the question. There is no way, because we don't know the means of their tracking. So you must die for the tracking to end here. Third Master Huang said cautiously. Third Master, you. Ada's face showed panic, and before he could finish his words, Third Master Huang's right hand quickly probed out, and his sharp nails pierced through his heart like lightning. Third Master. I'm your bloodline's closest relative. Ada lowered his head and looked at the bloody hole in his chest with a sad expression. Bloodline blood relatives, but also cannot harm me. Ada, you go to hell, the next life we will still be brothers. Huang Third Master, tears in the eyes, slowly withdrew his hand back. ING don't want to be your brother. Ada's figure collapsed, with repeated black smoke coming out of his body, and eventually transformed into a weasel. Huang Sanjun did not look at the body of Ada again, but raised his head to look at the sky. There is a problem that is always puzzled. Just how did he track down Ada? Half an hour later, Li Qianxiu and the others walked through the shed and arrived in front of the door of the small 2-story building. To be precise, it was in front of a piece of rubble. The small 2-story building was gone, and a pile of roaring flames burned at the scene, which looked extremely bright and vivid in the dark night. By the time the fire receded, all that was left was a pile of ruins, and a weasel that had long since burned to a crisp. Master Huang-san guessed our intentions. Li Qianxiu squatted in front of Ada's corpse, his 2 eyebrows completely wrinkled. This demon, indeed, is not easy to deal with. In my limited career as a demon beheader, it can at least rank in the top 3. The crowd also looked grave. Normal demons really weren't anything to fear. Even if the realm was higher, they could be taken down through various means. Only this kind of demon with intelligence was the most difficult to deal with. 140. A bunch of coincidences. Xiao Chun, can you track the scent of Master Huang-san? Li Qianxiu turned his head and asked. This place didn't look like it was frequented by people, and other than the odor of a second demon should be Master Huang-san. Wang Xianchen closed his eyes and took a deep breath through his nose, carefully identifying the various smells in the air: dirt, stones, wood, plastic sheds, traces of burnt fire. Among them, the smell of burnt fire was the strongest, almost covering up all the other smells. No. In the end, Wang Xianchen shook his head. Take another look around to see what clues are left behind. Wang Xianchen's answer was not a surprise, so Li Qianxiu gave a second order. The crowd immediately scattered and searched around the ruins. Wang Qianchen recruited Mr. Red Mansion and the others as well. Everyone was sleeping soundly but didn't dare to be upset when they were woken up, and did their best to be useful. Bumblebee directly turned into a car and turned on the high beams to illuminate the scene in snowy white. Punching Broom used the wind to blow the charred and blackened dust to see if there was any evidence left behind. Mr. Red Mansion touched out a copy of Sherlock Holmes' mystery book to see which direction to start from in this case, and Noodle waved his hand and said, whose cell phone is out of battery, I'll help him to recharge it. His true form is a data cable, and in addition to the usual bundling of people, he can also draw hidden static electricity from the air and convert it into electricity to charge various devices, making him a very practical demon of sorts. Slate, on the other hand, cruised through the air, opening his own mode of cursing and provoking. Master Huang-san, you're not a ING 10,000 Demons Association, you're not ING very capable, roll out an old man battle 300 rounds. 10,000 Demons Association of the goons are not also waste, the old man shot you, a Buddha ascended to heaven and 2 Buddhas out of the world. The crowd checked for half an hour, Slate cursed for half an hour, and the words used are not repeated. The weasels of Luzhou City were cursed by him, cursed to be as unpleasant as possible. If Master Huang-san is really in the vicinity, surely cannot help but jump out. Unfortunately, in the end, there are still no clues. Master Huang-san not only burned his house with a fire, but also cleaned up the scene, not a single hair left. After working most of the night, in the end it was this result. The crowd was not in a good mood, and eventually gathered around Li Qianxiu in frustration. At this moment, the sunrise had already risen. Summer mornings always came early. The entire land had already faintly shown signs of brightening up, and the range within reach of the eyes was getting farther and farther away.
Li Qianqiu squinted his eyes, staring at the plastic greenhouses dotted all around and said, "These greenhouses are neatly arranged and well planned, like they belong to a certain person or a certain company. Turn around and I'll check to see who owns these industries, maybe there can be new clues." Indeed, as a member of the 10,000 Demon Society, or the deserved leader of the demons in this nearby area, Master Huang San could not have chosen his residence here for no reason. Starting from this shed, there might actually be something to discover. After determining their next target, the group returned to Luzhou City. According to the previous arrangement, Wang Qianqian paused to continue learning the art and went back to the company to keep an eye on Chairman Yue, while Li Qianqiu went to investigate the owners of those barns, and the other demon choppers continued to patrol different urban areas. Looted Trading Company. Wang Qianqian since he became the manager of the sales department, but the time in the company every day is less and less, but the good thing is that he holds a lot of resources left behind by Zhao Mingquan, as long as the performance is outstanding, and no one cares about where he usually goes, ask is to go on business trips, entertaining customers, and promoting products. This day, Wang Qianqian did not make a card and leave, but sat in the office to deal with official business, incidentally listening to the movement of the chairman's office upstairs. His impression of this chairman is quite good, shrewd, capable, and quite good to the staff, unlike Lu Feng who was so harsh, so he doesn't want you to have problems from the bottom of his heart, but the work that needs to be done still needs to be done. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Li Qianqiu's phone called Wang Qianqian's cell phone. "It's been found out, that piece of shed is Yue's," Li Qianqiu said somberly. "I know." Wang Qianqian sighed softly. "But it doesn't mean anything, maybe it's just a coincidence." Li Qianqiu added, "Anyway, you keep an eye on you. If Master Huang San really has a connection with him, it's likely that he'll go to him after his lair is terminated." Understood. One coincidence might not be a big deal, a bunch of coincidences gathered together would not be a coincidence. Wang Qianqian hung up the phone and continued to listen sideways to the movement upstairs. Those floorboards could block the odor, but not the sound, at least not completely. Meanwhile, Yue also arrived in the office. Although he came later than most of the employees, he arrived at the office on time every day. He had always been a very disciplined person in Tunliu County, and he still maintained the same characteristics in the city. The business in Tunliu County can be handed over to his cronies, but without Lu Feng, Luda Company can only be handled by himself. You entered the office, first took off his coat and hung it on the coat rack, and the secretary had already poured a cup of hot tea on the table 10 minutes in advance. He pulled open the office chair, just picked up the teacup on the table ready to drink a mouthful, suddenly realized that under the desk actually hid a person. You were startled, was about to exclaim out, the other party has already drilled out, and made a silence gesture at him. 141 Sky Abandonment Organization. City Hospital. A middle-aged man with bandages all over his body, only revealing a pair of eyes, woke up leisurely, saw the person sitting beside the bed, and immediately said in surprise, "Mr. Xin, why are you here?" Saying this, he even tried to get up from the bed. Xin Wu waved his hand and said softly, "It's fine, you don't need to get up. How are you now?" "Mr. Xin, I'm quite well. How many days have I been in a coma?" The middle-aged man named Gong Liang, previously a bodyguard beside Mr. Xian, "Yes, it is that can manipulate the glass of the Jew energy person, by Zhou Weiguo attracting thunder magic bombardment until now only woke up." 1 week. Xin Wu said in a deep voice. Surprisingly. Unconscious for so long. Gong Liang's face was pale, and he could only lament that the demon beheader's lightning drawing technique was truly terrifying. Xin Wu was silent. "That guy was caught, right?" Gong Liang asked through gritted teeth. "Captured, but released again. Why?" Xin Wu looked at Gong Liang and told him what happened the other day originally. "How could this be? This is too dark. Mr. Xin, with your power in Luzhou City, can't you even fight against them?" Gong Liang clenched his teeth, indeed a bit unable to believe it. Demon Beheader is affiliated with the military, yes, but that Zhou Weiguo shouldn't have much of a background. There are more powerful people behind them, so powerful that I can't even disobey them. Xin Wu sighed softly. Is just going to let it go? Gong Liang all felt stifled. Of course not. Xin Wu said with a gloomy face, "Gong Liang, I remember you said before that there is an organization in Dixia that specializes in dealing with demon slayers?" "There is, it's called the Heavenly Abandonment Organization. They claim to be a group of people abandoned by the heavens, but in reality, there are people as well as demons in it. There are vicious bandits among them, there are also JUEs who were expelled from the demon beheading people, and then there are also demons who can't survive in their own packs." As Gong Liang spoke, his eyes suddenly widened. "Mr. Xin, could it be that you want to? Right, since we can't do away with Zhou Weiguo openly, then we can only give him the Yin and the dark. Want to kill my son for nothing? Door is not even there." Xin Wu snorted coldly and looked at Gong Liang again. "Can you contact them? They once pulled me in, but I refused. Can get in touch, as long as you are willing to pay. My son is dead, do I care about money?" Xin Wu smiled bitterly. "Good, then leave this matter to me." Gong Liang exhaled. Luda Trading Company Limited, in the chairman's office.
Seeing Third Master Huang drilling out from under the desk really startled Yue. Luckily the former stopped him from making a sound in the first place, and then quickly flashed out a piece of A4 paper, which read, "I'm being targeted by the demon chopper, and my lair has been terminated. If I'm not wrong, they've already found out that the shed is yours, and most likely they're even targeting you as well. If you're being targeted, your cell phone, or whatever is probably being monitored. Don't open your mouth to talk to me, be careful of them hearing you." Yue calmed down for half a day before finally accepting this fact. Ever since he had enshrined Master Huang-san as his family immortal and grabbed a lot of benefits by relying on him, he had been preparing for today all the time. In the past, he had always wondered what to do if he was targeted one day. To this end, he has made a variety of plans, including run away as the next best thing. After all, his business, his family are here. Yue picked up a pen and quickly scribbled on the paper, "What should I do?" Master Huang-san also writes, "Help me find a private place to stay first, then we'll talk about what to do next." Good. Yue writes on the paper, then thinks for a moment and writes again, "If the demon chopper comes looking for you, can he detect your presence?" Third Master Huang writes, "No, I'm in the rock realm, the highest they can get is the stone realm. As long as I deliberately hide my aura, the demon suppressor bells won't be able to detect it." Yue then exhaled. In the next few hours, Huang Sanjie continued to hide under the desk, while Yue worked as usual. From time to time, people came in to report and sign. He also made a show of acting as if nothing had happened. No one had noticed Huang Sanjie's existence since the beginning. It wasn't until 2 hours later that Yue made a phone call. "Mr. Zhang, let's have a meal together at noon. Hey, there is no fortune to be made, dare to disturb you, the big boss." Good. After that, I will let my secretary arrange the time and place. Let's see you at noon." Yue hung up the phone, then called the secretary in and asked him to arrange the noon banquet. For the next few hours, Yue continued to work until 11:30 at noon, when he pushed back his chair and took a step towards the outside. As for Master Huang-san, he also silently disappeared out of the window. Wang Xianchen, who had monitored the entire process, of course told Li Qianxiu about Yue going out for lunch at noon. "Should I continue to follow him?" Wang Qianchen asked cautiously. "No, I'll just go and keep an eye on it. You go to his office and check what clues there are." Good. 142 Wall penetrating technique. At noon, the city hospital. "Fei, let me introduce you, this is Mr. Xin." Gong Liang was lying on the hospital bed and rushed to a one-eyed man next to him. The one-eyed man was about 30 years old or so. His right eye was slightly squinted, while his left eye was covered by a black eye patch, and his face was written with a pugnacious aura, not an ordinary person at a glance. In fact, Fei had been recklessly releasing his stone realm aura ever since he entered the ward, but unfortunately, Xin Wu didn't understand this, so he felt that the other party's aura was quite strong, and pressed down on him a bit. "Mr. Xin, his name is Fei, he is a squad leader of the Heavenly Abandonment, specializing in taking on all sorts of assassination jobs, which also include killing demon slayers." Gong Liang cautiously introduced. "Heavenly Abandonment, people generally have little culture. The position arrangement is also a small captain, lieutenant captain, do not know also thought that into the school. The arm also wears a variety of bar." "Hello?" Xin Wu took the initiative to extend his hand. "Hello?" Fei also stretched out his hand, but gripped the handle of the thermos on the bedside table. Xin Wu looked confused. "Mr. Xin, his eyes are a bit not so good," Gong Liang said with some embarrassment. "Who said my eyes aren't working well? I was just kidding." Fei was a little annoyed, and reached out to hold the railing by the bed again. "Mr. Xin, your hands are a little cold." Xin Wu. Gong Liang. It's okay, people who have the ability, more or less a little defective." Xin Wu smiled, took the initiative to hold Fei's hand. In fact, his heart has been a little disgusted, doubt that this person in the end has the ability to kill Demon Chopper, but in the way of Gong Liang's face still maintained basic cultivation. "Who has a defect?" "Don't talk nonsense, I don't have defects, I'm fine all over, not the same as those born with disabilities." Fei was fierce, punching the infusion bottle above his head and scolding fiercely. Xin Wu was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say, but Gong Liang just shook his head at him, telling him not to mind. Only after both parties let go of their hands and sat down again did Gong Liang continue. "Fei, I've already told you about the matter, this Mr. Xin is the patron, so talk to him and see how much it costs." Good. Fei turned his head and rushed to the flower pot on the windowsill. "Mr. Xin, what about the matter? I probably understand, a demon chopper named Zhou Weigui in Luzhou City, right?" "Right." Xin Wu nodded. "Killing a demon chopper, then you found the right person. We, Sky Abandon, specialize in this. By the way, what realm is this Zhou Weigui?" Fei turned his head to look at the warm pot and asked. "Early stone realm, quite powerful, already knows the lightning drawing technique, he's the one who chopped me into this." Gong Liang sighed softly. Gong Liang, that's because you're too weak." Fei shook his head. "Fei, you still don't take it lightly." "I won't take it lightly, as long as this eye of mine is exposed, I will guarantee to kill his ass and soul." Fei pointed to his left eye, which was covered by an eye patch, then looked at the flower pot on the windowsill with his right eye and said, Mr. Xan, I'll take this job, but because the other party is a demon chopper, mobility and teamwork are relatively strong, I have to make sure that the other demon choppers won't be able to make it when I kill Joe Wegwa, so I'll need to send out a few more people for this money. Feel free to open it. Xin Wuwei said with a straight face. Good, pain in the ass. Fei laughed. But, Xin Wuwei said somberly, if you only kill Joe Wegwa, the other side will easily associate it with me, so you can kill a few more demon choppers, so that they won't be able to think of who the murderer behind the scenes really is. In that case, the money will have to be more. No problem. Deal. Looted trading company. When noontime came, the employees either went to the cafeteria or went outside to eat in the restaurant. The whole office building was almost empty except for the security guards. Wang Qianchen silently came to the door of the chairman's office. The office door was of course locked, but it was hard to defeat him. Open wall. Wang Qianchen murmured softly, a golden light flashed on his body, and then his entire body went through the wall and entered Youwei's office. The so-called open wall was the art of piercing through walls, and it was also one of the aptitudes in the 72 changes. Still, although Wang Qianchen's realm was low and he couldn't penetrate a wall of much thickness, the wall of Youwei's office was still no problem. After entering the office, Wang Qianchen first observed to make sure there were no hidden cameras, then he searched around and found no valuable information. Then he stood in the office and carefully screened the various smells floating in the air. The most obvious odor was definitely you, after all, he was the owner of this office, followed by the secretaries as well as other staff members in the company. Soon enough, he noticed a completely unfamiliar odor. It wasn't Youwei's, nor was it anyone else's in the company. 143 Getting down to business. Something like an odor doesn't float in the air all the time, it will definitely dilute and dissipate slowly over time, so whether it's traced or identified, it has to be early, fast, and timely. It's a little better in the office, if it's outside, it doesn't take long for the wind to dissipate it. But even in a confined space, the odor will only stay for a few hours at most. After all, there is no impermeable wall is not only used to describe the news, but also a physical phenomenon that everyone knows. Therefore, this unfamiliar odor must have appeared within a few hours. But Wang Qianchen had been listening all morning and had not heard any unfamiliar people. Was it Master Huang-san? Wang Qianchen frowned and carefully followed the odor to find it, and finally found that he went out through the window. This was the 7th floor. Whether he was Master Huang-san or not, he definitely wouldn't be an ordinary person. Drip bell. At the same time, Wang Qianchen's cell phone rang. It was Li Qianqiu calling. Did you find anything on your side? Li Qianqiu asked, as this was something the two of them were working on, they had kept in single-line contact. Wang Qianchen then told the process just now. It's basically certain that it's Master Huang-san. Li Qianqiu said, I arrived at the hotel that you for the appointment, the other party came, but he did not come, said that the road traffic jam, see you another day. He is with Master Huang-san. Wang Qianchen gritted his teeth, good cunning Huang-san Jun, obviously in Youwei's office, frozen did not say a word, if not there is still a smell, this time let him escape again. Can it still be tracked? Li Qianqiu asked again. Wang Qianchen poked his head out of the window, inhaled hard and then said, it's almost dissipated, I have to go after it as soon as possible. Good, you hurry up and chase after them, keep reporting the location, I'll meet up with you as soon as possible. There's also elder brother Joe and the others, I'll notify them to go over as well, if you arrive first, keep an eye on them and don't act rashly. Li Qianqiu quickly arranged. Third Master Huang was a member of the 10,000 Demons Association, so he was at least a rock realm. Wang Qianchen alone against him would definitely not be able to take a single advantage. Understood. Wang Qianchen hung up the phone, then climbed up to the windowsill, his body poking out of the window, once again trying to identify the odor. Only when he was sure that Third Master Huang had gone down, did Wang Qianchen exit the office building, following Third Master Huang's scent as he continued on his way. All the way to the parking lot, Master Huang-san's scent disappeared, and the place where it disappeared happened to be the parking space for especially. Everyone had a different odor, and the car was certainly the same. Of course one could ask the police for help in investigating where Youwei's car went, but Youwei was no ordinary person. This guy had money, power and status, so there was no chance that the information would filter through to his ears. It was still his own nose that was reliable. Wang Qianchen casually waved his hand and recruited the muscle man Bumblebee. Under Wang Qianchen's instructions, Bumblebee shifted into a yellow car and carried him quickly away from Luda Company. Wang Qianchen left the windows open and tracked Youwei's car all the way. East of the city, in a dilapidated game hall. We're about to fight the boss, don't steal my bun. This is a prop from the game, how come it's yours? Can you have some team spirit? If I die, can you beat the boss alone? A few oddly shaped people crowded in front of a game console, hissing and roaring with reddened cheeks, their hands constantly slapping the buttons. I say they were oddly shaped because there were midgets, blind men, cuties in here. And even a beggar.
That's right, the beggar, at least 60 years old, full of messy hair, ragged clothes, face and hands are muddy, feet stepped on a pair of tattered liberation shoes, exuding an ineffable stench. Next to it is also resting on a filled with plastic bottles of plastic woven bags. Beggar lying on the game console, manipulating a game character, is quarreling with the midget next to the little cute. Cheering and hollering in the back, while the blind man kept asking, "Which boss did you hit? Make sure to use the chain leg Right at this moment, the door of the game hall was suddenly pushed open, and Sky Abandonment's squad leader Faye stepped in. All stop, there's business to be done. Faye clapped his hands and walked straight into the bathroom. No one in the crowd noticed Faye, still playing the game with their heads in a hurry. Not long after, Faye walked out from the bathroom, his head had been hit with a big bag, and yelled at the group, "I told you to stop, didn't you hear me?" The game hall instantly quieted down, everyone looked back at Faye. "Murder, here's the information, everyone take a look." Faye threw the stack of papers he was holding at the door. The crowd didn't take it seriously, knowing that he had a problem with squinting, and rushed outside to pick up the information before the papers were blown away by the wind. "Wow, demon choppers. I love killing them, I'll take this job." The gnome was giddy and bounced in place. Little cutie. Drooling and staring at the picture on a certain file. 144 My name is Yu Gaude. The main target this time is Demon Slayer, Zhou Stone Realm, leave it to me. The other demon slayers, kill them if you can, and drag them if you can't, just don't let them support Zhou. Faye sat on a chair and spoke at a wall. "This pussy is my cutie." Dong grabbed Zhong Xian's information file and drool kept dripping from his mouth. "This pussy is not bad, leave it to me." After listening to the others' information about the various demon choppers, Lu Blind picked Long Kwai first. "This acting captain is not easy to deal with, killing is definitely not possible, so I can only drag it out." Lu Lao Beggar grasped Li Qianxiu's information document with one hand and picked at the cracks of his toes with the other hand, putting it under his nose to smell it from time to time, with a contented expression on his face. "Ha, there's just this weakest Wang Qianxian left? Leave him to me then." Shu Gaoda, the midget who was only 1 meter 2 in height, looked at Wang Qianxian's picture and gently licked his lips, clearly having already taken him into his possession. "Once the tasks have been assigned, then let's get moving. Their respective locations, I'll tell you on the intercom afterward." Faye stood up and took another step into the bathroom, coming out with another bag on his head and walking towards the door with a face as if he was just going to the bathroom himself. The crowd also laughed. "Hey, you guys haven't paid yet nah?" Just then, the owner of the game hall came down from upstairs. "Pay? Pay for what?" Blind Lu turned his head back and moved the glasses on the bridge of his nose down, revealing a pair of white eyes filled with ghostly light. With such a glance, the boss was shaken, and then with a face full of stagnation, he fell to the ground with a bam sound. Hey, let's go." Lu Blind Man will move the sunglasses back, feel out a guide cane to knocking on the ground, slowly walking forward. Meanwhile, Wang Qianxian was driving the Hornet and had already circled the area south of the city 3 times. This Yue is too cautious, and there is no car following him. What is the point of making these circles? Wang Qianxian smacked his lips. He was following the scent and couldn't have appeared in Yue's line of sight, but he detected that Yue's car made many meaningless circling movements. This must not be the first time this guy has done this. Li Chiaki's voice came over the intercom. 15 minutes ago, Li Qianxiu had notified everyone in the team, and everyone was now rushing together to the south of the city. The south of the city was the area Long Kwai was in charge of, so without any surprises, she should be the first to arrive. After finding Third Master Huang, make sure not to act rashly, wait until all of us arrive. Li Qianxiu repeated once more. He was truly worried that something would go wrong with everyone. Understood. Everyone agreed and rushed together to the south of the city. After another 5 minutes, Wang Qianxian's car was parked in the compound of some old neighborhood. "I see Yue's car." Not far away, a white Range Rover was parked quietly. "Good, does it have the odor of Master Huang-san?" Li Qianxiu asked again. Wang Qianxian got out of the car, and the bumblebee turned into a stream of light and drilled into his Qiankuan bag. He stood in the community compound, carefully identified the smell in the air, then said, "Yes, with you, the 2 people's smells are very close, towards the direction of a certain unit door." "Good, don't rush up there first, wait for all of us to arrive," Li Qianxiu said in a deep voice. "Okay." Wang Qianxian hid under a certain sycamore tree and looked towards the floor above that unit door. For the time being, he couldn't trace the odor, but he could observe it through his eyes, and perhaps he could find something new. "Hello, are you Wang Qianxian?" Just then, a smiling voice suddenly rang out. Wang Qianxian had just noticed someone approaching him, but he didn't take it seriously, thinking it was a resident in the neighborhood, but the other party walked up to him and called out his name. Wang Qianxian was startled and jerked his head back, but he didn't notice anyone. "Here." The voice sounded again. Wang Qianxian followed the voice and looked down, only to realize that it was a midget, only 1 meter 2 in height, but a face that was very mature, at least in his 40s, with a black tweed hat on his head. "Who are you?" Wang Qianxian frowned. "My name is Shu Gaoda, because I wish I could grow tall and big."
The midget opened his arms and made a tall and big gesture. What do you want from me? Wang Xianqian grew more and more puzzled. He felt that this person in front of him was not right, but he shouldn't be a demon, as Slate had not given a warning. I want your life, can you do me a favor and give me your life? Shu Gaota rubbed his hands together and looked at Wang Xianqian with a smile on his face, as if he was saying something as simple as eating and drinking. Oh? Wang Xianqian's face became serious, his eyes narrowed slightly as his spiritual power probed out. Peak Earth Realm. Not a demon, but a cultivator. Can you tell me why you want my life? Wang Xianqian narrowed his eyes and touched the slate in his hand. 145 buy your life. Meanwhile, on the road outside the neighborhood, Long Kuai was driving a Honda Fit at a fast pace, and there were still 2 kilometers to go to Master Huang San's hideout. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly crossed the road, startling Long Kuai to hurriedly step on the brakes. Squeal! The tires rubbed long traces on the ground, and the smell of scorching filled the air. What are you doing, don't you have eyes? Lan Nolwei lowered the car window and poked her head out to resist cursing, but before she finished a sentence, she closed her mouth. Because the other party is indeed a blind man. 40-something years old, wearing an ordinary jacket, suit pants, wearing a pair of black sunglasses on the bridge of the nose, holding a guide stick, knocking on the road. Long Kuai held back the expletives in the back and patiently waited for this middle-aged man to pass. But he walked slowly, careful with every step, and there were cars whizzing by on both sides. Even if she was in a hurry to round up Third Master Huang, Long Kuai couldn't possibly ignore it, so she put the car on double flash, then stepped out of the car and assisted the middle-aged man's arm. Big brother, let me help you over. Long Kuai said softly. Little girl, thank you, you have a good heart. Blind man Lu smiled gently. It's alright, let's go. Long Kuai ruffled her hair, only wanting to send the middle-aged man over as soon as possible. Girl, you have such a good heart, your heart must be delicious, can you give me your heart to eat? Blind Lu laughed even more happily. What did you say? Long Kuai was surprised and immediately noticed that this blind man was not right. Her footsteps while sprinting backward, she immediately reached behind her shoulder to pull out her knife. Girl, you're going to scare me. Blind Lu reached out and moved down the glasses on the bridge of his nose, revealing a pair of white eyes that emitted a ghostly light. Long Kuai's body jolted, there was a rapid change in front of her eyes, the long road instantly disappeared, and in its place, there was a big turbulent river, the waves were madly lapping at the bank, the river was spreading over her paws, calves, and waist, and it looked like it was about to submerge her. And Lu Blind, standing on top of a flatboat, let the left and right of the wind and waves how to blow, his figure is staunchly unmoving, but instead exudes dazzling golden light, as the gods in the sky descended to the world. On another road, Zhong Xian was driving a red cherry QQ, as well as speeding at breakneck speeds, although she was only 17 years old, but because of the identity of the demon chopper, the upper echelons licensed her to drive, and also issued a driver's license. However, the wide and smooth road surface, suddenly bang-a-bang, as if something ruptured, directly her car bounced up. The car rolled several times in the air, towards the roadside fell out. While the car has not yet landed, Zhong Xian pushed open the door, toes gently point, the body like a butterfly, lightly landing on the roadbed. What's going on? Zhong Xian confusedly looked at the smooth road surface, really did not realize that he hit something. Daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law. Just then, an extremely strong young man with open arms walked slowly towards Zhong Xian, with slightly dull eyes and a mouth dripping with saliva, seemingly a cutie. Li Chenqiu's car was similarly attacked. He was driving along nicely when a dumpster on the side of the road suddenly flew up and smashed straight towards his windshield. Li Chenqiu's eyes narrowed slightly, quickly and sharply steered to avoid the dumpster, and then parked the car on the side of the road. With a bam sound, the yellow dumpster fell to the ground, spilling drink bottles, snack bags, bento boxes, and a mess of juice all over the place. Kala kala. A ragged beggar dragged his knitting bag and walked over to the garbage all over the ground, shaking his head as he picked it up. People nowadays are so unqualified, how can garbage be littered? The beggar sighed softly, not even looking at Li Chenqiu. Awareness energy person? Li Chenqiu stared straight at him and silently pulled out the knife behind his back. I'm here to kill you. Fei put his hands in his pockets, struck a cool pose, and rushed to the roadside pole. That? Me here. Zhou Weiguo raised his hand and couldn't help but say. Just a moment ago, Fei had stopped 3 or 4 cars in a row before finally stopping Zhou Weiguo's car. Of course I knew you were there. My eyes are a little slanted, but not blind. Fei turned his head aggressively and rushed at an old man selling cotton candy on the side of the road. What's it to me? The old man selling cotton candy looked confused. Off, not talking to you. Fei cursed and pulled a dagger from his waist, stabbing it hard in Zhou Weiguo's direction. Although his eyes were off, the stab was accurate and vicious. Zhou Weiguo had just probed Fei's strength and knew that he was a stone realm cultivator, so he didn't dare to be slow and immediately drew his demon chopper. Clang! The demon chopper blocked Fei's dagger and sparks flew. Why did you kill me? Zhou Weiguo asked somberly. Someone paid for your life. Fei hemmed and hawed. Who? Zhou Weiguo frowned and seemed to think of someone. It's the professional ethics of our line of work to not disclose our clients' identifying information. Fei drew his knife and stabbed again, his hands very sharp. 146 stabbing twice in a row. When Fei was not holding a knife, he lived like a waste of time, unable to see or speak, but when he picked up a knife, his whole person was different, radiating a glow of self-confidence, and each slash was accurate and vicious, as if no one could escape from under his knife. Clang! Zhou Weiguo blocked 2 knives in a row, and knew that this was a difficult character to deal with. For fear of injuring passers-by, he touched the demon-suppressing bell out at the first opportunity. Clear space. Zhou Weiguo softly murmured, the entire sky above slightly shook, the surrounding people instantly disappeared, and a parallel piece of replicated space spawned out. Hey! Where are the people? The old man selling cotton candy next to him had a confused look on his face. Inside, clear space. Zhou Weiguo blocked a few more knives, tapping his toes and quickly retreating back. I've encountered an attack, I might have to be a little late to the south of the city. Zhou Weiguo grabbed his earpiece and quickly reported his situation. Me too. I've also encountered an attack. The voices of the other team members kept coming from the intercom channel. Zhou Weiguo's face was slightly aghast. When the other party said that they were hired, he thought that it was Xin Wuwei who did it, but he didn't realize that the other team members had also encountered an attack. Could it be that it had nothing to do with Xin Wuwei? Before Zhou Weiguo had time to analyze it carefully, the other party's knife stabbed over again. He had no choice but to strike back again. This is a premeditated attack. Everyone must deal with it carefully. Fight if you can, run if you can't. Li Qianqiu's voice came from the intercom channel again. In the past, he ran into opponents to the death. Now, after becoming the captain, there was an additional responsibility on his body, not only to consider himself, but also to consider everyone. Understood. Understood. The voices of the crowd came out one after another. Report on your respective positions and opponents. If anyone finds it difficult to resist, I will be the first to go over and help you. In another piece of clear space, Li Qianqiu dodged Lu Lao Beggar's attacks while rushing to the miniature microphone on his collar. Lu Old Beggar is, as his name suggests, he is really a beggar, making a living by picking up rags all year round. As he gets older and older, he gradually can't snatch the other young beggars. He once knelt down on the ground and begged God, can you make the trash can fly to my body automatically? Since then, he has awakened the ability to manipulate garbage cans. As long as the garbage cans are within his sight, he can use them at will. At this moment, at least a dozen garbage cans were flying towards Li Qianqiu. The sound of swoosh 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 sounded continuously, and the garbage cans almost covered the sky, blocking the paths in front of and behind him, as well as to the left and right. Li Qianqiu's figure jumped up, swish swish swish, a few knives down, on the spot chopped a few garbage cans. The sky of garbage immediately poured out, all kinds of fruit peels, plastic bags, lunchboxes flying in the wind. Clear space, filled with a foul odor, smoked him almost to faint. Lu Lao Beggar, however, was like a fish in water, willing himself in a garbage field, once again maneuvering up more garbage cans to fly over. This was his world, his domain. In a large, turbulent river, the river had already spread over Long Kuai's chest and was about to drown her mouth and nose, and blind man Lu was still standing in a flatboat, looking at her with a smiling face. This is an illusion. It was very clear in Long Kuai's mind that her ex-husband Jiang Jishua was an awakened energy practitioner who specialized in spiritual attacks, and later her son Xiao Shu also awakened this skill, and the blind man in front of her was obviously also a leader in the same field. The water continued to expand. Knowing that it was a mental attack, Lan Aoi was unable to get rid of this illusion. She could only strain to raise her blade and stab it hard into her right shoulder. Plop sound, the right shoulder through a bloody hole. Extreme pain made Long Kuai's brain instantly clear. The surrounding river speedily receded. Lu Blind's feet under the flatboat also disappeared. The crowd of people like the road once again appeared. Utilizing pain to get rid of low-level mental attacks was a simple and crude means. At the same time of getting out of the illusion, Long Kuai set up the clear space. At the first time, as a well-trained demon slayer, unlike those messy JUEs, they have to consider the safety of the civilians around them at all times. The action is quite fast. Lu Blind smiled slightly, his white pupils narrowed once again. Ho 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 ho. Yellow sand rolled in from the sky, a vast desert spreading under Long Kuai's feet, and several lizards at least more than 3 meters pounced towards her, each one opening their bloody mouths and revealing sharp fangs. Fake, all fake. Lan Aoi desperately shook her head, which was about to lose consciousness, and tried to resist the illusion around her with her mental power, and then she ruthlessly stabbed into her right shoulder. Blood murmured and gushed out, dripping across her lapel. The yellow sand around her receded as fast as the tide. Long Kuai, who had come to her senses, swept the ground violently on her toes and viciously chopped her knife towards Blind Lu. Stabbing yourself twice in a row, what a ruthless character. Blind Lu licked his lips and turned around to run. 147 My daughter-in-law is so valiant. Bang! Blind Lu had just run a few steps when he crashed into the invisible barrier. Break it for me. Blind Lu's eyes narrowed, and a corner of the clear space was instantly torn apart, followed by his entire being pulling his legs out and running wildly out. Long Kuai had just chased after him for 2 steps when her brain was dizzied due to blood loss, but she knew that she couldn't stop or the other party would surely return, so she chased after him furiously for 2 steps, seeing that Blind Lu had already escaped from the clearing space and was running towards the waves of people farther away before she stood on the spot. Her face was a ghastly white, and her figure swayed slightly for a few moments, reaching out to hold onto a nearby pole before she barely managed to keep herself from collapsing. The first thing she did was to feel out a medicine bottle from her bosom and sprinkle a little bit of medicinal powder onto her bloody right shoulder, and then she took out a bandage and wrapped it fiercely a few times. After a series of actions, her forehead was already drenched in cold sweat, holding onto the pole and panting. On the other side, after running through 2 streets in a row, Blind Lu was also panting while holding onto a phone booth. Having used 2 consecutive spiritual power attacks without being able to finish off the other party, the repercussions of this on himself were not small, and if Long Qiu caught up again, then he would surely die. This little ninja seems to be very familiar with spiritual attacks. Are all the demon choppers so difficult to deal with? Muttered Lu Blind, but he had no intention of giving up, instead he was vaguely excited. Eyes on the little cute. Step by step towards her, Zhong Xian first probed her spiritual power to determine that the other party was a peak of the earth realm, and then similarly set up the clear space. Daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law. Little cutie. Dong drooled, his arms constantly waving as if he wanted to hold Zhong Xian in his arms. I don't know what kind of person you are, but dare to find our demon chopper's head, then you should be ready to go to the west. Zhong Xian's eyes were bitterly cold, her toes gently pointed, her body had already crossed to mid-air, and the pitch-black demon beheading blade fiercely moved towards the little cutie. Chopped down. He, little cutie. Dong laughed foolishly, hands twisted in the air, chi sound suddenly resounded. It seems that there is something towards Zhong Xian flew over. Although Zhong Xian couldn't see it, she could feel its presence and hurriedly raised her sword to chop it. Boom! An explosion sounded in the air, shaking Zhong Xian's arms. Ha, the little cutie. Dong continued to laugh, his hands continuously twisted into a twist, and one invisible thing after another flew towards Zhong Xian. Zhong Xian continuously chopped a few more times, the sound of explosions constantly rang in the air, and then realized the ability of the other party, this little cutie. This little cutie can compress air and explode it in a flash, in short, it can make air bombs. Before, when Zhong Xian's car suddenly bounced, it was blown up by the air bombs. These bombs can blow up cars, so you can imagine that their power is by no means small, and if they bombarded Zhong Xian's body, she would at least be seriously injured. Zhong Xian didn't dare to take it lightly, her body dodged left and right in the clear space, avoiding most of the air bombs, and when she really couldn't avoid them, she would also use her sword to split them. However, every time she slashed, her arms would vibrate and go numb, which was also a kind of exertion for her. If she continued like this, the exhaustion would kill her. Cootie! Dong's hands frantically twisted in the air, and an air bomb as big as a truck quickly condensed and then flew towards Zhong Xian with a whir. Even if she couldn't see the air bomb with her naked eyes, Zhong Xian could still feel the terrifying power it contained. If he forced himself to chop it, he would only be seriously injured. Without any nonsense, Zhong Xian quickly turned his head and ran, weaving along an S-shaped route in this clear space, but the air bomb that was the size of a truck was under the control of little cute. Dong's manipulation, as if it had grown eyes, it bit Zhong Xian dead on. Daughter-in-law looks so good when she runs. Looking at Zhong Xian's handsome back, little cute. Dong drooled, but his hands were not merciful at all, still manipulating the air bomb to closely chase Zhong Xian. Soon, it is to the edge of the clear space. Zhong Xian stomped her feet on the invisible barrier, and her entire body leapt high into the air, then rolled in the air and headed straight towards Cutie. East's direction. Die. Zhong Xian's eyes were bitterly cold, the demon slasher in her hand slashed down fiercely, cutting through the air with a whirring wind sound. Wow, daughter-in-law is so valiant. Little cutie. Dong excitedly clapped his hands, and another air bomb the size of a truck quickly condensed. Zhong Xian couldn't possibly charge forward any further, her body forcefully twisted in the air and landed with a thump. The 2 air bombs in front and behind her came clustered together, and it seemed that there was no way to retreat. Even if he could forcefully cut through them, he would still be seriously injured. Zira. Right at this moment, a corner of the clear space was torn apart, and a black figure hurriedly scurried in, its pitch-black demon slasher flashing through the air. Boom boom. Deafening explosions rang out as 2 air bombs compressed to the size of a truck exploded on the spot. 148 running away again. At the same time, the black shadow flashed by once again, protecting Zhong Xian's body. The demon region cloak automatically raised, forming a protective shield in front of the 2 of them. Different realms, different spiritual powers, the effects that the demon region cloak could exert were of course different. Only when the explosion had completely subsided did the black shadow quickly retreat, while looking around. Little cutie. Dong had already disappeared. Elder brotherly Zhong Xian was stunned and shouted at the black shadow. Are you alright? Li Qianxiu turned back, his face was surprisingly a little pale as well. I'm fine, old brotherly, what's wrong with you? Zhang Xian immediately asked.
The one who surrounded me is a bigger old man, his means is more troublesome, he can manipulate the garbage cans around him, chopped 1 and 2, chopped 3 and 4, causing me to be annoyed. I could only use the lightning attraction technique once, only then did that beggar old man scare away. Li Chenqiu lightly spoke about the previous process. As a stone realm early stage, he moved once to attract thunder art, also need to consume a lot of spiritual energy, so now look a little tired. This attack is too bizarre, it happens to be at the moment when we are preparing to surround Master Huang San.
Could it be that Master Huang San arranged it in advance? Zhang Xian frowned slightly. Ignore this first, let's see how the others are doing.
Li Qianqiu quickly picked up the headset on his collar. Ding 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 ding. Zhou Weiguo and Fei had already fought dozens of rounds and still hadn't been able to distinguish a winner. Both of their patience was a bit exhausted and they were ready to use their best moves.
Almost at the same moment, the two men each pointed their toes and quickly retreated backward. Lead thunder art.
Zhou Weiguo raised the steel blade in his hand, and dark clouds rolled in the sky as a bright lightning bolt was about to strike down. Right at this moment, Fei pulled down the black eye patch over his left eye. It was an eye filled with red blood, with unruly red lines all over it, looking extremely hideous and terrifying. And at the same time that Fei revealed his left eye, Zhou Weiguo's body unexpectedly couldn't move, as if he had been casted with a fixation spell, and as if he had frozen. He originally didn't want to use this ability, after all, using it once to my own damage isn't small. But you old man is really hard to deal with, it's not my fault. Fei said while glaring at Zhou Weiguo with a deadly glare from his left eye, then he took a step to Zhou Weiguo's body. Cold sweat was soaking out of Zhou Weiguo's forehead, and his arm holding up the demon-slaying blade was trembling slightly. He had been making efforts to try and regain control of his body. The spiritual energy of the stone realm within his body tumbled, bit by bit breaking through the shackles that had been placed on his body. Go to hell! Fei said viciously, and viciously stabbed towards Zhou Weiguo's heart. At the same time, a soft sound was emitted from Zhou Weiguo's body, and surging spiritual energy instantly covered his body.
Thunder drawing technique.
Zhou Weiguo grimaced as he shouted out these words, while his body twisted slightly.
Ka-ching!
A bright lightning struck down, blasting right on Fei's head, while Fei's dagger also plunged into Zhou Weiguo's heart, just a hair's breadth away from piercing through his heart.
Bang bang! The two figures fell one after another.
Fei was blasted almost to the point of being scorched black, with the smell of burning filling his body, while Zhou Weiguo was also seriously injured, with crimson blood filling his chest. At the same time, the clarity space quickly dissipated, and Zhou Weiguo no longer had the strength to control it.
Hey, people are coming out! The old man selling cotton candy next to him stared wide-eyed.
Looking at Fei not far away, Zhou Weiguo used all his strength to slowly raise the demon chopper in his hand.
Really? Really ing. Really hard to deal with.
Fei gritted his teeth. He came to kill, not to be killed. When the task was difficult, he could not possibly last any longer, so he crawled toward the side with great effort. Zhou Weiguo repeatedly raised his knife and repeatedly put it down, although his heart was not damaged, but the blood that constantly flowed out still eroded his chi, and he could only watch as Fei crawled into an alley next to him.
I'm fine,
but may not be able to go round up Master Huang San for a short time. Zhou Weiguo gasped for breath, rushing to the headset to report.
South of the city, in an old neighborhood, in an ordinary house.
This is one of Yahweh's properties in Luzhou City. The decoration inside cannot be described as simple. It is simply shabby, simple, hairy walls, hairy floors, not to mention scraping white, even putty has not been wiped. There are only a few wire beds placed in the empty living room. In fact, this is especially for the intentional. Anyone who comes to this room, it is impossible to connect with him. Before entering this building, Yue had put all the electronic devices all over his body and his car to ensure that absolutely no one could listen in on him anymore.
Master Huang San, what are you going to do next? Yue sat on one of the wire beds and asked the other party what he meant.
You help me arrange a car to send me to Gaoping City. Third Master Huang pondered for a while and continued, I'll go to my friend's place for a while and come back when this side calms down.
149 still an awakened energy person.
Master Huang San thought for a while, then continued, I'm leaving, you don't have to go, they are demon shoppers, they can't possibly do anything to you, a civilian, even if they interrogate, it's the police who will step in, and you can handle the police side.
Yeah, I can handle it.
Yue nodded. As the richest man in Tunliu County, he certainly has connections in the city. You just have to bite the bullet and say that you don't know me at all, you don't know why my house is in your shed, and they won't be able to take you without any evidence.
Good. Yue nodded again.
Yue fished out a spare cell phone from under the bed, called his most loyal cronies, and arranged a car for Third Master Huang.
Leave in half an hour, make sure no one knows about you.
Yue hung up the phone and said to Third Master Huang once again.
Aha!
Third Master Huang answered softly.
How? Did you get targeted by the demon chopper?
Yue asked softly.
Knowing too much won't do you any good.
Third Master Huang shook his head, but don't worry, after this bout passes, I'll be back, and you'll arrange a place for me to stay then.
Good. Yue nodded. Third Master Huang's mood was a bit irritable. He got up and paced around the house twice, then went to the balcony to observe the downstairs, to see if there were any weird things happening. This look directly startled him. What's wrong? Noticing Third Master Huang's strange behavior, Yue also walked to the balcony and followed with wide eyes. Downstairs in the green belt of the neighborhood, there were two people fighting, a youth in his early 20s, copying a slate in his hand, and a midget less than 1 meter 2 in height, with a figure like the wind, constantly drilling around on the ground. Master Huang-san didn't recognize these two people, was still squinting and observing. Yufer already shouted out in surprise, Wang Qianqian? He is Wang Qianqian? Third Master Huang was not unfamiliar with this name, a temporary member in the Luzhou City Demon Beheading Team, Mr. Red Mansion, the Five Flavors Man, the youth with the open mouth, and a few of his own bloodline relatives, all fell into his hands. Yes, Master Huang-san also knows him? You were astonished. How? Do you know him? Third Master Huang asked in return. He's the sales manager of our company. Yue then told about what happened some time ago. I see so. I see so. Third Master Huang seldom exchanges these aspects with Yue. One person and one demon only talk about interests and nothing else. Until now, Third Master Huang did not know the identity of Wang Qianqian. In order to muddle through the instructions of the 8 princes, Wang Qianqian has always been the target of Third Master Huang, and has paid a lot of sacrifices and prices for this. Logically speaking, when Third Master Huang saw Wang Qianqian, he should have seen an enemy, not to mention that Wang Qianqian was now in trouble, so this time he went up to steal a tower, and he could easily get him killed. But Master Huang-san thought completely different. Wang Qianqian had even found this so quickly, and the other demon choppers must have known his location as well. It's just that there are hundreds of households living inside the neighborhood, so how long will it take to search one by one? That's why they deliberately arranged this, so that Master Wang Qianqian would think that he had an opportunity to take advantage of it, but as soon as he went down, he would enter the ambush circle. It must be. Like this, Third Master Huang narrowed his eyes. What? Yue looked back at him in confusion. Downstairs in the green belt of the neighborhood. As the peak of the Earth realm, Zhu Gaota thought that he would be easy to clean up Wang Qianqian, but the result was that after dozens of rounds of fierce battle, he was still not able to win or lose. The other party was not inferior to himself in terms of both speed and strength, and the slate in his hand also kept swearing, so he was so angry that he wowed and screamed on the spot. Today you must die. Zhu Gaota roared, his body unexpectedly swelled up rapidly, the whole person actually became really tall and big, his height changed from 1 meter 2 to 1 meter 8, and then quickly broke through 2 meters, 2 meters 5, 3 meters, and 5 meters. The short Zhu Gaota, in an instant unexpectedly became a giant. Damn you, go to hell. Zhu Gaota ruthlessly slapped his palm over, as if it was as big as a millstone, making a whistling sound in the air. Being slapped by this palm, one would either die or be crippled. Wow, it's still an awakened energy. Slate shouted excitedly, Master, it's time to use your means as well. With the disappearance of the Heavenly Court and the Earth's Mansion for 100 years, even the demon slayers couldn't master a few spells, let alone other ordinary cultivators. If they displayed all sorts of magical abilities, there was no need to think about it, they were 100% jutsu practitioners. Wang Qianqian was initially worried about alerting Master Huang-san, who was hiding upstairs, and he didn't have the demon suppressor bell to cast clear space, so he didn't dare to make too much of a commotion, and he was always in close combat with Zhu Gaota. As a result, with Zhu Gaota's ability to cast a spell, a giant of more than 5 meters appeared, and he couldn't think of making a fuss without making a big fuss. Wang Qianqian cursed viciously, then he reached out and beckoned, and the 4 demons, Mr. Red Mansion, Bumblebee, Punching Broom, and Noodle, appeared together. Finish him off. Wang Qianqian shouted as he retreated while pointing at the charging Zhu Gao. Bang, bang, bang! Zhu Gaota took large strides and sprinted over towards this side, his tall figure almost blocking out the entire daylight, causing the entire green belt to be immersed in a shadow. 150 fighting Zhu Gaota. Ah! At the sight of the 5-meter-tall giant, Mr. Red Mansion and the others turned pale with fear and fled in all directions, causing a puff of smoke to curl up in the green belt. Wang Qianqian. What's the point of running? What's the point of having you guys, INGXs? Slate viciously cursed. Bang bang bang. In an instant, in the green belt, the giant Zhu Gaota stepped out a big footprint, instantly ran to Wang Qianqian's body, and fiercely slapped down. Earthbound. Wang Qianqian lightly murmured, and his entire body burrowed into the earth. There was no need for translucent stone in this place. Boom! Zhu Gaota slapped down, a huge palm print appeared, but Wang Qianqian was nowhere to be seen. Where is the person? Zhu Gaota was annoyed and looked around. Here! A forceful cry rang out, and in the land behind Zhu Gaota, Wang Qianqian's upper body poked out. Powerful force. Wang Qianqian let out a soft murmur, clasped Zhu Gaota's barrel-thick calf with both hands, and wrenched with force. Bang! Zhu Gaota's center of gravity was unsteady, his feet stumbled, and he slammed down hard on the ground. A puff of smoke and dust then swirled up. Wang Qianqian violently drilled out from the ground, stepped to Zhu Gaota's head in 3 or 2 steps, copied the slate and ruthlessly smashed down towards his head. Bang bang bang. After several strokes, Zhu Gaoda's head saw blood, and a deafening roar erupted from his throat. Wow, Master is so powerful, Master is invincible. A dozen meters away, Mr. Red Mansion and the others applauded. Roll your ass. Zhu Gaoda violently rolled over and slapped Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian's body flew out and crashed into a large tree nearby, spraying out a large mouthful of blood with a wow. AI Mr. Red Mansion and the others lowered their hands. Zhu Gaoda rolled over and rose up, once again taking big steps, rushing towards Wang Qianqian. Earth walk. Wang Qianqian once again let out a soft cry, and his entire body burrowed inside the earth. Come out! Come out! Zhu Gaoda roared and copied his millstone-sized fist, smashing the ground fiercely, as one deep pit after another showed up. Wang Qianqian, however, drilled out from his back, once again holding his calf and wrenching it hard. Bang! Zhu Gaoda fell and his entire body slumped to the ground. Wang Qianqian did as he had done and scurried up to him again, copying the slate and smashing his head. What are you all waiting for? Why don't you come over and help? Slate yelled. Coming, coming. Several demons reacted and rushed up towards Zhu Gaoda's side. Roll. Zhu Gaoda violently flipped over, his thick arm sweeping towards Wang Qianqian, who had learned from his mistakes, and his entire body leapt into midair with the point of his toes. Zhu Gaoda was about to roll over and rise up, when a book as big as a truck, Dream of Red Mansions, suddenly leaped up and directly pressed on his body. Get thee out, Zhu Gaoda cursed fiercely, and slapped the Dream of Red Mansions out with a slap. At the same time, a fierce wind swept out, and the grey soil all over the ground stirred up. Zhu Gaoda covered his eyes. Swoosh swoosh, several white bandages whistled out, instantly binding Zhu Gaoda in a knot. Muscle Man Bumblebee jumped up, ruthlessly hit an elbow dry on Zhu Gaoda's head. With a loud bang, Zhu Gaoda's head tilted and fell to the ground with a bang. Him to death. Several demons swarmed up and used their own means to deal with Zhu Gaoda. However, Zhu Gaoda's body quickly became smaller, turning back to a 1-meter-2 midget, and then scurried out from a pile of loose bandages, frantically running towards the depths of the green belt. Catch him. Don't let him run away. Several demons rushed to chase after him, but none of them could catch up with Zhu Gaoda's speed. Where are you running? Just then, Wang Qianqian suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhu Gaoda was about to collapse. When he chose someone in the game hall before, he thought he picked the weakest one, but it turned out that the other party's strength was on par with his own, and all kinds of tactics were coming out, and he even recruited a few helpers with his hands. It's a hell of a ing fight. Zhu Gaoda didn't want to get entangled with Wang Qianqian at all. His body flashed and ran to the side, while the latter couldn't possibly let him go, grabbing him by the back of the collar, and with his other hand, he picked up the slate and ruthlessly smashed it down towards his head. Bang bang bang. A few times in a row, the sound of cracking came from Zhu Gaoda's skull, and it was estimated that 2 more times would be enough to completely slap him to death. However, right at this moment, Wang Qianqian seemed to have heard something moving and immediately threw Zhu Gaoda to the side, then his body quickly flashed to the back of the tree. While reaching out, he collected several other demons into his Qiankuan bag. Through the grass of the green belt, Wang Qianqian clearly saw a thin silhouette coming out of the door of a certain block of flats, and his body shape was like electricity as he ran towards the fence on the south side of the neighborhood. It was Master Huang-san. Wang Qianqian recognized his scent, the same person who was with you before. With a flash of yellow light, Master Huang-san leaped over the fence and disappeared. 151 in organization. All this time, Wang Qianqian definitely could not care about Zhu Gaoda, and hurriedly ran towards the direction of the fence on all fours as well. Over the fence, outside is a grassy field. Huang-san Master's figure has long disappeared, but the good thing is that his smell has not yet had time to dissipate. Wang Qianqian slightly hesitated, then decisively rushed into the field. In the green belt of the neighborhood, Zhu Gaoda was struggling to crawl through a messy land with a head full of blood. And somewhere behind the window upstairs, Yue watched this scene with a complex face. He knew that he should deal with the police investigation next. Master Huang-san has run away. How is it on your side? Wang Qianqian whispered as he traversed through the wilderness while pulling on the earphone on his collar. Elder brother Zhou and Long Kuei are injured. Zhong Xian and I are taking care of them both. Can you follow him? Li Qianxiu's voice came quickly. Can keep up. Wang Qianqian followed the scent and followed Master Huang-san not far away in this directionless wilderness. Good, you must take care of your safety. We'll meet you once we're done here. Li Qianxiu seriously instructed. Understood. Wang Qianqian turned off the intercom system and continued to follow the odor stealthily forward. About 70 to 80 meters away in the grass, Master Huang-san resumed his true form, a weasel weaving in and out at a brisk pace, and he deliberately made a few more circles to make sure that no one was indeed following him over behind him. But how did he not expect to run into Wang Qianqian? This hangman, just based on the smell, can lock his position. After circling around a few times, Wang Sanjia scurried to the road outside, then turned into his human form and reached out to stop a cab. Originally, he had planned to leave in the car that you had arranged for him, at least get an alpha or something, and leave comfortably, but as a result, his plans could not catch up with the changes, and while the demon chopper had not yet surrounded himself, he quietly left that neighborhood. Go to Gaoping City. Third Master Huang sat in the back seat of the cab and let out a long breath. Gao Ping the fare is 200. The driver glanced at him, seeing that he was covered in gray and dirt, worrying that he couldn't afford the fare. Go ahead. Master Huang San directly touched out $500 in cash. Okay. The driver saw the money, immediately a foot throttle scampered out. Master Huang closed his eyes and rested his head. Gaoping City is very close to Luzhou City, just more than 100 kilometers away, counting traffic lights and so on, 1.5 hours how also too. He had already contacted a friend and was ready to go over to Defect for a few days. The cab had just left not long ago, and Wang Qianqian also drilled out from the wild, immediately remembering the license plate number and smell of the cab. Master Huang San took a taxi and left. I don't know where the destination is. Wang Qianqian was the first to report. Good, keep following, be careful not to get too close, I'll have someone track the license plate number here as well. Li Qianqiu's voice came through. Seeing that the cab had disappeared out of sight, Wang Qianqian waved his hand and beckoned Bumblebee to reveal his true form, carrying himself all the way to follow the scent and catch up. On the side of a certain road in the south of the city, within the clear space. Sister Long, wait a moment, I'll heal you right after I finish healing old brother Zhou. Zhou Nexian's hands were placed on Zhou Weiguo's chest, a soft white light erupted from her fingertips, quickly repairing the slashes caused by the dagger. It's fine, this is just a minor injury for me. Long Kuai stood beside her with a pale face, covering her shoulder that was still oozing blood and said, Good, I know. Li Qianqiu turned off the intercom system, turned around and said, Third Master Huang has left the city, still don't know where he's going, Xiao Chen is following him. Tell Xiao Chen to be safe. Long Kuai turned around and said, Don't worry, he is very stable in his work. Li Qianqiu nodded and said, everyone then fell silent. Although they hadn't been with Wang Qianqian for a few days, they could indeed feel the great potential contained in this youth. Alright, right at this moment, Zhou Nexian's hands moved down from Zhou Weiguo's chest. Zhou Weiguo was lying on the ground, the slash marks on his chest had already congealed, but it would take 2 to 3 days to completely recover. Immediately after, Zhou Nexian placed her hands on Long Qiu's shoulders again, and a soft white light once again appeared. After treating 2 people consecutively, Zhou Nexian's face paled a bit. Zhou Nexian, why don't you rest for a while? Long Kuai couldn't help but say. Sister Long, I'm fine, your injuries are lighter than old brother Zhou. Zhou Nexian smiled and continued to treat Long Kuai. Although Long Kuai had stabbed herself twice and had lost a lot of blood, but after all, it wasn't fatal, while Zhou Weiguo's slash was only millimeters away from his heart, so according to the extent of the injuries, it was indeed Zhou Weiguo who was more serious. Looking at everyone out of danger, Li Qianqiu's heart only slightly put down, and then opened his mouth to say, this attack is really too strange, to say that Huang Sanjie can call the demons, this I believe, after all, he is a member of the 10,000 Demons Association, in this part of Luzhou City and the monsters have absolute calling power, but he can even mobilize the human consciousness energy person? The crowd was preparing to encircle Master Huang San. On the way they came across something like this. There was nothing wrong with suspecting Master Huang San in the first place, but there was something strange everywhere in this matter. These guys, there are midgets, there are blind, there are little cute. Zhou Weiguo said breathlessly as he lay on the ground, reminds me of an organization that specializes in having a hard time with demon choppers. 152 Their lives. Luzhou City, City God Temple. Master Zhou, please help me, my husband has been bewitched by that vixen and hasn't spoken to me in months. A young woman knelt on the ground, looking at the tall clay statue in front of her with a pious expression, tears were still falling down her face. The tall clay statue did not respond to any, but behind the heavy footsteps, carrying a basket of vegetables and the big mom walked in. The young woman hurriedly wiped her tears, do not want to call others to see her embarrassment, but the aunt took the initiative to chat and said, Girl, cheating man cannot want, you do not expect him to return to the heart, direct divorce is not on the line? What do you know? The young woman wiped her tears, packed up her things and got up to leave. Big Mother shook her head and sat on her but on the ground, picking up the tribute in her vegetable basket as usual. The tall clay statue didn't react at all this time. Yo, generous this time huh? Big Sister Yang glanced up at the statue. Ugh. The statue sighed softly. What's there to be sad about? What's coming is always coming. Big Sister Yang smacked her lips slightly. A heavenly abandonment, a 10,000 Demons Association, I'm really afraid that they won't be able to hold back Zhou Junxian hid in the statue, his gaze looking away from the hall, his tone of voice was one of worry that he couldn't hide. If they can't be recruited, it's also their life. Yang Big Sister lowered her head, not even let go of the incense burner, and stuffed it into the vegetable basket. On the highway. Boom boom. Wang Qianqian drove the bumblebee, all the way after the cab that Huang Sanjun took. He can neither be too close, nor too far. Close is easy to be found by Huang Sanjun, far away and afraid of the smell dissipated in the air, so this scale must be carefully pinpointed. Noodles disguised as a data cable, lying in the storage box to charge his cell phone, the punch broom for the carriage to bring a burst of cool wind. This natural wind is much more comfortable than the air conditioning. Mr. Honglu sat in the co-pilot, holding a pair of fast boards in his hand and kept knocking, playing the bamboo board, the tide surges, the rivers and mountains of 10,000 miles of dancing spring breeze playing the bamboo board, spring thunder, the Chinese land joyful sound rumble. Stop! Slade annoyed said, this kind of tired of hearing, give me a section of wisdom to take the Tiger Mountain. The master didn't even say change, what makes you change? Mr. Red House hummed disdainfully. Drip bell. Right at this moment, Wang Qianqian's cell phone suddenly rang. He rushed Mr. Red Mansion and gave a shh, then picked up the phone. Hello, old brotherly. In the next second, Wang Qianqian's face became grave. Tianqi? Yes, Sky Abandonment, this is our preliminary judgment. The person who attacked us before is most likely from this organization. Because Wang Qianqian had gone out of Luzhou City, he had long exceeded the range of the intercom system, so Li Qianqiu could only contact him through his cell phone. Next, Li Qianqiu spoke briefly about the organization, Heavenly Abandonment. An organization that specializes in going against the demon slayers? Wang Qianqian frowned tightly. Demon slayers was subordinate to the military and had a lot of talent. How big of a nerve did they have to specialize in going against the demon slayers? Chen Wanhe, the leader of Sky Abandonment, used to be the deputy commander-in-chief of demon slayers. Hearing this news, Wang Qianqian was surprised. I've only heard about it. Li Qianqiu was silent for a while and continued. Chen Wanhe's ability is very strong, one of the strongest 7 of Dixia. But his behavior is too aggressive, and he will do anything to kill a demon. To use an analogy, demons sometimes capture hostages, and we often make compromises just for the safety of the hostages. But he wasn't, he never cared about the hostages' deaths, he always killed the demons first. There were countless similar things, so his merits and demerits were always split 50-50. He killed a lot of demons and harmed a lot of people, and the higher-ups finally couldn't stand it any longer, and expelled him from the demon slayers. Later, out of vengeance, he formed Sky Abandonment? Wang Qianqian instinctively asked. Yes. The JUEs who wanted to join Demon Beheader but couldn't, or the ex-members who made mistakes and were expelled from Demon Beheader, or even the demons who couldn't be accommodated by their own packs, he took them in as they were, and the team is quite large now. These people are demons, most of them have physical or mental defects, so they claim to be a group of people abandoned by the heavens, not only specializing in having trouble with the Demon Beheader, but also doing a lot of things that are not justifiable in heaven. Anyway, the Heavenly Abandonment is also within the scope of our extermination, because ordinary police officers are unable to deal with them. Li Qianqiu continued to speak. He's going from one extreme to the other. Wang Qianqian had never seen Chen Wanhe, but always felt that it was a bit of a shame for such a person to go down the path of crime. Maybe he was originally such a person. Li Qianqiu paused and said, whether it's joining the Demon Slayers, or establishing the Heavenly Abandonment, it's just to fulfill his desire to kill in itself. Makes sense. Wang Qianqian recognized Li Qianqiu's view. 153 Catgirl Sugar. To a certain extent, they are more difficult to deal with than demons. While demons can still rely on the demon-suppressing bell to screen them, most of them are living beings, and even if they walk in front of us, it is possible that they know nothing about it. Li Qianqiu sighed softly. Wang Qianqian was silent. It seemed that the profession of demon beheader was indeed full of dangers. Not only did they have to be constantly on guard against demons, they also had to beware of their own kind. However, they won't attack demon slayers for no reason. Li Qianqiu turned his words around and continued, because essentially, they are still unprofitable. If there is no tangible benefit or hatred, they won't easily attack demon beheaders. Did Master Huang San find them? Wang Qianqian asked. Not necessarily. Li Qianqiu said, if it was Third Master Huang, how could he have stood by while Zhu Gao did attack you? Shouldn't he have taken the opportunity to finish you off? Of course, it is also possible that Zhu Gao was allowed to stall you so that he could make time for him to escape. In short, the matter has not yet been investigated clearly, and nothing can be finalized. Alright, then I'll continue tracking Third Master Huang on my side, and you guys track down the Sky Abandonment guys in Luzhou City. No matter how complicated the situation was, Wang Qianqian was clear about his mission. Good, then you have to be careful. Elder brother Zhou and Long Kui are both injured. Zhong Xian and I will take care of the two of them for the time being, and by the way, we will check out that group of guys. After you feel out where Master Huang San has landed, notify us at the first opportunity. Okay. Wang Qianqian hung up the phone and continued driving on the highway. On the other side, Li Qianqiu and the others returned to Zhejiang Car Wash. Zhou Weiguo needed to lie in bed and recuperate, while Long Qiu was no longer in any serious condition. Li Qianqiu asked the two of them to stay in the store while he drove out. Master Huang San had run away, and Luzhou City was temporarily free of the threat of demons, but the group of Heavenly Abandonment was stuck in their throats, and if they couldn't be pulled out, everyone's safety wasn't guaranteed. Li Qianqiu drove his black Pusan to a neighborhood filled with residential buildings. He parked the car, stepped into a certain unit, and then came to the rooftop of a certain building. Standing on the edge of the rooftop, Li Qianqiu put his hands behind his back, letting the cold wind blow through the hem of his coat, but his eyes were always staring straight down at the community square. Not long after, the demon suppressor bell on Li Qianqiu's waist trembled. Hearing the sound of miso, a black cat crossed the rooftop and slowly came to Li Qianqiu's front with elegant cat steps. The demon suppressor bell trembled more and more, but Li Qianqiu was expressionless and remained still. Immediately after, another swoosh of a white light flashed. The black cat actually turned into a young woman. Features exquisite, alluring body, a chest black leather jacket, plus a black leather skirt that can block the spring light, white shoulders and long legs directly exposed, filled with wild charm and breath. Her name is Sugar, a cat demon, and one of Li Qianqiu's informants in Luzhou City. The name Sugar was given to her by herself, and she originally worked as a dancer in a bar, which was inadvertently discovered by Li Qianqiu. The night he was about to send her home, Li Qianqiu followed her all the way across a busy road, ready to go to a more remote place to do it, but the road met a pregnant woman ready to give birth. The road before and after the blocked, the car cannot enter, cannot get out. Li Qianqiu was about to rush forward, Sugar first. She held the pregnant woman, deftly in the crowd in traffic between the shuttle, and finally sent the pregnant woman to the ambulance. Just because of this incident, Li Qianqiu decided to let her live, and by the way, cultivated her into his own. Captain Li, why are you looking for me again? I really don't know where Master Huang-san is. It's already good enough for me to inquire that he's in Tunliu County. For a small demon like me, people won't even bother with me. Can't you just let me go? Catgirl Sugar looked at Li Qianqiu pitifully. Both her eyes were a little red, as if she had suffered much aggression. Speak properly. Li Qianqiu frowned. Alright, uncle, why are you looking for me again? Catgirl Sugar crossed her waist with one hand, her eyes became lazy, her tone became casual. If she was given a whip, she would live like a queen. As a demon, being able to look like this in front of Li Qianqiu, it can be seen that the relationship is also considered good. Seeing that the Catwoman Sugar returned to her normal appearance, Li Qianqiu then said indifferently, Master Huang-san doesn't need you to look for him, we've already set our eyes on him. Now, please help us find someone else. Who? Catgirl Sugar asked, and yawned lazily. The people from Sky Abandonment. There's a midget called Zhu Gaoda who is about 1 meter and 2 meters tall, and a beggar, a blind man, and a little cutie. Because only Zhu Gaoda had reported his name to himself, Li Qianqiu could only describe the others by their features and appearance when speaking of them. Uncle, there are a bit too many people to find this time. Even if I'm your informant, you can't wear me out, right? Catwoman Sugarplum had a helpless look on her face. 154. I can't fight him. You have a lot of friends, help find them, and double this month's bonus. Li Qianqiu said in a raw manner. Uncle, do you think I lack money? Or rather, do I need money? Catwoman Sugar Candy giggled. Then what do you want? What do I want? You're still not clear, ah? Catwoman Sugar Candy's voice suddenly became frivolous, and she also stretched out a green finger to gently scratch on Li Qianqiu's chest. Go, don't joke with me like that. Li Qianqiu also stretched out a finger and tapped it on Catgirl Sugarplum's forehead, gently pushing her away. He, just like to molest uncle. The more indifferent you are, the more excited I am. Well, I remember these people, have news the first time to tell you. Catwoman Sugar Candy giggle laughed, body swoosh sound, turned into a black cat, elegantly stepped on the edge of the rooftop and left. Luzhou City, in a villa on the outskirts of the city. This was the residence that Xian Wuwei had arranged for Faye's squad, and the first ones to come back were Lu Lao Beggar, Little Cute, Dawn and Lu Blind. Although the three of them didn't complete the mission, they didn't suffer any injuries, so each one of them was blowing their bulls out of the water. Which Captain Lee is not good. I casually manipulate a dozen trash cans. It scared him to pee his pants on the spot, but also kneeled down and begged me for forgiveness. Miles, I'm still too kind, let him away out. Lu Old Beggar lying on the sofa, with a garbage bag at his feet. That daughter-in-law of mine. Hey. Love at first sight. See need to kiss me, the cutie. Dong said as he drooled. That long Kwai wasn't much better. I just glared at her twice and she stabbed herself twice. If I wasn't in a hurry to come back, I would have killed her on the spot. Lu Blind pushed the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. Just then, the door of the villa was suddenly pushed open, and a man staggered in, none other than Fei, who was covered in scorched black and dripping with blood. What's wrong with you? Several people stood up in surprise. Nothing, I wanted to taste the flavor of drawing thunder technique, so I let that Joe Wagwa chop me. Now look, it's nothing more than that, it didn't chop me to death at all. Ha. Fei openly and wildly laughed. The laughter involved a lot of wounds. The pain caused him to show his teeth, but still deliberately make a relaxed look. Captain Fei is truly divine. Several people gave thumbs up. Has that Joe Wagwa been killed yet? Blind Lu suddenly asked. This time we tried his strength. Knowing the enemy and knowing ourselves is 100 times better. Next time we can finish him off. Fei said smugly. Right, how is it on your side? Several people were bragging recklessly. On the way, someone suddenly remembered something and asked, right, why haven't we seen Zhu Gaoda? That's right, he hasn't come back after such a long time. He couldn't have been killed, right? We assigned him the weakest one. If he was killed, then he's too useless. Don't talk nonsense. Zhu Gaoda is very strong. How can he die so easily? Blind Lu interjected. He had the best relationship with Zhu Gaoda. He couldn't hear others say bad things about him. He directly picked up his cell phone and called. Drip ring ring. The cell phone rang, and it actually came from outside the door. A group of people immediately pounced out and saw Zhu Gaoda's head full of blood, dying and breathless lying at the entrance. Meanwhile, Wang Qianqian drove the Hornet and followed the odor of the cab to Gaoping City. Then, it came to the train station. Wang Qianqian clearly smelled that Master Huang San got off the car right here and then went towards the opposite neighborhood. Wang Qianqian immediately put the crowd of demons into the Qiankuan bag, leaving only a slab behind his waist, and also walked towards the opposite neighborhood. Old Zhu, how are you? Blind Lu panicked and pounced on Zhu Gaoda. Carry him inside first. Seeing the injury on Zhu Gaoda's head, Fei frowned and said. A group of people carried Zhu Gaoda into the villa with 7 hands and 8 feet. Lu Blindy panicked and touched his head, and under his breath, he kept shouting, "Where's the bandage? Where's the hemostat? Quick, quick, quick!" Several people panicked and went to get something. Lu Blind held Zhu Gaoda's head, shivering. "You'll be fine soon, we'll get you back." Although Lu Blind could not see, he could feel that Zhu Gaoda's skull was broken quite a lot. Old blind man. I can't anymore. Zhu Gaoda lay in Lu Blind man's arms and said breathlessly. How can it be like this? Isn't that Wang Qianqian the weakest? Blind Lu's hands trembled. He and Zhu Gaoda have known each other for the longest time, and have depended on each other for more than 10 years, a blind man and a midget, and have supported each other for a long period of time. Later on, the two of them awakened their abilities one after another. They wanted to join the Demon Slayers, to serve the country, but they were shunned for various reasons, and later joined the Sky Abandonment together. No. Not weak. Not weak at all. He and I had a back and forth fight, and in the end, he also recruited several demons too. I couldn't fight him. Recalling that difficult battle, Zhu Gaoda still had a pained look on his face. 155 surveillance. Lu Blind's fists clenched at first, and his heart clenched into a ball. The old blind man. Zhu Gaoda grabbed Lu Blind's hand and said in a breathless voice, "God, actually treat us not thin. I once prayed to heaven, hoping that I can become tall and big, and then it really fulfilled my wish. You too, you hope that those who laugh at you have no eyes can be subjected to. You wanted those who laughed at you to be punished, and you got your wish. I have to go now. We are brothers. We will be brothers again in our next life, and in our next life, in the next life, we'll both be able-bodied people." After saying the last sentence, Zhu Gaoda's head tilted and completely lost his breath. Old Zhu. Blind Lu roared, tears slipping from his white pupils. Ah Fei, old beggar Lu, and little cute. Dong ran over with all sorts of bandaging implements, and when they saw the scene each of them froze. At the same time, you were called to the Special Case Action Team of the Secret Service Bureau for questioning, but he did not admit that he knew Master Huang San, and as for the small 2-story building in the shed, he was also completely unaware of it. Ladies and gentlemen, sir, you can check, I have more properties under my banner. Those barns are hundreds of acres. That small building you were talking about, I don't know at all. Like UA, this kind of black and white road have crawled through the old oil. To cope with this kind of scene, don't mention how easy it is. Don't know is don't know, have the ability to produce evidence. Gaoping City, inside a residential neighborhood. Elder brother Huang, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you all morning. A middle-aged man in his 40s with a smile on his face led Third Master Huang to the living room and poured him a cup of tea in the process. Egu, thanks. Third Master Huang took the tea and said with the same smile, I'm in a bit of trouble over there, otherwise I wouldn't be able to bother you. When I've stayed for a while and the Luzhou city side has calmed down, I'll go back. Elder brother Huang, don't be polite, just stay here. No one will be able to find out about this place. The middle-aged man's name was Mo Xiao Xiao, and on the contrary, he liked to laugh and was always smiling when he saw anyone. His real face was a python, also a member of the 10,000 Demons Association, and belonged to the 8 Princes Taixing Cave. Is this place really safe? The group of demon choppers in Luzhou City are very cunning. No matter how many places I change, they can always catch up. Master Huang San was worried, pacing around the room, looking out through different windows. Caution was his greatest trait, and it was also the basis of his survival until now. Don't worry, it's absolutely safe. There are the same demon choppers in Gaoping City, and I'm still alive and well, aren't I? Mo Xiao Xiao was still smiling. You're also really bold, daring to live in the urban area of Gaoping City and opening such a big company. After making sure that there were no suspicious characters outside the window, Third Master Huang returned to the sofa and sat down. Hee, what am I afraid of? I'm in the rock realm. The captain of Gaoping City's Demon Slayers, Jiang Zhixue, is only in the stone realm. As long as I deliberately restrain my breath, the demon suppressor bell can't detect me. Mo Xiao Xiao was smug, and seemed to have a bellyful of knowledge in this area. Luzhou City's demon chopper likewise couldn't detect me. Didn't it still track me down? Still, be careful. Third Master Huang shook his head, clearly feeling that Mo Xiao was a bit too relaxed. Elder brother Huang, live in my place, just relax. Mo Xiao Xiao waved his big hand. It was called a success. Saying that, Mo Xiao Xiao led Third Master Huang to one of the bedrooms, and saw that the entire wall of the bedroom was covered with densely packed screens. This is? Third Master Huang was dumbfounded. The surveillance I secretly installed, covering every corner of the neighborhood. As long as the demon chopper is close to here, I'll be the first to get the news. The corners of Mo Shexiao's mouth rose as he laughed once again. Awesome, admirable. Third Master Huang finally breathed a sigh of relief, then said, then I'll sleep in this bedroom. Okay. Mo Xiaoxiao froze for a moment, and then nodded again, but in his heart, he was a little less than looking at Third Master Huang. As for being so nervous, sleeping to stare at the surveillance? At this moment, outside the door in the hallway, listening to the conversation between the two, Wang Xianqian was also shocked out of a cold sweat. Earlier, he followed the odor into this unit, and because of the blockage of the floorboards and walls, he tried to get as close as possible as a way to eavesdrop on the conversation in the house. Then, he instinctively looked around and realized that there was no surveillance installed in the building, presumably because Mo Xiao felt that covering the neighborhood was enough, so he didn't install it in the building, otherwise he would have been exposed by now. But then again, if Master Huang-san looks back at the surveillance at this moment, he will surely be able to find that he also followed into this neighborhood. Wang Xianqian prayed that Third Master Huang would never do this, otherwise he would only be dead against 2 Rock Realm demons. Luckily, although Master Huang-san was cautious, he wasn't perverted to that extent. After all, he had only come in for a few minutes. But he really sat down in the bedroom, his eyes staring at the surveillance without blinking. If Wang Xianqian left the building at this moment, he would immediately be caught by Third Master Huang. 156 You wait for me. What are you standing around for? Unlike the other demons hiding in the Qiankuan bag, Slate had been staying outside the whole time, but it couldn't hear the voices in the room, so it couldn't help but ask when it saw Wang Xianqian staring and sighing from time to time. Wang Xianqian then told it about the current situation. So what do you want now? Slate asked again. First go out, tell this news to old brotherly, what exactly to do next is up to him. But now cannot go out, full of neighborhoods are monitoring, Huang-san master dead stare na. Wang Qianqian whispered. Isn't there a stealth method inside the 72 changes? Dodging the surveillance is not a problem, right? If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Qianqian had the means to suppress the slate, it was estimated that it would have already taunted at this moment. I know, but at my current realm, I can maintain stealth for a maximum of 10 seconds or so. Isn't this just calculating whether it's enough time or not? When Wang Qianqian was still in the Sand Realm, he had tried the skills in 72 changes. At that time, stealth could only become semi-transparent. After promoting to the Earth Realm, he could be fully transparent. It was that the sustained time was too short, about the same as the Earth Walk. And stealth, after not do whatever you want, footsteps, breathing sound cannot be hidden, walking fast and even the sound of the wind, realm a little higher will be able to detect the end of the clues, so counting on this skill to assassinate an expert basically belongs to the delusion. With your current speed, the time to cross the entire neighborhood for more than 10 seconds should be about the same. Slate helped to calculate together. Wang Qianqian, on the other hand, walked to the window and looked out, planning his next route of travel, striving to rush out of the neighborhood within 10 seconds or so. Just then, just as someone came down from upstairs, a couple snuggled to open the security door of the unit. It was now. Wang Qianqian let out a breath, and while rushing out the security door, he muttered softly, stealth. Swoosh sound, Wang Qianqian's entire body quickly transparent, even the brick and Qiankuan bagger followed along with no, then he opened his steps crazy in the neighborhood inside the shuttle, finally in the stealth failure before rushing out of the cell door. The bedroom. Huang Sanjie was watching the various surveillance images, suddenly felt that a certain path on both sides of the weeds without wind automatically, he rubbed his eyes vigorously, but did not find any abnormality. What's going on, is it an illusion? Third Master Huang squinted his eyes slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. The alley across the neighborhood. After determining that no one noticed him, Wang Qianqian felt out his cell phone and called Li Qianxiu, telling him what had just happened. Of course, he didn't say that he ran out through the stealth skill, only that he saw Master Huang-san follow a middle-aged man into a certain house, and also observed that there were quite a number of cameras inside the neighborhood, far exceeding the capacity that a normal neighborhood should have, and suspected that they were set up by that middle-aged man. Did you hear what that middle-aged man's name was? Mo Liao, seems to be from the 10,000 Demons Association as well. Third Master Huang is very polite to him. Good, wait a moment. On the other side, Li Qianxiu, who had already returned to Zhizh's car wash, hung up the phone and rushed to a few people. Third Master Huang has landed in Gaoping City, and has defected to a middle-aged man named Mo Xiaoda. Hearing the words Gaoping City, Long Kuai's heart skipped a beat, while Zhou Weiguo, who was lying on the bed recuperating from his injuries, and Zhou Ngexayan, who was standing next to her, also looked at her. Even Li Qianxiu rushed at Long Kuai and said, "Give Jiang Jishua a call and ask him to help check on this person Mo Xiao." Good. Long Kuai didn't say anything, directly took out her cell phone and dialed her ex-husband Jiang Jishua's phone. Old Jiang, there's a person who's bothering you to check. Long Kuai quickly explained the current situation. Okay, I'll check. Jiang Jishua hung up the phone. Luzhou City, suburban villa. Zhu Gaoda died, and blind Lu almost cried his tears dry. Fei and Lu old beggar silently accompanied him, only little cute. Dong he giggled. I'm going to avenge Zhu Gaoda. After an unknown amount of time, Blind Lu stood up and put his sunglasses back on. Old Lu, calm down, Zhu Gaoda died, I feel sad in my heart too. But I'm injured now, when I've recuperated for a few days and I'm almost well, I'll accompany you, okay? Fei sincerely looked at the load-bearing pillar next to him. Don't need you to accompany me, I'm enough for one person, it's not just a Wang Qianqian. Lu Blind held a guide stick and knocked towards the door. Old Lu. Old Lu. You wait for me. Fei hurriedly stepped into the bathroom. Blind Lu left the villa. Little cutie. Dong he smiled, Lu old beggar long sigh. Lu Blind, although blind, but he was blind for decades, in life, and almost normal people, and also exercise far stronger than ordinary people's sense of hearing and sense of smell, although not as strong as Wang Qianqian that point, but also is definitely the best of the ordinary people do not need to make a fuss, the blind community will generally practice this skill. He went out the door and lightly called a cab, then said to the driver master, north of the city, Zhezhe Car Wash, just drop me off at the entrance of the alley across the street. 157 Did you miss me? Zhezhe Car Wash. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Jishue's call returned. Mo Xiaoxiao, chairman of the Near East Group, 42 years old, no family, still a bachelor, but it is said that there are quite a lot of lovers. Its subsidiary involves steel, coal, and other industries, with a fortune of at least several $100 million, and it is considered to be a small celebrity in Gaoping City. Jiang Jishue sighed as he spoke. I didn't expect a rock realm demon to be able to hang around in Gaoping City for so long. This is a dereliction of duty on the part of our local demon beheading team. Since it was determined that Mo Xiao was from the 10,000 Demon Society, his strength must be above the rock realm. It was only inadvertently that we found out that Master Huang San's members of the 10,000 Demon Society were originally more cunning. Long Kuai softly consoled, she knew that her husband was a person who treated his work extremely seriously and responsibly. Good, thank you Luzhou City Demon Beheading Team for the reminder, my side will get rid of Mo Xiaoxiao and Third Master Huang as soon as possible. Jiang Jishue said solemnly. Don't be in a hurry, Elder Brotherly has something to say to you. Long Kuai handed his cell phone to Li Qianxiu. Old Jiang, this is Old Li. Well, go ahead. I'm not going to be polite with you, let's open up and talk. Mo Xiao and Huang San Master are both in the rock realm, your demon beheading team can deal with one at most. Li Qianxiu said bluntly. We can get rid of Mo Xiao first, then Third Master Huang. Mo Xiaoxiao is the chairman of the Near East Group, so he can't stay with Third Master Huang all the time. Jiang Jishue was equally concise. Don't be in a hurry, in case something goes wrong and causes the two demons to join forces, there's a good chance that all of you will be wiped out. For the sake of your team members, it's better to take it easy with this. Long Kuai and Zhou Weiguo are both injured, Long Kuai is better, Zhou Weiguo will have to take 2 or 3 days to get better. I was thinking this way, Huang Sanjun won't be moving places in the short term, so when the people on our side have completely recovered, we will immediately collectively set off for Gaoping City. At that time you guys will pack up Mo Xiaoxiao, and we'll deal with Huang Sanjun, we'll do it together on both sides, so that it's the most stable. Li Qianxiu seriously suggested. It can be done. Jiang Jishue thought about it for a little while and then agreed to Li Qianxiu's strategy. After thinking about it, Li Qianxiu added, I have a temporary team member here in Gaoping City, so for the time being, let him rendezvous with you guys and wait for us to go over there by the way. Also, let Long Ao go over first, there's nothing else on her side for now. Can do. Jiang Jishue agreed once again. Li Qianxiu hung up the phone, returned the phone to Long Kuai, and said, you pack up and prepare to go to Gaoping City as well. Wanna be a day abandoned people? Long Kuai glanced at Zhong Xian and Zhou Weiguo. It's fine, I'm here. Good. With Li Qianxiu's words, Long Kuai was like eating a pill of peace of mind, and immediately began to pack up her things. Meanwhile, a cab stopped at the entrance of the alley opposite Zhezhe's car wash. Arrived. The cab driver looked back at Blind Lu. Thank you, master. Blind Lu fished out a $100 ticket, then added, help me see if there's anyone at the car wash across the street? I don't know if there's anyone inside, no one outside anyway. The cabbie glanced over. Okay. Blind Lu smiled and was about to push the door to get out of the car when he heard footsteps coming from the entrance of Zhezhe's car wash. Hey, someone's coming out. The driver reminded. Then I'll go down later. Blind Lu withdrew his hand that was ready to push the door and lowered the window a little more, listening sideways to the movement on the opposite side. Xiao Chen, I'll be there in a while, you first go to the XAN Logistics Park on South Construction Road and wait. Long Kuai called while sitting on a white Honda Fit. Hearing this voice, Blind Lu's heart tightened and he immediately asked the driver in front of him, is there a South Construction Road and XAN Logistics Park in Luzhou City? The so-called Xiao Chen is definitely Wang Qianqian. Instead of risking his life at Zhezhe Car Wash to wait for a rabbit, it would be faster to directly go over and put him to death. No, The driver was confused. Good, then follow that white Honda Fit. Lu Blind heard Long Kuai's car had already started. The driver muttered in his heart, doubting whether this blind man is really blind or not, but still did not have any nonsense and immediately followed. Inside the Honda Fit. Long Kuai drove on the avenue. Failing to hold down her excitement, she made another call to Jiang Jishue. There's still more than an hour left, I'll be able to see you, Long Kuai said in a calm manner. This Captain Li of yours is really something, worrying that I will act without authorization, specifically calling you to watch me. Jiang Jishue said somewhat breathlessly. You this person, can't think in a favorable light, people may not be hoping that the two of us will be reunited for a few more days? Long Qiu cried and laughed. Two rock realm demons currently, he still has the heart to consider this? Jiang Jishue expressed his disbelief. Old Jiang. Jiang Jishue. Can you stop talking about work all the time, we haven't seen each other for years, hardly. Road. You. Just. No. Want to. Me. La Naoi beamed, only in front of Kong Jihak would she reveal this little womanly look. Want. Jiang Jishue said softly. 158 Wei Zihua. Gaoping City, South Construction Road, Xinshin Logistics Park. All sorts of logistics trucks were coming in and out, and the workers were following the loading and unloading of goods. The park was a bustling scene. Boom boom. Just at this moment, a domineering hornet suddenly drove into the logistics park, attracting a crowd of busy workers to have a side-eye over. Although this thing is not too expensive, but it is not something that ordinary people can afford. In addition to looking good, there is no utility, and basically belongs to the exclusive class of the second generation of rich people. Bam! The car stopped, a youth pushed open the door and walked down. The crowd unsurprisingly continued to busy themselves with the work at hand. Wang Qianqian looked left and right and walked towards one of the logistics companies. The face of Express Logistics is not big, the signboard is also tattered, there is not a logistics car at the door, and it feels like it is going to close down at any time. Wang Qianqian pushed the door and walked in. The house is empty, walked for a long time without seeing a shadow, until the whole store is about to finish, only to hear footsteps on the second floor. A young man in his early 20s holding a cardboard box walked down. This young man looked about the same age as Wang Qianqian, wearing dirty blue overalls, the chest, and the words Express Logistics. Do not look at the dress as not good, looks quite handsome, but also the kind of gangster handsome, eyebrows and eyes a little like Chen Guanxie, although it is a small worker, but there is a kind of unruly and untamed temperament. You are? The youth looked puzzled. Ah, my name is Wang Qianqian. Yo, you're Wang Qianqian. Once the youth heard this name, he hurriedly put down the cardboard box in his hand, scurried to Wang Qianqian's body in 3 or 2 steps, patted the ash on his hand, and took the initiative to extend his hand. Seeing that the other party knew him, Wang Qianqian was also relieved to know that he hadn't looked in the wrong place, and similarly stretched out his hand. Previously, Li Qianqiu had told him to come and find the demon beheading team in Gaoping City to meet up first, and then they would take action together to clean up Third Master Huang and Mo Xiaoxiao, and this Express Logistics was the address Li Qianqiu had provided. As for the Luzhou city side, Wang Qianqian has already made proper arrangements. He found a caregiver to take care of his father. As for the company side, he directly left his hands off, and Yue also did not call him. Captain Jiang and I talked, the temporary members of the Luzhou city demon beheading team, right? Hello, my name is Wei Zihua. The youth didn't look too approachable, but he was quite warm as a person. Hello? Wang Qianqian's heart was warm. Once again he felt that the Demon Slayers organization was like a big family, just like the monks in ancient times who went around making fortunes and hanging up orders. As long as they entered the door and recited the phrase Amitba Buddha, they were their own people. Come, sit. Wei Zihua greeted Wang Qianqian and led him to a sofa, then poured a cup of tea and took some fruits. Hey, you don't need to be busy, I'm not an outsider. Captain Jiang is not here? Watching Wei Zihua busy himself, Wang Qianqian was a little embarrassed. Well, Captain Jiang and the others are out on a mission, so they left me alone here to watch the store. Captain Jiang said that we are family and explained that I must greet you well. Wei Zihua said smilingly, you're a temporary team member? How long have you been in contact with Demon Chopper? Less than a month. Although Wei Zihua didn't look very old, he guessed that he was a senior in this line, so Wang Qianqian was still quite respectful and basically answered all questions. Then you're going to participate in the new Demon Chopper initial training camp, right? Yes. Wei Zihua asked a few more questions, and Wang Qianqian answered them all honestly. Are you an awakened energy person? Wei Zihua suddenly asked. No. Wang Qianqian hesitated, but answered honestly, but in his heart, he thought, I'm much more powerful than a JUE energy person. Wei Zihua nodded his head to show that he understood, and was about to ask something else when his cell phone suddenly rang. Hey, brother Jean. What? Shortly after Wei Zihua picked up the phone, his face became grave, coming towards our park? Okay, I understand, I'll go intercept him now. Wei Zihua hung up the phone and rushed to Wang Qianqian. There's a demon running to the park, it's heading to the back door, I'll go and block it, you wait here for a while. After saying that, Wei Zihua hurriedly ran to the door. Wang Qianqian hesitated, but still followed him out. Although he wasn't very strong now, he definitely wasn't weak either, so he might be able to help. Hi Wei. Long Kuai was humming a little tune while driving. Although Master Huang San and Sky Abandonment were both tricky to deal with, the thought of meeting Jiang Jishue soon was quite a good mood. Luzhou City to Gaoping City wasn't far, it was just over an hour's drive, and half of the journey was on the line in the blink of an eye. But she didn't let her guard down, watching the reverse mirror from time to time. This is the quality that a demon chopper should have. So she soon realized that there is a cab seems to follow her, she fast cab also fast, she slow cab also slow. In order to be sure of her judgment, Long Oi pondered for a while and directly turned the car towards a certain service area. That cab actually followed and turned over. It was 100% following herself. Demon? Or someone from heaven's abandonment? While observing the terrain within the service area and pondering where to set up the clearing space, Long Kwai slowly pulled out the demon slasher from his back. 159 His ability. Gaoping City, Xinshin Logistics Park. A worker wearing blue overalls and liberation shoes was quickly shuttling through the park. He was strong and sturdy, with a height of more than 1 meter 9 or so, but his body was extremely agile and fast, from time to time leaping over an obstacle, and sometimes flipping from the top of a truck or dangling from the eaves of a house, drawing a burst of exclamations of surprise. Not far behind him, several demon choppers exerted their efforts, but were never able to chase him close, let alone casting clear space. What kind of demon is this guy, so fast? A demon chopper asked through clenched teeth. I don't know, looks like a monkey? Another demon slayer was similarly filled with doubt. Split up and chase after him, make sure to block him at the back door. If we let him run out the back door, we'll be even more unable to catch up. Good. The several demon slayers immediately split up and encircled in the direction of the back door. Unfortunately, although their idea was good, their speed was a bit unable to keep up. The middle-aged man was eventually the first to arrive at the back door, and was about to leap over the tall iron gate, behind which was a piece of overgrown wilderness, and was about to let the birds fly in the sky, and the sea be wide enough for the fish to leap. Just then, Wei Zihua appeared in front of the middle-aged man. Get lost! The middle-aged man let out a furious shout, and the muscles on his face began to twitch, gradually becoming hideous. He was an ape demon, and on his first day of working in the logistics park, he was targeted by the demon chopper. His luck could be described as poor. You can't go anywhere with Little Master here. Facts have proved that Wang Qianshan's first impression of Wei Zihua was not wrong. This guy is indeed an untamed type, only facing peers with a slightly warmer attitude, and will return to his ice-cold nature when he encounters a demon. Seeing that the ape demon was already close at hand, and ruthlessly headbutt over, Wei Zihua's hands clenched in the void, and a long air knife unexpectedly appeared in his palm. Yes, although it was an air blade, it was still visible to the naked eye. The blade flashed with a stern light and unexpectedly condensed into a solid appearance. Swish! Wei Zihua slashed down fiercely. The ape demon was caught off guard, his figure hurriedly retreated, but his chest was still cut through. Crimson blood instantly filled out. The ape demon ate the pain, his face became more and more hideous, black hairs began to grow out, and the muscles on his body became more and more robust and powerful. Tap tap. Wei Zihua flashed out 2 steps and once again slashed down fiercely. The ape demon was extremely fast, quickly ducking his head to avoid the slash, and again ruthlessly headbutting Wei Zihua's chest. Egu Wei Zihua sat down on his butt. The ape demon raised his palm full of hair and ruthlessly slashed down towards his head. Just then, footsteps came from behind him again. It was the other few demon choppers who arrived. The ape demon gritted his teeth and drew his feet towards the back door. Wei Zihua couldn't stand up in time. He turned around fiercely, clasped his hands in the air. An AK-47 made of air condensed out, and then air bullets shot out with d-d-d-d. Bang bang bang. I don't know whether Wei Zihua's strength is not enough, or the air bullets are not as powerful as real bullets, or the ape demon's back is thick. It did make a cracking sound, and splashed a lot of blood, but the ape demon's action was not affected in any way, but instead became more and more fast and sensitive. While dodging these bullets, his feet quickly stomped on the ground, and his feet quickly stomped on the ground, and then his feet quickly stomped on the ground. He dodged the bullets while quickly stomping on the ground, and was about to leap over the back door. Just then, another young figure leapt into the air. Wang Qianshan held a slate and slapped down hard towards the ape demon's head. Slap slap. After 3 consecutive slaps, the ape demon's head heard the sound of its skull cracking, and its figure fell to the ground with an uncontrollable bam. The ape demon shook his head vigorously, only to feel the sky spinning, unbearable pain, and blood dipping down his forehead, but he still stood up as fast as he could, ready to run out in another direction. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Clear space. Right at this moment, a soft shout suddenly rang out, and the several demon slayers that followed closely finally arrived and managed to block the ape demon within the clear space, followed by several directions that were occupied by them, and the pitch-black demon slayers swiftly approached and slashed towards the ape demon. As soon as he saw the scene, Wang Qianshan knew that he didn't need to make a move himself, so he received the slate into his own back and watched the show with his arms wrapped around him. Highway, within the service area. How did the speed slow down? Lu Blind asked as he sat in the back row frowning. Ah, that Honda Fit went down to the service area, I'm also ready to follow. The driver casually returned. Don't go down, keep going forward. Lu Blind said in a deep voice, this is only on the highway for how long? How long Kwai will go to the service area? 80% is to find that there is a car behind them to follow. Isn't it to follow that car? The driver was confused. It's okay, I already know where the XIN Logistics Park is. Lu Blind's mouth skimmed over a cold smile. Just a moment ago, he searched with a smartphone for the blind. XIN Logistics Park was on the South Construction Road in Gaoping City, which would explain why Long Kwai was on the highway. 160 Spiritual Attack. Inside the Honda Fit. Seeing that the cab that was about to follow her to the service area had gone away again, Long Kwai's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. Could it be that it wasn't following her? Long Kwai stayed in the service area for a while, to make sure that did not see that cab again, which inexplicably reboarded the highway, along the way no longer see the car to follow their own, a heart also gradually put down. Xinshan Logistics Park, at the back door. A few demon chopping people together, the ape demon certainly does not have any resistance, minutes to be chopped to death, and quickly transformed into a prototype. After someone touched the demon suppressor bell and collected the ape demon, he walked to Wang Qianshan's body. Little Chen, thank you. Just a moment ago, they had already heard Wei Zihua introduce Wang Qianshan and knew that this was a temporary member of the Luzhou City demon beheading team that had come over. It's fine, we're all on our own, no need to be polite. Whether it was in Luzhou City or in Gaoping City, it gave Wang Qianshan a feeling of being back home. Although he didn't know if there was a struggle at the top level of the demon beheaders, the grassroots were at least friendly with each other, and they all lived in harmony and worked in unison. Learning that Wang Qianshan would soon be going to the Demon Beheader initial training camp, a demon beheader named Brother Jean said happily, Xiaowei, when the time comes, you two will be together, so you can still take care of each other. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. That's why I was just so happy to see Xiao Chen just now. Wei Zihua grinned and even squeezed his eyes at Wang Qianshan. So you're also a temporary team member, ah? Wang Qianshan realized, and only then did he react to why Wei Zihua didn't have the demon-slaying sword, demon-suppressing bell and demon-regenerating cloak. Yeah, I'm also a temporary team member, preparing to go to the Demon Slayer initial training camp, just like you. I've heard that those disciples from the famous sects have high expectations and look down on those of us who have climbed up from the grassroots, so let's team up and show them some color then. Wei Zihua walked over and put his arm around Wang Qianshan's shoulder without any politeness at all. No, you're also a temporary team member, just now also told me not to come out, make it look like you're a senior, taking care of me as a junior. Wang Qianshan cried and laughed. As for the famous sect, Wei Zihua said, he didn't put it very much on his mind, after all, he hadn't gotten to that day yet. Hey, I'm the master and you're the guest, surely I have to take care of you. Moreover, you said that you are not a JUE, I am worried that you will be in danger. But then once you made a move, I knew that your kid has two brushes, and in the future, the two of us will definitely have a tacit understanding of each other. Wei Zihua laughed cheerfully, not hiding his heart at all. It was obvious that he was a very open-minded person. The scene where Wang Qianshan had just slapped the ape demon down with 3 consecutive bricks, whether it was the timing of the strike or the angle of the attack, it carried the demeanor of an expert. Everyone was all watching and didn't begrudge the words of praise, each one gave a thumbs up. The crowd joked and laughed while returning to Express Logistics. Inside the logistics station, everyone sat down around the table. Brother Jean said, Xiao Chen, what are you doing over here? Jiang Jishue only told them that someone from Luzhou City was coming over, but he didn't mention what exactly. Ah, let's wait until Captain Jiang comes. Wang Qianshan scratched his head. He didn't know what Li Qianqiu said to Jiang Jishue. As a temporary team member, it was better not to trespass. Yes, then let's wait for Captain Jiang to come back. Jean didn't take it seriously and nodded. Where did Captain Jiang go? Wei Zihua turned his head and asked. Said he went to pick up another Luzhou City team member. He should be here soon. Little Wei, you take Little Chen around, we'll continue to go on our rounds, and we'll come back when Captain Jiang returns. Good. Meanwhile, Long Kwai got off the toll station at Gaoping, parked at the intersection by the ramp, and got out to look around. Jiang Jishue said he was coming to pick her up, but there was no sign of him yet. Right at this moment, Long Kwai only felt a shock in her brain. The space in front of her eyes quickly became distorted. The wide and smooth road unexpectedly turned into an icy sky and snowy land. The surrounding area was even blowing an icy and bone-chilling cold wind, and a few huge polar bears waved their claws and pounced towards her. It was a spiritual attack again. Is it really that blind man following her? Long Aoi gritted her teeth, and while she was still conscious, she endeavored to pull out the demon slasher from her back, preparing to stab herself in the shoulder and use the pain to break away from this illusion. Ho ho ho! The howling cold wind blew. Long Aoi's face was covered with a layer of frost, and her limbs were quickly frozen, and the sword in her hand could not be moved by half an inch. She knew that this was an illusion, but she couldn't control her arm, and her consciousness was gradually blurring, so she could only watch those white polar bears pounce towards her. Not far behind her, Blind Lu's sunglasses were set below the bridge of his nose, revealing a pair of horrible pupils with only the whites of his eyes. His target was Wang Qianshan, yes, but he didn't want Long Qiu to suddenly join the fight when he was cleaning up Wang Qianshan, so he waited in the vicinity of the highway exit, ready to finish her off here before going to kill Wang Qianshan. This woman seemed to have a lot of experience in dealing with mental attacks, so Blind Lu didn't dare to take it lightly, so he didn't just sneak attack, he also released all of his mental power from the start to make sure that Long Kwai wouldn't be able to break free from that illusion. Long Kuai's consciousness became more and more blurred and fuzzy, finally completely believing that she was in this icy land. The huge claws of those white polar bears slapped down fiercely towards her head. 161 Strange Changes. Xinshan Logistics Park. Xinshan Logistics Park, built 12 years ago, covers an area of 2.3 square kilometers, of which the logistics operation area is 1.7 square kilometers. Wei Zihua enthusiastically introduced. Wang Qianshan. Xinshan Logistics Park is the largest logistics space in Gaoping City, with an internal planning investment of 2 billion yuan and an actual completed investment of 1.5 billion yuan. Wei Zihua continued to introduce. Wang Qianshan. Xiao Chen, aren't you interested in these? Wei Zihua finally noticed that something was wrong. Do you think I would be interested? Wang Qianshan was speechless. Then what to do? Brother Jean asked me to take you around. This place is only the logistics base. Well. Wei Zihua scratched his head, obviously also very anxious. Why don't we talk about the demon chopper? Wang Qianshan tried to propose. Yes. Wei Zihua immediately said, the demon beheader, founded more than 1,000 years ago. Stop. Wang Qianshan said, Little Wei, you're a jutsu energy practitioner? This question, Wei Zihua had asked Wang Qianshan before, but Wang Qianshan didn't ask him about it, and he had seen him condensing air into knives and guns before. Ah, right. Wei Zihua said with a somewhat proud expression, my ability is that I can condense air into various objects without changing the characteristics of the original object. As you saw just now, condensing it into a knife will be able to behead people, and condensing it into a gun will be able to shoot bullets. Said here, Wei Zihua suddenly remembered something, and then changed his words. Of course, the Jew energy person is only a part of the demon chopper. With the ability to kill the demons, there is one more means, but there is no ability does not matter. A lot of demon chopper who is not a Jew energy person is also very good. These words were obviously to comfort Wang Qianshan. After all, Wang Qianshan had previously said that he wasn't a JUE energy person. From this, it could also be seen that under Wei Zihua's big-hearted appearance, she actually hid a gentle and delicate heart. You're right. Wang Qianshan nodded. Li Qianxiu, Zhou Weiguo, and Long Kuai were not awakened energy users, but they were all just as good and guarded that part of Luzhou City just as well. How did you awaken your ability? Wang Qianshan asked again. He was kinda curious about this matter. Many Jew energy users seem to awaken their abilities in different ways. This. Wei Zihua slightly lowered his head, a hint of avoidance flashed in his eyes, as if he didn't quite want to talk about this topic. Of course, Wang Qianshan noticed that, as an adult, especially a salesman, observing words and colors is the most basic ability, and not letting others be embarrassed is even more essential, so he took the initiative to change the topic. In fact, I also have the ability to condense air. The air consciousness energy person, I have also seen a. Well, to be precise, it is what I heard from others. Oh? Wei Zihua became interested and quickly looked at him. Highway intersection. Long Kuai's consciousness had already gone into a complete trance, and Blind Lu, who was standing not far away, still didn't let her go. Although the illusions were all fake, the coldness and pain were real, and this slap from the polar bear was enough to slap off Long Kuai's head. Although utilizing all of his spiritual power was very strenuous for Blind Lu, his face was pale and sweat was dipping down from his forehead, but the thought that he had killed Long Kuai still made his eyes vaguely excited. When he wanted to join the Demon Slayers, but couldn't, it filled him with resentment towards this organization. Why is it that you guys get to be high and mighty while I have to be humble in the dust? My abilities aren't bad either, so why won't you give me a chance? Demon Slayers, they all deserve to die. The corners of Blind Lu's mouth grinned. In the world he had molded, he could clearly see that Long Kuai was about to die on the spot, and the huge palms of several polar bears had already slapped down hard. However, just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Those several huge polar bears suddenly abandoned the already frozen Long Kuai, then turned around and galloped towards his direction, and each of them revealed a hideous expression. What's going on? Lu Blind was taken aback and couldn't believe the sight in front of him. He tried to stare at his miserable white eyes and tried to maneuver those polar bears back to Long Kuai's side. But no matter what he did, it was to no avail, as the several polar bears roared and hissed, arriving in front of him, raising their palms and fiercely smacking them down. Bang bang bang. Blind Lu was slapped out on the spot, half of his face fell into a bloody mess, and his entire body smashed heavily on the ground. At the same time, the concrete ground under his feet unexpectedly also rapidly turned into an icy sky and snow, and the whistling cold wind clipped with snowflakes blew over his body. Blind Lu looked at the changes around him in surprise, finally realizing that he had also entered an illusion. It was another guy with strong spiritual power attacking him. Roar! Several polar bears lunged towards him again, and Blind Lu raised his head violently, his eyes glaring at them in death, trying to regain the initiative and control. However, all was in vain. Several polar bears pounced on him, their huge palms slapping down hard. Blind Lu's eyes went black and he fainted. By the side of the road, cars were coming and going, whizzing by, and no one noticed the strange things that were happening by the side of the road. 162 Captain Jiang Jishue. On the other side of the road, a young man in his 30s gently pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and then quickly looked at Long Kwai, who was not far away. Blind Lu fainted. Long Kwai also detached from the illusion, but the attack she received before was real, and now she was still covered in frost, and her body was frozen. The whole person did not move at all. The image turned, a green meadow appeared, filled with the fragrance of birds and flowers. A clear river flowed next to it, butterflies and bees fluttered among the flowers, the warm golden sunlight shone down, like an exuberant flame, gently brushing on Long Chio's frozen body. Those frosts slowly melted away. Long Kwai's body gradually regained vitality, a miserable white face had a rosy color, and then the fingers and toes all began to move slightly. Who? Long Aoi let out a long breath. She knew that she was out of danger, and her body was filled with unprecedented relief. She sat down on her but in the soft green grass, then leveled her gaze ahead. A young man with glasses and a tall figure, his feet stepping between the flowers, walked towards her step by step, the sunlight sprinkled on his face, filling it with warmth and tenderness. Old Ginger, Long Kwai smiled softly. Zhang Jishue walked over and reached out to pull her up, his solid arms spreading out and holding her hard in his arms. I'm sorry I'm late, Kong Jihak said softly. Not late, just right. Long Aoi leaned on Zhang Jishue's warm shoulder, letting this strong sense of security wrap around her. Xinshan Logistics Park. Wei Zihua bought 2 bottles of Coke in the convenience store. 1 bottle was handed to Wang Qianqian, and 1 bottle was opened by himself. That guy you mentioned, his abilities are quite similar to mine, but it seems like he can only condense air bombs? Wei Zihua poured a mouthful of Coke, the cold soda dripping down his throat, the raised knots of his throat moving along. I heard that's the case, but I don't know if he can condense other things. Wang Qianqian said seriously, the cutie who had fought with Zhong Xin. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he was impressed. I really want to see it when I have the chance, to see which of the two of us is more powerful. Wei Zihua laughed. He also looked good when he laughed, with that bad taste, but his eyes were clear and pure. In Luzhou City, unless he comes over, or you go over, it's pretty hard to see. Or, when this side is done, you go back with me. Good. Wei Zihua smiled again. Demon Beheader Initial Training Camp is in Shangjing. There happens to be a direct high-speed train from your side. I can go there a few days earlier. Hopefully I can bump into him. As the two were talking, Wei Zihua's cell phone suddenly rang. Hey, brother Jean. Okay. Wei Zihua hung up the phone and turned to Wang Qianqian. Captain Jiang is back, let's go over there too. Express Logistics Station. Zhang Jishue came back with Long Kwai and brought Blind Lu with him. Blind Lu's body was bound with hemp rope, and his eyes were also covered with black cloth. The attack of spiritual power was released from the eyes, so as long as his eyes were blocked, it was the same as closing off his ability. Of course this is not absolute. Some guys with strong spiritual power, even if their eyes are blindfolded, they can still exert it in other ways. But it was enough to deal with Blind Lu. Zhang Jishue had called Li Qianqiu on his way here and told him about Blind Lu's fall. Li Qianqiu was also quite happy. He was fretting about the group of Heaven's Abandonment members hiding in the shadows. Now that he had captured a live one, it was just the right time to interrogate him. Ask where his accomplices are first. If you can't, I'll go over there in 2 days and ask again. Li Qianqiu said over the phone. If I can't ask, then you can't ask either. Zhang Jishue pushed up his glasses and said. Words can't be said so absolutely, right? Li Qianqiu raised his eyebrows. It's that absolute. Zhang Jishue was unapologetic. Fine, then you ask first, and if you can't, I'll ask again. Li Qianqiu was successfully provoked to win. Fine. Zhang Jishue was slow and methodical, as if he was a fluttering gentleman, but he was also secretly competing. 1,000 words boiled down to one sentence, this damn competitive spirit among men. Putting Blind Lu on the second floor temporarily, Zhang Jishue called all the team members, as well as Wang Qianqian and Long Kwai, for a small meeting. The content of the meeting, mainly targeting Mo Xiaoxiao and Huang Sanja, these were 2 Rock Realm demons from the 10,000 Demon Society, who had to mobilize all of their minds, bodies, and attention. Before the Luzhou City's demon beheading team arrives en masse, our task is to keep an eye on these 2 demons and grasp their every move. However, according to Xiao Chen's observations, the inside of the neighborhood is covered with surveillance cameras, and it's very likely that Mo Xiaoxiao is in control of it. Therefore, we can't enter the district, so let's guard outside the district, and from today onwards, in groups of 2 or 2, keep an eye on the movements of the entire district, and whoever wants to let the demons escape will be held accountable. Next, Zhang Jishue began to allocate places. 163 What a ruthless Captain Jiang. Gaoping City's demon beheading team had a total of 6 people, 5 official team members, 1 temporary team member, plus Long Kwai and Wang Qianqian, which could be divided into exactly 4 groups, with each group guarding for 12 hours, no more, no less for exactly 2 days. Although Zhang Jishue and Long Kwai are a former husband and wife, except for some of the old team members, the other team members don't know, especially Wei Zihua and Wang Qianqian, they don't know anything about this matter. Regardless of their private relationship, Zhang Jishue always put on a business-like attitude in front of people, and did not arrange himself and Long Qiu together in the allocation of places, which is a kind of disappointment to Li Qianqiu's good intentions. Although Wang Qianqian and Wei Zihua were both newcomers, they had both demonstrated excellent combat skills and awareness before, and since they were about to head to the Demon Beheader initial training camp together, it was the right time to cultivate tacit understanding and teamwork, so Jiang Zhixue assigned the two of them to a group. After assigning them, Long Kuai and another female team member went to monitor first, and after the two of them left, and the others went about their own business, Jiang Zhixue rushed to Wang Qianqian and Wei Zihua and said, "The two of you will go over to take over the shift in the evening, and now go upstairs to sleep for a while." "Good." Wei Zihua tugged on Wang Qianqian's arm, and the two of them came upstairs together. The second floor of the Express Logistics was full of miscellaneous items, a small storage room, and different rooms for each team member to rest. Wei Zihua led Wang Qianqian into his room, which only had a bed and a sofa. Wei Zihua took the initiative to give the bed to Wang Qianqian, while lying on the sofa himself. "Sleep for a while, you still have to go on a mission at night." "Okay." Wei Zihua threw Wang Qianqian a blanket and turned his head to sleep. Wang Qianqian wasn't polite, he directly laid down on the bed, he was a guest, it was only right to be treated with courtesy. Thinking about Master Huang-san in his head, he heard someone walking up downstairs, his footsteps were obviously very calm, it was Jiang Zhixue. Jiang Zhixue walked to another room, straight to the body of Lu Blind. Blind Lu was sitting in the corner, with a rope tied around his body, a black cloth over his eyes, and his face was almost half rotten, exactly what he had been slapped by the polar bear earlier. Blind Lu similarly heard Jiang Zhixue's footsteps and slightly sat up straight, the corners of his mouth grinning a trace of an arc. "Why are you laughing?" Jiang Zhixue squatted down and asked. "You sneak attacked me. Gao Ping City's demon beheading captain, but it's nothing more than that." Blind Lu snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain. Jiang Zhixue was silent for a while, then said, "I know you are provoking me. But it doesn't matter, I can give you a chance, and I'll let you strike first." Jiang Zhixue said while removing the black cloth over Blind Lu's eyes. "Come on, start." Jiang Zhixue pushed his glasses. Blind Lu froze for a moment, then his heart became excited, he certainly wouldn't let go of this opportunity and quickly squinted his eyes, his white pupils emitting a deep light. At the same time, the space around Jiang Zhixue twisted up, the walls and floors quickly transformed into hot magma, gurgling hot and reddened bubbles, and it surged towards Jiang Zhixue bit by bit. The extremely hot environment quickly corroded every bit and millimeter of his body. While in front of his eyes, Blind Lu transformed into a hideous and terrifying earth dragon, his huge body extended out to be at least a dozen meters long, and the dragon's mouth filled with sharp fangs opened up, and the flames in the sky drowned Jiang Zhixue in a matter of moments. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Blind Lu laughed madly. "That's it, huh? It's my turn to strike." In the midst of the flames, Jiang Zhixue pushed his glasses again, seemingly unharmed, and under the thin lenses, his eyes flashed with a slight aura. The magma was still the same magma, the earth dragon was still the same earth dragon, but several silver flying swords appeared in the surroundings out of nowhere. Swoosh 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 to Lu Blind's body. "Ah!" Lu Blind erupted into a mournful scream, just to see several flying swords pinned on his body, one on each shoulder, abdomen and calf, blood murmuring downwards. "This is a hallucination. This is a hallucination." Lu Blind shook his head vigorously, trying to wake himself up, but then roared in despair, "Why is the pain so real and intense?" As a strong person who had awakened a spiritual attack, even if his spiritual power wasn't as strong as his opponent's, he wouldn't be able to stay immersed in an illusion. "Because I'm really zapping you." In the room, Jiang Zhixue stuck several daggers into each of his bodies. Blind Lu cursed, "Aren't we competing in spiritual power? Why are you coming for real? It's too slow, or this is faster." Jiang Zhixue stabbed the last dagger on the back of Blind Lu's hand. "Come on, tell me, where are your other accomplices?" "In another room. You Captain Jiang is so ruthless." Listening to Blind Lu's screams, Wang Qianqian said quietly. There was no response. When Wang Qianqian turned around, he found that Wei Zihua had already fallen asleep, his head was crooked on the outside of the sofa, drool was running down along the corners of his mouth, and his image as a handsome man was completely ruined. "Good guy, sleeping really fast." Wang Qianqian let out a bitter smile, and then took out his cell phone to take a picture of him. 164 We are teammates. I don't know how Jiang Zhixue interrogated him, but Blind Lu's screams kept on coming, and then Jiang Zhixue said, "Don't disturb the others' rest." Then he stuffed a rag into his mouth, and Blind Lu finally lost his voice, and Wang Qianqian gradually fell asleep. This sleep directly to the night. When Wang Qianqian opened his eyes again, he saw that it was already dark outside the window, and the surroundings were also silent. He touched out his cell phone and looked at the time, it was already more than 10 o'clock at night, and his belly was ravenous and hungry. Wei Zihua was still sleeping deeply, if no one called him, he didn't know how long he could sleep. Wang Qianqian walked to the sofa and gently shook his arm. Little Wei, I was wrong, don't hit me." Wei Zihua violently covered his head, his body shaking slightly. Wang Qianqian froze for a moment, before he could react to what was going on. Wei Zihua sat up with a miso, his eyes looking around warily, before he exhaled, "It's you, Xiaochen." He guessed that he had a nightmare just now. Wang Xianqian told him about the current time, and Wei Zihua nodded and said, then let's go eat some food first, and then go pick up their shifts. They, Long Kuai and the other female team member from Gaoping City, were monitoring Master Huang San and Mo Xiaoxiao for 12 hours per team, and at 12 o'clock in the evening it was time for Wang Xianqian and Wei Zihua to take over the shift. Jiang Jishua arranged for the duo to work the night shift, and was also taking care of them. As everyone was sleeping at night, it was going to be slightly easier than during the day. The other team members were still sleeping. The duo went out the door with light footsteps. Wang Qianqian's ears were very sharp, hearing that Jiang Jishua wasn't in the store, and the only sound in the room was Blind Lu's breathing, so he casually asked, and Wei Zihua said, Captain Jiang usually doesn't come back until 12 o'clock at night. This habit is similar to Li Qianxiu's, and I guess every city's captain is like this. Why else would people be able to be captains? The logistics park was still brightly lit at night, with different kinds of logistics trucks coming in and out, and the night shift workers working feverishly. All beings are suffering, and it's not easy for anyone to live in this world. Although the demon chopper has a high salary, it's also a job where the head is tied to the waistband of the pants. There is a row of small restaurants at the side entrance of the north side of the logistics park, definitely not much high class, just selling some home-cooked meals. The price is also very affordable and fair. Wang Qianqian and Wei Zihua casually ate a little. Look at the time, almost ready to go to the Aihua neighborhood. Aihua neighborhood is the Yellow Master and Mo Smile heightened neighborhood. The scale is not too small, grade is not too high or not low, quite some big hidden in the city flavor. Wei Zihua drove a Songhua river van, carrying Wang Qianqian to the entrance of the district. Sister Hua, Sister Lon, are you guys there? Wei Zihua parked the car and asked through the intercom system. In. Sister Hua's voice came over the intercom. Well, what's the situation now? Mo Xiaoxiao is the chairman of the Near East group. He's quite busy with his work. He went out at noon and hasn't returned yet. The informant reported that he's in his office dealing with official business. As for Third Master Huang, he hasn't been out. Okay, Xiao Chen and I are here. You guys prepare to withdraw. Go back to rest early. Alright, take care of yourselves. As the words fell, a Volkswagen Polo on the opposite side of the road gradually drove away. Wei Zihua turned the car off and the headlights off, his eyes staring inside the neighborhood, especially the building where Master Huang San was. You rest for a while. When I can't take it anymore, we'll switch shifts. Wei Zihua said. No need, I slept well in the afternoon. I'm in high spirits at this moment. Wang Xianqian sat in the co-pilot, his eyes also staring at the building. Then I'll sleep for a while. Call me when you're sleepy. Okay. Wang Xianqian just agreed. Wei Zihua's head tilted and he directly fell asleep. Good guy, sleeping really fast. This was the second time that Wang Qianqian let out the same sentiment, but Jiang Jishua arranged for a group of 2 people just for this, so he didn't complain and continued to stare at the building inside. Luzhou City, suburban villa. Has Blind Lu not returned yet? The charred and blackened Fei asked with an anxious face as he lay on the bed. No. The old beggar Lu beside the bed shook his head and yawned again. It was 12 o'clock at night and he really wanted to sleep. Didn't contact you either? Fei looked to the cutie next to him. Dong. Ha 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 ha, cutie. East grinned, full of dementia. Forget it, asking you is equal to asking in vain. Fei sighed, and then looked at Lu Lao Beggar and said, Lu Blind didn't come back for such a long time. It must be something wrong. You and little cute. East go out to find him. Where can we look for him at this late hour? Besides, the old blind man won't be out of the question. How perverted that ability of his is. Even if he can't fight, he can still run, so don't you worry about him. Old beggar Lu yawned again. He was really sleepy. Old Lu, we are teammates. Fei gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with pleading. Okay, I'll go look for it. Little cutie. Dong, let's go. Old bum Lu had no choice but to bring little cutie East to leave the villa. 165 done with this chick. A beggar, a little cute. Leaving the villa, straight onto a blue Maserati SUV. Yes, you read it right, is the Maserati SUV. This group of sky abandoned guys, although all their appearance is not good, but life is still quite moist, become aware of the ability to make money is not a difficult thing. Casually to the rich and powerful as a bodyguard can be a month, tens of thousands of dollars. This is still on the basis of law abiding, not to mention that they do is to kill and set fire to the hook. What's more, they are still doing the murder and arson hook. When getting into the car, Lu Lao Beggar did not forget his snakeskin bag, handily stuffed into the gap between the rear seats. Really so late, where to go to find Lu Blind? Give him a phone call is not answered. Lu Lao bum cursed as he drove. He, the little cutie. Dong would only giggle. Right? You also think you can't find it, right? Old beggar Lu glanced at him. Hey. Going to a bar? That's not good. Fei told us to go to Blind Lu. Hey. Okay, then listen to you, so late really no place to go. The old beggar Lu kicked the gas and sped towards a famous bar in Luzhou City. Gaoping City, Aihua District. A black Mercedes S600 slowly drove in. In the Songhua river van, Wang Qianqian stared straight at the car, because in the information provided by Jiang Jishue before, this car was exactly Mo Xiaoxiao's car. Not bad. At 12:30 p.m., Mo Xiaoxiao had finally returned. Mo Xiaoxiao certainly had quite a few residences in Gaoping City, with no shortage of high-grade villas and houses, but since Third Master Huang lived here, he was definitely here to accompany him. The Mercedes S600 entered the neighborhood, and then an extremely well-built middle-aged man got out of the car and walked slowly towards the security door of a certain unit, his face still a little drunk, as if he had just finished socializing. Wang Xianqian immediately lowered his head and jotted down a sentence in his cell phone memo. Mo Xiaoxiao, arrive home at 12:45 a.m. In the driver's seat, Wei Zihua was sleeping soundly and knew nothing about it. Luzhou City, Chao Chao Bar. A blue Maserati SUV slowly drove up, and the security guards dressed in boards at the door immediately greeted them, respectfully helping to open the door, and then a stinky smell wafted out, and the ragged old beggar Lu and the demented little cutie pie filled with dementia. Dong got out of the car. The guard rubbed his eyes and thought he had misread. Young man, help me park the car. Old beggar Lu handed the car keys to the security guard, then dragged down a snakeskin bag from the back seat, and little cutie Dong entered the bar together. It's really a big world, the security guard scratched his head, but still sat in the SUV of the Maserati. At 12:45 a.m., it was the busiest time in the bar, although Lu Lao Bom and cutie eased its appearance, but the waiter at the door saw them coming down from the Maserati and immediately respectfully welcomed them to a luxury card seat and also called for two very coolly dressed little sisters to accompany them. Hey, daughter-in-law. Cutie. Dong hugged one of them and grinned a big mouth and kissed it. The little sister looked at the table full of expensive foreign wine, can only endure. The old beggar Lu behaved more normally, just a hand on the shoulders of the little sister, two legs crossed on the table, enjoying the performance on the stage. At this time, a dancer wearing a black leather jacket, leather skirt, the top of the head is also wearing cat ears on stage. In the brilliant lights and mesmerizing music, the atmosphere of the entire bar pushed to the high point. Everyone followed the high up, oh sound one after another. Daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law. Cootie. East reached out to the stage, drool like a small river flowing down. Lu old beggar smiled, called over a waiter and asked, what is the name of this dancer? Sugar, Catwoman Sugar. The waiter replied respectfully. How much? Old beggar Lu asked again. What? The waiter was a bit confused. Oh, what are you pretending? I ask you how much. Lu old beggar snap sound, threw out a stack of banknotes smashed on the table. The waiter finally realized, quickly said, sorry, sugar candy does not come out. Oh, all in this business, there is not introduced? Directly say how much. Lu old beggar smashed out another stack of banknotes. Really sorry. Snap. Lu old beggar and smashed out a stack of bills, the table at least 30,000. Well, I'll ask for you, but whether or not it'll work out, we still have to see what Sugar wants. The waiter realized that if he went on like this, Lu Lao Bum would keep smashing money. He could only perfunctorily return first, otherwise the guest would only vent his anger on him. Go! Lu old beggar grinned. In his opinion, there is no such thing in this world that money can't do. If there was, it would be that the money hadn't been smashed enough. The waiter turned around and went. Daughter-in-law. Cutie. Dong continued to claw about in the direction of the stage. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you get this chick tonight. Lu Lao Bum patted his shoulder. $166,30,000. Gaoping City, Aihua District, in a certain building. Mo Xiaoxiao pushed open the door. The living room was dark, only a certain room was still lit. Mo Xiaoxiao pushed open the door and walked in, and found that Third Master Huang was still awake, his eyes staring straight at the screen on the wall, and next to him was a floor of instant noodle buckets and self-heating hot pots. You won tea. Just watch it all day, right? Mo Xiaoxiao asked with some incredulity. Aha! Third Master Huang answered, his eyes still looking at the screen. Mo Xiaoxiao was a bit speechless, thinking that you are at least from the 10,000 Demons Association, or a rock realm demon, as to be so nervous? I'm on the run, it's better to be careful. Seemingly knowing what Mo Xiaoxiao was thinking, Third Master Huang pointed to one of the screens and said, this morning, the grass here suddenly moved without wind. I've been wondering what's going on. Windless? Mo Xiaoxiao looked towards the screen. It was a stone pathway path, and there were indeed some weeds on both sides of the path. Yes, the grass didn't move anywhere else, just here. I was wondering if a demon chopper who can be stealthy passed by here. Third Master Huang gently ground his teeth. The grass moved just a bit, there's no need to be so nervous, right? Maybe it's just a small gust of wind blowing by? Besides, stealth is a high-level spell, which demon chopper if he knows this, do we still have a way to live? Thinking that Master Huang-san had been thinking for more than 10 hours because of this bit of crap, Mo Xiaoxiao felt a nodding head. Definitely not the wind. At that time all the grass didn't move, just the grass here moved a bit, as if someone had run through it. Moreover, there are jutsu energy users among the demon choppers, maybe they happen to have awakened the stealth skill? If his realm is low and his stealth time is not long, it won't be easy for him to take out the two of us, but he might be able to grasp our position. Third Master Huang continued. Imo Xiaoxiao was speechless. He felt that Third Master Huang was a bit godly and was being chased by the demon chopper to the point that his spirit was a bit abnormal, but he couldn't show it directly, so he had to say, "That's fine, you continue to keep an eye on it, I'm drank some wine and have to go to bed." Imo Xiaoxiao turned away and walked into another bedroom. Master Huang-san also ignored him, still staring at the screen, muttering, "If there really is a demon chopper who has mastered my location but is not sure to take me down, he should be staring outside the neighborhood at this moment." Saying this, Master Huang-san stood up, put on a jacket and walked out the door. Luzhou City, Chow Chow Bar, backstage. "You go tell him, there's no door." The cat girl Sugar had just finished performing a dance song and was tired and dripping with fragrant sweat. As soon as she heard the waiter's words, she immediately waved her hand with disdain. As a cat demon, first of all, she didn't lack money, and secondly, it was useless to ask for money. Dancing was just her hobby, but every now and then, there were men coveting her body, which annoyed her to no end. For this answer, the waiter was not surprised. In the past, there were rich young men who offered up to $1 million, which was similarly rejected by Sugar. "Hee, 30,000 can't even be you directly open a price. This friend of mine has his eyes on you. Today, no matter what, I want you to accompany me." The waiter was about to turn around and leave when the door to the backstage was suddenly pushed open, and it was Lu Lao Beggar and Little Candy. Dong walked in. Daughter-in-law. Little cutie. East opened his arms and walked towards Sugar with a demented look on his face. "Sir, sorry, guests are not allowed to enter the backstage." The waiter rushed up to block it. "Get lost." Lu Old Beggar waved his hand and directly pushed the waiter to the ground, even without using his ability. With his peak strength of the Earth realm, dealing with a waiter is also a handful of handfuls 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 of handfuls. Daughter-in-law. Cootie. Dong continued to walk, but by the waiter's body toppled, bang sound heavily fell to the ground. The waiter was furious and immediately took out his walkie-talkie, ready to call in the security guards outside. "Xiao Wei, don't call in." Catgirl Sugar suddenly put a stop to it. "Ha?" Xiao Wei looked at her in surprise. "You go out first, I'll talk to these two people." Catwoman Sugar Plum's eyes swept over the ragged old beggar Lu, and the little cutie who would only open her hands and call for her daughter-in-law. Dong, her heart already somewhat clear, one hand silently reached into her pocket and gently pressed on a certain device. "Hey, this is the right thing to do, obviously with money can talk, why do you have to make everyone unhappy?" Old beggar Lu didn't realize the imminent danger at all and grinned. Xiao Wei didn't know what Sugar was going to do, but still obediently went out. Little cute. Dong climbed up from the ground, but also to walk towards Sugar Candy. Lu Lao Beggar grabbed him and said with a smile, "Brothers, there is no hurry, it's already done, later let's change the place. To ask me to introduce, $30,000 cannot Catwoman Sugar Candy from the bag she carries to touch out a lady's cigarette, lightly put into the mouth and light, green smoke curls, dense with her delicate face. Hey, how much you say, as long as I can afford it." Lu Old Beggar laughed again. 167 Don't breathe. Daoping City, in front of the Aihui neighborhood. Inside the Songhua River van, Wei Zihua was sleeping soundly, while Wang Qianqian stared inside the neighborhood in high spirits. Soon, he was keen to find that a middle-aged man from a unit walked out, at first because of the hazy night is not too clear, but as he got closer and closer, eyes are about to come out of the neighborhood, finally saw clearly, it is the Yellow Three Masters. Wang Qianqian's heart immediately thumped. What is he doing out so late at night? Wang Qianqian instinctively lowered his head, but also Wei Zihua's head also pressed a little. Wei Zihua is still sleeping very well, half a bit did not notice. And after the Yellow Three Masters out of the neighborhood, first rushed left and right looked, and then walked to the roadside, one by one to check up the nearby car. Nowadays, most of the cars have car film, so Huang Sanjun to put his head very close, in order to see clearly in the inside. In the end there is no one. There are not many cars parked in front of the neighborhood, just a dozen or so. Huang Sanjie looked at one by one, and saw that it was about to approach the Songhua River van of Wang Qianqian and Wei Zihua. At this time, is sleeping Wei Zihua, seems to have a premonition of what. Miso woke up, see Huang San Master is coming, surprised to ask, what's going on? It seems to be checking whether there is anyone staring at the neighborhood. Wang Qianqian stared ahead, cold sweat dipping down on his forehead. Third Master Huang lay on the window of a Toyota Senna and looked in, their Songhua River van was next. Wei Zihua cursed and turned his head to put his arm around Wang Qianqian's shoulders. What are you doing? Wang Qianqian was taken aback. Disguised couple don't they all act like this in the movie? Don't dawdle, he is a rocky realm, we can't beat it. Wei Zihua was anxious, his head had already leaned over, and it looked like he was still ready to kiss Wang Qianqian. This is not a ING movie, and Master Huang San is not a cutie pie. Wang Qianqian was a bit anxious, and pushed Wei Zihua's head away, fearing that he would really kiss him, and Master Huang San has been thinking about me for a long time, it's impossible that he doesn't know what I look like. Also, with his cautious style of doing things, he probably has information on all the demon choppers in Daoping City, and 100% knows you, so it's impossible to hide a couple in disguise. Lastly, we're both men, so what's the point of pretending to be a couple?
Wang Xianqian almost collapsed. In the morning, he still thought Wei Zihua was quite capable, but now how did he come up with this stupid idea? Is he just woke up from sleep and his brain is still not clear? Damn, calling you that, then there's only a fight. Wei Zihua waved his hands in the air. An RPG rocket launcher made of air quickly took shape and was aimed at the car window. How powerful is that thing of yours? Wang Qianqian asked suspiciously. Definitely not as good as the real thing, but it can still blast him away. The moment we blast him away, we'll both run. Wei Zihua gritted his teeth. But then, we'll be exposed. Master Huang-san will 100% change places, and it'll be hard to find his location again. Wang Qianqian immediately shook his head. Then what do you say? Wei Zihua looked back at Wang Qianqian. At the same time, Third Master Huang had already walked towards the Songhua River van. Don't breathe. Wang Qianqian explained and reached out to grab Wei Zihua's arm while muttering softly under his breath, stealth. In the carriage, Wang Qianqian and Wei Zihua disappeared at the same time. In the next second, Third Master Huang's head leaned over and carefully observed the scene in the van. Wei Zihua, who had already fallen into stealth, watched the scene in surprise, but he did not make a sound or breathe. Luzhou City, backstage of the Chow Chow bar. If you want me to come out, you need at least $200,000, and it has to be in cash. Catgirl Sugar smoked a lady's cigarette and spoke quietly. Based on the characteristics of these two people, she judged that these two people were exactly the Heaven's Abandonment members that Li Qianxiu was looking for. Just a moment ago, she had already contacted Li Qianxiu in some way, and all she had to do now was to try to stall for time. Although old beggar Lu had taken out $30,000 earlier, but looking at the clothes he was wearing, it didn't look like he was hiding 200,000. 200,000? Lu Lao beggar frowned. Are you gold? Or silver? Oh, too expensive? Don't look for me if you think it's too expensive. Go outside and ask around. Duke Xin once wanted to spend $1 million to sleep with me. All of them were rejected by me. 200,000, or because I'm quite fond of this young man, Catwoman Sugar said while rushing at the little cutie. Dawn squeezed a flying eye. Daughter-in-law. Cootie. East's saliva drenched his lapel. Okay, 200,000 is 200,000. Lu old beggar gritted his teeth, bent over the hand carrying the snakeskin bag pickup. First pick up a bunch of drink bottles from the inside, and then a stacks of money out. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. 200,000, neatly arranged in front of the Catwoman Sugar. Still really have Catwoman Sugar candy surprised. The hand-clamped lady cigarettes are falling to the ground. Hey, come with us? Lu Lao Bum licked his lips. 168 bye-bye. Gaoping City, Aihuan neighborhood. Wang Qianqian had carefully calculated before. Huang Sanji did not stay in front of each car for a long time, about 7 or 8 seconds, and with his current strength at the early stage of the Earth realm, the stealth skill can last for 15 seconds, and even if he takes Wei Zihua with him to subtract a few seconds, it should be enough. As expected, within 10 seconds, Third Master Huang got up and walked towards the next car. After another 2 seconds, the stealth skill failed, and the figures of Wang Qianqian and Wei Zihua were revealed at the same time. Neither of the two said anything, nor did they make a sound. It wasn't until Third Master Huang finished checking all the cars in the surrounding area that he walked over in the direction of the neighborhood. Strange, no one is staring outside. Could it really be that I'm overly concerned? Those windless grasses this morning, what's going on? Third Master Huang mumbled as he walked into the neighborhood. Of course Wei Zihua couldn't hear these sounds, but Wang Qianqian could. Wang Qianqian was horrified and immediately realized that those windless grasses that Third Master Huang was talking about were the very sights that he caused in the morning when he, stealth, ran out of the district. He didn't think that Third Master Huang would be so cautious that he could even observe this, and that he would still have to come out to make his rounds in the early hours of the morning. Such a horrible opponent, no wonder Li Qianxiu said he could rank in the top 3 enemies in his career. It wasn't until Third Master Huang had completely entered the neighborhood and his figure faded away that Wang Qianqian breathed a little sigh of relief and turned his head to look at Wei Zihua. Wei Zihua was also looking at him and was filled with complexity. It turns out that you are also a Jew energy person, Wei Zihua said quietly, before you lied to me. I'm really not a JUE energy person, I just know a little bit of small spells. Wang Qianqian scratched his head and didn't know how he should explain. You call invisibility a small spell? Wei Zihua's eyes widened in surprise. Brother, since it's a small spell, can you teach me? Wang Qianqian was speechless for a moment. For one thing, that God in the dark space didn't let him say anything about this to the outside world, and for another, he didn't know how to teach it, because 72 transformations was something that God had forced into his brain, and he would know it as soon as his eyes were closed and opened. It's not much at all. Secret book, it's not like the demon-slaying Heart Sutra can still be taught. Forget it, it seems that this is your secret, I won't ask more. Wei Zihua could see Wang Qianqian's difficulty and immediately stopped counting. Thanks. Wang Qianqian said, then opened his cell phone memo, lowered his head to record the time and events just now. Of course he must have skipped over the stealth, not to mention it, and only said that he and Wei Zihua hid under the car seat at the critical moment. Luzhou City, backstage of the Chow Chow bar.
You said 200,000 just now, and now you're raising the price to 1 million. Do you really think we're ingrates? Just a moment ago, seeing that Lu Lao Beggar easily came up with 200,000, Catwoman Sugar had no choice but to mention the price to 1 million, wanting to use this as a way of delaying time to wait for Li Qianqiu's arrival. The result of this move successfully angered Lu Old Beggar. He grabbed the Catwoman candy collar, they dragged to the backstage outside. Daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law. Little cutie. East drooled and followed. What are you doing? Let go of me. Come on people. Catwoman Sugar yelled. The security guards in the bar certainly weren't eating, and when they heard the roar, they immediately rushed up with their batons. Cootie! Dong, finish them off! Old Bum Lu cursed. Cootie! Dong's hands gestured in the air, and an air bomb quickly took shape and then threw it out with a swoosh sound. Boom! The air bomb exploded on the spot. More than 10 security guards were blown out, some had their arms broken, some had their heads bleeding, and were lying on the ground wailing and screaming. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Old Beggar Lu grabbed Catwoman Sugar and headed for the back door. Little cutie. Dawn also hurriedly followed. The back door of the Tide Bar is an alley. Often there are guests being here. The air is filled with a foul smell. The Old Beggar Lu grabbed the Catwoman Sugar as fast as flying. In a few moments has run out of most of the alley. Little cute. East's speed is not slower than him. The darkness echoed hee silly laughter. Let go of me. Let go of me. It's hurting me. Catwoman Sugar yells, I'll go with you guys is not okay, let me walk by myself, this is too painful. Lu Lao Beggar then stood still, put Catwoman Sugar candy on the ground, said with a cold smile, the ability of our brother and sister, I think you have also seen, it is best not to play tricks with us, or we will let you eat and suffer. I know, it really hurts. Catwoman Sugar rubbed her reddened arm. Daughter-in-law. Cootie. Dong drooled and reached toward her to hug her. Go home to your mom as a daughter-in-law. Catwoman Sugar cursed, and reached out her hand towards Cutie. Dong's cheek. Swish. Sharp nails poked out from her palm and managed to slice several bloody marks on Little Cute. East's face with several bloody scratches. Ah, Cutie. East screamed miserably and staggered back a few steps. Bye-bye, two big idiots. Catgirl Sugar Candy cursed, and with her feet lightly tapping the ground, her figure swept up with a swoosh, lightly stepping on the wall of the alley. 169 breaking the game. Uncle, uncle, this time cannot blame me, it is you come too slow. Catwoman Sugarplum muttered softly under her breath, then her feet once again pointed, and she was about to jump out to the other side of the alley. Who? Right at this moment, a large trash can suddenly flew in from the night, hitting the body of Catgirl Sugarplum at the exact right time. Ouch! Catgirl Sugarplum let out a cry, and her entire body was sent flying down, landing with a bam. Daughter-in-law. Cootie! Dong pounced towards Catwoman Sugarplum again. I said, go home to your mom as a daughter-in-law. Catwoman Sugar Candy was enraged, her entire body leapt up, her sharp nails poking out once again, towards Little Cute. Dong viciously grabbed over. Hoo. Next to the Old Beggar Lu waved his hands, and several more whistling sounds came from the night sky, and 4 or 5 garbage cans flew over towards the Cat Lady Candy Cane. Really, ing. Catwoman Sugar Candy cursed, she always mixes in bars and nightclubs, all kinds of swear words can be said to be easy to use, and then her body flashed a white light, and quickly transformed into a black cat. Wow, so it's a demon. Lu Lao Bum got excited and once again maneuvered the trash can and crashed into it. The black cat relied on the lightness of the body, dodging between a few trash cans, although the trash cans did not touch her body for the time being, but want to stand out and escape is not so easy. Lu Lao Beggar beckoned, several more trash cans flew over, this time blocking all routes of the black cat. Hey, hurry up and change back to me, for the sake of your beauty, gentlemen did not allow to spare your life. With the mindset of a monkey, Lu Lao Bum maneuvered 7 or 8 trash cans and ruthlessly slammed them towards the black cat's body. The black cat dodged a few consecutively, finally couldn't dodge, was one of the garbage cans hit the head, bam sound fell to the ground. Hoo. Several garbage cans hovered over the black cat, left and right, spinning back and forth. Change back quickly, or I'll kill you. Old Bum Lu licked his lips. The black cat was lying on the ground, with blood seeping outward from its head, but it was still biting its teeth and spitting out human words. Off, don't disgust me. Hey, the demon that can't change into a beautiful woman, it's useless to keep you. Lu Lao Beggar clenched his hands, 7 or 8 trash cans fiercely pressed towards the black cat. Swish. Right at this moment, a few stern sword lights suddenly flashed through the air. Several garbage cans instantly split apart, bam, falling to the ground, and all kinds of garbage flew in the sky. With a thump, a figure wearing a cloak and holding a steel sword landed on the ground, protecting the poor black cat behind him. It was none other than Li Qianqiu who had arrived. Captain Li, you're finally here. Old Beggar Lu was first startled for a moment, then quickly said, we captured a demon and were about to send it to you. Li Qianqiu snorted coldly and quickly reached out to touch the demon-suppressing bell at his waist. One look at this action, Old Beggar Lu knew what he was going to do and immediately yelled, Cutie! Dawn, quickly finish him off. Little cute. Dong immediately condensed the air with both hands, and an air bomb the size of a truck flew over with a whirr. Li Qianqiu could only give up on setting up the clear space. His figure leaped up high and viciously slashed at the air bomb, which completely exploded in the air with a boom, and the demon region cloak automatically covered his body. Hoo! Cootie! Dong continued to wave his hands and threw over several more air bombs in succession. In Li Qianqiu's opinion, little cutie East was going to be more difficult to deal with than Old Bum Lu because Old Bum Lu's ability was to manipulate garbage cans, but there was always a limited number of garbage cans around, whereas little cute Dong had a constant stream of air bombs condensing out as long as he kept waving his hands. In order to break the game, you have to get rid of Cutie Pie first. East. Li Qianqiu's figure leaped up once again, swish swish swish, chopping those air bombs. Run while you can. Old Beggar Lu roared, turned around and ran towards the other end of the alley. You run. 2 people. Can't run away. Little cute. Dong muttered, his hands kept condensing air, and an air bomb whistled out in the night. Yes, little cutie. Higashi's intelligence was low, but he wasn't exactly a cutie. He knew that if he gave up his attack and escaped with Old Beggar Lu, Li Qianqiu would have time to set up the clearing space, and then the two would be trapped together. And the reason his air bomb flew not only towards Li Qianqiu but also towards that black cat was because he observed that Li Qianqiu cared a lot about the safety of that black cat. As expected, Li Qianqiu resolved the trouble in the air and quickly turned back to rush towards that black cat, chopping up the air bombs around the black cat as well. Seeing this, the little cutie Dong revealed a demented smile. It was the laugh of a successful plot. He continued to condense air bombs, flying them out one after another, buying time for Old Beggar Lu to escape. However, as his spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, the air bombs he condensed became smaller and weaker. Swish swish swish. Li Qianqiu's figure was like electricity, rapidly chopping at the air bombs, and finally managed to bully his way to little cute. In front of Dong, he ruthlessly slashed down. Swish. With a single slash, the chop caused little cutie East's chest was split open. Blood erupted from the little cutie. Dong planted himself on the ground, his eyes looking at the direction where Old Beggar Lu disappeared. He knew that Lu Lao Beggar had managed to escape. Thank you, for never treating me as a little cutie. Little cutie. Dong plopped down on the ground, a happy smile grinning from the corner of his mouth. 170 flying. Li Qianqiu also looked up in the direction where Old Beggar Lu had disappeared, and knowing that he could not catch up, he used the back of his sword to ruthlessly smash little cute Dong's head and knocked little cute. After knocked out, he quickly ran to the black cat. Swoosh, a white light flashed, the black cat transformed into a human form. The cat girl Sugarplum lay on the ground, her head was still murmuring blood. Sugarplum, how are you? Li Qianqiu took a look at the wound, calmly fished out a medicine bottle from his pocket, gently nodded and sprinkled some white medicinal powder on it, and the blood stopped then. Big. Uncle. I can't. Anymore, Sugar said breathlessly. No, your wound is shallow, it won't kill you. Li Qianqiu softly soothed. No. Not. My brain is so dizzy, it seems like it's bleeding inside. I really feel like I'm going to die. Catgirl Sugar's eyes slowly closed, and that little white face was stuck to the dirt. Li Qianqiu's heart immediately thumped. The head is really easy to suffer internal injuries. If the brain hemorrhage, even Zhong Xin cannot save, must be sent to a large hospital. Sugar, hold on, I'll send you to the hospital now. Li Qianqiu picked her up by the waist, then carried little cute Dong on his shoulder and quickly dashed up in the alley. Big. Uncle. Can't come. Do one thing. To save my life. Catgirl Sugar hugged Li Qianqiu's neck powerlessly, her vitality was flowing little by little. You say? Li Qianqiu anxiously asked. Some demons do have a way to save their lives, but his feet were not stopping. The whirring sound of the wind swept past his ears. I will just kiss you. Catwoman Sugar suddenly raised her head and kissed Li Qianqiu lightly on the face, then giggled and laughed. Li Qianqiu froze for a moment, then stood still and put her down. Catgirl Sugar covered her mouth, giggling. The whole person looked radiant. Where is the half point of the dying look? Can you not make jokes like this in the future? Li Qianqiu frowned, obviously very unhappy. He just like to flirt with Uncle. Catgirl Sugar made a ghostly face, then with a light point of her feet, the person scurried up the wall of the alley. The bright moon was high in the sky, the night color wrapped her figure, and the whole person appeared even more enchanting and seductive. I really thought you were dying. Li Qianqiu fumed a bit and raised his head to scold. Uncle, are you that concerned about me? Catgirl Sugar hid her mouth and laughed lightly. She was all set to leave, then gently squatted down again, like a cat. Of course, you are my informant and working for me again. Li Qianqiu said angrily. You just treat me as an informant. The corner of the Catgirl Sugar's eyes flashed with a trace of imperceptible loss. Or else? Li Qianqiu asked back. It's fine. Catwoman Candy smiled and got back on her feet again. Egu, don't worry, I can't die, our black cat has 9 lives.
After saying that, Catwoman Sugarplum took off and landed on the fence a few times, and quickly disappeared into this alley filled with night colors. Li Qianqiu carried little cute. Dawn was also about to leave when he suddenly remembered something and immediately made a phone call. "What's wrong, uncle? Just separated and you miss me?" Catwoman Sugar Candy's lightly laughing voice came from the other side of the phone. "Not," Li Qianqiu said somberly, "that old beggar may not let you go, you have to be careful yourself." "Then what to do, or you take me with you?" Catwoman Sugarplum was still smiling. Li Qianqiu didn't say anything. How could he, a demon chopper, bring a demon with him? "Alright, just kidding with you. Don't worry, I'll protect myself." Catgirl Sugar hung up the phone and continued to fly forward. Li Qianqiu exhaled and also brought the little cutie with him. Dong quickly left. "Little cute. Dong, follow me. Don't ever turn back, let's rush out in one breath." "Damn, this time can really inch off," unexpectedly by that Li Qianqiu stared at. "You say how he came, how so coincidental, could it be that the black cat to report the news? Shouldn't be how can a demon be in collusion with a demon beheader?" But Li Qianqiu did quite protect that black cat later. Old beggar Lu darted forward while reviewing the previous situation while continuously raising questions. But no one ever responded to him. "Hey, why don't you say anything?" Lu old beggar finally couldn't help himself and jerked his head back. Behind him was empty. Where was the little cutie? East? Silly. Little cutie. East, where are you? Lu old beggar quickly looked around. Little cutie. East. Little cutie. East. Lu old beggar called 2 more times. 2 o'clock in the morning on the road, in addition to the occasional car whistling past, even a ghost shadow cannot be seen. "Damn, you don't scare me, you will not be did not follow up, right?" Lu Lao Bum's voice trembled a little. "Damn. This guy won't be." Lu old beggar suddenly realized what, first cursed, then without hesitation returned back, quickly darted along the way. Darting. 171 practical ability. Gaoping City, in front of the Aihua neighborhood, in the Songhua River van. Third Master Huang had already left for half an hour, the van was silent, and Wang Qianqian and Wei Zihua didn't communicate at all. "Why don't you sleep a little longer?" Wang Qianqian was a bit unable to resist and took the initiative to ask. Wei Zihua shook his head. "What's wrong with you, have you suddenly become mute?" Wang Qianqian asked again. "I feel like there's a distance between us," Wei Zihua suddenly said quietly. Wang Qianqian looked at him with a puzzled expression. "It's not as intimate as before," Wei Zihua continued. Wang Qianqian was a bit speechless. He also admitted that he and Wei Zihua are quite close, but to say that the closeness is a bit of a stretch, not just the first day of acquaintance, together to kill a demon, together to sleep, together to eat a meal, together to go out on a mission. That's all. "I originally thought we are both temporary team members, and in the future to go to the Demon Chopper training camp together, will inevitably become very good friends and brothers, so I've always been honest with you, but you have a secret to hide from me, you will be invisible, but also said that they are not JUE energy." Wei Zihua turned his head to look out the window, his gaze was deep and filled with sadness, the night color seemed to merge with him. Wang Qianqian was completely speechless, his heart was filled with chagrin and shame, but the secret of the 72 transformations really couldn't be said to him. Wang Qianqian was silent. Silence was tonight's conchao. After about half a minute, Wei Zihua suddenly turned back, full of incredulity and said, "Grass, this can't swindle the truth out of you, Wang Qianqian looked at him dumbfounded. "Waste of effort, sleep, call me when you're sleepy." Wei Zihua's head tilted, leaning against the car window and fell asleep. "This person is quite amusing." Slate flew out. "Really, how amusing? Let's see. He's the one who's going to Demon Chopper training camp with his master, huh? Don't say it, it's quite handsome, hey, like that Sean Kun, hey, I don't know if he has a camera." A stream of light flashed by, and Noodle, Punch Broom, and Bumblebee scurried out respectively, sitting on the back seat and carefully observing Wei Zihua, along with a copy of Dream of the Red Chamber cruising around the carriage. If Wei Zihua woke up at this time, he was sure to be shocked by this scene. Invisibility counts as a secret, carrying 5 demons with him is more scary. "I'll go back, what did you come out for? Don't scare my friend." Wang Qianqian waved his hand and collected all the demons back. The carriage was quiet again. Wei Zihua's head was still leaning against the car window, sleeping soundly. "It's quite interesting," the corner of Wang Qianqian's mouth lifted slightly, "but you also have secrets, In his mind, he recalled Wei Zihua's panicked appearance when he had just woken up from a nap in the store, shouting, "Don't hit me, don't hit me." Luzhou City, back alley of Chow Chow Bar. The old beggar Lu returned, circled the alley 7 or 8 times, but did not find Li Qianqiu and Little Cute. Dawn's trail, but found 2 different puddles of blood on the ground. One puddle is naturally that black cat's, and the other puddle doesn't need to think about it to know whose it is. It could never be Li Qianqiu's. Little Cutie. East. Lu old beggar's eyes slightly moist. Just like the feelings of Lu Blind and Zhu Gaoda, Lu old beggar and Little Cute East have also been dependent on each other, a beggar, a Little Cute.
Dawn also had been living together, a beggar, a little cute. Shu Gao died, Lu Blind disappeared, Lu old beggar do not care, only a little cute. East let him can not let go. But he is not like Lu Blind so tiger, dare to go directly to Zherzhi car wash store. He stood in place for a while, thinking for a long time, then turned his head to look at the back door of the Tide bar. His eyes narrowed slightly at the thought of that black cat. Catwoman sugar, right, muttered old bum Lu. The next morning, 7 o'clock. Daoping City, in front of the Aihua neighborhood. A black Mercedes-Benz S600 slowly drove out, and Wang Xianxian, who hadn't slept all night, lowered his head and jotted down the time on his cell phone memo. Mo Xiao came out? Wei Zihua next to him suddenly sat up straight. You scared me to death. Wang Xianxian's hand shook and he almost dropped his cell phone. That said, from last night to now, Wei Zihua woke up twice, once when Master Huang-san came out, once when Mo Xiao came out, all attributed to coincidence is a bit of bull. It can only show that this guy is really thick and thin, sleep returns to sleep, and indeed, also worry about the heart. Hey, I'm awake from my nap, you sleep for a while too. Wei Zihua stared straight at the Mercedes-Benz that had gone out of the neighborhood, but because the Mercedes-Benz's car film was too dark in color, he couldn't see the scene inside clearly. Wei Zihua waved his hands and quickly condensed an air telescope, then placed it in front of his eyes to scrutinize it. Sure it's only Mo Xiao. Wei Zihua nodded and said. This is okay? Wang Qianqian was dumbfounded. This is still just something simple. If I have abundant spiritual energy and my realm is high enough, condensing an aircraft carrier won't even be a problem. After seeing Wang Qianqian's invisibility, Wei Zihua no longer hid his superiority as a JUE, and was even a bit deliberately dejected. In this instant, Wang Qianqian envisioned many possibilities, such as going out and condensing an air sedan, camping and condensing an air tent, cooking and condensing an air frying pan, and even condensing an air maiden when lonely and alone. All in all, it's really a practical ability. 172 Get up and eat. Luzhou City, Zherzhi car wash. After Zhong Xian woke up, the first thing she did was to come to Zhou Weiguo's room and continued to help him treat the stab wound on his chest until her forehead was slightly sweaty and her spiritual energy was all used up. Little Xian, hard work. Zhou Weiguo sighed softly as he lay on the bed. It's fine, it should be done. Zhong Xian smiled and observed Zhou Weiguo's injuries again, then said, another treatment tomorrow morning, and you'll basically recover. Well, tomorrow morning, we'll set off for Daoping City. Zhou Weiguo nodded. Elder brother Zhou, you rest. Zhong Xian staggered to her feet and staggered outside, her body seemingly deflated. Zhou Weiguo looked in his eyes and ached in his heart, but there was no way, he had to get better as soon as possible, everyone was still waiting for him. Another room. Li Qianqiu got some breakfast, served it on a dinner plate, and brought it to little Cutie. East in front of her. Cutie. Dong's body was tied with a hemp rope, his hands and feet could not move, seeing the food tray over, pounced on the ground, like a hungry tiger pouncing on food, ate like a madman, making his mouth and the ground all over the place. Li Qianqiu did not say anything, sitting cross-legged on the ground, quietly watching him. In less than 3 minutes, the little cutie. Dong finished eating, he giggled and looked at Li Qianqiu. You don't need to play dumb in front of me. Li Qianqiu said somberly, last night, you took the initiative to attract my attention and freed up time for that old beggar to escape, that's enough to show that you're not really stupid. Tell me, where are your accomplices? The little cutie. Dong was still giggling, and his saliva kept dripping down. Li Qianqiu frowned slightly and slowly pulled out the demon chopper behind him and ruthlessly stabbed little cute. Dong's back of his hand. Ha, little cute. Dong was still laughing, as if he couldn't feel any pain at all. Daoping City. As time turned to noon, another inconspicuous small sedan came to the entrance of the Aihua neighborhood, and it was the other group of demon choppers who had arrived. How was the situation last night? Jean asked over the intercom. Wei Zihua then told a little bit about the situation last night, only slightly changed in the middle according to Wang Qianqian's wishes, did not say anything about invisibility, only said that Master Huang-san was checking from car to car at 12:30 in the middle of the night, and the two of them hid in the crevice in the middle of the car seat before escaping. 12 o'clock in the middle of the night and still check the cars in front of the neighborhood, this Master Huang-san is really cautious enough. If this is the case, we can't stay outside the neighborhood. In this case, there is a hotel across the street, which can also observe the situation in the neighborhood, although the distance is a little far away, but it's not a big problem with binoculars. You guys go back first, we'll go over and get a room. Jean observed the surroundings and quickly made a decision. From this, it could also be seen that even without Jiang Zhishua's deployment, these demon slayers in Daoping City could each be unique. Good, then we'll go back first. Wei Zihua started the car and drove Wang Qianqian away. The duo returned to Xinxian Logistics Park and ate a little fast food as usual. On the way, they received a call from Jiang Zhishua, saying that he would bring back a little for Blind Lu as well. This guy hadn't eaten for a day and a night. Wei Zihua casually packed some covered rice, and then returned to Express Logistics with Wang Qianqian.
There was no one in the store, everyone had gone out to do their tasks, not that no one was looking at Blind Lu, but Blind Lu really didn't need to be looked at. On the second floor, in Zhang Jishua's room, Blind Lu has been tortured to the point that he is not human, his body is covered in blood, left a mouth and right a mouth, the whole person is lying on the ground dying, his eyes are still covered with a black cloth. Wei Zihua walked over and patted Blind Lu's head. Hey, wake up, get up and eat. Ah. Blind Lu responded breathlessly, gently lifting his head up. Eat. Wei Zihua shouted again, then opened the box of rice, scooped rice with a spoon, and stuffed it into his mouth. Little brother, can you loosen the black cloth on my eyes, strangling a little out of breath? Blind Lu chewed the rice and said softly. Grass, strangling is your eyes, not your neck, how can you not be able to breathe, your eyes are out of breath ah? Also, think I don't know that you are good at spiritual attacks? Just because I'm young doesn't mean I'm stupid. Hurry up and eat, don't play these flowery tricks, don't force me to slap you in a big fight ah. Wei Zihua kept stuffing rice into Blind Lu's mouth, not caring if he chewed or swallowed, joking Blind Lu so much that he almost fainted. After feeding the rice, Wei Zihua packed up the lunchbox and checked Blind Lu's black cloth and rope to make sure they were all okay before asking Wang Qianqian to go to bed with him. Captain Jiang must not have tried out, otherwise there is no need to stay until now, the sky abandonment guy is still really difficult to deal with ah. Back to his room, Wei Zihua took the initiative to lie down on the sofa, holding a pillow in his hand and gently spinning around. A minute later, Wei Zihua fell asleep. Wang Qianqian thought about it, gently left the room, came to Zhang Jishua's room, and walked over to Blind Lu's body.